At the age of 18, having achieved nothing, Jiang Fan believed his life had reached a dead end. Yet, unexpectedly, he traversed into a future world where martial arts flourished, acquiring the most powerful cultivation system. Beep. The host has arrived in the primordial era, triggering the main quest. Join a sect of the immortal path. First of all, this is a city. What? Attending school counts? Beep. The host lacks cultivation methods, triggering a side quest. Acquire at least one cultivation technique. Hee. I understand this one is the textbooks, right? Beep. A suitable partner for the host has been detected. Please make a choice. Wait a moment. Isn't this a reptile zoo? Hey, that lizard. Why are you staring at me? Thank you for the invitation. I find myself in a high martial world, yet the system mistakenly identifies it as the primordial era. Fortunately, the treasures provided by the system are indeed genuine. Loyalty. From the dragon elephant body forging technique to the great golden body, from 5 organs refining technique to 9 turns profound art, from Hajimi to howling celestial hound, from ice cream to heavenly silk. Years later, an alien evil god that devoured multiple civilizations awakened from the abyss, while celestial races descended from the stars with the intention of capturing humanity. At the peak of the cloud sea, Jiang Fan brandished the sword of slaughtering immortals, the Emperor's banner, the sea's stabilizing pearl, the book of life and death, the Taiji diagram, and the opening heaven axe, standing as a singular deity among the masses. Chapter 1. The Secrets Within Classmates' Hearts. In the year 2243 of the star calendar, in the Summer Kingdom, Jinghai City, at Longcheng Experimental High School, as dawn broke, a thin layer of white mist lingered on the streets, and students gradually arrived at the school gate. Boss, a cup of soybean milk, 1 order of rice rolls with meat and egg, mildly spicy. Thank you. Jiang Fan disembarked from the bus, crossing the street to a breakfast stall steaming with heat, where he pulled out a red plastic stool to sit down. September had ushered in an early autumn in Jinghai City, cold and damp, with the morning chill almost clinging to the skin. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan wore a short-sleeved shirt, brimming with vitality, seemingly out of sync with the tightly bundled crowd around him. Fan, did you see the news? Just as he took a sip of soybean milk, a plump boy named Miao Jun plopped down in front of him, adjusting his black-framed glasses with curiosity. Last night at midnight, our city experienced a catastrophic level 12 thunderstorm, causing a complete power outage. Witnesses claim they spotted a figure at the eye of the storm. A level 12 thunderstorm, capable of piercing an armored tank in an instant. Do you really think someone could survive inside? Hearing this, Jiang Fan subtly furrowed his brow while pouring sauce over his rice rolls, nonchalantly replying, Miao Jun, are you still half asleep? Perhaps you should drink some vinegar to wake up? Miao Jun, his childhood friend and a bit of a troublemaker, insisted no, really. There are photos, at least 100 people saw it. When Jiang Fan expressed disbelief, Miao Jun pulled out his phone, opened trending news, and shoved it in Jiang Fan's face. Suburban Low City suffers beast attack, 102 unfortunate casualties. Security Bureau's 7th-tier martial artist eliminates the beast. 17-year-old genius martial artist from Qingbei breaks through to the 8th tier. Granted early admission to the Martial Arts Academy. Awarded a villa within the 5th ring and a scholarship of 10 million. The situation in the northern continent's alien battlefield worsens. 200,000 local civilians urgently evacuated. Beasts and alien battlefields in this world. Mere survival for ordinary people is no easy feat. Glancing at the news headlines, Jiang Fan couldn't help but silently lament. Then his gaze fell to the local news, accompanied by a nighttime photograph. There, amidst a storm of lightning, a vague figure was enveloped, silver light cascading like a waterfall, reminiscent of a fellow cultivator undergoing tribulation. The scene profoundly striking. The headline read, Suspected Appearance of a Mysterious High-Level Martial Artist. In the common perception, any supernatural phenomenon is most likely related to martial artists. One need only look at the 80-year-old martial arts granny, leaping with vigor, shattering a gang's car with a single punch, emerging unscathed from the explosion, or the masked martial artist who effortlessly lifts an armored truck, racing miles in an instant, akin to a superhero. Or the delivery boy who completes 2,000 orders in a minute, dominating the local delivery market. However, Jiang Fan was acutely aware that the truth behind this news was far from such narratives. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Sipping his sweet soybean milk, Jiang Fan, with a calm demeanor, remarked perhaps it was merely a high-level martial artist passing by, and for them, enduring a thunderstorm is a trivial matter, right? There are only a handful of high-level figures in Jinghai City, This person looks quite young and is definitely not among them. Miao Jun stared at the photo, deep in thought, but the silhouette seems increasingly familiar. Perhaps because the individual in question is right before you. Jiang Fan continued to eat in silence, never expecting that his first attempt at cultivation would create such a stir. Indeed, it was he who had ventured into the heart of the thunderstorm last night. However, he was not a high-level martial artist, nor was he a native of Blue Star, but a university student originally from Earth, right-handed, with a passion for singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Half a month prior, while chatting with classmates in class, Jiang Fan heard a risque joke that made him laugh so hard he nearly exploded. When he was lifted onto an ambulance, in a dazed state, he found himself transported to Blue Star, becoming a high school student on the verge of a major exam, yet completely disheartened. Of course, one could hardly blame the original owner for giving up. This world was rich in martial ethics, with everyone practicing martial arts, and over 90% of the curriculum centered around martial disciplines. The original owner, despite possessing remarkable talent, had practiced basic martial arts for 2 years without any tangible progress, earning the title of a rare waste from the homeroom teacher. Failing to become a martial artist meant that after graduating from high school, he would either work in a factory or wash dishes in a restaurant, insignificant matters in the grand scheme. Lacking the ability for self-preservation was truly a matter of life and death. After all, the frequent beast disasters across Blue Star claimed the most lives among ordinary people. Beasts are impervious to blades, and guns only martial artists can stand against them. Without martial power for self-defense, should one happen to encounter such a beast, they would simply await their demise. It is rumored that across the ocean, students must carry automatic rifles to school daily, ready to outrun others when the need arises. Just as Jiang Fan felt despondent about his future, beep. The host has arrived in the primordial era. The strongest cultivation system has activated. In the primordial world, where immortals and demons coexist, with countless opportunities, you have just entered the primordial era, with mediocre qualifications and little hope of achieving immortality. Triggering main quest. Join a sect of the immortal path. Completing this task will unlock cultivation capabilities. Beep. The host constitution is too weak. Triggering side quest. Temper the body. Task reward. System currency 10. Spell 5 thunder rights. What is the primordial era? What world is this? Jiang Fan confirmed several times, falling into silence. The good news. I have a system now, making me a qualified transmigrator. The bad news. The system seems incapable of distinguishing between game and reality despite being in a city thriving on martial arts. It claims I have arrived in the primordial era, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, a steel jungle. Where am I supposed to find a sect of the immortal path? Fortunately, setting reality aside, Jiang Fan, half believing, dedicated the holiday to physical training. Upon completing the side quest, the system indeed granted him the 5 thunder rights. Moreover, it truly summoned thunder. This means he could originally cultivate, should he join a sect of the immortal path. This useless system has led me astray from the path of immortality. Jiang Fan gripped his chopsticks tightly, unable to suppress his inner curses. If there were sects of the immortal path and methods of cultivation, humanity would not have lost half its territory during the historical war in 1999, which was documented in 2 thick books. By the way, there's a preliminary test at the end of the first month of school. I've heard that those with good grades can directly advance to the elite class, gaining preferential resources. How are you preparing? You're not seriously considering dropping out, are you? Suddenly recalling something, Miao Jun's face contorted with worry, resembling a wilting eggplant. Sigh, without you to anchor me, I might have no face left to stay in school, either. Do you hear what they're saying? Jiang Fan's expression darkened. How can you have the audacity to speak when you are second to last? Ignoring the chubby boy, he quickly finished his breakfast, packed 2 tea eggs, and turned to leave. Look at you, so anxious when there's still a minute and 20 seconds until class starts, Miao Jun remarked while checking time on his phone, adjusting his pants that were snug around his backside, and leisurely following behind. Just then, a calloused hand seized him. Hey, handsome, don't forget to settle your bill, the street vendor reminded. Miao Jun was taken aback. I've been diligently practicing martial arts every day and have even mastered technique, so I should possess some extraordinary abilities after the assessment, Jiang Fan mused as he crossed the street, gazing up at the school sign with clear eyes. To perform at his peak for the upcoming end-of-month test, he had already deleted all his treasured study links from his computer and phone. Relying on a faulty system was unwise. The only path forward was to train earnestly, take the major exam, and become a martial artist. Moreover, having already paid a hefty tuition fee and incurred a substantial loan, he could not afford to drop out. He must recover his tuition. His aspirations could not be stifled. Main task: join a sect of immortality completed. Loading cultivation functions. The moment he stepped onto the school grounds, a system notification abruptly appeared in his field of vision. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Am I not in school? How did I join a sect? Could it be that this faulty system mistook school for sect to prevent crashing? Does this mean that even if one is not in the wilderness, one can still cultivate reasonably? Who says this system is rubbish? It's fantastic, Jiang Fan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as he opened the system panel. Cultivation functions loaded. Host, Jiang Fan single realm. None techniques. None skill. 5 Thunder technique beginner system currency. 10 can be spent to enhance techniques. The system interface was straightforward. However, why was it necessary to specifically label his single status? The system clearly had some quirks. After a cursory glance at the panel, a new system message swiftly emerged. At the beginning of cultivation, techniques must come first. Detected that the host lacks cultivation techniques, triggering side quest. Acquire at least 1 technique. Quest reward. System currency 10. Cleansing elixir 2. Cleansing elixir. Consuming it can cleanse the marrow and veins, improving physique and making the meridians more resilient and wide for absorbing spiritual energy, a superior elixir for foundational stability during initial cultivation. Hey, if the school is a sect, then textbooks must be the techniques? Just then, the class bell rang, and a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Fan, prompting him to stride toward the classroom. Chapter 2. The new female instructor's contrasting persona. The martial arts building, Senior 3 teaching area. Here, rather than classrooms, it resembled indoor sports arenas, spacious and equipped with comprehensive martial arts apparatus, such as blood flow detectors and strength speed testers. Outside, banners left by the previous year's seniors hung in the corridor. To succeed, first drive yourself mad, make a firm decision, and charge ahead. No pain, no gain. Senior 3 is tasteless. Every extra point counts. Eliminate 1,000. At the end of the corridor, Class 8 of Senior 3. When the bell rang, about 100 students immediately fell silent, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence as they gazed toward the door. Entering Senior 3 meant that from today onward, they would be taught by a certified martial artist as their instructor. The Martial Artist Association categorized martial artists into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the highest and the 9th the lowest. Only those with at least a 9th rank strength could register as official martial artists. Once one became an official martial artist, it was akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, granting numerous privileges such as reduced mortgage interest, direct employment benefits, and even job placement for spouses. In this era, being a martial artist was not merely synonymous with strength, but also a symbol of status and identity. I heard the instructor for our Class 8 is a new female teacher who just graduated from the Martial Arts Academy, not much older than us. Don't think she'll be easy to handle, just because she's new. I saw the principal personally driving her to the school yesterday. Is that true? The principal is quite a figure among martial artists in our city. Could she be more impressive than him? As the instructor had yet to arrive, the students could not help but whisper among themselves, filled with curiosity. In the back row of the classroom, in an unnoticed corner, Jiang Fan had slipped in through the back door, rummaging through his backpack for any text that might be recognized as techniques. Based on martial arts numerical analysis, partial differential equations? What's that, a hairstyle? The domineering president's brother falls for the menopausal me, declaring nationwide martial law? Who put this in my bag? Jiang Fan turned his backpack inside out. Yet, he could not find any textbook that the system would identify as a technique. Could I be looking in the wrong direction? Do I need a legitimate martial arts textbook? Jiang Fan muttered to himself. Generally speaking, martial arts and techniques are both forms of cultivation, so the difference should be negligible? Unfortunately, without a martial arts textbook in hand, he could not verify it on the spot. Just as he pondered, the buzzing chatter around him abruptly ceased, and the vast classroom became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The instructor had arrived. Reacting almost instinctively, Jiang Fan swiftly turned around, found a seat, and pretended to read a book, feigning that he was preparing for class. After all, it was the first day of school. Making a good first impression on the teacher was always prudent. Lifting his head, he caught a glimpse of Miao Jun, who was munching on a chive box, approaching with a smirk. Trailing behind him was a girl dressed in a black, form-fitting martial arts uniform, her ponytail secured high with a blue headband. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, with exquisite features, a subtle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a young lady adorned with pearl earrings stepping out of an oil painting. Hey, Jiang Fan, guess who I just met? A stunning new girl who transferred to our class. If it weren't for you, I almost missed the chance to lead her. Miao Jun cheerfully sat down beside him, offering half of his chive box. Well done. Here you go. Ugh. Jiang Fan buried his head in his book, hastily waving his hand in refusal. With over 40 pairs of eyes in the classroom fixed on him, no one dared to speak, suppressing their laughter as they awaited the spectacle. To be late on the first day and call the instructor a beauty as if she were a classmate someone was bound to be in for a treat on the very first day of school. Why are you being so uptight? Let's share. Miao Jun, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, persistently offered him the food. Seeing the entire class attention drawn to him, Jiang Fan could no longer endure it. Hey, stop eating, the smell is overwhelming. It's really affecting my studies. Huh? Miao Jun's brain momentarily short-circuited. You're last, and I'm second to last. How am I affecting your studies? Is there even lower ground for you? But in the next second, Miao Jun snapped back to reality, turning his head stiffly, frozen in place. He watched as the girl, hands clasped behind her back, gracefully stepped onto the podium. Her gentle gaze transformed, scanning Class 8 with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. My name is Tang Ro, and I will be your martial arts instructor from now on. My goal is to ensure that each of you becomes a martial artist as you desire. Therefore, she continued, if anyone lacks the ability and refuses to train seriously, dragging down the class, I will not hesitate to advise their withdrawal. Do you understand? As she spoke, her icy gaze fell directly on Jiang Fan and Miao Jun, nearly naming them outright. On the very first day, the new instructor had already taken note of him. Jiang Fan felt a wave of frustration. This completely contradicted his intention to proceed with caution. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have endured hardships, joined a sect, and become an outer disciple. Yet due to inadequate aptitude, you are looked down upon by the elders and scorned by your peers. Ding. Main task updated. Pass the inner disciple assessment. Reward. System currency 100, cleansing elixir 10 inches. The school corresponding to the sect. The inner disciples correspond to the elite classes. This end-of-month assessment requires students to achieve a rank within the top 100 of their grade to have a chance of entering. But let us not dwell on that for now. At the very least, grant me the opportunity to cultivate this technique, Jiang Fan said, raising a book to shield his face while taking a hearty bite of a chive box, sighing inwardly. The minor episode in class quickly passed. Under the command of the young instructor, the entire class collectively ran 20 laps, followed by standing in a horse stance for half an hour. The training intensity was nearly double that of their usual routine. This was merely the warm-up. Once everyone was utterly exhausted, the instructor finally began the main session, demonstrating a martial arts practice before the curious and excited gazes of the students. This dragon-elephant body refinement technique significantly enhances the resilience of your muscles and bones, bolsters your vitality and endurance, and is essential for transcending your physical limits and ascending to the rank of a martial artist. In fact, the foundational martial arts you have been practicing since your enrollment are part of the dragon-elephant body refinement technique. If you have already built a solid foundation, the cultivation will be far more intuitive. As Tang Ro completed a set of movements, visible wisps of white vapor emanated from her head, resembling steam from sauna. This was a sign of accelerated metabolism, indicating the vitality surging within the martial artist's body. The audience below watched with envy. Tang Ro withdrew her fists and continued. In the history of elite class students, some have grasped the basics in as little as 10 days, while the slowest took a month. However, my expectations for you are not excessively high. Meeting the average standard of the Martial Arts Academy's admission criteria within 3 months will suffice. This implied that failing to reach this threshold within 3 months would result in being advised to withdraw. Upon discerning the underlying message from the instructor, the students in the classroom began to worry, quickly revitalizing their spirits to familiarize themselves with each movement. After all, those with exceptional talent or affluent backgrounds who could afford additional cultivation resources had already ascended to the elite class, leaving no reason for them to remain in the ordinary class, regarded as inferior. Excellent, yet entirely incomprehensible, Jiang Fan glanced around, realizing he was the sole individual still frozen in place, an embodiment of despair, or rather, martial ignorance. As he stood there, at a loss for how to practice, the system stirred to life. Detected martial technique, would you like to record it? Yes, no, finally, haha. I knew my instincts were correct. If this high martial world can recognize the ancient wilderness, Why should martial arts not be akin to cultivation techniques? Jiang Fan's spirits lifted instantly, choosing to record it. Successfully recorded the technique Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique incomplete side quest, acquire at least one technique completed. Reward, 10 system currency, 2 cleansing pills automatically stored in the system space, available for extraction at any time. An incomplete technique? Could it be supplemented directly through the system? Jiang Fan hesitated to extract the rewards, pondering. The system seemed to sense his confusion, and a new prompt appeared after the technique. You may consume 10 system currency to complete the technique current system currency, 20. Since a complete technique was attainable, what was there to hesitate about? Completed. With a thought, the system interface transformed once more. Consumed 10 system currency Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Successfully completed Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique complete. The first part of the Sage's cultivation method Zhang Lu Golden Body. Cultivating it to perfection grants a body impervious to destruction, immune to all forms of attack. Zhang Lu Golden Body. Exceeds current detection range. Jiang Fan gasped in astonishment. He had not expected such a delightful surprise. The Zhang Lu Golden Body was none other than the technique practiced by the Buddha himself. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Buddha, confronted by the peacock, survived by relying on this very technique to break free from the creature's grasp. Now, the system claimed he had acquired the first part. Did this not imply that gathering all 3 parts would grant him access to the true sage's technique? Wait a moment. Does possessing only the first part qualify as complete? Shouldn't all 3 parts be supplemented together? Jiang Fan felt somewhat speechless, increasingly convinced that the system resembled a trickster merchant. However, since he had already expended 10 currency, he had no choice but to make do. He clicked to use it on the system interface, and the various essentials for cultivation surged into his mind. His once barren intellect felt as though it had been ravaged by an overwhelming tide of knowledge, leaving him dizzy and pained. Jiang Fan hastily settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to concentrate and attempt to digest the influx. However, this act of rest amidst the toiling crowd stood out conspicuously, drawing attention. It was hard not to notice. Is Jiang Fan out of his mind? Is he actually sleeping during the first martial arts class? Honestly, given Jiang Fan's current abysmal performance, it hardly makes a difference whether he practices or not. Wait a moment. Who is Jiang Fan? The murmurs of curiosity grew louder. Despite having been classmates for 2 years, many seemed to be encountering Jiang Fan for the first time. Did I get caught sleeping? Miao Jun, who had been covertly dozing, suddenly awoke upon hearing the commotion. He turned to see Jiang Fan also asleep at the back of the crowd, too indifferent even to pretend otherwise. Goodness, I'm not the only one caught. Glancing sideways at the podium, he noticed Instructor Tang Ro with her arms crossed, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Jiang Fan, as if regarding a lifeless being. After repeatedly facing provocations from the students, even the most patient of teachers would struggle to contain their ire. Miao Jun, realizing there was no hope for rescue, drew a cross on his shoulder and forehead, pressing his palms together in silent mourning for Jiang Fan. May they at least leave a whole corpse for Brother Fan. Amen. Chapter 3. You surely do not wish for the instructor to face suspension and inquiry, do you? At this very moment, Jiang Fan remained entirely oblivious to his surroundings, wholly engrossed in his cultivation. As the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique coursed through him, a warm current inexplicably surged beneath his skin, gradually cleansing his entire being and ultimately converging at his dantian. It felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, an exquisite sensation of comfort enveloping him. What is going on with this person? Tang Ro intended to make an example of someone to prevent others from disregarding her words. However, she suddenly sensed that the aura of the individual had transformed into a stable and prolonged state, with each breath causing significant fluctuations in his vital energy, hinting at an upward trend. A breathing technique? Tang Ro furrowed her brow, deep in thought. No, that's impossible. Breathing techniques can only be sustained by martial artists. If an ordinary person were to forcefully practice it, they would simply explode. Upon closer examination, Jiang Fan's state bore a striking resemblance to the practice of the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. Yet the amplitude of his vital energy fluctuations was evidently beyond the reach of ordinary martial arts. Jiang Fan, wake up, stop sleeping. Class monitor Su Hao noticed the instructor's gaze and could not help but remind him. He had initially thought Jiang Fan would not return this semester, as his grades had perpetually languished at the bottom, rendering him incapable of becoming a martial artist. Participating in the major examination would only lower the acceptance rate for the Martial Arts Academy in Experimental Class 1. Unexpectedly, after the summer break, not only did he return, but he also seemed to have gained a considerable amount of audacity, daring to sleep under the instructor's very nose during the first class of the new term. Was he not afraid of being made an example of, paraded around for public humiliation? Seeing that Jiang Fan did not respond, Su Hao reached out to shake his shoulder. The instructor, Tang Rou, suddenly interjected, "There is no need to concern yourself with him. Focus on your own practice." Su Hao paused, filled with doubt, and withdrew his hand, pondering whether the instructor had completely given up on Jiang Fan. The other students, hearing the instructor's words, also curbed their curiosity and reluctantly shifted their gazes. But at that moment, whoosh, a brilliant golden light erupted from Jiang Fan's body, dazzling and resplendent. It was as though he were concealing a 1,000-watt headlamp within him, instantly illuminating the entire classroom as if it were midday, nearly blinding those present. The source of disruption in the classroom had finally awakened, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Why are you all looking at me? I am not particularly handsome. Merely an ordinary lad." "Jiang Fan, your dantian is glowing." Miao Jun pointed with a trembling finger towards a part below his neck, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. The surrounding girls either flushed crimson, covering their faces, or craned their necks closer, their eyes brimming with wonder. Jiang Fan lowered his head and finally noticed the peculiarity of his own body. However, to be precise, it was not his dantian that was glowing, but rather an extraordinary golden light emanating from below. It seemed to be the result of completing the dragon-elephant body refining technique. The ultimate version of this technique, the Vajra body, logically would cause the body to emit light after cultivation, wouldn't it? Yet, before Jiang Fan could observe it in detail, the golden light swiftly dissipated. It appeared that such an effect only manifested when the technique was in operation. Why precisely at this location? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. He was certainly aware that the glowing area was the dantian, but how others perceived it remained uncertain. As he rapidly contemplated how to provide a reasonable explanation to avoid being perceived as a monster destined for dissection, Instructor Tang Rou approached. The onlookers, seeing this, instinctively parted to create a pathway. One could not deny that the new female instructor appeared youthful up close, possessing an air reminiscent of a neighborly sister, which explained the earlier misunderstanding by the chubby student. Who would have thought that such a seemingly gentle girl could easily crush a truck with a single punch? Tang Rou scrutinized him, her face betraying no emotion. "Jiang Fan, is it? Come with me for a moment." In the adjacent lounge, Tang Rou seated herself on the sofa, legs crossed with precision, her hands flipping through the student records of Class 8. She addressed him directly. "Your meditative state and the resonance of your vital energy indicate that your compatibility with martial arts has reached at least 70. Judging by your condition, it should be around 75, which is quite high. With such talent, how is it that your grades consistently languish at the bottom? Your physical fitness is even inferior to that of an ordinary person." Originally, Tang Rou was uncertain about what had transpired with Jiang Fan. However, upon witnessing the golden light, she realized that he had indeed been practicing the dragon-elephant body refining technique. Few are aware that when certain prodigies are exceptionally suited to this technique, it can produce an extraordinary golden light during cultivation. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, it would have been hard to believe such an occurrence could happen to a student from the ordinary class, especially one regarded as a slacker. It turned out to be a consequence of compatibility, but only 75? Who does he think he is? That is akin to having an extraordinary advantage. Jiang Fan stood beside the coffee table, secretly relieved that he would not have to explain the glowing dantian. Being regarded as a genius was certainly preferable to being seen as a monster. As for the reasons for a genius being overlooked, those could be easily fabricated. He contemplated for a moment, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion, helplessness, and indignation. "I am not entirely certain. Perhaps it's because I have to juggle 10 part-time jobs daily, and all my spare time is dedicated to working to pay off student loans, leaving me with little time to cultivate seriously. In essence, it boils down to 2 words: lack of funds. Is your family situation not favorable?" Tang Rou listened patiently, her brow furrowing slightly. "What a pity. Your foundation is now set. Even with talent in martial arts, it will be challenging to catch up with your peers. In martial arts practice, talent determines the upper limit, while financial resources dictate the lower limit. The significance of both cannot be overstated. However, sometimes luck can play a small yet crucial role. If Jiang Fan's talent had been discovered earlier, even just a year ahead, he could have already broken through to the 9th rank of martial artists." Jiang Fan responded with a wry smile. "Does that mean I am devoid of hope? It is indeed impossible to break through to become a martial artist before the major examination, but starting now, there is still a chance to strive for admission to the Martial Arts Academy." Tang Rou closed the document in her hands, smiling reassuringly. "In that case, I will apply for the special scholarship for you this year. Before the major examination, you should focus all your energy on cultivation. A special scholarship? Me? Jiang Fan, who had initially intended to continue feigning pity in hopes of garnering some advantage, was taken aback. To his knowledge, the scholarships at Experimental Class 1 were divided into 3 tiers, only accessible to those whose grades ranked within the top 100 of the year. Beyond these 3 levels, there existed a special scholarship that included 200,000 blue star coins along with various vital energy elixirs and cultivation resources, only available to those who were not in the top 10 yet possessed immense potential. Historically, it had always been claimed by the elite students from the top 3 classes. With his grades at the bottom of the year, what qualifications did he have to apply for the special scholarship? This was far beyond the realm of mere benefits. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Tang Rou clarified, "As a martial arts instructor, I possess the authority to grant this. In any case, you may utilize the resources from the special scholarship for now, and once the examinations are over, you can prove your worth with results." Tang Rou spoke nonchalantly, as if securing the special scholarship was a foregone conclusion. Clearly, there were over 20 classes in the senior year, and she was not the only martial arts instructor, especially as she was new. Jiang Fan did not grasp the intricate details but figured Tang Rou had no reason to toy with him idly. So he curiously inquired, "What if I fail to produce results?" Fail to produce results? Is gaining admission to the Martial Arts Academy truly so difficult? Tang Rou raised an eyebrow, seemingly reassessing his potential. After a moment, a hint of playful sarcasm graced her lips. "Do your best. Otherwise, I might be suspected of abusing my power." Jiang Fan, surely you do not wish for your instructor to be suspended and investigated, do you? Such serious consequences? Jiang Fan was somewhat astonished. However, with the system safeguarding him, gaining admission to the Martial Arts Academy was merely a matter of course. It was akin to effortlessly obtaining 200,000 and a plethora of cultivation resources. Why refuse such a generous offer? Jiang Fan confidently patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, instructor. A drop of kindness deserves a wellspring of gratitude. If you were to go in, I would certainly bring fruits to visit you regularly." Tang Rou responded with a puzzled expression. Jiang Fan continued, "Of course, I have resolved to devote myself wholeheartedly to my studies, aiming for the top martial academy. Hence, such a situation will never occur." He sighed. "Could you not finish your thought in one breath?" Tang Rou waved her hand dismissively. "Flattering words are of no use to me. If you can merely reach the passing mark in this mock exam, it would justify the scholarship. Now, hurry back to your training." Chapter 4. Am I truly human? As Jiang Fan exited the lounge, lunchtime had arrived. With over 10 minutes remaining before class resumed, he strode unhesitatingly towards the cafeteria building. On the way, he activated the system panel that recorded the martial arts he had yet to review. Host, Jiang Fan, Single, Realm, None, Cultivation Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique, Not Initiated, Magic Technique, 5 Thunder Rites, Initiated, System Currency, 10, Main Quest, Pass the Inner Disciple Assessment, Pending. What's the deal with being single? Who even thinks of romance while pursuing immortality? Jiang Fan's expression darkened once more, utterly perplexed by the system's peculiar emphasis on his single status. Could there possibly be a dual cultivation feature? However, if such a thing existed, it might not be entirely unwelcome, considering the importance of his cultivation plans. Jiang Fan chose to momentarily disregard this notation and focused his attention on the cultivation technique. With a flicker of thought, he commanded, "System, allocate points." According to the instructor, entering the elite class within a month was considered genius, while achieving it in 10 days was the hallmark of a prodigy. So what would 1 second's initiation classify as? Upgrade requires 20 currency, insufficient system currency, upgrade failed. Surprisingly, he was blocked by resource limitations. Jiang Fan's fantasies were abruptly curtailed, and he pouted, inquiring with his mind. Is there a way to earn system currency? Answer, complete tasks to earn it. But I need to enhance my strength to complete tasks. Answer, the host may consume system currency to enhance strength. Then what if I lack sufficient system currency? Answer, complete tasks to earn it. So, how on earth am I supposed to complete the system tasks when my strength is inadequate? Answer, the host may consume system currency to enhance strength. Jiang Fan could not help but feel exasperated. Yet, recalling the system's inherent flaws, he quickly lost the energy to complain. Was he left with no choice but to wait for simpler tasks to trigger or to diligently cultivate? He exhaled a long, weary sigh, his thoughts in turmoil. Suddenly, he remembered he had rewards yet to claim. Jiang Fan accessed the system space and chose to extract the cleansing essence pill, which materialized in his hand as 2 pills the size of eyeballs. The pills were black, slightly glossy, and tasted faintly sweet. Surely, there wouldn't be any side effects, right? Just as he intended to swallow the cleansing essence pill in one go, A wave of hesitation washed over him. It wasn't a matter of doubting the quality of the system's product, but after experiencing a catastrophic thunderstorm, one couldn't help but wonder if consuming the pill would lead to some unusual symptoms. Moreover, as far as he knew, in Blue Star's current technological landscape, enhancing potential typically required blood transfusions or the implantation of artificial meridians. However, both methods demanded exorbitant amounts of Blue Star currency and did not guarantee success. Could a mere cleansing essence pill truly improve one's physique and enhance potential? The potency must be astounding. He needed to find someone to test the risks. Jiang Fan rubbed his chin, contemplating who would be the unfortunate subject, or rather, the fortunate one. For some reason, an image of a rotund, sly figure floated into his mind. Brother Fan, you're alive. Just as he approached the cafeteria building, a nimble chubby boy darted out from behind, attempting to sneak a snack but was evaded by Jiang Fan's deft maneuver. The newcomer was naturally Miaojun. They had a habit of sneaking out a few minutes early from the last class of the morning to rush to the cafeteria for food, a routine for students like them who struggled academically. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be on the brink of death? Jiang Fan scoffed. We agreed to stick together back in kindergarten. Why would I leave you behind? Miaojun scrutinized him closely, noting he was unscathed, and with a puzzled expression asked, did the instructor let you off the hook? Or did you sell your soul? Such a dirty mind. Even if you were caught in public, others would still find you repugnant. Jiang Fan clicked his tongue. Having hesitated over who to test the pill on, he now felt he had made a decision. What do you have in your hand? A payment for services. Miaojun noticed the cleansing essence pill and looked at him with disdain. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. It's a Miley Sue, bought from a roadside stall. Care to try? Are you questioning my stomach? Without hesitation, Miaojun snatched one and tossed it into his mouth. So how does it taste? Jiang Fan scrutinized him closely for any changes. Miaojun chewed a couple of times and shook his head. Tastes like nothing. You must have bought a fake. Forget it. Let us hurry and grab a seat in the cafeteria. The cafeteria for the experimental class was divided into 2 floors. The crowded first floor was where regular class students dined, while elite class students enjoyed access to the second floor. There, professional chefs prepared specially designed nutritional meals for martial artists, including rare beast meats that were difficult to procure. As the aroma wafted down from the upper floor, Jiang Fan found his fried chicken leg tasteless in comparison. Meanwhile, Miaojun, having consumed the cleansing essence pill, continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. Was the effect perhaps mild? Jiang Fan mechanically ate, secretly speculating. Suddenly, Miaojun exclaimed, Whoa, it's the top 3 stars of the elite class. How did they come down here? The once boisterous first-floor cafeteria fell into silence. Jiang Fan turned, confused. Approaching from the staircase were 2 handsome boys and a beautiful girl, all clad in expensive martial arts uniforms worth thousands, carrying their beast meat nutritional meals, appearing like 3 walking cash transports. They were Tang Li, known for his exceptional vitality, Dong Hui, the top martial talent, and the beloved goddess of their class, Rongwenwen. The 3 stars of the elite class dining on the first floor? How down to earth. The surrounding students were astonished. Jiang Fan recalled that the trio had consistently ranked among the top 3 in their grades since enrollment, earning them the title of the elite class's 3 stars due to their distinct advantages and unyielding performance. Curiously watching the spectacle, 2 students with shoulder insignias approached their row. Gesturing, excuse me, could you please vacate this seat? Someone will be sitting here shortly. The regular class students, seeing this, reluctantly stood up and shuffled their trays away. Damn it, the student council is here to chase us away, probably to prevent us from disturbing the elite talents meal. Miaojun gritted his teeth. Feeling both anger and helplessness, I thought I might finally get a chance to speak with Goddess Wenwen. Not allowed. They could have easily dined on the second floor but chose to come down here, and now we have to give up our seats? Jiang Fan glanced over and continued eating, unfazed. The elite class students were merely slightly better in grades, stronger in strength, and perhaps had a bit more money. But they were not invincible warriors. What a joke. Soon, the student council members reached him, addressing him with an air of entitlement. Please vacate this seat. Someone will be sitting here shortly. Before the other could finish, Jiang Fan slammed his chopsticks down. Am I not human? Am I not human? Chapter 5. My fate is mine. Not the heavens. The expressions of the student council members froze. They had never encountered a rebellious spirit unwilling to comply. Typically, when their badges were displayed, who would dare to disregard them? Refusing to cooperate with the student council, are you aware of the consequences? A tall individual appeared provoked, his face flushed with indignation. Work? That's akin to being a eunuch. Observing Jiang Fan's defiance, Miaojun also retaliated with a voice that was neither loud nor soft. The student council has always had a poor reputation. A group of individuals often wielding trivial matters as authority, yet the majority of the council's leadership hails from elite classes, which results in many feeling unable to voice their dissent. The tall member of the student council, feeling insulted, reddened further. Do you dare to insult us? State your names and student IDs. One of the council members sighed. Let us just sit here and leave. At that moment, a light voice pierced through the tension. Among the three prominent figures, Dong Wei, sporting dark circles under his eyes, snapped his fingers and sat down across the table. Apologies, the student council member acquiesced, offering a forced smile, casting a glare at Jiang Fan and his companion before departing. As they savor dry pot bullfrog, Dong Wei chuckled softly, shaking his head. Life is akin to dining. One should not fixate solely on the exquisite dishes. Consuming unfit meals can lead to discomfort. Why torment oneself? Dong, your insults are rather sophisticated, remarked Miao Jun, who, with a swift press of his hand, transformed his metal chopsticks into razor-like implements, elegantly slicing a piece of roasted meat before him. The campus goddess. Rome Wonwin rummaged through her bag, producing disinfectant spray to cleanse the surroundings, laying down a disposable tablecloth and arranging napkins before finally settling down. Is this truly where ordinary classes dine? The air is thick with an odor of poverty. The three elite figures engaged in casual conversation, scarcely acknowledging Jiang Fan and Miao Jun beside them. Yet, their words dripped with derision and disdain. The rotund fellow, who had initially intended to strike up a conversation with the goddess, now fidgeted uneasily, as if he were afflicted by an ailment. Brother Fan, I suddenly lack appetite. A swarm of flies buzzed nearby. Who could possibly retain their appetite? Jiang Fan cast a surprised glance at Miao Jun, astonished that the rotund one had also adopted a sarcastic tone. Could it be that proximity to the elite had influenced him? They spoke without lowering their voices, and with no one else around. Their words reached the ears of the three prominent figures. The table next door fell silent for a moment. Who are you calling flies? Tang Li, impulsive by nature, slammed the table and rose. Dong Hui restrained him, shaking his head in counsel. If a dog barks at you on the street, will you bark back? We are here to observe the capabilities of ordinary students. There is no need to get irate over a mere passerby. Just sit down. However, it appeared they were indeed rather unimpressive. Rongwen chuckled lightly. No, I genuinely feel unwell. I truly lack appetite. Miao Jun lamented. I understand, Jiang Fan nodded, thinking the rotund one would continue to display the pride of the ordinary class. But in the next moment, poof, poof, bang, a series of rhythmic explosions resonated, causing the dining table to tremble slightly. Upon hearing this commotion, any reasonable person would sense something amiss. So, you really do have an upset stomach, Jiang Fan exclaimed. As Miao Jun clasped his legs and rose, his fists tightly clenched against his chest, his sphincter threatening to give way. Jiang Fan hastily tossed him a pack of tissues. In an instant, Miao Jun transformed into a miniature locomotive, puffing and chugging away, leaving behind a dense orange mist. Who threw a gas bomb in the cafeteria? I'm going to throw up. Call an ambulance. Someone has fainted. The entire dining hall erupted into chaos. Could it be the effect of the cleansing elixir? Jiang Fan's eyes brightened. Something that could help expel impurities with such potency must indeed be his cleansing elixir. Unexpectedly, the side effect was an urgent need to relieve oneself. And the expelled impurities were rather fierce. Thankfully, he had not ingested it directly. Prepared, Jiang Fan held his breath and calmly rose from his seat. The three at the neighboring table turned ashen, caught between the desire to leave and the embarrassment of staying. As the elite class's top talents, the most promising martial artists in their experimental cohort, being chased away by a series of flatulence would surely leave an indelible stain on their reputations. Tang Li could no longer contain his anger, slamming his palm onto the alloy dining table. You? Who are you? Who are you? Without looking back, Jiang Fan replied, no need for name changes. Miao Jun is indeed the one. Miao Jun, is it? I'll remember you. In the senior year, classes were minimal, allowing students to arrange their time as they pleased. After the only major class of the morning concluded, one could either choose to stay at school to practice or return home. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the cleansing elixir, Jiang Fan decisively opted to return home to prepare a toilet and tissues before refining it further. Of course, before that, he needed to ensure Miao Jun made it home safely. At the school gate, after making a phone call to Miao Jun's parents, a private vehicle soon pulled up. Juner, what happened to you? Did someone bully you at school? Tell me their names. I'll do whatever it takes to seek justice for you. Before the car had even come to a stop, a pair of middle-aged parents hurriedly leapt out. Jiang Fan handed Miao Jun over to his parents, chuckling nervously as he scratched his nose. Rest assured, Uncle Miao and Aunt Lu, he just had a little upset stomach. He'll recover after some rest and nutrition. Phew. It's good that he is all right. Miao's father gratefully patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder. We're lucky Miao Jun has a friend like you. Otherwise, we'd be worried sick about him. It was a trivial matter, really. Jiang Fan modestly replied, helping to usher Miao Jun into the back seat. Xiao Fan, you don't have classes this afternoon, right? Seeing him about to leave, Miao's mother called out, why not come to our house for dinner? I'll call your sister and invite her too. I have to practice today. Next time, definitely. Jiang Fan laughed lightly to decline. Fearing that once Miao Jun woke up and the family learned the truth, they would insist on keeping him around to express their gratitude. With the matter settled, Jiang Fan took his leave, his figure appearing somewhat solitary as he embarked on the bus home. Unlike Miao Jun, who had the comfort of a complete family, Jiang Fan's mother had perished early due to a beast calamity. His father, Jiang Huang, though fortunately alive, suffered from lingering ailments that led to a split personality, necessitating his stay in a mental institution. Now, only his sister, Jiang Xian, remained to keep him company. Before long, the bus arrived at its stop, an old, dilapidated urban village. They had once resided in a high-end apartment in the city center, neighbors with the rotund fellow. However, in recent years, to afford his father's medical treatment and fund his education, they had to sell their house and move into the cheapest rental in the urban village. As soon as he disembarked, Jiang Fan noticed a security bureau vehicle parked below. Is my sister sleeping in the car again? Jiang Xian worked at the security bureau as a team leader, often dealing with beasts, which caused her to have an erratic sleep schedule. Opening the passenger door, an overwhelming scent of cheap instant coffee wafted over him, followed by remnants of half-eaten takeout, burger wrappers, and empty 2-liter soda bottles, a heap of trash. On the steering wheel, a few days' worth of unwashed, yellowed, and smelly white socks hung. Jiang Xian lay slumped in the driver's seat. At first glance, one might think a person had sprouted from the garbage pile. Jiang Fan, have you skipped class again? Jiang Xian groaned, turning over to reveal a face that resembled a crumpled paper bag. She had a light sleep, and with her 8th grade martial prowess, she had awakened when Jiang Fan approached. Sister, I've turned over a new leaf, and besides, I don't have classes this afternoon. Jiang Fan replied, slightly exasperated by Jiang Xian's disappointed expression. What of the trust between individuals? He grasped the light blue uniform of the Public Security Bureau with one arm, pulling a person from the heap of refuse and hoisting them onto his back. Could you not have taken a few more steps on your own? Returning to your room to wash up before sleeping? You could scrape mud off your body with your nails. Hello? Hello? Great. They've fallen asleep again. In the urban village, there are no elevators. Jiang Fan had no choice but to carry his sister up the 5 flights of stairs. Fortunately, after training in the dragon elephant body forging technique, his physical condition had improved significantly. In the past, he would need to rest after carrying someone up just a couple of steps, but now he ascended the 5 floors in one breath without even panting. One can only wonder how much more he would improve once he truly mastered the technique. He returned home brimming with anticipation. After unceremoniously tossing his sister, who was deep in slumber, onto the bed, he eagerly retrieved a roll of pristine, unopened toilet paper and entered the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, he held a pill in his left hand and the roll of paper in his right. With a golden pill swallowed down, I command my fate. Not the heavens. Let us do this. Chapter 6. Upgrade. 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 2 hours passed. As the sun dipped low, its warm light spilled through the window, illuminating a face that appeared utterly drained. Jiang Fan had, after all, managed to endure. He leaned against the wall, his legs trembling, his stomach growling in desperation. Outside, the sun glowed red, reminiscent of a radiant tomato. Rubbing his eyes to regain his focus, he painstakingly crawled to the kitchen, devouring a large pot of white rice that had been prepared in the rice cooker. Only then did some color return to his cheeks. After this trial, he wondered just how much his strength had increased. Rubbing his swollen belly, he collapsed onto the sofa, eagerly accessing the system panel. Host, Jiang Fan, single, realm, none, cultivation technique, dragon elephant body forging technique, novice. Requires 15 system currency to upgrade. Art, 5 thunder method, novice, system currency, 10, main quest. Pass the inner gate disciple assessment, pending completion. No noticeable improvement? Wait. The currency needed for upgrading the technique has decreased. Jiang Fan widened his eyes, realizing that the cost to upgrade the dragon elephant body forging technique had dropped from 20 to 15. Who would have thought that enhancing his physique could diminish currency consumption? If that is so, could consuming resources like blood-boosting potions also offset the cost? Yes, the host may use cultivation resources to offset the required currency for upgrades. Excellent. Now this is what I call a cheat. If one has a system and still practices diligently, then the system is truly invaluable. Jiang Fan was overjoyed but couldn't help but grumble. Why didn't anyone clarify that there were alternative methods for upgrades from the beginning? Response. The host's issue is acquiring system currency, not offsetting it. How troublesome to have such an abstract system in life. When did we acquire a training pod at home? Jiang Fan turned his head, suddenly noticing a slightly worn but well-cleaned training pod in the corner of the living room. The training pod, 2 meters in length and streamlined in shape, was just big enough for one person to lie down in. Blue Star is a civilization rich in martial virtue. To facilitate combat anywhere without causing casualties, scientists develop training pods that allow for virtual combat in a networked world. After decades of upgrades, these pods could simulate nearly 90 of sensory realism, with prices dropping from millions to just over 100,000, making them affordable even for ordinary families. Jiang Fan's family once owned 2 of the latest models, but after moving to the urban village, they had to sell them on the second-hand market to make ends meet. I salvaged one discarded by the Public Security Bureau. You can use it for your martial training. Just then, Jiang Xian, his sister, emerged from her bedroom yawning, clad in shorts and a tank top, exuding an odor of sweat. She grabbed a 2-liter bottle of cola and gulped it down, followed by a series of loud belches that lasted 2 minutes. If an ordinary person attempted that, they might choke and faint. Only a warrior's body could endure such feats. Jiang Fan had long been curious to explore Blue Star's virtual world, but his introverted nature prevented him from asking shop owners for a free pod. Now, with his sister bringing one home, he felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, big sister. I vow never to call you a tomboy again. At 18 years old and 182 centimeters tall, Jiang Xian possessed a figure akin to a Victoria's Secret model, radiating femininity. Walking down the street, she would attract attention, though her demeanor was anything but ladylike. She often picked her feet while eating, then used the same hand to serve him food. Thus, Jiang Fan frequently found himself internally criticizing her. You've called me a tomboy before? Jiang Xian furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp as a predator ready to pounce. Oh no, I let that slip. Jiang Fan scratched his neck awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. By the way, our instructor taught us new martial arts today. I'm planning to familiarize myself with them in the training pod. Jiang Xian, who always prioritized his studies, was immediately diverted by his mention of the training pod. Wait a moment. I heard your school has a mock exam at the end of the month. I bought you some blood-boosting potions. Don't embarrass me by scoring a 0 again. From her pile of unmentionably dirty clothes on the sofa, Jiang Xian pulled out a box of potions and tossed it to him. Upon seeing the label, Jiang Fan's heart raced as he hurriedly caught it with care. Gene enhancement agents. Aren't these military-grade substances prohibited from market circulation? Blood-boosting potions come in military and civilian varieties, with civilian ones providing only a 1 to 2% increase in vitality and often causing dizziness and liver damage as side effects. Military-grade ones, however, are gene enhancement agents, which have no side effects and increase vitality by more than 10 times compared to civilian ones. Of course, such efficient cultivation resources are strategic materials in both the Summer Kingdom and the entire Blue Star Alliance. Being caught trading them privately could lead to sentences starting at 3 years, with the death penalty for more serious offenses. Jiang Fan's nose twitched. Sister, are you seriously trading strategic materials just to rid yourself of me as a burden? Are you planning to end up in prison? This is an internal perk from the Public Security Bureau. Just tell me if you want it or not. If not, I'll feed it to the dogs. Jiang Xian looked at her brother as if he were foolish, scratching her head. After all, she was the captain of a security team, known for her fairness and integrity, having been awarded the moral benchmark of the Public Security Bureau for 3 consecutive years. How could she possibly engage in the illegal trade of strategic materials? She hadn't even paid for them. I want it, Jiang Fan exclaimed, clutching the gene enhancement agent tightly. How could he let such a good opportunity slip away? Moreover, it was perfect for attempting to upgrade his technique. Returning to his modest room of less than 5 square meters, Jiang Fan took out a box containing 30 doses, enough for a month's supply of the gene enhancement agent. He then opened the panel and concentrated. System, allocate points. In the next moment, the dragon elephant body forging technique began to operate autonomously, emitting brilliant golden light from his dantian, while the blue potion in the glass vial levitated and merged into his limbs and veins. Dragon elephant body forging technique upgrade successful. Host, Jiang Fan, single, realm, level 1, cultivation technique, dragon elephant body forging technique, novice, art, 5 thunder method, novice, system currency, 0, main quest, pass the inner gate disciple assessment, pending completion. It worked. Jiang Fan rejoiced. Originally requiring 20 currency for an upgrade, he managed to offset 10 currency through the use of cleansing pills and gene enhancement agents, thus only consuming half to achieve success. He had entered the novice level of the dragon elephant body forging technique in a single day. Which genius in the elite class could accomplish such a feat? This astonishing speed of improvement would likely remain unmatched throughout the entire Summer Kingdom. One could only imagine the expression on the instructor's face upon learning of his current progress in cultivation. Jiang Fan's lips curled upward in a barely suppressed smile. One of the prodigies in the elite class. Given ample resources for cultivation, surpassing them is merely a matter of time. Has my realm also ascended? Jiang Fan redirected his gaze to the system panel, only to notice a change in the realm section. It had shifted from none to level 1. Cultivation realm, level 1. System, where are we? Answer, primordial era. Ah, the primordial era of cultivation, correct? So my current realm is? Answer, level 1. Jiang Fan hesitated, his frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Why not at least provide me with a basic foundation for chi training and alchemy? Where is the dignity of a cultivator? Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach grumbled audibly, despite having consumed a large bowl of rice just 10 minutes prior. It seemed that upgrading the system's techniques was not as simple as a mere notification. It also consumed resources and stamina, albeit sparing him the tedious process. Never mind. Level 1 it is. First, I must satiate my hunger. Jiang Fan stretched lazily and stood up, intending to boil a pot of noodles, as he had some eggs left in the fridge. As he opened the door, he exclaimed, "Sister? What the hell is going on down there?" Stepping out of his bedroom, he was abruptly met by an overwhelming, pungent scent of blood. Chapter 7. System, do you have manners? Before him lay an endless expanse of stacked bones, the ground soaked in blood, transformed into a viscous sea of crimson. The sky was cleaved in two by a shocking rift, with eerie red lights spilling forth, becoming the sole hue in this world. Even more astonishing were the colossal stone pillars at each corner of the horizon, one of which was fractured mid-air, causing the heavens to tilt. As Jiang Fan stood in a stupor, memories of a passage from the classic of mountains and seas involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If the legendary miracles truly existed, then the scene before him was not an exaggeration of the broken celestial pillar. Without sunlight, the atmosphere was chillingly frigid, akin to rolling in the snow while clad only in undergarments. Jiang Fan shivered and turned around, only to find that the door to his bedroom had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind the lingering warmth of the brass doorknob in his hand. What in the world is this place? Have I been transported again? System, are you there? Location, beyond the primordial sky. You have commenced your first cultivation, glimpsing a fragment of the celestial essence, inadvertently falling into the beyond, a realm rich in spiritual energy, where cultivation yields twice the result with half the effort. It is a coveted paradise for countless cultivators. A paradise, you say? As if I hadn't asked. Jiang Fan gazed blankly at the sea of corpses, his instincts urging him to flee immediately. Yet, he was utterly ignorant of his whereabouts or how he arrived here. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Fan fished through his clothes, his expression darkening. Damn, I forgot to bring my phone charger. Otherwise, I could check my location. Just as frustration set in, a nearby corpse stirred, its decaying flesh sloughing away in layers. Then, in a manner defying the laws of physics, the corpse lifted its back before its legs finally supported its body, staggering toward him. Initially slow, its pace quickened into a sprint, resembling a ravenous wolf. This is not good. Jiang Fan's heart raced, and without hesitation, he interlocked his index and middle fingers, decisively unleashing the Five Thunder technique, sending forth a bolt of electricity from his fingertips. Celestial thunder, cleanse the filth and vanquish calamity. The Five Thunder technique, embodying pure yang and strength, specifically targets the malevolent. Upon striking the corpse, a cacophony ensued, purple light flashing as it was reduced to charred remains. Jiang Fan rubbed his slightly numb fingers and looked down at the motionless corpse less than half a meter away, feeling a wave of relief. Had it not been for his cultivation and the abundant vitality within him, this technique might have left him incapacitated before he even began. He crouched down, pinching his nose, examining the remains. These corpses seemed to have endured countless years, nearly reduced to skeletons, with no discernible clues to their origins. It was evident that they were not living beings. At that moment, a pure white mist rose from the corpse's chest. Jiang Fan instinctively recoiled, but was too late, as the mist effortlessly entered his body. Expecting an attack, he was surprised when the white vapor invigorated him, dispelling his fatigue as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. Even his famished stomach felt a slight sense of fullness. Ding! You explore your surroundings and discover treasures containing spiritual energy, which can refine the body and nourish the spirit, enhancing the power of techniques, with boundless applications, essential for cultivation. Detected that the host's internal spiritual energy is deficient and meridians are dry, triggering a side quest. Collect at least 10 treasures containing spiritual energy. Quest reward, 10 system currency, 2 cleansing pills. Corpses, treasures containing spiritual energy. Feeling a surge of vitality, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Setting aside the ghastly appearance of the corpses, The ability to gain spiritual energy from defeating them indeed bore the attributes of treasures. The system had surprisingly proven reliable this time. However, 10 treasures? Jiang Fan gazed at the mountains of corpses, his eyes flickering. This was a veritable treasure trove. Just as excitement swelled within him, 2 more corpses began to stir at his feet. 5 Thunder Technique. Go. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan unleashed his technique. Lightning erupting from his fingertips, preventing the corpses from rising. Boom. The treasures could not rise again, and 2 wisps of spiritual energy ascended, once more absorbed into his body. Collected treasures containing spiritual energy, 210, automatically converted into spiritual energy stored in the system space. Perhaps disturbed by the awakening corpses, more of them began to stir, their distorted bodies struggling to stand. Jiang Fan welcomed the challenge. He became a perpetual motion machine, simultaneously unleashing the 5 Thunder Technique and absorbing spiritual energy to replenish his own. Collected treasures containing spiritual energy, 610, collected treasures containing spiritual energy, 1010, side quest completed. Rewards, 10 system currency, 2 cleansing pills. Collected treasures containing spiritual energy, 2010, the system's tasks were swiftly completed, yet Jiang Fan showed no inclination to pause. He acutely sensed that the effects of spiritual energy were markedly different from those of vitality potions. While vitality potions fortified the body, spiritual energy seemed to nourish the soul, and the combination of both solidified his realm further. Outside, he had never heard of any supplement with effects akin to that of spiritual energy. Now that he was here, he intended to seize the opportunity. However, before he could revel in his fortune, he noticed an ever-growing multitude of corpses converging upon him. The ground trembled violently, and the entire world seemed to awaken. The earth beneath him quaked, rising at an astonishing speed. Jiang Fan struggled to maintain his balance, sliding down from what he had thought was a mountaintop. Upon looking up, he realized it was merely the decaying toe of a colossal corpse. The giant corpse gradually rose, its form overshadowing the sky, crushing countless of its kind beneath its foot. Now, this behemoth seemed to take note of the ants below, lifting its foot and blocking Jiang Fan's view of the heavens. Jiang Fan inhaled sharply, feeling a gust beneath his feet, and sprinted desperately toward the edge of the map. System, can you lend a hand? Ding. Detected a treasure containing high levels of spiritual energy, suggesting the host collect it. Collect it? Me? System, do you have any manners? As the sky grew darker, Jiang Fan felt like crying but had no tears left. The system was unreliable. Escape was impossible. Was he destined to perish here today? Just as despair enveloped him, an indistinct, ancient voice resonated from afar. Young one, this is not a place for you at present. Return whence you came. Immediately, an invisible force lifted him into the air, freeing him from peril. The colossal, unparalleled carcasses upon the ground appeared as though they had suspended time and space, their immense forms frozen in the very moment before they were about to be tread upon. What on earth, is there truly an immortal? Jiang Fan's eyes widened, feeling as though his worldview was shattering in that instant. Such formidable power could only be wielded by the legendary deities of lore. Moreover, the oppressive aura emanating from the bizarre realm was dissipating, suggesting that he might soon be able to escape. Yet, what place was this? What was the origin of these corpses? How had he arrived here? Who were you? He opened his mouth, a torrent of questions welling up within him, yet an inexplicable drowsiness overcame him, his eyelids fluttering. Is he truly a promising lad? My kin shall have successors. A mysterious voice suddenly exclaimed, followed by a deep, resonant laugh that gradually faded along with the strange world. Youngster, we shall meet again. With that, darkness enveloped Jiang Fan. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, or perhaps several epochs, time became elusive in the abyss. When he awoke, he found himself in a familiar room. Outside the window, the city lights sparkled, as they always did. A waft of oil and smoke reached his nose, likely from his sister preparing a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork. His limbs, once numbed by the cold, were gradually regaining warmth. The heart-stopping adventure seemed like a mere dream. However, upon entering the bathroom, he beheld his reflection in the mirror. His entire body was crimson, blood congealed in clumps, rendering him almost unrecognizable, as if he had just emerged from a blood pool. Chapter 8. As insignificant as an ant glancing at the time on the wall, he realized that merely an hour had passed in reality, yet it felt as though he had endured the most excruciating day of his life. Jiang Fan, come out for dinner. His sister's voice echoed, urging him like a herding pig. Jiang Fan tugged at his blood-stained clothes, suppressing the urge to stride out boldly. With so much blood of unknown origin, he feared his sister, Jiang Xian, who held the position of security team leader, might deduce the truth and turn against him. Fortunately, he wore short sleeves and shorts, which were easier to clean. Jiang Fan promptly removed his clothing, poured half a bag of laundry detergent, and scrubbed vigorously. He quickly showered and donned fresh clothes, applying floral water to mask the scent of blood. Once all traces of blood and odor were eradicated, he made his way to the living room and took a seat at the dining table. The meal consisted of white rice, sautéed greens with garlic, fish-flavored shredded pork, and a pot of old hen soup, not differing much from an ordinary dinner. The only distinction was the energy bars placed beside Jiang Xian. Ordinary food scarcely sufficed for a martial artist's daily caloric needs. Those with means often supplemented their meals with beast meat or vitality-boosting supplements. However, Jiang Xian's monthly salary was spent on purchasing medicine for their father or on training resources for Jiang Fan, leaving little room for savings. Thus, they resorted to cheap energy bars that tasted like cardboard, barely sustaining a martial artist from starvation. Once the scholarship funds arrived, he vowed to improve his sister's meals and buy her 2 boxes of spicy sauce for her enjoyment. Jiang Fan felt a pang of sadness, clenching his fists in determination. "Did you spend a long time in the bathroom, engaging in some craft?" Jiang Xian teased, her leg draped over the chair, a smirk playing on her lips. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan instinctively shrank back, fearing exposure. Of course, it was not the fear of being caught doing handiwork. He had always been forthright in that regard. What worried him was the lingering scent of blood on his body, a smell he could not adequately explain. Despite scrubbing thoroughly and applying floral water, a faint, lingering odor clung to him. "Something's off. You carry the scent of an exotic realm. When did you come into contact with it? Has the school begun introducing you to foreign creatures?" Jiang Xian inquired, her nose twitching. "Exotic realm?" Jiang Fan jolted, his thoughts swirling. Throughout the history of Blue Star, exotic realms existed as unique spatial dimensions scattered across the globe, numerous in number and lacking fixed sizes. Some were but a few micrometers in scale, while others could rival entire continents, capable of nurturing distinct civilizations and life forms. The mortal enemies of humanity, the beasts, hailed from one of the larger exotic realms. Simultaneously, exotic realms were synonymous with danger and death. Even the most powerful martial artists dared not venture in unprepared. If the bizarre world were indeed an exotic realm, could Blue Star withstand its arrival? A wave of unease washed over Jiang Fan. He had truly traversed the bizarre world, witnessing the terror of the colossal carcasses. In terms of threat, they were no less fearsome than the beasts. Moreover, the mysterious voice's farewell suggested he might be dragged back into that realm once more. Or perhaps that the bizarre world would descend upon them. Whichever scenario was to unfold, his circumstances seemed dire. Observing her brother's silence, Jiang Xian continued. "It may be beneficial to encounter exotic creatures early on, to acclimatize to fear. The practical portion of the major examination accounts for 60%. Many candidates excel in theoretical knowledge but lack the courage to confront beasts, ultimately failing to meet the minimum admission score for the martial academy." Jiang Fan, upon hearing this, refocused his thoughts and, not wishing to deny her words, tentatively asked, "Sister, have you heard of exotic dimensions filled with blood and human corpses? For there to be corpses, there must first be people." Jiang Xian shot him a look of disbelief. "As far as I know, there exists only one place suitable for human habitation. Whoever discovers humans beyond Blue Star would surely be honored in the Grand Temple and inscribed in history." "Why do you ask this?" I was just asking for Miaojun," Jiang Fan replied with a forced laugh, masking the truth. Who would suspect that he had not only discovered the existence of humans beyond Blue Star, but had encountered more than one instance? Yet, should he voice this revelation, he would likely be sent to the Qingshan mental hospital to share a room with his father, Jiang Huang. After dinner, Jiang Xian intended to offer him guidance in martial arts but was interrupted by a phone call from the bureau, compelling her to don her uniform and leave in haste. Clearly, an urgent case had arisen requiring her immediate attention. In recent years, incidents involving beast attacks had surged, making late-night shifts a common occurrence for security personnel. Watching his sister disappear at the door, Jiang Fan felt little inclination to linger. Having mistakenly entered the bizarre world, as insignificant as an ant, he had nearly been crushed by a colossal carcass. Should he encounter it again, he vowed to sever its head and use it as a ball to kick. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fan retrieved 2 marrow-cleansing pills as a reward for completing a collection task and swallowed them down with warm water. Perhaps due to the second use, the efficacy of the cleansing process diminished. The side effects did not send him running to the restroom, but rather resulted in a layer of greasy impurities exuding a strange odor from his skin. He quickly took a cold shower and opened his system panel. Host, Jiang Fan, Single, Realm, Level 1. Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique, Beginner. Upgrade requires 50 system currency. Magic, 5 Thunder Righteous Method, Beginner. System currency, 10. Main quest, pass the Inner Door Disciple Assessment. Awaiting completion. Reward. 100 system currency. 10 marrow cleansing pills. System space. Spiritual energy 55. Ding. Detected that the host absorbed 5 units of spiritual energy in 2 marrow cleansing pills, totaling a deduction of 20 system currency. Technique data has been updated. Technique. Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. Beginner. Upgrade requires 30 system currency, consume spiritual energy, and grant me more. Jiang Fan thought, eager to enhance his technique. Just then, a sudden dizziness enveloped him, as if his strength had been drawn away, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to fall from his seat. Detected that the host has reached the physical limit. Please try again later. Had he truly reached his limit? Jiang Fan rubbed his forehead, realizing that his body required time to adapt to the sudden surge of power. Upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. After all, if one's strength exceeded their physical capacity, a single punch might leave the opponent unharmed while breaking one's own bones. It was no wonder that a saying in Blue Star declared, "The body is the foundation of all." In the initial stages of cultivation, most warriors concentrate their efforts on honing their physical bodies. Jiang Fan, however, was not in a rush. His gaze shifted towards the training pod situated in the living room. According to the hefty fellow's claims, they had recently unlocked certain inappropriate content within the virtual realm. Whether this was true remained uncertain, yet Jiang Fan was curious to investigate. He recalled the operational steps from memory, plugged in the power source, and activated the training pod. As the glass cover of the pod automatically opened, he reclined inside. Welcome to the customized training pod of the Public Security Bureau, ID 021. Biological information has been automatically detected. Confirm upload? This device was surprisingly advanced, Jiang Fan mused. He had not anticipated that despite its worn appearance, the training pod possessed state-of-the-art automatic detection capabilities. Without such a feature, he would have had to undergo initial testing at school to gather his physical data before uploading it for simulation. The control interface presented itself. On the left was the user agreement, while the right displayed the specific detected data. Name, Jiang Fan. Age, 17. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Vision, 53. Jiang Fan glanced at the identity information above, confirming its accuracy before navigating to the crucial body data. Vitality, 67, standard value for a normal person. 50, mental strength. 22, standard value for a normal person. 10, standard strength. 150 kilograms standard speed. 10 ms in contrast to the system panel's straightforward presentation of realm levels. The data from the training pod was far more intricate, complementing each other well and facilitating the timely identification of cultivation weaknesses. To his astonishment, his vitality had increased by nearly 50% since beginning the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement technique. Such progress would typically require elite students at a martial arts academy, who receive instruction from experienced warriors, at least 6 months of rigorous training to achieve. Jiang Fan was elated. He distinctly remembered that during the end-of-term testing last semester, his vitality hovered around 45, falling short of even a typical adult standards. Now, it had surged to 67, approaching the threshold of 70. Rounding up, he had nearly touched the threshold for warriors, which was a vitality value of 100. Vitality is a critical indicator of physical quality and combat capability. Reaching 100 would allow him to apply for warrior certification at the Warrior Association. Such an astonishing increase was likely unmatched by anyone else in the world. After all, he was on a path of cultivation. Even if he started late, surpassing the abilities of similarly aged prodigies was merely a matter of time. Jiang Fan's gaze shifted downward, noting that his mental strength had reached double the normal standard. In the context of cultivation, mental strength, akin to divine awareness, plays a vital role in enhancing both training efficiency and combat prowess. However, it is also the most intricate aspect of cultivation, often progressing slowly alongside the enhancement of one's abilities. His doubling in mental strength was presumably due to the merging of his 2 souls from different lives and the absorption of spiritual energy. As for speed and strength, these were estimated based on vitality values and would require adjustments through actual combat or testing. Once he confirmed the data, Jiang Fan clicked to upload. The loading took merely a second, and his consciousness was transported to a blank square room. Virtual avatar loading successful. Welcome, user Jiang Fan, to the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. With the notification flashing on the wall, Jiang Fan's virtual body was rapidly modeled in 3 dimensions, from head to toe, from bones to capillaries, and finally to the outer layer of skin and hair. The generated body was of exceptionally high fidelity, even replicating the scar left by a vaccination on his arm. Jiang Fan moved his hands and feet, feeling no discomfort, and began to explore the functionalities available on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Human-machine combat, individual battles, Team fights. Are they all just about fighting? Jiang Fan smirked. He had initially anticipated features that would allow for immersive experiences akin to watching action films. Receiving a call from his friend Miao Jun. A phone icon suddenly flickered into view. It was the hefty fellow calling. Jiang Fan answered, chuckling. Hey, weren't you feeling ill, having eaten something bad and fainted? You're up surprisingly fast. Well, I don't really know what happened. Lao Deng took me to the hospital for a round, and the doctor insisted I'm perfectly healthy, refusing to let me stay overnight. I have to go back to school tomorrow, Miao Jun replied, his tone tinged with disappointment over missing class. Forget that for now. Miao Jun's tone shifted to a more mischievous one. The combat data for Instructor Tang Rou has been uploaded to the Martial Arts Network, and many are challenging her. Have you seen it? Jiang Fan replied, Not yet, but I was just about to check it out. Send me the coordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, a transmission coordinate appeared in the chat box. Jiang Fan clicked to enter, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a campus square. Perhaps due to it being the first day of school, the enthusiasm for learning was palpable. The square was bustling with students clad in the blue and white uniforms of Experimental School No. 1, which served as their default avatar skin. In the center of the crowd stood a towering golden spire known as the Scholar's Tower. Within the tower, students could select instructor avatars corresponding to their skill levels for simulated combat, making it incredibly convenient. However, entry was restricted. 1's vitality had to be at least 60 to qualify for a challenge against the instructor avatars. Fan Ge, over here. Jiang Fan heard a voice and turned to see Miao Jun running towards him, adorned with a flamboyant nickname that read Mother Cockroach in black stockings. Drawing attention from the crowd. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Fan instinctively took a step back, creating distance and retorting, Miao Jun, that nickname is utterly embarrassing. Is it? Miao Jun glanced at Jiang Fan's own nickname, which boldly proclaimed, Rich woman, add me, I'm super sweet. Who's really more embarrassing here? As they conversed, the crowd gathered outside the Scholar's Tower suddenly became agitated. Another failure. Is there truly no one who can succeed today? What is up with the new instructor? Even with the same vitality, the challenge difficulty is several times higher than other instructors. Will we ever get a break? Our regular class has been completely wiped out. We can only watch the elite class perform, Jiang Fan observed. Looking up, he realized that the defeated challenger was their class monitor, Su Hao. Exiting the Scholar's Tower, he clenched his fists in disappointment, his face reflecting regret. Behind him, the screen displayed his challenge score, 59, barely making it into the top 100. Even if one did not succeed in the challenge, the combat performance would still yield a score after the battle. The maximum score was 100. While 60 was considered a pass, Jiang Fan could empathize with the class monitor's feelings. How's he has been in there for 2 hours? It's a pity he just missed the passing score. Miao Jun's expression turned sympathetic. As the face of Class 8, failing to overcome the instructor's challenge would likely lead to others mocking them. Enduring for so long is commendable. It seems Hauzi has put in considerable effort during the summer. Jiang Fan remarked. Commendable? Miao Jun frowned, clarifying, Su Hao discovered a way to farm points while inside. What do you mean by commendable? Jiang Fan was taken aback. What do you mean? It seems there is an issue with the instructor's combat data. If one maintains a static posture inside, the avatar of Instructor Tang 1T actively attack, allowing them to stall for time and accumulate points. He shared this in the class group chat, urging us to take advantage of it and farm points quickly. You didn't know? Well, it's not too late to find out, Jiang Fan shrugged. The class group chat was devoid of teachers, filled instead with a plethora of late-night posts from Xiao Chulan. To maintain focus on his cultivation, he had muted notifications from the group. At that moment, Su Hao noticed them and approached, asking, Jiang Fan, what are you doing here? I remember your physical condition hasn't qualified you to enter the Scholar's Tower yet. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Who dares to claim I lack the qualifications to take on a challenge? Jiang Fan stretched his shoulders, a faint smile gracing his lips as he strode directly toward the Scholar's Tower. After a grueling half-day of training, he was eager to test his strength against the instructor's virtual projection. Jiang Fan, you're serious about this? The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment, quickly following suit. Su Hao remained rooted in place, shaking his head in disbelief, not taking Jiang Fan's intentions to heart. Given Jiang Fan's current capabilities, achieving a significant enhancement in such a short time to meet the threshold for challenging the virtual projection seemed nearly impossible, unless one was an exceptionally gifted martial arts prodigy. Capable of rapid advancement, this was a tall order. In the realm of martial arts, talent is best validated through action, success is unmistakable, and failure is equally apparent. The martial arts framework in Xia country had nearly reached perfection. While it might overlook a prodigy in piano or skiing, it would never bury a talent in martial arts. Chapter 10. The Confrontation Look. The elite class is emerging. Before they could even crowd into the Scholar's Tower, the throng erupted in excitement. With a flash of white light, 5 or 6 students bearing the elite class insignia were transported outside. Their expressions remained composed, unbothered by the outcome, and their aura overshadowed that of the ordinary class students. Did you win? A curious onlooker approached, only to be met with the elite class's calm demeanor, leaving the spectators puzzled about their success or failure. Instructor Tang Rou's fighting style was both steady and fierce, undeniably challenging. So did you win? We have gathered sufficient combat data. We will analyze it frame by frame after we descend and adjust our combat strategy. Wait, did you win or not? Apologies, we have training tasks to attend to. Please make way. The elite students, visibly anxious, pushed through the crowd, leaving the spectators baffled. Isn't it obvious they failed? Otherwise, given their nature, they would be eager to announce their success across the school within a minute, Miao Jun remarked with a smirk. Just then, he elbowed Jiang Fan and coughed lightly. Look who it is, your sister-in-law. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity to say hello? The elite class rarely makes appearances. Sister-in-law? Don't say such things carelessly. I might just accuse you of spreading rumors. Jiang Fan shot back, kicking the chubby boy lightly. The sister-in-law he referred to was actually their childhood friend. Having grown up together for nearly a decade in the same class, known as the Three Delinquents of Longqing. However, upon entering high school and showcasing exceptional martial arts talent, she had directly joined the elite class, diverging from their path. With the 3 delinquents reduced to just 2, it had been over 2 years since they last communicated, and it was evident she wished to distance herself from them. Jiang Fan had little desire to provoke her, especially since he had traversed into this world and was unfamiliar with her, only recalling her name Su Shiweiyin. To his surprise, Miao Jun waved his hand and called out without restraint, Shiweiyin. Shiweiyin, it's us, your brother Jiang Fan. Upon hearing her childhood nickname, Su Shiweiyin paused, her gaze falling upon the chubby and handsome duo in the distance. Memories long sealed began to resurface, and for a fleeting moment, she felt transported back to the days when she was a bullied little girl, having fallen into a stinking ditch, while Miao Jun and Jiang Fan stood foolishly before her, bravely taking a beating from a group of taller kids. After enduring the thrashing, they would nonchalantly retrieve a plank to carry her to the teacher to report the incident. Noticing her halt, another elite class girl inquired curiously, Shiweiyin, who are those 2? Your friends? Unrelated. Su Shiweiyin immediately averted her gaze and hurried to catch up with her group. The elite class girl scoffed, of course. Our Shiweiyin is one of the top 50 talents in her grade. How could she associate with the riffraff from the ordinary class, right? Su Shiweiyin nodded, by the way. You mentioned Rome woman posted on social media looking for teammates. What are the requirements? I think I might give it a try. It seemed Shiweiyin had not heard Miao Jun's call. Watching her walk away, the chubby boy helplessly lowered his hand. Did she really not hear? Jiang Fan, with his heightened mental acuity, had indeed sensed what Shiweiyin said, yet he chose not to expose it. There's a saying, today you treat me with indifference, tomorrow, I will make you regret it. After a brief pause, several more challengers exited the Scholar's Tower, their spirits visibly deflated. It was apparent that no one had succeeded in their challenges yet. Jiang Fan glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. It's getting late. Watch me break the instructor's record. Miao Jun facepalmed, exasperated. Break the record? With your usual performance, just getting in is a challenge. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan had vanished. Simultaneously, a new challenger appeared on the screen outside the Scholar's Tower, bearing the nickname Rich Girl Add Me. I'm super sweet. Miao Jun broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Wait, are you secretly competing behind my back? Welcome to the virtual arena. Opponent, Tang Rou simulated projection. Non-martial artist stage, health, 80 mental strength, 15 strength, 200 kilograms speed, 17 ms martial arts, dragon elephant body refining technique, basic fist technique, basic movement technique. Basic combat skills challenge record, 967 wins, 0 losses. On the square arena, a faint blue humanoid projection swiftly materialized. The projection omitted most details of a real person. Its face bore a generic mask, devoid of any emotion. The development of this technology seemed solely intended for combat. Only 80 health points? Jiang Fan pondered. Noting the data above the projection's head, the threshold for martial artists was 100 health points. An 80 health rating among elite class students was merely average. How could no one manage to defeat it? With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Fan chose to commence the challenge. He initiated with the 5 thunder technique as a gesture of respect. Celestial thunder, cleanse the filth and obliterate the calamity. As the instructor's projection, just as the chubby boy had described, since the challenger's movement, it launched into action, diving swiftly toward him. Jiang Fan remained unperturbed, clutching his technique. No matter how fast it was, it could not outpace lightning. Yet, as he unleashed his attack, his fingers merely grazed the projection's shoulder, as if offering a gentle massage. Boom! The projection retaliated with a punch. Before Jiang Fan could grasp the situation, darkness enveloped him. An electronic voice announced, "Challenge failed. Please choose to continue the challenge or exit." Wait, what about my powerful lightning strike? Jiang Fan rubbed his palms in disbelief and attempted again, only to be met with the same lack of response. He soon realized that the training pod could not simulate techniques. Unable to execute the Five Thunder technique, was he to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Casting a glance at the cold combat machine before him, Jiang Fan quickly lost interest in continuing. With a health of 67, pitting himself against a being with 80 health points was simply a recipe for misery. Just as he was about to exit, a system prompt appeared. Ding! A challenge against the Sect's mechanism has been detected. Side quest triggered. Defeat the Sect's mechanism. Reward: 10 system currency, 1 meridian pill. The meridian pill strengthens and repairs meridians, allowing them to withstand greater spiritual energy and martial arts operations, preventing cultivation pitfalls, enhances recovery capabilities, and boosts the body's resistance to toxins during combat. However, seeing the system rewards, which included urgently needed currency and a new medicinal pill, Jiang Fan quietly retracted his finger, originally intending to log off. The system's generous offerings were too enticing. After all, how difficult could it be to face an instructor's projection with only 80 health points? With his dragon elephant body refining technique already initiated, even a direct confrontation was not beyond his capabilities. Renewed with determination, Jiang Fan opted to continue the challenge and return to the arena. The challenge record of the phantom opposite has transformed into an astonishing 968 victories and no defeats. Without further ado, the dragon elephant body forging technique was unleashed. As the technique commenced, the golden aura emanating from the Dantian reappeared. The battle began. A series of punches, so swift that they left afterimages, rained down. Despite his preparations, Jiang Fan endured several painful hits before managing to withstand them all. Feeling the genuine pain radiating from his abdomen, Jiang Fan finally understood why even the elite class struggled to overcome this challenge. The phantom wielded the dragon elephant body forging technique at a consummate level. Was this not a blatant unfairness towards the earnest? It was rare to find a high school student capable of mastering the technique to such a degree across the nation. Had it not been for his profound understanding of this technique, he would have been deceived by the phantom's fade. Fortunately, he practiced the system's complete version, a superior quality of cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have survived the first round of combat. Jiang Fan alternated between offense and retreat. And just as he was about to reach the edge of the arena, he had a rough estimate of the phantom's strength. Subsequently, he wholly abandoned defense, sacrificing several punches to gather all his energy, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and delivered a mighty blow to the phantom's vital point. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, neither too loud nor too soft. At the moment of contact, the phantom shattered like an egg meeting a rock. Congratulations to the wealthy lady. Add me for a sweet challenge success. Chapter 11. This is inappropriate in the principal's office of Experimental High School No. 1 in Longqing. Over 50 martial arts instructors were seated around a metallic conference table. Every year, at the beginning of the senior year, they held a routine meeting to discuss the training plans for the new academic year. However, most discussions revolved around the same old issues. The principal read from the documents issued by the Martial Artists Association and the Ministry of Education, while the instructors listened quietly. Some even closed their eyes, unsure if they were resting or dozing off. Ahem, if there are no objections to the arrangements for the new academic year, we will conclude today's meeting, and everyone can return home to rest early. As the clock neared 1 a.m., the principal finally wrapped up the key points, waving his hand tiredly, his wrinkled face reflecting his exhaustion. The quality of students had been declining, yet the imposed quotas increased year by year. This year was particularly excessive, demanding them to cultivate competent martial artists at the high school level. If he couldn't achieve this before, was it due to a lack of desire? It would be better to be straightforward and say they wanted his life instead. Alas, all hope now rested on the performance of the elite class. Sighing, the old principal organized his documents, only to find many still seated. Teacher Tang Ro, our academic office has received over 200 parental opinions today, complaining that the difficulty of the phantom data you uploaded is too high, with many being from the parents of elite class students. What are your thoughts on this? I also believe that Instructor Tang should lower the challenge difficulty, focusing on demonstrating martial arts to avoid undermining the students' confidence. The simulated phantom from the champion tower, it seemed, had yet to be successfully challenged. Our top students from the regular class had been completely defeated. The elite class students attempted to challenge it too. And according to their feedback, the difficulty was exceptionally high. Only a select few like Tang Li might stand a chance. Several instructors began to voice their grievances, directing their ire at Tang Rou, who sat unaffected, sipping her red tea. Noticing that Tang Rou was entirely unresponsive to the others, the principal's face grew awkward. Unable to resist, but remind her, "Teacher Tang Rou, might you say a few words?" All eyes turned towards her. Tang Rou took a sip of her tea, seeming to find it a bit lukewarm, and with a slight frown, summoned the principal's assistant to refill her cup before leisurely responding. "They simply need to practice more." The stark sarcasm rendered the conference room silent. The elite class instructor felt a bit embarrassed, both amused and frustrated. Since Instructor Tang is so confident, surely there must be someone in your class who can succeed in the challenge? I can lower the difficulty to coddle them, but once on the battlefield, the enemy will not spare you simply because you are weak. Tang Rou spoke without lifting her head, her words leaving no room for compromise. Moreover, I have strictly uploaded my combat data as per the Ministry of Education's requirements. If you have objections, feel free to escalate them. With the conversation reaching this point, the instructors found it difficult to continue their accusations in person. They gradually shut down the meeting projections, their faces sour as they exited. The once crowded conference room soon lay empty. Once only Tang Rou remained. The weary principal, over 60, lamented silently, "Sister, have mercy on us. Your martial talent ranks among the best in the nation. If we strictly adhere to your combat data, even having instructors participate personally, few would succeed. Then they can only blame themselves for being inadequate. They cannot fault others." Tang Rou pressed her lips together, feeling a ripple of uncertainty within. Principal Sun Xin was a favored student of her father, and his words carried more weight than those of others. Even he was pleading. Did this mean her expectations of the students were indeed too stringent? Just as Tang Rou's resolve began to waver, her smart wristband vibrated, notifying her of an update from the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. The Phantom Battle data had been updated. Challenge record, 968 victories and 1 defeat. Upon opening the message, the frown on Tang Rou's face immediately relaxed. With a swift motion, she projected the footage of the challenger's victory onto the conference table. A smile crept onto her lips. "Young son, what was it you just said? That no one could succeed? Could it be that a student had actually defeated the sister?" Principal Sun Qin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A student defeating Tang Rou's simulated phantom signified what? It indicated that this student's martial talent could very well rival Tang Rou's own. As the battle replay commenced, the principal raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What is this child's martial affinity glowing?" However, he quickly realized, under Tang Rou's disdainful gaze, that it was a manifestation of a highly compatible martial resonance, resulting in a phenomenon within the Dantian. He coughed twice to ease the awkwardness, praising, "It seems this talent is quite high. With a compatibility of at least 70 with the dragon elephant body forging technique, this must be one of the elite class students." Hearing this, Tang Rou chuckled softly. She had recognized her student from Class 8 at first glance. The ability to defeat a simulated phantom of her own level suggested that Jiang Fan's potential might exceed her expectations. Yet, she chose not to reveal this immediately. Instead, she set her teacup down and attentively watched the battle replay. At the onset of the battle, Jiang Fan clearly struggled against the phantom, his combat experience lacking, managing to defend against only 2 or 3 of the 10 attacks. However, Jiang Fan was observant, and as he quickly adapted, realizing that the phantom's attacks were 9 feints and 1 true strike, he boldly relinquished his defense and shifted to offense. Only someone with utmost confidence in their physical capabilities would dare to do so. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago after enduring several attacks. In the end, Jiang Fan intentionally exposed a weakness, luring the phantom into a trap, and relying on brute strength, he delivered a straightforward punch that shattered the phantom. Record breaker, add me. I'm super sweet, from Jiang Fan of Class 8, took just 1 minute and 12 seconds. To see that it came from the regular class was utterly shocking. Principal Sun Qin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, far more surprised than before. He had assumed that if it weren't one of the elite class's top 3 champions, it would at least be a student ranked among the top 10. Never had he imagined that a previously unknown student from the regular class would break the record. Who is Jiang Fan? When did experimental high school number 1 gain such an outstanding martial arts talent? Noticing the challenger's somewhat amusing nickname, Sun Qin inquired, "Sister, does your student come from a less fortunate background?" Tang Rou nodded, seizing the moment to discuss the application for special scholarships. Initially, she had planned to use her connections to assist Jiang Fan. However, now that he had unexpectedly achieved such remarkable results, even if she were to speak directly, the school would have no grounds for objection. On his first day of practicing the dragon-elephant body forging technique, Jiang Fan adeptly applied it in combat, and he likely needed no more than half a month to achieve complete mastery. This rate of cultivation is considered above average even within the elite class. So it would not be unreasonable for him to apply for a special scholarship, would it? Certainly not unreasonable. Headmaster's son quickly waved his hand. The scholarship was established precisely to assist students with martial arts talent who come from underprivileged backgrounds. Thus, even if Jiang Fan's talent isn't among the very best, he is entirely eligible to apply. However, Headmaster's son's tone shifted as he expressed some regret. The list of candidates for the special scholarship was submitted a month in advance, and it is now too late to apply. Suddenly inspired, Headmaster's son adjusted his glasses. I have an idea. Why not let him repeat a grade? Tang Rou's expression darkened. To break through as a martial artist, the training during high school is crucial. The earlier a solid foundation is laid, the further one can advance in martial arts. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would not delay their training merely for a scholarship. Yet, having made her statement, was she now to go back on her word? After all, this was her first time serving as a school instructor, and she was not well acquainted with the procedures, which led to this awkward situation. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Rou seemed to have resolved herself and stated, "Isn't there a city-level scholarship available each year? I believe it would be quite suitable for Jiang Fan." Upon hearing this, Sun Qin was taken aback. Jinghai City is an economic special zone, so the resources provided by the city-level scholarship are far more substantial than those of the national special scholarship. However, the selection criteria are also significantly elevated. Not only must the students' rankings within the city be considered, but their potential and talent must also meet specific standards. The threshold is so high that many schools go years without identifying a qualified candidate. Sister, this seems inappropriate, doesn't it? In previous years, we selected from the top 10 students in the elite class, and besides, this student's talent isn't even the most outstanding in the elite class. Is he truly up to the task? Tang Rou shot him a glare, interrupting his lengthy discourse, aware of her resolute nature. Sun Qin reluctantly swallowed his words and nodded in resignation. Very well. However, I must state in advance that if your student becomes a target for others as a result, you cannot blame me. The 3 top contenders in the elite class will be vying for their slots, only to be outshone by an unknown student from a regular class. Sun Qin could already foresee the uproar that would ensue when the city-level scholarship candidates were announced. Chapter 12, An Unexpected Outcome, Side Quest. Defeat the Sect mechanism has been completed. Rewards, 10 system currency, 1 pulse guarding pill, excellent. I am now one step closer to upgrading my technique. Jiang Fan glanced at the system notification, feeling the fatigue from battle dissipate entirely. If I could undertake side quests 10 or 20 times a day, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the dragon-elephant body forging technique evolves into a genuine primordial celestial art, the 6-Zhang golden body. Stretching his shoulders, he was about to engage in a few more matches when his vision suddenly dimmed, and a prominent message appeared. Minor health protection reminder. You have used the Blue Star Martial Arts Network for over an hour. Please manage your online time wisely. Is there really a minor protection against addiction? Who could possibly become addicted to combat? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, reluctantly choosing to forego the challenge. Outside the scholar's tower, only a few students remained to watch. As Jiang Fan exited, he hesitated, contemplating whether to deliver a victory speech, but it seemed unnecessary now. Even the chubby student logged off early, leaving a message. My mom is pulling the plug on my internet and urging me to sleep, so I'll have to cut my practice short for today. By the way, do you still have last week's study materials? Could you send me another copy? Ignoring the reasonable request from the chubby student, Jiang Fan logged off, returning to the real world. At this moment, it was nearly 2 in the morning. His sister, Jiang Xian, had not yet returned home. The house was eerily quiet, the silence allowing him to hear the rhythmic snoring from the neighbor next door. Could this case be particularly challenging? Jiang Fan frowned. Usually, even if Jiang Xian was working late, she would call to check if he had gone to bed on time. He found himself unaccustomed to the lack of her nagging. Forget it, I'm not a martial artist yet. Why should I worry so much? Jiang Fan chuckled at himself, shutting down the training pod and preparing for bed. After all, Jiang Xian was a formidable 8th-grade martial artist, her combat prowess surpassing that of most martial arts instructors. If even an 8th-grade martial artist struggled, worrying would be futile. The next day, at 8 in the morning, the martial arts building was bustling with activity. The candidates for the city-level scholarship had been announced. Guess who it is? It must be Tang Li. He has the highest vitality value in the grade and is the strongest, so it must be him. Hong Wenwen is also a deserving candidate. Although she comes from a wealthy family, her talent is exceptional. Fu Ming, ranked 6th in the grade, is also quite capable. He is the poorest among the candidates. with two companies worth less than $1 billion combined. It can't be Qin Huan, ranked 10th, can it? He has no advantage compared to the 9 above him. What the heck? Who is Jiang Fan? As the screen in the lobby illuminated, the results for the city-level scholarship were revealed. However, what met the gaze of the crowd was an exceedingly unfamiliar name. Was the selection range not limited to the top 10, but rather expanded to the top 20? Someone immediately pulled out their phone, searching for the latest grade rankings. Not found in the top 20. Not found in the top 50. Still not found in the top 100. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that Jiang Fan was not a genius from the elite class, but rather hailing from the regular class. His ranking was 5th from the bottom. This is clearly a scandal. There must be some foul play. Outrage erupted among the crowd, with many immediately voicing their protest. Some even declared their intent to challenge Jiang Fan to a duel. Meanwhile, the man in question, Jiang Fan, was leisurely strolling toward the classroom with a cup of soy milk in his left hand and a bun in his right, unfazed. Upon hearing his name called, he glanced to the side and noticed the announcement for the city-level scholarship on the large screen. Surely it must be a case of shared name and surname? Jiang Fan sipped his sweet soy milk, dismissing it. The city-level scholarship is notoriously difficult to attain, even for the top 3 contenders in the elite class. It was inconceivable that it would be awarded to someone like him, a mere commoner. In Class 8, those who arrived early had already begun their warm-ups, and not many paid attention to the scholarship announcement. After all, in previous years, whether it was the city-level or special scholarship, it had little relevance to their regular class. The elite class students boasted both talent and wealth, and each was more competitive than the last. Why would they lose out to the regular class? Wait, is there another Jiang Fan in our school? I don't think so. Perhaps it's a new freshman. In any case, it definitely isn't our classmate. Hey, he is here. Should one of you go ask him? Not a chance. I heard his family is so poor they can't even afford to eat. I'm afraid he'll steal my money. 3 gossip-loving girls in the class gathered together, shoving and playfully jostling as they spotted Jiang Fan entering the classroom, completely oblivious to whether he could hear them. How infuriating. I'm being underestimated. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, feeling the bun in his hand suddenly lose its appeal. In this world, where martial arts reign supreme, even theft would not be a consideration for him. Resources such as vitality potions and gene enhancers, which cannot be purchased with money, were precisely what he sought. Brother Fan, you look so grim. It's clear you suffered a crushing defeat last night. Just as the preparatory bell rang, Miao Jun arrived at the classroom, his face radiating joy as if he had just emerged from a rejuvenating spa. Jiang Fan scoffed lightly. On the contrary, I won in the second round. The chubby student chuckled. Come on, you can fool your friends. But don't try to deceive yourself. Hey, how did you know my vitality value suddenly increased by 2 points? Who asked you? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, realizing why the chubby student was in such high spirits. However, after consuming a cleansing elixir, his vitality only increased by 2 points. This seemed an egregious waste. He had raised his from 45 to 67, a remarkable increase of 22 points. Could it be that the potions produced by the system were only suitable for his own use? Jiang Fan pondered silently. After a brief moment, the teacher responsible for their class, leaning on a cane, approached the podium and removed his reading glasses to wipe them. This morning, they had only one cultural class. Thus the teacher was merely an ordinary elderly man without any threatening presence. In the second year of high school, they studied the history of weaponry, from firearms to cold weapons, and then to the evolution of modern arms. This semester, they began discussing the significance and cultural background of various weapons. The cultural studies teacher spoke in a halting manner, as if reciting a lullaby. The course content was exceedingly tedious, offering no assistance in cultivation or enhancing martial arts performance. Were it not for the compulsory nature of the class, it was likely that 90% of the students would choose to skip it. Just as Jiang Fan was on the verge of drifting off, the cultural studies teacher suddenly raised his voice, stating, I trust everyone has brought their weapons. In the remaining time, I want you to write an argumentative essay of no less than 500 words based on the weapon you use, to be submitted before class ends. Upon hearing this, the students rose en masse to retrieve their weapons from the back of the classroom. Only Jiang Fan stood frozen, stunned. It dawned on him that he did not possess a suitable weapon. Of course, the primary reason was financial. He simply could not afford one. After all, the cheapest standard combat knife cost over 100,000. His tuition had been cobbled together through loans, leaving him with no extra funds to purchase a weapon. Jiang Fan, it's you again? The cultural studies teacher furrowed his brow into a frown. A weapon is a warrior's second life. By the 3rd year of high school, practical assessments would become increasingly frequent, and it was unacceptable to be without one. So, Jiang Fan raised his head, blinking, his eyes gleaming with hope. Did the teacher intend to bestow a weapon upon him? What a surprise. This time, just make do with a classmate's weapon, but don't let it happen again. Just then, Instructor Tang appeared at the doorway, capturing the attention of the entire class. She was clad in a white tracksuit, Bluetooth earbuds dangling from her shoulders. A few strands of hair sticking to her forehead, evidently having just returned from a run. Tangro, Lu Laosher, today's class is ending early. Are you trying to take my class? The elderly teacher's mustache twitched, clearly displeased. No, it's a school-wide cancellation. Then, turning serious, Tangro added, everyone, gather on the playground. Chapter 13. Returning to announce engagement on the playground. The sky was overcast, dark clouds gathering overhead, seemingly brewing a storm. What was happening? Why the sudden assembly? And why only for the third-year students? I noticed the first and second-year students leaving school with their backpacks. A chubby student in class 8 muttered under his breath. Jiang Fan shrugged beside him, equally perplexed. However, observing the solemn expressions of the instructors on the podium, they appeared as though they had just awakened, suggesting that this was likely not a good sign. Before long, the third-year students had assembled. The rarely seen principal's son took to the podium and, after a few brief remarks, got straight to the point. Recently, there have been frequent attacks by beasts in our city, posing a serious threat to public safety. After discussions between the school and the Security Bureau, we will jointly conduct off-campus practical training to assist in tracking the whereabouts of these beasts that have infiltrated the city. He then invited Deputy Director Dong Xiaoguang to elaborate. A ripple of excitement spread through the crowd. Despite the martial arts instructors present, there was considerable unrest among the students. Practical training was a significant component of their examinations, accounting for up to 60% of their scores. Consequently, every graduating class had engaged in practical training, either at martial arts schools or through joint events with martial artist associations. However, this was the first time they would confront beasts directly. Battles between humans were merely sparring. No one dared to fight to the death. However, battles against beasts were a matter of life and death. Ahem, everyone need not worry. The growing noise from the audience prompted the deputy director to pause and reassure them. This operation prioritizes safety, aimed at studying the behavior of these beasts and assessing emergency responses. We will arrange for experienced martial artists to lead and ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, the crowd's agitation subsided somewhat. After all, to suddenly be thrust into a real combat situation against beasts while attending school would unsettle anyone. With martial artists providing protection, it seemed manageable. Once this training concluded, I would confess my feelings to the goddess I secretly admired. Hopefully, there would be a short break afterward, allowing me to visit my grandparents. Mere beasts with the deputy director's assurance. Many began to anticipate the holiday following the training. A couple from the neighboring class, both over 18, even planned to get engaged upon their return. Miao Jun proposed, Fan Ge, shall we go together afterward? Hush. Let us listen to the director's speech first. Jiang Fan interjected, not wanting to make a spectacle of himself before the operation even began. On the podium, after detailing the operation, the officials began to introduce the scoring and rewards for the training, perhaps in an effort to encourage enthusiastic participation. This year's rewards were exceptionally generous. Merely participating would yield a salary equivalent to that of an intern at the Security Bureau, if one performed exceptionally well. There was even a chance to sign a contract and register as a reserve member of the Bureau, with resources for cultivation provided until graduation. The top 3 performers could even access the school's armory and select a treasure as a reward. Of course, practical training was a mandatory examination component. Even without these incentives, it was unlikely anyone would refuse such a rare opportunity for growth. After about half an hour, the assembly finally concluded. Next, they returned to their classrooms to compile attendance. As Jiang Fan followed the line, just stepping into the classroom, Tang Rose suddenly called out to him from behind, her left cheek revealing a small dimple that contradicted her stern teacher persona. Jiang Fan, congratulations. The scholarship has been successfully applied for, though it's not a special scholarship, but rather a municipal-level scholarship. Thank you. Municipal level? Jiang Fan was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. After all, he had only dared to dream of the special scholarship. Indeed, the special scholarship slots were already submitted this year, and I couldn't apply in time for you. However, after seeing your performance on the Martial Arts Network last night, I believe you might have a bright future ahead. Thus, I returned to school overnight and waited outside the principal's office for 2 hours, persuading him to secure you a municipal scholarship. Coughing slightly, Tang Ro withdrew her hand into her sleeve and covered her mouth. The principal had reminded her before leaving that students should not feel that scholarships come too easily, to prevent them from becoming arrogant. Therefore, she devised a plan to motivate him through a ruse of feigned illness. Any student witnessing a teacher's earnest efforts on their behalf would likely be moved to tears. You? Tang Ro pressed her lips, expecting some words of concern in return. However, When she looked up, she found Jiang Fan retreating to a distance of 5 meters. While putting on his mask, Jiang Fan calmly explained, "Teacher Tang, I assure you, I am not afraid of catching anything. I merely noticed you seemed unwell. Would you like a cup of hot water? Come back here." Tang Rou scowled, pulling Jiang Fan back into the classroom. It seemed that a more authoritative approach aligned better with her teaching philosophy. "By the way, teacher, this practical training shouldn't be dangerous, right?" Jiang Fan turned his head, unable to resist asking. At this moment, compared to the scholarship, his safety was far more pressing. "Of course not," Tang Rou replied, glancing around the classroom, and upon noticing everyone was present, she coldly declared, "Those who are only children at home, report to the logistics department." This hardly sounds devoid of danger. Jiang Fan's throat moved as he swallowed, hesitating to speak. He felt that this training activity was merely a guise for the Public Security Bureau to conscript them as soldiers. Moreover, the number of demonic beasts encroaching upon the urban area might be considerable. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why classes for grades 1 and 2 were abruptly suspended. Returning to his seat, Jiang Fan retrieved his phone from beneath the desk and glanced at the trending news. Indeed, the foremost headline pertained to the demonic beasts. Breaking. The Jinghai War Zone is escalating. Surrounding cities have issued emergency evacuation notices. The Jinghai War Zone, the front line against the demonic beasts, stretches 1,000 kilometers and spans numerous coastal cities, being the closest and largest alien battlefield to Jinghai City. Upon noticing the subsequent trending topic was a celebrity scandal, Jiang Fan felt considerably reassured. "Well, it seems the situation is not dire after all. Fatty, aren't you an only child?" he remarked, noticing his friend had yet to leave. "I only found out during yesterday's hospital checkup that my parents secretly had a second child. My mother has been pregnant for over a month." Miao Jun sighed deeply. I also wish to work in the logistics department, sipping tea in an office. Soon, the personnel count was completed. After confirming, Tang Rou stood at the podium and advised, "This assignment will be conducted in teams, led by one martial artist alongside 4 students. Therefore, those who do not wish to wait for school assignments can seek their partners after descending, with a team roster to be submitted by 6 o'clock this evening." The prospect of forming their own teams elicited a glimmer of hope in Fatty's eyes. Does this mean we can hitch a ride on someone else's coattails? However, as he scanned the room, it became evident that everyone was instinctively distancing themselves from the two, as if they were repugnant pests, creating a vacuum of space around them. Clearly, no one was inclined to team up with them. Miao Jun's expression soured. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. "It seems we shall have to wait for the allocation." Chapter 14. The tavern speech on the top floor of the martial arts building. In Elite Class 1, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the tense environment of the ordinary classes. The elite classroom maintained its usual demeanor. Students engaged in their training or casual conversations, seemingly unaffected by the impending practical training. For the geniuses of elite class, who had been formally instructed in martial arts since their first year, practical training bore little difference from a game. If there were any notable differences, it would be the rare gathering of Tang Li, Dong Hui from Elite Class 1, and Rong Wenwen from Elite Class 2, 3 distinguished talents congregated around a single desk. "I began training in martial arts at 5, entered foundational studies at 6, and claimed first place in the Jinghai City Youth Martial Arts Competition by the age of 8. My vitality, martial arts skills, and academic performances have all reached the pinnacle of the school. How could a mere ordinary class student possibly receive the municipal scholarship?" Tang Li's eyes widened in fury as he gazed at the results posted on the school's official website. When he learned that the scholarship had been awarded to an ordinary class student, he initially thought it a cruel joke. Never did he imagine that something so nearly within his grasp would be snatched away. If it had been any of the top 5 students, it would have been understandable, each possessing their own advantages. Yet, it was an unheard of ordinary class student who emerged victorious. How could one accept this? A person cannot attain wealth beyond their comprehension. It is akin to sand in an hourglass. Although it may appear substantial for a time, it ultimately slips away, leaving one with naught. Dong Hui flipped through a contemporary compendium of interviews with advanced martial artists, chuckling and shaking his head, dismissing the matter. In truth, they were not in need of the trifling scholarship. Most in this class were either affluent or noble. What they truly sought was the singular honor of being in this class. In Dong Hui's view, bearing a title beyond one's capability would inevitably become an unbearable burden. Another ordinary class student, Rong Wenwen, scoffed disdainfully, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal her pale complexion. The 2 individuals who had provoked them with foul air in the cafeteria yesterday were also ordinary class students. Indeed, the ordinary class was brimming with talent. When the off-campus practical training commences, I shall see how they fare. Dong Hui teased. "Wenwen, are you planning to bully the weak? With their abilities, reclaiming their dignity would be effortless. Yet if the opponents were too feeble, a victory would only lead to further disgrace. Thus, even after being thoroughly disgusted yesterday, they refrained from instigating trouble. Bullying the weak hardly applies, Rome Wonwin replied with a sly smile. I might simply allow them to experience a few setbacks to teach them a lesson. Not far off, the instructor from Class 1, who was confirming the training roster, overheard their conversation and frowned, interrupting. Regarding the municipal scholarship, I will seek an explanation from the principal when the opportunity arises. This practical training differs from previous ones. A friend of mine working at the Public Security Bureau has hinted that there may indeed be combat with demonic beasts. Therefore, you three should adequately prepare for tomorrow and not take things lightly. Furthermore, those who rank in the top 3 will gain access to the school's armory to select rewards. There are invaluable resources within that you could not purchase for any amount of money outside. This alone warrants your serious attention. Upon hearing this, the 3 elite students' eyes glimmered with interest. Just how precious could these resources be if they were unattainable by monetary means? Dong closed the book he had been reading, given the instructor's words. Perhaps it was time for them to adopt a more earnest approach. Tomorrow would mark the commencement of the practical training. Thus, after the roster was completed, the next 24 hours would be free preparation time for the students. Jiang Fan initially intended to head home and experiment with the newly acquired pulse-guarding pill. However, he received a message from Jiang Xin, stating that they would be visiting their father at the Qingshan Mental Hospital together. At the entrance of the school, across the street, Jiang Fan did not wait long before a thunderous roar of an engine pierced the air. Looking up, he beheld a motorcycle resembling a falcon racing towards him, instantly capturing the attention of the entire street. On the bike, Jiang Xin donned a sleek black leather jacket, accentuating her long legs, while the studs at the collar appeared ready to burst forth like Spider-Man intercepting a train. When she removed her helmet, her chestnut brown hair cascaded like a waterfall. Wait, who are you? Jiang Fan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly his sister, who rarely bathed and subsisted on coffee, often slumbering amid takeout refuse? Get on. Jiang Xian thrust the helmet into Jiang Fan's arms, swiftly tying her disheveled hair into a ponytail, exuding a fierce elegance. Jiang Fan couldn't help but reach out, cautiously touching the motorcycle that was clearly beyond his means, and asked curiously, Sister, this motorcycle I sent to yours, is it? Jiang Xian nodded. I confiscated it from someone speeding on the street. But you're not a traffic officer? He inquired. I know, she replied, her expression nonchalant. Jiang Fan began to ponder potential repercussions should his sister face legal consequences for abuse of power, which might implicate him as well. He couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Is there truly no one normal in our family besides me? In the suburbs of Jinghai City, within a humble establishment named the Tavern, a crowd gathered around a lean, middle-aged man clad in a tank top, who stood atop a stool, passionately criticizing the current state of affairs. Have you been to the market? Do you know how much a bottle of Vitality elixir costs? 500,000 Blue Star coins. 500,000. That's enough money to fill a truck. Why not use a card? Someone queried. You make a valid point, my friend. Cards can indeed be used. But please refrain from interrupting without my permission next time. Jiang Huang clenched his fists, his face darkening as he forced the words out between gritted teeth. At his remark, the surrounding crowd fell silent, hastily covering their mouths. At that moment, the broadcast echoed. Jiang Huang, your family has brought your favorite bananas to see you. Your father is here. Upon hearing this announcement, the middle-aged man's expression transformed instantly, brimming with joy as he stepped over heads to rush out. Prominently displayed on the back of his shirt were the words, Qingshan Mental Hospital. Is there still hope for our father's condition? Observing Jiang Huang, who was squatting on a park bench, flamboyantly showcasing a banana like an MA monkey, Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Surprised that his seemingly useless younger brother could show concern, Jiang Xin glanced at him, then sighed. Our father's situation is unique. He has been wounded in his mental essence by a beast. Unless a high-ranking martial artist specializing in mental fortitude intervenes, he can only rely on daily doses of mental medication to delay his condition. High-ranking martial artists, also known as upper third-tier warriors, are those who have attained levels 3 to 1, forming the core strength of every city's defense system. Thus, not everyone has the privilege to meet them. Moreover, those who specialize in mental fortitude are exceedingly rare. In other words, Jiang Huang is as good as dead. What we see now is merely the process of a corpse decaying. Need a high-ranking warrior? Noticing her brother's frown, Jiang Fan replied with a faint smile. It's simple. I can become a high-ranking martial artist myself. Chapter 15. Seizing opportunities having dreams is commendable, but self-deception is excessive. If you could gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy, it would be as if our ancestors were smiling upon us, let alone becoming a high-ranking warrior. Why don't you aim for the heavens? Jiang Xian folded her arms and rolled her eyes in disbelief. It was not that she was unwilling to believe, but given Jiang Fan's consistently poor performance in ordinary classes, it was difficult for anyone to harbor high hopes. Furthermore, even among the elite class, it is unlikely that 1 out of 10,000 would achieve the status of a high-ranking warrior. A warrior's 9th tier is akin to a heavenly barrier. The more powerful the warrior, the more they grasp the arduous nature of breaking through realms. A mere 3 days apart, and I have undergone a transformation, Jiang Fan retorted, feeling the weight of his recent accomplishments. Besides, I just received a municipal scholarship, and my potential has been unanimously recognized by the principal and instructors, Jiang Fan declared, pulling out his phone to find the school's official website, determined to prove himself. To his surprise, Jiang Xian chuckled at what she found to be a rather amusing joke. You're quite earnest. Next time, just focus on your training. It's far more beneficial. Jiang Fan pouted, putting away his phone, no longer wishing to prove himself. Facts speak louder than words. Once the scholarship funds are truly dispersed, we'll see what Jiang Xian has to say. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fan opened the system interface, intending to check if he could assess his father's illness. As his gaze fell upon the gaunt figure not far away, he received a notification. Ding. Detected a non-tier stone. Effect. Unknown. What? That is my father. Jiang Fan's face twitched at this result, and he approached for a closer scan. Ding. Detected a non-tier stone. Effect. Unknown. How foolish of me to forget that the system has its own quirks. Jiang Fan facepalmed in disbelief, realizing he should not expect the system to assist with serious matters. Young man, I sense a dark omen over you. A calamity may befall you. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Huang had set down the banana, crossed his legs, and sat on the park bench, resembling an enlightened sage, if one were to overlook the words Qingshan Mental Hospital on his clothing. Is he pretending to be a fortune teller? Jiang Fan scratched his head, not treating him as a madman, but rather engaging in a normal conversation that is quite accurate. Tomorrow we begin practical training to investigate the beasts infiltrating the city. If luck is against us, we might end up in real combat. Those beasts are merely primitive livestock. Jiang Huang scoffed, seemingly unaware that his own affliction was a result of such beasts. Young man, your disaster does not lie in the future, but in the past. You have already visited that place, Haven Tiu? That place? Which place? Jiang Fan was puzzled but chose not to take it seriously. After all, who wears banana peels as hats? Just as he was about to head to the restroom out of boredom, he heard Jiang Huang murmur from behind. That place you narrowly escaped from. At those words, Jiang Fan froze in place, the gut-wrenching experiences flooding back to him. The only place he had recently escaped from was the otherworldly realm, labeled by the system as heaven beyond heaven, filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But he had never told anyone about it. How did Jiang Huang know? What do you mean? Who are you? Jiang Fan's brow furrowed as he spun around. However, Jiang Huang suddenly wore a silly grin, returning to normalcy, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, fixated on Jiang Xian, who had just returned from paying the fees. Specifically the bunch of bananas she held. After Jiang Xian tossed the fruit to their father, she appeared utterly drained, as if all her vitality had been sapped. The cost of the mental medication for their father was exorbitant, available only through the Martial Artist Association, and with various additional expenses. The monthly payments nearly depleted their entire savings. Jiang Fan had heard that his sister had already advanced her salary to 50 years in the future. What were you discussing? Jiang Xian asked, taking a deep breath and leaning back against the bench, blinking her eyes. Jiang Fan shook his head, indicating there was nothing significant to share. Naturally, he could not divulge his most profound secret. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Observing his father enjoying the banana peel with gusto, Jiang Fan mused internally. Due to the practical training scheduled for tomorrow, both Jiang Fan and Jiang Xian were busy, one as a student participant and the other as the captain of the security team. After having lunch with their father at a nearby restaurant, they departed from Qingshan Mental Hospital. However, Jiang Fan did not head straight home but accompanied his sister to the security bureau. Jiang Xian mentioned wanting to seize an opportunity. In the coming days, most of us will be on duty, leaving the training rooms vacant. We might as well take advantage of them. She pulled a metallic access card from her leopard print wallet. What if we get caught? Jiang Fan inquired, clearly aware that bringing outsiders into the security bureau was against protocol. Hence the need for secrecy. Don't worry. If questioned, just say you're Zihan's cousin, and she sent you, Su Zihan. Who is Su Zihan? A friend of mine. Got it. After clarifying the details, Jiang Xian revved the engine, disappearing in a flash as the roar of the engine echoed. Due to an emergency alert, all operations and classes in Jinghai City had been suspended, and the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Meanwhile, the security bureau was bustling, the lobby drowned in the ringing of emergency alarms, busy with activity. Suspected beast sighting on Guangming Street. Nearby security personnel, please proceed for verification. Team Lu. We have 23 missing persons. Another case has arisen. What should we do about an animal carcass weighing over 100 kilograms and measuring approximately 1.7 meters? Hello. Please don't hang up. Let us start with your identity and address. Jiang Fan ignored the chaos around him, maintaining a calm facade as he strolled towards the elevator leading to the -1 training area, as if he had just returned from a meal outside. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated someone would slip into the training room at such a time. Jiang Fan moved through without obstruction. The occasional puzzled glances quickly averted when they noticed the access card in his hand. The training room is the domain of martial artists, arguably the safest place within the security bureau. As the elevator reached the -1 level, the cacophony of noise abruptly ceased, leaving the corridor eerily empty, devoid of any figures. Just as Jiang Xian had mentioned, most of the bureau's combat strength had been dispatched. Since no one was using it, I shall not hold back. Jiang Fan cast a glance and chose a room nestled in the corner. The training chamber was equipped with an array of martial arts apparatus, including training pots, standard cold weapons, and blood vitality detectors. It even had the capability to adjust gravity and air pressure, simulating extreme environments. Truly a dream haven for solitary cultivators. Regrettably, I have a system that renders such amenities unnecessary. Jiang Fan shook his head slightly in feigned regret, then settled cross-legged and retrieved a pulse protection pill from the system space. Pulse protection pill strengthens and repairs meridians, enabling them to endure greater levels of spiritual energy and martial techniques, preventing the risk of madness during cultivation. In combat, it enhances recovery abilities and boosts the body's resistance to toxins. Chapter 16. The Emergence of Crisis, once again entering the realm of Tian Tai Yun Pu. A single golden dan would transcend the mundane. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan swallowed the pill. In his left hand, he held a roll of toilet paper, while his right grasped 2 bottles of purified water. After swallowing, he remained still for a moment. He had initially anticipated that this would be his first experience with the pulse protection pill, potentially leading to severe side effects akin to those he had previously encountered. However, as his calves began to tingle, his body remained free of discomfort. Instead, he felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and meridians. It seemed that not all pills would induce adverse reactions. Jiang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. He opened the system interface. Host, Jiang Fan, Single, Realm, Level 1, Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, Beginner. Requires 20 system currency to upgrade. Spell, 5 Thunder Righteous Method, Beginner, System Currency, 20, Main Task, Pass the Inner Sect Disciple Assessment, Incomplete, Rewards, 100 System Currency. 10 Marrow Cleansing Pills, System Space, Spiritual Energy 55. After consuming the Pulse Protection Pill, the currency required for upgrading the technique decreased from 30 to 20. Using the scarce currency he had, he could just afford to advance to the next stage, given the likelihood of actual combat and practical training. Those with shallow cultivation would probably become cannon fodder. With a thought, Jiang Fan decided to clear his savings to enhance his power. System, allocate points. 20 system currency consumed. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique upgraded successfully. Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, minor accomplishment, requires 100 system currency to upgrade. In a mere moment, the technique was elevated. An incessant surge of power erupted from within him, his flesh and bones cracking under the force, as if every cell were rejoicing. In summary, one word encapsulated the experience: delightful. Subsequently, Jiang Fan utilized the blood vitality detector and speed tester, spending over 10 minutes to update his combat data. Blood vitality, 6780 mental power, 2222 strength, 150 kilograms to 190 kilograms speed, 10 ms to 12 ms. Not bad. He was one step closer to becoming a martial artist. A smile crept onto Jiang Fan's lips, instilling him with confidence for the practical training the following day. According to the standards of a 9th grade martial artist, blood vitality should be 100, strength 500 kilograms, and speed 20 ms. Rounding off, aside from strength, he was almost on par with a 9th grade martial artist. Although he could not yet compare to true martial artists, should danger arise among a group of non-martial students, he would certainly be the fastest to flee. As for engaging in a life-or-death struggle with a beast, the reward was merely a trifling sum. It hardly warranted such risks. Buzzing at that moment, Jiang Fan's phone vibrated with a new message. Fatty, Fan Gu, good news. Yanzi has proactively suggested teaming up with us. Should we accept? This is a rare opportunity to hitch a ride to victory. Su Shuiyan? What brings her here all of a sudden? Regarding this childhood friend, who had severed contact upon entering the elite class, Jiang Fan felt neither animosity nor deep affection. However, her sudden desire to join them was somewhat perplexing. Fortunately, his strength had significantly increased. If danger truly arose, it would merely mean bringing along 2 more people to escape. None of them were martial artists, so teaming up with anyone would make little difference. Moreover, considering Fatty's nature, he would likely agree without hesitation. Jiang Fan replied, "I'm fine with it." Fatty, I knew you would say that. To prevent the opportunity from slipping away, I've already submitted the team roster. No need to thank me. Late at night, launching district. Guangming Street. Beneath the flickering red and blue lights, 2 severely injured security personnel were being lifted onto an ambulance. The clash between 2 ninth-grade martial artists should have created quite a commotion. Why had news only just arrived? Jiang Xian crossed the security line, immediately analyzing the scene as though immersed in it. Upon seeing her arrival, the tense atmosphere around them eased considerably. After all, she was a vital force of the security bureau, embodying safety and reliability wherever she went. Captain Jiang, we just arrived. Aside from the injured being taken away, it seems no one else has intervened, a young security officer reported as he rushed over with documents. His face was pale. Remnants of bean sprouts from breakfast lingered at the corner of his mouth, clearly having just vomited. Beasts eating humans. When they arrived, the 2 injured personnel had already been eviscerated, a sight too gruesome to behold. Had it not been for the resilient life force of martial artists, they would have likely only been able to recover their corpses. The young officer continued, strangely, there were no beasts at the scene. It appears they left early. We have deployed 50 search dogs to pursue them. As he spoke, Jiang Xian suddenly raised her finger, pointing toward a green belt not far from the street. There's no need to search further. Cordon off that area. Huh. The young officer looked bewildered. What do you mean, no need to search? In the midst of his confusion, a wolf-like shadow suddenly leaped from the green belt, lunging at the only ordinary person present. That individual was a forensic expert, tasked with on-site investigation and sample collection, and thus unarmed. Just as the shadow was about to sink its teeth into the person's neck, the nearby 9th-grade martial artist had yet to react. In a flash, a flying blade shot from Jiang Xian's sleeve, slicing through the night like a silver streak. With a splatter, warm, foul-smelling blood splattered across the forensic expert's face. Mere centimeters away, the shadow collapsed onto the asphalt, blooming into a crimson flower of blood. It was Captain Zhang's renowned skill, the willow leaf meteor. An older team member sighed in relief. As light as willow leaves, as swift as a meteor, each strike is lethal, making it impossible to defend against. Every time we see the silver gleam of willow leaf meteor, we can't help but feel a chill, thankful that Jiang Xian is one of us. Beneath the mottled streetlights, the true form of the shadow was revealed. Cautiously, the crowd approached, only to discover that the creature that had nearly bitten the forensic expert's neck was, in fact, a rat, albeit one magnified 100-fold, the size of an adult male. It's a mutated giant rat. Someone immediately recognized. The mutated giant rat, a low-tier type of beast, bore the bloodlines of both native blue star rodents and foreign creatures, suspected to be a hybrid, though its original source was beyond verification. Clearly, this mutated giant rat had injured their personnel. An ambush from behind could easily have gravely wounded the 2 martial artists, and perhaps there were more than one. Fortunately, it was a common urban beast, likely unrelated to the situation in the Jinghai battle zone, where the beasts were far more ferocious than this oversized rat. Whoosh! The flying blade that had soared 100 meters away turned in midair and returned to Jiang Xian's hand. She smoothly sheathed the blade where her firearm once rested and shook her head. The true culprit isn't the mutated giant rat. The wounds on them lack the scent of the rat, and the injuries are neither claw marks nor bite marks. Instead, they exhibit clear signs of corrosion. In short, the real assailant remains at large. From now on, we will patrol in teams of 3. Tonight, I shall personally guard this location. As everyone prepared to act, the young officer's expression turned slightly uneasy. Captain Jiang, Guangming Street falls under Team Lu's jurisdiction. Should we consult with Team Xiong first? At her words, Jiang Xian scoffed. That muscle-bound coward should have come earlier if he wanted to. Inform him to go directly to my previous area of responsibility. Chapter 17. Negative emotions in the depths of the Security Bureau building. On the lower level, the training area remained illuminated late into the night. Following his sister's instructions, Jiang Fan was supposed to take the bus home by evening. However, considering the comfort of the training room, complete with a sofa and blankets, and the opportunity to masquerade as a staff member to enjoy complimentary meals at the cafeteria, Jiang Fan decided to linger there. If he was to take advantage of the situation, he would do so wholeheartedly. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air, brimming with youthful exuberance. Clearly, the students from Experiment 1 had arrived. Prior to their official duties, The Security Bureau would conduct a brief safety training session, marking the commencement of their practical training. The venue was on the second floor, in a spacious auditorium capable of accommodating thousands. By the time Jiang Fan finished his buffet breakfast and arrived, an animated promotional video was already playing on the large screen, instructing children on how to deal with common monsters. "Brother Fan, we're over here." Upon entering, Jiang Fan heard Miao Jun's excited call from a distance. Miao Jun had secured a front-row seat, having learned of the team roster the night before. Henceforth, they would operate in small teams. Seating was no longer determined by class. It was first come, first served. Naturally, if a genius from the elite class was willing to deign to team up with students from the ordinary class, someone would surely assist in reserving seats. "Look who's enthusiastic about class for the first time." Jiang Fan chuckled. "Isn't it because Yinzi is eager to lead us?" "Of course, I have to be more proactive," Miao Jun replied, shifting aside to reveal a charming young lady standing behind him. Her face was free of makeup, slightly round. And while her looks were unremarkable, her large, misty eyes and gently drooping eyelids evoked a sense of protectiveness. "Fan Jiang, long time no see." The girl seemed oblivious to her old habits and instinctively called him Brother Fan. Jiang Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement, noticing his lack of enthusiasm compared to before. Su Shiweiyan appeared somewhat aggrieved, biting her lower lip as she took a seat beside him. Miao Jun mischievously nudged Jiang Fan into the middle and whispered, "What is going on with you and sister-in-law? When you were pursuing her, you acted like a lovesick puppy." Jiang Fan, at a loss for words regarding his past indiscretions. "Change the subject? Aren't we supposed to be a team of 4? Who was the last member?" Miao Jun shook his head, glancing at Su Shiweiyan. She, in turn, teased them with a forced smile. "You'll find out soon. She's my classmate from the elite class, and her strength is on par with mine." Just then, the auditorium fell silent as all eyes turned toward the entrance. The top 3 students, Tang Li, with the highest vitality score, Dong Hui, the most gifted in martial arts, and Rong Wenwen, who possessed both popularity and wealth, entered the hall in succession, drawing attention like a spotlight. Jiang Fan couldn't help but internally compare himself to the elite trio. Until now, he had felt little in terms of disparity, but since he had begun to master the dragon-elephant body refinement technique, he could faintly perceive the strength of those around him. Su Shiweiyan seemed like someone who would cry for a long time after receiving a punch. Yet, with the 3 elite students, he sensed a hint of danger. It was as if an electric shock coursed through him, causing goosebumps to rise at even the slightest proximity. As Tang Li and Dong Hui joined their respective teams, Rong Wenwen sauntered over. "Is she here to settle the score for that incident in the cafeteria?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, although she wore a smile. He felt an ominous intent. "Isn't it just a little gas in a public place? Everyone passes gas, even the most beautiful goddess." Miao Jun stammered, drenched in sweat. "Well, what a coincidence, we meet again." Rong Wenwen halted beside Miao Jun, her gaze a mix of amusement and malice, clearly recalling their last encounter. Su Shiweiyan stood up and clapped her hands. "Miao Jun, Jiang Fan. This is Rong Wenwen, the daughter of the Rong Group, the largest equipment manufacturing company in Jinghai City, and the class monitor of Elite Class 2. From now on, the 4 of us will be teammates." At this declaration, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Even Miao Jun, typically slow on the uptake, realized why an old friend, with whom he had lost contact for nearly 3 years, would suddenly seek him out to form a team. Had he known it was Rong Wenwen, he would have refused outright. This was not an invitation to collaborate. It was a quest for vengeance. "What lovely weather we're having today." As Rong Wenwen extended her right hand in a friendly gesture, Miao Jun, with his hands behind his head, gazed up at the ceiling. The elite trio was renowned, soon to break through to the 9th rank of martial artists. Shaking hands with them could lead to serious injury. Rong Wenwen, noticing Miao Jun's reluctance, directed her gaze toward Jiang Fan. "With an elite student guiding us, our chances of securing first place in this training are looking bright." Unfazed, Jiang Fan stepped forward, firmly clasping her hand. In that instant, a surge of immense strength coursed through his fingers, as if they were caught in a hydraulic press, immovable and unyielding. "While I cannot guarantee first place, as long as you all behave and don't hinder progress, securing a spot in the top 3 is surely achievable," Rong Wenwen remarked with a delicate smile, yet suddenly appeared to notice something, her brow furrowing as she feigned indifference. "Jiang Fan, how long do you intend to hold on?" At her words, the surrounding gazes turned predatory, as if he had gained an undue advantage. In reality, without his recent mastery of the technique, his fingers would surely have fractured at the moment of contact. However, Rong Wenwen's strength was not yet sufficient to overpower him. Merely a matter of earlier cultivation giving her an edge in vitality. Jiang Fan attempted to withdraw his hand, but she remained unyielding, a smirk dancing on her lips. Not rushing to retaliate, He casually used his free hand to scratch his nose, saying nonchalantly, I just came from the restroom and forgot to wash my hands. Hey, fatty, do you have any tissues? Before he could finish, Rowan swiftly withdrew her hand, her expression shifting to one of disgust, akin to having stepped in dog feces that clung stubbornly to her shoe. You, Rowan, who had a severe aversion to germs, momentarily set aside her anger, rushing off to wash and disinfect her hands. At that moment, the auditorium lights dimmed abruptly. The safety training commenced punctually. Those still chatting hastily returned to their seats, sitting up straight and preparing their notes. Hey, you with the long hair, sit down quickly. A stern security officer interrupted anyone attempting to leave, emphasizing the seriousness of safety. Perhaps wishing to avoid public embarrassment, Rowan hesitated but eventually returned to her seat begrudgingly. Witnessing the goddess's discomfort, Miaojun quietly gave a thumbs up to Jiang Fan. You sacrificed 1,000 to injure 800 of the enemy. Truly a role model for our kind. Utterly shameless. Shameless? Can that be eaten? Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. It was a pity the system lacked an emotional value function. Otherwise, it would surely read, Negative Emotions from Rowan 999. Chapter 18, New System Task. On the podium of the auditorium, a security officer stepped up to demonstrate the use of operational recording devices, communication tools, and mechanical search dogs. As the school had distributed user manuals the day before, urging students to familiarize themselves, the instruction concluded swiftly. Then, a familiar figure appeared on stage. Sister? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that his older sister would come to teach. With dark circles under her eyes and hair hastily tied back, Jiang Xian appeared far from the image of a qualified teacher. She resembled more a reclusive girl, plagued by sleepless nights and an addiction to the internet. Without further ado, she began to address the students about their responsibilities during patrol duties. Jiang Xian seemed utterly exhausted, her eyes barely open as she spoke, as if she might drift into slumber at any moment. Firstly, she asserted, the primary duty of a student is to learn, and they must embody the essence of a scholar. Secondly, there must be a security officer present. One cannot undertake patrols alone. As the audience listened in a haze, they diligently took notes, sensing that the remarks could be trivial, yet upon reflection, they contained a certain wisdom. Was this the essence of true strength? Perhaps it was merely their lack of understanding that left them perplexed. Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and boldly inquired, Captain, could you teach us some methods to confront our adversaries? They all knew that the real threat during this practical training would be the monstrous beasts. Subduing them in combat would be no small feat. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, and Jiang Fan turned to see that it belonged to Tang Li, one of the top 3 elites. Standing confidently among the talented students of the elite class, Tang Li exuded determination. It was evident that he was indeed a representative of the elite class, while the regular class students still worried about danger. He and his peers had already begun strategizing on how to efficiently score points. Of course, Jiang Xian replied, her heavy eyelids finally lifting slightly. If you encounter a monster, the first thing to remember is to remain calm. Step back with your right foot, grip the ground with your toes, slightly bend your left knee to gather your strength, and prepare to unleash your energy at any moment. So then we can charge in and fight the beast? Tang Li asked, his fists raised in excitement. No. Jiang Xian corrected him. What you should do is run as fast as you can. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Was the so-called strategy merely to flee? Noticing the dampened spirits of her students, Jiang Xian added, I am not suggesting you run away. Rather, it is a strategic retreat. Once you ensure your safety, your immediate task is to notify the nearby security officers and report the whereabouts of the beast, at which point our professionals will handle it. The safety training lasted a full hour, with Jiang Xian dedicating over 40 minutes to the art of escape. Upon completion, the students felt a wave of relief and hurried to the first-floor lobby in search of their team leaders. Stay down here, Rowan commanded, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Fan before hastily making her way to the restroom. As Jiang Xian approached, she coincidentally crossed paths with Rowan. I can't believe you 3 formed a team. The Dragon City trio has finally come together, Jiang Xian remarked, patting the shoulders of the 2 boys. Xinjia, Miaojun said, retracting his head slightly in apprehension. In the past, when they practiced martial arts together, Jiang Xian often took pleasure in teasing them. Sister. In contrast to the timid boy, Su Shuiyan appeared much warmer and held a hint of admiration for Jiang Xian, having regarded her as a role model since childhood. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Jiang Xian received a task and had to leave immediately. Before departing, she produced a palm-sized, disc-like device and tossed it to Jiang Fan. This is a newly developed treasure from the technology department, known as a shield disc. Once activated, it generates a protective energy shield for 10 seconds, capable of withstanding an all-out strike from an 8th-tier warrior. Unfortunately, I only managed to borrow one, so make sure you don't stray too far apart during the operation. Just in case. 8th tier warrior S full force? Jiang Fan expressed his surprise. 8th tier strength was akin to that of a captain. While most ordinary security officers were at the 9th tier, it was unlikely that the beasts infiltrating the city would pose a threat comparable to an 8th tier warrior. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, using this shield disc for survival seems wasteful. It would be more prudent to sell it in the second-hand market after everything is over. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Miao Jun and Su Shuiyan struggled to contain their reactions. Survival? Wasteful? How could these two words coexist? Nonetheless, they both had their own preparations and did not expect to rely solely on a one-time shield during their patrol. Upon reaching the lobby, Su Shuiyan retrieved her gear stored at the front desk. It was a combat knife crafted from aerospace-grade materials, the Roan Group's latest product, capable of slicing through iron. Valued at a staggering 50 Dalo. Holding it in her hands elevated her presence, making her appear as striking as a rare flower atop a mountain. Noticing Miao Jun empty-handed, she frowned. Miao Jun, you aren't seriously planning to tag along without a weapon, are you? If we encounter a monster, I and Rongwen may not be able to look after you too. Perhaps feeling there was no longer anything to hide, Su Shuiyan's demeanor grew noticeably colder. I am indeed prepared, and my equipment is superior to yours, Miao Jun retorted, rolling up his sleeves to reveal what appeared to be a game coin. No. It resembles a game coin. He corrected himself. It's a genuine 4th-generation fully automatic weapon disarming device. Just throw it, and it will automatically target and disarm the enemy's weapon. Disarm their weapons? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a classic spell from Harry Potter? Did you pay for the copyright? Disarm their weapons? I like that name. It's simple and straightforward. It will belong to me from now on, Miao Jun said, grinning widely as if inspired. The only issue was that the beasts did not use weapons. Their bodies were the most advanced weapons of all. As they chatted, the young lady from the Roan family finally emerged from the restroom, now clad in a gray combat uniform. In her hand was a slender sword that appeared unremarkable. But given her family's immense wealth, it surely held significant value. Miss Roan, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing her, a nearby security officer immediately rose to greet her with utmost courtesy. Unbelievable. I just asked him if he was our leader, and he completely ignored me. Miao Jun muttered under his breath. With the team members assembled, a security officer named Lu Bo led them to collect their patrol gear while outlining the task arrangements. Most of the duties involved simple patrolling, clearly indicating that the Security Bureau had no intention of sending students into the fray. As the deputy director had mentioned, this practical training focused on familiarizing students with the beasts and developing their judgment of danger. Jiang Fan followed behind, initially anticipating a tedious period ahead. However, unexpectedly, the system suddenly alerted him. You have cultivated for over 2 days, achieving a minor success in your practice, and now require combat to test your progress. Beep. Detected that the host is participating in a Sect's practical training, triggering side quest. Achieve first place in the training results. Quest rewards, 20 system currency, 2 pulse guarding pills. Practical training equated to Sect training? That made perfect sense. However, emerging victorious against the top 3 elites from both the ordinary and elite classes posed a considerable challenge. Jiang Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. The silver lining was that one of the elites was on his team, and as long as they could set aside past grievances, securing the top spot would be effortless. The downside, however, was that he seemed to have thoroughly offended the other party. Chapter 19. Workplace Harassment in Jinghai City, Launching District. There lay an old street with a history of 50 years, now sparsely populated due to planned demolition. Only near the intersection remained a breakfast shop selling rice rolls. Are you all hungry? Why not have something to eat first? You need to be well fed to have the energy to work, suggested the kind-hearted officer Lu Bo as they disembarked. However, his gaze was directed solely at the 2 elite class girls. I'm on a diet, Rongwen replied tersely, preoccupied with polishing her sword sheath. On the sword sheath, there was a small biometric identification screen. Clearly, this slender blade recognized its master. I no longer needed it. Su Shuiyan smiled gently and politely declined. Observing this, the security officer awkwardly scratched his head and had no choice but to give up. Throughout the journey, he had sought numerous opportunities to ingratiate himself, but perhaps due to his disheveled appearance, even the overweight man standing beside him seemed more handsome. Thus, neither Miss Roan nor Su Shuiyan paid him any heed. Handsome men are called warm-hearted when they flatter. When unattractive, it becomes workplace harassment. They were not interested in what I consumed, as I had already prepared ample space in my stomach. Upon hearing this, the chubby man eagerly raised his hand to volunteer. However, the officer's expression changed as swiftly as the weather. With a stern face, he declared, "What are you eating when the work is unfinished? Get to work first." and address me as Officer Liu. The blatant double standard was almost written on his face. The chubby man clenched his teeth in anger and nudged Jiang Fan with his shoulder, saying, "Brother Fan, can we tolerate this? Did Sister Xian not give a heads up? You have connections in the security bureau, after all." Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, his thoughts entirely focused on how to enhance their training performance. The scoring system for practical training comprised two categories. One assessed performance in assisting with duties and tracking the traces of demonic beasts. Each team was assigned several patrol areas. The faster and more accurately they conducted their checks, the higher their scores. The second category, which held the highest weight, evaluated danger response capability. However, if real danger were to arise, few would still care about scores. Only the elite class of aspiring warriors, with their high skills and boldness, might truly charge forward. The weather was overcast, and the autumn wind was bleak. The entire old street was quiet, with only the sound of fallen leaves being trampled underfoot. Officer Liu Bo walked ahead, resembling a repressed, introverted individual, incessantly initiating conversation, spitting out saliva as he inquired about the well-being of the two girls. Behind the trio, Jiang Fan and the chubby man found themselves at leisure. They had expected to be targeted by Rong Wenwen, but now it seemed she was too bothered to engage. Miao Jun, wielding a controller, commanded the mechanical search dog and said, "Express your thoughts about your officer using the most straightforward and unrefined language." The mechanical search dog, equipped with the latest artificial intelligence capable of voice interaction, promptly responded, "Foolish individual has contemplated deeply, taking 1 second. Warriors possess keen hearing." As soon as the dog's voice emitted, Officer Liu immediately halted, turning around to reprimand, "Chatting during work instead of focusing on your duties. Both of you will each lose 10 points. What about you?" The chubby man could no longer contain himself. How could he, who failed to lead by example and flirted with girls during work hours, dare to criticize others? At that moment, Jiang Fan, who had been silent for a long time, gestured for silence. "Wait, don't you think it's too quiet here?" "Quiet?" Officer Liu frowned. "Is there an issue with your hearing? I mean living things. The sounds of living creatures. By common logic, stray cats run rampant in urban areas, and one can encounter several or even groups on almost every street. Typically, upon seeing passers-by, they would meow seeking food, and some clever ones would even rub against people's shoes to beg for treats. Yet now, the surroundings were devoid of any such creatures. Moreover, the sounds of insects in the greenery and birds in the trees had vanished entirely. Given the safety concerns, Jiang Fan patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Rong Wenwen expressed some surprise, saying, "You care so much about stray cats. I didn't expect you to be so compassionate." At her age, it was hard for girls to resist adorable little animals, and consequently, Jiang Fan, being caring, became less irksome in her eyes. "It's nothing much. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. When I see them, I generally notify the community for humane handling." Jiang Fan smiled. However, Rong Wenwen's expression suddenly stiffened, her pupils quivering. Perhaps she was genuinely touched by Jiang Fan's compassion. "What is a regular class student like you know? As the weather cools, animals will naturally return to their nests, and besides, it is the demonic beasts that should be your focus, no need for alarm." Officer Liu snorted coldly, his tone dismissive, clearly disregarding Jiang Fan's words. It wasn't personal. After all, it was their first meeting. He simply held a blanket disdain for every regular class student. "I believe Jiang Fan has a point. The surroundings indeed seem abnormal," Su Shuyan remarked, glancing around while gripping her Moonslayer knife, then turned to seek Rong Wenwen's opinion. Only then did Rong Wenwen come back to her senses, casting Jiang Fan a disdainful look, coldly stating, "Let us follow his suggestion and conduct a thorough inspection nearby." Upon hearing this, Officer Liu astonishingly shifted his attitude again. "Since the elite class members have said so, there must be some merit to it. You too. Follow the search dog upstairs to investigate. I will stay outside. If you discover traces of demonic beasts, inform me." He pointed at Jiang Fan and Miao Jun, directing them toward a dilapidated residential building before them. The security grills on the first and second floors had several large gaping holes, and broken glass littered the ground, making it appear as if demonic beasts were lurking within. "So what are we supposed to do?" Su Shuyan eagerly inquired, clearly wanting to make a good impression during practical training and achieve a commendable ranking. "You and Miss Rome can wander nearby, but it's best not to stray from my sight. Well, if you show positive behavior, I'll add 10 points to your score." Despite the differential treatment, tracking the traces of demonic beasts was indeed one of their duties. Thus, Jiang Fan and the chubby man did not voice any objections, maneuvering the mechanical search dog into the abandoned residential building. With a creak, they pushed open the security door, and a wave of foul, sewer-like stench rushed to meet them. "Brother Fan, I heard that the old street used to be haunted." Recently, someone on a local forum even claimed to have seen ghostly figures flitting by, Miaojin said, closely following Jiang Fan with a flashlight in hand. The interior was dim, cold, and damp. What are you afraid of, ghosts? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. If there were any ghosts, they would be the kind like him. Poor ghosts. But what if we encounter a demonic beast? The chubby man murmured. Of course, we run. Didn't my sister teach us that? Jiang Fan replied while meticulously inspecting the corners of the room. However, despite his words, he was indeed willing to charge forward for the sake of system rewards and test the mettle of the demonic beasts. Having mastered the dragon elephant body refining technique to a certain degree, his physical abilities were unparalleled. Additionally, he concealed a technique known as the Five Thunder Rites, a genuine celestial method. If he truly encountered a demonic beast, he might very well engage in battle. Chapter 20. Combat, delightful. Please continue reading. Those who frequently commit murder are aware that the stench of decay is difficult to mask. Even if a body is wrapped in plastic and sealed in concrete, the odor will seep out, detectable from several meters away. At this moment, just outside the ajar security door on the second floor, Jiang Fan caught a whiff. It was a sickly sweet odor, reminiscent of rotting pork mixed with the stench of rotten eggs, yet its pungency was magnified several-fold. Standing outside the door, his body instinctively craved to flee. Brother Fan, do you smell that too? Miaojin quivered, hiding behind Jiang Fan with his mouth covered. Demonic beasts are bloodthirsty, and where they have been active, a foul stench often lingers. This was also one of the key indicators for determining the presence of demonic beasts. Yes, something's off. Release the dog and close the door. Jiang Fan immediately decided, instructing the chubby man to send the mechanical search dog inside to track the source of the smell. Are we not going in? The chubby man questioned, puzzled. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. It's better to wait until the search dog assesses the situation before we enter. Jiang Fan, while speaking, picked up a steel bar to brace the security door, wary of any potential emergence of a beast. The situation inside the room was displayed on the controller's screen through the camera embedded in the search dog's eyes. Soon, after scanning the area, a red dot appeared on the screen. The search dog reported, suspected traces of a beast detected, probability 65. Shall we proceed to investigate? Did it even need to ask? Jiang Fan chose to proceed. The screen showed the search dog entering the bedroom, and the image froze immediately. The floor walls and the broken furniture were splattered with dark brown stains, resembling a murder scene. Suspected traces of a beast, probability 80. Continuing could potentially damage the assets of the Security Bureau, probability 92. Shall we continue the investigation? The mechanical search dog couldn't possibly be afraid of death, could it? Miaojin remarked. The search dog replied, as an artificial intelligence, I possess neither life nor the concept of fear. I lack the physiological basis for being afraid of death. If my service is terminated due to my duties, it is an honor. Please do not lament. Miaojin was deeply moved. Brother Fan, should we just report the situation and have it return? No worries. My sister said every search dog has thousands of memory backups. Destroying one and re-downloading the memory will suffice. It won't die, Jiang Fan reassured, taking over the controller and commanding, proceed and turn over that pile of debris. The search dog replied, during task execution, the commands of security personnel take the highest priority, followed by assisting students, then search dogs of a higher rank, and lastly, its own judgment. Thus, the search dog had no choice but to obey Jiang Fan's command, approaching the debris while a mechanical arm and a firearm emerged from its back. Of course, such firearms were nearly ineffective against beasts. Their only purpose was to create enough noise to alert nearby security personnel. Just as it was about to lift the wooden board in front of it, a shadow suddenly darted across the screen, moving at a speed beyond the camera's frame rate. Moments later, a series of loud thuds rapidly approached. Just from the sound, it was clear the shadow was massive. It's a beast. Brace the door, Jiang Fan exclaimed excitedly. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash resonated. The stainless steel security door was dented inward with such force that the entire building trembled. Just swirling in the air. Jiang Fan's shoulder, pressed against the door, went numb and lost sensation. Meanwhile, the hefty Miaojin, weighing over 300 pounds, was thrown back, his face slamming against the corridor wall. The beast inside perhaps sensed a hint of threat and ceased its assault. The next moment, the sound of shattering glass came from the balcony, followed by a heavy thud. It has fled outside. Jiang Fan smirked. The beast, lacking intelligence, adhered to the primal rule of survival of the fittest. Now, the beast was afraid. He yanked open the door and dashed after it onto the balcony. Wait for me. Brother Fan, Miaojin, hesitant to jump from the building, quickly scrambled to his feet and called for the search dog to take the stairs. Downstairs, upon hearing the commotion, Officer Liu instinctively turned his gaze. Seeing the beast leap from the building and scurry away, he scoffed. So it's just a mutated giant rat. I'll take care of it. You all follow behind. Without waiting for Rong Wenwen and the others to react, he exploded into the speed of a ninth-grade martial artist, rapidly closing the distance to the mutated rat. Killing a beast earns 50 points. Let us go? Rong Wenwen and Su Shuiyan exchanged glances, not hesitating for a moment, and immediately set off in pursuit. Mutated giant rats, being low-level beasts, posed threats only to ordinary people. Since their first year of high school, the elite class had trained in practical combat skills, each having hunted down no fewer than 10 low-level beasts, making the mutated giant rat trivial to deal with. As Jiang Fan carefully slid down the gas pipe to the first floor, Miao Jun and the search dog stood by the roadside, staring at him, speechless. They had expected him to make a grand leap from the second floor. Instead, he merely climbed down the gas pipe. Jiang Fan brushed off the dust from his clothes, looked around, and asked, "Where are they?" In the abandoned underground parking lot, the dim light made it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Officer Lu turned on his shoulder lamp and spotted the mutated giant rat cornered against the wall, curled up. He drew his standard-issue knife, preparing to strike it down directly, when he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Wait, let me handle this." With a clang, Rong Wenwen unsheathed her slender sword, the peculiar azure light surrounding the blade illuminating the environment. A relic? Officer Lu's eyes widened like saucers. Relics originate from other realms, crafted by means beyond technology. Each one is unique and registered by the Martial Artists Association. The most sought-after new weapons are replicas made by analyzing relic data. If a replica's power is rated at 1, the original's power is 10, or even 100. As a ninth-grade martial artist, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this slender sword. He never expected that a relic, which could serve as a family heirloom for generations, would be wielded directly as a weapon. Truly, the daughter of the Rong family was impressive. Since Miss Rong was prepared with a relic, he felt reassured to let her take the lead. An offensive relic could grant an ordinary person combat prowess rivaling that of a martial artist. It was akin to a child in the age of firearms wielding a gun. No matter how strong an adult might be, they would still falter before a single peanut. Moreover, with him, a ninth-grade martial artist, providing support, he could afford to step back and allow her the opportunity to shine. "I'll flank from the side to prevent the mutated giant rat from escaping," Su Shuiyan volunteered, blocking the path from the other side. Rong Wenwen nodded slightly, and as she raised her slender sword, her gaze sharpened like that of an eagle. In the blink of an eye, the sword light enveloped the beast. But unexpectedly, at the moment the mutated giant rat was about to be cleaved in two, its body suddenly darted aside, evading the strike. Rong Wenwen's pupils constricted. According to logic, such an occurrence should be impossible. The speed of the mutated giant rat was nowhere near that of a ninth-grade martial artist, and her speed had already met the standards of a formal martial artist last year. Don't let it escape. Su Shuiyan, wielding her moonslaying blade, had anticipated this, blocking the rat's escape route. Yet, she was just a moment too late. The mutated giant rat evaded her and dashed into the depths of the darkness. Is this elite class merely a privilege for the wealthy? Officer Lu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. As the beast was about to slip away, Officer Lu no longer waited for Rong Wenwen to display her prowess. He took action. "Miss Rong, it is my duty. Allow me to handle this." He chuckled lightly, strolling forward to close the distance while swinging his combat knife. To his surprise, the mutated giant rat turned and slipped away from beneath his arm like a slippery eel. Was the mutated giant rat so fast? No, it wasn't that it had suddenly accelerated. It was that we had slowed down. In an instant, Officer Lu felt the hair on his neck stand on end. Chapter 21. Encounter with a strong enemy. Realizing there was an unknown situation, Officer Lu hesitated for a moment and paused the pursuit. Turning back, he noticed Rong Wenwen and Su Shuiyan, both pale-faced and on the verge of collapse. They exhibited clear symptoms of poisoning. Even he could feel his own strength sluggish within him, his body struggling to keep pace with his mind. Recalling the rumors of beasts from the Jinghai battle zone, he spoke gravely. "We've fallen into a trap. The beast lured us here deliberately, then suppressed our vitality with some method." Su Shuiyan shook her head, but with just this level of suppression, it shouldn't be able to incapacitate a ninth-grade martial artist. "You take Miss Rong outside to rest for a moment. I'll deal with this giant rat." Officer Lu flexed his arm, locking his gaze on a derelict cargo truck. He wielded a battle knife, gradually approaching, its tip sparking against the concrete floor. "Watch closely, this strike will be magnificent." Commander Lu leapt into the air, delivering a powerful slash towards the cargo truck. Boom! The full force of a ninth-tier martial artist unleashed a violent sound as the blade sliced through the air. As Lu's figure was obscured by the truck's frame, another thunderous clash echoed. A mutated giant rat had indeed consumed so much of our energy. Roan Wenwen did not look back at the outcome. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Although she was afflicted by blood toxicity, walking was still manageable without resorting to force. This inexplicable toxin clearly targeted martial artists. Yet, after just a couple of steps, thud, a heavy object fell before them, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air. Initially thought to be the mutated giant rat, the dust settled to reveal the team leader in a near-lifeless state. Commander Liu raised his head, clutching a broken standard battle knife, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Quick, report, call for help." Upon speaking the last word, Liu's head tilted, and he fell completely silent. How could a ninth-tier martial artist be defeated? Roan Wenwen and her companion gasped, their breaths caught, abandoning all pretense as they sprinted away. Although they were unaware of the specifics, it was evident that the situation had surpassed what students could handle. Su Shuiyan, quickly report the situation. But didn't you instruct Jiang Fan to bring the communicator? We only have short-range walkie-talkies. Roan Wenwen ceased speaking. The exit was in sight. Once they were outside, they could contact the security bureau. Just then, a sudden turn of events occurred. At the exit, a 2-meter-tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It bore the head of a beast and the body of a human, with limbs resembling those of a human, its exposed skin covered in greenish-brown scales. Its eyes were narrow and dark red, reminiscent of a bipedal lizard. A half-broken blade from a security officer protruded from its muscular arm. Regrettably, the officer's attack had failed to inflict any significant damage. With a flick of its robust arm, the blade clattered to the ground, the sound sharp and jarring, as if tolling a death knell. Roan Wenwen and Su Shuiyan paled at the sight, their faces devoid of color. The search dog had tracked the scent, ultimately halting at the entrance of an abandoned underground parking lot. Warning: the air ahead contains an unknown toxin. Do you wish to proceed? The mechanical search dog lacked a sense of smell, but possessed advanced analytical detection capabilities, sufficient to identify 999 components in the air. Hearing the warning, Jiang Fan immediately halted and reported the current situation. A mutated giant rat? Your leader Liu Bo is a 9th-tier martial artist. We can trust him with this. The air contains an unknown toxin? Mark your location. Professionals will handle it. The operator's tone remained neutral. After concluding the report, she reminded them not to approach before disconnecting. Why is it so quiet inside? Miao Jun tiptoed and peered within. Normally, shouldn't Roan Wenwen be triumphantly emerging with the beast's corpse? They had only been separated for less than 5 minutes, yet battles between martial artists often unfolded in mere milliseconds. Perhaps they have exited through another route. Jiang Fan speculated as he weighed whether to investigate further. The rewards for side quests depended on achieving the highest score. If he did not take risks, he might end up with nothing. Yet the unknown toxin furrowed his brow. Would inhaling it cause him to foam at the mouth and faint? Or would he hallucinate the sofa dancing with little figures? Just as he hesitated, a system prompt appeared in his view. You are on a training expedition. Your path is obstructed by a marsh of miasma. This miasma will corrode the body's meridians and hinder the flow of spiritual energy. Fortunately, having taken the pulse-protecting elixir in advance, you are immune to its effects. Immune to its effects? Jiang Fan's eyes brightened with newfound motivation. Without any negative status afflicting him, even if he encountered a beast, he could fight at full strength. Moreover, it was merely a low-tier mutated rat. Fatty, you guard the exit. I'll go take a look. Are you out of your mind? Miao Jun exclaimed. The search dog just said the air is toxic. Going in there is suicide. Jiang Fan replied, it's not a big deal. I can hold my breath and take a quick look around. If I'm not out in 5 minutes, then call my sister for help. They had already used the walkie-talkie, but received no response from Commander Liu and the others. Therefore, it could be concluded that the signal was poor in the underground parking lot, making constant communication impossible. 5 minutes, given no unforeseen circumstances, would be ample time for him to ascertain the situation within the parking lot. With that said, Jiang Fan donned the search dog, activated the spotlight, and strode confidently inside. Is anyone there? As his voice faded, a few coughs echoed from the depths of darkness. Jiang Fan maximized the spotlight's power and saw Roan Wenwen half kneeling on the ground, propped up by her sword, seemingly injured. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, she weakly shook her head. Don't come. Don't come. Don't come. What about Su Shuiyan and Commander Liu? Why are you the only one here? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow and strode closer. Upon approaching, he realized Roan Wenwen was grievously injured. Her left arm hung limply, likely broken, and her training uniform's shirt was stained crimson with blood. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? What are you trying to say? Jiang Fan bent down, bringing his ear closer. Don't come in. Just run. Idiot. After uttering this, Roan Wenwen seemed to lose all her strength, her body slumping to the ground. Nearby lurked a beast capable of spewing toxic mist to suppress their vitality. The security officer had already been gravely injured and was hidden away by Su Xuan. You have the lowest vitality. Among us, you are the weakest, and now you can't escape. Roan Wenwen's chest heaved, and she pointed weakly towards an abandoned cargo truck where Su Xuan and Commander Lu were hiding, both also severely injured. A beast that can spray toxic mist? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, recalling a series of beast illustrations in his mind. Having been exposed to various information through a security officer's sister, he had learned quite a bit about these creatures. However, among the commonly encountered beasts in the city, he had yet to hear of any that could spray toxins. Forget it. First get the injured out, and the search dog can assist your commander. Chapter 22 Indifferent, I shall strike. Immune to toxins and possessing a trump card for survival, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. According to the content of the safety training course from the morning, his priority was to save others. Of course, he could take a cautious approach, reporting the situation and allowing others to come to the rescue. However, in the final assessment, the points awarded for the latter would be halved. Get out. Perhaps you should take care of yourself first. Roan Wenwen managed a pale smile and stood up, propping herself with her sword. A rustling sound emerged from behind. Jiang Fan turned to find the mutated giant rat that had fled earlier now charging at him, emboldened. Its speed remarkable, saliva flying from its mouth. Seeking death? Jiang Fan remained rooted in place, cracking his knuckles. He didn't even need to fully utilize his dragon elephant body forging technique to deal with such a low-tier beast. I see you're the one courting death. Step aside. Roan Wenwen took a step forward but stumbled, nearly falling. The battle with the other beast had drained all her strength. Yet she knew that showing fear in front of a beast would only lead to a more tragic end. The 9th-tier martial artist from the Security Bureau couldn't catch it. What gives you the confidence as a bottom-tier student? Step aside. I don't want anyone getting hurt. We can't afford another burden. Roan Wenwen's tone was resolute. Rather than place her hopes on Jiang Fan, she would rather drag her weakened body into the fray. Boom. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Fan sprang into action, instantly closing the distance with the mutated giant rat. He then unleashed a straightforward, unadorned punch that pierced through the leaping rat. Blood gushed from its abdomen, producing a rhythmic, splattering sound. Had he killed it so easily? Behind him, Roan Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling a burning sensation on her face. This punch, purely in terms of power, had already surpassed the average level of the elite class. Could this be achieved by a bottom-tier student from the ordinary class? Moreover, why did he appear completely unaffected by the poisonous mist? Jiang Fan was taken aback. This is bad. Roan Wenwen's delicate sword quivered in her hand. What's wrong? The blood of the demon beast can be used for hot pot. It's too wasteful. I should have brought a pot along. As Jiang Fan spoke, he placed the corpse of the mutated giant rat on the ground, attempting to slow the bleeding. However, as soon as he withdrew his hand, the blood spurted forth with even greater ferocity. Don't celebrate too soon. The other demon beast lurking nearby is our true adversary. That beast isn't fast, but its defenses are exceptionally strong. Before you arrived, Su Xuan and I teamed up and couldn't even inflict a scratch on it. Taking a deep breath, Roan Wenwen scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Just moments ago, they had not only failed to injure that beast, but had nearly lost their lives. For some unknown reason, the demon beast seemed uninterested in devouring them, merely knocking them down before vanishing again, as if it were guarding something. Jiang Fan, you should go alone now. Just relay the message, and within 3 minutes at most, someone will come to rescue us. Noticing the lizard man had yet to appear, Roan Wenwen regained her composure and spoke decisively. Her identity was special. Once the Public Security Bureau learned of her peril, they would undoubtedly dispatch the most elite warriors to her aid. The demon beast you mentioned, does it have greenish-brown scales and resemble a large lizard? Exactly. Wait, how do you know? It's already here. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead. Moments later, a figure towering 2 meters appeared, backlit, blocking their escape route. The exotic venomous lizard. With just one glance, Jiang Fan recognized the demon beast before him. No wonder Roan Wenwen and the others hadn't identified it. The exotic venomous lizard was not a species commonly found in cities, but rather one that originated from the front lines of war, a genuine invader of Blue Star. Unlike the low-level mutated giant rat, the exotic venomous lizard possessed a degree of intelligence, though it had yet to develop a sophisticated civilization. Its naturally tough scales and the paralyzing toxin it produced made it a formidable predator, ranking high among the most dangerous demon beasts in the realm. However, without the threat of its toxin, the combat capability of the exotic venomous lizard was only marginally superior to that of the mutated giant rat. In other words, it could be defeated. Jiang Fan wiped the blood from his hands, preparing to advance. Yet, Someone firmly tugged at his clothing from behind. You can't win. Going forward is just courting death, understand? I don't understand the concept of losing. Jiang Fan did not look back, resolutely moving towards the exotic venomous lizard. Simultaneously, he activated the dragon elephant body refinement technique, golden light erupting from his dantian, illuminating the entire underground parking lot. A martial arts compatibility exceeding 70. Under the radiant glow, Rong Wenwen was momentarily rendered speechless. It was well known that less than 10% of the elite class could barely achieve a compatibility of 70, while the light emanating from their dantian was almost negligible. What level of martial arts compatibility did Jiang Fan possess to emit such a blinding radiance? Undoubtedly, Jiang Fan was a martial arts genius, possibly even more gifted than Dong Hui. But why was he in the ordinary class? Rong Wenwen glanced towards Su Shiweiyan, unconsciously envisioning a dramatic tale of a poor boy being scorned by his childhood sweetheart only to rise against the odds and triumph. Seeing Jiang Fan showcase his talent, Su Shiweiyan's feelings were likely the most complex. To vent her frustrations from the cafeteria, she had specifically sought out Su Shiweiyan to team up, having already thoroughly investigated their relationships. Be cautious of the toxic mist it emits. Seeing the exotic venomous lizard spewing forth black toxic fog again, Rong Wenwen snapped back to reality and couldn't he help but remind him. Just because Jiang Fan had high martial arts compatibility didn't he mean his martial arts realm was also high. Physical data could not be falsified. Jiang Fan had yet to enter the elite class, indicating that his overall performance had not reached the elite standard. Only those who could poison their opponents were truly dangerous. Yet, Jiang Fan merely chuckled dismissively. He had initially thought he was merely catching a small fry, only to reel in a big fish. Slaying a demon beast from the front lines would undoubtedly secure him the top spot in practical training. With a straightforward punch, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan had charged forward. Lacking flashy weapons or techniques, his fists and legs became his most adept tools. Bang! A whirlwind erupted in the underground parking lot as the two figures collided with explosive force, then immediately separated. Jiang Fan stepped back half a pace, using his body as a conduit to dissipate the force through his feet. Meanwhile, the exotic venomous lizard staggered back 10 steps, nearly crashing into the wall. Its slit-like pupils revealing a hint of fear for the first time. Once stripped of its toxic mist advantage, the exotic venomous lizard was weaker than he had initially imagined, merely possessing a hard shell. Jiang Fan flexed his knuckles. That last punch had scraped the skin on his finger joints. And as the blood mingled with the toxic mist on his skin, it emitted a sizzling sound. Beside him, Rong Wenwen was left utterly speechless. The reality before them proved that Jiang Fan not only possessed extraordinary martial arts talent, but also remarkable strength, undoubtedly surpassing half of the elite class geniuses. Even at peak condition, she would find it difficult to repel the exotic venomous lizard as effortlessly as he had done. Rong Wenwen mused internally, judging by her estimates. Jiang Fan had likely cultivated the dragon elephant body refinement technique to at least a minor or even major completion stage. Otherwise, the impact from that punch alone would have been enough to rupture his arm muscles. Just then, Jiang Fan swung his iron fist, launching another assault. No matter how tough the exotic venomous lizard's shell was, it merely meant he would have to strike it a few more times. It was time to end this with a serious punch. His dantian flared brightly, consolidating all his strength into his fist. Ding! Chapter 23. Taming. Detected a rare intelligent spiritual pet, triggering side quest. Tame the spiritual pet. Quest rewards: 10 system currency, 1 cleansing pill. A spiritual pet? The system's prompt caught Jiang Fan off guard. His murderous intent suddenly halted. He had always disliked judging by appearances. But how could the exotic venomous lizard, having grown into this form, resemble a spiritual pet? Shouldn't a spiritual pet be something fair-skinned and beautiful, with a delicate waist and fluffy fur? Forget it. Let us see if I can tame it. Jiang Fan maintained his strength, transforming his fist into a palm, effortlessly pinning the exotic venomous lizard to the ground. I ask you, do you submit? He delivered a flurry of slaps to its face. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. No answer? Then that means you refuse to submit. Not receiving a system prompt for successful taming, Jiang Fan increased the intensity of his blows. The exotic venomous lizard opened its mouth, emitting only wheezing breaths, wondering what this human was saying and what he intended to do. Why not just kill me? Jiang Fan, quickly kill it. Rong Wenwen, witnessing the scene, assumed his reluctance to slay the exotic venomous lizard stemmed from a lack of sharp weapons. She hurriedly stepped forward, offering her delicate sword. Although Jiang Fan hadn't washed his hands, he could not afford to be concerned about that now. No worries, it can no longer resist. Soon, I'll reach inside its belly and extract its venom glands, eliminating all threats. As Jiang Fan spoke, He removed his upper garment, twisting it into a rope to bind the exotic venomous lizard's limbs together. Then why don't you just kill it? Better safe than sorry. Rongwu proactively thrust the sword into Jiang Fan's hands. This sword is a relic of the transcendent, and the stronger the wielder, the sharper the blade becomes. With your strength, you can easily pierce through its scales. Transcendent sword? No, the system didn't respond. So it was likely just sharing the same name as the transcendent sword from his recollection. Jiang Fan was taken aback. He was well aware of how precious relics were. Even a single one could incite countless warriors to fight over it. The unrefined use of relics by one who is not yet a warrior is a sheer waste. A behavior likely only exhibited by a wealthy heiress like Rongwen. Thank you for the relic. Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude as he secured the slender sword at his waist, then proceeded to subdue the creature with his fists. How can a person be so shameless? Rongwen was left speechless. I instructed you to slay it with the sword, not to present it to you. She attempted to remind him through gritted teeth. However, Jiang Fan, seemingly frenzied, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the foreign toxic lizard, drowning out her voice. Are you convinced? I ask you, are you convinced? Finally, when the creature expelled its innards and its nostrils drew in air without release, there was a consensus among the spectators from both realms. Side quest, subdue the spirit pet completed, reward, 10 system currency, 1 marrow cleansing pill. With the reward in hand, Jiang Fan swiftly lost interest in it. Still unconvinced. Then you must perish. At last, he could strike the fatal blow. Rongwen clenched her fists, her expression one of relief, but as she exerted herself, she inadvertently tugged at her arm injury, releasing a sharp intake of breath. Just as Jiang Fan drew the sword of absolute immortality, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from the parking lot entrance. The security bureau's main force had arrived. Soon, individuals clad in white biosuits cordoned off the area in layers. Jiang Fan cast a glance at the nearly lifeless beast on the ground and decided to leave it to the professionals. Sheathing his sword and following the security personnel outside the parking lot, the sky had darkened. The unconscious Su Shuyan and Officer Liu were being lifted onto an ambulance by medical staff. The rotund figure sat on a roadside curb, weeping openly while embracing a search dog. I thought you were dead, yet here you are, courting my goddess. Miao Jun and his team entered the parking lot just in time to witness the two huddled together, hand in hand, appearing quite intimate. However, in reality, Rongwen merely sought to claim Jiang Fan's sword for herself. Rest assured, I will cherish the gift you bestowed upon me, Jiang Fan declared seriously, cradling the sword in his hands, resembling a gallant knight returning triumphantly from a dragon's lair after rescuing a princess. Youth is indeed a boon. Is that not a relic? Are you truly giving it away like this? It seems that shared experiences of life and death are the quickest way to forge bonds. What are you standing there for? Take the sword and accompany her to the hospital. The surrounding security officers urged. The sight of the two together, a pairing of talent and beauty, was undeniable. Rongwen, witnessing the situation deteriorate, stamped her foot in frustration. It's just a sword. Since you've sullied it, I no longer want it. Jiang Fan retorted. Hey, those were your words. Just then, a middle-aged man with a sense of urgency and graying hair appeared. Dad. Upon seeing him, Rongwen's eyes turned misty, her voice trembling as she rushed into his embrace. The middle-aged man, upon noticing her injuries, wore an expression of profound distress and fury. Who dares to harm my precious daughter, Rong Jiuyang? Rong Jiuyang, the leader of the Rong Group, a prominent mid-tier warrior in Jinghai City, had recently broken through to the 6th tier, garnering considerable renown, even commanding a degree of respect from the security bureau. His thunderous reprimand rendered all present speechless. Rong Jiuyang lifted his gaze, only to see the sword of absolute immortality, his gift to his daughter, held by a rather audacious young man. Sir. A woman clad in a suit and white gloves, resembling a butler, approached Rong Jiuyang to explain the situation. Only then did the murderous intent in Rong Jiuyang's eyes dissipate. Take one to the hospital for treatment. Forget about this ridiculous training. She will not be participating. He scrutinized Jiang Fan with piercing eyes. Your great kindness shall not go unrecognized. You saved Wenwen. Should you have any requests, feel free to present them now. As long as it lies within my capacity, I shall fulfill it. Rong Jiuyang's tone was earnest, clearly not mere empty words, perhaps indicative of the confidence that wealth brings. Jiang Fan. This gentleman is the big boss of the Rong Group. You should cherish this opportunity. Someone patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder. Turning around, Jiang Fan was surprised to see the deputy director of the security bureau had also arrived. The deputy director, facing away from Rong Jiuyang, discreetly exchanged glances with him. Understanding the unspoken message, Jiang Fan stated, assisting one another as classmates is only natural. If I have any requests, I merely wish for her to recover swiftly. I see her arm may be fractured. Oh, And please pass this relic back to Roan 11. In the battle with the beast, it has proven invaluable. Jiang Fan reluctantly returned the relic, the chance for overnight riches slipping through his fingers. Hearing this, Roan Jiuyang's expression was a blend of annoyance and relief. He provided Jiang Fan with his contact information before departing with his entourage. As Roan Jiuyang's vehicle vanished from sight, the deputy director gave Jiang Fan a thumbs up, saying, "No wonder you're Jiang Xin's brother. You have a bright future ahead. No request is better than establishing a relationship. Who knows? You might have the chance to become a son-in-law in the future." Jiang Fan, puzzled, looked up. "You know us?" "Indeed. I served as an instructor at experimental school No. 1. Your sister was one of my students," the deputy director reminisced. At that time, he had been quite poor and young, while the teacher from the neighboring class was yet to be wed. A great teacher produces exceptional students. Jiang Fan's compliment pulled the deputy director from his reverie. He smiled. To confront a foreign toxic lizard single-handedly and emerge unscathed, you surpassed your sister by leaps and bounds. Now, would you care to discover why the lizard sought refuge in the parking lot? Chapter 24. The Sacrificial Ceremony in the Abandoned Underground Parking Lot. Various searchlights illuminated the surroundings. Jiang Fan could not contain his curiosity and followed the deputy director to a storage room deep within the parking lot. Before reaching the door, a strong, nauseating odor assaulted them. It was the stench of human flesh mixed with blood, fresh and in considerable quantity. "Can you handle it?" the deputy director inquired. Noticing Jiang Fan's pause, Jiang Fan nodded. Before entering, they donned biosuits equipped with gas masks, which alleviated the foul odor significantly. Upon entering, they found the room filled with decaying limbs and corpses. However, this alone did not warrant the presence of a high-ranking official from the Security Bureau. "Wait, these limbs." Jiang Fan stepped back, widening his gaze. He observed that the limbs and blood formed a geometric pattern within the chamber, resembling a sinister ritualistic array. "This resembles the sacrificial ceremonies of beast civilizations," the deputy director remarked. According to intelligence from frontline researchers, highly intelligent beasts communicate with the deities of their totems through sacrifices of flesh and blood, or seek to acquire extraordinary abilities. Can they truly achieve this? Jiang Fan expressed his astonishment. Communicating with deities presupposes the existence of such entities. The latter had been substantiated. A high-tier beast once employed a ritual to alter the weather, disrupting frontline reconnaissance. As for the former, it remained unverified. The deputy director's expression grew serious as he spoke. That which cannot be confirmed or denied often incites greater concern, especially in this era of extraordinary martial prowess, where even the emergence of deities would not be surprising. With a moment's pause, a security officer rushed in, hesitating to speak upon seeing Jiang Fan. Clearly, this involved classified information. The deputy director urged, "Speak." Director Dong. "We have discovered similar sacrificial sites at 7 coordinates including Guangming Street, Ping'an Avenue, and the Port Night Market, and have been attacked by beasts. The leaders of each squad have already gone to address the situation, awaiting further instructions. Ensure they secure the scene. Experts from the front lines will arrive shortly." Director Dong succinctly instructed, then turned to Jiang Fan. "What are your plans moving forward?" Jiang Fan's team leader and half of his teammates were gravely injured and admitted to the hospital, rendering the squad virtually non-existent. And it was undoubtedly impossible to continue with the training tasks. However, Jiang Fan was reluctant to see it in this way. After all, he had triggered 2 side quests in a single day. If he were to explore a bit more, he might secure additional system rewards. Perhaps he could join another team in need of members? As he spoke, he noticed a glimmer of excitement in Director Dong's eyes. Seemingly eager to employ him as a laborer, shoving him into a real public security team. Jiang Fan quickly clarified, "I meant the school's practical training teams." Ahem. Matters concerning students should be decided by the school. Realizing he had overstepped, the deputy director's face flickered with embarrassment. After all, students like Jiang Fan, with extraordinary talent capable of battling frontline monsters, were rare. In the entire Summer Nation, he was a unique case. For a fleeting moment, the deputy director even contemplated persuading Jiang Xin to sell Jiang Fan to the Public Security Bureau for research purposes, to investigate how he had withstood the toxins of the exotic venomous lizard. The deputy director summoned an aide. "I will have someone escort you back to the bureau. Your instructor should be arriving soon." Tang Rou sped through 10 red lights, finally reaching the old streets of Jinghai at the swiftest pace. Upon exiting the vehicle, she spotted 3 ambulances on the street. The injured were in critical condition, adrenaline being prepared for them. The girl had succumbed to poison, her pulse weak. The beasts from the front lines were indeed terrifying. It turned out to be a genius from the elite class. No wonder they were so formidable. Having only lost an arm in battle with a frontline monster. No worries, with modern medicine, a few days of recuperation would suffice for recovery. The sounds from the ambulance made Tang Rou's heart sink. Both the public security officer and 2 girls from the elite class were injured. What about Miao Jun and Jiang Fan? She immediately presented her identification and crossed the barricade, discovering Miao Jun sitting by the roadside, cradling a search dog, his face ashen. Jiang Fan was nowhere to be seen. Where is Jiang Fan? Tang Rou approached, her expression dazed. This student had just received a municipal scholarship, his future bright, and his martial arts career barely beginning. Yet, he had encountered the frontline monsters. Hearing her voice, Miao Jun lifted his head, wiped his nose, and indignantly exclaimed, Rong Wenwen only lost an arm, but Jiang Fan has lost. Where is Jiang Fan's body? Tang Rou could not bear to hear more and interjected. Miao Jun blinked. Body? Jiang Fan isn't dead. I meant he has lost his dignity as a man, wanting to be a live-in son-in-law. The instructor's thoughts are rather dark, aren't they? Before long, Jiang Fan emerged from the parking lot. He immediately noticed their class instructor and Miao Jun, who had a bruised face. What happened to you, fatty? Don't ask. Just fell, he mumbled while covering his face. Cut the chatter. Let's go to the hospital for a full checkup to avoid any lingering issues. Come on, Tang Rou said calmly, appearing unfazed. Logically, the instructor should have been smiling and hands on hips, wanting him to explain why he was still alive, right? Jiang Fan walked behind, looking at Fatty in confusion. Fatty tugged at his face, raised a finger, and with determination said, Don't worry, brother Fan, even though I confessed everything. I absolutely did not expose you. Not exposing is good, Jiang Fan sighed in relief. Revealing his strength was the least of his concerns. After all, he would need to participate in various assessments and tests in the future, including the ultimate examination. He could not hide forever, pretending to be a weakling. But exposure would mean social death. At Jinghai City First People's Hospital, after completing the full-body examination, it was already 8 p.m. The doctor's assessment of Jiang Fan was simple. He possessed a unique constitution with a certain level of toxin resistance. In Blue Star, having a special constitution was not uncommon. So Jiang Fan did not attract excessive attention. Of course, he could not avoid receiving invitations to participate in research. He was to provide materials. Rong Wenwen and Su Shuyan were also in the same hospital, but due to the exotic lizard's toxins in their bodies, they were isolated for treatment. So Jiang Fan did not see them. Only Tang Rou, in her capacity as instructor, managed to take a glance. Fatty had finished his examination half an hour prior and was assigned to the class leaders team, continuing practical training. Now, let us discuss your issues. Tang Rou emerged from the ward, holding 2 sugar oranges, sharing one with Jiang Fan. You have made considerable progress in the dragon elephant body forging technique. You have concealed it well. I was worried that your growth was too slow, and you might not pass the Martial Arts Academy entrance exams. It seems Jiang Xian has invested considerable effort in you. This young instructor seemed to have misinterpreted something again. However, Jiang Fan was nearly accustomed to it. After all, no one believed he had achieved this through his own efforts. By the way, do you know my sister? Jiang Fan noticed that Tang Rou was around the same age as his older sister and felt a tinge of curiosity. Perhaps they had some acquaintance? I don't know her. At this, Tang Rou inexplicably became irritable. A medical staff member shot her a warning glance, prompting her to awkwardly suppress her emotions. Chapter 25. How can you sleep at your age? In any case, Tang Rou took a deep breath and continued. Your dragon elephant body forging technique has reached a minor success, which provides you with a foundation for learning martial skills. If we liken martial arts to a gun, then martial skills are the bullets within. Only by mastering martial skills can you truly unleash the power within your body. Once the topic of martial arts knowledge arose, Tang Rou transformed into a teacher, enthusiastically lecturing. In simple terms, she emphasized that Jiang Fan needed to learn martial skills. You can easily take the entrance exam for a martial arts academy, but to gain admission to a prestigious institution, your current level is still far from sufficient. The resources required for further cultivation will exceed your imagination. Thus, achieving an excellent score in the upcoming tests at the end of the month to enter the elite class and obtain resource advantages is crucial for you. Tang Rou reiterated the importance and urgency of learning martial skills. However, the more Jiang Fan listened, the more anxious he felt, sensing that the instructor was preparing to cast some form of spell upon him. After a long day, he simply wanted to return home and sleep. By the way, the Public Security Bureau has opened the training room. Before the practical training concludes, you will study martial skills with me in the training room. You need not worry about anything else. Oh, thank you, instructor. Goodbye. Jiang Fan waved his hand and turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? Tang Rou furrowed her brow. Home, to sleep. Sleep? At your age, how can you think of sleeping? Come with me to practice, and we leave now. That night, the Public Security Bureau was brightly lit. The tasks assisting in duty were mainly arranged for the daytime. Therefore, After the afternoon duties concluded, many students stayed at the bureau to utilize the open training room to continue their studies. However, it was getting late. When Jiang Fan arrived in the instructor's red sports car, everyone was beginning to pack up to head home. The first place in this training undoubtedly belonged to Tang Li, who had single-handedly taken down 5 mutated giant rats in one day. Practical training was conducted in teams, where cooperation was equally essential. Dong Hui's team had captured 8 lurking low-level monsters without any casualties. Strangely, among the 3 top contenders, Rong Wenwen had only managed to deal with a single mutated giant rat. Her performance was so poor that it barely surpassed that of an ordinary class student. Many thought she and T participated at all. Rumor had it that she teamed up with the ordinary class and must have been dragged down. As Jiang Fan looked up, he noticed the hall screen displaying real-time updated scores. However, only the top 50 were visible. The rest of the scores required entering student IDs for inquiry. The top 50 were almost entirely occupied by the elite class, with only about 40 ordinary class students present. What astonished everyone was that Rong Wenwen, one of the elite class's 3 top contenders, had failed to make the cut this time. Under normal circumstances, given Rong Wenwen's prowess, even if she does not secure a spot in the top 3, she would undoubtedly rank within the top 10. However, Jiang Fan's concerns lie elsewhere. Did I not capture a frontline beast? The deputy director commended my significant contribution, promising me the first place. Upon discovering that he was not at the top of the leaderboard, Jiang Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Securing the first position directly impacts his system rewards. To elevate the dragon elephant body refinement technique to mastery, he requires 100 system currency, while he currently possesses a mere 10, making the prospect of his next upgrade seem distant. He must seize every opportunity to acquire currency. The matter pertains to the frontline battle zone. Thus, it cannot be disclosed until a thorough investigation is conducted, as only Principal Tang and I are privy to this information, Tang Rou clarified. While speaking, she abruptly halted. Noticing the instructor from Elite Class 2 approaching them, Jiang Fan had seen this individual on the school's honor roll. He was surnamed Ding, a renowned 8th-tier instructor in Jinghai City. As an ordinary student from Class Carla, this was Jiang Fan's first encounter with an instructor from Class 2 in real life. Instructor Ding greeted Tang Rou, but then, with a displeased expression, inquired, "Are you Jiang Fan?" "I am not," Jiang Fan replied, causing Ding's mustache to bristle in indignation. It was no wonder that his favorite student had not achieved commendable results. With a rotten apple like Jiang Fan around, even Rong Wenwen's exceptional performance would be undermined. Ding huffed. "I care not what you call yourself. From now on, you may withdraw from Rong Wenwen's team. It is wise to recognize one's limitations. I advise you to cease relying on Rong Wenwen's prowess to cheat, or else any blemish on your record will adversely affect your major examination. And you shall bear the consequences." Ding's tone was stern, already labeling Jiang Fan as a cheating student. In reality, during practical training, the school encouraged students to form teams freely, promoting mutual assistance among peers, with the strong aiding the weak. Securing a position by aligning oneself with the capable is, in itself, a skill. Moreover, who was actually leaning on whom? Jiang Fan smirked dismissively, unfazed by the admonition. With his instructor present, he felt no need to cower. Ding's neck reddened. "You." At that moment, Tang Rou interjected, forcibly interrupting Ding. "Teacher Ding, the choice of teammates is a student's prerogative. Moreover, I have heard that it was Rong Wenwen who voluntarily joined the team. Therefore, if you have any objections, I suggest you address them with your student. My student is under my guidance, and that suffices." Having said this, Tang Rou took Jiang Fan by the arm and headed straight for the elevator. Behind them, Ding's derisive laughter echoed. "We have already contacted the City Education Bureau. Should this student fail to achieve satisfactory results in the upcoming end-of-month assessment, we reserve the right to revoke the city scholarship and reassess eligibility. If Teacher Tang insists on disregarding the facts to favor her student, she should not blame us for our cold-heartedness." In the training room on the first basement level, Tang Rou reappeared in a form-fitting attire reminiscent of yoga wear. Typically, martial arts practice favors loose-fitting garments, as tight clothing can hinder breathability and lead to discomfort. However, Tang Rou had purchased this outfit to facilitate the demonstration of techniques. She also provided Jiang Fan with a new set of clothes, discarding his worn garments, stained with the blood of magical beasts, which he had worn for 3 years, deeming them trash. This led to a near misunderstanding at the clothing store, where they almost mistook him for an oddity. Fortunately, the staff, being well-versed in various situations, merely assumed they were engaged in a peculiar game. "Did you hear Instructor Ding's remarks? Given your current level, excelling in the end-of-month assessment will be quite challenging," Tang Rou stated, accessing the Blue Star Martial Arts Network to pull up Jiang Fan's physical data. Mastery of martial techniques is not solely about brute strength. Learning excessively powerful techniques can even inflict irreversible harm on the body. Only techniques tailored to one's physical capabilities are truly beneficial. Strange, Tang Rou furrowed her brow. Last time you challenged the illusion at the Scholar's Tower, your vitality was 67, but now it reads 80. When did that change occur? Last night, Jiang Fan replied truthfully. In preparation for the practical training, he had consumed a vitality pill, upgrading the dragon elephant body refinement technique from beginner to minor success, resulting in a natural increase in his vitality. However, observing Tang Rou's serious and skeptical expression, he sensed her disbelief. Chapter 26. The divine ability of shrinking the ground to an inch under the warm yellow lights of the training room. The two exchanged glances. After a moment, a thought occurred to Tang Rou, leading her to abandon further inquiry. Regardless of your reasons for concealing your true abilities, I now expect you to showcase your authentic level of skill. The essence of martial arts lies in competition. Remaining low-key serves no purpose. By revealing your talents, others will treat you with newfound respect. An increase in vitality from the 60s to 80 is a feat that even the most gifted student, Dong Hui, took over 2 years to achieve. Accomplishing this in a single night is sheer fabrication. Thus, Jiang Fan must have already reached a vitality of 80 prior. In Tang Rou's view, Jiang Fan's concealment is likely at the behest of his sister, Jiang Xian. Only someone within the Public Security Bureau could have hidden him so thoroughly. As for the reasons behind his modesty or sudden revelation of his strength, she would perhaps have to inquire directly with Jiang Xian. But I truly have not concealed anything. Jiang Fan chuckled helplessly. Is it so difficult to acknowledge his exceptional talent? Before long, Tang Rou selected a variety of martial techniques tailored for him to choose from for his studies. There was a palm technique based on the dragon elephant body refinement technique called the dragon claw heart-crushing palm, which is favored by lower-tier martial artists for its lethal efficiency. Alas, in this age of law, where the primary threat comes from otherworldly entities, such skills are rendered useless. Additionally, there was the diamond bodyguard fist, which emphasizes a steady and balanced approach. Yet, in true combat, victories and losses are often determined in mere moments, leaving no time for methodical execution. There were also various techniques requiring the use of weapons. However, with the scholarships still pending and the rewards from practical training yet to be dispersed, Jiang Fan found himself in dire financial straits, making this option impractical for the time being. Seeing him dismiss a multitude of techniques while still unable to make a decision, Tang Rou's frustration boiled over. You refuse to learn this, and you disregard that. What exactly do you wish to study? I wish to learn longevity, methods of self-preservation. As the saying goes, if one cannot win, one should flee. It is prudent to master the art of escape before learning offensive techniques, Jiang Fan replied. After searching for a considerable time, it turned out he was merely looking for ways to evade danger? Where is the pride of a martial artist? Tang Rou felt herself on the brink of exasperation. Taking a deep breath thrice to calm herself, she stated, there are techniques of movement available, but whether you can learn them depends on your capabilities. Tang Rou then accessed her private database, retrieving a movement technique known as the Divine Transformation of 100 Changes. This technique integrates defense, footwork, and evasion, emphasizing intricate footwork and body movements, allowing one to navigate freely and elude foes, making it suitable for various complex environments. Do not be misled into thinking that movement techniques are simple. Among the techniques you have encountered, the Divine Transformation of 100 Changes is one of the most challenging. However, once mastered, one's speed can surpass that of other martial artists within the same realm, and during short bursts, one's velocity could rival that of a racing car. As she spoke, Tang Rou used a teaching stick to meticulously correct Jiang Fan's body movements, akin to capturing frames in a stop-motion film, demanding perfection in each segment. Wait a moment, where did this teaching stick come from in the training room? Jiang Fan pondered, confusion evident on his face. Just as he was distracted, the stick landed with a crack against his thigh, causing a sharp sting. Tang Rou's expression grew stern. Your rhythm is off. Start over and walk through the steps as I instructed. Yet, within mere minutes, there was another crack. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. What did I do wrong? Oh, my apologies. I got carried away, Tang Rou replied, leaving Jiang Fan with the sensation that she was merely venting her frustrations upon him. Regarding the punitive teaching method, Jiang Fan endured it repeatedly until he could no longer tolerate it. He proposed, Instructor, why don't you demonstrate it for me directly? I can learn from your example. Don't you think? Tang Rou glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. Perhaps feeling it was getting late, she finally nodded. All right. I will demonstrate it for you one last time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan felt an immense sense of relief as he settled at the edge of the training area, focusing intently on every movement. Ding, detected the preliminary technique of the spatial art shifting dimensions. Would you like to record it? Shifting dimensions, a spatial art that allows one to distort space and achieve instantaneous movement across vast distances. This martial skill was, astonishingly, a form of divine art. Jiang Fan could hardly believe it. Shifting dimensions was the most formidable technique for escape and mobility in the ancient myths. Distorting space, moving instantaneously. No matter how swift you are, you cannot surpass my ability to manipulate space for movement. With a thought, Jiang Fan commanded, record. Successfully recorded the divine art shifting dimensions. The panel has been updated. Divine art, shifting dimensions, beginner, requires 10 system currency to upgrade, perhaps because shifting dimensions was not a fragmented version. Upgrading to beginner level required only half the currency of the original technique. With exactly 10 currency remaining, Jiang Fan promptly chose to upgrade. Consumed 10 system currency. Upgrade of the divine art shifting dimension successful. In an instant, a plethora of intricate movements flooded his mind. Movements he had previously struggled with now felt as if they were etched into his muscle memory, enabling him not only to move with divine agility but also to adapt spontaneously, truly embodying the essence of transformation. Noticing the panel had updated, Jiang Fan suppressed his excitement and opened it. Host, Jiang Fan, single, level 2 technique, dragon elephant body refinement, minor achievement. Requires 100 system currency to upgrade. Spell, 5 Thunder Righteous Method, beginner, divine art, shifting dimensions, beginner. Requires 50 system currency to upgrade. System currency, 0. Main task, pass the inner Sect disciples assessment. Pending, reward, 100 system currency, 10 cleansing pills. System space, spiritual energy 55. Cleansing pill 1. To his astonishment, his level had also increased by 1. It seemed that advancing in the realm of cultivation was not limited to merely practicing techniques. Mastering divine arts also contributed to it. However, what was the situation with the spell? His gaze fell upon the spell, and a sense of confusion arose within him. Initially, upon completing a side quest, he had effortlessly attained the beginner level of the spell. Yet, up until now, he had not discovered any means to enhance it. The spell was remarkably powerful. During the battle with the alien toxic lizard, he was confident that a single strike of the 5 Thunder Righteous method could obliterate half of the underground parking lot. However, the alien toxic lizard was too weak, entirely unworthy of revealing his trump card. Suddenly, Tang Rose snapped her fingers in front of him. What are you daydreaming about? I'm heading home now. Do you want to ride? Jiang Fan's train of thought was interrupted. He looked up and realized the instructor had already dressed and was preparing to leave. With no one at home and having to buy groceries and cook for himself, he found little motivation to return. As for his dirty clothes, he could easily wash them clean and use the dragon elephant body refinement technique to dry them with heat. No, I'll wait for my sister to finish work. Jiang Fan replied, half jokingly. He genuinely wished to wait for his sister, though not necessarily to return home together. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou refrained from saying much more, merely advising him to rest well and continue his training the next day. According to the training plan she had devised, he would need to endure a month of high-intensity training akin to tonight's, supplemented with body-enhancing medicinal supplements, before he could even begin to touch the threshold of shifting dimensions. But what did my recent entry into the beginner level mean? Jiang Fan opened his mouth, contemplating that if he confessed now, the instructor would likely misinterpret it as him treating her as a fool. He swallowed his words back. Chapter 27. Rising Tides at the Port Night Market. Deputy Director Dong Xiaowang arrived at 1 a.m. This area, once bustling with seafood stalls and barbecues, had been so popular that ambulances frequently queued at the street corner to carry away tourists who had been suffocated by the crowd or fainted from the spice. Now, however, as he surveyed the scene, not a single complete structure remained. Everywhere lay the severed limbs of monstrous beasts. Epidemic control personnel and firefighters were swiftly clearing the outer streets, while the center of the battleground was cordoned off by barricades. The deputy director glanced at the casualty report handed to him and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, an emergency evacuation announcement had been issued in advance, allowing nearby residents to be evacuated. Otherwise, the death toll of tens of thousands of citizens would have led to not only his downfall but also that of half the senior officials of Jinghai City. The report indicated that only 5 security personnel were injured, which could be considered a stroke of luck. Captain Jiang, I knew that assigning you to oversee this was my wisest decision. As the deputy director crossed the barricades, he spotted Jiang Xian leaning against the shore, eyes closed in a light slumber, and the tension in his face eased somewhat. Jiang Xian was a top graduate from a prestigious university, exceptionally capable as a team leader. She was worth 10 regular officers and was recognized as a strong woman in the Public Security Bureau. For years, he had been grooming her as a successor. Director Dong, You're celebrating too soon, Jiang Fan said, opening her eyes a fraction and gesturing behind her with her right hand. What is that aura? The deputy director furrowed his brow and stepped closer. Before him, a grotesque rift hung in the air, the result of a sacrificial ritual conducted by the beasts. And a peculiar aura from another realm leaked out. It was a spatial rift connecting to another world. This area was the rear base of the Jinghai battle zone, where nearly all supplies to the front lines were transported. If the spatial rift fully opened, it would allow the monstrous army to invade the city, with catastrophic consequences. Director. No need to worry. The expert who has been handling the sacrificial ritual stood up, adjusted his glasses, and stated, without beasts providing sacrificial materials, the rift will soon close on its own. However, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, it's best to station someone here for 24-hour surveillance. The deputy director nodded, promptly issuing orders, and then instructed someone to take the expert to rest. These experts had come from the front lines and would be flying back to their units the next day after finishing their tasks in the city. No wonder so many beasts have emerged. Their rate of evolution is indeed accelerating, the deputy director sighed as he watched the expert's figure disappear. Is my younger brother really all right? Jiang Fan suddenly asked, arms crossed. After dealing with the beasts at the port night market, she had only just learned that Jiang Fan and his group had encountered an alien toxic lizard. Thus, she was unaware of the specifics, only knowing that the alien toxic lizard had been captured alive and that Jiang Fan was still alive. She had been unable to leave the scene, which left her with lingering doubts. Come on, how could you not know if Jiang Fan is all right? The deputy director chuckled in exasperation. Before he even became a martial artist, he single-handedly took down a toxic lizard that even seasoned warriors wouldn't dare approach easily. Jiang Fan. You've hidden your brother away quite well. Huh? Jiang Fan was puzzled. How could she not know how capable her useless younger brother was? He struggled just to pass a campus test and was on the verge of expulsion. Are you saying he single-handedly dealt with an alien toxic lizard? Director Dong. That's going too far. How could I not know I have such an impressive brother? Unfazed by her disbelief, the deputy director pulled up the video from the duty recorder and sent it to her. Is there also footage of his ordeal? Excellent. When he eventually gets married. I'm definitely going to play this at the wedding. Jiang Fan curiously opened the video. The video comprised two parts. The first half featured the security team leader, who underestimated the threat and was caught off guard by the alien toxic lizard. The only unexpected aspect was Su Shuyan's performance. She had once been seen mingling with Jiang Fan and slacking off on her martial training, yet here she was, able to exchange blows with the monstrous beast. For a student in an elite class, this performance is undoubtedly satisfactory. It appears that the heiress of the Rome group has utilized her financial prowess to tame the exotic venomous lizard. Upon witnessing Su Shuyan's defeat, Rome woman took out her relic, and Jiang Fan had already anticipated the ensuing events. The entire Jinghai city is aware that the owner of the Rome group is a doting father, and in order to protect his precious daughter, Rong Zhuyang would undoubtedly have more than one life-saving trump card at his disposal. However, just as Rong Wenwen was predictably taken down by the venomous lizard and prepared to reveal her trump card, the video abruptly stopped. The latter part transformed into the perspective of a mechanical search dog. Never mind. I shall savor the moments of Jiang Fan's trials and tribulations at home. Noticing the deputy director's evident anticipation for her reaction, Jiang Fan felt an ominous premonition and promptly paused the playback. The most thrilling segments were yet to come. How could she possibly pause? She intended to edit this segment into a promotional video once the training concluded. The deputy director jested. All right. Your expression is overly dramatic. We all know your brother is a genius. By the way, what's with your eyes? The seaside winds are strong. Did sand get in them? Jiang Fan saved the video and turned away. Nearby medical personnel, having overheard, rushed over, thinking assistance was needed, but were halted by the deputy director's hand. Let Captain Zhang be for a moment, he said, preparing to leave to inspect another area. In such circumstances, the deputy director's role involved considering numerous factors. Unlike the director, who merely needed to focus on high-level combat, dedicating himself entirely to the battlefield when threats arose. Director Dong. Moments later, Jiang Fan composed herself, her face appearing remarkably uncharacteristic of her usual self. I have decided to join the Warrior Association and participate in the stiletto operation. The deputy director paused. With the escalation of frontline conflicts, a single thread could unravel everything. Not only would the entire Public Security Bureau be mobilized, but even the Warrior Association began dispatching personnel for reinforcements. The stiletto operation, spearheaded by the Warrior Association, was a clandestine initiative aimed at alleviating the crisis. Among those in the Public Security Bureau, only he and the director, along with a few qualified captains, were privy to this matter. Although this mission might not necessarily take one to the front lines, its danger was no less than that of direct combat, Are you truly certain you wish to participate? Have you not discussed it with your family? The deputy director advised. He could surmise the reason behind Jiang Xian's sudden decision to join the stiletto operation. Her ailing father and her brother, who was preparing for the martial arts academy, had expenses at every turn, especially with Jiang Fan revealing such extraordinary martial talent. The demand for cultivation resources would become an insatiable abyss. The monthly salary from the Public Security Bureau could no longer suffice for Jiang Xian. The stiletto operation essentially represented a life-for-money exchange. Upon participation, regardless of task completion, one would receive a substantial subsidy in advance. With my brother already stepping up, I, as his sister, certainly cannot linger in the bureau and enjoy a life of ease. Consultation is unnecessary. I am the head of the family, and I fear that Jiang Fan might cry and cling to me if I attempt to leave. Jiang Xian spoke with a light tone, yet her determination was unmistakable. The deputy director, recognizing that further discussion would be futile, nodded. Rest assured, I will help look after your family. When do you intend to depart? There is no time to waste. It will be tonight. Chapter 28. A commotion at the Public Security Bureau. Jiang Fan awoke to discover an unexpected sum of 500,000 in his account, a fortune. He messaged his instructor. The municipal scholarship has been credited. Thank you for your guidance. I'll treat you to breakfast shortly. After sending the message, Jiang Fan proceeded to the cafeteria of the Public Security Bureau, where he finished his meal and packed 2 dumplings. Just like the previous night, he chose to remain in the training room. Not long after, he received a message from Tang Ro. The municipal scholarship primarily consists of vitality potions and physical enhancement agents. What did you receive? It turns out it wasn't a scholarship. Jiang Fan stared at his phone in surprise and ate the 2 dumplings from his pocket. At that moment, the deputy director appeared in the corridor. Upon seeing him, his expression reflected surprise. Jiang Fan, what are you doing in the Public Security Bureau? No wonder your sister couldn't find you when she returned home last night. Jiang Fan awkwardly smiled and explained. I lost track of time while training in the room and inadvertently stayed until dawn. No worries. The Public Security Bureau has arranged for her to be on a business trip out of town, so she may not return for a while. By the way, you should have received the money, right? She asked me to tell you that it's for your cultivation resources, so don't squander it. You needn't worry about your father. She has already made arrangements. After saying this, the deputy director hurriedly left. Wait, out-of-town business trip with a 500,000 subsidy? Is that for real? Jiang Fan called after him. However, the deputy director had already vanished. The surrounding personnel fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. The term out-of-town business trip in the context of the Public Security Bureau often signified that someone had disappeared, never to return. Realizing this, Jiang Fan's heart raced as he instinctively understood that his sister might have been assigned to undertake a dangerous mission. 500,000. That is a death wage. He spat out the food in his mouth and hurried after the deputy director. The director is busy with official duties. No disturbances allowed. A powerful hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. Jiang Fan turned to see a muscular officer, akin to a mountain, with a cigar clenched in his mouth. His face fierce. The name tag identified him as Captain Xiong Hu, possessing at least an 8th-tier cultivation. The immense force from the grip rendered Jiang Fan immobile. This was a true display of martial dominance. Let go, Jiang Fan demanded. Humph, little one, that is quite rude of you. Captain Xiong Hu sneered, preparing to throw him out. Yet, in the next instant, Xiong Hu's grip faltered, astonished as Jiang Fan slipped through his fingers like oil. Transmute movement. Jiang Fan had swiftly applied the movement technique he had learned the previous night, catching his opponent off guard, and seized the opportunity to break free, dashing toward the deputy director's office. Stop him, Captain Xiong Hu shouted, drawing the attention of the entire floor. What is going on? Did a beast infiltrate the bureau? Another officer, wearing a captain's badge, appeared, bewildered, sipping on his soy milk. However, he quickly noticed the fleeing Jiang Fan, placing his drink on the windowsill to block the corridor with his body. Kid, you better stop right there. No playing around is allowed in the Public Security Bureau. Jiang Fan's gaze hardened. Facing a prepared 8th-tier martial artist, his entry-level movement technique was evidently insufficient. Vitality, speed, strength, every aspect was overwhelmingly superior. No amount of skill could alter this imbalance. Just as he contemplated forcing his way through, 2 other officers unexpectedly wrapped their arms around Xiong Hu's neck. Captain, don't get involved. The students downstairs are almost all here and waiting for your speech. And you should probably shave. It's time to watch your image. The 2 unfamiliar officers pulled him apart, discreetly giving each other a thumbs up. It seemed as if it were only yesterday in the underground parking lot, where those individuals had assisted in dealing with the exotic venomous lizards. Jiang Fan cast a grateful glance and swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. Jiang Fan, I was just looking for you. Don't run away. Tell me where Row 11 is gone. It was Instructor Ding from Class 2 of the Elite program. Evidently unaware of their encounter with the foreign lizards the previous day, Jiang Fan, disinclined to explain, once again employed his martial skill, the art of metamorphosis. Leaping with grace and defying gravity as he dashed along the wall, brushing past Ding. Feeling provoked, Instructor Ding turned, his eyes wide with fury. How dare you rebel? Moving in front of an instructor. At last, the office of the deputy director came into view. Standing at the entrance was a fully armed warrior, expressionless, with a hand resting on the hilt of his battle knife, as if prepared to unleash an unstoppable strike at any moment. Was there no choice but to force his way in? Jiang Fan had to slow his pace, electric sparks beginning to dance in his hand. He still had his trump card, the 5 Thunder technique, which should suffice to clear the path. At that moment, however, the stoic warrior silently averted his gaze, signaling that he would feign ignorance. Thank you, Jiang Fan exclaimed, before forcefully kicking open the office door. Inside, the deputy director, sipping coffee, trembled in shock. With a loud crash, his cup shattered on the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. The deputy glanced behind Jiang Fan, noticing the oblivious guard, the furious instructor, and the 2 security team leaders who were struggling to navigate the crowd, one pressed by the throng, the other too large to move freely in the corridor. At Beijing High Airport, the flight scheduled for 8 a.m. was set to depart in just 15 minutes. If they wished to meet, they needed to hurry. After a moment's hesitation, the deputy director chose to disregard Jiang Xian's instructions, allowing the siblings a chance to see one another. A covert mission would naturally be disguised under the guise of a regular business trip. Thus, even though Jiang Xian had joined the assault blade operation the night before, she would only depart on a routine flight this morning, according to the actual travel schedule. Upon looking up again, the deputy director saw Jiang Fan leap from the corridor, descending to the first-floor hall. In the hall, Mao Jun was munching on a bun, humming a tune, attempting to maintain a facade of normalcy before his classmates, while stifling laughter. He had timely reported the incident yesterday, earning great merit, yet was instructed to keep it confidential, leaving him in considerable discomfort, as though ants were crawling all over him. Was he the point of his bravado to boast? Just then, a heavy thud echoed through the hall as Jiang Fan's figure landed with a force akin to a divine being descending. Behind him, a throng of security personnel pursued him closely. The instructor from Class 2 was caught within the crowd, shouting, "Stop that brat ahead." Miao Jun swallowed hard. Although he was oblivious to the unfolding drama and Jiang Fan's misdeeds, he knew it was time to act. How dare the security team bully students? To overpower the few with the many, to oppress the weak, this is intolerable. Are you not men? Miao Jun shouted, brandishing a broom, attempting to incite the crowd and thwart Jiang Fan's pursuers. However, rather than attracting attention, many people in front of the security team instinctively parted ways. As Jiang Fan found himself surrounded on all sides, a clear and melodious voice, like a nightingale, rang out from behind. Block the security personnel, and each of you will receive 500 blue star coins. Chapter 29. Letting Usur Miao Jun turned to see a figure flash from the corner of the hall. It was Roan Wenwen. Although her voice was soft, it was distinctly recognizable, and every student present heard her. Did someone say 500? Just 500? It's from Goddess Rome. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Chairs and tables were seized, eggs and soy milk were hurled. Others, fresh from the restroom, spun around with a mop stained with filth, transforming into warriors, unstoppable. Most of the security personnel were martial artists, and facing the slender, fragile students, they hesitated to strike hard, rendered powerless. Meanwhile, the students, invigorated as if by a stimulant, rushed forward, shouting about friendship and bonds, their eyes alight with fervor. For a moment, they genuinely managed to obstruct the security personnel. Jiang Fan, unable to express his gratitude, dashed out of the crowd as swiftly as possible, seeking an escape. He needed a vehicle. Glancing at the street, he attempted to hail a taxi. However, due to the recent halt of work and production in Beijing High City, there were virtually no taxis to be found. Even when one occasionally passed, it was already occupied. At that moment, a powerful engine roared at the intersection. Tang Ro, driving her red sports car, approached. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Jiang Fan leaped into the passenger seat. To Beijing High Airport. We have 14 minutes left. Tang Ro was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Fan in such a state of urgency. Was it a robbery in progress? A family emergency? An elopement with a young girl? Noticing the chaos unfolding in the security hall, a multitude of scenarios flashed through her mind. But now was not the time for questions. She placed her trust in her student. 14 minutes, 100 kilometers, buckle up. In the blink of an eye, Tang Ro transformed into a race car driver, seamlessly shifting gears, accelerating, and steering. The sports car shot forth like a red meteor from the street. With just half a minute remaining before 8 a.m., Jiang Fan finally arrived at the airport. However, as he sprinted into the terminal, he discovered that boarding had already ceased, and the display screen indicated that the 8 a.m. flight was taking off. Pressing his face against the terminal glass, he watched as the airplane retracted its jet bridge and began to taxi toward the main runway, preparing for takeoff. With the rumble of thunder in the distance, the clouds, which had been gathering for some time, unleashed a torrential downpour, the raindrops pounding against the thick glass, growing heavier by the moment. Had he arrived a moment too late? Jiang Fan stood dazed at the window. He had hoped to showcase his talents, to ease his family's burdens. Little did he know that Jiang Xin, in her attempt to gather resources for his training, would sacrifice herself and depart without a word. Thank you, instructor, for the ride. Let us head back. Seeing Tang Rou catch up, Jiang Fan waved his hand, preparing to return home. The airplane had begun its ascent, making a meeting with his sister impossible. Is there someone on that flight whom you absolutely must see? Tang Rou inquired, her brow furrowed. Jiang Fan nodded vigorously before shaking his head in resignation. Forget it. It's already too late. Observing the glimmer of despair in her studentess' eyes, Tang Rou took a deep breath, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. If it's merely a matter of seeing each other, there is still a chance. Let us not underestimate the capabilities of us martial artists. In the economy class of the aircraft, seated by the window, Jiang Xin was yawning while playing Tetris to pass the time. Despite having been busy until dawn resolving the beast incident and immediately registering for the covert operation, she had not slept for 24 hours. Yet now, inexplicably, she found herself unable to sleep. Something felt amiss, a void within her. Am I homesick? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The plane had barely taken off, not yet leaving the confines of Beijing High City. How could I possibly feel homesick? Jiang Xian slapped her cheeks, attempting to cast aside such thoughts. The plane had already departed. Even if she wished to turn back and give Jiang Fan a good thrashing, it was too late. How frustrating. Had she known, she would have given her brother a sound beating before leaving. Just then, a small child by the window exclaimed, "Mom, there is someone flying outside. See, I told you not to watch so many comics. No, there really is someone flying." The child pounded on the window, excitement bubbling over. Flying by sheer physicality was a skill reserved for high-level martial artists. Jiang Xian chuckled, dismissing the claim, and continued playing her game. Yet, the child's voice persisted. Around them, more and more people turned to gaze out the window, gasping in astonishment. What on earth? Someone is actually flying over here. Is there an attempt to hijack the plane from outside? ISNT, that person wearing the uniform of our experimental high school in launching? Could he really be a student? A student from the first high school? Hearing this, Jiang Xin raised her head, curiosity piqued, and glanced over to see a throng of people leaning against the window. Are so many people gathered just to deceive a child? The absence of the flight attendant triggered her instinct as a security officer, prompting her to instinctively maintain order. Everyone, disperse. What flying person? Even if there is one, it's a high-level martial artist, not something one can easily encounter. Really? Someone pointed outside. What a joke. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Xin was left speechless. Outside the window, Jiang Fan was indeed soaring through the torrential rain, his body parallel to the plane, flying hundreds of meters above the ground. His gaze rapidly swept across the airplane windows, evidently searching for something. In the next moment, as if guided by instinct, their eyes met through the window. However, Jiang Fan's drenched body soon reached its limits, his speed diminishing as gravity began to pull him back toward the earth. Jiang Xian hurriedly leaned against the window, shouting outside, "Wow, bro, you're amazing." Jiang Fan could only manage to extend his finger and form a victory sign before descending. "That is your brother?" a passenger on the plane asked, astonished. "Yes, he is in his senior year at experimental high school, incredibly talented." It wasn't he until Jiang Fan's figure vanished entirely from view that Jiang Xian stood up with a smile, casually lowering the brim of her hat to shield her face and eyes. A high school student? That can't be true. Wasn't he it said that only high-level martial artists can fly? Naturally, the crowd didn't believe her words, yet they could not articulate their doubts. They merely considered it another enigma, akin to the mysterious figure captured during the recent thunderstorm. Raindrops seemed to hang suspended in midair. Jiang Fan, unable to control himself, began a free fall. Wait, how did I get up here? As his mind gradually calmed, he belatedly realized that he had seemingly done something quite reckless just to greet his sister. Oh, it seems the instructor threw me up here. Memories flashed through his mind like a film reel, and he quickly recalled the moment. At that time, Tang Rou had pulled him onto a flying shuttle, and after matching the speed of the plane, she used the shuttle's explosive force to propel him into the sky, then exerted all her strength to launch him toward the aircraft. Jiang Fan felt as though he had boarded a two-stage rocket, ascending twice to finally see his sister. To use a flying shuttle, one must at least possess the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist. He frowned, a chill creeping down his back. Only those above the 7th tier could utilize it. This meant the price of a flying shuttle was undoubtedly exorbitant. He likely couldn't afford it, even if he sold himself. Oh no, the shuttle that the instructor detonated. Will I have to compensate for that? Chapter 30. The seed plan. As he neared the ground, he braced for a painful landing. Just then, Tang Rou appeared, having prepared with another flying shuttle, and caught him in a steady princess carry. If you feel like crying, just let it out. With the rain, I can pretend I didn't see it. Will crying help me avoid paying for the shuttle? Jiang Fan curled up like a rabbit in her arms, glancing at her profile obscured by 2 towering mountains. Forcing a dry laugh. He certainly did not wish for his life to take a turn for the worse, burdened by immense debt. However, the response he received was a cold string of numbers. He couldn't recall the exact figure, only knowing that the sole way to repay the debt was to break through to the 7th-tier martial artist level. Otherwise, even a lifetime of hard work would not suffice to buy a single screw for a flying shuttle. After landing, Tang Rou suddenly asked, "Do you have your ID with you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan instinctively hugged his body tighter. "What do you want, teacher? I'm not that easy." At the Jinghai Airport Hotel, in the presidential suite, after finishing a hot shower, Jiang Fan stepped out of the bathroom to find Tang Rou in clean clothes, seated cross-legged on the carpet, meditating. "You may have to wait until the training is finished to return to the security bureau. During this time, you should focus on your cultivation here at the hotel." The presidential suite was exclusively available for martial artists, equipped with a dedicated training room filled with various facilities, rivaling those of the security bureau. Naturally, the cost was astronomical for Jiang Fan. Fortunately, he wouldn't be footing the bill himself. According to Tang Rou, she had initially intended to spend a few quiet days, not wanting to waste the hotel's training facilities, and decided to let Jiang Fan stay as well. "I'm fine with it," Jiang Fan replied while donning the martial arts uniform provided by the hotel. "I hope my sister will be able to return safely." Although the security bureau hadn't disclosed anything to him, his sister's phone had been unreachable since last night. Yet, he could easily guess that she had undoubtedly been assigned to undertake some secret and perilous mission. If you truly wish to assist your sister, you must possess at least the strength of an 8th-tier martial artist. Without a certain level of strength, knowing more will only bring you distress. You should focus on your cultivation to catch up to the elite class. However, Jiang Xian's willingness to go meant she had her own considerations. Based on his understanding of her, she wouldn't be foolish enough to seek death. Tang Rou opened her eyes and poured herself a cup of red tea. In her speech, she seemed to have forgotten that she had claimed not to know Jiang Fan's sister just the night before. 8th-tier strength, huh? It seems I should take this more seriously. Jiang Fan murmured to himself. He was currently 20 points away from the standard blood value of a martial artist, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he could fully break through and then register with the Martial Artist Association to become a genuine martial artist, specifically a 9th-tier martial artist. The transition from 9th to 8th tier would see the blood value standard double, with the assessment criteria for martial arts, techniques, and various physical attributes elevated to a higher level. The so-called 9th-tier martial arts were like ascending to heaven, with each tier becoming increasingly challenging to surpass. Yet, possessing an extraordinary ability, the cultivation bottleneck held little significance for him. Jiang Fan was confident he could break through to the 8th tier within a year. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Tang Rou nearly choked, almost spitting out a mouthful of red tea. "What do you mean by taking it a bit seriously? Is 8th-tier martial artist status something you can achieve casually?" Considering that Jiang Fan had just parted from his family, Tang Rou composed herself, suppressing the urge to criticize him on the spot. At that moment, her smart bracelet chimed with a notification, indicating a video call. The contact was labeled as Xiao Sunday. Tang Rou had no intention of evading the situation. She sat down in a chair and prepared to answer the call. Of course, Jiang Fan thought it polite to maintain his stance, crab-like, as he moved to sit opposite the instructor. "How many times have I told you? Refer to your title during work." "Huh? Ahem. Instructor Tang." Sun Qin immediately stood at attention, bewildered, unable to comprehend why the junior sister had suddenly become so irate. "Yes, Principal Sun, what can I do for you?" "It's like this. The special inspector from the Martial Academy will arrive next week to select students for the seed plan." "Instructor Tang, are you feeling unwell?" As Sun Qin spoke, he noticed that his senior sister's face flushed with anger, as if she were enduring something. Meanwhile, behind the principal's projection, Jiang Fan stood in his stance, occasionally scratching his head or sipping water. While he claimed to be cultivating, he appeared anything but. Every minor action precisely hit Tang Rou's nerves. "No, please continue." Tang Rou gritted her teeth. The principal frowned slightly and continued. "The inspector asked if I had any recommended instructors to represent the first high school in the selection. I thought Instructor Tang would be quite suitable, don't you think? Teacher Tang, are you sure you're all right? In the image, Tang Ro's forehead visibly throbbed, her teacup trembling, creating noticeable ripples. I'm perfectly fine. Tang Ro narrowed her eyes, her fingers turning pale from gripping tightly. Before her, Jiang Fan casually picked up the towel she had used, wiped his face, and then made a disgusted expression, exclaiming, "Why does it still smell?" In summary, I have recommended Instructor Tang, but whether or not to accept it remains a personal decision. Farewell. The principal, sensing the impending eruption from the senior sister, quickly concluded the conversation. Jiang Fan. As the video call ended, Tang Ro rose abruptly, snapping the teaching baton. Jiang Fan? Is he with you? Just as the principal was about to hang up. The mention of Jiang Fan's name caused him to pause. Merely half an hour earlier, the Public Security Bureau had made several calls requesting a citywide manhunt for Jiang Fan, only to later retract the order, leaving him utterly perplexed. Upon inquiring with the on-duty instructors, he learned that Jiang Fan had incited a rebellion among the entire student body, causing chaos at the bureau. Even the elite class genius was implicated, with Roan Woman being coerced into taking the blame, which infuriated Instructor Ding, who came to report the matter to him. The principal intended to delve deeper into the situation, aware that Instructor Ding's account was laced with personal bias. However, upon receiving a murderous glare from Tang Ro, he hastily terminated the communication and logged off at lightning speed. What else with that glare? Jiang Fan tossed the towel into the bathroom and emerged to find the instructor wearing a predatory expression. Menopause? No, the instructor appeared quite youthful. Noticing the notification on Tang Ro's wristband about the seed program, Jiang Fan couldn't help but ask, by the way, can I participate in the seed program? The seed program, as the name suggests, is designed to select those with the potential to become martial artists, identifying the elite among the talented. If participants perform exceptionally, they may be recruited and trained by the Martial Arts Academy prior to the major examination. Consequently, entering the academy through the seed program grants students a distinct advantage over ordinary candidates, as they begin their journey from a higher starting point. As the saying goes, a step ahead leads to further advancements. From what Jiang Fan understood, each year, elite class geniuses from the first high school fiercely compete for the limited spots in the seed program, which is open to all high schools in Jinghai City. After competing among themselves, they must also contend with geniuses from other schools, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Chapter 31. A glimpse of skill you? You don't even qualify to apply. Tang Ro, seeing Jiang Fan's earnest inquiry, set aside her baton and explained, the seed program is initiated by the 4 major martial arts academies, selecting talents from among the elite classes of various schools. Even if you were to perform exceptionally in the upcoming tests and enter the elite class, it would already be too late. Therefore, I suggest you focus on the major examination and refrain from entertaining fanciful notions. In truth, Tang Ro only revealed part of the story. Even if Jiang Fan were to gain eligibility, he might still struggle against talents from other schools. It is known that the first high school has only 30 spots available for participation each year, with at most 2 or 3 individuals successfully garnering favor from the 4 major academies. In the previous year, there was a dismal 0 acceptance rate, leading to mockery from rival schools for an entire year. This was precisely why Sun Qin had invited her to help restore some prestige to the first high school. No wonder the selection is so stringent. It is the 4 major academies choosing candidates. Suddenly, Jiang Fan understood why some chose the seed program over the major examination. The 4 major martial arts academies represent the pinnacle of martial arts education, gathering the finest educators and training resources globally. Akin to the 7 national defense institutions of his past life. A significant portion of the top combatants from various battle zones on Blue Star hail from these 4 academies. His elder sister successfully entered one of them, the Shushan Martial Academy, located in the Summer Kingdom, even making headlines and being promoted as a model by schools across Jinghai City. However, Jiang Xian had initially taken the regular admission route by participating in the major examination rather than opting for the seed program. Since only elite class students are eligible to apply, couldn't I just enter the elite class early? Jiang Fan suggested. If he could enter the Martial Arts Academy through the seed program, perhaps within a year, he could surpass the 8th rank. The sooner he could break through, the sooner he would discover his sister's whereabouts. Do you truly believe that the issue lies solely in whether you can enter the elite class? Tang Ro could no longer suppress her eye roll. With your current level, you need to at least reach the entry level of martial arts skills to compete with others for the seed program. Otherwise, even if you secure a spot, you will merely become a stepping stone for others. What if I have already reached entry level? Jiang Fan blinked. If you genuinely possess that talent, I will arrange for a test to expedite your entry into the elite class. Tang Ro half-jokingly replied, not truly believing it. having just learned martial arts skills last night. Reaching the threshold within a month and entering within 3 months would be considered quite impressive. Jiang Fan's talent had been discovered late, and his foundation was weak, likely requiring even more time. Jiang Fan, can you truly arrange it ahead of time? Yes, but you must first reach entry level. Once Instructor Tang finishes this call, it should be possible to arrange it. Jiang Fan pointed towards Tang Rou's smart bracelet, which displayed a call from Instructor Ding of Class 2. It seemed he was coming to file a complaint. Perfect. With Instructor Ding's endorsement, he wouldn't have to exert much effort to prove himself. After all, Instructor Ding had witnessed his transformation firsthand. What does Class 2's instructor want? Tang Rou raised an eyebrow, seemingly uninterested. What does it have to do with Jiang Fan? After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call, but only in voice mode to prevent Jiang Fan from taking any chance to act out, making it inconvenient for her to discipline him. As soon as she connected, she heard Instructor Ding's furious voice. Instructor Tang, look at your so-called good student. He has merely learned a martial technique and dares to show off in front of me. Unbelievable. If he can perform this well at the entry level, what will he attempt once he reaches mastery? I shudder to think. Tang Rou was taken aback, processing the information slowly. What did you say? Jiang Fan has reached entry level in martial arts? Are you certain? Instructor Ding, the godly transformation, the Tang family's unique martial technique. Do you take me for a fool? You can't deny this. There must be accountability. Slap. Before the other party could finish, Tang Rou abruptly hung up. Immediately, her expression turned serious, and without warning, she threw a steel spoon towards Jiang Fan. The motion seemed slow but emitted a deafening sound as it sliced through the air. Jiang Fan, having anticipated this, slipped his hands into his pockets and effortlessly dodged using the godly transformation. Not only that, but he also managed to catch it with his teeth. Jiang Fan, with his mouth full, mumbled, "So, can it be arranged?" Seeing this, Tang Rou's eyes lit up, like a dragon gliding through water, quick as a startled rabbit. This was clearly a skill that could only be mastered upon reaching entry level in the godly transformation. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan's comprehension of martial arts exceeded her expectations. One might even say it was unprecedented. Such talent, even among the young prodigies of the 4 major academies, would be considered top tier. If he continued on this path, he might indeed be recruited ahead of time by the 4 major academies. Her response was borderline acceptable, indicating he had indeed reached the entry-level standard. Tang Rou calmed herself, crossing her arms and feigning composure. Very well, once the training concludes, we will commence assessments. The Martial Academy assessors will arrive in a week, perfectly timed. 3 days later, as the urgent safety announcement for Jing'ai City was lifted, the practical training at the first high school concluded that very afternoon. Ultimately, the top 3 rankings were Jiang Fan, Rong Wenwen, and Tang Li. The deputy director indeed upheld his promise, despite Jiang Fan's absence for the subsequent 3 days. He was still awarded first place based on his outstanding performance. After all, according to the news relayed by Fatty, the top 10 in the elite class had frantically hunted low-level beasts over the last 2 days, and if scores were to be considered, Jiang Fan wouldn't even make it into the top 10. Ding. The side quest to claim first place in the training results has been completed. Granting rewards, 20 system currency, and 2 vitality pills. Finally, it's accomplished. Although he had done nothing afterward, the moment he saw the rewards credited to his account, Jiang Fan felt a profound satisfaction akin to reaping a bountiful harvest after diligent toil. Continuing, he opened the updated system panel. Host, Jiang Fan, single, level 2. Martial art, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement, minor achievement. Requires 100 system currency to upgrade. Technique, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, beginner. Divine ability, Divine Movement Transformation, beginner. Requires 50 system currency to upgrade. System currency, 20. Main quest, pass the Inner Sect Disciple Assessment. Pending, reward, 100 system currency, 10 cleansing pills. System space, spiritual energy 55. Cleansing pills 1, pulse guarding pills 2 to pass the Inner Sect Disciple Assessment, which is the month-end test. His performance must reach a standard suitable for entering the elite class. The advancement of the test means that as long as he passes, he can immediately upgrade the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement to major achievement. At that time, perhaps his vitality could surpass 100, directly reaching the standard of a formal martial artist. Jiang Fan gazed at the panel, his thoughts swirling. However, he was also uncertain. After all, he had never heard of any high school student achieving major achievement in martial arts before a major examination. As for the exceptional case of a 17-year-old talent from Qingbei breaking through to the 8th rank, which had appeared in the news, it was later debunked. He was not 17, but rather 37, having somehow deceived the Bone Age test. Perhaps there were individuals of that caliber within the 4 major martial institutes, but that was certainly beyond his current reach. The instructor, Being well-versed, should he inquire with the instructor? Just as he pondered this, the extravagant double soundproof doors of the presidential suite swung open from the outside. Chapter 32. Departure. Hearing footsteps. Jiang Fan swiftly placed the freshly cooked dish onto the dining table. Today marked the final day of his stay at the hotel. In terms of both training and daily life, the instructor had provided him with tremendous support. Before leaving, it was only fitting that he express his gratitude. Although the expense of purchasing ingredients from the hotel was charged entirely to the instructor's account. Oh, what delightful aroma wafts from the stir-fried dish! Boomed a robust male voice unexpectedly from the entrance. Could it be the instructor's father, male colleague, or perhaps even fiancé? Bringing an opposite sex to the hotel surely implied a close relationship. Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown. With a guest arriving, why had he not been informed in advance? He had only prepared enough for two. Adding another pair of chopsticks would leave the dish insufficient for all. However, when the individual emerged from the entrance into the living room, Jiang Fan realized he had overthought it. Principal's son. Jiang Fan quickly set down the plate and stood upright. To his astonishment, it was indeed the principal himself who had come to visit. Principal's son Chen, one of the few high-ranking martial artists in Jinghai City, was the honorary president of the city's martial arts association. After retiring due to injury while stationed in the Jinghai battle zone, he had taken up the position of principal at Experimental High School No. 1. Nevertheless, his formidable prowess remained unfathomable. In the community, Principal's son was regarded alongside the director of the Public Security Bureau, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and the mayor of Jinghai City. Collectively known as the Four Giants, they were the kind of figures whose mere footfalls could induce tremors throughout Jinghai City. Was the principal here to reprimand him? Upon seeing the cloud of displeasure darken Principal's son's face at the sight of him, Jiang Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. He hadn't even misbehaved at school. Young and able-bodied, yet you squander your potential, pursuing nefarious paths. Principal's son tugged at his beard and couldn't suppress a cold snort. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Fan draped in a scarf, resembling a domestic caretaker, his ire surged. This hardly resembled that of a student. One might mistake him for a gigolo maintained by a wealthy woman. It was beyond comprehension how Jiang Fan had enchanted the little senior sister, causing her to repeatedly violate school rules and grant him special privileges. Admittedly, Jiang Fan possessed considerable talent. Yet, the same talent showcased in the first year of high school versus that revealed in the third year represented two entirely different realms. Jiang Fan belonged to the category of those whose talents awakened later, merely deemed worthy of cultivation, with the potential to break through to the 8th rank being commendable. He was not deserving of the school's favoritism or special exemptions. Principal's son scrutinized Jiang Fan from head to toe, resolved to impart a lesson on maintaining appropriate boundaries between teacher and student. Just then, a piercing gaze from behind made him feel uneasy. Words hung on his lips, but he had to change his tone and forced a laugh, patting Jiang Fan on the shoulder. "Ah, so you are Jiang Fan? Not bad, quite a clean-cut young man. You bring honor to our experimental high school, No. 1. Jiang Fan was left bewildered. Had the principal suffered from a split personality? How could he be so inconsistent? It nearly frightened him into believing he had offended the principal somehow. "Jiang Fan, come help me with some things," called Tang Ro from outside the door as she removed her shoes. Of course, hearing the instructor's summons, Jiang Fan wiped his hands on the scarf and dashed over. Behind him, Principal's son stood in stunned silence. Previously, when Instructor Ding had called, lamenting how Jiang Fan had burdened his own prodigy, he had mocked the instructor for overthinking, suggesting there was no need for concern. After all, Jiang Fan's talent had emerged late, and his foundation was insufficient. Before long, he would inevitably be distanced by true geniuses. Unexpectedly, in a moment of distraction, Jiang Fan had ended up living under the same roof as his senior sister. At that moment, as if struck by a boomerang, Principal's son finally comprehended Instructor Ding's sentiments. At the dining table, Principal's son remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Adhering to the principle of respecting elders and cherishing the young, Jiang Fan merely took a symbolic couple of bites, offering his portion to the principal. "After we leave the hotel, the principal will take you to the armory to collect your reward for placing first in training. As for the monetary bonus, don't hold your breath. It's insufficient to cover the compensation owed to the Public Security Bureau." Tang Ro quickly finished her meal, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and remarked. Jiang Fan nodded, not surprised by the outcome. The chaos at the Public Security Bureau had been suppressed by the deputy director and would not be pursued further. However, the damages and cleaning costs incurred in the Public Security Bureau lobby would be attributed to him. Nevertheless, the bonus from practical training was not substantial. The treasures within the armory constituted the bulk of the reward. This was precisely why many elite-class geniuses, despite having decent family backgrounds, vied fiercely to score high, and secure a place among the top 3. The treasures in the armory were not something one could simply purchase with money. Seizing the opportunity while the principal was still dining, Jiang Fan began to tidy up his belongings. Shampoo, shower gel, toothbrush and toothpaste, disposable cups, hairdryer, coffee machine, anything that could fit, he packed into the snakeskin bags. 2 expensive-looking, highly functional small umbrellas, advertising space available, were casually stuffed into his pockets. Ultimately, the assorted items from the presidential suite weighed over 100 pounds, filling 2 snakeskin bags to the brim. Teacher Tang, I'll head down to wait for you. Upon checking out, Principal's son couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment as he hurriedly exited the hotel manager's line of sight. Just how naive could one be? Attempting to dismantle the range hood to take with him? The reputation of experimental high school number 1 had been tarnished. Is it not allowed to take it? Jiang Fan arrived at the entrance, laden with bags, noticing the hotel manager's peculiar expression, which was anything but natural. Oh, certainly, it is allowed. The hotel manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Compared to their expenditures during their stay, this minor loss was negligible. It was merely that the room appeared suddenly bare, which was somewhat unappealing. Once he finished packing, Jiang Fan finally had the leisure to inquire about his earlier question. He followed Tang Rou into the elevator. Instructor, do you think that if the dragon elephant body refinement reaches major achievement, could I attain the level of a formal martial artist? Mastering martial arts to a major achievement signifies a solid physical foundation. However, to genuinely break through to the rank of a martial artist, one must awaken the source power within. Yet, these concepts are only introduced once you enter the martial arts academy. Knowing them now serves no purpose. Tang Rou remarked, unable to suppress a reminder. Having noticed that Jiang Fan had recently been growing increasingly overconfident, he had yet to participate in the major examination. Yet he was already contemplating breaking through to become a martial artist. It is essential to understand that those who achieve martial artist status during high school are exceedingly rare across the entirety of Xia country. Moreover, should any such individual be discovered, they would be promptly safeguarded. These prodigies, if they do not meet an untimely end, are destined to become intermediate warriors in the future. Awakening the source power? Upon hearing the instructor's explanation, Jiang Fan became increasingly curious. He had only encountered references to it in textbooks, which described source power as a unique energy within a warrior's body, its significance akin to breathing and eating, the very essence of a warrior. Yet, the specifics remained a mystery to him. Soon, he descended the stairs. Tang Rou, due to her duty at school, departed alone in her sports car. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, shouldered his luggage and climbed into the principal's unpretentious black Jeep. With the practical training concluding at noon, results and rankings were to be calculated. In the afternoon, a grand assembly would be held at the school for summarization and commendation. Prior to that, however, the principal would lead the top 3 students to the armory to select treasures. Principal, do you have any suggestions regarding the selection of treasures? Jiang Fan inquired from the passenger seat. The advice of a high-ranking warrior often bore considerable weight. Kid, don't fixate on those items that appear formidable and grand. You won't be able to handle them. Principal's son's impatience was palpable, yet he continued. What suits you best is what is truly valuable. Chapter 33. Is this exquisite sword genuine? The school's armory was located within a diminutive otherworldly space, connected to the real world via a concealed tunnel. Upon traversing the tunnel, Jiang Fan spotted Rong Wenwen and Tang Li seated on small stools, having waited for some time. Around them, squads armed with live ammunition patrolled meticulously, their weapons obviously custom-made. While the bullets posed no threat to the beasts, striking a warrior would be far from trivial. Principal. Upon the arrival of Principal's son, the 2 who had been sitting immediately rose to their feet, a gesture of respect towards a high-ranking warrior. After all, without the principal's guidance, they would not even have access to the armory's entrance. Upon noticing Jiang Fan getting out of the vehicle, their expressions diverged. Tang Li's gaze was sharp, seemingly unable to suppress the urge to challenge him on the spot. Conversely, Rong Wenwen, for reasons unknown, deliberately averted her eyes, attempting to feign ignorance. Jiang Fan scratched his head, perplexed. He could understand Tang Li's reaction. It was natural to doubt the strength of someone who claimed the top position. However, what was up with the goddess Rong? Previously, the chubby boy had informed him that thanks to Rong Wenwen's financial backing, a group had rallied to help intercept the security personnel. Yet, subsequently, they received no compensation, and Rong Wenwen was summoned to her parents and severely reprimanded. Before entering the armory, a security guard handed them 3 plastic baskets. Aside from the clothes on your back, you are not permitted to bring anything inside. Remove any metallic belts, buttons, or jewelry as well. Tang Li produced a wallet and a smart bracelet, while Rong Wenwen placed her elegant handbag inside. It was evident that they were already aware of this protocol. Jiang Fan, however, merely retrieved 2 small umbrellas from his pocket and placed them in the basket. Though few in number, they were exceptionally eye-catching. Downright disappointing. The security guard chuckled, yet, adhering to his professional duties, refrained from saying more. Tang Li's eyes widened, as if his worldview had been shattered, glancing back and forth between Jiang Fan and Rongwen. During the practical training, the tale of Jiang Fan rescuing a damsel had already spread, making it difficult not to speculate about a potential special bond formed between the two. Especially considering Jiang Fan's ruckus at the security bureau, with Rongwen also breaking the law by inciting her classmates to attack the security personnel. If there was nothing between them, how could they have reached such extremes? Rongwen was equally startled, unnerved by Jiang Fan's bold actions. Her complexion alternating between pale and flushed, likely misinterpreting the situation. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Is there a problem? It's just 2 small umbrellas. We're all adults here. What's so shocking? Enough dawdling, let's proceed. Remember, you have only half an hour to select. The principal shook his head in exasperation, urging them onward. Eventually, after navigating numerous checkpoints, they arrived at a space reminiscent of a library. However, instead of books, various precious treasures adorned the shelves, categorized into potions, martial arts techniques, weaponry, and armor. Upon entering the armory, Rongwen and Tang Li promptly set their sights on the potion and martial arts sections, respectively. Considering he lacked any formidable weapon, Jiang Fan made his way directly to the weapons division. Initially, he hoped to find some relic, but after a thorough inspection, he realized he had overestimated the situation. The armory primarily housed modern weaponry such as drone swords and powered exoskeletons, alongside antiquated items like firearms and nuclear weapons. One might easily mistake it for a history museum. If I were you, I would choose a battle sword or battle axe that complements your physical prowess. A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Rongwen, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Seemingly eager to avoid any further interaction, she quickly made her way toward the exit. Jiang Fan silently raised a question mark. What misunderstanding could arise from a mere conversation? Nonetheless, if he had to select a weapon, a battle sword or axe was indeed within his consideration. He began to test the weapons on display, moving his arms in preparation. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared. Beep. Detected an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, the exquisite sword of extermination. Exquisite sword of extermination, an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure with the ability to slay gods and vanquish immortals. When combined with the sword of mortality, the sword of captivity, the sword of oblivion, and the extermination array, it can create the ultimate killing formation of the heavenly path. Impervious to all but a sage. The exquisite sword? Jiang Fan glanced at the unremarkable battle sword in his hand, realizing it was not a sword at all. Following the system's prompt, his gaze shifted downward, ultimately landing on a dark slab at the bottom of the weapon rack. Beep. Detected an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, the exquisite sword of extermination. Is this truly the exquisite sword? Jiang Fan drew the slab from beneath the weapon rack and swung it a few times. It felt heavy and solid, indistinguishable from an actual brick. If an object appears like a brick and feels like a brick, then it is undoubtedly a brick. Just as he hesitated, a reminder from the security guard echoed at the entrance. Selection time is over. It's time to leave. Jiang Fan pondered briefly, then discreetly tapped the black slab against a precious battle sword on the rack. Ordinarily, a brick would be easily sliced by a sword's edge. Yet this black slab merely nicked the blade. This indeed possesses some merit. It shall be mine. With that, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated, seizing the black slab and departing. Although uncertain of the authenticity of the exquisite sword, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain if used to strike someone. Outside the armory, the security guard produced a form to begin their registration. The Tyrant Fist technique is fierce and powerful, perfectly suited for your development path. Splendid. However, this martial technique has a high requirement for vitality. You may have to wait until you break through to a warrior to practice it, Principal Sun remarked, standing beside Tang Li, who had selected a martial technique, revealing a pleased smile. Choosing a martial technique meant for warriors indicated that Tang Li was close to breaking through. Thank you for your guidance, Principal, Tang Li expressed with a fist salute, his demeanor brimming with ambition. Rongwen unveiled a metallic briefcase, showcasing a potion no larger than a walnut. A life extension elixir that can prolong one's lifespan by a year? You certainly have a filial heart. Principal Sun seemed aware of the underlying circumstances, showing no surprise upon seeing it. His smile faded as he turned his attention to Jiang Fan. Young man, what did you bring? With a resounding clap, Jiang Fan placed the black slab on the table. This is it. This is the treasure you selected? A mere slab? Principal Sun gazed quizzically at the security guard. All items in the armory bore identification numbers. If this truly was a treasure and not a slab pilfered from a restroom, he had no authority to interfere with Jiang Fan's choice. The security personnel donned gloves and cautiously picked up the black brick, inspecting it closely. Beneath it, they discovered a label. It bore a number, its origins shrouded in mystery, belonging to a category of treasures whose purpose remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, the individuals present slightly restrained their contempt. It is well known that items brought from foreign realms are seldom mundane. Take for instance the life-prolonging powder chosen by Rongwenwen. Its primary ingredient is sourced from an exotic land, one that cannot be replicated on Blue Star. Once registered, there is no turning back. Are you certain of your choice? The security officer sought confirmation from Jiang Fan. He nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. After the registration concluded, they retrieved their personal belongings from the security. At that moment, there was still some time before the afternoon training summary meeting. The principal, burdened with official duties, had to return to the school first. Just before leaving, Principal Sun noticed that Rongwenwen seemed to be waiting for Jiang Fan, and recalling that Jiang Fan had 2 small umbrellas tucked in his pocket, his expression darkened. If this continued unchecked, it was likely that the Rong family would cause an uproar at the school the following day. Rongwenwen, Teacher Ding is still waiting for you at school. You should come with me, Principal Sun stated with an undeniable tone. Hearing this, Rongwenwen had no choice but to gather her belongings and board the principal's vehicle. As the jeep drove onto the road, in the rearview mirror, Jiang Fan could be seen carrying a multitude of bags, slender yet upright, his figure gradually receding until it vanished entirely. Chapter 34, School-wide Commendation inside the jeep. Principal Sun glanced at the dazed Rongwenwen and shook his head, stating, "Stop looking. You and Jiang Fan are not meant for each other." While Jiang Fan has indeed displayed talents comparable to those in the elite class, his late development and insufficient foundation suggest his future accomplishments will be limited. He might blend into the crowd once he becomes a warrior. However, you, Rongwenwen, are different. Your talent and potential are far superior. You should aim for the long term, focusing on the 4 prestigious martial academies. Upon hearing the principal's words, Rongwenwen realized her indiscretion and blushed as she hurriedly explained. Principal, you misunderstand. I was merely contemplating how to adequately repay his life-saving grace. Something like pledging myself as in the movies is entirely out of the question. He.S. just a poor kid. How could I possibly be interested in him? As long as you understand your position, Principal Sun nodded in satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further. When conversing with the youth of today, it is best to keep things brief to avoid provoking rebellious sentiments, which could lead to unintended consequences. Much like the junior sister, the more one advises her to awaken and not overly favor Jiang Fan, the deeper she sinks. Presently, she even had to arrange an early end-of-month exam for the entire senior class due to Jiang Fan. The audacity! He was at a loss for how to address the entire faculty and student body by the time Jiang Fan returned home and stowed his luggage. The afternoon was well underway. To avoid tardiness, he hastily changed into his school uniform, shoved a brick into his backpack, and took the bus to school. Am I becoming famous? As Jiang Fan stepped through the school gates, he noticed numerous gazes converging upon him. The rate of head turns was not merely 100%, but at least 90. Did you hear? Because of him, the entire senior class was reprimanded by the Security Bureau. He-S the one who led the ruckus against the Security Bureau? Apart from being clean-cut, he seems rather ordinary. How could a regular class outshine the elite class to claim the top spot? I refuse to believe there was no foul play involved. Jiang Fan must have merely stumbled upon some luck. The true heroes are Rongwenwen and Su Shuiyan. Their strengths truly merit recognition. Some younger students teased from behind. However, the majority expressed skepticism regarding Jiang Fan's abilities, believing he was unworthy of first place. To these rumors, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. Once the assessments commenced, they would have their comeuppance. Contrasting the commotion outside, Class 8's classroom was unusually quiet, devoid of lights, as if no one were present. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Even before entering the classroom, he keenly sensed the presence of many individuals hidden inside. From the sounds of breathing, it seemed that the entire class had already assembled. Save for him. Have they prepared a surprise? As he approached the classroom, Jiang Fan pivoted and decided to enter through the window in the corridor. Sure enough, upon stepping inside, he spotted the chubby boy lurking behind the door, eagerly holding a basin of water filled with ice cubes. Meanwhile, the class monitor and others hid beneath the desks, clutching small firecrackers and confetti. To his astonishment, even the instructor was in on the ruse. Crouched beneath the podium with a camera aimed at the entrance, resembling a sniper, a banner on the wall proclaimed, "Warmest congratulations to Jiang Fan for winning first place in practical training." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan was about to announce himself to surprise everyone when suddenly, Tang Ro turned her head. her piercing gaze locking onto him as she noticed him perched at the windowsill. She gestured with her fist and pointed outside, compelling him to feign ignorance and enter through the main door. Jiang Fan's eyes drifted to the basin in the chubby boy's hands, and he shook his head. He certainly did not wish to be drenched in front of the entire school. Moreover, was he serious about adding ice to the water on such a frigid day? Seeing his reluctance, Tang Rou silently gestured again, implying that the water could be skipped. Very well then, Jiang Fan begrudgingly signaled back, climbed back out of the corridor, and retraced his steps. Once he entered through the main door, cheers, firecrackers, and screams enveloped him. The commotion echoed throughout the building, prompting students from adjacent classes to peek in, curious about the excitement. The reason for Class 8's jubilation was clear: within the ordinary class, if any student managed to break into the top 100, the instructor would treat the entire class to a celebration at a nearby outdoor eatery. Not to mention Jiang Fan's achievement as the top student in the entire school. Rumors circulated that during Jiang Fan's absence over the past few days, he had actually been on vacation with the Class 8 instructor, eliciting envy from countless boys and girls in the school. It is worth noting that even the top talents from the elite classes had never received such treatment. With less than half an hour remaining until the training summary meeting, the brief but fervent celebration quickly came to a close as everyone gathered for a group photo under the instructor's direction. All right, everyone, hurry to the playground, Tang Rou instructed as she put away her camera. The group hastily donned their school uniforms. The uniforms of Experimental Class 1 were stylish, yet comfortable, tailored to fit well, though they were widely considered somewhat outdated. Therefore, apart from school assemblies, few wore them regularly. Fan Gu, can you guess how many times Yinzi tried to reach me about you over the past few days? A full 100 times? Can you believe it? Miao Jun exclaimed, astonished. And how did you respond? Jiang Fan smiled. During his retreat at the hotel, aside from the instructor, he had only maintained contact with the chubby boy, resulting in many attempts to reach him landing with the latter. What else could I say? Since you weren't responding to Yinzi's messages, I told her you were locked up by Instructor Tang for some intimate, rigorous, and unspeakable training. Oops, I meant teaching. Jiang Fan fell into a contemplative silence. He had told the chubby boy that he was practicing in the hotel. Little did he know that the latter had embellished the truth to such an extent that it was almost accurate. After all, practicing the instructor's enhanced stance had left his waist slightly sore even now. Of course, the results were remarkably effective. During his sparring sessions with Tang Rou, he could now manage to shout a warning before hitting the ground, whereas previously he would have been knocked down with a single move. On the playground, a sea of people gathered. In addition to the seniors, many first and second-year students had come. Additionally, numerous reporters wielding cameras had arrived, ready to broadcast live. On the podium, the deputy director and principal engaged in light-hearted conversation, while a guest from the Martial Arts Association sat beside the principal, occasionally exchanging words. The instructors from elite classes 1 and 2 sat in a corner, their moods evidently soured, as the gloom on their foreheads remained unrelieved. However, when Instructor Ding's gaze fell upon Jiang Fan, a sinister smile suddenly spread across his face. Planning to trip me up? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. After all, with the assessment scheduled for the end of the month arriving a day early, both instructors from the elite classes wield considerable authority as examiners, possessing the power to augment or diminish students' scores at their discretion. There have been instances where individuals, despite not meeting the standard in vitality or strength, showcased remarkable speed, resulting in an overall performance that was merely average for the regular class. Ultimately, due to the examiners awarding extra points, they were admitted straight into the elite class. At this moment, class leader Su Hao approached from the side, inquiring, Jiang Fan. After the summary meeting, reporters from the Jinghai Daily and Jinghai Evening News wish to invite you for a private interview. Would you be interested? Is there any monetary compensation? Jiang Fan queried. Su Hao sighed, his expression indicating he anticipated such a question. In that case, I shall decline. Jiang Fan pouted, feeling that without any financial incentive, it was not worth his time. Chapter 35, The Blessing of Sect Fortune. Before long, the conference commenced. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau stood at the podium, extending sincere gratitude to all third-year students of the first high school. He candidly acknowledged that recent escalations in the Jinghai war zone had led to an influx of monstrous beasts into the city. Thanks to the assistance of these aspiring martial artists, the Public Security Bureau was able to neutralize threats in a timely manner, stabilizing the situation during this critical period and averting mass casualties. After this, he awarded collective second-class merits to all students who participated in the practical training. Once the various leaders concluded their speeches, the top 3 performers in the training took to the stage to receive their awards. Although the prizes had already been distributed, the formalities had to be observed. Jiang Fan from Class 8 demonstrated exceptional courage in the face of formidable foes during this operation, not only safeguarding the lives of his companions, but also aiding the Public Security Bureau in dismantling potential monstrous threats. Let us extend our warmest applause to him. The female host exclaimed cheerfully, ushering the top 3 onto the podium where the principal and deputy director presented the certificates of achievement. Having received the award, Jiang Fan was about to descend the stage when the principal called out, "Hold on, there is one more." Tang Li and Ronwen paused, standing behind Jiang Fan, pondering whether they might also be included. However, when they saw the award certificate the principal held, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. The certificate clearly indicated a municipal scholarship. In fact, upon witnessing the training results, some had speculated that the recipient of the municipal scholarship, Jiang Fan, was indeed the Jiang Fan from Class 8. Yet, when confronted with this outcome, many felt a twinge of disbelief. Though he had achieved merit, his actual capabilities paled in comparison to others, yet his training score was the highest, which could be justified. But what was the basis for his municipal scholarship? In terms of talent, vitality, and overall performance, he was overshadowed by the prodigies of the elite class. An uncontrollable wave of boos erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, the students of Class 8 were left in shock. They had never expected that the Jiang Fan awarded the municipal scholarship was one and the same as their classmate. Among the elite Class 2, a girl noted Jiang Fan's familiarity and teased her companion, Su Shiwei-yin. "Didn't this guy and a chubby one greet you during training on the martial arts network? Tell us, what is your relationship with them? Just childhood friends?" "Don't let your imagination run wild," Su Shiwei-yin replied, biting her lip, her ears flushing with embarrassment. When they encountered Jiang Fan and Miao Jun on the martial arts network, she had pretended not to recognize them. Later, due to Rong Wenwen's personal grievances, she had deceived the two into forming a team. Little did she expect that Jiang Fan was no longer the martial arts failure of yesteryear. Even Miao Jun had made significant progress and might not be far from becoming a martial artist in the future, although the two had not held grudges afterward. The 2 years of deliberate estrangement in high school had made it difficult to restore their former relationship. "Clearly, I arrived first," Su Shiwei-yin thought. Witnessing Rong Wenwen awkwardly standing behind Jiang Fan, her fists clenched in frustration. At the podium, Principal Sun handed the microphone to Jiang Fan, a smirk on his face as he said, "Having received so many accolades, do share a few words and impart some wisdom to your classmates." Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. He had not been informed of this segment beforehand. Otherwise, facing so many reporters and cameras, he would have surely lined up a few advertisements to earn some endorsement fees. "What is there to fear? Everyone is waiting for you," Instructor Ding encouraged, noticing Jiang Fan's hesitation. "Host, turn up the volume." It seems Jiang Fan is a bit socially anxious. However, Jiang Fan was not at a loss for words due to nervousness. Rather, at that moment, the system suddenly displayed, "You have endured hardships and secured first place in the Sect trials, granting you the opportunity to deliver a sermon, which can enhance your prestige within the Sect and bestow upon you the Sect's fortune." Ding. Detecting the host's fortune is weak, triggering a side quest, complete a sermon. Note, the greater the number of people influenced, the more substantial the fortune bestowed. Why is there no task reward? Jiang Fan frowned. Completing a side quest usually yielded at least 10 system credits and several pills. This was the first time he encountered a situation devoid of rewards. Seemingly sensing his confusion, the system elucidated. Fortune. Those endowed with fortune receive the favor of the heavenly path, transforming calamities into blessings, attracting rare treasures. And those endowed with great fortune can influence the rise and fall of dynasties and the order of all things. Ah, so the fortune itself is the ultimate reward, Jiang Fan realized, understanding that the extent of his fortune was contingent on his own efforts. Thus, a pressing question arose. What constitutes a sermon? Or rather, what should be conveyed to maximize its impact? Jiang Fan surveyed the cameras and reporters surrounding him. If he merely shared cultivation experiences or offered words of encouragement, he feared he would soon be forgotten, failing to make a significant impact. At that instant, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the other side of the student assembly. There, in the section reserved for the families of public security officers, his mother clutched her medal, tears streaming down her face, while his father, with graying hair, remained silent. A baby in a cradle wailed, and a public security officer, having lost a leg, sat in a wheelchair, his hat resting on his only remaining knee. Despite the Public Security Bureau's prompt action in curtailing the monstrous threat, casualties were inevitable. The Jinghai war zone encompassed dozens of cities, and as a result of this incident, countless families had been shattered. When the despondent gazes of the public security officers turned towards him, Jiang Fan suddenly understood what he needed to express. My father, Jiang Huang. is a madman who delights in eating banana peels, he declared, holding the microphone to his lips and shrugging. Upon hearing this, the murmurs from the audience quieted somewhat, filled with confusion over what Jiang Fan was saying. In front of such a large crowd, what son publicly berates his father? The deputy director furrowed his brow, recognizing that Jiang Fan was not truly denigrating Jiang Huawang. Yet he disapproved of Jiang Fan airing grievances in front of numerous media representatives. If he wished to voice complaints, the families of those who had sacrificed their children could just as easily take the stage. Jiang Fan continued, but he wasn't always like this. Before the encounter with the monstrous beasts, before witnessing his wife torn apart by one, he was a good husband, a good father, a good citizen, and had appeared in the local newspaper 3 times for his acts of valor. As these words left his lips, the playground fell silent, save for the sound of breathing. Jinghai City, being the rear base of the Jinghai War Zone, meant that nearly everyone had been affected by the monstrous threats to varying degrees. Furthermore, close to 50% of the families in Jinghai City were comprised of migrants from other regions. Their hometowns lay in various provinces to the west, now reduced to the cold moniker of the Jinghai War Zone. Those who could leave their homes and start anew were among the luckiest. This world had never known peace. Jiang Fan set aside the award certificate, grasped the microphone, and stepped forward. They have launched an assault from all corners with formidable might, seizing countless lands and seas, compelling us to abandon our homeland. Now, they gather strength in the straits and islands, persistently advancing towards the Jinghai battle zone, attempting to conquer the last bastion on the western continent. Under the relentless assault of the monstrous beasts, the alliance nations are retreating step by step. Some have become mere footnotes in history, while others have willingly betrayed Blue Star, becoming livestock. 2 months ago, over 20,000 warriors perished in the North State battle, and the southern front could not withstand a single onslaught from the beasts. Yet today, we have triumphed over these foreign foes, safeguarding our homeland. If we unite, hold on to hope, and make proper arrangements, we shall once again demonstrate our capacity to vanquish the enemy and weather the storm of war. We will battle upon the seas. We will fight in the fields and streets. We will defend our land at all costs. We will fight to the end. We shall never surrender. Chapter 36. Responding to doubt, Jiang Fan raised his right fist. Victory for Blue Star. Victory for humanity. Victory for Blue Star. Victory for humanity. In that moment, the crowd erupted in response, their cheers resonating through the heavens. Countless individuals moved to tears. Both instructors and students were touched. The deputy director stood up abruptly, applauding as he declared, "I have lived most of my life and witnessed countless youthful geniuses, but none have ever united and inspired as fervently as Jiang Fan has today. Truly a student of our experimental first high, full of vigor." The principal and other school leaders followed suit, rising to applaud, and the thunderous clapping persisted. Even the instructor Ding, who had always looked askance at Jiang Fan, now exhibited surprise, concealing his contempt. What a mad little rascal. In front of the student assembly, a reporter from Jinghai Daily swiftly called the main office, uploading the video while exclaiming in admiration, "Tonight's trending topics will explode. This student's speech will reverberate across the nation. No, it will shake the world." A reporter from Urban Morning News hurriedly reapplied makeup, deliberately lowering her neckline, whispering to the photographer, "Be ready to go live. We must secure the first interview." Other reporters nearby also sprang into action, seeking Jiang Fan's classmates or directly approaching the instructor of Class 8, starting their inquiries from those closest to him. Upon concluding his speech, Jiang Fan turned to leave under the watchful gaze of the crowd, only to be surprised to find Tang Li and Rong Wenwen still standing behind him. "Why are you still here?" The two exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. They had initially expected the principal to present awards, but delays had led to Jiang Fan's impassioned oration. Under the public gaze, they could only wait for him to finish. "Jiang Fan, I will remember you. Although I do not particularly like you, you are a worthy opponent. Let us choose a suitable time for a fair duel." Tang Li's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, eager to challenge Jiang Fan even before descending the stage. "I have little time lately. Perhaps next time," Jiang Fan politely declined. He indeed looked forward to a duel with Tang Li, curious about his standing against the elite class's top 3 aces. However, the assessment was tomorrow, and after that, he would need to prepare for the seed program, leaving little room for leisure. Even if there were time, the instructor would likely pull him for special training. As his thoughts subsided, a system notification appeared. Side quest. Completing a sermon has been accomplished. Fortune is slowly coalescing towards the host. Is that all? Jiang Fan sighed in relief. He was not adept at public speaking or inspiring others. Fortunately, on another planet, there was ample reference material. He simply needed to find a piece with a similar backdrop and copy it extensively. "Do you wish to challenge me? My appearance fee is quite high." Seeing Roan Wunwen blocking his path, Jiang Fan frowned. He felt that without setting some thresholds, the number of challengers might increase significantly. Roan Wunwen, initially dazed, perked up at the mention of money, her chin raised. How much do you charge per session? 5,000? 10,000? What about a monthly rate? Jiang Fan was taken aback. He had merely spoken offhandedly, not expecting Roan Wunwen to be willing to spend. Was this the caprice of the wealthy? He pondered whether such unexpected income required taxation. Just then, a swarm of reporters rushed in like a sprinting horde, the school's security unable to contain them. They were not easy to deal with, and if they did not leave soon, it would be too late. Roan Wunwen clearly had a contentious relationship with the media, leaving her contact information before briskly returning to the elite class 2. Next, students who performed exceptionally would sign contracts with the Security Bureau, registering as reserve members and receiving public commendations, prolonging the closing ceremony. Jiang Fan had also received an invitation from the Security Bureau, but upon recalling his sister's work conditions, he immediately declined. Wishing to avoid the reporters, Jiang Fan turned and quickly walked towards Class 8. However, there were already individuals waiting to pounce on him. Jiang Fan, may I have a moment for an interview? I heard your previous performance was poor, your vitality at the bottom. How did you defeat the alien venom lizard? Some say you relied on ambushing your companions, claiming the glory for yourself. What do you think? Do you believe you deserve the municipal scholarship more than the elite class geniuses? Before Jiang Fan could respond, a barrage of questions ensued. The inquiries began reasonably, mainly questioning his true capabilities. However, as they progressed, they became increasingly absurd, laced with blatant malice, seemingly designed to provoke him. The school would soon organize an assessment, and his results would speak for themselves. Jiang Fan replied casually, the entire school will participate in tomorrow's assessment, and my true abilities will be laid bare before all. Therefore, there was no need for him to remain low-key. Upon hearing his response, many reporters exchanged glances, seemingly planning to return during the assessment for a live fact-check. Your speech was incredibly inspiring. Do you have anything else to say about the monstrous beasts? Another reporter thrust a microphone toward Jiang Fan. He stepped back, creating some distance, and with a fierce gaze declared, I will drive them out of Blue Star, not leaving a single one behind. After being encircled for 5 or 6 minutes and answering several questions, Tang Rou finally extricated Jiang Fan, stepping in to halt the reporters and rescue him. In stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding them, Tang Rou's expression was grave. She pulled Jiang Fan to the audience seating area and shut the door behind them. Questioning, Jiang Fan, do you know what you're doing? Do you think there are no monstrous beasts that understand human language? Do you realize what might happen if the beasts set their sights on you? You are usually so clever. How can you fail to discern the gravity of the situation at such a crucial moment? Internally, Tang Rou acknowledged that Jiang Fan's speech was indeed powerful and had inspired many. Yet, the greater the inspiration, the greater the danger. Jiang Fan's actions had effectively exposed himself to the monstrous beasts. These creatures were not averse to eliminating human prodigies. Many exceptionally gifted students had met untimely ends due to the beast's frenzied assassinations, particularly during the recruitment periods of the 4 major martial academies. Although Jiang Fan's talent might not yet attract attention, his declarations on stage to rally Blue Star against the enemy would undoubtedly make him a target in their eyes. Noting the instructor's murderous glare, Jiang Fan realized that if he did not say something, he might not leave this room today. In truth, prior to the speech, Jiang Fan had already contemplated the consequences. To elevate his reputation, influence a greater number of individuals, and acquire the blessing of the Sect's fortune, it was imperative for him to position himself at the forefront. Attracting the attention of enemies was unavoidable unless he renounced the fortune entirely. However, his ambition was to attain the 8th rank in strength within a year, traversing a path that ordinary warriors took decades to navigate. The impending threats from otherworldly realms, the urgency of curing his father's ailment, and his sister's departure to the battlefield left him with no time to retreat and develop at a leisurely pace. Therefore, he was determined to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Tang Rou, noticing Jiang Fan's bowed head and prolonged silence, presumed he had finally recognized his error and was frightened. She pressed her hands on his shoulders, both exasperated and amused. Feeling invincible was delightful, but now you're afraid of death? At that moment, Jiang Fan took a deep breath, slowly shook his head, and met the instructor's gaze, declaring, Teacher, some things cannot be extinguished. Chapter 37. The early bird catches the worm. At the front lines of the Jinghai war zone, the sky, having burned for 7 days and nights, lay in a pallid gray. The sounds of artillery fire gradually became sporadic. Survivors began the somber task of clearing the battlefield, separating the corpses of beasts and comrades entangled in the trenches. The field hospital was overcrowded. Medical teams had to erect tents to treat the injured in makeshift operating rooms. Bandaged patients gazed vacantly out the window, lost in thought. How much longer must this continue? No one knew. The fighting had persisted for over 200 years and would likely continue. Can we win? We cannot simply concede. A few scattered remarks echoed within the ward, quickly succumbing to a deathly silence. To distract the wounded, a nurse, upon receiving permission, activated the radio. Unfortunately, due to poor signal at the front, they could only receive broadcasts from nearby cities. Jinghai City's launching experimental high school had initiated combat training activities, assisting the Public Security Bureau in eradicating beasts and identifying hazards within the urban area, achieving commendable results. There's a news broadcast. The nurse's eyes lit up. Previously, the field hospital's broadcasts were predominantly operatic. Today, however, it seemed that the cessation of combat allowed for the reception of campus news from surrounding cities. Several patients, previously numb, lifted their heads. Compared to operas, news was indeed more engaging. Many of them hailed from nearby cities. The broadcast announced the conclusion of practical training for high school students, awarding commendations to those with outstanding performance. Yet, the initially jubilant atmosphere of the broadcast abruptly faltered. Leaving only a youthful yet resonant voice, they launched their attacks with tremendous force from all directions, seizing countless lands and seas. What is the student doing? At these words, more patients raised their heads, their once dull gazes now imbued with a flicker of color. Unexpectedly, a sheltered student, neglecting meals, had begun to take notice of the frontline battles. When they were still in school, their thoughts were consumed either by training or the beauty from the adjacent class. The war against the beasts had raged for over 2 centuries. No one would be arrogant enough to believe they could effect change. It was better to savor life before their homeland fell into ruin. Yet, the voice on the broadcast inexplicably stirred them, as if it illuminated a flicker of hope. We will defend our land at all costs. We will fight to the end. We shall never surrender. The brief 5-minute speech soon concluded. After a moment of silence, some patients began to chant along with the broadcast, proclaiming victory. Those outside, hearing the commotion, were stirred from their fatigue and joined in, raising their voices. The sound quickly spread throughout the camp like a tidal wave. The noise soon reached the temporary command post nearby. Upon hearing the uproar, an aide quickly inquired and returned, exclaiming to an elderly gentleman, "Report, Chairman. It's a student from Jinghai City giving a speech. It was broadcast to the camp, and morale has soared." The elderly man, over 70 years of age, was Chun Gu, the president of the Jinghai City Martial Artist Association, a high-tier martial artist and one of the apex fighters in the Jinghai War Zone. The swift quelling of flames on the main battlefield was largely thanks to the timely support from the association's president. A student can possess such a powerful impact? Chairman Chen furrowed his brow and requested to play the audio of the speech. 5 minutes later, the temporary command post fell into a profound silence. Even as a recording, they could feel the speaker's fervent conviction, as if there might one day come when Blue Star could triumph over the beasts and reclaim the homeland lost for 2 centuries. Chairman Chen, disregarding decorum, rubbed his face to clear the mist from his eyes and commanded, "Disseminate the video of the speech to all troops. Let them know our sacrifices were not in vain. Also, gather all information on this Jiang student. I wish to see which family has raised such a bold child." Night descended upon the desolate wilderness. The stabbing knife operation was progressing smoothly. Jiang Xian, clad in camouflage, melded into the forest, chewing on an energy bar while using the moonlight to inspect a photograph in her hand. In the wilderness, devoid of any signal, examining the photo became her sole source of entertainment. "Your boyfriend?" "My brother." Jiang Xian kicked aside a comrade with unruly hair. This operation involved personnel from the Martial Artist Association, Public Security Bureau, frontline war zones, and martial arts academies. The unruly-haired comrade was a school doctor from the Martial Arts Academy, responsible for providing medical assistance during the mission. Quite handsome, the comrade mused. "Is he of age?" "He is." "Then let me borrow him." "No way. This is non-negotiable." Jiang Xian immediately guarded the photograph close to her chest. How dare he still pursue young grass? It was merely a photograph. Once used, it wouldn't be kept. The comrade, dejected, turned away, unfurling a sleeping bag and crawling inside. The remaining sleeping bags were carelessly laid on the ground as makeshift mats. After all, many had perished along the way, leaving the remaining gear of little use. According to regulations, 2 should have remained on night watch. Unfortunately, out of more than a dozen, only 2 remained. And the one who established the rules had perished 2 days prior. Thus, their subsequent actions depended solely on their awareness. The long night stretches on. Perhaps tomorrow we won't be here, and my last wish may never be fulfilled? She closed her eyes, laid flat, and let out a long sigh. Just then, a light object floated down onto her face. The comrade chuckled knowingly. At Jinghai Airport, a towering figure descended from a private plane. He tilted his body, his shoulders as broad as refrigerator doors, squeezing out of the cabin. Upon landing, he noticed a balding man waiting to greet him and inquired, "Where's my senior?" "Senior? Oh, you mean Teacher Tangro? Well, she, has matters to attend to and cannot come, so I am here to receive you in her stead." Instructor Ding replied with a sheepish smile. "Then take me directly to the hotel." The burly man spoke in a deep voice, clearly displeased. "All right, arrangements have been made. If you need anything, feel free to call me. We at Experimental High School will do our utmost to accommodate you." Despite the burly man's demeanor, Instructor Ding remained unperturbed, acting as a servant by helping to load luggage into the car's trunk. After all, the visitor was a scout for the SEED program, from the esteemed Tianji Martial Arts Academy, among the 4 major martial arts schools, whose rank and cultivation level far surpassed that of their high school instructors. This time, the SEED program in Jinghai City had each of the 4 major martial arts schools dispatching an inspector, each hosted by one of the top-ranked high schools. Originally, Experimental High School had no qualifications to host an inspector due to last year's lack of participants in the SEED program. However, it appeared that the principal had utilized personal connections to secure this opportunity. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The arrival of the examiners in Jinghai City today signifies that their elite class will have more opportunities to showcase their talents. There is a possibility that someone may get noticed ahead of time. What is happening outside? Hasn't the conflict in the Jinghai battle zone subsided? Why are there still so many people at the material donation points? In the vehicle, you noticed something unusual outside. He heard someone seemingly delivering a speech. And the same voice echoed through several streets. Chapter 38. The assassination list. Did you not see the news? Instructor who? Instructor Ding inquired, somewhat astonished. After the commendation ceremony, Jiang Fan graced the front pages of multiple local news outlets and swiftly climbed the national trending list. Now, throughout Jinghai City, Jiang Fan's voice resonates everywhere. Many took to the streets overnight to donate supplies for the front lines of the battle zone. Aware that the examiners might not be in the habit of following the news, Instructor Ding switched on the car radio and tuned into the news channel. As it turned on, he heard a male and a female host engaging in a heated discussion. According to an anonymous submission, Jiang Fan only recently revealed his talents because he was jilted by his childhood sweetheart, establishing a 3-year pact to prove himself in the final examination. But look at his features. His broad forehead, neat teeth, and straight nose suggest he has an abundance of romantic prospects, making it unlikely for him to hang his hopes on a single tree. Can't they discuss something substantive? Ding exclaimed, quickly changing the channel to Jinghai Evening News. As the official media of Jinghai City, the evening news focused on positive narratives. The hosts invited experts to analyze the possibility of Blue Star completely defeating the demon beasts and reclaiming lost territory based on Jiang Fan's speech. After extensive analysis, the conclusion was not entirely optimistic. After a moment, Hu grasped the situation and expressed interest. Is this Jiang Fan fellow truly talented? If I recall correctly, his scores placed him behind several prominent figures in your elite class. Those are results from practical training. Instructor Ding could not help but emphasize, Jiang Fan simply stumbled upon success. His true capabilities rank him only moderately in the ordinary class. Otherwise, the school would have recruited him into the elite class for cultivation long ago. In the martial arts realm, results speak for themselves. Either one possesses the ability or one does not. The possibility of a genius being overlooked is virtually non-existent. Thus, Instructor Ding believed his assessment of Jiang Fan was quite fair. Of course, Instructor Hu, there is no need to concern yourself with such matters. Ultimately, Jiang Fan is not a student of the elite class and lacks the qualifications to enroll in the SEED program. Our 4 martial academies only recruit the CRME de la CRME of talents, and we certainly will not admit those who seek to take shortcuts. In the back seat, Hu nodded thoughtfully in agreement with Instructor Ding's sentiments. In martial arts, strength is paramount. Any achievement not attained through genuine capability is, in Hu's eyes, disgraceful. By the way, I heard that the first high school is applying for an early assessment at the end of the month, Hu remarked. Perhaps the principal has spotted a few promising students in the ordinary class and wishes to give them an opportunity to ascend to the elite class and participate in the SEED program. Instructor Ding explained that he had only just received notification from the principal today and that the application was already completed. Therefore, the principal must have been planning this for several days in advance. Through this practical training, he indeed discovered a few promising students in the ordinary class, though Jiang Fan was not among them. While this assessment is merely to obtain enrollment qualifications, it seems to hold considerable potential for manipulation. Hu noted with a furrowed brow. Limiting enrollment to the elite class S talents is merely for ease of selection. Now, with the principal S maneuvering, it's likely someone might take advantage of the situation, entering the SEED program with lesser talents. Although their outcome is destined for elimination, it undoubtedly increases their workload. Instructor Ding chuckled. You need not worry about that. I am the chief examiner, overseeing the final assessment. No one can cheat in my presence. Moreover, the difficulty of this year's assessment has increased significantly compared to previous years. I assure you, the number of students with real potential to advance from the ordinary class to the elite class can be counted on one hand. In the suburbs of Jinghai City, within a private estate, a luxurious underground casino thrived. In chaotic times, the demand for indulgence through crime surged. Thus, during the days when emergency alerts were issued, the casino experienced its peak business, with a day's turnover comparable to that of the past 6 months. However, the casino's operations only constituted a minor portion of their overall activities. Although we are an assassin organization engaging in heinous acts, we do not harm children. We cannot accept such contracts. The boss, adorned with a large gold chain, waved dismissively to halt communication. If law enforcement were present, they would instantly recognize him as a fugitive wanted for hundreds of murders, a notorious figure known as the Black Wolf, an 8th-grade rogue martial artist. Damn it. Why have I been inundated with assassination orders for high school students since this afternoon? The Black Wolf sat on a leather sofa, cursing as he crumpled the orders into a ball. At that moment, communication resumed, and a timid young man with yellow hair appeared in the projection, looking down. Hesitant to speak. Another assassination of a child? The Black Wolf took a cigar between his lips. The boss is still in high school. We want to take the job. No matter how much they offer. We have principles as assassins. Let them seek others. The Blood Slaughter Gang is reputed to be the #1 underground assassin organization, right? For the right price, they would do anything, even for the president. Let them go to the Blood Slaughter Gang. As the Black Wolf spoke, he prepared to hang up. The Blood Slaughter Gang did not respond either, and soon after, they all perished. Reports surfaced that the gang leader's corpse was embedded in the walls, doors, and ceilings. It could not be extricated. Isn't the leader of the Blood Slaughter Gang a mid-tier martial artist? The Black Wolf shivered, the expensive cigar dropping onto the sofa and scorching a hole. The notion that a single slap could kill the leader of the Blood Slaughter Gang, how could that be? He hurriedly scrambled to the ground, unfolding the discarded orders one by one. Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan. The more he examined, the more astounded he became. All the assassination orders pointed towards the same individual. Something unusual was afoot. Despite the target not being a martial artist, the Black Wolf's complexion grew increasingly pale. Who on earth is this person? Boss, should I refuse? The yellow-haired young man asked. Are you seeking death? The Black Wolf snapped, kicking out in agitation. However, the projection had no physical form, and he merely passed through it. Let us accept the job for now. Isn't the target about to graduate? We can wait a few months before taking action. Meanwhile, at launching experimental First High School, the entire martial arts building was ablaze with light. Upon the sudden announcement of tomorrow's assessment, over half the students opted to remain at school, cramming for the last-minute push. Recognizing the heightened enthusiasm among students, the principal opened all training facilities and generously ordered the cafeteria to provide free supper. Jiang Fan lingered longer in the locker room to evade the throngs of reporters. Upon returning to Class 8, he distinctly sensed that the way his classmates looked at him had changed. Why are you all staring at me? Jiang Fan inquired as he settled back into his seat, noticing their eyes followed him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In their gazes, he recognized admiration, surprise, and an intense desire to rush at him, which he could understand. However, some wore expressions of gossip, stifling laughter. What was that supposed to mean? Brother Fan, the chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes wide, pointing at Jiang Fan's left cheek. You've got lipstick on your face. You didn't wipe it off properly. Chapter 39. The Excalibur Missile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan belatedly wiped his face and neck. Miao Jun's eyes widened further. I didn't say you had it on your neck too. What exactly did you go do? Adults' matters are not for children to meddle in, Jiang Fan replied, turning his head to inspect the side of his clothing. Fortunately, only his face bore traces of the lipstick. The rest remained unblemished. It must have been during the instructor's address in the locker room that the incident occurred. After listening to him, Tang Ro fell into a prolonged silence, and then, as if resolved to make a decision, she embraced him tightly, assuring him that he could proceed boldly with anything, for he had the support of his teachers behind him. However, when Jiang Fan finally caught his breath and intended to request to summon the billions, he found that she had already departed to prepare for the upcoming assessment. It was uncertain whether the instructor's assurance would hold long-term validity. Never mind, it was best to focus on preparing for tomorrow's evaluation. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Jiang Fan found a spacious corner and retrieved the Zhu Xian sword from his backpack. The final component of the assessment involved a live 1v1 combat. Should his health, strength, speed, and other metrics meet the elite class standards, he would be granted the opportunity to fight against a representative from the elite class. Any weapon could be employed during the battle, and after one round, the performance would determine whether he could advance to the elite class. Wealthy students, who could afford powerful new weapons, would not be scrutinized by the examiners. After all, wealth is also a form of strength. For those less fortunate students unable to purchase weapons, the school would provide standardized weapons for free, though this would significantly diminish their advantages compared to others. The good news was that, having secured first place in practical training, Jiang Fan finally possessed his own weapon, chosen from a highly secured armory. However, the bad news was that upon examining the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Zhu Xian sword, which resembled nothing more than a black brick, he fell into contemplation. Aside from its hardness, what peculiarities could it possibly possess? Could its uniqueness simply lie in its name, Zhu Xian sword? Just as he was about to seek confirmation from the system, the black brick vanished from his grasp, and a notification appeared. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure Zhu Xian sword has been stored in system space, spiritual energy 55, cleansing pill 1, pulse protection pill 2. Zhu Xian sword, it could be stored in the system space? With a mere thought, the black brick reappeared in his hand. He tossed it casually, and just as it was about to strike the ceiling, he retrieved it once more. Instantly, the black brick vanished as if it had never existed, disappearing under the bright lights. Witnessing this, Jiang Fan experienced a spark of inspiration. Could this be the creation of an infinitely retrievable projectile combined with brute strength, resulting in a kinetic weapon? He hastily took out his notebook to jot down his idea. Inventor, Jiang Fan Invention Project, a recyclable hexagonal kinetic missile destructive power, growth type. Proportional to the user's strength. Splendid, he had a weapon. Jiang Fan smiled with satisfaction. Next, he needed to test the retrieval range to ensure it wouldn't be thrown too far to be recollected. Just as he stood up, a cacophony erupted in the classroom and hallway. Goodness, how could anyone contend against the elite class as 3 strongest champions? It would be more straightforward to declare that ordinary class students had no chance to ascend to the elite class. Historically, it had always been the underperformers of the elite class who fought, yet this year they had directly dispatched the top 3. It turned out that the examination committee had announced the candidates from the elite class. Yet, to have the 3 champions as gatekeepers? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and checked his phone, discovering the list shared by the class monitor in the group chat. The names on the list were none other than Tang Li, Dong Hui, and Ron Wenwen, the 3 champions of the elite class. This meant that anyone wishing to advance from the ordinary class would inevitably face one of them. But why would Tang Li and the others engage in such a futile endeavor that offered no benefit? While pondering this, the class monitor, Su Hao, approached him with 2 forms. Jiang Fan, you intend to participate in the challenge to rise to the elite class, correct? Su Hao's tone was complex. He hadn't anticipated that, merely a week ago, the class's underachiever would experience a meteoric rise, seemingly reaching elite class standards, and even become a notable figure in Jinghai City. Various media reporters were still congregating at the school gate, unwilling to leave. Was there a need to fill out forms in advance? Jiang Fan took the sheets and noticed they were collecting basic information from challengers to tally participants and select appropriate venues ahead of time. However, in the ordinary class, there were not many who could meet the challenge threshold, typically only 1 or 2 per class. This also explained why only 3 representatives from the elite class were competing. Noticing Jiang Fan's relaxed expression, the class monitor couldn't help but remind him, according to Instructor Ding's grading criteria, you must at least withstand 10 strikes and avoid defeat within 2 minutes to be considered qualified. Yet, in previous assessments of the elite class, no one ranked outside the top 50 could withstand even a single strike from the 3 champions. Do you truly have confidence in passing? The Public Security Bureau had not disclosed the footage of Jiang Fan's combat during practical training. They only stated that he had slain a mutated giant rat and assisted in capturing an exotic venomous lizard. Thus, the majority of the school could only speculate about Jiang Fan's true capabilities. Singly defeating a mutated giant rat placed him among the upper echelon of the ordinary class. Being able to contend with the venomous lizard indicated that he possessed peculiar strengths in health, martial arts, or other areas. However, his true strength remained a mystery to everyone. In fact, several talented elite class students publicly doubted Jiang Fan's abilities on the campus forum, eagerly awaiting to witness his downfall the following day. Whether he could succeed would only be revealed through the challenge itself. As the saying goes, the world is still in flux. We are all dark horses. Jiang Fan patted the tense shoulders of the class monitor, offering encouragement. In Class 8, only 2 individuals were participating in the challenge, the other being the class monitor. In contrast to Jiang Fan's composure, the monitor's anxiety was almost palpable on his face. Oh no, Fan Ge, the old ghost from Elite Class 2, Ding. has threatened to withdraw your scholarship. Suddenly, a plump student sitting nearby, engrossed in his smart wristband, looked up. After practical training concluded, Miao Fu and Miao Mu rewarded the student with the latest smart wristband. Miao Jun used the wristband to activate a projection. On the campus forum, Instructor Ding had responded to a post questioning the selection for the city-level scholarship. Old Ghost Ding claimed that if one's grades were insufficient to enter the elite class, the scholarship would be revoked. Wasn't he that a blatant form of bullying? He had arranged for the 3 champions to guard the challenge. Who could possibly contend against them? It was hard to believe he wasn't deliberately targeting someone. The class monitor frowned. Can a scholarship really be revoked? The principal himself presented you with a certificate during the awards ceremony. Should we ask Instructor Tang for help? Was Instructor Ding still not convinced? Jiang Fan cast a glance at the forum and couldn't help but chuckle. Back during his time at the Public Security Bureau, Instructor Ding had approached him, stating he wanted to review his performance to determine the fate of his city-level scholarship. He hadn't realized that nearly a week later, Instructor Ding was still fixated on this matter. By all rights, upon witnessing his martial prowess, he should have accepted the reality. After all, being able to utilize entry-level martial techniques indicated that his martial arts, health, physique, strength, and speed had all reached elite class standards. Wasn't he, Instructor Ding, just eager to offer his face for a slap? Rest assured, once something is in my grasp, there's no question of relinquishing it. He cannot take it back. Chapter 40. The assessment begins the next day at 8:10 a.m. in the Martial Arts Building's examination hall. After breakfast concluded, all third-year students began entering the exam hall by class for the first strength test. In the center of the hall, 2 groups of 50 instruments were set up, where each student would strike the target with all their might 10 times, with the highest and lowest scores discarded to determine the final strength score. Meanwhile, other classes could gather in the waiting area on the stage as spectators. For the ordinary class, this assessment represented their only opportunity to observe the elite class's performance up close. In daily life, whether during meals, classes, or rest, the ordinary and elite classes were kept at a significant distance from one another, almost existing as 2 separate worlds within the same school. The first class to undergo assessment was Elite Class 1, from which 2 of the 3 champions, Tang Li and Dong Hui, hailed. At that moment, the audience was packed to the brim. Not only third-year students, but many from the first and second years had also come, eager to witness the champions in action. The atmosphere in the examination hall was taut and fervent, akin to the excitement of an athletic meet. As Dong Hui entered, he even waved to the audience, inciting a chorus of cheers from his juniors. Instructor Ding announced the presence of an important figure for the inspection, prompting Dong Hui to scan the audience while continuing to wave. However, as per Instructor Ding's guidance, the focus was solely on delivering their utmost performance. Tang Li maintained a stoic demeanor as he approached a testing machine, being the first to test due to his top-ranking student number. With a resounding boom, the series of tests concluded rapidly. The electronic scoreboard overhead flashed Tang Li's impressive result, 450 kilograms. A gasp rippled through the audience. In the front row of Class 8, Su Hao remarked, the standard strength for formal warriors is 500 kilograms, which means Tang Li is merely 50 kilograms shy of breaking through. One could only hope he would not face Tang Li in the final challenge. The challenge for promotion to the elite class involved random matchups. And despite the formidable nature of the 3 top contenders, encountering Tang Li, who consistently ranked first in health points, was distinctly more disconcerting. The requirements for passing the challenge involved withstanding 10 strikes, with the option to evade or endure within a 2-minute time frame. However, should one be struck by Tang Li, it was feared that no one below the warrior level would be able to rise again. Jiang Fan, what do you think? Su Hao inquired, as the stakes for qualifying for the elite class determined the allocation of city-level scholarships. Logically, Jiang Fan should have been more anxious than he was. Yet, he sat in the back row, casually munching on 5 spiced melon seeds, leftovers from a celebration for his top training score the previous day. With a casual flick of the seed shells, Jiang Fan looked up and asked earnestly, if someone gets injured during the challenge, is there insurance for reimbursement? Is this about money? The class leader rolled his eyes, of course, but with instructors present, danger is generally not a concern. Jiang Fan smiled. Then I can act with confidence. The class leader and those around him were momentarily taken aback. It turned out Jiang Fan was worried about injuring the elite class's top 3 contenders. How audacious of you. The test continued. Elite classes 1 and 2 swiftly completed their first assessments. Among them, Dong Hui achieved 400 kilograms, while Rongwen recorded 390 kilograms, both trailing behind Tang Li significantly. However, during the subsequent speed tests, Rongwen shattered the school record with a speed of 19 meters per second, securing the top position. Dong Hui also shone during the martial arts assessment, showcasing his mastery of the dragon elephant body forging technique, just one step away from breaking through to warrior status. Aside from the three top contenders, the performances of the other elite class members were equally remarkable, each capable of ranking at the top in regular classes. By the time both elite classes had completed all foundational assessments, it was nearing noon, and it was finally the turn of the regular class to undergo testing. In the audience, Instructor Ding turned to a burly man wearing sunglasses beside him, smiling. "What do you think, Instructor Hu? Surely the performance of our elite class has caught your eye?" Initially, the inspector had little interest in visiting the first high school and had not planned to engage with them extensively before the seed program commenced. However, upon learning through his connections in the four major martial arts academies that Hu Yu had once been one of Tang Rou's numerous admirers, and with Tang Rou responsible for the assessments under him, he had casually mentioned it, prompting the inspector to eagerly attend, dressed in a suit and styled his hair. He claimed he was merely there to observe the elite class's prodigies. Instructor Ding, recognizing the inspector's true intentions, graciously accommodated him in the examination hall. There are a few promising candidates. However, Hu Yu appeared somewhat distracted. Clearly, he did not find the elite class's performances particularly impressive. Just decent. Instructor Ding's expression twitched. He had notified all elite class students in advance to give their all, to exhibit their best performance in this pivotal examination. Yet, receiving only a decent evaluation was disheartening. The performances of Tang Li and his peers had approached the level of formal warriors, results that could rank within the top 20 citywide. By past standards, they could even be admitted to the four major martial arts academies without the usual qualifications. Whereas Teacher Tang? As the elite class assessments concluded and the regular class began to enter, Hu Yu could no longer contain his impatience, frowning as he inquired, "Teacher Tang? Let me check." "She is responsible for the afternoon assessments," Instructor Ding replied, taking a sip of tea while feigning to glance at the examination schedule. Upon hearing this, Hu Yu felt a vain throb on his forehead, realizing he had been misled and had wasted an entire morning. Yet, he could not express his frustration, as he had voluntarily proposed to visit the first high school's examination hall. "Since the assessments for the elite class have concluded, I shall not intrude further," he stated, preparing to leave. Just then, Instructor Ding glanced down, unfazed, and said, "It is time for Teacher Tang's class. Instructor Hu, are you not interested in watching?" One of the students in Teacher Tang's class has been attracting considerable attention lately. His speeches can be heard across the nation. He is quite popular among the girls, though his grades tut. As he spoke, Instructor Ding caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and unsurprisingly, when the inspector heard the mention of the girls, he paused and silently sat back down. "That kid named Jiang Fan, is he one of her students?" Instructor Ding nodded, a look of envy crossing his face. Despite his seemingly average talent, Teacher Tang has imparted her family's unique martial arts technique, the transmutational movement, to him. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it, nor would I understand what Teacher Tang saw in him. Instructor Ding's words were entirely candid, devoid of embellishment. Yet, to others, especially to Tang Rou's admirers, they took on a different flavor. Hu Yu's thick brows furrowed further, and he glanced below, smirking. Whether he's a stallion or a mule, we'll know when he is put to the test. Below the audience, Class 8's cohort was entering the examination hall. Due to Jiang Fan's speech video going viral online, it took but a glance for Hu Yu to spot his target among the crowd and form a first impression, not even one. 8 meters tall and crippled. Chapter 41. A feint. Upon entering the examination hall, Jiang Fan selected a nearby machine. With his gaze fixed on the target, he made slight adjustments to his power distance. At this moment, numerous eyes were upon him, not only from other classes but even from all those in Class 8 currently being tested. Curiosity about Jiang Fan's true capabilities halted their actions. Jiang Fan quickly readied himself. The next moment, with a thunderous sound, he unleashed his punch. The power testing machine, towering over 2 meters, spiraled into the air in a dramatic 720-degree arc, soaring away in full view of everyone. The entire examination hall fell silent. Instructors Ding and Hu Yu stood up in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely a student from the regular class. Instructor Ding craned his neck, struggling to contain his astonishment. The school's power testing machine had an upper limit of 1,000 kilograms, suitable even for 9th grade warriors. Now, being sent flying by Jiang Fan's punch, this was nothing short of monumental. At this moment, Instructor Ding felt like a jester, powerless as he slumped back down. He had disapproved of Jiang Fan obtaining the city-level scholarship through dubious means, yet he never anticipated Jiang Fan's strength had surpassed their comprehension. Hu Yu swallowed hard, his expression grave. "Instructor Ding, shouldn't we discontinue his testing?" At this, Instructor Ding snapped back to reality, Gesturing to the side, Xiao Li, bring a new testing machine. The staff member named Xiao Li looked awkward. Instructor Ding, the school's power testing machines are designed for those below the 9th grade level. There are none rated higher. Indeed, across the nation, no high school possesses instruments capable of testing cultivators of level 9 or above. Should one break through to the ranks of a martial artist during their high school years, they would be directly eligible for admission into the 4 prestigious martial arts academies. Let's try a new device. Perhaps it is merely a malfunction, Instructor Ding said, waving his hand helplessly. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had yet to exert any force, so how had the testing device been sent flying? Faced with the astonished gazes from all directions, Jiang Fan shrugged helplessly. He too was at a loss regarding the incident. According to the system panel, his level remained at 2, and his recently tested strength in the training room at Jinghai Hotel was 200 kilograms. He had yet to allocate any points for upgrades, logically precluding any drastic increase in strength. Fortunately, a new device was promptly brought in. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Jiang Fan slightly gathered his energy and unleashed 10 consecutive punches. The final result displayed on the screen was 220 kilograms. Ah, now that seems more reasonable. Jiang Fan touched his nose and smiled lightly. The 200-kilogram benchmark was the standard for the elite class assessment, thus he had effortlessly passed the strength evaluation. Simultaneously, the atmosphere in the examination hall erupted into chaos, a wave of murmurs and exclamations filling the air. Instructor Ding's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling humiliated. Grabbing the microphone, he silenced the crowd with a stern warning. I hereby earnestly advise certain students to refrain from causing disruptions to the order of the examination, otherwise their results will be nullified. Beside him, upon realizing it was an accident, Hu Yu's expression darkened. Observing the device being struck away, any reasonable person would assume it was a device malfunction that could easily be remedied by replacing it. Yet, amongst the throng of teachers and students at experimental school No. 1, the immediate assumption was not to doubt the instrument, but to genuinely believe in Jiang Fan's capability. The situation nearly led to a misunderstanding that could have been quite embarrassing for him. Hu Yu took a deep breath and discreetly put away his smart wristband. Just moments ago, he almost called the academy to have the admissions office rush over. A breakthrough martial artist in high school was precisely the kind of talent the martial arts academy sought. However, Jiang Fan's current performance hardly warranted further admiration. Brother Fan, you were just putting on a show, the chubby boy exclaimed with a smirk as he approached after completing his test. You should have seen the expressions on Ding's face, alternating between red and purple. Thank goodness those reporters weren't allowed in. Otherwise, before you could retest, you'd have already been hailed as a genius who shattered the testing limits. The class monitor, still astonished, remarked, but 220 kilograms is impressive, surpassing the elite class standard by 20 kilograms. As for your subsequent speed and vitality tests, you must have long since met the criteria, perhaps due to the astonishing force that sent the testing device flying. Many in attendance felt as though they were being toyed with by Jiang Fan, temporarily forgetting that he had previously been at the bottom of the ordinary class standings. Any blame could only be directed at Instructor Ding for harboring unwarranted expectations and allowing himself to be caught off guard. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly and proceeded with the others to the speed testing area. On the way, he inquired about the results of his companions. The class monitor barely scraped by with just over 200 kilograms, a commendable performance that just met the elite class threshold. As for Su Hao's own sentiments, he admitted he had never been particularly confident. Miao Jun's results were inconsequential. The goals set by the chubby boy's family were to secure admission into a local ordinary martial arts academy in Jinghai City, and with his current progress, that was practically assured. Meanwhile, the chubby boy's own thoughts revolved around what to eat for lunch. The speed testing area featured a 100-meter sprint track. Given the earlier mishap, few remained focused on Jiang Fan. Upon reaching the track, they anticipated a smooth completion of the test. However, they were informed by the examiners that the track had unexpectedly flooded and they would need to relocate. Beneath the examination track lay numerous electronic devices designed for precise speed measurement. Hence, any water intrusion rendered them unusable. Perhaps the waterproof seal had aged. The examiner glanced around and, dismissing it, led them to an adjacent backup testing area. Jiang Fan followed, deep in thought as he rubbed his chin. Testing equipment malfunctioning? The track flooding? What were the odds of two such incidents occurring simultaneously? Was today a particularly unlucky day? Logically, having completed a side quest that gathered luck, his fortune should be on the rise. Why was it instead spiraling downward? In his mind, Jiang Fan silently pondered. System, could you elucidate? Beep. Detected a significant influx of human luck converging towards the host, exceeding the host's capacity to bear it. Note, should luck surpass the host's capacity, it may result in backlash over a period of time. So, Am I being punished for my diligence? Jiang Fan's brow furrowed. Initially, he sought the luck of a sect, but due to the rapid development of the internet in Blue Star, his speech had spread across the network in less than a day. The number of affected individuals and the extent of the influence had expanded exponentially. He was astonished that the sect's luck had transformed into human luck as a result. When this task was triggered, the system surely did not account for the speed of the internet's dissemination. No, in the system's understanding, how could a world like the primordial era possess an internet? Jiang Fan was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, one must fault the system for its inability to distinguish between game and reality. What should be done now? Jiang Fan questioned inwardly. Answer: should luck exceed the bearable range, the host may promptly elevate their cultivation level to enhance their strength, thereby avoiding backlash, or wait for their body to gradually acclimate. In the short term, significant improvement in cultivation was improbable. It appeared he would have to endure this period. Jiang Fan wondered, how long must I remain unfortunate? Answer: determined by the luck gathered by the host. So, how much luck do I currently possess? Answer: luck is continuously converging towards the host. Does this mean I must persist in my misfortune? Answer: the host may expedite the elevation of their cultivation level. If I could upgrade swiftly, would I even need to ask? Jiang Fan felt overwhelmed, realizing that continuing to inquire would only lead to a cyclical deadlock. Chapter 42. Elite Class Advancement Examination. Following the speed test, the subsequent evaluations of vitality, martial arts proficiency, reflex testing, and so forth unfolded without surprise, each marred by unexpected incidents. For instance, sudden power outages, examiners fainting, robotic cleaners threatening to strike, and art students mistakenly entering the wrong examination hall only to be expelled. Fortunately, these were merely inconsequential mishaps. Amidst a series of minor setbacks, they finally completed all fundamental subject tests before lunch. In the afternoon, the assessment for ordinary class students aiming for elite class advancement commenced. Other students were granted half a day off for personal activities. After lunch, Jiang Fan and the class monitor returned to the martial arts building, taking the elevator to the examination hall located on the top floor. As weapons were permitted, the class monitor brought along a new weapon, the demon-subduing rod, crafted from aerospace-grade materials, both offensive and defensive, capable of absorbing a portion of attacks and rebounding them onto the opponent. This cutting-edge weapon was quite valuable, but Su Hao's family, being martial artists, could afford such luxuries. Few were qualified to participate in the advancement examination. Over 50 students from the ordinary class attended. Upon entering the examination hall, most candidates had already arrived early, seated around the martial arts platform or warming up in spacious areas. This truly was the elite class's training ground. Not only double the size of an ordinary classroom, but also equipped with the latest devices available on the market. At the entrance stood a fully automated coffee machine, free of charge. The same model was available in the campus supermarket, but a single cup cost 99, even with a discount coupon. I should have brought a bucket. Jiang Fan lamented, feeling he had missed a lucrative opportunity, losing out on several hundred yuan. Jiang Fan, where's your gear? At the examiner's table, Tang Rou approached, clad in a fitted women's suit. She was one of the examiners for this advancement assessment. Tang Rou gestured for the class monitor to warm up in the waiting area and then turned to Jiang Fan, frowning as she said, I heard from the principal that you selected a unique weapon from the armory, so I didn't ask further. Where is your weapon? Jiang Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. It's with me. He intended to retrieve it from his waistband at the opportune moment to catch his opponent off guard. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou scrutinized him, her frown deepening. Where are you hiding it? Show me. She unexpectedly extended her hands towards him in broad daylight, not wishing to reveal the existence of the system space. Jiang Fan hastily fabricated, it's in my waistband. There was a rationale behind this claim, to deter anyone with dubious intentions, like the instructor, from prying further. Hey, you're overstepping. Jiang Fan said darkly, pulling her hands away and stepping back. Had it not been for the righteous expression on her face, he would have thought she was behaving inappropriately. Tang Rou lifted her head, using her pinky finger to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Don't fool me. Did you really bring a weapon? The instructor, still somewhat skeptical, rolled up her sleeves as if ready to publicly expose Jiang Fan's deception. Fortunately, at that moment, the chief examiner, Instructor Ding, arrived, accompanied by a group of reporters. Instructor Ding aimed to promote the school, having discussed it with the principal, instructing everyone to proceed with their tasks. Upon seeing the reporters enter, Tang Rou helped Jiang Fan adjust his trousers, quickly tidying up his appearance. After all, as soon as the reporters entered, they resembled predators sensing blood, snapping pictures upon noticing Jiang Fan. Smile. Tang Rou elbowed Jiang Fan, whispering in a manner only they could hear. Jiang Fan tightened his belt, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Had the reporters arrived a moment later, his innocence would have been compromised. Senior. Suddenly, a burly man, akin to a refrigerator, rudely pushed past the reporters, approaching with a large bouquet of roses. It's been years. I didn't expect you to become an instructor in this remote area. At the last alumni meeting, everyone speculated you must be doing something significant, which is why we hadn't heard from you. With your abilities, wait, who are you? Tang Rou interrupted, not accepting the flowers, leaving the man slightly embarrassed. I am Hu Yu. During the college tournament, I was a reserve player who bought you water, and now I'm... Sorry, I don't recognize you, Tang Rou replied flatly. Then, as if escorting a prisoner, led Jiang Fan away. For safety reasons, all weapons must be registered in advance. If you truly have one, present it quickly. The exam is about to start. Wait, you really don't want the flowers? They're 5 yuan each, and I just counted. There are 999 of them. The burly man watched their intimate exchange, his grip on the flowers tightening until they were deformed. I was here first. Behind him, the reporters who had been jostled began to play an appropriate love song. Snowflakes drift down, the north wind howls. You paused. Then threw the roses into a trash bin, his eyes reddening as he walked away. The over 2-meter-tall man now appeared as vulnerable as a child. Noticing the examiner was about to leave, Instructor Ding quickly turned to intercept him, whispering, Instructor Hu, did you misunderstand? Our experimental first high school upholds excellent teacher ethics. Furthermore, Jiang Fan's entanglement with 2 female students in my class is just right. He is overreaching himself by attempting to participate in the promotion challenge. Let us see what audacity he possesses. It was merely a moment of nostalgia that he and T recognized an old friend. After hearing Instructor Ding's comforting words, Hu Yu soon regained his previous cold and stern demeanor. Not that he was genuinely comforted, but he unconditionally trusted Tang Rou's judgment. If she treated someone with distinction, they must possess something extraordinary. Haha, it's all good. I've already arranged a spot for you, Instructor Hu, where you can witness all the battles on the training platform. Seeing this, Instructor Ding wore a sly smile, inviting Hu Yu back to the examination area. This action undoubtedly caught the attention of many in the examination room. Those unaware thought Instructor Ding was merely meeting an old friend from outside the school. Yet, the trio from the elite class, who had just arrived, were already privy to the details. Truly, representatives from the 4 major martial academies exuded an overpowering presence from afar. Tang Li rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with battle intent. Life has kissed me with pain, and in return, I shall sing. Jiang Fan mused as he observed the examiner. The examiner was impeccably dressed, with a clean-shaven jaw and hair slicked back, wearing a suit identical to his father's, indicating he valued this meeting highly. Rong Wenwen furrowed her brow in confusion. The examiner embodied the opinions of the 4 major academies. Holding a significant position, it was unreasonable to overlook experimental first high school. There was no need for such pomp and circumstance. The 2 mismatched socks peeking from under his trousers, one red and one white, suggested he typically lived in disarray. Yet today, he had clearly made an effort. Just then, Tang Li, excitedly focused on the training platform, exclaimed, the results of the random matchups are out. Each of us will have nearly 20 battles. It's been ages since I felt so relaxed. The large screen above the training platform displayed the challengers for each member of the elite class. Hearing this, Rong Wenwen instinctively turned her head and immediately spotted Jiang Fan's name. Chapter 43. Is he a genius? Candidate, Class 8, Senior Year, Jiang Fan. Opponent, Elite Class 1. Tang Li Candidate, Class 8, Senior Year, Su Hao. Opponent, Elite Class 1. Dong Hui Candidate, Class 7, Senior Year. Opponent, Elite Class 2. Rong Wenwen, upon seeing the matchup results on the big screen, Tang Rou's expression darkened. Jiang Fan's luck was rather unfortunate. Among the 3 elite class members, Dong Hui and Rong Wenwen each had their strengths and weaknesses, offering opportunities for targeting. However, Tang Li's vitality was already nearing the standard of a martial artist. With no discernible weaknesses, he was akin to a 6-sided warrior. Coupled with the new weapon, the 1000-gene battle blade from the Martial Artist Association, he could maximize his strength advantage. Jiang Fan would likely struggle to endure the lengthy 2 minutes and achieve a passing score. He must remain cautious and avoid giving Tang Li any chance to close in. Even if he could stall for the entire 2 minutes, it would still count as a pass. After leading Jiang Fan to the waiting area, Tang Rou reminded him one last time. Fortunately, the requirement for passing the challenge did not necessitate defeating an opponent. Jiang Fan's advantage lay in his agility. Although his speed and strength paled in comparison to Tang Li's, he could rely on basic martial skills to maneuver. Could he avoid combat altogether? Jiang Fan nodded thoughtfully. Instructor, if I were to cover myself in excrement, would that ensure a victory without a fight? His voice was not loud, but it drew the attention of everyone in the waiting area, who regarded him with surprise, admiration, and even a hint of mischief. What a brilliant idea! Compared to the prospect of advancing to the elite class and enjoying resource allocation, what was a bit of filth? Everyone consumes grains. Who among us doesn't have to relieve themselves? Seeing some unable to resist the urge to rush to the restroom, Tang Ro's face darkened as she sternly declared, "Behave during the exam. Don't attempt any tricks." Afterward, she instructed the class monitor briefly before returning to her position at the front of the training platform. What is a trick? It's clearly strategy, a clever strategy. Jiang Fan shrugged. In truth, he had genuinely considered that if matched against Roan 1-1, bringing some stinky tofu as a weapon might be a sound choice. The exam was about to commence, and Jiang Fan joined the warming-up group. Beside him, the class monitor could not help but ask, "Do you really have confidence against Tang Li?" Among the 3 elite class aces, Tang Li's strength has always ranked first. "As long as I can pass, it shouldn't be a problem," Jiang Fan replied, stretching his shoulders. He considered himself to possess a modicum of self-awareness. He harbored no illusions about defeating opponents whose statistics overwhelmingly surpassed his own. Moreover, as long as he passed the assessment, he would ascend to the elite class and gain eligibility for the seed program. There was no need to exert additional effort to determine a clear victor. Once the assessment concluded, the primary mission should be regarded as accomplished, he mused, casting his gaze towards the panel with quiet anticipation. Main mission: pass the interdisciple assessment, pending completion. Reward: 100 system currency. 10 cleansing pills. The 100 system currency would perfectly elevate his dragon elephant body refinement technique to greater heights. The challenge commenced. Tang Li, representing the elite class, was the first to ascend the arena. To prevent a wheeled battle from diminishing their performance and granting an advantage to subsequent challengers, the procedure dictated that each of the 3 elite class members would battle twice before a new contender would take the stage, with each challenger stepping forward. The so-called promotion examination transformed into a showcase of the elite class's 3 top talents. For instance, Dong Hui, at times capable of defeating his opponent in a single blow, would deliberately wait until the clock read 1 minute and 59 seconds, ostentatiously toying with his rival's mindset. In contrast, Tang Li and Roan Woman opted for swift victories, leaving no opportunity for their opponents to display their skills. After 5 or 6 rounds, nearly half of the challengers had been eliminated, with only 1 or 2 truly capable of passing the assessment. Surprisingly, the class leader also succeeded in his challenge, utilizing a demon-repelling staff that absorbed attacks. He played a purely defensive role. Just as Dong Hui underestimated him, he released the absorbed energy at the last moment, catching Dong Hui off guard and successfully delaying the match until the 2-minute mark. Soon, it was time for the intermission. Beside the arena, numerous media reporters were growing restless. Instructor Ding was rather cunning, well aware that we were here to witness Jiang Fan's true performance, yet he scheduled him for last. A friend in the battle zone mentioned that Jiang Fan's speech had bolstered the morale of the front lines, creating a significant impact. If he possessed sufficiently remarkable martial talent, he might one day bring hope to Blue Star. Conversely, if it were revealed that the young hero claiming to defeat the beast was merely an incompetent who couldn't even qualify for the elite class, it would undoubtedly become a grand joke. The reporters clustered together, engaging in lively discussions. Compared to the talents from Experiment 1's elite class, Jiang Fan's performance was evidently more worthy of attention. Regardless of whether Jiang Fan excelled or faltered, it would undoubtedly spark nationwide debate once again. At the examiner's table, Instructor Ding sat in the main seat, evaluating the students who had passed from the ordinary class. With a smile, he remarked, "The 3 guardians of the arena are the most promising students in our school. Do you think, with their current performance, there exists a chance for them to qualify for the seed program?" The seed program consists of multiple stages. Gaining eligibility for application is merely the simplest step. All elite class members qualify to apply. However, only those who reach the final stage and successfully complete the seed program will be pre-admitted by the 4 major martial academies, receiving resources superior to those gained through the regular admission process. Entering the 4 major martial academies through the major examination is not a problem, but whether they can pass the seed program depends on the performance of talents from other schools, as this quota is fiercely contested among all high school prodigies in the city. "Who you?" somewhat distracted, muttered a superfluous comment. Instructor Ding chuckled, unperturbed. The skill level of these ordinary class students was too low, making it impossible for Tang Li and the others to demonstrate their true capabilities. The primary aim was simply to enhance their visibility. Last year, none of the 30 slots for the seed program from Experiment 1 succeeded. This year, if even one were to pass, it would be regarded as progress. Where's Roan 1-1? Instructor Ding suddenly noted the absence of one of the elite class trio, his sharp gaze scanning the waiting area. Roan Wonwen rarely interacted with the ordinary class students. Her departure likely meant she had gone to find Jiang Fan. Fortunately, Jiang Fan was currently warming up, with no sign of Roan Wonwen nearby. However, upon spotting another individual, Instructor Ding's expression darkened. He saw his own student, Su Shuiyan, approaching with a thermal lunchbox in hand. What do they think this school is? Just moments ago, Tang Li had mentioned that his transformation technique had reached the entry level, and he deemed it necessary to inform you in advance. Tang Rou returned to the waiting area, handing Jiang Fan Tang Li's battle data. This data was private, encompassing more than just examination items, such as training duration and combat habits, and was typically not disclosed by students. It was voluntarily given by Tang Li to ensure a fair battle. It was evident that Tang Li was taking the upcoming confrontation with Jiang Fan seriously, regarding it as more than just a simple assessment. Isn't the transformation technique a unique skill of the instructor's family? Jiang Fan queried, puzzled. Previously, during the commotion at the Public Security Bureau, Instructor Ding had recognized the transformation technique, which led to him directly holding Tang Rou accountable. Chapter 44. A trove of hidden cards, however, as the words left his lips. Jiang Fan belatedly contemplated a possibility. Tang Li and Tang Rou shared the same surname, could it be? Indeed, they were distant relatives, although not intimately acquainted. They were indeed members of the Tang family. Tang Rou seemed to sense his speculation, rubbing her forehead in mild frustration. Thus, Jiang Fan's only advantage in martial skills was rendered null and void. Despite both being at the entry level, Tang Li overwhelmingly surpassed Jiang Fan in strength, speed, and vitality. The outcome of the challenge was all but predetermined. Shall I discuss with the chief examiner to reassign you a different opponent? That would be cheating, wouldn't it, instructor? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, astonished that the usually stern Tang Rou would suggest such a thing. What if he led him astray? Furthermore, Instructor Ding was the chief examiner, eagerly anticipating his defeat and the return of the city-level scholarship. Jiang Fan could only brace himself for the challenge. He shook his head. Nevertheless, although he claimed to be untroubled, he still possessed several hidden cards: the Excalibur Cannon, the Five Thunder Method, and the protective shield disc gifted by his sister during the incident at the Public Security Bureau, capable of withstanding attacks from 8th-grade martial artists. Adding to that the current 20-system currency, 1 cleansing pill, and 2 pulse guard pills, he was nearly ready to elevate the transformation technique to the next stage. With a series of small combos, he could potentially hold his own even against a 9th-grade formal martial artist. Just as he contemplated this, an unexpected figure approached, holding a pink stainless steel thermal lunchbox. Hello, Teacher Tang Rou. I'm here to deliver sweet soup to Jiang Fan. These taro balls and cookies are homemade. Su Shuiyan said with a gentle smile, settling beside him and lifting the lid of the thermal lunchbox. A refreshing sweetness wafted from within, providing a welcome respite from the stifling heat of the examination room, even as the air conditioning struggled to alleviate the discomfort. Su Shuiyan ladled out a bowl of sweet soup, holding out a spoon with hopeful eyes, her smile crescent-shaped. Both Sister Xian and I will support you from behind. Good luck with the assessment. Who knows, we might end up in the same class. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding crowd cast envious glances toward Jiang Fan. You haven't even entered the elite class, and the girl is already smitten. What will happen once you truly make it into the elite class? Su Shuiyan consistently ranked within the top 50 of her grade, not an insignificant figure. As soon as she entered, many took notice. When they saw Su Shuiyan entering the examination hall, they initially thought it was an act of mercy from the chief examiner, intending to have her replace Roan Wonwen to lower the challenge's difficulty. They never anticipated that she had come to deliver food to Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan merely glanced at the bowl, frowned, and remained unmoved. Su Shuiyan's smile faltered slightly. Drink, drink. Why aren't you drinking? Seeing the young girl on the verge of tears, Tang Rou discreetly kicked Jiang Fan under the table, helping to take the sweet soup. The exam is about to begin. Perhaps you should take a seat in the audience for a while, dear student. Upon hearing the examiner's words, Su Shuiyan softly nodded, pursing her lips as she walked away. As she walked, nibbling on the cookies she had baked, she murmured with furrowed brows, despite adding copious amounts of sugar, why do they taste so bland? Tang Rou observed the dejected figure before her and curiously inquired, why not accept the kind gesture from the little girl and drink it? During their previous practical training, Su Shuiyan and Jiang Fan had been in the same team, hence Tang Rou was not unfamiliar with her. I fear she might have poisoned it, Jiang Fan declared earnestly. One must always be vigilant during crucial examinations. Such reasoning was indeed compelling, leaving one with little to counter. Yet, was it truly necessary to be so cautious in a school setting rather than a battlefield? Tang Rou's expression darkened, glancing at the sweetened water. She tasted a sip from the bowl's edge. Moments later, her eyes gleamed. It's quite sweet and not poisoned. If you won't drink it, I shall. Jiang Fan waved dismissively, his gaze fixed on the martial arts platform. Before long, the intermission concluded, and the 3 elite class members were prepared to commence their assessments. Jiang Fan was to be tested last, thus he remained a spectator for the next half hour. At last, when only one candidate remained in the waiting area, the electronic voice announced, "Candidate Jiang Fan from Class 8 of the senior year, please prepare for the examination." Upon hearing this, media reporters perked up, directing their cameras towards the martial platform. Although the school prohibited live broadcasting of the elite class students' combat footage to prevent analysis, photography was still permitted. Witnessing hope arise only to be dashed is a rather disheartening experience. It seemed the experiment anticipated Jiang Fan's defeat, hence the ban on live broadcasting. A middle-aged man with a menacing hooked nose chuckled sinisterly. Just recently, due to Jiang Fan's speech video, the frontline supply donation warehouse was overflowing, even inspiring the front lines of the Jinghai battle zone. However, should the public discover that the boy who claimed he would defeat the monstrous beast was merely an ordinary talent, engaging only in empty rhetoric, the repercussions could rival a collapse at the battlefront. While physical defenses could be re-established, psychological ones are far more complex. Is it truly your desire to witness Jiang Fan's downfall? A reporter glanced uneasily at the hooked-nosed man beside him. It's merely a fact. There are martial artists present. Whether Jiang Fan can triumph over the elite class genius is evident, is it not? The hooked-nosed man replied without hesitation. He need not necessarily win. Passing the assessment would suffice, the reporter retorted, though his words lacked conviction. They were unaware of Jiang Fan's true capabilities. Yet they had thoroughly investigated the strength of the top-ranked elite class student, unless Tang Li intentionally allowed him to pass. It was nearly impossible for Jiang Fan to succeed in the assessment. However, if he were to do so, it would only solidify Jiang Fan's image as a mere talker, further tarnishing his reputation. The reporter sighed. At worst, once the fervor dies down, perhaps in time, he will be forgotten. Is that so? To forget is not so simple. The hook-nosed man remarked as he adjusted his tie, a fleeting glimmer of light reflecting off it. Should an experienced security officer have been present, they would have discerned that hidden within the man's tie was a spy-grade camera. In the waiting area, upon hearing his name, Jiang Fan yawned, hands in pockets, leisurely making his way to the martial platform. After patiently waiting for over half an hour, he was nearly dozing off. Cough, cough, your image. Tang Ro quietly reminded him as he passed the examination panel. A scornful gaze was cast upon him from the center seat, belonging to Instructor Ding, steadfast as a rock. Instructor Ding had already begun to tidy up his documents, preparing to conclude the examination. Even before Jiang Fan, he discussed the allocation of the municipal scholarship. Who should we allocate the municipal scholarship to? While Tang Li and the others lacked resources for cultivation, it remained an honor that could be beneficial in the future at the Martial Academy. Suddenly, the smart wristband of Instructor Ding chimed with an incoming call. He instinctively reached to end the call but, upon seeing the caller, turned in confusion to answer. When he concluded the call and turned back, the relaxed expression had vanished, replaced by a pallor. The next moment, the smart wristbands of all the examiners chimed simultaneously. Chapter 45, Citywide Live broadcast as lunchtime approached. Students from the senior year began to trickle into the school cafeteria. Despite the testing concluding and a half-day break granted, many opted to remain at school to strive for better grades. Every additional point could mean surpassing thousands, a true reflection of the martial arts entrance examination. Miao Jun also refrained from returning home, choosing instead to dine in the cafeteria while awaiting Jiang Fan's promotion exam results. The class monitor had successfully passed the evaluation, rising to the ranks of elite class genius, and was eager to treat the entire class to a meal. However, when inquiring about Jiang Fan's status, the monitor's expression turned grave, hesitating to speak. Since the examination had not yet concluded, the specifics of his match and opponent could not be divulged. After selecting braised pork, sweet and sour eggplant, 2 chicken legs, and a bowl of rice, Miao Jun was about to remind the cafeteria lady to add some sauce to the rice when, bang, the cafeteria hall screen suddenly lit up. Candidate Jiang Fan from Class 8 of the senior year, please prepare for the examination. The announcement echoed twice, capturing the attention of all diners. It was the elite class promotion exam, and it was live. Wasn't that Tang Li on stage? Jiang Fan's opponent was Tang Li. The genuine first versus the seemingly first. This battle's outcome was all too clear. Wait, why did my phone also start broadcasting the live exam? Some were astonished to discover that not only the cafeteria screen but also their personal devices had automatically begun streaming the examination. Meanwhile, in the old street market of Longqing district, Mao's parents had just finished work and were en route to buy groceries. This market was one of the largest in Longqing district, offering fresh produce, albeit at higher prices than supermarkets, making it ideal for pregnant women. These vegetables are infested with worms. 6 yuan. Worms indicate freshness, meaning they are entirely organic. 10 yuan. Take it or leave it. 8 yuan. If not, I won't sell. All right, just take them. I'm selling at a loss. After some haggling, Miao's mother achieved a satisfactory deal, saving nearly 30% after visiting several stalls. Miao's father stood nearby, awkwardly glancing around. His discomfort stemmed not from lacking a few yuan for vegetables, but from his wife's habitual bargaining. Hey, dear, is that Jiang Fan? Suddenly, Miao's father spotted a familiar figure on the electronic screen in the market. He removed his glasses, wiped them, and then put them back on. To his astonishment, all the screens displaying today's vegetable prices were broadcasting the live exam from the first experimental class. Director Dong, it's a signal hijack. Someone has seized the city's civilian communication signals. In the Security Bureau's Information Network Control Room, over 70% of the thousands of electronic screens were forcibly broadcasting, and the numbers were rapidly increasing. The content being streamed was, without exception, the elite class promotion exam from the first experimental class. Dozens of cybersecurity engineers typed furiously, yet could not halt the broadcast. The deputy director's expression darkened. This was the first time Jinghai City had experienced such a large-scale information network attack. Call Principal Sun and instruct him to immediately halt the examination. There is a beast spy in the examination room. The deputy director ordered urgently. Upon seeing Jiang Fan appear on the screen, he understood the enemy's intentions. They undoubtedly aimed to publicly reveal Jiang Fan's performance, allowing everyone to witness that the boy who inspired them to resist the monstrous beast was, in fact, an ordinary student, a mere pretender. This would undoubtedly sap human morale. A truly nefarious scheme. Soon, the security personnel brought a specially designed satellite phone. Director Dong, Principal Sun replied that he needed to consult first. The deputy director's face darkened further upon hearing this, and in exasperation, he snapped, "Isn't it just a matter of whether he can stop it with a single word? Who is he consulting with?" The security personnel said, "Then what about us? We will wait and see what attitude Principal Sun adopts." The deputy director wanted to say something forceful, but he shook his head in defeat. Principal Sun was a high-ranking martial artist, far beyond the control of the Security Bureau. Even the bureau chief, who was also a high-ranking martial artist, could only negotiate with him. The only silver lining was that the live broadcast location was at the school. As long as Principal Sun was willing, he could halt the examination at any moment, thereby thwarting the plot of the demonic beast infiltrator at its source. At Longqing Experimental First High School, in the Martial Arts Building Examination Hall, within half a minute, all the examiners received notifications that a demonic beast infiltrator was broadcasting the examination scene in its entirety. The civilian communication signals across the entire Jinghai City had been hijacked. Now, whether on the streets or in shopping malls and parks, anywhere with a screen was broadcasting this examination live. Instructor Ding stood up from his seat. His eyes narrowed into slits as he scanned the surroundings coldly, trying to identify the infiltrator. Damn it, it's that brat again. Can't he stay out of trouble for a single day? Instructor Ding, what's wrong? Hu asked, frowning beside him. Due to the anti-eavesdropping features of martial artists' communication devices, he hadn't been eavesdropping, so he found the shocked and angry expressions of the examiners baffling. There's a demonic beast infiltrator broadcasting this examination from the shadows. After a moment's hesitation, Instructor Ding chose to reveal the truth. He certainly did not wish to lower the school's reputation in front of the examiners, but he also knew this matter could not be concealed. The hijacking of signals across the city alone was enough to cause a sensation online and make national headlines. Oh, do you need assistance? Hu asked, somewhat surprised but not flustered. I broke through to the 8th rank half a year ago. I should be the strongest among all the instructors present. Capturing a traitor should be a matter of minutes. No need. The principal has already contacted me. We will wait for the principal's arrangements. Instructor Ding's mouth twitched. A mere 8th rank martial artist dared to claim to be the strongest. The minimum requirement to serve as an instructor for the elite class at the first high school was the 8th rank. Moreover, as far as he knew, Tang Ro, who had always favored Jiang Fan, was not merely at the 9th rank. On the other side, Tang Ro had left the examiner's seat and moved to a corner to answer a call from Principal Sun Qing. Senior sister, the live broadcast must not be interrupted. Once it is halted, those demonic beast infiltrators will have grounds to claim we are guilty of wrongdoing. This is a blatant conspiracy. Moreover, the other 3 old fellows and I have discussed this, and they share the same view. The 3 individuals Principal Sun referred to were naturally the mayor of Jinghai City, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and the director of the Security Bureau. The 4 giants of Jinghai City, for high-ranking martial artists, had reached a unanimous stance on this matter. It was an undeniable fact that Jiang Fan's talent was average. Even if he escaped exposure today, he would eventually be known to all. Better to endure a short pain than a long one. Thus, instead of being coerced by the demonic beast infiltrators into hesitating to continue the examination in public, it was better to be forthright, allowing everyone to see that Jiang Fan was merely an ordinary student with limited potential, not worthy of excessive expectations. This approach would be beneficial for everyone. I do not agree with this. Tang Rou's tone was cold as she directly rejected the principal's request. Jiang Fan is my student. As a student, the only thing he needs to focus on now is to cultivate diligently and participate in the grand examination. No one shall exploit him today. Of course, the examination would continue, but before that, she needed to root out the traitor and stop the live broadcast. Senior sister, we must consider the bigger picture. This matter cannot be handled impulsively. Principal Sun was still trying to persuade her. However, Tang Rou was resolute and did not wish to waste further breath. These individuals spoke of what was best for everyone and the greater good. Yet not one of them considered how much disdain Jiang Fan would face if he were to fail under such public scrutiny. Just as Tang Rou was about to end the call, Principal Sun gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I believe in Jiang Fan. If he knows there's a demonic beast infiltrator, he will absolutely not shrink back. Senior sister, you should ask for his opinion and let him make the decision himself. I will inform him. Tang Rou paused for a moment but ultimately decided to let Jiang Fan make his own choice. The matter had arisen because of him. And as the one at the center of the storm, he ought to be aware of everything happening. So, instructor, you are saying there is a traitor in the examination hall broadcasting for all the city to see me fail and make a fool of myself? Jiang Fan summarized as he was called aside by Tang Rou beneath the martial arts platform. He had originally been puzzled as to why the examination was taking so long to start and why all the examiners had suddenly turned cold upon receiving a call. He never expected that it was because he had attracted the attention of the demonic beast infiltrator. Tang Rou nodded. So what are your thoughts? Should we allow them to broadcast your examination or prioritize identifying the infiltrator? Seemingly concerned that he might feel pressured, Tang Rou added, regardless of what choice you make, the teacher will firmly stand by your side. Do you have so little faith in me? Upon hearing the instructor's words, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Why was it that even before the examination began, everyone assumed he would lose? Was it merely because his opponent was the top student, Tang Li, and he appeared incapable of winning? How underestimated he felt. By participating in the inner Sect disciple assessment and proving his strength amidst skepticism, one can consolidate their fortune and transform misfortune into good fortune. At that moment, a prompt from the system popped up. Jiang Fan glanced at it and understood the system's intent. In short, if he could dispel others' doubts during the live broadcast by performing well in the inner Sect disciple assessment, he could solidify his fortune and avoid adverse effects caused by an overwhelming gathering of fortune. Jiang Fan had never intended to concede without a fight. Thus, after regaining his focus, he waved his hand and said, let the demonic beast infiltrator broadcast. Who knows who will win or lose? However, there was one thing he needed the instructor's assistance with. What is it? Seeing Jiang Fan suddenly become serious, Tang Rou held her breath, her expression grave. Could you inquire if there are any advertising needs? The mandatory viewing across the entire city presents a prime opportunity for advertisements. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of delay, Jiang Fan and Tang Li returned to the martial arts platform. Tang Li clearly was aware of the infiltrator broadcasting, wielding his battle blade with fierce intent burning in his eyes, as if ready to explode like a plastic button on a dress shirt. While most watching the live broadcast may hope for your victory, I will not go easy on you. On the contrary, I will give it my all and treat this battle seriously. In response to Tang Li's pre-battle declaration, Jiang Fan simply smiled lightly, then stood tall, facing the media reporters, clasping his fists and declaring loudly, dare to compete with renowned schools? Let us see the prowess of today's youth. Longsheng Experimental First High School welcomes students to enroll. If I do not slay the divine today, when shall I dominate the world? Rong's equipment offers weekend discounts. Purchase the Meteorite Battle Axe and receive 1 year of warranty, first come, first served. The sudden advertisement left everyone momentarily speechless. As Jiang Fan stepped onto the platform, they had speculated countless outcomes. He might be defeated in a single move, he might concede outright, or he might find an excuse to withdraw from the examination. Who could have imagined that this guy would take advantage of the live broadcast to openly promote advertisements? And everyone in the city had no choice but to watch. At the security bureau, the deputy director stared at the screen, slapped the table, and laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Who said advertisements cannot be made during the examination? We shouldn't let the enemy lead us by the nose. A battle assessment lasts merely a few minutes. Broadcasting advertisements for an hour or two would allow them to sustain until their technicians could neutralize the enemy's signal interference. Alternatively, they could continue until the trader's live streaming equipment lost power, ensuring a smooth passage through this ordeal, wouldn't it? In the cafeteria hall of Experiment 1, Miao Jun and his fellow classmates stared in astonishment. Could he truly be a genius, seizing every opportunity to profit even in such a setting? At the top examination room of the martial arts building, Tang Rou sat solemnly in the examiner's seat, feigning ignorance. Although she had facilitated this arrangement, as long as it remained unspoken, she could temporarily spare Jiang Fan the embarrassment. What an outrageous situation! What an outrageous situation! What does one take the examination hall for? At the main examiner's seat, Instructor Ding trembled with rage. They all felt a palpable tension, fearful of making a misstep that could incite chaos and fall into the scheme of the traitorous beast within. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Fan had the audacity to accept advertisements. Had it not been for the principal's notification to proceed normally with the examination, he would have sworn to revoke Jiang Fan's examination qualifications on the spot. Instructor Ding took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and signaled to the proctor, "Do not delay any further. Commence immediately." Ding. The preparatory bell for the examination rang out on the martial arts platform. Only then did Jiang Fan reluctantly retract his thoughts, stretching his shoulders and thighs in preparation for battle. The previously fierce determination in Tang Li's eyes waned significantly due to this delay. Feigning ignorance, huh? Even so, I shall show no mercy. Tang Li drew his formidable battle knife, preparing for the strike. Although the challengers had wielded weapons in previous battles, it was the first time Tang Li had truly drawn his blade. But Jiang Fan, where is your weapon? Tang Li frowned. If he were the only one armed, this battle would undoubtedly be unfair. It's on me, but you needn't concern yourself with the details, Jiang Fan replied dismissively. The entire city was watching the live broadcast. There might even be children, and Jiang Fan feared that uttering foul language could have negative repercussions. Ding. The third bell rang, signaling the official commencement of the battle. Tang Li, unsurprisingly, did not intend to hold back. Almost instantaneously upon the bell's toll, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Jiang Fan in the blink of an eye. Mere inches away. This was the effect of the introductory level of the godly movement technique, amplified by an explosive surge of vitality, creating an almost teleportation-like effect. Records indicated that Tang Li began practicing the godly movement technique at the age of 16 and had trained for 3 years. Though he had only mastered the introductory level, he wielded it with the finesse of a second nature. In response, Jiang Fan also employed the introductory level of the godly movement technique, slightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade the attack. Clearly, this initial strike was merely a test. Tang Li, relying solely on his formidable physical prowess, executed this martial technique. However, with his second strike, Tang Li unleashed his full power. After his blade missed its target, he leaped to the opposite side of the martial arts platform, gathering a palpable aura of pressure. Even from a distance, one could sense the intense heat radiating from him due to his surging vitality. This indicated that he had commenced the operation of the dragon elephant body forging technique. The formidable vitality, propelled by this technique, would unleash an even greater force. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes, becoming more serious. He understood that he could not withstand, let alone evade, this full-force strike from Tang Li with his current strength. With a thought, Jiang Fan called out, "System." Chapter 47. Halftime Champagne. Technique. Godly Movement. Introductory. Consumes 50 system currency to upgrade. System currency. 20. Jiang Fan opened the Techniques tab and decisively chose to upgrade. Initially, he had contemplated waiting until he had amassed sufficient currency for the upgrade. However, given the precarious situation, he had no choice but to utilize the resources stored within the system space to offset it. Ding. Consumed 20 system currency, 1 cleansing essence pill, 2 vitality guard pills, 1 spirit energy. Godly Movement upgrade successful. Technique. Godly Movement, minor accomplishment, consumes 100 system currency to upgrade. The introductory level of Godly Movement enhanced instantaneous explosive speed, appearing similar to other evasive martial techniques. However, upon reaching minor accomplishment, a qualitative transformation occurred. The enhancement encompassed not only evasion capabilities but also the ability to coordinate joints and muscles to dissipate external forces, neutralizing formidable attacks from adversaries. Indeed, this offered little assistance in defeating foes, yet significantly bolstered survival capabilities. Even if one could not triumph over an opponent, they would not easily succumb, achieving a curious state of neither victory nor defeat. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. Tang Li's second attack missed, causing the martial arts platform to tremble. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before he unleashed a series of strikes, providing no respite for Jiang Fan. Yet, each time his assault was poised to land on Jiang Fan, it consistently fell just short, allowing Jiang Fan to effortlessly evade. Even when he managed to hit, the force seemed inexplicably diffused, as if striking a pillow. Observing Jiang Fan's ease in evasion, Tang Li soon grasped the reality. It was not that he had slowed down or weakened, but rather that Jiang Fan was swifter and his martial skills superior. Is this truly your genuine strength? You have concealed it for so long. After a barrage of failed attempts, Tang Li warily distanced himself. A minute had elapsed in their battle. According to the rules, now Jiang Fan only needed to delay for another minute to secure a victory without combat, thereby successfully passing the assessment and advancing to the elite class. Jiang Fan stood firm, his fists raised in a defensive posture. Were there no time constraints? He could maintain this stance all day. As for engaging in direct confrontation with Tang Li, that was entirely unnecessary. The challenge for advancing to the elite class dictated that not losing equated to winning. With the godly movement technique reaching minor accomplishment, Jiang teacher, your dedication to your student truly knows no bounds. Instructor Ding's lips twitched. Generally speaking, non-warriors could only practice martial techniques up to the introductory level. This was not due to limitations in talent, but because to reach minor accomplishment, one must first become a warrior and awaken the inner source power. If one had not become a warrior, achieving minor accomplishment in martial techniques would be implausible. The only conceivable explanation for such an occurrence was if a warrior frequently imparted their source power to another, thus aiding in their cultivation. However, if the recipient was not a warrior, the borrowed source power would swiftly dissipate and could even harm the warrior's foundation. Such a thankless endeavor. Instructor Ding could not fathom the depth of Tang Rou's bond with Jiang Fan, compelling her to sacrifice to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou sipped her tea. And despite her efforts to appear composed, a faint blush crept beneath her ears. She discerned the implications of Instructor Ding's words, suggesting an intricate relationship between her and Jiang Fan. Such a misunderstanding should have been clarified immediately, yet inexplicably, she felt no aversion to it. Moreover, if she were to reveal that she had taught Jiang Fan the godly movement technique in less than a week, it would likely not only be met with disbelief, but would also deepen the misunderstanding. Tang Rou silently pondered. Am I truly reminiscent of Jiang Fan's mother? Beside Instructor Ding, examiner who you had grown utterly speechless. Had he not known that Tang Rou had only graduated from the martial academy 2 years prior and had remained single, he might have suspected Jiang Fan was her illegitimate child. Yet, if they were not biologically related, a bold and heart-wrenching conjecture resurfaced in Hu Yu's mind, lingering and refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria hall of the campus, Mao Jun and the classmates of Class 8 had begun to celebrate. They've won. Jiang Fan has triumphed. Our Class 8 now boasts 2 prodigies promoted to the elite class. Is it truly honorable to pass the assessment through such underhanded means rather than defeating Tang Li? Someone protested. The chubby classmate immediately retorted, rules are rules. They were not established today. The class leader also arrived in the cafeteria, sitting nearby and adding, the criteria for passing the elite class assessment require either receiving or dodging 10 strikes and not being defeated within 2 minutes. If one were to truly defeat the 3 top aces, even members of the elite class would struggle to succeed. The arena remains alive with the fervor of battle. Yet the outcome is already apparent. Tang Li has been unable to land a single blow on Jiang Fan, forced to merely bide his time. Your skills in the art of movement have surely advanced beyond the basics, Tang Li declares, his fighting spirit intensifying, though his attacks have noticeably slowed. He realizes that if he cannot strike his opponent, even the fiercest of assaults would be futile. Your instructor has taught you well, Jiang Fan replies nonchalantly, shrugging. With my aunt being your relation, I suppose I am half a member of the Tang family. In this contest, I concede my defeat. I yield willingly. As the screen above the arena begins a 10-second countdown, Tang Li sheathes his blade, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, ultimately resigning from the duel. In this examination broadcast for the entire city to witness, he has exerted every ounce of his strength, while Jiang Fan has undeniably proven his prowess, leaving no room for criticism. How about that? Jiang Fan's performance was quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? A journalist from the Jinghai Daily remarks to a man with a hawkish nose, who had eagerly anticipated Jiang Fan's downfall and had continually mocked him. Now, he is thoroughly silenced. The man's smile diminishes as he observes the arena, yet it does not vanish entirely. Do not rejoice too soon. Until the last second of battle, victory or defeat remains undecided. Jiang Fan, standing at one side of the arena, lowers his guard upon seeing Tang Li relent and returns the gesture of respect. 4, 3, 2. As the countdown nears its conclusion, Jiang Fan turns to exit the stage. Suddenly, Tang Li collapses partially to the ground, expelling a copious amount of blood. The pristine surface of the arena is quickly stained crimson. Jiang Fan is taken aback. What the? Is he faking it? But I didn't even lay a finger on him. Confusion mounts as he rushes forward to investigate. Yet, others are swifter. Instructor Ding and the coach of Class Elite 1 hastily assist Tang Li, examining his eyelids and lips. He has been poisoned. Someone has tainted his food. The Class Elite 1 instructor states, casting a sharp glance at Jiang Fan, suspicion flickering in his eyes. However, given that the opponents are randomly matched for the exam, Jiang Fan's culpability seems improbable. The instructor grips Tang Li's wrist, continuing, his pulse is stable. It appears the toxin is relatively mild, which accounts for the delayed reaction. We must expedite his transfer to the school infirmary. As for the examination, Instructor Ding's expression darkens. Tang Li has succumbed to poison and bled in the final seconds. Does this mean Jiang Fan's examination is still considered passed or not? Jiang Fan's capabilities are beyond doubt. Indeed, at a level befitting Class Elite. However, according to examination rules, if an elite class representative suffers an accident during battle, the challenger must undergo a re-examination, especially since Tang Li has lost a significant amount of blood. If deemed a pass, it could raise accusations of Jiang Fan's unmerited victory. Jiang Fan, you best wait for me. Instructor Ding states grimly, hastily returning to the panel of judges to confer with his colleagues. Chapter 48. I possess a sword that can slay immortals soon. A decision is reached. Jiang Fan must select one of the remaining candidates, Rong Wenwen or Dong Hui, for a rematch. Although it is clear that a malicious beast has orchestrated this interference, Jiang Fan must demonstrate his merit in a fair contest. Furthermore, having already triumphed in the first challenge, facing either of the two should pose little difficulty. Below the arena, Rong Wenwen, noticing Jiang Fan's gaze, folds her arms and turns her head away with a huff. I knew you would choose me. As one of the 3 top talents of the elite class, her strength is the weakest, and she cannot claim a significant advantage in speed over Jiang Fan. Hence, if he selects her, not only would he likely pass the assessment, but he might even engage her in a few exchanges. Dong Hui, please, Jiang Fan declares. What? Rong Wenwen gasps in disbelief as she watches Jiang Fan calmly invite Dong Hui onto the arena. It is well known that Dong Hui's martial talent is on par with Tang Li's, with only a year less of training. Otherwise, the title of top student could very well be his. Her eyes widen in incredulity, silently questioning Jiang Fan's audacity. Yet, Jiang Fan's focus remains elsewhere. Today, he strives to showcase his abilities, and in the future, he will look back with pride. Dong Hui, wielding a long spear, leaps gracefully onto the arena, declaring, this spear, named Dragon's Roar, has slain 205 low-level beasts and has faced nearly 500 battles against peers, with 400 victories, 50 draws, and 10 defeats. I do not engage with those unarmed. Jiang Fan, present your weapon. As he speaks, Dong Hui tilts his chin at a sharp angle, gazing out at the sky, as if refusing to battle unless Jiang Fan draws his weapon. Elegant. So very elegant. Indeed, he is a paragon for our generation. Meanwhile, the audience, captivated by the broadcast, begins to rally behind Dong Hui, their comments flooding the screen. They have only now discovered that following Jiang Fan's initial battle, a comment feature has been forcibly enabled in the live stream. It appears that the malicious beasts aim to incite public opinion, as the comments quickly filled with accusations against Jiang Fan, claiming he had poisoned the elite class representative to cheat his way through the examination, asserting that his victory was unearned and should be nullified. Yet, soon, the dissenting voices are drowned out by the support of bystanders, with the live chat echoing Experience 3. In the arena, Jiang Fan remains silent in response to Dong Hui's declaration, merely observing, not attacking. Why accept an invitation to fight if you do not intend to engage? Jiang Fan stands unmoved, patiently awaiting the commencement of battle. It is advantageous for him if Dong Hui refuses to strike, as that would allow him to pass the challenge effortlessly. Exam candidate Jiang Fan from Class 8 of the senior year versus Dong Hui from Class Elite 1. The examination is about to commence. Both parties, please prepare. At long last, as the electronic announcement reverberates, Dong Hui, having stood alone for a few minutes, awkwardly turns around. A twitch at the corner of his mouth as he finds an excuse. Indeed, if Tang Li could not compel you to draw your weapon, it seems we must truly gauge our skills in battle. As the words leave his lips, the clang of a bell signals the official start of the match. Dong Hui, a talent second only to Tang Li, instantly adopts a serious demeanor, his spear now aimed directly at Jiang Fan's face. The overwhelming aura of his weapon contrasts sharply with his usual charming and refined demeanor. This strike is already dangerously close to Tang Li's full-force assault. The examination hall falls silent, save for the sound of tense breaths. What none of the examiners anticipated was that Dong Hui had been holding back, perhaps saving his full strength for a confrontation with Tang Li. Yet, with Jiang Fan's entry, he reveals his unreserved prowess. Should he eliminate Jiang Fan, it would become painfully clear who reigns supreme. Such a formidable attack, alas, it is rendered useless if it does not connect. In the face of Dong Hui's ferocious strike, Jiang Fan promptly resorts to his agile movement technique, evading until the challenge concludes. The disparity in strength and speed is evident. To confront him head-on would be self-destructive, risking his expulsion from the arena. Stepping beyond the arena's bounds would render his examination null and void. Strange, why can't my legs respond? As Jiang Fan attempts to evade, he suddenly realizes his feet seem ensnared, as if the arena floor is gripping him firmly, preventing any further movement. At that moment, the system panel in his view undergoes a transformation. Host, Jiang Fan, single status abnormal. The single status tag can actually change. Jiang Fan is elated, surprised to find that the parentheses reveal his current condition. This appears to be its true purpose. Wait, abnormal status? Could it be that I too have been poisoned? Jiang Fan's expression sharpens as he swiftly channels his energy. The flow of vital energy remains, and strength persists. Yet for reasons unknown, my legs are restrained. Possibly due to the machinations of a traitorous beast employing some arcane method. System, how can I dispel this abnormal state? Jiang Fan pondered. Response, this anomaly is classified as a curse. If one's cultivation surpasses that of the caster's demise, or the consolidation of fortune, will automatically eliminate it. It seems the beasts are intent on making me appear foolish in public. Jiang Fan clenched his fists. With my lower body unresponsive, I must rely solely on my upper body to confront this challenge. On the martial arts stage, as Dong Hui's spear tip neared its target, Jiang Fan stood his ground, unflinching, causing the audience to hold their breath. Is he truly planning to take the blow head-on? He could easily evade, just as he did in the previous battle. What could Jiang Fan possibly be thinking? Instructor Ding could no longer remain composed. He had anticipated the conclusion of this ordeal, expecting to announce Jiang Fan's success in passing the assessment and subsequently apprehend the traitorous beast. To his surprise, Jiang Fan's arrogance led him to attempt to withstand the full force of the second-ranked student. Had he not considered the consequences of failure? This was no longer merely his battle. With a flourish, Dong Hui unleashed his spear with all his might. Should Jiang Fan be struck, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured, unable to rise again. Yet, just as the spectators braced for Jiang Fan's downfall due to his overconfidence, he raised his left hand towards the heavens and proclaimed, I possess a sword that can slay immortals. He then reached into his trousers, producing an unknown object. With a resounding clang, metal met metal, deflecting Dong Hui's spear tip. He had blocked it. Jiang Fan had retrieved something from his attire to thwart the attack. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Those of lesser cultivation had scarcely perceived Jiang Fan's actions, while the instructors present clearly understood, their pupils dilating in disbelief. What had stopped the Dragon Roar spear was unmistakably a black brick, and Jiang Fan had concealed it in his trousers. Where had he hidden it? Why had they never discovered it? Curious glances turned towards Tang Rou, who merely sipped her tea, exuding an air of someone who had everything under control. Perhaps it was a novel weapon with a unique effect? One instructor speculated. As the shockwaves rippled through the audience, Dong Hui unleashed a succession of spear techniques. Under the relentless barrage, Jiang Fan, though pale and overwhelmed by the pressure, managed to withstand every assault. Evidently, even without employing any martial techniques, Jiang Fan was on track to triumph. With only 30 seconds remaining in the 2-minute assessment, Instructor Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief. In both challenges against the elite class's strongest, Jiang Fan's performance had undeniably met their rigorous standards. His prowess placed him among the upper echelon of the elite class. Jiang Fan had proven himself through sheer strength. Therefore, the matter of revoking his municipal scholarship need not be raised again. Yet, in Instructor Ding's eyes, the scholarship should rightly be awarded to the top 3 students in the grade. After all, in terms of potential and talent, Jiang Fan remained incomparable to Tang Li and the others. He had merely endured 2 minutes beneath their pressure, meeting the criteria for passing the promotion exam. Had the fight continued longer, he would surely have succumbed. Noticing the impending conclusion of the assessment, Dong Hui sheathed his Dragon Roar spear and ceased his assault. Typically, executing 10 techniques suffices for an evaluation, and he had exceeded that. To press further would be excessive. Yet, why did Jiang Fan not evade? Dong Hui could not suppress his curiosity. Logically, had Jiang Fan utilized the minor mastery of his transformation technique, he could have easily completed the challenge, especially since Tang Li had failed to gain any advantage. However, throughout the battle, Jiang Fan had barely moved his feet, only retreating 2 steps from the Dragon Roar spear strikes. It was perplexing. Not only Dong Hui but all the instructors present were equally baffled. Did he intend to prove himself, willing to sustain injuries to withstand Dong Hui's onslaught? Jiang Fan replied, because I am unafraid. Dong Hui frowned. Why are you unafraid? I simply am, Jiang Fan stated, his pallor contrasting with the stubborn lift of his lips. The treachery of the beastly traitor had been thoroughly exhausted, merely seeking to witness his public surrender and defeat. Yet, to underestimate him to such a degree was a grave miscalculation. Very well, you have earned my respect. Dong Hui, upon hearing this, clasped his fist and smiled, turning to descend the martial stage before the assessment concluded. Jiang Fan's accomplishments were evident, having clearly met the elite class's standards. Thus further validation was unnecessary. However, Instructor Ding believed the municipal scholarship should still favor the top 3 students. After all, regarding potential and talent, Jiang Fan, Tang Li, and the others were still not comparable. Jiang Fan had merely survived 2 minutes under their pressure, qualifying for the promotion exam. Had the battle continued longer, he would have lost. As the examination neared its conclusion, Dong Hui stumbled suddenly, half kneeling on the ground. Then, a familiar scene unfolded, as if struck by a heavy blow. He coughed up blood, staining the steps crimson. The examiner's platform erupted in uproar. The first and second in the grade had both succumbed to poison. One could surmise that the traitorous beast was behind this. It was even possible that Roan Wunwen had already been poisoned, though the effects had yet to manifest. The purpose behind the traitor's machinations was evidently to target Jiang Fan. Whenever Jiang Fan approached success in the assessment, they would trigger the poison in his opponents, rendering Jiang Fan's victories hollow and forcing him to continue the challenge. Clearly, they wished to see Jiang Fan fall. As the instructors surrounded Dong Hui, Jiang Fan finally succumbed to exhaustion, the tension in his body released, and he involuntarily fell backward. Yet, the cold touch of the floor never came. Instead, it felt as though he had landed in a pile of cotton, a comforting sensation lulling him toward slumber. Struggling to open his eyes, he once again beheld the profile of the instructor obscured by 2 towering peaks. We are going home. The fight is over. I can compensate for the elite class resources myself, Tang Ro declared, not waiting for Jiang Fan's consent, as she swept him into a princess carry, intending to forcibly exit the examination arena. Instructor Ding, witnessing this, hesitated, caught in a dilemma. According to examination rules, if an opponent suffered an incident mid-challenge, Jiang Fan's results would be nullified. This meant Jiang Fan should continue his battle. Moreover, the examination was being broadcast citywide. Should he leave now? Many unaware citizens might mistakenly believe Jiang Fan had cheated, poisoning his classmates to secure his passage. Such a scenario would obliterate the heroic image he had cultivated in resisting the beastly menace. Instructor Ding was not concerned about Jiang Fan's public persona collapsing. He merely wished to adhere to the rules. Yet, seeing Jiang Fan's near-lifeless state, as the chief examiner, he hesitated, feeling a twinge of compassion and opting for silence. The examiners parted to create a path. Among the media, a man with a hawk-like nose grinned smugly. On the periphery, Su Shuyan yearned to approach and offer her concern. But Tang Ro's icy gaze deterred her from taking a single step closer. Just as everyone presumed Jiang Fan was about to depart, he suddenly grasped Tang Ro's sleeve, breaking free from her embrace, and declared, "The battle is not over. We cannot flee now." The elite class promotion exam. The second retake. Contestant, Jiang Fan from Class 8 of the 3rd year, will battle Roan Wunwen from Elite Class 2. The examination is about to commence. Both parties, please prepare. With 2 of the elite class's top 3 already dispatched, only Roan Wunwen remained as Jiang Fan's opponent. Thanks to Roan Wunwen's severe cleanliness obsession, she rarely consumed food at school, thereby minimizing any risk of poisoning. Therefore, this time, Roan Wunwen would likely not succumb to poison before the assessment timer expired. Unlike the previous 2 candidates, this was undoubtedly positive news. However, the grim reality was that in Jiang Fan's currently dire state, he might struggle to endure through the 3rd battle. As the challenge was about to commence, all eyes once again converged upon the martial arts platform. "You are no match for me," Roan Wunwen asserted as she stepped onto the stage, grasping an artifact known as the Absolute Immortal Sword. She wielded it with an aura that sent shivers down the spine, despite its name being merely coincidental with the legendary blade. This weapon was perilous. Jiang Fan's expression turned serious as he swiftly contemplated how to endure the onslaught of this top-ranking opponent for 2 minutes. The abnormal state induced by the curse had yet to dissipate, rendering him incapable of utilizing martial skills or evading attacks. He found himself devoid of advantages in terms of vitality, strength, and speed. Moreover, having endured a series of relentless strikes from Dong Hui, his body was nearing its breaking point. It seemed an inevitable defeat loomed ahead. Enough idle chatter. Let the game begin. Jiang Fan exhaled a heavy breath, steeling himself as his right hand slipped into his trousers. To conceal the existence of the system space, he would feign retrieving a black brick from his attire. However, Such an action might appear rather undignified in the eyes of others, especially when facing the universally acknowledged school beauty. Though the rain may cease, the foolishness of one's actions lingers. Yet, Jiang Fan maintained a serious demeanor, his face flushed, leaving no room for criticism. Pervert. Rowan openly expressed her disdain. Her expression akin to that of someone observing refuse, muttering a comment only audible to the two of them. Jiang Fan, however, remained unfazed. Even feeling a hint of amusement as a plan began to crystallize in his mind. Recognizing her severe aversion to germs, he contemplated a strategy that involved using his hands to touch his armpits, then thrusting them towards her face, confident she would recoil. Finally, with a resounding clang, the third match commenced. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Rowan advanced with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, clearly preparing to unleash her full power. Even against an opponent whose vitality was waning and appeared as if a gust of wind could topple him, she was relentless. Come forth, young heiress. Allow me to demonstrate what true prowess entails. Just as the absolute immortal sword was poised to strike, Jiang Fan swiftly extracted the brick from his trousers, launching it towards her face with reckless abandon, ready to exchange injury for injury. However, the injury he sustained was physical, while the blow to Rowan would be psychological. To his surprise, Rowan remained remarkably composed, unaffected by his audacious move. As the sharpness of her sword descended, her other hand, seemingly by design or chance, brushed against Jiang Fan's cheek, rendering her initial strike void. Seizing the moment, she grasped his fingers with a vice-like grip. Do you think my left hand is clean? Jiang Fan chuckled, presuming she aimed to control him closely, preventing any chance of deceit. He was about to deliver some mundane banter about favoring his left hand when Rowan pulled his left hand, exerting force that brought their bodies dangerously close to the sword's edge, narrowly escaping. To an outsider, it appeared as though they were engaged in an intense duel, each movement fluid and graceful, akin to butterflies dancing amidst blossoms. In a heartbeat, the intensity escalated, reminiscent of a stubbed toe colliding with a table edge. The citizens watching the examination live were swept up in a whirlwind of emotions. Tang Rou furrowed her brow, discerning that Rowan was not genuinely fighting but instead guiding Jiang Fan's body in a dance with the sword. This required exceptional control to execute so flawlessly. Yet, she could not fathom why Rowan would assist Jiang Fan. Instructor Ding gritted his teeth. Damn it, that little brat has managed to fool everyone again. On the martial arts platform, Jiang Fan found himself involuntarily led by her movements, as if he were genuinely engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. He suppressed the urge to strike her with the brick, frowning. You're not trying to lull me into a false sense of security, are you? Planning to strike at the last moment? Your performance no longer needs validation. Merely remaining on the platform for 2 minutes suffices. You are the first to share this sword dance with me, Jiang Fan. Rowan seemed slightly vexed, her heated breath brushing against his ear, igniting a ticklish sensation akin to ants crawling across his skin. Jiang Fan jolted, wrinkling his nose. Did you not brush your teeth after lunch? Your breath reeks of garlic. As the enchanting sword dance unfolded, the examination swiftly approached its countdown. Were it not for the inappropriate setting, many onlookers would have been unable to suppress applause and cheers. This dance, this battle, was nothing short of spectacular. It felt as if their eyes were indulging in a soothing massage. Only when it concluded did they awaken from their stupor. In the final second, Rowan did not succumb to the same fate as the previous two, who had spat blood due to poison. Tang Rou silently thanked her foresight in advising Jiang Fan to avoid the sugary drinks offered by outsiders before the exam. It had proven to be the wisest choice. Otherwise, it could have been Jiang Fan who collapsed first. Her gaze shifted to Instructor Ding. The elite class promotion examination had successfully concluded, and it was time to announce Jiang Fan's successful passage of the assessment. Moreover, the hidden beast infiltrators among the reporters needed to be exposed. With the direction of the live broadcast camera, identifying the position of the shooter was a simple task. At that moment, among the media reporters, the eagle-nosed man could no longer remain seated as the chief examiner prepared to conclude the examination. He rose, sneering. What a spectacular performance! Without some skill, one might believe Jiang Fan's talent is exceptional. Unfortunately, you cannot deceive everyone. The moment his words fell, all attention shifted. Outside the examination venue, the screens broadcasting the live feed trembled slightly as an examiner with a phone noticed the anomaly. Clearly, the beast infiltrator had revealed himself. You, a traitor among humans, what right do you have to speak here? What is your motive? Almost instantaneously, 2 instructors rushed forward, subduing the eagle-nosed man to the ground. Yet, the eagle-nosed man remained unfazed, offering no resistance, his expression dripping with mockery. To be reasonably suspected is to wear the label of a beast infiltrator. You from Experiment 1 wield quite the authority. And even if I were a beast, Could I not voice my doubts? Let everyone witness how you package a worthless individual as a human genius. As he spoke, he slightly turned, and from within his tie, a pea-sized drone emerged, hovering ominously above the examination arena. Upon seeing the smirk on his face, it was evident he was no ally. A reporter from Jinghai Daily, who had previously conversed with the eagle-nosed man, hastily retreated to the back. With evidence in hand, the identity of the eagle-nosed man as a beast infiltrator was nearly confirmed. Anything associated with beasts, be it human or object, posed an extreme danger, especially these traders who forsook their kin, willing to sacrifice their lives to incite chaos in human cities. Observing the eagle-nosed man's composed demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of leaving alive and likely sought to drag innocent bystanders down with him. Jiang Fan's performance had been evident to all. With consecutive examinations and retests, he had undoubtedly qualified. If you have anything to say, take it to the Security Bureau, Instructor Ding wearily gestured, signaling for him to be taken away. The Public Security Bureau has long dispatched personnel to guard outside, waiting for the conclusion of the examination to apprehend the demonic beast traders within the examination hall. Is it considered competent to poison one's opponents? 2 competitors collapsed, spewing blood during the exam. Can anyone assert that Jiang Fan's results are without flaws? The man with the hawk-like nose sneered at the drone camera, as if addressing the entire city watching the live broadcast. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. Each time Jiang Fan seemed poised to succeed, his adversaries fell victim to poison. Any rational individual would recognize that Jiang Fan was being targeted, aimed at preventing him from demonstrating his prowess during the assessment. Yet, the hawk-nosed man had the audacity to turn the tables. What exactly are you attempting to achieve? Finally, Instructor Ding slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain his anger. It's simple. Have Jiang Fan fight me. I shall personally verify whether the boy who claims he can conquer the demonic beast is merely boastful or genuinely possesses the capability. The hawk-nosed man's smile turned sinister. In an instant, the formidable aura of an official martial artist erupted from his being. Chapter 51. Battle against an official martial artist. A martial artist battling a non-martial artist? Where's the dignity? In that moment, not only did the examiners display expressions of utter disbelief, but countless viewers watching the live stream also began to flood the comments with shouts of shamelessness and disgrace. It is important to note that a martial artist awakens source power within, allowing for the practice of breathing techniques, significantly enhancing their vitality compared to non-martial artists. Although the standard for an official martial artist is merely 100 vitality points, surpassing this threshold brings about monumental changes in physical strength. A notable sign of breaking through to the 9th grade martial artist level is a substantial enhancement in vitality. Unless faced with a fatal injury, such as a headshot, it is nearly impossible to kill them. Minor wounds can even heal rapidly to the naked eye. The transition to becoming a martial artist can be described as an evolution of life itself. Yet now, a traitorous demonic beast, an official martial artist, dares to challenge a non-martial arts high school student? How utterly disgraceful. No, even the notion of race can be betrayed. It seems that dignity is a trivial concern. Anticipating the crowd's reaction, the hawk-nosed man chuckled, stating, "For the sake of fairness, I can use both hands solely for defense, refraining from striking back, allowing Jiang Fan to attack at will. What say you, lad? Do you dare to accept the challenge?" His gaze was piercing, like needles aimed directly at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, however, seated himself at the edge of the training platform, taking a couple of swigs from the electrolyte water inspected by Instructor Tangs, seemingly unfazed by the provocation from the demonic beast trader. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to depart. "You've brought disgrace upon martial artists. Do you even deserve to be one? Let us go to the Public Security Bureau." The 2 instructors, one on each side, seized the hawk-nosed man's arms and began to escort him off the stage. The traitorous demonic beast had no standing to negotiate terms with them. After thorough interrogation and extraction of all valuable information, they would be sent to the execution ground, the only fate awaiting such traitors. Jiang Fan, did you not claim you would vanquish the demonic beasts and drive them from Blue Star? Why do you now lack the courage to accept a challenge? As he passed the training platform, the hawk-nosed man continued to provoke, invoking various grand ideals in an attempt to incite Jiang Fan into battle. Yet, under the immense disparity between martial artists and non-martial artists, the more he pressed for a challenge, the more he resembled a circus clown. Jiang Fan did not even cast him a glance. At this moment, he simply wished to await the announcement of the examination's conclusion, completing the task of passing the inner disciple assessment. This would grant him a substantial reward of 100 system currency, enabling him to elevate the dragon elephant body refinement technique to perfection. In doing so, his strength would undoubtedly experience a transformative leap. Naturally, He would also need to discuss the curse inflicted upon him by the demonic beast trader with the instructors in the Public Security Bureau. Any reasonable individual would not consent to such an absurd challenge. On the examiner's platform, Instructor Ding expressed satisfaction with Jiang Fan's response. He initially believed Jiang Fan would act impulsively, falling prey to the demonic beast trader's provocations. To his surprise, Jiang Fan was even more composed than he had anticipated. In fact, his level of calmness seemed almost inhuman. However, Instructor Ding suspected that Jiang Fan's refusal to engage stemmed from a lack of incentive. If a generous reward were presented, he might indeed dare to fight. At last, the farce seemed to be concluding. Instructor Ding took a deep breath, retrieving the results of the successful challengers, ready to announce the examination outcomes. Just then, the demonic beast trader raised his chin, languidly uttering, "Jiang Fan, do you not wish to avenge your mother with your own hands? That photograph of her, taken just before she was bitten to death by a demonic beast, which won the highest news award from the Federation, was captured from numerous angles by me. I thought to take a few more shots before letting her go, but alas, she was merely an ordinary person and could not endure." As his words fell, the venue fell silent. This demonic beast trader had a vendetta against Jiang Fan concerning his mother. Was it mere coincidence, or was he deliberately attempting to enrage Jiang Fan with this statement? The highest news award from the Federation is held annually and is easily searchable. Someone swiftly pulled out their phone to verify, indeed discovering the hawk-nosed man's information and his awarded works on the official website. That photograph, even on the Federation's news site, bore a heavy watermark. Yet the despair evident in her eyes seemed to penetrate the screen, striking deep into the soul. Moments later, Jiang Fan sprang to his feet, returning to the training platform. Addressing the demonic beast trader, "You have successfully provoked me. Let us go. Since you seek death, I shall do Blue Star a favor and eliminate you, the human traitor." With that, he turned to the instructors beside him. Since Tang Rou could utilize a flying shuttle, it indicated at least 7th grade strength. With an instructor present, Jiang Fan could confidently engage the demonic beast trader in a full-fledged battle. "Yes, be cautious." Tang Rou, without waiting for his plea, nodded in agreement. Faced with the murderer of his mother, Jiang Fan's composure was commendable. It was indeed a rarity. Were she in his place, she would likely struggle to restrain herself from fighting back. As Jiang Fan turned away, Tang Rou secretly contacted Principal Sun, seeking permission for this challenge. Principal Sun had already prepared for the worst, anticipating public disappointment by openly revealing Jiang Fan's examination performance. However, Jiang Fan had now proven his strength by defeating the 3 top elites of the class, far exceeding their expectations. This brought unexpected delight to the president of the Martial Arts Association, the mayor, the director, and himself. Thus, without hesitation, Principal Sun agreed to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Instructor Ding had no intention of allowing Jiang Fan to act recklessly. Jiang Fan was already exhausted and lacked the strength to continue fighting. This battle was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, the gap between non-martial artists and martial artists was too great, leaving no hope for victory. The aura emitted by the demonic beast trader just moments ago was that of a 9th-grade martial artist. Even if he refrained from fighting back, under the oppressive vitality of a martial artist, Jiang Fan wouldn't be able to inflict any harm, just as he was about to intervene and prevent this farce from occurring. His smart wristband received instructions from the principal, representing the battle between Blue Star and the demonic beasts. Principal Sun seemed to hold Jiang Fan and our school in far too high regard. Upon reading the message from the principal, Instructor Ding's face twitched. A high school student, participating in what should be an ordinary elite class advancement examination, how did it escalate to a representation of Blue Star in a war against demonic beasts? If not for the demonic beast trader's interference, attempting to poison Tang Li Donghui and forcibly broadcasting the event to ridicule Jiang Fan before the entire city, this mundane advancement exam would have concluded long ago. I believe Jiang Fan should indeed accept the challenge. Instructor Ding noticed the glimmer of newfound respect in Huyu's gaze toward Jiang Fan, no longer harboring the same disdain as before. The treachery of the beastly infiltrators has reached such an audacious level that, even if not driven by the desire for vengeance for his mother, one must retaliate fiercely for the sake of humanity. Huyu clenched his fists tightly, his anger flaring, as if he could no longer contain himself from entering the fray. The war between Blue Star and the beasts has persisted for over 2 centuries, marked by profound enmity. Now, the beasts have delivered their infiltrators right to their doorstep to provoke them. No one can genuinely remain indifferent, Huyu declared. If Jiang Fan can indeed deal a crushing blow to the infiltrator, his name will undoubtedly appear on the list of the seed plan. Upon hearing this, Instructor Ding shook his head helplessly. There is no need to provoke me. Who instructor, Principal Sun has already spoken, and I must comply. Chapter 52. Human immortal. As news of Jiang Fan challenging a formal martial artist spread, the live streaming room erupted with excitement among the audience across the city. Let us give them a good kick. Show those beasts the spirit of humanity. Kill, kill, kill. Despite the prevailing belief that Jiang Fan, a mere high school student without martial prowess, could not triumph over a formal martial artist, the courage he displayed in accepting the challenge resonated deeply. Regardless of the outcome, he had already won this battle. This audacious spirit, one that embraces life in the face of death, is a true reflection of Blue Star's resistance against the invasion of foreign beasts. For over 200 years, they have fought and fallen, yet countless individuals have persevered, forging a martial arts system that sustains civilization and ignites the flame of hope. Brother Fan, show them what for. In the cafeteria of Experimental High School 1, Miao Jun rallied his classmates to cheer for Jiang Fan. That is my son's friend. Who would dare say he has poor judgment in friends now? In the bustling marketplace, Miao's father proudly raised his head amidst the crowd. Indeed, we are the people of Xia country. In the Public Security Bureau, the deputy director slammed his fist down. It's almost time. At Qing Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, Zhang Huawang, surprisingly calm today, sat behind the patients and medical staff watching the live stream, murmuring to himself. In the fourth battle, Jiang Fan from Class 8 of the third year at Longqing Experimental High School faced off against Lu Jie, a ninth-grade martial artist and reporter from the Federal Daily. The information about both combatants was displayed on the electronic screen above the arena. Prior to entering the examination area, all media reporters had registered in advance, making it easy to identify the hawk-nosed man. It was clear that he had long infiltrated human society, masquerading as a journalist. Since you claim I am a beastly infiltrator, allow me to represent the beasts today and test your resolve in overcoming them. Come at me. If I move a single step or lift a finger, I concede defeat. The hawk-nosed man stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed warily on Tang Ro not far away. Not only Tang Ro, but the instructor from Class Elite 1 also stood nearby, ready to prevent any sudden attacks. You seem to be mistaken. You are the challenger, Jiang Fan remarked, pulling out a black brick. This battle had no excessive rules, nor was there a referee to signal the start or end. Yet, all those watching became judges of this confrontation. Without further ado, Jiang Fan activated his dragon elephant body refinement technique and initiated his first assault. Due to the curse, his speed was significantly hampered, making it easy for the opponent to evade his strikes. Fortunately, the opponent chose to remain stationary. Jiang Fan concentrated all his strength onto the brick and aimed a strike at the infiltrator's forehead. The hawk-nosed man did not flinch. However, upon witnessing Jiang Fan's fierce onslaught, a sinister smile, as if the plot had succeeded, appeared on his cratered face. In the next instant, an unexpected shift occurred. A distinctly clear grayish-white energy field erupted from within the hawk-nosed man. Boom. The energy field radiated outward, instantly propelling Jiang Fan away. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, landing at the edge of the arena. An 8th-grade martial artist. The beastly infiltrator turned out to be an 8th-grade martial artist. In an instant, everyone rose in unison, their expressions filled with fury. A powerful martial artist can utilize their internal source power to emit a clear energy field to repel foes. The grayish-white energy field is emblematic of an 8th-grade martial artist. The infiltrator had somehow concealed his cultivation level right before their eyes until this very moment when it was completely revealed. An 8th-grade martial artist holds a commanding presence within the Public Security Bureau. At this moment, Jiang Fan lay motionless at the edge of the arena, having fallen silent. The sudden impact of the 8th-grade martial artist's source power would have inflicted severe damage, even on a 9th-grade martial artist, let alone a mere student like Jiang Fan. Pathetic, the hawk-nosed man chuckled smugly, raising his hands in a shrug. I never claimed to possess only 9th-grade strength. You can only blame your own underestimation. Despicable. Some instructors could no longer contain their indignation and prepared to rush onto the stage to apprehend the infiltrator. Wait, Jiang Fan has not yet lost. Instructor Ding gritted his teeth, halting them. In that moment, he desperately hoped Jiang Fan could rise once more, not for any other reason but to reclaim his dignity. Yet, at the edge of the arena, Jiang Fan appeared utterly devoid of combat power, lacking even the strength to stand. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. Instructor Ding clenched his fist beneath the table. Get up, you rascal. If you concede defeat like this, I will ensure you regret it. I will give your scholarship to someone else right in front of you. In the cafeteria of Experimental High School 1, upon witnessing Jiang Fan's fall, all students fell silent. The outcome had been anticipated. After all, even if the infiltrator possessed only 9th-grade strength, Jiang Fan was bound to lose. Yet, as they witnessed Jiang Fan collapse, a wave of discomfort and frustration washed over them. As if it were not just Jiang Fan who had fallen but also a certain belief within their hearts. At that moment, someone in the crowd uttered, "Stand up." Gradually, more individuals began to cheer for Jiang Fan. Their voices soon swelled like a tidal wave, overwhelming the cafeteria with a deafening roar. Miao Jun leaped onto a dining table, leading the charge as he shouted at the live stream, "You can feel our support now, right? The power of love is boundless. Stand up, Jiang Fan." In the Public Security Bureau, upon discovering the infiltrator's true strength, the deputy director hastily dispatched reinforcements, deploying 2 security teams to prevent any accomplices from aiding the infiltrator outside the school. Inside the school, however, the Public Security Bureau need not worry. After swiftly organizing everything, the deputy director and all present security personnel turned their attention to the live stream. Even knowing Jiang Fan was at a disadvantage, they silently hoped for a miracle. Simultaneously, across the entirety of Jinghai City, in marketplaces, commercial streets, supermarkets, and urban villages, wherever there was a screen, everyone, in their own way, rallied to support the high school student on screen. The live streaming room was inundated with countless messages of encouragement. The behind-the-scenes operators, sensing something amiss, promptly shut down the message feature. Yet, as the online voices faded, more people poured out of their homes and onto the streets. The chorus of support quickly amassed into a sea of humanity. At the top of the martial arts building on the arena, as Jiang Fan took flight, he seemed to glimpse memories of his childhood, a basketball, his little sister in suspenders sneaking his milk powder, refusing to enter kindergarten, being caught writing love letters in primary school, and climbing walls with a chubby friend to skip class for hamburgers, alongside endless golden fields, spinning carousels, and the sweet lullabies in his ears. A montage of life. Jiang Fan felt himself plunging into an abyss, with scenes from the past unfolding before his eyes. But soon, only darkness and silence remained. As Jiang Fan was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, a radiant light suddenly coalesced at the end of the darkness, gradually drawing his body forward. Ding! The gathering of fortune is complete. Current fortune, human immortal. Blessed by the luck of the human race, facing calamity brings fortune. And breakthroughs in cultivation are free of bottlenecks, possessing the potential to achieve human immortal status. Chapter 53, A Frantic Strike, Ding. Blessed by the luck of the human race, the abnormal curse has been automatically removed. Ding. The host's fortune has changed, granting 1 opportunity for a spell upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Jiang Fan instinctively focused his thoughts. The system's prompt swiftly pulled him back to reality. In an instant, intense pain enveloped his entire body, as if his bones were about to dislocate uncontrollably. The Thunder Method has successfully upgraded. Spell. Thunder Method, minor accomplishment. A minor accomplishment in the Thunder Method. How much has its power increased? Jiang Fan quickly regained his senses, struggling to open his eyes. In that moment, golden lightning flickered within his gaze. As the abnormal state was dispelled, he managed to regain some control over his body. Propping himself up with his hands and shakily rising from the ground, he stood up. Jiang Fan had risen once more, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His frail yet tenacious figure gradually ascended. Wait, what does Jiang Fan intend to do? Just when everyone thought he was about to leave the arena and concede the challenge, he turned around to face the beastly traitor once more. It seemed he was determined to continue the fight. A non-warrior challenging an 8th-tier warrior. Knowing full well that the beastly traitor was an 8th-tier warrior, he dared to engage in battle again. This could not merely be described as courage, it was sheer madness. An insanity that surpassed all understanding. On the other side of the arena, upon witnessing Jiang Fan rise again, the hawk-nosed man's expression darkened. He had already resorted to shameless tactics, poison, curses, and even exposing his identity to personally take the stage, all to ensure that the inspired Jiang Fan would falter in front of everyone, thus suppressing the morale of the human resistance against the beasts. To his surprise, despite revealing his 8th-tier strength, Jiang Fan refused to yield and sought to fight again. At that moment, the hawk-nosed man began to comprehend why Jiang Fan considered himself the challenger. He maintained his composure and sneered, "Young man, do not be too impetuous. Is it impetuousness that defines youth?" Jiang Fan grinned, then turned his gaze to the stunned examiner. "Instructor Ding, having fought so many rounds, can we consider my advancement exam for the elite class passed?" Yes, of course you have passed." Hearing this, Instructor Ding was taken aback, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and hastily responding. If this did not count as passing, then no one in the school, nation, or even the world could claim to have succeeded. Ding. The mainline task of passing the inner disciple assessment has been completed. Reward, 100 system currency, 10 cleansing pills. Just as Instructor Ding finished speaking, a prompt indicating the completion of the mainline task appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes. He took a deep breath and concentrated. Upgrade the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. Consuming 100 system currency, the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique has successfully upgraded. Technique. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, Major Accomplishment, Realm, Level 2 to Level 3. Has the realm increased as well? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and directly opened the panel. Host, Jiang Fan, Single, Realm, Level 3, Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, Major Accomplishment. Requires 500 system currency for upgrade. Spell, Thunder Method, Minor Accomplishment. Divine Ability, Transfiguration, Minor Accomplishment. Requires 100 system currency for upgrade. Fortune, Human Immortal, System Currency, 0, Mainline Task, Awaiting Update, System Space, Spiritual Energy 54. Cleansing Pills 10, Jiang Fan noticed that the panel now included a fortune column, with the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique reaching major accomplishment. His body instantly returned to peak condition, a seemingly endless flow of power surging within him. It was time to test my new move. Jiang Fan clenched his right hand, and the nearby black brick instantly appeared in his grasp. Unbeknownst to anyone, a crackling energy began to surge within his palm. Jiang Fan planned to unleash the thunder method under the cover of the black brick. Wasn't it a clear day? Why had the sky suddenly darkened? Almost simultaneously, several people noticed the abrupt change in the weather outside. Above the school, dark clouds rapidly gathered. Amidst the booming thunder, the lights of the martial arts building flickered, as if malfunctioning. Even the live broadcast began to experience instability and delays. No one understood what was happening, except for Jiang Fan. He was acutely aware that this was the phenomenon triggered by the thunder method after reaching minor accomplishment. Celestial thunder, purging filth and obliterating disaster. At this moment, the thunder method was truly the divine thunder of heaven. Following this, the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique activated within him. The fully cultivated Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique radiated a golden light akin to the sun, blinding those around him. Was this a martial arts compatibility of 70? No. It was more than that. It was at least 80. One instructor gasped in astonishment. In previous examinations, Jiang Fan had never attacked proactively. For most present, it was their first time witnessing him fully unleash the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. This aura had Jiang Fan become even stronger. Tang Rou, standing closest, immediately sensed the shift in Jiang Fan's power. The black brick, crackling with electricity, sent a shiver of threat coursing through her. For someone of lower tier, this sensation would mean far more than just a threat. How strange. Why do I feel so uneasy? Beside the beastly traitor, an elite class instructor, also an 8th tier warrior, instinctively took a couple of steps back. His body's instincts seemed to warn him that getting too close could lead to inadvertent harm. The one about to strike was merely an ordinary class student. No, he should now be referred to as a genius of the elite class. You indeed have some skills. But alas, don't even think about winning against me. You won't get close. The hawk-nosed man wore a mocking expression, maintaining a facade of calm. However, his wandering eyes betrayed the unease hidden deep within. The exterminating immortal sword brick, combined with the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique and the Thunder Method. Jiang Fan gathered the most powerful strike he could unleash at this stage within his right hand. Once he finished gathering strength, he fixed his gaze with cold determination. Winning or losing matters not to me. All I desire is your death. As he spoke, a thunderous roar pierced through the ceiling of the examination hall. Looking up, a blinding bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the martial arts building and illuminating the area as brightly as day. Jiang Fan leapt into the air, grasping the lightning along with the brick, and directed it towards the beastly traitor. The shift in the traitor's expression was palpable, transforming from disdain to confusion, and finally to sheer terror. At last, the beastly traitor sprang into action. The energy field of an 8th tier warrior erupted in full force, and his body, like a rat sensing a cat, swiftly turned to flee through the window. Observing this, Jiang Fan hurled the exterminating immortal sword. Boom. Above Experiment 1, a massive gray-white mushroom cloud slowly ascended. The violent shockwave from the attack rippled outward like a stone thrown into water. Windows, light tubes, and all glass objects in nearby buildings shattered and exploded under the pressure of the shockwave. The live broadcast of the examination hall instantly went black. Chapter 54. The Invitation of a Beauty in the Cafeteria of Class 1. The crowd remained puzzled as to why the live broadcast had vanished. The next moment, a violent shockwave penetrated the building, shattering all the glass. Many individuals with weaker constitutions even felt a warmth at their noses, having been knocked to the ground. The direction of the martial arts building examination hall. Someone rushed out of the cafeteria and located the source of the explosion. Everyone turned to gaze, their pupils trembling in shock. The martial arts building, fortified to withstand missile strikes, had now been irreparably damaged, with an entire floor collapsed. In the elite classroom on the top floor, the ceiling had been torn open, revealing a grotesque skeleton of steel and concrete. What an astonishing explosion. What transpired? Had victory been achieved? Could it be that the instructor had finally intervened? As thunderclouds gathered, the live broadcast began to stutter. Consequently, all that the audience beheld was Jiang Fan rising once more, charging forward yet again, oblivious to the final outcome. With a resounding blast, the live feed abruptly went black. Clearly, the violent explosion had obliterated all electronic devices in the vicinity, including the broadcasting equipment. At the pinnacle of the martial arts building, the smoke mingled with flames gradually dispersed. Media reporters and students were shielded by their instructors, standing on the periphery of the explosion's epicenter. Instructor Ding activated an emergency defense shield, protecting against most of the shockwave. The semi-transparent shield was riddled with cracks, undeniably rendered useless. The force unleashed was comparable to a full-strength strike from an 8th-tier martial artist. How had Jiang Fan achieved this? Was it due to that mysterious black brick? Instructor Ding retracted the defense shield, casting his gaze towards the center of the explosion. Yet, irrespective of the circumstances, Jiang Fan had triumphed in this battle. If he were to compete for a seed program slot, other elite talents from rival schools would likely find themselves in dire straits. Nearby, Huyu brushed off the dust from his clothes and offered Jiang Fan an exceptionally high commendation. It should be noted that even during the elite class's 3 top contenders' finest displays, they had only received polite praise. However, such a formidable attack would likely be beyond the endurance of a non-martial artist's body. That lad, is he still alive? The seed program examiners looked on, their expressions grave. To unleash a force far exceeding one's own physical capabilities, and to engage in combat across 2 major realms, Jiang Fan's actions could very well have left him severely injured, possibly jeopardizing his martial path. Just then, from the dissipating smoke at the explosion center, a fit of coughing echoed. The instructors held their breath, anxiously peering ahead. The once pristine martial arts platform had transformed into a vast crater. Jiang Fan stood alone in the pit, clutching a brick, his body charred blackened. The sole figure erect in the cavernous void. Beneath him lay a charcoal-like figure resembling a human, sprawled on the ground with hands outstretched, frozen in a fleeing posture. The beastly traitor, an 8th-tier martial artist, had been overcome by the high school student Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth beneath his singed visage, exclaiming, "I'm so tired. It feels like I'm sinking into oblivion." The instructors were momentarily speechless. With so many media reporters present, could he not utter a single conventional victory remark? Before they could voice their critiques, Jiang Fan rolled his eyes back and toppled backward. Jiang Fan. Tang Rou dashed forward, expertly catching him in her arms. "Teacher, I'm so tired. Don't sleep. Open your eyes and look at me." As Jiang Fan's eyes began to close, Tang Rou, in a panic, tore open his shirt, ready to administer emergency aid. At that moment, Rong Wen swiftly rushed from the examiner's seat, assisting in supporting Jiang Fan's head. "I'm a student. Let me help." Instructor Tang applied pressure to his chest. Without a care for the dust and blood on Jiang Fan's face, she took a deep breath, holding it in her chest. Then, she pried open Jiang Fan's mouth. The artificial respiration technique was a battlefield first aid skill that every student needed to master. Although this was her first practical application, Rong Wen remained composed. Suddenly sensing something entering his throat, Jiang Fan's eyes flew open. "No, sis, I'm just tired, not dying," he exclaimed, hastily straightening his clothes to stand. He resolved to wait until he returned home to sleep, fearing that if he laid down any longer, he might end up in a crematory. "Hey, where's my shirt?" Jiang Fan looked down, realizing his upper body was bare. At this remark, both Tang Rou and Rong Wen felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, Jiang Fan appeared as if he were on the brink of death, making it hard to avoid misunderstandings. "Well done, Jiang Fan." Soon, law enforcement personnel arrived on the scene, dispelling the awkwardness. The security officers divided into 3 groups. One searched for the damaged broadcast drones, another documented the scene, while the third carefully extracted the beastly traitor from the ground. The traitor seemed to cling to life, albeit faintly, yet undeniably still alive. The vitality of an 8th-tier martial artist was indeed resilient. Jiang Fan said nothing. The fate of the beastly traitor was sealed, bound to end in death. Being taken away by law enforcement might yield some intelligence, potentially leading to the capture of accomplices involved in hijacking the city's signals for a live broadcast. This operation was certainly not the work of the traitor alone. As the beastly traitor was lifted away, he suddenly regained consciousness, spewing threats. Don't celebrate too soon. When the demon god descends, you, all of you, shall perish. All of you." The mention of the demon god caught Jiang Fan's attention. He had no intention of acknowledging a vanquished foe, yet this proclamation compelled him to turn his head in curiosity. This was the second time he had encountered the term god. The first instance had been in the abandoned underground parking lot, where an exotic toxic lizard had orchestrated a blood and flesh sacrifice ritual to communicate with the deities of the beastly totems. But was there tangible evidence of the existence of such a deity? Jiang Fan contemplated inquiring further of the beastly traitor. However, after delivering his ominous words, the traitor's head lolled to the side, falling silent. It remained uncertain how much of it was an act. The nearby law enforcement officer appeared to recognize him, smiling reassuringly. No need to worry, Jiang Fan. Once we return to the precinct, whether he wants to speak or remain silent will be out of his hands. Jiang Fan nodded. Professional matters were best left to the experts. Jiang Fan, you are now an elite class student. Would you like to join my class 1? Tang Li and Dong Hui both came from my class. Just as the beastly traitor was being taken away and the scene had yet to be addressed, the instructor of Elite Class 1 approached with a hearty laugh, extending an olive branch to Jiang Fan. Instructor Ding of Elite Class 2 quickly winked at Rong Wenwen and the not-so-distant Su Shuiyan, urging them to take action. Though their relationship had been strained due to misunderstandings, he felt too embarrassed to invite Jiang Fan directly. Fortunately, both Rong Wenwen and Su Shuiyan had a good rapport with Jiang Fan and were quite popular among the boys. With a rugged man on one side and a beauty on the other, there was no fear of Jiang Fan declining an invitation to Elite Class 2. Chapter 55, A Battlefield of Carnage. Beside the now deep pit that had once been the martial arts platform, Rong Wenwen noted Instructor Ding's subtle hint, yet scoffed internally. Just that morning, Instructor Ding had earnestly advised her to limit her interactions with someone like Jiang Fan. Now, witnessing his exceptional performance, his attitude had done a complete turnaround, requesting her assistance in recruiting him for Class 2. What happened to the principles of a martial artist? In truth, after the practical training, Rong Wenwen had openly acknowledged Jiang Fan's remarkable potential, which was far from superficial. Yet, neither her father, Instructor Ding, nor the principal believed her. They even suspected that she had developed feelings for Jiang Fan after he saved her life, attributing her affection to the suspension bridge effect. Now, with Jiang Fan's admission to the elite class being publicly revealed due to the beastly traitor's actions, he had turned misfortune into fortune, earning the recognition of the entire citizenry of Jinghai City. Rong Wenwen could not help but feel a sense of vindication, reveling in the satisfaction of Jiang Fan's success. Rong Wenwen remained still, choosing not to act. On the other side, under the guidance of Instructor Ding, Su Shuiyan hurriedly approached and supported Jiang Fan, inadvertently nudging aside Rong Wenwen, who was occupying a spot but remained motionless. Having grown up alongside Jiang Fan, Jiang Xian always regarded her as part of the family, so it was quite natural for her to be close to him. Jiang Fan, come join our elite class too. We had a pact to attend classes together and aim for the martial arts academy. You wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Su Shuiyan blinked playfully, her demeanor reminiscent of a gentle neighborhood girl, leaving no room for rejection. Must I decide now? Jiang Fan surveyed the surroundings, the remnants of destruction glaring back at him. The elite classroom, once a place of learning, had been reduced to ruins. Shouldn't the priority be to clear the area, send the injured to the hospital, and assess the damages? Wait a moment, damages? Jiang Fan's expression shifted. Surely, these losses wouldn't be attributed to him, right? Although he was directly involved, it was not intentional. Just as Jiang Fan fretted over his financial implications, Tang Rou interjected, let us first head to the school hospital for a checkup, then you can rest for a day. There is no rush regarding the elite class matters. Jiang Fan nodded in response, seizing the opportunity before the two elite instructors could demand compensation. It was prudent to exit the scene swiftly. Instructor Tang, let Xu Wei in and me take Jiang Fan to the hospital. From today onwards, he is officially our classmate in the elite class. Rong Wenwen suddenly stepped forward, matter-of-factly asserting that Jiang Fan now belonged to the elite class and was not under the jurisdiction of the ordinary class instructor, Tang Rou. While Rong Wenwen spoke the truth, her words caused Tang Rou to frown. Tang Rou glanced at Jiang Fan, silently urging him to choose who he wanted to accompany. On one side stood his youthful peers, while on the other was the mature and reliable instructor. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan chose to follow the latter, for he had many questions that required an instructor's insight. The elevator on the top floor was rendered inoperable due to the attack, necessitating their descent via the emergency staircase. Upon reaching the ground floor, it appeared as if the entire student body had congregated there, creating a throng that blocked any passage. Initially, the atmosphere was rife with speculation regarding the outcome of Jiang Fan's confrontation, with some eager to rush to the top floor for a glimpse of the spectacle. However, when Jiang Fan emerged from the safety stairwell, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes converging upon him. As an ordinary high school student yet to break through to a martial artist, he had boldly faced the challenge of an 8th-tier martial artist without flinching. Regardless of the outcome, his audacity commanded respect from every martial practitioner present. In the realm of martial arts, genius abounds. Each year, countless martial artists graduate from the Martial Arts Academy, yet it is often those endowed with extraordinary willpower who traverse further along this arduous path. Jiang Fan spotted Miao Jun, the class leader, along with several classmates from Class 8. Dozens of boys, eager and ready, stood at the entrance, their sleeves rolled up, itching to rush forward and cheer for Jiang Fan, only to be silenced by a stern glance from Tang Rou. Nevertheless, before she could speak, the crowd parted, allowing Jiang Fan to exit the martial arts building, with Tang Rou closely guarding him, her expression serious, clearly concerned about the potential presence of hidden threats within the school. Jiang Fan's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations, as he had, in front of the entire city, thwarted the enemy's plot to undermine human morale through sheer strength. The enemy's schemes had been foiled, but it was unlikely they would relent easily. Jiang Fan, from this moment forward, apart from me, you must not trust anyone lightly. Tang Rou cautioned earnestly, gripping his wrist firmly, causing him discomfort. Although she meant well, Jiang Fan couldn't help but pause at the entrance of the building, turning back to gaze at the hopeful eyes of his peers. Everyone, the resonance of our souls has pierced the heavens. I have truly felt this blazing fire of passion, Jiang Fan declared with fervor. Class 8 responded with enthusiasm, while Tang Rou remarked, "Is my voice too soft? Why is there no reaction?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan noticed the sudden, peculiar silence surrounding him. Tang Rou covered her face, seemingly touched, struggling to maintain her composure in public. However, it was long before the crowd erupted into cheers, their howls echoing throughout the hall. At the school hospital, after completing a thorough examination, Tang Rou sternly dismissed 2 nurses who had been lingering around Jiang Fan. In the brief moment she spent preparing tea, he had managed to climb onto the examination bed. Their intentions were suspect, likely linked to the enemy. A thorough investigation into their backgrounds was necessary. What else with this behavior? Shouldn't a healer be devoid of ulterior motives? Tang Rou fumed internally, her thoughts spiraling into a frenzy. The nurse, with a perplexed expression, shot Tang Rou a glance, but hastily retreated when met with her fierce gaze. On the examination bed, Jiang Fan breathed steadily, softly snoring, appearing utterly exhausted from the day's events. Yet, beneath the covers, his body's instinctual responses betrayed him. Tang Rou raised an eyebrow. Still pretending? Jiang Fan awkwardly opened his eyes, a look of despair washing over him. Instructor, the school hospital is perilous. I genuinely thought I was undergoing a legitimate examination, only to realize they had ulterior motives. The nature of a legitimate examination inherently involved some privacy, which had led Jiang Fan to trust the process. He lamented, alas, the trust between people. It seems you prefer the unorthodox, Tang Rou retorted, her expression darkening. When has a legitimate checkup involved lying on an examination bed? Had I arrived any later, you might have been stripped bare of your very essence. Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters now. Tang Rou's tone shifted to one of gravity. Have you decided which elite class to join? Regardless of whether he chose elite class 1 or 2, the allocation of resources remained equal. The distinction lay in the instructors, teaching styles, and classmates. Class 1 was predominantly male, characterized by brawls and a vigorous academic atmosphere. Meanwhile, Class 2 boasted an abundance of female students. The fragrance wafting from the corridor outside the classroom was enticing. Su Hao, the former class leader of Class 8, had opted for Class 2. Drawn by the girl his current class leader was pursuing. Noticing Jiang Fan lost in thought, Tang Rou pressed her lips together and remarked, "You're not obligated to attend an elite class. Your training progress differs from others. Following the elite class curriculum might hinder your advancement." Jiang Fan remained silent. Tang Rou continued, "The city scholarship has been awarded, allowing you to train in a private practice room. The difference in peers won't matter much." Jiang Fan still did not respond. The instructors in classes 1 and 2 are subpar. Last year, none of their students qualified for the SEED program. I would be a better fit as your instructor, she almost implied directly, having discovered a student with potential. It was frustrating to see him possibly transferred to instructors she deemed inferior. This feeling of being undermined was irksome, compelling Tang Rou to wish for Jiang Fan's compliance. Seeing Jiang Fan still hesitating, she instinctively glanced around for any potential surveillance. In truth, Jiang Fan had already made up his mind regarding where he wished to belong. The main storyline task has been completed, and all rewards have been received and utilized to enhance cultivation techniques. The regular distribution of resources for the elite class holds little significance for him. Whether or not he attends the elite class makes no substantial difference. Despite having extraordinary advantages, he diligently practices. Why squander such advantages? The reason Jiang Fan has remained silent is that when the instructor mentioned the seed plan, the system unexpectedly popped up a notification. You have silently endured hardships in your cultivation, and at last, you have astonished the world by passing the inner disciple assessment. Becoming an inner disciple. Detected that the host has not yet become an official disciple. Ding. Main storyline task updated. Passed the official disciple assessment. Reward, 500 system currency. The mystical fire of Samadhi. No. Is this just a setup? Upon seeing the updated main task, Jiang Fan felt a wave of embarrassment. Once he becomes an official disciple, will there be even more titles such as personal disciple or closed-door disciple? However, in the world of cultivation, it seems that becoming an official disciple is already the pinnacle, judging by the timing of the system's main task updates. The so-called official disciples here correspond to candidates who have been pre-recruited by the Martial Arts Academy through the seed plan to rapidly enhance his strength. Jiang Fan had already intended to enroll in the seed plan. Thus, it appears that the new main task aligns perfectly with his life's ambitions. Wait? The mystical fire of Samadhi. Jiang Fan suddenly noticed the introduction of a new technique in the system rewards. Moreover, it is the legendary fire used by the Supreme Lord Laozi in the 8 trigrams furnace for alchemy. Mystical fire of Samadhi. It burns the heavens and boils the seas, vanquishing evil and conquering demons. It is used to forge magical treasures and refine elixirs, embodying the union of essence, vitality, and spirit. It consumes all. With a mere thought, the introduction of the mystical fire was instantly displayed. Indeed, it was precisely as he had envisioned. The quality of the techniques produced by the system is unquestionable. The last reward, the Thunder Method, at the minor success level, nearly obliterated an 8th grade martial artist. Now, the acquisition of the mystical fire leaves him in awe, contemplating the tremendous enhancement it will bring to his prowess. The combination of the mystical fire and the Thunder Method might even yield an overload reaction. Instructor, I wish to enroll in the seed plan immediately. Regaining his composure, Jiang Fan spoke earnestly. He could hardly contain his eagerness to wield fire. Is there a problem? Can I enroll now? Jiang Fan noticed Tang Rou sitting on the edge of the bed, seemingly lost in thought. He frowned slightly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a small beauty mark beneath her left eye, resembling a speck of sleep. Of course, you can enroll. Tang Rou instinctively leaned back, blinking rapidly, quickly restoring her stern instructor demeanor. However, becoming a student in the elite class merely grants you the eligibility to enroll. Each year, only 30 slots are available for Experiment 1, and following past conventions, only the top 30 candidates based on comprehensive performance will be selected. Jiang Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, saying, does this mean I have to take another exam? A simple assessment for the elite class had already stirred chaos throughout the city. He truly wished to avoid any further evaluations in the near future. While others fought once, he had battled 4 times. Even beasts dare not strive so hard. You only need to take an exam, Tang Rou clarified. Before the enrollment deadline for the seed plan, the school will post a power ranking on the martial arts network. If you rank in the top 30, you will secure a slot. Jiang Fan nodded, understanding that he would need to climb the rankings to earn points. With his current mastery of the dragon elephant body forging technique and the minor success of the transformation technique, even without techniques, ordinary elite class students would pose no challenge to him. You will undoubtedly secure a participation slot. That strike of yours has already brought down an 8th grade martial artist. Students lacking strength would likely hesitate to confront you. Tang Rou squinted, leaning slightly forward, as if trying to see through Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan touched his nose and smiled, offering no explanation. In the world of the strong, explanations are unnecessary. But do you know why every elite class genius from various schools is so eager to participate in the seed plan? Tang Rou inquired. Is it not because of the early recruitment, small class teaching model, and resource allocation after enrollment? Jiang Fan replied. That is merely a part of the reason. Tang Rou shook her head. The most crucial aspect is the opportunity to break through early and become an official martial artist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan sat up straight. He had long known that to become a martial artist, one must awaken a source power. Later, he discovered online that awakening source power requires a substance known as the source power awakening agent, and the materials needed to create it originate from foreign realms, only cultivable there. Thus, the source power awakening agent is extremely precious. Generally, only those who meet all physical standards upon entering the Martial Arts Academy can obtain one. Those who do not gain admission must spend exorbitant amounts to purchase it from the Martial Artist Association, priced at 400,000 for a single gram. This implies that the 500,000 subsidy Jiang Xian earned working for the Public Security Bureau could only procure 1 gram. Is there a free source power awakening agent available for participating in the seed plan? Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. No. It is something even better than the Source Power Awakening agent, Tang Rou teased. In summary, just know that those eligible for the seed plan are typically on the verge of breaking through to become martial artists, hailing from the most elite geniuses across schools. Their strength will likely surpass yours. Chapter 57. The Cultivation Cave. Given the questionable intentions of the nurses in the school infirmary, suspected to be spies for demon beasts, Tang Rou took it upon herself to arrange for Jiang Fan to stay in the staff dormitories. She reasoned that in the pursuit of martial arts cultivation, every second counts. And since his home was too far, it would be more efficient to have all his needs met at school. With his eyes wide open, he could focus on intense cultivation. Moreover, to truly succeed in the seed plan, Jiang Fan must at least meet the standards of the elite class's 3 key pillars. This standard is not merely enduring a few more minutes under the guidance of Tang Li and the others, but genuinely possessing the strength to compete with them. To achieve this goal in a short time, not a moment can be wasted. Of course, Jiang Fan certainly wouldn't endure miserable training. He had already devised a plan in his mind to convert all the scholarship funds and the money in his account into vital energy potions and other cultivation resources. Now that the dragon elephant body forging technique has reached a major level, achieving perfection requires 500 system currency, which he would likely only be able to accumulate after completing the new main task. However, upgrading the transformation technique from minor to major success only requires 100 system currency. Jiang Fan calculated that by spending all his money and combining the resources from the elite class and municipal scholarships, he would likely be able to upgrade once more. At that point, with both his techniques and martial skills at a high level, he would be formidable, rivaling even official martial artists. In the western district of the school, on the 4th floor of the staff dormitory, this space was originally assigned to Tang Rou. However, since she had always lived off campus, it was generously offered to Jiang Fan. As the rainy season returns to the southern region, remember to close the doors and windows tightly. Tomorrow, buy some cockroach medicine to sprinkle in the corners and under the bed. When the washing machine finishes, remember to hang the clothes up for me. Tang Rou reminded him meticulously at the door, resembling a parent sending their child off to school. After leaving the infirmary, she had also provided Jiang Fan with extra lessons and guidance on a few martial techniques. During cultivation, it is easy to lose track of time. And before he knew it, it was already past 9 in the evening. When Jiang Fan emerged from his shower, he was surprised to find that the instructor had not yet left. "Why are you still here?" he asked, puzzled. The dormitory was small, consisting of just one room with a single bed. There was no way she could stay overnight unless she was willing to sleep on the floor. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou took a deep breath, hesitated to speak, yet ultimately closed the door and chose to leave quietly. The autumn breeze blowing from the street corner grew increasingly desolate, sending a chill down her spine. Beneath the mottled glow of the campus streetlights, Tang Rou found herself unconsciously biting her left thumb, her thoughts lingering on Jiang Fan's fate. He had benefited from her teachings, residing in her space and learning her family's unique martial arts. Now, he was set to join the elite class? What did her sacrifices amount to? To take without giving anything in return. Such favorable circumstances are rare in this world. I shall return and compel him to sign, ensuring he remains my student. After muttering a harsh expletive under her breath, Tang Rou turned to head back. However, after taking a few steps, she reconsidered. Perhaps it was best to let it go for now. It was late, and being misunderstood would not bode well. Another day would suffice. Suddenly, her smart wristband vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Fan. "Instructor, is it possible to only take the benefits and not join the elite class? The learning pace there is too fast for me, and I would prefer to continue following you." Of course, upon reading this, the clouds of gloom on Tang Rou's face dissipated instantly, and she eagerly replied. She had waited late into the night for this very phrase. After all, one must maintain continuity. How could one switch instructors mid-course? However, as she began to type a lengthy response, Tang Rou realized it contradicted her strict teacher persona and promptly deleted it, coldly replying, "You may. But what makes you think I should continue teaching you?" Jiang Fan replied, "I make a delicious potato stew." Tang Rou humph. Meanwhile, in the faculty dormitory, Jiang Fan plugged in his phone and reclined contentedly on his bed. He remembered he had neglected to inform his instructor that he wished to remain in Class 8. After all, the benefits would still be available, and they would hardly have any large classes together afterward. It was better to stay in a familiar class. Class 8 was filled with talents, all pleasant to converse with. He absolutely loved being there. Just as he was about to turn off the lights and sleep, a notification from the system suddenly popped up. "You have been promoted to an inner disciple, benefits enhanced, and awarded a sect cave dwelling. Within this dwelling, you can avoid external disturbances, focus on cultivation, and reduce the risk of going astray. Additionally, you can set up mechanisms and restrictions for storing resources and preventing external threats." Beep. Side quest triggered. Clean the cave dwelling. Quest reward, 20 system currency, 1 vitality pill. Vitality pill? Jiang Fan's eyes widened as he looked around his less than 20 square meter dormitory. The walls were slightly damp and yellowed, furnished only with a bed and a desk, no chair in sight. Was this truly a cultivator's cave? Fortunately, Jiang Fan had grown accustomed to the system's eccentricities, so he promptly got up to clean for the reward. The vitality pill, just by its name, was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Oh, and the instructor's clothes were still in the washing machine and hadn't dried yet. The balcony housed a small washing machine, standard for faculty dormitories, which Tang Rou had already cleaned before use. Inside were the martial outfits she had changed out of after demonstrating techniques, along with a youthful blue and white bowl. Was a piece of equipment missing? Soon, the clothes were hung up to dry, and Jiang Fan realized he was short a top garment, but the washing machine was already empty. A cold sweat broke out on him. Although the instructor's clothing was undeniably of high quality, it was unlikely she would steal it to sell for money. Perhaps she simply forgot to wear it? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jiang Fan decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. About half an hour later, Jiang Fan cleaned every corner of the faculty dormitory. He even risked being labeled a pervert by climbing up the wall to clean the outer glass windows. However, he still hadn't received the notification for task completion. Everything was spotless. Why was the task still unfulfilled? Gazing at the empty dormitory, Jiang Fan fell into contemplation, suspecting he might have overlooked some trash. After a moment, he stepped outside. The system still did not indicate completion. Thus, only one possibility remained. The Sect cave dwelling in the task did not refer to the current faculty dormitory. Jiang Fan smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. The cave dwelling awarded for his promotion to inner disciple was, in fact, the personal cultivation room granted through the city-level scholarship he secured after passing the assessment. The scholarship's primary reward was indeed the personal cultivation room, along with several rather expensive vitality potions. That evening, upon passing the assessment, all rewards were dispersed. The monetary amount was modest, primarily consisting of the personal cultivation room and a variety of costly medicinal items. Jiang Fan opened his phone and located the notification detailing the allocation of his cultivation room. Fortunately, it was not far from the school, situated at the end of the pedestrian street in a martial arts hall. Chapter 58. The Shining Hero of Binzhou. The martial arts hall belonged to the Martial Artists Association. Its members were predominantly local martial artists. All services provided were tailored for martial practitioners. However, there were exceptions, such as Jiang Fan, who, having received a city-level scholarship or other rewards, was granted usage rights to a cultivation room. In other cases, one could only gain access by spending money to purchase a time-limited ordinary membership. As Jiang Fan entered the pedestrian streets launching Martial Arts Hall, the reception area screen was still broadcasting the day's news. The Public Security Bureau had captured a beast infiltrator and its accomplices and was currently interrogating them. Principal Sun Qin assured media reporters that he would personally oversee the follow-up on this matter, ensuring that no Blue Star trader would escape justice. The Federal Daily also issued a statement clarifying that the beast infiltrator was not a member of their press but a temporary worker, a high school student. Not even a formal martial artist, defeated an 8th-grade martial artist in a single blow? What audacity! Yet, the explosion was indeed astonishing. Many shops along the pedestrian street had their windows shattered. Most likely, it was the instructor from the elite class who had intervened. An 8th-grade cultivation level was merely the minimum requirement to aspire to teach the elite class. Regardless, facing the provocation of a beast infiltrator, knowing the futility of combat, yet still choosing to stand firm, displayed a mindset that surpassed that of most martial artists. In the reception area, a number of passing martial artists gathered around the news, discussing animatedly. Jiang Fan's final thunder and lightning technique had sprouted a mushroom in the martial arts building, not only defeating the beast infiltrator but also damaging all nearby electronic devices. Therefore, many who watched the live broadcast found it hard to believe that Jiang Fan had truly vanquished an 8th-grade martial artist. Especially those martial artists who themselves possessed 8th-grade strength found it utterly unacceptable. After dedicating their lives to cultivation, they could not bear the thought that they were outdone by a mere high school dropout. Acknowledging such a reality would shatter their worldview. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Fan was intently focused on the news broadcast, curious to see if his endorsement before the battle had been recorded and aired. He had promoted Rong's equipment during the match, and by afternoon, the endorsement fee of 20,000 had been credited to his account. It was all very straightforward. He didn't possess any extraordinary abilities. He seemed quite ordinary. Suddenly, a nonchalant laugh broke his concentration. Turning his head, Jiang Fan noticed a short-haired girl he did not recognize. Arms crossed, chin tilted defiantly upward, her gaze exuding a rebellious spirit. She had clearly just finished training, and the vitality radiating from her gave off a subtle pressure. Jiang Fan quickly assessed that her strength was likely not far from that of a formal martial artist. This person, if struck by his fist, would probably cry for a long time. Recognizing him, Jiang Fan paid no mind and turned to approach the reception desk, seeking assistance from the attendant to guide him to the cultivation room. What he desired most was to swiftly clean the cultivation cave and then enjoy a restful sleep with the vitality pill in hand. However, the short-haired girl seemed unwilling to let him off easily, calling out with a grin, "Jiang Fan, do you dare to fight me?" As the voice faded, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Countless sharp, eagle-like gazes turned toward the source of the sound, ultimately fixing on a student with black hair and dark eyes. Some were still in disbelief, glancing at the news on the large screen and then back at the young man before confirming that they had indeed encountered the real person. "Wow, it's the shining hero of Binzhou. Did you really defeat an 8th grade martial artist? I heard you have 2 heads. Is that true? This kid looks rather weak." The multitude of gazes converged, filled with curiosity, gossip, and an eagerness to challenge him, as if they could hardly wait to step into the arena. Did Jiang Fan truly possess the strength to topple an 8th grade martial artist? A fight would reveal the truth. Surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Fan found himself in a predicament. Unable to advance or retreat, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for not bringing a price list. Fighting was one thing, but why should he expend time and energy if there was no payment involved? As the crowd grew denser, a middle-aged man with a scar over his right eye approached from the direction of the office. "Jiang Fan, are you here to visit the training room?" Upon hearing his voice, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. The previously fervent battle spirit was doused like a flame extinguished by a bucket of cold water. "I am the head of the launching martial arts school, surnamed Liu. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let me escort you to the training room," Master Liu stated. His martial prowess was evidently impressive, commanding the respect of all the martial artists present. "Thank you, Master Liu," Jiang Fan replied without hesitation, promptly following him into the elevator. Once inside, Master Liu expressed his apologies, saying, "The young girl you encountered earlier is an elite student from the top class of Fengsheng No. 1 High School. She is in competition with the genius from your experimental class, so you need not take it to heart. However, I must apologize for my lack of discipline. Allow me to upgrade the training room specifications as compensation. What do you think?" "A young girl? At 8 meters tall?" Jiang Fan frowned, seriously doubting whether that short-haired girl was the headmaster's daughter, though they did not seem to resemble one another. After a moment's pause, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. She just wanted to spar. Nothing unusual about that. Fighting is prevalent in the Blue Star martial arts community. It's not a derogatory term here. However, I wouldn't mind an upgrade to the training room," Jiang Fan added, when applying for city-level scholarships. Tang Rou had based her application on his previous level as a martial arts novice. Now that he could hold his own against formal martial artists, the standard training room would undoubtedly fall short of his needs. Upon hearing this, Master Liu laughed heartily and promptly instructed his staff to arrange for a high-level training room. While waiting for the staff to clean and organize, Master Liu briefly introduced Jiang Fan to the caliber of talent at Fengsheng No. 1 High School. It turned out that the short-haired girl was named Liu Yu, who had ranked among the top 10 in the recent joint exam in Jinghai City, making her the best student at Fengsheng No. 1 High School. Her physical attributes had all reached the threshold of a formal martial artist, and she would be one of the strongest competitors in the upcoming seed program. Furthermore, a few others from Fengsheng No. 1 High School were also on par with the top 3 elites from the experimental class. Master Liu felt it necessary to warn Jiang Fan because the Fengsheng Martial Arts School had been destroyed during a beast disaster and was still under reconstruction. Most of the talents from Fengsheng No. 1 High School would likely choose to train at Launching Martial Arts School. It was possible they would cross paths, and evidently, Master Liu was concerned for Jiang Fan's well-being. After all, during the public examination broadcast, Jiang Fan had only demonstrated the ability to last 2 minutes against the elite class geniuses. Yet, the seed program was nearly a life-or-death competition. With all talents eager to seize the opportunity to break through and become formal martial artists, there would be no mercy shown to the weak. In the reception area, Jiang Fan listened attentively as Master Liu spoke. Not long after, the cleaning staff exited the training room, and the system promptly displayed a notification. "Ding. Side quest clean the cave has been completed. Reward, 20 system currency, 1 spirit pill. Since the training room has been prepared, I won't delay your practice any longer. If you need anything in the future, just let Shaoli know, or feel free to call me directly." After seeing the cleaning staff leave, Master Liu provided Jiang Fan with his phone number before taking his leave. As soon as Master Liu departed, a receptionist named Shaoli rushed over to introduce Jiang Fan to the various facilities of the martial arts school. This place resembled the training area of the Public Security Bureau, equipped with a range of martial arts training equipment and speed testing devices, even providing weapons free of charge. In the high-level training room, one could even utilize new-style weapons. The only disappointment for Jiang Fan was that the Longqing martial arts school did not provide meals. The cafeteria served precious beast meat and exotic ingredients, which he could only purchase out of pocket. May I ask, what is your relationship with Master Liu? After a brief introduction, Shaoli suddenly inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. I only met the headmaster for the first time today. What kind of relationship could we possibly have? Jiang Fan frowned, still miffed about not being able to enjoy complimentary meals. Nothing at all, huh? Shaoli chuckled, not taking Jiang Fan's words to heart. Many prominent figures from Jing'ai City visited the martial arts school, typically on equal footing with the headmaster. However, seeing someone like Jiang Fan being treated with such courtesy, bordering on flattery, was a first for him. If there was no connection, he would find it hard to believe. After all, there were only a few high-level training rooms in the school. How could they be so freely given? After registering his membership information, Jiang Fan was about to enter the training room when he noticed Shaoli pulling out a booklet. By the way, could I trouble you to sign here? Jiang Fan took a closer look and found it to be a comic book. Shaoli scratched the back of his bald head, looking slightly embarrassed. My child is a fan of yours, and ever since they learned you would be training at the martial arts school, they've been pestering me for your autograph. What? Jiang Fan was taken aback. But considering the school's official website had announced the details of the city-level scholarship, it wasn't surprising that others would know he was coming to the martial arts school. After casually signing a couple of lines, Jiang Fan stepped into the room. Gazing at the spotless and brightly lit high-level training room, he wiped his forehead, which was devoid of sweat, and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Although it seemed he had done nothing, he had still worked hard. Before bedtime, Jiang Fan utilized the testing equipment to update his combat data on the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. Vitality, 80-90 mental power, 22-23 strength, 220 kilograms, 350 kilograms speed, 12 ms, 15 ms. The data prior to the update had been derived from assessment scores, representing what everyone currently perceived as Jiang Fan's true capabilities. However, during the final challenge, he had consecutively broken through in his martial techniques and skills. Now equipped with a new module of celestial level fortune. After a series of upgrades, his physical attributes were now merely a step away from the threshold of a martial artist, which required a vitality of 100. It was worth noting that just half a month ago, Jiang Fan's vitality barely reached 45, making him weaker than the average person. This rate of improvement could only be described as rocket-like. Having conducted a brief check, Jiang Fan was about to click upload. However, he hesitated, pausing before the screen. He decided to wait until the next day's seed program selection began before revealing his true strength. The seed program only accepted the top 30 participants. And to secure a spot, he needed to engage in continuous battles to accumulate points. If he revealed his strength now, by the time the selection occurred, few would dare to challenge him. Wouldn't that make me a wolf in sheep's clothing? Jiang Fan rubbed his chin, a smirk involuntarily forming on his lips. The next day, in the early hours, Jiang Fan awoke in the high-level training room, only to receive a phone call from the deputy director before the school announced the seed program arrangements. Just 2 minutes ago, there was a severe explosion at your home in the city village, suspected to be caused by a gas pipeline leak. The Public Security Bureau and Fire Brigade have already arrived at the scene. The deputy director, under the impression that Jiang Fan was merely at home in slumber, clad in nothing but his undergarments, initiated a video call, clearly startled. After grasping the situation, Jiang Fan promptly rose, splashed cold water on his face, and departed from the training room. Shortly thereafter, to avert further mishaps, the deputy director would personally escort him back to the urban village. He hurried downstairs. Perhaps due to a warning from the dojo master, the martial artists in the vicinity, despite their fierce gazes brimming with combat intent, dared not challenge him outright. However, upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Fan was still obstructed by 5 or 6 young men and women, all donning the uniforms of Fengqing No. 1 High School. The casual style of their uniforms, reminiscent of a simple lifestyle, was quite eye-catching amidst the crowd. Had it not been for the fire at his home, Jiang Fan would have certainly lingered a moment longer to admire them. Is it really you, Jiang Fan? Would you be so kind as to engage in a duel? They chirped excitedly, some genuinely eager for a contest, while others bore intentions of provocation. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively, rejecting them all. I am not available right now. Not available. I see you are merely afraid. Stepped forward a frail-looking boy with dark circles under his eyes, evidently suffering from some severe kidney issue. Yet, it was clear that this individual was no mere weakling. He was a top talent from the elite class of Fengqing No. 1 High School, with a sense of superiority. The frail boy sneered. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat publicly. Otherwise, let us take to the stage for a fair fight. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had no intention of squandering time in such a setting, but if pressed, he would not hesitate to show them his true strength. This fellow is the son of the district chief of Fengqing. He is not to be trifled with. It might be wise to acquiesce, cautioned a well-meaning onlooker. This was a challenge between peers, and even if Master Lu were present, he would have little authority to intervene. Moreover, the frail boy had the backing of his influential father. As long as the situation did not escalate, no one would intervene. Unfazed by the advice, Jiang Fan finally declared, "If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being rude." "Huh, you had better not hold back. Come, I offer you this chance to strike me." The frail boy, upon hearing this, laughed even more gleefully. He stepped forward, provocatively presenting his left cheek for Jiang Fan to hit. Convinced that Jiang Fan would not dare to retaliate. However, the next moment, smack. The sharp sound echoed throughout the dojo hall. The frail boy, completely taken aback, looked up in shock to find that it was a somewhat familiar middle-aged man who had struck him. What kind of child is this, causing delays in serious matters? Jiang Fan, let us go, I'll drive you. It was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau who had arrived. He brusquely shoved aside those in his way, kicking those too slow to react. The frail boy, clutching his stinging left cheek, fumed, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is?" "Who?" The deputy director glanced back, his expression stern. "The district chief of Fengqing." "Very well, Feng Lei is it? He is no longer relevant." Without allowing the boy to finish, the deputy director coldly uttered, leading Jiang Fan into the car of the Public Security Bureau and departing swiftly. "Knowing my father's name and still daring to," Feng Lei huffed, turning around only to find many sympathetic gazes fixed upon him. Confused, he inquired, "Who was that just now?" An onlooker kindly informed him. That was Deputy Director Dong of the Public Security Bureau. "Young man, you're in deep trouble." In the vehicle, the deputy director pressed the accelerator forcefully. His face darkened as he scolded, "This is utterly outrageous. To dare orchestrate an explosion right under my nose. I swear, I shall root out every traitor in league with the demonic beasts." Clearly, the mention of the district chief had not fazed him in the slightest. Despite the Public Security Bureau's usual dealings with the demonic beasts being discreet, their authority was vast, especially when confronted with a demonic beast threat. They could even act first and justify later against traitors siding with the beasts. Are the demonic beasts targeting me, attempting to eliminate a mere high school student? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Previously, they had aimed to embarrass him publicly, but he had turned the tables, proving himself to all. Little did he expect that the very next day, they would resort to assassination tactics, ruthless and decisive, not hesitating to strike simply because he was a student. Such is the nature of war. The deputy director sighed deeply, his gaze suddenly heavy with age and compassion. At Jiang Fan's age, one should be engaging in friendly brawls, competing for the affection of a beloved, skipping classes with friends, and boasting about their exploits, not accompanying him to witness the remnants of a home now reduced to ruins by the enemy's explosives. After the deputy director activated the red and blue warning lights and sped through over 10 red lights, they soon arrived at the entrance of the urban village. The urgency of the deputy director was not to enlist Jiang Fan's assistance, but rather to hope that Jiang Fan might salvage some photographs, furniture, or mementos from the wreckage, nothing more than a keepsake. However, the thick black smoke billowing from the urban village was visible from several streets away. As the epicenter of the explosion, it was likely that nothing remained. Upon the deputy director's arrival, a public security officer promptly approached, sternly dispersing reporters eager for sensational news. The incident is still being handled, and many nearby houses have sustained damage. The area is unsafe. What is the situation? The deputy director's expression was grave. Throughout their journey, he had not seen a single ambulance. Nothing remains. The officer's voice quivered. In a radius of 100 meters, there is nothing left. Injuries. There are no casualties. Upon hearing this, the deputy director could no longer utter a word. After a brief silence, he gently patted Jiang Fan's tense shoulder, saying, "Go take a look." He then instructed, "Stay vigilant. The enemy may still be lurking nearby, relishing their handiwork." This was an analysis grounded in criminal psychology. After all, Jiang Fan was not a martial artist. To kill an ordinary person, one need not deploy such extensive means unless the perpetrator reveled in the attention their masterpiece garnered. Within the urban village, Jiang Fan crossed the police cordon. Assessing the depth of the explosion's crater, he pinpointed the location of what was once his home. As he reached down, the ash was so fine it slipped through his fingers. "Are there any boxes? A bag or a bottle will do." Jiang Fan requested a lead box for collecting radioactive materials from a nearby officer. The scene was so thoroughly devastated that the officers had brought Geiger counters, suspecting a nuclear attack. However, the counters remained silent, indicating that the explosion had another cause. Jiang Fan filled the box to the brim with ash, secured it, and then stood up. Let us go. It's time to return to school for the seed project selection. Seeing Jiang Fan emerge from the crater with such composure, the deputy director was taken aback. He nodded and called over a security team leader to escort Jiang Fan back to school. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned another. With the frontline battles having eased somewhat, and with fewer incursions from demonic beasts in the rear cities, the Public Security Bureau was beginning to have more personnel available. The two team leaders, one named Xiong Hu and the other a friend of Jiang Xian, were both individuals Jiang Fan could trust. Young man, since our last encounter at the Public Security Bureau, you have grown considerably stronger. Care for a spar? The bear team swaggered over, and another female captain casually draped her arm over Jiang Fan's shoulders. Don't mind him. Ever since he learned that you defeated an 8th-tier martial artist, he refuses to believe it. After school, come over to my place for hot pot. My sister is in the same school as you, in the middle school department. I'll have her pick you up. She adores you. You mustn't. Suddenly, Jiang Fan raised a finger, signaling for silence. What's wrong? The bear team captain furrowed his brow, his imposing figure retreating behind the female captain, only to be swiftly kicked aside by her. There's a demon beast, Jiang Fan whispered. A demon beast? There are people all around. All of us are law enforcement. How could there be a demon beast hiding here? The female captain chuckled, not taking it seriously. Yet, due to an inexplicable trust in Jiang Fan, she became alert and began to survey the vicinity. They had not yet exited the urban village, the area devastated by explosions. Devoid of anything. Apart from patrolling law enforcement officers, there were only a few media reporters and curious citizens gathered outside the cordon. Is that so? Jiang Fan frowned, glancing at the system prompt that had just appeared. Detected a low-level shape-shifting spirit pet. Triggering side quest. Subdue the shape-shifting spirit pet. Quest reward, 20 system currency. 1 essence pill. Shape-shifting spirit pet? In layman's terms, ISNT that just a demon beast that transforms into a human? It seemed that the one responsible for the explosion was not an undercover demon beast, but rather a genuine demon beast concealed among the crowd. Jiang Fan scrutinized the surroundings. However, everyone appeared normal, and even if they were to apprehend everyone, it would be challenging to discern who was the demon beast in disguise. Sister Sue, could you take off your shoes and lend them to me? Jiang Fan noticed the name tag on the female captain next to him, recognizing her as Suzy Han, the captain who often took the blame for her older sister. Huh? This isn't a convenient place for that, is it? Suzy Han's cheeks flushed, clearly misunderstanding Jiang Fan's intent. Upon hearing this, the bear team captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a matter of convenience? I'm calling the police. Jiang Fan was speechless. I just need to borrow your shoes for a moment. Sister understands, right? By the way, do you need your socks too? Suzy Han revealed a knowing smile, placing a hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder as she slipped off her leather sports boot. Along with it, she stealthily tucked a lightly snagged skin-tone stocking into Jiang Fan's pocket. Oh dear, today's youth are getting increasingly clever. Time was of the essence, and Jiang Fan, disinclined to explain, immediately tossed the sports boot into the air, simultaneously mentally reciting the command to locate the shape-shifting spirit pet. Indeed, Jiang Fan intended to rely on his celestial luck to assist in uncovering the demon beast hidden within the crowd. With a thud, the leather sports boot swiftly landed, its toe pointing toward the west. Observing this, Jiang Fan wasted no time and unleashed his full power, Thunderstrike. In an instant, he grasped the Excalibur brick, channeling a bolt of lightning that he hurled with great force. The crowd gasped, scattering like startled birds. Are you insane? The bear team captain yelled, furious. The two captains beside him were caught off guard, unable to intervene in time. There were still many defenseless civilians on the side Jiang Fan was targeting. I found you. As the lightning was about to descend, Jiang Fan smirked and retracted the brick into the system space. Without the brick's guidance, the lightning dissipated immediately. However, Jiang Fan had already locked his gaze on the fastest fleeing figure in the crowd. Chapter 61. You can't kill me. It was an ordinary law enforcement officer in uniform, deeply focused on clearing the scene. Ordinary officers possessed little combat ability, primarily tasked with gathering evidence, recording the scene, and dispersing the crowd. Thus, few paid attention to them. It must be admitted that this demon beast was exceptionally well concealed, existing in obscurity. Had it not been for the sudden strike of lightning, the officer's bewildered and panicked expression would not have betrayed their identity, allowing them to escape so swiftly. Jiang Fan found it difficult to believe that the officer who had just exchanged glances with him and handed him a lead box was, in fact, a demon beast, or rather, one disguised as such. The Law Enforcement Bureau conducted political reviews, so the officer's identity undoubtedly existed in reality. However, the true individual had likely met with misfortune. This officer was merely a demon beast wearing human skin. The Five Thunder technique is the epitome of yang and vigor, especially effective against evil. Particularly, demon beasts, species that have not fully evolved, harbor a natural fear of thunder, an instinct ingrained in their very bones. Jiang Fan's unexpected use of this technique was intended to deceive the enemy, and fortune favored him. He had indeed drawn out the truth. As the humanoid demon beast met Jiang Fan's gaze and noticed the cold smile on his face, it immediately realized its identity had been exposed. Without hesitation, it dashed into the crowd heading toward the exit. The humanoid demon beast forfeited any chance of explanation. After all, Jiang Fan had only glanced at it and had not even accused it, let alone presented evidence. If it came to confrontation, Jiang Fan might not have been able to prove its true nature. The humanoid demon beast was startled into irrationality. Seeing the culprit of the explosion attempting to flee, Jiang Fan activated his skill, pursuing at full speed while shouting, "That person is a demon beast in disguise. Stop it." Huh? A demon beast? Are you joking? Captain Su Zihan slipped back into her sports boot, feeling quite uncomfortable with only one sock. TSK, the old bull still wants to eat tender grass. Be careful lest the sister returns to deal with you. The bear team captain shot her a disdainful glance before hastily following Jiang Fan's retreating figure. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan had already dashed several hundred meters away, leaving only a dark spot in the distance. Meanwhile, the surrounding law enforcement officers exchanged bewildered glances, completely perplexed as to why Jiang Fan had suddenly accused one of their colleagues of being a demon beast. And that colleague, instead of defending themselves, had fled at breakneck speed? Jiang Xian, I'll treat her to dinner too. Su Zihan licked her bright red lips, choosing not to pursue but instead seeking out the deputy director to inquire about the situation. A demon beast disguised as a human? There are indeed entities with human-like features, but those are typically apex existences, akin to high-ranking martial artists, and would rarely appear in cities. The deputy director frowned, deep in thought. He then instructed Su Zihan to follow Jiang Fan, to prevent him from doing something foolish, like attacking someone on the street. In the deputy director's eyes, Jiang Fan had never been the type to consider the consequences of his actions, just like last time at the Law Enforcement Bureau, where he caused an uproar just to see his sister, showing no regard for the deputy director's authority. In the system's assessment, the humanoid demon beast was considered low in strength, and indeed, this was the case. While faster than a car, it could not match a true martial artist. As Jiang Fan unleashed his full power, the two raced through several streets, weaving through traffic in a thrilling chase. The distance between them gradually diminished. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Jiang Fan's phone rang. It was a call from Instructor Tang Ro. As soon as he answered, he heard her irate voice. Jiang Fan, where have you run off to? Why can't I find you in the dormitory? Are you even going to participate in the SEED program application screening? Over 150 people have registered. The score rankings have already begun. If you don't come back, you'll have to wait until next year. During the SEED program screening, an initial ranking is established based on previous comprehensive scores. Those with lower ranks must challenge their way up, one level at a time, until they enter the top 30 selection range. Jiang Fan, having advanced from the ordinary class to the elite class, despite placing mid-tier in the elite class last time, found himself ranked among the lowest of all applicants when averaged, to prevent students from taking shortcuts or bribing competitors. The application screening had no option for challenging beyond 1S rank. For instance, the last place contestant could only challenge the top 30 directly. In other words, to secure a place in the top 30, Jiang Fan would need to engage in at least 120 battles, while the registration and selection period lasts merely 1 day. The imposition of such a stringent threshold is intended to facilitate the entry of naturally gifted individuals with outstanding achievements, while simultaneously discouraging students like Jiang Fan, who have less favorable records. Tang Ro, feeling a tinge of irritation, exclaimed, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you? Get back to school immediately." It seems that Jiang Fan, that little rascal, might be getting a bit too proud. Of course, humility would be of little use. Unless he can maintain a relentless pace, it would be utterly impossible for him to rank within the top 30. The voice of Instructor Ding echoed from his phone, sounding somewhat resentful. After all, the two most beautiful girls in the class had both tried and failed to persuade Jiang Fan to join their second class. Oh, Jiang Fan. After making such a splash yesterday, I wonder how many hearts he has captured. What could he possibly be up to now? That lewd voice could only belong to Miao Jun. In her quest to find him, Tang Ro had made her way to the chubby boy. The chubby boy chuckled. "Teacher Tang, could you turn up the volume a bit? I think I just heard some rather unsavory gasps." Finally, as Jiang Fan spotted the humanoid demon in front of him, appearing somewhat exhausted with its speed beginning to wane, he seized the opportunity to respond, "Apologies, teacher. but I am currently in pursuit of a fugitive and might not be able to return to school right away." Upon hearing this, Instructor Ding burst into laughter on the other end of the line. "Oh, he's even playing dress-up now? Why aren't you all laughing?" The laughter quickly faded, as it was evident that not everyone found Jiang Fan's words amusing. Tang Rou asked, "Can you handle it?" The instructor's tone turned serious. "It's merely a minor demon. It's not as formidable as the exotic poisonous lizard from last time. Do not worry, it will be resolved swiftly," Jiang Fan replied, ending the call. At that moment, he had cornered the humanoid demon into a dead-end alley. With no energy left to flee, the creature ceased its escape and turned curiously. "How can you be so certain that I am a demon? Where's your evidence?" The humanoid demon's voice and demeanor were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Jiang Fan commanded, "Repeat after me. Blue Star belongs to humanity, and humanity shall surely triumph over demons. Speak." The humanoid demon, perhaps taken aback by his directness, opened its mouth but could not utter a single word. Jiang Fan, uninterested in hearing the demon's human-like speech, brandished a brick and advanced step by step. "You cannot kill me." As the brick drew closer, the humanoid demon remained unfazed, standing tall with a mocking grin. Jiang Fan paused. "Do you possess crucial information?" He was not one to relish in the slaughter of his enemies. Rather, he preferred to extract every bit of value from them before resorting to violence. "No," the demon replied calmly. "Have you concealed something?" "No." "Were you responsible for the explosion in the urban village?" "It was me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan gathered lightning energy in his hand. "In that case, it's time for you to meet your end." Chapter 62, Kill. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, the humanoid demon maintained a composed demeanor, challenging, "Dare to make a bet? Today, not only will you fail to kill me, but you will also kneel and apologize." However, the response it received was Jiang Fan's flying brick. Bang! The black brick struck the demon's face, tearing away half of its skin and revealing the furry, inhuman flesh beneath. It appeared the humanoid demon's disguise was not particularly sophisticated. It had merely peeled off human skin and donned it. Soon after, Team Bear arrived, intending to dissuade Jiang Fan. Yet, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, the words they had prepared were swallowed back. The humanoid demon spat on the ground, as if feeling no pain, blood mixed with teeth, and sneered, "The chase ends here. Do you have backup?" Sensing an ominous pressure approaching, Jiang Fan seized the humanoid demon, lifting its neck along with its body, and glanced back. Several teams from the Public Security Bureau, including the deputy director and 2 captains, were nearby. Jiang Fan was curious to see how the demon's accomplices intended to rescue it. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 flying shuttles appeared in the sky, and a man and a woman. Both unfamiliar martial artists leaped down. Surprisingly, the oppressive feeling that had approached earlier emanated from these 2 humans, clad in matching dark gray uniforms, clearly indicating they represented an organization. "Kid, let it go. This demon is beyond your control," one of them coldly stated. The 2 martial artists seemed somewhat wary of Jiang Fan's potential to act violently and eliminate the demon, landing 10 steps away. "Are you also collaborators with the demons?" Jiang Fan queried, tightening his grip on the demon's neck. If the 2 were indeed accomplices, their strength would likely be at least rank 7, posing a significant challenge. Rank 7 is merely a step away from mid-tier martial artists, and the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau is a mid-tier martial artist. They belong to the Union. Su Team explained as she hurried over, her expression darkening upon seeing the uniforms of the unfamiliar martial artists. She positioned herself beside Jiang Fan and elaborated. "The Union is a group responsible for negotiating with demons and mediating wars. A few years ago, they proposed that Blue Star sacrifice 500 million humans annually to appease the demons in exchange for peace. That was this organization. 500 million is far from sufficient." The humanoid demon let out a derisive laugh. Jiang Fan, disregarding the soon-to-be-dead creature, pondered aloud, why not simply eradicate such an organization? They're an officially recognized group, representing the opinions of many. Su Team shook her head in resignation. Countless nations exist on Blue Star, and to combat the demon invasion, the Blue Star Alliance was formed to create a unified front. The Union is an official organization stemming from the Federation, with numerous supporters across various regions, including Xia country. The Union's philosophy is straightforward, advocating for nonviolent means to mediate conflicts. Among the populace, these sentiments are referred to as the mediation faction. Since you are aware of us, release it immediately. It is a messenger sent by the leader of the demons in the Jinghai battle zone. This matter is too significant for your Public Security Bureau to interfere. One of the Union members threatened, stepping forward as if prepared to forcefully take action if they disagreed. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not surpass the lightning energy in Jiang Fan's palm. Jiang Fan pressed his other hand against the demon's crown, his gaze icy. So, you were aware of the demon's infiltration into Jinghai City all along? And you just stood by as this creature wreaked havoc and took lives? That was merely an accident. One of the female martial artists responded somewhat reluctantly, yet refused to concede, arguing, moreover, countless lives are sacrificed daily on the front lines. In consideration of the greater good, what does it matter if a few ordinary people die? Jiang Fan was immediately provoked to laughter by this remark. Very well. You may take your own life before me, and I will release this creature immediately. I will keep my word. Upon hearing this, the Union female martial artist's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, wishing to strike at that very moment. Jiang Fan smiled, his gaze tinged with disdain. The lofty principles espoused by the other party were easy to advocate when one was not on the front lines combating demons. While the lives lost to demons in the rear were not their concern, they preached about the greater good while retreating into silence whenever their own interests were at stake. He was all too familiar with such individuals from another planet. He felt no discomfort with organizations like the Union, which consistently capitulated to invaders while striking hard against their own people who dared to resist. In that realm, this was referred to as a policy of appeasement. Jiang Fan, do not act impulsively. At last, the deputy director rushed over, still on the phone. Upon seeing the arrival of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, the expressions of the two Union martial artists relaxed, their gazes turning towards Jiang Fan, regaining their previous arrogance. Jiang Fan frowned. Director Dong, are you implying that my home was bombed? In the nearby buildings, innocent lives have been lost in vain. The deputy director hung up the phone, his face revealing a struggle as he fell silent, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Mobile phones pointed at them from a distance, and any misstep in speech could lead to significant repercussions in the community. The female warrior from the association scoffed. Aren't you still alive? Implicitly suggesting that Jiang Fan had narrowly escaped disaster and should thank this beast envoy for it. Jiang Fan, perhaps you should hold back? Urged Captain Su, the head of the security team, at the deputy director's signal, expressing helplessness. At present, both the security bureau and the association were intent on protecting this beast envoy. It was clear that the beast could not be killed today. Another captain from the security team chimed in. Jiang Fan, don't act impulsively. You are merely a student. Seeking immediate vengeance could provoke the association, making your future quite arduous. In that moment, Jiang Fan found himself standing against everyone, consumed by a desire for revenge. Every warrior present urged him to desist. Observing this, the humanoid beast laughed heartily. Even gasping for breath in delight, the security bureau and the association will protect me. You dare to kill me? Do you dare? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Fan drew Captain Su's combat knife and swiftly struck. In an instant, foul blood gushed forth, drenching Jiang Fan in a crimson deluge. The beast's body fell lifeless to the ground, its head grasped firmly in his hand. In the beast's eyes, a mixture of pride and terror rapidly faded to a dull gray, losing focus entirely. Jiang Fan casually tossed the head aside, which fortuitously rolled to the feet of two association warriors, its lifeless gaze seemingly questioning them in silence. Side quest to tame the shape-shifting spirit pet completed. Reward, 20 system currency, 1 essence pill. With the system notification sounding, the humanoid beast was declared dead. Jiang Fan embedded the combat knife into the ground, calmly stating, debts must be repaid, and lives for lives. I have slain this beast. You may come to apprehend me now. Chapter 63. Support from the Security Bureau. There were 3 8th-grade warriors, 2 7th-grade warriors, and 1 mid-grade warrior deputy director nearby. Jiang Fan had no intention of fleeing. Even if given the chance to do it all over again, he would not hesitate to strike down the beast. The so-called envoy had laid waste to half the city village without sparing a soul. The question of whether they came to negotiate peace or declare war was evident. To Jiang Fan, the notion of negotiating with the beast was merely a naive dream held by the association. Gazing at the severed head at his feet, the 2 association warriors stood momentarily stunned. Their expression shifted from shock to confusion and ultimately to intense fury. Damn you. By killing the beast envoy, do you intend to drag the entire city down with you? They threatened. Don't even think about escaping. You are under arrest now, and no one can save you. As the warriors moved to apprehend Jiang Fan, Captain Su and the other 2 security team leaders stepped in front of him. The fact that Jiang Fan had decapitated the beast and drawn Su's knife without facing any opposition spoke volumes about their stance. The onlookers, witnessing the skin peeling off the beast's body, Jiang Fan's triumph, and the association warriors' aggression, could no longer contain their anger. What nonsense is this? They can kill, but we cannot rise in rebellion, shouted one. Are ordinary people meant to die? Were you warriors born as warriors? When the beast slaughtered the city, did they heed any semblance of morality? More and more people stood up, locking arms to block the retreat of the association warriors. Their message was clear. If they wanted to arrest someone, they would have to step over their bodies first. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The female warrior from the association drew a black, box-like object and pointed it skyward. It was an obsolete firearm, a pistol. Everyone knew that bullets could not harm beasts, but they could kill people. Step closer, and the beast trader will be executed on the spot. She threatened, perhaps realizing that everyone was momentarily stunned. The panic on her face vanished, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. In that moment, she seemed to become the arbiter of life and death. However, as the crowd regained their composure, their resolve grew stronger, and more people converged from all directions to block the association warriors. The streets outside were choked with vehicles and people. Arrest him! One association warrior, recognizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, swiftly targeted Jiang Fan and charged toward him. At that moment, the deputy director finally made his decision, lifting his head and bellowing, "Enough. Do you think the security bureau is a mere decoration?" As his words echoed, the two association warriors froze in place. The pressure from the mid-grade warrior compelling them to instinctively emit a faint green energy field for protection. This was the color of a 7th-grade warrior's source power. Both were at the pinnacle of low-grade warrior strength. With blood smeared across his face, Jiang Fan flashed a white-toothed grin. "Director Dong, if there is nothing else, I must return to school for my exam. Time waits for no one." There were only 30 slots available for the first experimental class, and only the top 30 would secure a spot. Jiang Fan had initially ranked at the bottom among the elite class applicants. To gain entry, he needed to rise to the top 30 within a single day. "Captain Su, please escort Jiang Fan back to school." The deputy director waved his hand, speechless at Jiang Fan's audacity in causing such a commotion while still fixated on his school exams. He then kicked the corpse of the humanoid beast and turned to the two enraged association warriors, saying, "This beast has wrought havoc in our city, killing our compatriots." Jiang Fan's execution of the beast was an act of heroism. "Now, you two will accompany me to the security bureau. I have ample reason to suspect that you conspired with the beast, directly or indirectly leading to this tragedy." At Longsheng Experimental School No. 1, the virtual training ground awaited. As in previous years, the seating plan selection was conducted through the Blue Star Martial Arts Network to facilitate challenges and rankings. Higher-ranked candidates could personally accept challenges from subsequent candidates while submitting battle data for record-keeping. In essence, the goal was to maintain one's rank while striving for an even higher position. All battles were conducted on the Martial Arts Network, allowing instructors and examiners to observe from the outside and await results. "Where is Jiang Fan?" "The morning exams are about to end," Tang Rou mused anxiously, glancing at the time. The exam duration was said to be a day, but in reality, it only spanned the morning and afternoon, totaling around 8 hours, including meal breaks. Now, nearly half the time had passed. Jiang Fan was on the verge of missing his chance to participate in the seeding plan due to insufficient challenge time. After all, based on Jiang Fan's performance in the elite class assessment, he had a genuine opportunity to break into the top 30. However, given his initial low rank, he might struggle against competitors ranked over 100 and be forced to withdraw for recovery. The challenges would only grow more difficult, and the energy expenditure would increase. Time was running out for Jiang Fan. Instructor Ding scoffed. Perhaps he knows he can't pass this election, so he willingly gave up. He remained skeptical of Jiang Fan's claim that he had delayed the exam due to capturing a beast. If it were merely an excuse to evade responsibility, then it was indeed a far-fetched one. The examiner of the seed program, Hu Yu, concurred. Jiang Fan's sudden display of strength is indeed formidable. However, the issue lies in the fact that he cannot maintain this peak condition indefinitely. Therefore, even if he arrives at the examination venue ahead of time, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to break into the top 30. Hu Yu had initially assumed that Jiang Fan's previous performance, though lacking, would not be drastically poor. Coupled with his demonstration during the elite class examination, passing through the selection should not be overly challenging. To his astonishment, Jiang Fan's prior results had placed him at the bottom of the ordinary class. Hu Yu could not fathom how much assistance senior sister Tang Rou had provided to elevate Jiang Fan to his current level. It is essential to recognize that without adequate training resources and financial support, even the most exceptional talent would ultimately be in vain. As they were conversing, a pungent scent of beastly blood wafted into the virtual training arena. The expressions of the instructors shifted dramatically as they turned in unison towards the entrance. Such a potent stench. Could it be that a beast had infiltrated the school? Amidst their bewilderment, a bloodied figure pushed through the door. It was Jiang Fan, covered in blood, yet wearing a sunny smile. "Instructors, you're all here. We should still have time for the exam. Just relax and focus on the test. Behind him, team leader Su, clad in security uniform, patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder and explained to the group, no need to panic. This guy took down a rather significant beast on the street, which has drawn the attention of the Union. Our security bureau is fully involved now. Chapter 64. Another mishap, a significant beast? The Union? The security bureau is fully involved? The instructors, upon hearing this, sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as the security officer had suggested. It seemed that Jiang Fan had landed himself in yet another predicament. However, since the security bureau had intervened, it was no longer within the purview of the school instructors to worry about it. Instructor Ding scratched his nearly bald head and urged, "Clean yourselves up quickly and log into the exam. We can't have the training pods getting dirty." As the instructor for the elite class, he was still responsible for this selection examination. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan and team leader Su expressed their gratitude and hurried towards the restroom. There were showers available in this area. Observing this, Tang Rou, with a look of exasperation, called out to Jiang Fan, "Do you really think you can wash off all that beast blood in the restroom?" The instructor's exclusive shower room awaited. Once inside, Jiang Fan wasted no time, stripping down and turning on the shower to rinse the blood from his hair. The beastly blood mingled with the water, staining the shower room extensively, resembling a scene from a crime scene. "You can't keep those clothes. Empty your pockets. You'll need to wear a bathrobe to the exam," Tang Rou instructed, urgency evident in her voice as she helped Jiang Fan retrieve items from his pockets. Among the contents were a cracked phone, a wad of blood-stained tissues, a key. And unexpectedly, Tang Rou's hand brushed against something smooth and greasy. Upon pulling it out, she discovered a pair of stockings, infused with both the scent of blood and a hint of fragrance. "What use do you have for these stockings after slaying a beast?" she questioned, exasperated. "Stockings? Why would I keep stockings in my pocket?" Jiang Fan responded, realizing they must have inadvertently been stuffed there when he had removed his shoes. However, he quickly shielded himself and asked, "But why are you still in the shower room, instructor?" Realizing she had inadvertently glimpsed something inappropriate, Tang Rou hastily pulled the curtain shut and urged, "The bathrobe is outside. Hurry up." Soon, Jiang Fan emerged, clad in a loose white bathrobe, into the virtual training arena. Rows of training pods awaited, and all one needed to do was lie down to log into the examination venue. At this time, most of the training pods were occupied by elite class students, their expressions ranging from excitement to disappointment visible through the translucent doors. Some students had paused their challenges and stepped out for a breather. Upon seeing someone in a bathrobe stroll by, their eyes widened in disbelief. Was it reasonable to attend the exam in a bathrobe? Jiang Fan, undeterred, selected a corner pod, lay down, and logged in. Does this kid really think he can win over 120 matches? Does he believe that in the martial arts network, he won expend energy? Instructor Ding frowned at Jiang Fan's calm demeanor. Though it was a virtual battle, the exhaustion was very real, especially with mental stamina. Those with lower resilience would find it challenging to last more than a few rounds before needing recovery. Perhaps he was resigned to a reckless fate. Examiner Hu commented irritably, his fists clenched beneath the chair. Moments ago, senior sister and Jiang Fan had exited the shower room, the former's hair pinned back, damp strands clinging to her forehead, her expression revealing a hint of urgency. It was hard to believe nothing had transpired between them. He reported this to Instructor Ding, who dismissed his concerns, mentioning that during practical training, the two had shared a hotel for several days without incident. Suddenly, one of the instructors stood up in shock. "Everyone, look at the local news. There has been a major incident in a city village in the southern part of the city. Beastly disasters occurred daily across the nation. But today's event, where everything and everyone within 100 meters vanished without a trace, was unprecedented." The other instructors quickly activated their smart wristbands. The headlines flashed before them, all linked to Jinghai City. Jinghai City Security Bureau arrests 2 union members. Union issues strong interrogation. Beastly malice leads to public execution. Tensions rise between mediation and combat factions. Concerned citizens slay beasts. Targeted by Union's 7th-rank warriors, hundreds of thousands gather to protest. As he read the headlines, Instructor Ding felt a jolt of unease, instinctively sensing trouble brewing. Do you think this so-called concerned citizen in the news could be Jiang Fan? Meanwhile, at the Blue Star Martial Arts Network, launching experimental first high school's examination venue, Jiang Fan logged in and found himself in a virtual arena. The audience comprised ordinary class students and elite class geniuses who had temporarily withdrawn from challenges. Below, there were hundreds of square arenas assembled together, sufficient for all candidates to compete simultaneously. "Jiang Fan, where have you been? Half the time has already passed." A girl nearby refreshed her presence just as Jiang Fan arrived. He instinctively glanced at her screen name, I don't eat cilantro, diet version. Roan Wenwen also looked up, noticing Jiang Fan's nickname. Rich girl at me. I'm super sweet. This guy must be hinting at something, she mused internally. If one were to inquire about the rich girl at experimental first high, the answer would be unanimous. I got held up on the way, but it's not too late now, Jiang Fan replied calmly, directing his gaze to the leaderboard displayed on the large screen above the arena. The first place remained unchanged, held by Tang Li, while Roan Wenwen had climbed to second. Dong Wei, having suffered from previous poisoning, had slipped to fifth. Among the other 7 in the top 10, Jiang Fan didn't recognize any of them. Nor had he paid them any mind. His gaze shifted to the 30-place range, where the rankings fluctuated continuously as many sought to breach the minimum threshold for the seed program. Surprisingly, Su Shiweiyan was positioned in the 40s but was trending upwards, evidently vying for a ticket as well. Naturally, Jiang Fan found himself at the very bottom of the rankings. Having to fight my way up one by one is quite a hassle, Jiang Fan grumbled, clicking on the virtual screen before him to initiate the start. The candidate in the position directly ahead of him, likely realizing the futility of securing a spot, opted for an automatic battle. Jiang Fan did not even employ his martial arts techniques, swiftly concluding the challenge with a single punch. Continuing the fight, he again finished with a single blow, ranked 149th, then 148th, and finally 130th. On the leaderboard, Jiang Fan's name flickered for a mere 2 seconds, propelling him upward with rocket-like speed. The students of the elite class, lacking in skill, were no longer his match. Outside the arena, the instructors were not surprised. They had witnessed Jiang Fan's triumph over an 8th-tier martial artist, and his performance was entirely expected. However, the challenge intensified with each ascent in rank, and it was feared that Jiang Fan's momentum might not last long. This concern was soon validated. After battling through 50 consecutive matches, Jiang Fan found his ranking at 100th, and the visible upward trend began to slow. With the screening examination nearing its end, he could manage at most 40 more matches, capping his potential placement at around 60th, his limit. Huyu concluded his assessment and glanced at the senior's reaction. Tang Rou, Jiang Fan's instructor, wore a serious expression, clearly skeptical of Jiang Fan's ultimate outcome. Chapter 65. Can he win? In the virtual arena, on the platform, the challenge for the 88th rank commenced. I acknowledge your strength, Jiang Fan, but your battle ends here. At last, Jiang Fan faced a real player defending the arena personally, a genius from the elite class, consistently ranked within the top 90 of his grade. The name was inconsequential. Those who defended the arena were invariably candidates with absolute confidence in their abilities. Continuous combat in the martial arts network significantly drained mental energy. Even if one's physical attributes exceeded my own, they would likely struggle to perform at their best in this state. The 88th ranked candidate barely evaded Jiang Fan's initial punch and laughed while creating distance. After over 50 battles, even seasoned martial artists found it challenging to sustain their performance. Jiang Fan's condition was clearly deteriorating. All he needed to do was stall for time, once the energy expenditure reached a certain threshold, to protect users' neural integrity. The training pod would automatically eject Jiang Fan. He would become the first to defeat Jiang Fan since his rise to fame. It was surprising that this Chun he managed to capitalize on such an opportunity. Jiang Fan had bested an 8th-tier martial artist, and now he had fallen to Jiang Fan. Though not in the most equitable manner, it was still worthy of boasting. Regrettably, given Jiang Fan's previous assessment results, he could have ranked higher. Had he not arrived late to the examination? Had he overslept? Outside the arena, candidates who had paused their challenges gathered in the audience, casting glances at Jiang Fan's platform. Their expressions reflected envy towards the 88th candidate, admiration for Jiang Fan's luck in having made it this far, and disappointment at Jiang Fan's stagnation. Had he progressed a few more ranks, perhaps they would have been the ones to claim victory over him. Just when they believed Jiang Fan was on the verge of defeat, he suddenly accelerated, shattering his opponent's digital form amidst their unprepared defenses. That must have been his final burst of strength. Look, Jiang Fan is about to leave. This development was not unexpected. Although Jiang Fan's last strike defeated his opponent, it utterly drained his energy. 88th was likely to be his final standing in this screening examination. My mental energy level is 23, nearly twice that of the average candidate. And yet I could only endure 67 battles? Jiang Fan felt a wave of dizziness, and his digital form began to exhibit signs akin to network latency and stuttering. Thus, he had no choice but to pause his challenge and exit the platform. He opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Fan, single, level 3. Techniques, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, Major Completion. 500 System Currency for Upgrade. Spell, 5 Thunder Rites, Minor Completion. Divine Ability, Transformative Movement, Minor Completion. 100 System Currency for Upgrade. Fortune, Human Immortal, System Currency, 40. Main Quest, Pass the True Disciple Assessment, Pending, Reward, 500 System Currency. Spell 3 Mystical True Fire. System Space, Spiritual Energy 54, Cleansing Pill 10, Vitality Pill 2, Premium Innate Spirit Treasure, Excalibur, within the Blue Star Martial Arts Network. His capabilities were considerably constrained. The most potent technique, the 5 Thunder Rites, could not be utilized, otherwise a deluge of lightning would leave few standing. Fortunately, his mastery of the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique was profound. Although he had fought through 67 matches, most ended in a single strike. The singular issue remained. The mental energy expenditure in virtual combat was substantial and challenging to recover quickly. This was why many believed in Jiang Fan's potential, yet doubted his ability to break into the top 30. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. He carried 2 vitality pills that could swiftly restore his condition, leaving him entirely composed. Nearby, Su Shuiyan, coincidentally resting, spotted Jiang Fan in the audience and waved excitedly. Jiang Fan, do you have time after this? However, before she could finish, Jiang Fan vanished offline. Behind him, the figure of Rome Shi, the heiress of the Rome group, approached, both their smiles instantly freezing upon making eye contact. Su Shuiyan, remaining unflustered, asked, 1-1. Are you also planning to invite Jiang Fan out? Due to their previous practical training, the two shared a bond that could be described as friends beyond mere acquaintances. Don't be ridiculous. Me invite Jiang Fan? His ego is quite inflated. I merely came to mock him for his lower ranking, she replied. Upon hearing this, Roan Wunwin's demeanor shifted back to her usual aloofness, dismissing the comment with a smirk, though her gaze drifted towards the large screen above the arena. 88th place. Had he not squandered half the time, he might have progressed further. Of course, even a single step closer to the top 30 was improbable. Su Shuiyan rested her chin on her hand, remarking, that is quite impressive. Jiang Fan has fought his way up from an ordinary class. Regrettably, I initially thought I could face off against Jiang Fan, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Speaking of Jiang Fan opened the floodgates, and the two engaged in lively conversation, sharing everything, their friendship deepening rapidly. Such is the simplicity of female camaraderie. A mere gossip session can forge the closest of bonds. Meanwhile, after logging off, Jiang Fan returned to reality and retrieved a vitality pill from his system space. Vitality pill, upon consumption, quickly replenishes energy expended during training or combat, restoring the body to peak condition while nourishing meridians and stabilizing levels. Positioned in the corner of the examination hall, shielded by the training pod, Jiang Fan wasted no time and swallowed the pill whole. The taste was exquisite, dissolving instantly without discernible flavor. Its effects were remarkable. While other candidates emerged from their training pods, consuming precious potions to gradually restore their stamina, Jiang Fan felt his physical condition rapidly revitalizing, not in an adrenaline-fueled rush, but rather akin to waking up refreshed after a good night's sleep. The world around him appeared clearer. After a brief digestion period, Jiang Fan re-entered the examination hall, ready to battle. Even when his body had reached its limits, he was determined to continue challenging himself. What a reckless individual. Noticing Jiang Fan's name dim in the candidate list only to shine again within minutes, Instructor Ding could not help but feel a surge of respect, especially upon learning that Jiang Fan had previously slayed a beast while facing the combined pressure of 2 7th-tier martial artists. In the face of such adversity, most would have crumbled, yet Jiang Fan continued unfazed, participating in the examination. Regardless of how much Ding disliked Jiang Fan, he had to concede that the latter possessed an indomitable spirit far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Overwhelmed in battle, his courage commendable, yet alas, it could not alter the outcome, unless a miracle were to occur. Hu shook his head. As an inspector for the seed program, while his strength may not be top tier, his discerning eye was sharp, having gained recognition from the 4 great martial academies. He could typically assess the potential of the participants at a glance. Sitting beside him, Tang Rou remained noncommittal regarding the instructor's evaluations, her gaze serene as she observed the virtual arena's unfolding events. Beneath the table, her fingers intertwined restlessly, revealing that her inner turmoil was far from the calm faade she presented. Chapter 66, Victory is Imminent. In the virtual examination arena, among the audience, after a brief conversation with Su Shuiyan, Roan Wunwin decided to log off to use the restroom. At that moment, a familiar figure materialized before them, causing both to freeze in surprise. Jiang Fan, did you not forfeit the challenge? Roan Wunwin exclaimed in astonishment. Forfeit? Who claimed I had given up? The challenge has only just begun. Jiang Fan replied with a smile, offering no further explanation as he directly entered the 87th arena. On the stage, a robust opponent, muscular and imposing, spotted Jiang Fan and immediately became animated. It seems the honor of being your first conqueror will belong to me, not just him. But many candidates in the audience who had paused their challenges turned their attention to Jiang Fan's name lighting up the screen, curious about how he would continue to challenge despite his apparent exhaustion. It was common knowledge that when the training pod detected excessive energy consumption, it would trigger protective measures, forcibly ejecting the user. However, overcoming an adversary without expending energy was an impossibility. As the brawny candidate spoke, the battle commenced, with Jiang Fan delivering a powerful punch. His ranking immediately rose to 87, while his opponent appeared momentarily stunned. Jiang Fan's condition was perplexing. He continued to challenge upward. Observing this, the elite candidates ranked higher instinctively felt a surge of vigilance. With each decisive strike, he dispatched an opponent without hesitation, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Instead, he seemed invigorated, his movements more refined and lethal. Few, if any, could withstand more than 2 exchanges beneath Jiang Fan's onslaught. Was this lad endowed with boundless energy? Outside the arena, Hu Yu watched Jiang Fan's performance, his face flushing as if he had been slapped. Confounded, he pulled up Jiang Fan's data, glanced at it, then back to the arena, his eyes widening in disbelief. 90 vitality points. This is approaching the warrior standard. Did Jiang Fan achieve such high scores last time? Wasn't it only 80 vitality points? Instructor Ding furrowed his brow, glancing over as well, revealing a look of incredulity. Just a day had passed, and he had jumped from 80 to 90. How could this be possible? Wait, had I misread Jiang Fan's mental strength? 23? This was twice that of an average person. Instructor Ding gasped in astonishment. Given that mental strength is notoriously difficult to enhance externally, it had been overlooked in assessments, leaving no one to pay attention. It was utterly unexpected that Jiang Fan possessed such formidable mental prowess. The standard for warriors is 15. Jiang Fan's figure had already surpassed that of a formal warrior. No wonder he could endure this long in the challenge. With such high mental strength, once he breaks through to a warrior, his power would undoubtedly eclipse that of ordinary warriors. Tang Rou must have known her student's true capabilities all along, merely awaiting the moment that would be revealed. Instructor Ding's gaze turned sour as he, along with others, looked toward Tang Rou, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. Yet, Tang Rou remained impassive, showing no signs of boasting or explanation, prompting the others to refrain from voicing their curiosity. Perhaps she was intentionally concealing Jiang Fan's true potential. If he were to participate in the seed program and compete with elite talents from other schools, it was indeed prudent to keep some cards close to his chest. However, this was contingent upon his success in breaking into the top 30. On the examiner's side, Tang Rou sat quietly, sipping her warm tea. She was acutely aware of Jiang Fan's various metrics and recognized that his mental strength was above average. However, she was secretly astonished by the fact that Jiang Fan's vitality had evidently soared to 90 since she last checked it at 80. When had this surge occurred? A rise of 10 points in a single day. Would he not reach 100 and be prepared to break through to a warrior by tomorrow? Jiang Fan was becoming increasingly enigmatic. On the arena, upon entering the top 60, the challenge's difficulty escalated sharply. A casual punch and a serious punch could no longer swiftly conclude battles. Jiang Fan began employing martial techniques, engaging his opponents in a contest of fundamentals. The subsequent challengers were true elites, each vying for admission to prestigious martial arts academies. Was this where it would end? Ranking 55 was already commendable. It was astounding Jiang Fan had fought nearly 100 rounds without a moment's respite. Observing Jiang Fan's visible struggle, the elite candidates outside the arena wore expressions of complexity. Rome Wenwen remarked, "Shuyan, were you not regretful about missing the chance to face Jiang Fan? Who knows? He might just push into the top 40 and challenge you." Su Shuyan's gaze was hopeful, yet she shook her head. Every subsequent opponent enters the arena personally. The challenge will only grow more formidable. Given Jiang Fan's current state, reaching the top 50 is the most he can manage before he must log off. 10 minutes later, Su Shuyan stood on the arena, her expression shifting. Jiang Fan's astonishing combat prowess began to instill a primal fear within her. Would his relentless fighting truly not take a toll on his body? Engaging in continuous combat without pause should have been a cause for celebration. Yet Jiang Fan's energy seemed excessively abundant. He maintained a peak state, forcing his way into the top 40. And now, her turn had come. As the challenge commenced, Su Shuyan unsheathed her battle blade, her demeanor instantly serious. "Jiang Fan, do you remember the pact we made back then? Therefore, in this battle, I will unleash all my strength and will not easily yield to you. Come on, don't embellish the drama for yourself." Jiang Fan frowned, selecting a standard battle blade from the available weapons. Real-world weapons were not permitted in the virtual arena, but fortunately, he had not studied any specific sword or blade techniques. Simply choosing a weapon to deflect attacks would suffice. Moments ago, he had consumed his second energy pill. In peak condition, he would dare to confront a formal warrior, let alone a group of students yet to break through. Bang! In the next moment, the two blades clashed and then separated instantaneously. Jiang Fan remained unmoved. Su Shuyan, however, was sent reeling, struggling to regain her balance. Despite her initial failure, her smile grew brighter. So this is how much you desire to defeat me? How delightful. I must succeed in the seed program, complete the main quest, acquire the new technique, and rapidly enhance my strength to face the looming threat of monstrous beasts. I cannot afford to falter at the screening. Jiang Fan's frown deepened. Su Shuyan's exuberance suggested she might be concealing a formidable secret. It seemed he could not afford to linger. He needed to strike decisively. Thus, with his second move, Jiang Fan unleashed the state he had adopted when confronting the traitor among the demonic beasts, shattering Su Shuyan along with her blade. I thought you were hiding a trump card? Jiang Fan's blade fell, unexpectedly resolving the encounter with such ease. You were so preoccupied with defeating me. Su Shuyan smiled faintly, leaving behind a perplexing remark before her form dissolved into a cascade of numbers. At this juncture, the dynamics had shifted. It was no longer Jiang Fan striving to break into the top 30. Instead, those clinging to the edge of that threshold now had to defend their ranks against Jiang Fan's onslaught. Many candidates who had already entered the top 30 and were comfortably resting returned to the virtual examination arena, prepared for the impending challenge. At last, after another 10 minutes, Jiang Fan, as anticipated, surged into the 30th position, successfully securing his entry into the seed program, just when everyone assumed Jiang Fan would continue to advance unabated. Ready for further battles, Jiang Fan suddenly ceased his battles, quietly guarding his ranking as he awaited the conclusion of the selection process. Chapter 67, Celestial Martial Academy, 5 p.m. The seed program selection examination officially concluded, and the challengers gradually logged off and exited their training pots. Over 150 participants left, with all but the top 30 feeling a sense of regret. Among them, the most unexpected contender was undoubtedly Jiang Fan, who surged into the top 30 with relentless determination. Perfectly positioned at the edge of the selection criteria, he was unwilling to challenge anyone further, steadfastly holding onto the 30th position until time expired. Congratulations, Jiang Fan, on passing the selection. Let's head to your home later for hot pot. As Jiang Fan opened the translucent hatch of the pod, Su Shuyan leaped out to block his path. She seemed intent on ambushing him from behind, covering his eyes. Had Jiang Fan not reacted swiftly and discerned her intentions, she might have succeeded with a playful slap. That is probably not going to work, Jiang Fan replied. Why not? Xian Jie gave me the keys to your house. She specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you while she is away, Su Shuyan retorted, producing a set of keys from her bag and waving them in front of him. My house is gone, Jiang Fan stated flatly. Even if you're declining, there is no need to fabricate such an excuse. Where could it possibly have gone? Su Shuyan's expression faltered, assuming Jiang Fan was still upset over being distanced from her for the past 2 years. Previously, no matter how she rejected him, Jiang Fan would shamelessly persist. Now, he seemed like a completely different person, with both talent and temperament having undergone a profound transformation. At that moment, a student leaving the examination hall glanced at their phone and exclaimed, "What? Slaying a beast in the street?" Jiang Fan didn't make it to the examination because he was off doing that. Well done. Hearing the surrounding astonishment, Su Shuyan curiously activated her smart wristband to check the news. After a brief glance, she was left speechless. It turned out Jiang Fan's claim of having lost his home was not a mere excuse. It had been physically destroyed by the beast. Photos captured by journalists displayed what was once a chaotic and crowded urban village, now reduced to a massive pit of desolation. Everything within the vicinity had been obliterated. Regaining her composure, Su Shuyan intended to apologize for the misunderstanding, but looked up only to find Jiang Fan had already departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan sought out Tang Rou to retrieve his personal belongings. He was still clad in a bathrobe, feeling quite exposed under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Fortunately, the instructor had taken the time to arrange for a martial arts uniform to be delivered, restoring some semblance of normalcy to his appearance. Wait a moment. Am I missing something? Where are my stockings? Jiang Fan rummaged through his pockets. I threw them away. What? Do you need them? Tang Rou replied with irritation. After over 100 continuous battles, it was absurd for him to prioritize searching for an old woman's stockings right after. What do you think this place is? I was planning to wash them and return them later. Jiang Fan's eyelids twitched. Captain Su was his sister's colleague and a troublesome friend. He certainly wanted to keep his distance. With the evidence now gone, when his sister returned, there would be no way to clear his name. As they conversed, a man with broad shoulders resembling a double-door refrigerator approached, standing tall and straight. It was Hu Yu, an evaluator for the seed program. Once the selection began, everyone learned of his background. Young man, allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Hu Yu, evaluator of the Celestial Martial Academy. I eagerly anticipate your future performance. He extended his right hand and shook Jiang Fan's amicably. However, the competition in the seed program is fierce. Every contender is among the elite from their respective schools. So if you wish to compete with them, you must put in considerable effort. Clearly, Hu Yu acknowledged Jiang Fan's current strength but did not believe he could contend with the talents from other schools. Ranking in the top 30 of his school might place him several hundred spots outside the top tier for the entire Jinghai city. Historically, those who secured spots in the seed program were typically among the top contenders citywide. Jiang Fan merely smiled in response, saying little. Regardless, he was determined to secure a place in the seed program. After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Yu abruptly shifted the topic. By the way, senior sister Tang Ro, I've reserved a table at the Jinghai Grand Hotel. What do you think? Apologies, I'm quite busy, Tang Ro interrupted, pulling Jiang Fan away as if evading a fly before he could finish his sentence. Once outside the examination hall, Jiang Fan couldn't help but inquire, so, Teacher Tang's alma mater is the Celestial Martial Academy? The Celestial Martial Academy, one of the 4 major martial academies of Blue Star, is renowned for its vast repository of martial techniques. It is said that anyone can find a martial skill suited to them within the academy's library. Jiang Fan speculated that Tang Ro knew his sister, likely being an alumna of the Shushan Martial Academy. However, with Hu Yu revealing his affiliation and referring to Tang Ro as senior sister, it became apparent that the instructor's background was not to be overlooked. Logically speaking, as a graduate of one of the 4 major martial academies, it seemed improbable for her to demean herself by serving as a common class instructor. Was there an undisclosed story behind Tang Ro's choice to conceal her identity while teaching at a high school, or was she merely playing a clever game? Tang Ro nodded, confirming her origins from the Celestial Martial Academy, yet refrained from elaborating further, instead turning the conversation to the details of the seed program. To prevent the gathering of human geniuses from being wiped out by beasts, the contents of the seed program were classified as the highest state secrets, even more so than examination questions. Nonetheless, the general process remained fairly consistent each year. One of the most crucial components was the expedition to another world, a realm where breakthroughs for martial artists could be realized. Yet it also housed various extraterrestrial creatures, including beasts, presenting both opportunities and dangers. In short, death could occur at any moment. With only 1 week remaining to prepare for the seed program, Tang Ro advised, you should return to the staff dormitory to rest for now. She had initially intended to suggest he return home, but quickly changed her mind, saying, your mental fortitude seems stronger than I anticipated. You'll need a good night's rest. The following days will be filled with rigorous training. Everyone harbors secrets. And Tang Ro was not curious about how Jiang Fan had defied the odds by engaging in over 120 battles. Moreover, she believed that as Jiang Xian's brother, Jiang Fan's current talent was merely a natural outcome. After all, martial talent is often influenced by heredity. If his sister possessed extraordinary abilities, it was unreasonable for him to be a failure. After parting ways with the instructor, Jiang Fan did not retire to the staff dormitory for a long slumber. Instead, he made his way to the Longqing Martial Arts Hall. The municipal scholarship funds had arrived, and the revitalizing potions he had purchased the previous night for 500,000 from the Martial Artist Association had also been delivered to the training room. Now he could elevate his transformative motion to its pinnacle. With both the technique and martial skills reaching fruition, he would stand a fighting chance against the top talents from Jinghai City and the seed program. In the training room, Jiang Fan locked the door, seated himself cross-legged, and arranged the potions before him, forming a towering pile. Then, he summoned the system and, with a thought, commanded, upgrade. Moments later, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Transformative motion upgrade successful. Skill, transformative motion, minor achievement to major achievement. Requires 500 system currency to continue upgrading. Chapter 68, An Encounter with the Primordial Divine Beast. Another 500 system currency? Jiang Fan's lips twitched. Upgrading the technique to perfection required the same amount. This meant that the 500 system currency rewarded for completing the main quest could only be used for 1 upgrade. Host, Jiang Fan, Single, Realm, Level 3 and 4. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, Great Accomplishment. Requires 500 system currency for upgrade. Spell, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, Minor Accomplishment. Divine Ability, Divine Movement Transformation, Great Accomplishment. Requires 500 system currency for upgrade. Fortune, Human Immortal, System Currency, 400. Main Quest, Complete the True Transmission Disciple Assessment. Pending, Reward, 500 system currency. Spell, True Fire of 3 Virtues, System Space, Spiritual Energy 54, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, Zhejian Sword. Jiang Fan opened the panel and glanced at it. The total amount of vitality potions was insufficient to upgrade Divine Movement Transformation to minor accomplishment. Consequently, the 40 system currency originally saved, along with 10 essence cleansing pills, were entirely expended. It was akin to returning to square one. Fortunately, the enhancement to his strength was significant, and his cultivation realm directly ascended by 1 level. At a cursory glance, the panel did not reflect much difference. However, Jiang Fan could distinctly sense a surge of power within him. His body felt lighter, and his thoughts and reactions were notably more agile. He could even vaguely perceive the space behind him, akin to having a full map cheat, albeit not with clarity. Perhaps, upgrading Divine Movement Transformation to perfection would truly allow him to transform into the divine ability of shrinking the ground to an inch. While others practiced martial arts, he cultivated immortality. Possessing divine abilities was what truly qualified one as an immortal cultivator. Jiang Fan could not help but daydream. If one day he truly achieved immortality, he would surely drive every otherworldly beast out of Blue Star without exception. How infuriating. He must strive diligently in his cultivation. No, he needed to focus on accumulating system currency. The main quest could only commence once the seed plan began. For now, he could only attempt to trigger a side quest. Just then, the deputy director initiated a video call. Jiang Fan connected using the communication projection of the advanced training room and saw Director Dong's solemn expression, which was etched with fatigue. Jiang Fan sighed. Oh well. Before he could say anything, the deputy director was about to hang up. Jiang Fan frowned, utterly perplexed. He despised 2 types of people in his life. Those who leave conversations half-finished. Was it about the beast-killing incident from earlier? Jiang Fan took the initiative to inquire. The timing of the deputy director's call could only pertain to the beast matter, and there should be no other possibilities. The deputy director nodded. Weary as he sighed, the identity of the beast envoy has been uncovered. It is the progeny of a king-level beast. I truly do not know whether to consider ourselves fortunate or unfortunate. The intelligent beast clans adhere to the most primitive survival of the fittest principle. Their societal structure resembles that of a feudal ancient society. Thus, beast sociologists categorize otherworldly beasts into emperor level, king level, lord level, and the most common soldier level cannon fodder. The demon generals command the battlefield soldiers, posing a threat to entire war zones. The demon kings govern the generals, akin to feudal lords, influencing multiple war zones simultaneously. As for the emperor level, it is, as the name implies, the emperor of the beasts. Although there is yet no evidence confirming the existence of a beast emperor, the non-interference among various demon kings across battle zones suggests an unspoken understanding. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Fan comprehended why the deputy director spoke of both good and bad luck. The strength of the beasts is entirely determined by their bloodline. The progeny of a king-level beast, barring unforeseen circumstances, would undoubtedly grow into a demon king in the future. He had inadvertently slain a demon king ahead of time. A contribution that cannot be understated. It is worth noting that the beast war has waged for over 200 years, and humanity has only managed to slay a mere handful of demon kings. The death of a demon king is nearly equivalent to achieving dozens of strategic victories on the front lines. However, the issue lies in the progeny of the demon king, which undoubtedly signifies a growing demon king capable of obliterating a city with a population of millions. This means Jiang Fan has inadvertently attracted the ire of a demon king. The identity of the beast envoy has yet to be disclosed, so there is no need for immediate concern. However, the deputy director hesitated. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Chuckling dryly, is the association considering handing me over to the beasts to appease the wrath of the demon king? Indeed. The deputy director nodded with difficulty and remarked, the mediation faction has been quite vocal about wanting to hand you over. Nonetheless, we would never betray our compatriots. Negotiations are ongoing, but we cannot guarantee that the mediation faction will not secretly send someone to capture you. In any case, exercise caution in the coming days. After the deputy director reiterated his warnings, he mentioned that additional personnel had been deployed by the Public Security Bureau around the school and within the Martial Arts Academy to maintain vigilance. Jiang Fan should try to remain within that vicinity. After more than 10 minutes, the communication ended. Jiang Fan surveyed the system panel. His status remained single, and no new main or side quests had been triggered. It seemed the situation was not dire. Thus, at this juncture, he could only proceed to have a meal. Outside the Longqing Martial Arts Academy lay a pedestrian street. Jiang Fan initially intended to visit the academy's cafeteria to sample the martial artist's fare. However, his depleted wallet would not permit it. To upgrade his martial skills to great accomplishment, he had nearly exhausted all his savings. Just as he opened the alloy door of the training room, an unexpected figure stood at the entrance, seemingly having waited for quite some time. I saw you were cultivating, so I did not knock, Su Shuiyin said playfully, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Jiang Fan noticed she was dressed in a light yellow floral long dress and had evidently put on makeup, including lipstick. It was common for martial artists to sweat during training, so it was rare for females to wear makeup, at most. They would spritz on some perfume to mask the odor of sweat. Teacher Tang Ro informed me you were here. She even gifted us 2 movie tickets. Let us have dinner together and then go watch a movie. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Su Shuiyin quickly waved her hand in explanation. Jiang Fan picked up on the key detail, his eyes brightening. Are you treating me to dinner? Huh? Why would I come if I weren't treating you? Jiang Fan began to walk away alone. Wait, of course, I'll treat you. It's to celebrate you passing the seed plant selection. Seizing the rare opportunity to be together, Su Shuiyin hesitated for only half a second before promptly agreeing. Just a meal. Su Shuiyin had not anticipated that a boy would ask a girl to treat him. She was indifferent to it. But Jiang Fan was concerned about being ridiculed for lacking the demeanor of a martial artist. They made their way to the Martial Arts Academy cafeteria. Jiang Fan, devoid of any psychological burden, ordered 10 portions of the martial artist's nutritional meal and began to devour it voraciously. With his enhanced strength, his appetite had also grown, seemingly bottomless. Jiang Fan even felt as though he could consume an entire cow. While eating, suddenly, a chime resonated in his mind. You have accepted the dual cultivation invitation from your junior sister. As you venture together, you encounter a critically injured primordial divine beast. Triggering the side quest, save the life of the divine beast. Quest reward, 100 system currency, 10 vitality pills. A primordial divine beast? Jiang Fan was so astonished that he nearly choked, coughing audibly. In the past, the beasts he encountered were merely spirit pets. This time, a divine beast was detected? Jiang Fan looked around in astonishment. If a divine beast, as he imagined, truly appeared, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. What is wrong, Jiang Fan? Su Shuiyin, sitting beside him, gently patted his firm back. Chapter 69, The Divine Beast Tengu. Where is the divine beast that needs my rescue? Jiang Fan's gaze scanned the cafeteria, sequentially assessing the ants beneath the chairs, the gnats near the lamp, the large cockroaches in the dim corners, the spiders, and the people. Finally, he noticed a commotion outside the cafeteria. Dad, is Little Black really beyond saving? Who told you not to keep an eye on him in the gravity chamber? It's a miracle his brain was the tea squished out. I've already apologized. What more do you want? In the corridor outside the door, a father and daughter were engaged in a heated argument. It was the head of the Longqing Martial Arts Academy, Master Lu, and Lu Yu, the strongest short-haired girl from Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School. Lu Yu was cradling something coal-like in her arms. As Jiang Fan's gaze shifted toward her, the system prompted a notification. Detected as the critically injured divine beast, the Tengu. Tengu, capable of chasing and biting the sun and moon. Subduing evil and driving away malevolence, it is an ancient primordial divine beast. Jiang Fan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A dog? Where's the dog? What Li was holding was clearly a black cat. Let us not even discuss the divine beast. The species is all wrong. That asked Liu from Fengcheng No. 1 High School, Jiang Fan. Do you know her? Su Shuiyin, having finished paying for the meal, approached from behind, a look of pain on her face, mingled with a hint of caution. Under Lu Yu's nearly 2-meter height, she appeared almost doll-like. Fengcheng No. 1 High and our experimental No. 1 have always been at odds. Now that you have passed the seed program selection, you must stay away from the girls of Fengcheng, Su Shuiyin advised. However, Jiang Fan's gaze did not linger on Lu Yu. He was pondering how to rescue that injured cat. The reward for this side quest was on par with the previous main quest, and Jiang Fan naturally could not let this opportunity slip by. The issue lay in the fact that his available resources in the system space consisted of merely a brick and some spiritual energy. How could he possibly effect a rescue? In the corridor outside, Lu Yu, clutching the black cat, defiantly blocked the path of the martial arts instructor Lu, drawing considerable attention. The imposing Lu, who could suppress an entire martial arts hall with a mere glance, was now somewhat at a loss in the face of his daughter's obstinacy. His scarred face was etched with helplessness. Noticing Jiang Fan's presence, Lu immediately seized the opportunity like a lifeline, his furrowed brow easing as he approached. Jiang Fan, I heard you defeated a monster before the exam today. How did it go? Did it interfere with your studies? Jiang Fan nodded, indicating the black cat in Lu Yu's arms, its orifices bleeding, staining her clothing. Have you encountered trouble? Uncertain how to assist, Jiang Fan decided to first ascertain the situation. It was akin to encountering an elderly person who had fallen on the road. Rushing in to help might not only lead to personal ruin, but could also exacerbate the elder's injuries. Jiang Fan was wary of inadvertently causing harm to the cat, perhaps sending it off in a wave of misfortune. Perhaps driven by instinct for survival, the black cat's chest heaved, gasping for breath. It should be able to endure a while longer. Lu Yu's eyes misted over, her speech slightly faltering as she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Fan and Su Shuyan, likely considering them spectators to her misfortune. After all, Fengqing no. One Hai often mocked experimental number one. Su Shuyan hid behind Jiang Fan, tugging at his arm. This girl has a terrible temper. Hearing this, Lu snorted coldly at Lu Yu, then turned his face, exasperated, to explain. Actually, this is Ye's pet. She brought the cat to the martial arts hall, but, not paying attention, inadvertently let it into the tenfold gravity chamber, and it ended up like this. In the tenfold gravity chamber, a cat could easily be flattened. Jiang Fan gazed at the black cat, a flicker of wonder crossing his eyes. Having merely emerged from the tenfold gravity chamber, it was only bleeding from its orifices. This black cat was indeed extraordinary. As Jiang Fan was piecing together the situation, a medical team suddenly burst through the main door. 5 or 6 individuals clad in white coats, urgently shooing away the onlookers. Excellent. They are the professionals summoned by the teacher. Little Black is saved. Upon seeing this, Liu immediately sprinted, delivering the black cat to one of the medical personnel. The team then rolled in a small cart resembling an operating table, commencing to administer injections and 4 fluids to the black cat. They appeared to be a highly professional group of veterinarians. However, the insignia on their coats indicated they were affiliated with Fengqing First People's Hospital, suggesting they typically treated humans. Even more astonishing was the team leader, an elderly man whose palm rested on the black cat's skull, emanating a deep green energy field. This elder was, astonishingly, a 7th-grade martial artist. After a moment, the elder spoke gravely. The internal organs are shattered. The injuries are severe. Finding a quiet place. Time is of the essence. Hearing this, Lu Yu promptly guided the medical team to a nearby lounge, ushering everyone else out. Lu, being quite reasonable, waived the fees for the martial artists disturbed by the commotion. Is this for healing? Are they veterinarians? Jiang Fan inquired curiously from the sidelines. Ignoring the surrounding medical equipment, the team leader, with empty hands, caressed the cat's head. Eyes closed in concentration, muttering incantations as if performing a mystical rite. Martial artists are not solely warriors. Those specializing in mental energy can alter their internal source energy to heal the wounded. This is a treatment of life itself, effective not just on humans, but on all living beings, including animals and plants. Behind him, the academically gifted Su Shuyan proudly explained, her aspiration being to become a healer. Jiang Fan quickly grasped the concept. Martial artists could utilize their healing source energy to restore the afflicted. If that were the case, wouldn't the spiritual energy employed by cultivators be even more advanced? A treatment plan began to form in Jiang Fan's mind. However, he decided to wait for the professionals to finish. If the medical team could save the black cat, the side quest of rescuing the divine beast would also be considered complete. He realized he had not eaten sufficiently earlier and planned to return to the cafeteria for 2 more large bowls. Suddenly, the surrounding clamor faded, replaced by the sound of labored breathing. Jiang Fan turned to see a mature woman in a purple qipao, exuding an air of urgency, approaching like a ripe peach. The woman in the qipao looked somewhat familiar, though he could not place her. Perhaps he had seen her in a dream. Teacher, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being careless, Lu Yu muttered, her haughty demeanor collapsing as her head fell deeply into her chest. Apologies at this point were futile. The woman in the qipao waved her hand, stepping to the lounge door to address the team leader. What's the situation? As long as Little Black can be saved, money is no object. Before long, the team leader opened his eyes, shook his head, and with a heavy expression said, "This is not a matter of money. The internal organs are all shattered, and it's a miracle it's still breathing." This response struck the woman in the qipao as if she had been struck by lightning, her complexion draining of color. However, the team leader quickly continued, "The principal of Fengqing No. 1 High is my senior brother. If you can get him here, there may still be a chance for recovery. However, he may not be inclined to intervene for a mere pet." Upon hearing this, a little color returned to the woman's face. "Little Black is my family. No matter the cost, I must save it." Chapter 70. A mere humble one, it is I. As the woman spoke, she immediately dialed the principal of Fengqing No. 1 High. Her demeanor suggested she was not an ordinary instructor at the school. In the communication projection, an elderly principal with white hair immediately agreed before she could finish her sentence, his tone laced with a hint of deference. Meanwhile, Lu was left standing aside, unperturbed. And when the call concluded, he expressed his apologies. "Mr. Rome, if there's anything I can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask. Since it was Ye's misstep, I will certainly take responsibility." Principal Zhuang is already on his way. Please ask the irrelevant onlookers to leave. The woman in the qipao coolly instructed. Su Shuiyan, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave. Jiang Fan then realized that Su Shuiyan had been following him into the lounge all along. Su Shuiyan blinked her innocent eyes. I was waiting for you to watch a movie together. I was going to ask you what you were doing in here. Cough, cough. Noticing the woman in the qipao growing increasingly icy, Lu quickly interjected. If there's nothing else, I kindly ask both of you to leave first. When the principal of Fengqing No. 1 High arrives, his powerful mental energy might inadvertently harm those who are not martial artists. Su Shuiyan tugged at his sleeve. Yes. Jiang Fan, the movie is about to start. Let us go. Jiang Fan, however, shook his head and stated directly, let me try. I might be able to save this black cat. As soon as the words were spoken, every gaze in the lounge turned towards him. Even the team leader, an elderly man, could not help but open his eyes again, snorting coldly. Who is this audacious brat? My senior has consecutively won the championship of the Jinghai City Comprehensive Medical Skills Competition for 10 years. He wouldn't dare claim he could save this cat. And you think you can give it a try? Liu seemed to have found an outlet for her frustration, saying fiercely, Dad? I believe Jiang Fan is just here to create chaos and enjoy the spectacle. They should be blacklisted from the martial arts school and denied entry henceforth. The head of the school, Liu, wore a grim expression and, with a helpless gesture towards the door, said, I understand your intentions are not malicious, but Jiang Fan, please do not seek amusement at our expense. Source energy is a force only warriors can wield. A student who is yet to break through cannot possibly possess source energy, let alone use it for healing. Otherwise, why would they even participate in the seed program or the major examinations? They would have been eagerly recruited by the 4 major martial arts academies long ago. That's fine. I can just stand outside and watch. Jiang Fan shrugged indifferently. He merely wished to observe the outcome. If the expert managed to revive the cat, it would be splendid. If not, for the sake of 100 system currency, he would certainly give it a try. Just as Jiang Fan was about to turn and leave, a woman in a qipao suddenly glanced over, her eyes filled with curiosity. Are you Jiang Fan, the one who saved my cousin? And you are? Jiang Fan paused, distinctly sensing the edge in her tone. His hair was, in fact, black. The woman in the qipao adopted a haughty demeanor, coldly stating, I am Rong Shishir, Rong Wenwen's cousin. Although you did save Wenwen, you must understand that even without you, she would have escaped unharmed. If you think you can leverage this to entangle her, you are gravely mistaken. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. After Rong Zhouyang had given him his contact information, he had not once called. How had this turned into a matter of leveraging gratitude? By all that is sacred. His only contact had been through instructor Tang Rou, who had helped him with an advertisement. Furthermore, the woman in the qipao raised her chin, her gaze frosty as ice. I am one of the assessors for this seed program. I have heard you pass the preliminary selection. However, to prevent any misunderstanding, as an assessor, I have the authority to eliminate candidates without needing to provide any justification. In the future, keep your distance from Wenwen. Do you understand my meaning? Her words were now a blatant threat. Su Shuiyan could not contain her anger and stepped forward. You are talking nonsense. It is clearly Rong Wenwen who is clinging to Jiang Fan. You should relay that back to her. The woman in the qipao scoffed dismissively. Woman clinging to him? Ha! Stories of a princess falling for a commoner only exist in fairy tales. Upon hearing this, Su Shuiyan realized the insult directed at her and Jiang Fan's naivety and was about to retort when Jiang Fan pulled her back. That's enough, Yanzi. She will need something from me shortly. Need something from you. The woman in the qipao laughed coldly, as if she had heard the greatest joke. She demanded Liu to expel Jiang Fan once again. Just then, Principal Zhuang from Fengqing No. 1 High School arrived, drawing everyone's attention. Principal Zhuang was a small, slightly disheveled old man, exuding an air of competence. Without a word, he exchanged glances with Liu and the woman in the qipao before he began to attend to the black cat. He placed his fingers on either side of the cat's head, seemingly channeling source energy into the creature to mend its internal injuries. The absence of a noticeable energy field around him indicated his mastery over the force had reached an extraordinary level. In the lounge, outside the window, Su Shuiyan lowered her voice. I remember now. That wicked woman is Rong Shishir from the Shushan Martial Academy. She is the most gifted among the younger generation of the Rong family, on par with Rong Wenwen's father. Wealthy and talented, no wonder she carries herself so arrogantly. Jiang Fan silently criticized, observing the procedure within the lounge. It was his first time witnessing a warrior using source energy for healing. Gaining knowledge from this experience might prove useful in the future, perhaps even sooner than he anticipated. As time passed, Principal Zhuang's brow furrowed deeper. After receiving source energy treatment, the black cat twitched a couple of times before falling still. It seemed on the verge of death. Rong Wenwen's cousin, Rong Sure was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth, her lips bitten until they bled. Finally, after about 5 or 6 minutes, Principal Zhuang opened his eyes and sighed. The damage is too severe. Ordinary source energy cannot restore its injuries. I have done my utmost. He washed his hands, his voice sounding like a death sentence, causing Rong Shurshu's legs to weaken as she nearly fainted. Liu had positioned herself next to the instructor, supporting her with a gaze full of guilt. Suddenly seeing 2 people outside the window, Liu Yu's remorse was quickly eclipsed by fury. It's dead. It's finally dead. Are you satisfied now? Wasn't it you who put it in the gravity chamber that caused its demise? Su Shuiyan muttered. However, her words ignited a powder keg. Liu Yu's aura, rivaling that of a warrior, erupted in an instant. Wait, I think there is still hope, Jiang Fan said, touching his nose, aware that if he did not step in, the black cat would indeed be on its way to the afterlife. Seemingly provoked, the fiery glares from Rong Shurshu and her companions were directed at Jiang Fan, as if they were ready to teach him a lesson on the spot. Noticing the sudden change in atmosphere, Principal Zhuang swiftly intervened, his gaze fixed outside. Are you the one who inspired the Jinghai battle zone with your speech? Defeating the 8th grade monster trader under the city's scrutiny, and publicly slaying the beast, inciting a conflict between the main combatants and the mediators? Modestly speaking, that would be me. Jiang Fan replied. Chapter 71. The power of spiritual energy compared to the others. Principal Zhuang, as the spokesperson for Fengqing No. 1 High School, was surprisingly amiable. He directly opened the door and personally invited Jiang Fan inside. Jiang Fan, you just mentioned that this black cat still has a chance? Jiang Fan folded his arms behind his back, leaning closer to the operating table to take a look. This cat. It is not this cat. Its name is Little Black. Rong Shurshu, the assessor from Shushan Martial Academy, corrected him. Perhaps noticing Principal Zhuang's change in attitude, she had moderated her previously domineering demeanor. Principal Zhuang was eager to curry favor with Rong Shurshu, as she was an assessor for the seed program, and, to some extent, determined the prestige of Fengqing No. 1 High School. However, for Jiang Fan, there was no vested interest. Principal Zhuang's respect for him undoubtedly stemmed from sincerity, marking a fundamental difference between their relationships. Interrupted by the woman in the chi pao, Jiang Fan paused, then continued. This cat. It is called Little Black. Rong Shurshu interjected again. Jiang Fan tilted his head, opting to remain silent. Principal Zhuang's face twitched slightly, and in a serious tone, he stated, Teacher Rong, we are analyzing the injuries in order to save it. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. A common student seeking attention cannot possibly comprehend these nuances. Rong Shurshu snorted contemptuously, finally grinding her teeth and taking a seat. Principal Zhuang looked at Jiang Fan with curiosity, urging him to proceed. Jiang Fan nodded. This cat appears to be on the brink of death. Well, that's quite an obvious observation. The people present exchanged glances, a wave of disbelief washing over them. Rong Shurshu's eyes flashed with fury as she leapt to her feet, ready to confront him. Fortunately, Liu stepped forward, braving the situation. What Jiang Fan says must hold some merit. Principal Zhuang, eyes filled with anticipation, remained calm and replied. I have heard the president of the Martial Association speak of you. He mentioned you were someone capable of creating miracles. I wonder if I may be fortunate enough to witness such a miracle today. Of course, if Jiang Fan can indeed revive this cat, I would owe you a favor. Substantial wealth, even if exorbitantly demanded, can be procured by a principal of a school. However, the debt of human kindness is the most challenging to repay. Principal Zhuang is genuinely seeking Jiang Fan's assistance. Perhaps he also wishes to witness firsthand whether Jiang Fan can indeed revive the black cat, accomplishing what he himself cannot. If you can truly save the little black one, I can transfer you 200,000, Rong Shurshu declared, lifting her chin, offering what she believed to be the most generous reward. For an ordinary student, such an opportunity to earn 200,000 blue star coins in a lifetime is likely unattainable. Jiang Fan disregarded the woman in the cheongsam and raised his right index finger. This is. The leader of the medical team gasped upon witnessing this. As a junior of Principal Zhuang, seeing his senior place such faith in Jiang Fan compelled the leader to abandon his arrogance and regard Jiang Fan with newfound respect. What is it? Someone from the medical team inquired, puzzled. I don't know, but it looks impressive, the leader replied earnestly. Everyone fell silent, redirecting their attention to Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan's raised finger pointed towards the door. The onlookers should step outside. I will be employing my trump card next, which is not to be disclosed. While he could not guarantee success, he promised to exert every effort in his endeavor. It turned out, Jiang Fan simply wished to clear the room. The lounge, although not small, typically served as a recreational space for the martial arts members, capable of accommodating around 100 individuals. But with so many gathered around a single cat, it felt rather cramped. No, I will not allow the little black one to leave my sight. Rong Shishir immediately objected. Master Lu advised, given the situation cannot worsen and there are no other alternatives. Why not trust Jiang Fan for once? The black cat is already on the verge of death. The worst outcome would merely be witnessing it take its last breath. With Principal Zhuang now supporting Jiang Fan, Master Lu's trust in him deepened. Observing Rong Shishir's conflicted expression evidently swayed. Master Lu instructed his daughter to assist in escorting her out. The seed plan was about to commence. It was time to retain some hidden cards. Principal Zhuang did not insist on staying, leading the medical team outside to wait. For a martial artist of his caliber, witnessing the process was not crucial. Results were all that mattered. Moments later, the lounge was left with only Jiang Fan and Su Xueyan, who donned a white coat and stood excitedly beside him. I will be your assistant, she declared, donning the disposable medical gloves provided by the team. However, at that moment, she resembled someone engaged in a role-playing game more than a medical professional. That is fine. However, your task is to guard the door. No one is to enter without my permission. Also, please lock the windows, Jiang Fan instructed as he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no surveillance devices. After all, he was about to employ spiritual energy, a force non-existent in this world, which could potentially elicit extraordinary phenomena. This was his first time utilizing spiritual energy on a living creature other than himself. Finally, having cleared the room, Jiang Fan took a deep breath and pressed his fingers on the somewhat rigid abdomen of the black cat. With a thought, he extracted a wisp of spiritual energy from the system space. The pure energy, emanating a faint white glow, effortlessly flowed into the black cat's body through his fingers. The cat's stiff form twitched, struggling as it curled up and arched its back. From its mouth came a low whimper, reminiscent of Old Wu. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the spiritual energy, the black cat's blue-slit pupils revealed a hint of human-like agony. Ding. Side mission to save the divine beast life has been completed. Reward. System currency 100, pulse protection pill 10. Is that it? Jiang Fan's brow lifted in joy. Having consumed only a wisp of spiritual energy, he had garnered a reward equivalent to that of a main mission, along with the goodwill of Principal Zhuang from Fengqing No. 1 high school. This could be deemed an extraordinary gain. However, glancing at the time, Jiang Fan noted that it had been less than 2 minutes since everyone had exited. If he were to emerge now and announce his success, it would undoubtedly appear as if he had completed the task with remarkable ease. While it was indeed effortless, that was only due to his utilization of spiritual energy, an energy not found in this world. Regarding its rarity, it was no less valuable than those unique relics. A single wisp of spiritual energy had revived a black cat deemed certain to perish by authorities, achieving effects comparable to resurrecting the dead. Should the existence of spiritual energy be revealed, it would likely incite a frenzied pursuit among martial artists worldwide. To emphasize the rarity of his exertion, Jiang Fan decided to relocate a sofa and meditate for a while, at least until the following day before stepping outside. Meanwhile, on the medical table, the black cat's life was preserved, though its breath remained weak, its paws twitching, and the internal injuries were evidently not fully healed, necessitating further spiritual energy treatment. Fortunately, the side mission had already been completed, allowing Jiang Fan to justifiably halt the current treatment. Although consuming 2 more wisps of spiritual energy would not be deemed a loss, expending it on a mere pet seemed excessively wasteful. Therefore, it was best to allow Hajimi to endure the remaining injuries on its own. Concurrently, outside the lounge Chapter 72, overstepping boundaries, Su Xueyan stood before the door like a devoted guardian. As time slowly passed, Master Lu and the others awaited anxiously, inevitably shifting their focus to Su Xueyan, who had been trailing Jiang Fan. Su Xueyan's vitality was commendable, ranking among the top 40 in the elite class of Experiment 1. Yet, in the grander context of Jing'ai City, she appeared rather ordinary, especially given the caliber of those present, none of whom were to be trifled with. The least skilled among them, Lu Yu, was the top student at Fengqing No. 1 high school, on par with the elite class's 3 main prodigies. At that moment, without Jiang Fan by her side, Su Xueyan belatedly realized she was surrounded by prominent figures of Jing'ai City, where even a casual remark could alter the fates of thousands of students. Instinctively biting her lip, Su Xueyan felt a pang of regret for volunteering to guard the door for Jiang Fan. If any of these martial artists attempted to force their way in, she could not possibly stop them. Across from her, Master Lu and the others regarded her with varying expressions. The eldest among them, Principal Zhuang, offered a gentle smile to reassure her. There is no need for this student to be anxious. Even if Jiang Fan fails, we will not hold you accountable. Yet, upon hearing this, Rong Shishir's complexion grew increasingly grim, clearly unable to accept such an outcome. despite everyone knowing the slim chances of reviving the black cat. Principal Zhuang would not have chosen a high school student to showcase a so-called miracle otherwise. Rong Shishir declared vehemently, if Jiang Fan dares to toy with me, he can forget about participating in this seed plan again. As an examiner for the seed plan, Rong Shishir indeed possessed such authority. Liu scoffed. I reviewed the selection list for Experiment 1. Among the 30 candidates, Jiang Fan ranked last, clearly passing by sheer luck. When the real tests commence, even if the teachers do not eliminate him, he will undoubtedly be among the first to be cut. Hearing this, Master Lu couldn't help but admonish, you. Mind your own business. He then shifted the topic, inquiring curiously, this classmate Su, you seem quite familiar with Jiang Fan. Has he ever studied healing techniques? The identities of those entering and exiting the martial arts hall were documented, allowing Master Lu to easily ascertain Su Shuiyan's background without needing to ask. Jiang Fan, he. Su Shuiyan hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. Just recently, she had intended to mend her relationship with Jiang Fan. During their 2 years of disconnected communication, it was hard to say whether Jiang Fan had encountered any extraordinary experiences. Reflecting further back, Jiang Fan had undoubtedly been a below-average student, lacking any notable talents worthy of cultivation. Thus, it was impossible for him to have learned any medical skills, even though he has now revealed remarkable martial arts talents. The concept of learning healing techniques remains utterly foreign to Jiang Fan. Could it be that this fellow is merely toying with us? Su Shuiyan's expression shifted, and she silently pondered this. At this moment, Lu Guanzhu noticed the change and felt a twitch in his eyelids. Su Shuiyan's silence was quite telling. Jiang Fan had never actually learned any healing methods. Enough, Lu Guanzhu. There is no need to pry into others' affairs. Once the seed plan commences, your daughter and Jiang Fan will become rivals. As the skepticism in the eyes of the onlookers grew more pronounced, Principal Zhuang waved his hand to diffuse the tension. As the strongest spiritual martial artist in Jinghai City, he could discern at a glance whether Jiang Fan possessed any healing abilities. The answer was undoubtedly negative. Yet, since Jiang Fan had stepped forward with apparent confidence in his ability to heal, out of trust for Jiang Fan, he was willing to grant him the opportunity to try. Principal Zhuang wished to witness firsthand whether Jiang Fan was indeed the miraculous individual the president of the Martial Arts Association had described. Become my rival? He hardly qualifies. Liu scoffed, her lips curling disdainfully. Principal, your bias towards Jiang Fan is excessive, as if he were a student of Fengqing No. 1 High School. The experimental No. 1 High School and Fengqing No. 1 High School had been bitter rivals for decades. The last time experimental No. 1 had faltered in the seed plan, Principal Zhuang had openly mocked Principal's son of the rival school, humiliating a high-ranking martial artist. Now, not only was Principal Zhuang not supporting his own school's genius, but he was also inexplicably siding with a student from a rival institution, which was indeed peculiar. However, Principal Zhuang showed no intention of clarifying, frowning as he said, Lu Yu, do you understand that there are always greater heights and talents beyond what you see? While you may be at the top of Fengqing No. 1 High School, there are countless more extraordinary talents across the city and the nation. It is only through humility that one can progress. Then I shall defeat them all. Lu Yu clenched her fists, her determination unwavering. Just then, Rong Shishir, pacing nearby, suddenly turned, her pupils dilating as she focused on the lounge. It's Xiaohong's voice. I can hear Xiaohong calling. Without hesitation, Rong Shishir rushed towards the lounge. Jiang Fan had instructed that no one was allowed to enter without his command. Su Shuiyan hesitated for a moment, but steeled herself and spread her arms to block the doorway. Yet, a faint green glow radiated from Rong Shishir, indicating her status as a 7th-tier martial artist. Under the pressure of a 7th-tier martial artist, the weight was overwhelming, and Su Shuiyan collapsed to the ground. Unable to utter a word, Rong Shishir paid her no mind, pushing the door open and rushing to the medical table, cradling the black cat as if it were a baby. It really is Xiaohong. My Xiaohong has come back to life, Rong Shishir exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. It must be the source power that the principal infused earlier that worked. Lu Yu was taken aback, her eyes widening, though she still did not regard Jiang Fan kindly. No, it seems not to be the source power, but indeed, signs of life have emerged within the black cat. Principal Zhuang placed his hand gently on the black cat's head, his eyes sparkling, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out like blooming chrysanthemums. The crowd eagerly gathered around the black cat. Lu Guanzhu, feeling a sense of relief, slumped onto a chair. Reviving the black cat would ease the tension between his daughter and teacher Rong. After all, it was Lu Yu's carelessness that had nearly harmed the pet that Rong Shishir cherished deeply. If not for Jiang Fan, their families might have been irreparably fractured. Speaking of which, Jiang Fan Lu Guanzhu's brow relaxed, wanting to express his gratitude, but he noticed Jiang Fan had no intention of seeking accolades. As he turned his back to them and walked towards the door, Jiang Fan placed the black cat on a nearby bench, lifting the hem of his skirt to reveal a scraped knee, blood seeping out. For martial artists, minor injuries were inconsequential, but it depended on who the opponent was. Facing the pressure of a 7th-tier martial artist, even those with weaker minds might bear lifelong scars. "I'm sorry for being a burden," Su Shuyan said. Her head bowed and fists clenched tightly. "I was merely speaking casually. I didn't expect you would truly risk your life." Jiang Fan sighed helplessly. Allowing Su Shuyan to block the door was merely a pretext to divert her, yet he had not anticipated her bravery. "I'm sorry." Su Shuyan's tears fell like raindrops onto her clenched fists. "The one who should apologize is not you." Jiang Fan wiped the tears from Su Shuyan's face with a tissue and spoke coldly. "Rong Shi, come here." Chapter 73. Regret comes too late. Jiang Fan's voice immediately drew the attention of everyone present. To dare to speak in such a commanding tone to a 7th-tier martial artist, especially one who could determine his fate in the seed plan, was unprecedented. "Is there something you need?" Rong Shi raised an elegant eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Fan and the insignificant, injured girl beside him. Soon, she became aware of what had transpired. It turned out that the energy field she had instinctively unleashed had harmed the girl. Rong Shi raised an eyebrow. Her attitude still haughty. "Can't even withstand such minor martial pressure? Is the student from experimental number 1 school that feeble? Lu Guanju, please transfer 250,000 to the student Jiang Fan to cover the medical expenses for the injury to his friend. That should be more than sufficient." Lu Guanju was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized the implications. If it were not for his daughter's carelessness in placing the black cat in the gravity chamber, none of this would have happened. Children's mistakes are the fault of the parents, he thought. This compensation was rightly his responsibility. Moreover, 250,000 was often just equivalent to the cost of a meal for a martial arts school principal. A high-quality, nutritious meal prepared with monster meat could easily exceed hundreds of thousands. Lu Guanju activated his smart bracelet and swiftly transferred 300,000. Buzz, buzz. Jiang Fan's phone vibrated twice, signaling that the funds had arrived. Lu Guanju, being aware of the scholarship rewards account information, had no difficulty in executing the transfer. "From now on, do not presume to hold me in debt. You exert your effort, I will provide the funds, and we are even," Rong Shi added coldly. However, upon receiving the compensation, Jiang Fan did not even glance at it. He stood up, pointing at Su Shuyan's injury, his brow furrowed. "Apologize." Upon hearing this, the temperature in the lounge seemed to plummet to 0. For a 7th-tier martial artist to apologize to a non-martial artist student, even if the other party had erred first, it was tantamount to trampling on the dignity of the strong. Before Rong Shi could respond, Li was already laughing with anger. "Weakness is the original sin. You want my teacher to apologize? Do you dare to respond?" Rong Shi remained silent, her gaze toward Jiang Fan now filled with increased disdain. Clearly, there was no possibility of her apologizing. This was not merely about right or wrong. It was a matter of face for a 7th-tier martial artist. Su Shuyan was startled by Jiang Fan's words, quickly grasping his clothing as she stood up, forcing a smile as she said, "It's all right. It's just a minor scrape." Teacher Rong was merely anxious and did not mean any harm. "Let us go?" For the sake of an apology. Incurring the ire of the seed plan examiner would not be worthwhile, especially since Jiang Fan had just passed the seed plan selection. With his future now in the examiner's hands, Su Shuyan understood the gravity of the situation. Moreover, as Liu had pointed out, demanding an apology from a 7th-tier martial artist was indeed beyond her courage and capacity. As Su Shuyan spoke, worried that Jiang Fan might act impulsively, she urged him to leave. "Suit yourself." Jiang Fan shrugged, not intending to force Rong Shi to apologize. He merely offered her an opportunity for an apology. Watching Jiang Fan and Su Shuyan's retreating figures, Rong Shi's disdain fully returned, and she scoffed, thinking he has some ability. He is unaware of the vastness of the world. Once the seed plan commences and all the city's talents gather, I shall see how long his arrogance can endure. Wenwen is indeed reckless, associating with all sorts of dubious companions. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu clenched his fists in anticipation, exclaiming, "Why not allow Wenwen to train at our launching martial arts academy? I am quite eager to witness the prowess of the 3 major aces of experimental school number 1 in their current state. You shall have the opportunity to meet." Rong Shi replied with a smile. The seed program is destined to be the arena for these exceptional talents. Just then, Principal Zhuang, engrossed in examining the life signs of the black cat at the medical station, suddenly exclaimed, "No, this is far from sufficient to fully recover from its injuries. It seems Jiang Fan will need to reveal his trump card once more. Otherwise, with the black cat's current vitality, it can only be considered a flicker of life." and it won't endure for long. Principal Zhuang turned and scanned the surroundings, puzzled. By the way, where is Jiang Fan? Please summon him at once. Liu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. Rong Shishir's expression froze, her lips drained of color as if poisoned. The academy head, Master Liu, decided to maintain silence, sending a message to his wife, contemplating whether to consider having another child. The elderly leader of the remaining medical team observed the entire scene from a corner, quietly relaying the events to his senior. Upon learning that Jiang Fan had been expelled, Principal Zhuang's beard twitched. Rong, how to heal your pet? I have exhausted all my words. From now on, it is no longer my concern. Farewell. With that, Principal Zhuang departed with the medical team. The key to reviving the black cat lies with Jiang Fan. Their presence here is merely to witness the spectacle and broaden their horizons. Furthermore, the longer the delay, the more severe the black cat's injuries will become. The choice is in your hands, Teacher Rong. Before leaving, Principal Zhuang left one final remark, implying, either sincerely apologize to Jiang Fan, or watch helplessly as your pet perishes. It now depends on how much weight the black cat holds in Rong Shishir's heart. Crack. The teacup in Rong Shishir's hand shattered. I would rather die than bow down to a mere boy, clad in a chong sam, embodying the image of a refined lady. Her demeanor at this moment resembled that of a wild beast. Hearing the voice of old Wu beside her, Rong Shishir's heart softened. She caressed the cat's fur and spoke calmly, I shall go and bring that boy here. Should he dare refuse, I will end his life. Master Liu, upon hearing this, could no longer remain composed. Even knowing that Rong Shishir might be speaking in anger, he felt compelled to advise. This is not advisable, Teacher Rong. Jiang Fan is now embroiled in a vast web of complications. The Beast faction wants him dead, the Mediation faction seeks to capture him, and the main faction's Security Bureau strives to protect him. If I recall correctly, your alma mater, Shushan Martial Academy, belongs to the main faction, does it not? Master Liu's words caused Rong Shishir's expression to shift. At this critical juncture, striking against Jiang Fan could easily draw her into the eye of the storm. Compared to the 200-year-long war between Blue Star and the Beasts, her lineage, talent, and status are but insignificant specks of dust. Rong Shishir gritted her teeth. I would never truly harm Jiang Fan. He is just a poor boy. With a bit more money, I refuse to believe he won't assist. With that, Rong Shishir cradled the black cat and dashed out. On the other side, outside the Longqing Martial Arts Academy, the pedestrian street was already dim as night fell, and the late-night show had long since missed its time. Su Shuiyin felt the weight of her identification card in her bag. Along with the two small umbrellas gifted by Instructor Tang Rou, she wrestled with herself over what excuse to conjure to stay overnight. Jiang Fan had lost his home, and knowing her thoughts, Instructor Tang encouraged her to take the initiative and offer Jiang Fan a new home, a grounding point in the real world. Yet, would the emotions forged in this moment of vulnerability truly be steadfast? Jiang Xian already regarded her as family. Intervening now could instead distance their relationship. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, Su Shuiyin mused to herself. Chapter 74. The Days of a 7th-rank Expert. What? Jiang Fan turned his head at her words. No, it's nothing. Su Shuiyin's face flushed crimson. Jiang Fan paid no mind and led her to a pharmacy, where he purchased 2 adhesive bandages and applied them to her injured knee. Su Shuiyin, dressed in a floral long dress, found it inconvenient to attend to herself. So Jiang Fan squatted down to assist her. The pharmacy's owner, bemused, remarked, Young man, you should exercise restraint at such a tender age. Treat that girl with more care. Su Shuiyin's face reddened even more, hastily waving her hands to clarify. We are not in that kind of relationship. What kind of relationship is that, then? Are you two? The pharmacy owner was taken aback, noticing the young man, whom he felt he had seen somewhere before. Could he be the fugitive from the television? As Su Shuiyin's explanations grew increasingly convoluted, Jiang Fan interjected. All right, I will call a car to take you home. Although Su Shuiyin's family was not as affluent as Rongwenwen's, they were comfortably well off, both parents being martial artists. From the information gathered by the chubby boy, Su Shuiyin's family had already moved to a wealthy neighborhood, and they were no longer of the same social class. Su Shuiyin had distanced herself from them, likely at her parents' behest. My parents are on a business trip and won't be home for the next few days. Su Shuiyin tugged at Jiang Fan's sleeve, hesitating. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Jiang Fan patted his head and laughed. How could I forget? Master Liu compensated you with 50,000 for medical expenses. I will transfer it to you right away. Damn it, who cares about that 50,000? Su Shuiyin exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. After calming herself, she fabricated a desire to see the advanced training room. The advanced training room is a place that cannot be rented even with wealth. Considering that Su Shuiyin had stood up for him before, Jiang Fan decided not to refuse her modest request. Thus, they turned back toward the Longqing Martial Arts Academy. As they entered the gate, an anticipated figure clad in purple, wearing an unfriendly expression, approached them directly. Speak. How much will it take to fully heal my little black? 1 million sufficient? The woman in the Cheongsam finally realized that only Jiang Fan possessed the ability to heal the black cat. Jiang Fan was fully entitled to negotiate terms. First, apologize, Jiang Fan replied with an impassive expression. You bastard. I see you are deliberately treating it halfway to blackmail the teacher. Lu Yu, following closely behind, was furious, her short hair bristling with indignation. Yet Rong Shishir restrained her shoulder, her face a mask of conflict, her red lips muttering, Yes, yes. What? Speak louder. Jiang Fan leaned in, straining to hear. I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. I apologize. The examiner from Shushan Martial Academy seemed to feel deeply insulted, bloodshot eyes glaring as he spoke. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and few entered or exited the academy. Otherwise, Rong Shishir would have wished to find a hole to hide in. Shame, humiliation, defiance, and rage surged within her, rendering her complexion increasingly pale. Why are you apologizing to me? It's not me who was hurt by you. Jiang Fan chuckled, pushing Su Shuiyan, who had hidden behind him, forward. Come, let's do it again. Rong Shishir's forehead twitched as her veins pulsed. Sorry, is that you, Teacher Rong? When did you return from Shushan Martial Academy? Suddenly, an acquaintance walked by, greeting her and causing her words to falter. Liu quickly intervened. My teacher is currently busy. Well then, when you have time, I would like to invite Teacher Rong to dinner. The acquaintance, with an air of politeness, knew they would never be able to secure her presence. However, a casual glance caught the young man standing before Rong Shishir, eliciting astonishment. Isn't that Jiang Fan? Just earlier today, he killed a beast right in front of the union's representatives. The moment this was spoken, Jiang Fan found himself thrust into the spotlight. Eyes turned toward him, and whispers spread through the crowd. Jiang Fan performed admirably. I heard that beast skinned a person and wore their skin. Yet, the union still protects him. Not only that, the Security Bureau claims the explosion in the city village was also the work of the beast. Wait, who is that beautiful woman? Could she be here to cause trouble for Jiang Fan? She certainly does not appear benign. She might be a beast infiltrator. Let us go and find out. In an instant, nearly everyone gathered around, reminiscent of the scene when Jiang Fan first arrived at the martial arts hall. However, this time, they were not mere spectators. They stood resolutely behind Jiang Fan, expressing their unwavering support. Nearly half of the population in Jing'ai City had been displaced due to the calamities wrought by the beastly creatures, forced to relocate. The animosity towards these beasts coursed through their very veins. Thus, upon witnessing Jiang Fan, the slayer of the beasts, being targeted, they promptly stepped forward without hesitation. The crowd continued to swell, with some even dialing for reinforcements. The security personnel hidden nearby, fearing a major disturbance, hastily sought higher authority for guidance. Meanwhile, Rong Shishir's delicate visage had drained of all color. Should the label of beastly traitor be affixed to her, no matter how powerful the Rong family might be, they would be reduced to ashes that very night. The classmate, whose name remained unknown, ultimately conceded. Apologizing, she even offered a slight bow. Su Shuiyan, taken aback, hurriedly returned the gesture. It's nothing, Teacher Rong. Just a minor mishap. Truly, there is no need for apologies. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Well then, since the party involved has forgiven you, I have nothing more to say. Only then did Rong Shishir lift her head, cradling the black cat. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears of humiliation. I've apologized. Can you save Xiaohong now? Jiang Fan responded. Isn't an apology expected? Yes, it is. So please, save Xiaohong with all your might. Jiang Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did I ever say that your apology would guarantee my assistance? Do you think wielding my hidden cards is an easy feat? If it were, every major hospital would be clamoring to recruit me. Jiang Fan's words seemed to be the final straw for Rong Shishir. Her face contorted with despair and rage, alternating between shades of green and white, as if she wished to articulate something. Ultimately, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, splattering Jiang Fan, before her eyes rolled back, and her entire body slumped, unconscious. Master Lu, who had been watching from a corner, was startled, spitting out the sunflower seed shell in his mouth. Teacher Rong. Liu quickly rushed to support her. Teacher Rong, what's wrong? Did you faint from anger? Jiang Fan wiped the blood mixed with saliva from his face, feeling speechless. After all, she was a 7th-tier martial artist. To bleed from a disagreement was absurd. Those unaware might have thought he was the victim of a scam. Thankfully, there was 24-hour surveillance here. Otherwise, a scam could have left him without a defense. Soon, the Rong family dispatched personnel to carry Rong Shishir away. An elderly man, seemingly of considerable strength, approached Master Lu to assess the situation, casting a deep glance at Jiang Fan before departing with the black cat, saying nothing. As the surrounding crowd learned that she was not a beastly traitor, their interest in the commotion waned, and they nodded to Jiang Fan before dispersing. Unbeknownst to anyone, a reporter from the Jinghai Daily documented the incident. On September 16, 2243, a 7th-tier martial artist from Shushan Martial Academy fainted after being angered by Jiang Fan. Chapter 75. The fire ignites in the advanced training room. Jiang Fan allowed Su Shuyan to explore on her own while he retreated to the bathing area to cleanse himself of the bloodstains. The advanced training room featured a private bathing area, equipped with a single ceramic bathtub. After rinsing off, he filled it with warm water and reclined comfortably, deciding to reside temporarily in the training room until his sister returned. A nagging sensation arose within him, as if he had forgotten something significant. Furrowing his brow, he relaxed his body, only to find his thoughts becoming sluggish and weary. Suddenly, the intelligent assistant of the training room chimed in, alerting him of an incoming call. Upon seeing it was Miao Jun, he straightened up and answered. In the video call, only Miao Jun's head was visible. "Oh my gosh, Fan Gu, your house exploded." The moment the call connected, the rotund figure exclaimed, with Miao's father and mother peering curiously from behind. Clearly, they had learned of the explosion in the urban village and called to ensure Jiang Fan's safety. "What exploded? Can you articulate properly?" Miao's father scowled, smacking Miao Jun on the head before leaning closer to the camera. "Xiao Fan, well done. We witnessed your ascent to the elite class during the assessment. We never imagined your progress would be so great. Step aside, let me speak to Xiao Fan." Before Miao's father could finish, Miao's mother shoved him aside, her noticeably rounded belly prominent as she approached the center of the frame, concerned. "Xiao Fan, do you have a place to stay? You can come to my house. It's quite spacious, and you and June can study together. No need to trouble yourselves. The instructor has arranged a dormitory for me, and I can also stay in the training room." Miao's parents' concern warmed Jiang Fan's heart. Just then, a gentle splashing sound interrupted the conversation as the bathtub, previously filled to the brim, began to overflow, releasing the scent of lavender shower gel. I'll help you scrub your back." A soft, timid voice brushed against Jiang Fan's neck. Startled, he suddenly remembered what he had overlooked. He had forgotten to lock the bathing area door. "Xiao Fan, you don't look well. Has something happened?" Miao's parents frowned, gazing into the video frame. However, the intelligent assistant blurred the background due to privacy protocols, rendering only Jiang Fan's troubled expression visible. "And no, Auntie, I'm just taking a bath." Jiang Fan forced a smile, realizing he was trapped and unable to move. If he accidentally shifted and revealed Su Shuyan behind him to the family on the other end, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Unfortunately, taking advantage of his immobility, Su Shuyan grew bolder, abandoning the back scrubbing to knead his shoulders instead, the pressure surprisingly just right. Was she plotting to claim half of his 25,000 inheritance? Jiang Fan felt a twinge of wariness. He reached back, intending to stop this immoral behavior. However, a sound akin to a sob startled him, and he instinctively withdrew his hand. "Xiao Fan, what is happening over there? Is there someone else with you?" "I think I heard something strange," Miao's mother inquired, puzzled. "A cat, a little wild cat, just darted past," Jiang Fan hastily explained, while behind him, Su Shuyan lazily mewed in perfect timing, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Oh, so it was a wild cat, but be cautious. I've heard of mutated wild cats appearing, posing even greater danger than the mutated giant rats. The Security Bureau has begun capturing stray cats and dogs in the city." Miao's parents offered a few more warnings before relinquishing the call to Miao Jun. Miao Jun turned to Jiang Fan, a conspiratorial glint in his eye. "Fan Gu, you need to be careful in the next couple of days." "What is going on?" Jiang Fan straightened, suddenly alert. Just then, he inadvertently bumped Su Shuyan's chin with his shoulder. "Class monitor, no." Former class monitor Su Hao said he coincidentally ran into Instructor Tang at the supermarket, and he personally witnessed her buying 2 boxes of umbrellas, saying they would be needed soon. "She should be looking for you now, right?" "No, she has definitely come to find you. She asked me about your whereabouts several times before. It seems that Goddess Rong also harbors ulterior motives, discreetly probing for your information. However, becoming a son-in-law of the Rong family might not be a bad idea. Fangu? Are you listening to me, Fangu?" Jiang Fan emitted a non-committal sound, stifling other responses. As Su Hao's name was mentioned, Su Shuyan seemed determined to retaliate, beginning to tickle him mercilessly. Jiang Fan forced a smile. "Fatty, your reminder is quite timely. We're brothers. It's the least I can do." Miao Jun puffed up with pride. "All right then, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up." Jiang Fan decisively concluded. "If the person behind me is not stopped soon, the speed of the car may become uncontrollable. I have no particular issues, but my parents are planning to move to prepare for a new addition to the family. They are considering consulting Xuanjie, who works for the Public Security Bureau. And since you have frequent dealings with the Bureau, I thought I might seek your advice on where would be safer to relocate. No? Whenever you are free will suffice. They have already begun to look at houses. All right, sooner is better. The earlier we prepare, the better. Jiang Fan had no choice but to agree. Miao's parents had always treated him well, and he was more than willing to assist them. However, is the situation in Jinghai City truly so dire with the beastly calamities? After all, the Fatty S family resides in a high-end community right in the city center, which is arguably the safest in the entire city. If even that place cannot guarantee safety, then the security of other areas must be even worse. Eventually, after chatting with Miao's parents for over an hour and offering several suggestions on how to prevent beast attacks, the conversation ended at midnight. Su Shuiyan, feeling guilty like a knight after a misdeed, had quietly slipped out of the blood-stained pool a few minutes early. Jiang Fan initially thought that she would take the opportunity to leave. However, upon exiting the bathroom, he found Su Shuiyan sitting on the blanket, hugging her knees, with half of her face buried in them, avoiding his gaze and showing no intention of departing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened the system log to check the description of the completed side quest. You accepted the dual cultivation invitation from your junior sister, embarking on a journey together, and encountered a critically injured primordial divine beast. Wasn't this supposed to be a dinner invitation? Am I merely the main course? Jiang Fan was taken aback and asked seriously, are you not planning to go home tonight? Do you want to cultivate with me? Su Shuiyan nodded, her face and neck flushing a deep red at that moment. In the middle of the night, a lone man and woman cultivating together can only imply one thing, right? You truly have cultivation on your mind. Jiang Fan chuckled helplessly. All right then, let us start with 50 sets of push-ups, 50 sets of sit-ups, and 50 sets of squats, and then practice stance training. After warming up, we can begin sparring. Upon hearing this, Su Shuiyan's expression changed drastically. After soaking in the water for so long, her leg muscles had become weak. How could she possibly have the strength to cultivate? Jiang Fan activated the remote for the training room. This place also has a simulated gravity feature. Let us set it to 5 times gravity. Is that all right? Almost simultaneously, 800 kilometers to the west, in the Jinghai War Zone, at the northern border of Xia Country, the Beizhou War Zone, and to the south, the Island War Zone, an ocean of beasts surged forth, swiftly overwhelming several critical defense lines. All 3 war zones were in a state of emergency. By the early hours, warm snow began to fall over the city. The breakfast stall outside experiment number 1 had just opened, exuding steam. The city of Jinghai echoed with the announcement. Chapter 76, The Great Patriotic War. Invaders from another realm, the beasts, gathered under the rising sun. It was Wednesday morning. The previous day, high schools across Xia Country had conducted preliminary admissions assessments, and now the seniors were about to face new challenges. White-collar workers in Jinghai City squeezed into the subway as fishermen from the southern islands set out to sea. The weather in Beizhou City continued its week-long overcast. At 5:40 a.m., the sun rose over the island's coastline, while the otherworldly beasts were already on the attack. 10 minutes later, the beasts launched simultaneous assaults on the western, southern, and northern fronts of Xia Country. The beast tide crashing against the 3 war zones. The Great Patriotic War had begun. The city's broadcast roused the 2 individuals nestled in the advanced training room from their slumber. Jiang Fan, disregarding when Su Shuiyan had slipped in or any sense of modesty, hurriedly picked up his clothes from the floor, putting on his pants as he urged, something big has happened. We need to get back to school immediately. Su Shuiyan clutched the blanket to shield her upper body. Just as she attempted to rise, pain shot through her, causing her to gasp. Jiang Fan turned back to see her face pale, her brows tightly knitted. Last night, having taken advantage of his phone call, she had been reckless and then had practiced all night. The consequences were now manifesting. Su Shuiyan bit her lip. Jiang Fan, help me up. Jiang Fan extended his hand, and she grasped it, causing the blanket to slip from her shoulder like ice cream melting in summer. Jiang Fan, having spent much time with the instructor, was accustomed to such scenes. He remained unfazed and directly handed her a complete set of undergarments with a stern expression, saying, You can't expect me to help with this, right? I won tea. Su Shuiyan pursed her lips. I can teach you. After a brief delay, they finally exited the training room. Fortunately, the martial arts school was not far from experiment number 1. A few minutes' walk brought them to the school gate. Along the way, they encountered few pedestrians, but each face reflected palpable anxiety. The atmosphere was particularly heavy. The roads were severely congested. The national highway exiting the city was blocked for nearly 20 kilometers from the suburbs to the city center. The breakfast stall outside the school had not yet set up but was hastily packing up. Boss, I'll take 2 cups of soy milk and 2 youtiao. Jiang Fan took out his phone to scan the payment code. What a time to think about food. Breakfast is on the house. Take as much as you want. I need to hurry home. The elderly vendor hastily packed up, leaving behind the pre-prepared breakfast as he departed in an old tricycle. No matter how pressing the matter, one must first fill their stomach. Jiang Fan grimaced, handing Su Shuyan a cup of soy milk, but she shook her head, indicating she had no appetite and only took a bowl of sour plum soup. At experiment number 1, despite school hours not being adjusted, students had not received any emergency assembly notifications. Yet, everyone, upon hearing the citywide broadcast, hurried back to school at the fastest pace possible. All martial arts students in Xia country held another identity as reserve soldiers. When Jiang Fan and Su Shuyan arrived at the martial arts building, they coincidentally ran into Tang Rou. The instructor, holding a stack of documents and appearing hurried, had evidently just come from a meeting. Seeing the two of them closely aligned, Tang Rou's face lit up, knowing that the events of the previous night had been successfully resolved. However, noticing one of them looked exhausted, she forcefully thrust the documents into Jiang Fan's arms and moved to support Su Shuyan, saying, Instructor Ding has already taken a portion of the faculty to the front lines for support. During this period, you will study with me. Half of your class is currently in Elite Class 1, while the other half will be under my guidance. Su Shuyan shyly nodded. Thank you, Teacher Tang. With the appearance of the Inspector Hu Yu, Tang Rou's status as a top student at the Tianji Martial Academy was quickly revealed. Now, nearly the entire school was aware that an outstanding talent from one of the 4 major martial academies had come to serve as an instructor at experiment number 1. Therefore, studying under Tang Rou could not be considered a loss. Behind the two girls, Jiang Fan immediately understood why Su Shuyan had suddenly become so bold. Undoubtedly, it was Tang Rou, the cunning fox, who had pushed her along, concocting some dubious scheme. The result was that her reckless idea had left others struggling to keep their footing. Upon entering Class 8, it was clear that the students had divided into 2 distinct groups. The smaller group of elite Class 2 geniuses was on the left, tirelessly practicing as if unaffected by the broadcast from the front lines. In contrast, the original Class 8 students huddled in small groups, discussing the current war or gazing with shining eyes at the opposite side. Specifically, they were looking at one of the 3 major powerhouses, Rong Wenwen. Rong Wenwen had also arrived in Class 8, but her gaze wandered as if searching for someone. Before long, her eyes landed on the entrance. What the hell, Fangu? You're still alive. Upon seeing Jiang Fan appear, the fatty in the back of the classroom immediately called out, and Jiang Fan seamlessly returned to his original position among the Class 8 students. Although he held the status of an elite class member, he was, in fact, still a student of Instructor Tang Rou from Class 8. Su Shuyan intended to follow Jiang Fan, but as she reached out, she was intercepted by Rong Wenwen, who exclaimed, Shuyan, what are you doing? Our elite class is over here. By the way, I heard that you and Jiang Fan encountered my cousin last night. Are you both all right? It was evident that Rong Wenwen was unaware that her cousin had been so enraged by Jiang Fan that she had vomited blood. The Rong family seemed to have concealed this incident as a scandal. Su Shuyan paused, retorting, We are fine. How is your cousin? Upon hearing this, Su Shuyan sneered. What could possibly be wrong with her? A peak 7th grade martial artist and a genius from the Shushan Martial Academy. She can walk through Jinghai City without fear who could possibly harm her. After saying this, she curiously asked, Weren't you supposed to invite Jiang Fan to a movie? Did it go well? Su Shuyan shook her head. I missed the time. Upon hearing this, Rong Wenwen sighed in relief, offering consolation. It's all right. Take your time. You two haven't been in touch for a long time, so it won't be easy to restore your relationship. Have you found out what he likes to eat? Su Shuyan lowered her head, nodding and gesturing with her hands over her abdomen. Rong Wenwen, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Meat? Barbecue? Sashimi? However, before she could clarify, the instructor rapped on the podium, signaling for everyone to quiet down. The students listened intently to the frontline broadcast. The Jinghai War Zone, Beizhou War Zone, and various island war zones were the 3 most crucial barriers for the Summer Kingdom. If any direction fell, the entire nation would be dragged into the flames of war, with no safe haven remaining. Yet, regardless of how intense the frontline conflict was, as students, all you needed to do was cultivate. Only by becoming martial artists would you possess the strength to confront the demon beasts. Jiang Fan sat in the corner, listening to Tang Rou speak while checking the real-time updates of the battle map on his phone. Although the updates were not timely, as the situation on the front lines changed rapidly, the news would take at least 2 days to reach the public. However, there were exceptions, such as the large-scale attack launched by foreign demon beasts early this morning. Just as Jiang Fan was observing, he suddenly received a notification for the Seed Project Assembly. It instructed the selected candidates from Experimental Class 1 to gather at the Martial Arts Building Square within half an hour. Simultaneously, Rong Wenwen and a few others from Elite Class 2 received the same notification. They immediately stood up, explained the situation to Instructor Tang Rou, and hurriedly prepared their weapons before leaving. Ordinarily, the seed project was set to commence next week, so this sudden assembly, especially amidst the pressing war situation, was unsettling. Jiang Fan exchanged a nod with the instructor, shouldered his backpack, and followed behind. Be cautious, the instructor advised as Jiang Fan was about to leave, pulling him back and gesturing toward the students of Class 8 behind him. Jiang Fan turned to find his classmates' gazes fixed upon him, their expressions solemn, shimmering with tears and reluctance. A few burly boys were even sniffling and wiping their eyes with their sleeves. Jiang Fan chuckled and waved his hand. Why are you crying? I'm not leaving forever. I'm going. As Jiang Fan's figure faded from view, Su Shiweiyan, unable to focus on the class any longer, dashed out of the classroom. The remaining classmates burst into laughter, teasingly cheering. Instructor Tang Rou rapped her table, her expression stern, laughing. Today, we have a blood circulation test, everyone. Immediately run 20 laps to warm up. The moment her words fell, the laughter transformed into pleas for mercy. Outside the classroom, Jiang Fan had barely taken a few steps when two soft arms suddenly grabbed him from behind. He turned to find a familiar lavender fragrance enveloping him. Ahem. The instructor behind them cleared her throat awkwardly, interrupting Su Shiweiyan, who almost lunged at Jiang Fan like a zombie. Su Shiweiyan bit her lip and finally lowered her tiptoes. Then, she took a red-stringed amulet from around her pale neck and placed it on Jiang Fan, saying, "For your safety, I'll be waiting for your return." After speaking, she fled back to the classroom. Jiang Fan absent-mindedly touched the warm amulet, bemused by Su Xian's shy demeanor, which was a stark contrast to her boldness the previous night, as though she had a split personality. At that moment, Tang Rou approached, reminding him, if nothing goes awry, this seed project assessment will likely involve combat with demon beasts, and you may very well find yourselves on a real battlefield. However, safety comes first. If it becomes too dangerous, withdraw. Given your current performance, entering one of the 4 major martial arts academies should not be overly challenging. Jiang Fan nodded, fully aware of the importance of safeguarding his life. As he prepared to leave, he opened his system space, retrieving the last 10 pulse protection pills, placing them into a transparent plastic bag that had once held fried dough sticks, and handed it to Tang Rou. At present, each pill could offset a system currency value between 510, and their effectiveness for upgrading martial arts had diminished significantly. Jiang Fan now had the capacity to care for those around him. What is this? Tang Rou examined the oily pills, sensing their extraordinary value. They contained a type of energy she could not yet comprehend, capable of enhancing physical constitution and increasing resistance to toxins, the ancestral remedy that had helped defeat the foreign poison lizard last time. Jiang Fan casually fabricated an explanation. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou was astonished. If this pill were auctioned, it would attract high-level martial artists who would fight over it. Its value is immeasurable. You were just giving it to me? With Jiang Fan presenting a family heirloom, everything about his previous unusual behavior suddenly made sense. However, Tang Rou was not shocked by the pill itself, but by Jiang Fan's unreserved revelation of his trump card to her. This level of trust was akin to a bond that could involve entrusting one's life. Each person can only consume one. More would be wasteful. After I take it, the remaining ones, I will give to whoever needs them or whom I deem worthy of cultivation. Jiang Fan shrugged indifferently as he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Rou tightened her grip on the pills, deep in thought. With such a precious remedy now in her possession, did Jiang Fan intend for her to assist in establishing a network of her own influence? These few pills could facilitate many endeavors. Moments later, Tang Rou turned to the corner, stating, "Stop hiding. Come out. You overexerted yourself last night and should refrain from cultivating for now. Come help me test the medicine." Su Shiweiyan's expression changed. Huh? Outside the martial arts building, warm snowflakes had blanketed the surrounding flora, paths, and structures in a layer of silver. Why is the snow warm? Someone wondered aloud, extending their hand to the sky. The snow fell into their palms, showing no signs of melting, resembling cotton fluff. This is the ash from cremated bodies, another person gravely explained. Whenever a large-scale war erupts at the front, the rear cities receive warm snow. Are we not going to the front lines? To die there? Impossible, someone exclaimed. Then why gather at such a critical moment? Is the seed project not starting next week? Soon, the 30 selected candidates from the seed project arrived at the square, anxiously engaging in conversation. White bones cover the plains like snow. Only a few survived the battles. Came a lament from behind, revealing Dong Hui and Tang Li's arrival. The two made their way directly to Rong Wenwen to discuss potential arrangements for the assessment. With the 3 top talents from the elite class gathered, the remaining 20 or so students surrounded them like stars orbiting a moon. the 3 strongest individuals recognized in Experimental Class 1. Once the seed project assessment commenced, they would face the top geniuses from various schools throughout the city. In truth, only Tang Li and the others possessed the strength to contend for the coveted spots. However, no one chose to give up just yet, as the ultimate reward of the seed project was early admission into one of the 4 major martial arts academies. Even if one cannot obtain the ultimate reward, the assessment process offers numerous benefits that the outside world cannot provide. Many prodigies who were eliminated midway through the seed program experienced a transformative change in their abilities shortly thereafter, breaking through to become martial artists and subsequently gaining entry into the 4 prestigious martial academies. Some individuals turned their attention to Jiang Fan, asking, "Jiang Fan, could you teach us the technique you used to defeat an 8th-tier martial artist? How did you unleash that lightning? Was it the effect of a new weapon?" A pair of twins, remarkably familiar, flanked Jiang Fan on either side, effectively sandwiching him in between. They were a duo of brothers, tall and imposing, resembling 2 bodyguards standing next to Jiang Fan. "By the way, I'm Chao Zhua," one introduced himself, followed by, "And I'm Chao Yu," the other chimed in. "Indeed. It's the effect of the weapon, something that cannot be learned," Jiang Fan fabricated a response. In this world, he had yet to witness anyone wielding magical arts. So he attributed the credit for the 5 Thunder technique to the black brick he possessed. The black brick, a reward from the school's armory, exhibited such peculiar effects that it would not raise any suspicions. Just as the twins were about to inquire further, the assessor, Hu Yu, arrived in a jeep from the school gate, followed by a large bus. Hu Yu alighted from the vehicle, nodded to the gathered individuals, and commanded, "Everyone, board the vehicle and disable all communication devices. We shall proceed to the assessment site for the seed program." Chapter 78. This is part of the plan. The contents of the seed program and the assessment location are highly classified. Thus no one dared to inquire about the specific site. Silently, they boarded the bus. As the vehicle moved, signs of civilization, steel and concrete, gradually disappeared from the windows, giving way to increasingly desolate scenery, with the snowfall intensifying. It was evident they were heading outside the city, and the distance remained uncertain. In an effort to lighten the mood, Dong Hui stood between the rows of seats, camera in hand, and remarked, "Why the long faces? Let us talk about something cheerful to lift everyone's spirits, perhaps dreams and aspirations." "Instructor Hu, may I film a video?" Dong Hui inquired of the co-driver. Hu Yu waved his robust arm dismissively, indicating it was fine. After receiving permission, Dong Hui activated the recording and encouraged everyone to speak freely. The first to be filmed was himself. "As for me, my dream is to study martial skills at the Celestial Martial Academy and then create my own martial art," he declared, turning the camera towards his neighbor, Tang Li. Tang Li flexed his bicep and boasted, "Naturally, I aim to become a high-tier martial artist and challenge all the strong opponents across Blue Star." His declaration was met with applause. With 2 leading the way, others began to share their aspirations as well. "I heard there are many beautiful women at the Shushan Martial Academy. I want to go there to find a lovely wife. I wish for my parents to be healthy. No more bad luck with draws. I want to open a tavern just for men, where anyone can get up on stage to share their thoughts when inebriated." When it came time for Rome Woman to speak, nearly everyone on the bus craned their necks with curiosity, as Dong Hui had asked about the ideal type of the goddess of Rome. Dong Hui playfully remarked, "Our school's goddess has countless suitors, yet all return disheartened. Surely, she must have certain standards? As for my ideal type, wealth is not essential, after all. No one is richer than I am," Rome One countered when someone suggested social status. "However, he must be a great hero, one who will descend from the heavens to rescue me when I am in peril. He must be devoted, otherwise, I'll make him wish for death. Locking him in the basement. All right, that's enough, Goddess Rome. Don't frighten our male compatriots." As Rome Woman appeared somewhat serious, not jesting, Dong Hui quickly changed the subject. Nevertheless, her words sparked cheers from many female classmates. Finally, Dong Hui approached the last row of the bus, camera in hand. "Jiang Fan, your dream must be to become a great hero, right? You've defeated beastly traitors and slain monsters in the streets. Many now support you." Jiang Fan merely shook his head, saying, "Once peace is restored, I'll find a picturesque spot to cultivate cotton and become a farmer. It's quite straightforward to be a farmer and till the land. Furthermore, the Summer Kingdom encourages land reclamation, as long as one is willing to work. Even without a penny, one can secure interest-free loans to lease several plots of land." Hearing Jiang Fan's humble wish, many erupted into laughter. Before long, the bus came to a halt at a checkpoint. Outside the checkpoint, another bus was parked, and students in Fengqing No. 1 high school uniforms appeared to have just arrived, disembarking one after another. Dong Hui instructed the driver to return the camera's memory card to the school and led the way off the bus. Although no one had been designated as leader, it was implicitly understood that the 3 top students would lead, as they were all class monitors or vice monitors in their respective classes. Consequently, the 29 individuals subtly divided into 2 groups, one following Tang Li and Dong Hui, and the other trailing Rong Wenwen. While the 3 walked together, the distinction was less noticeable, but once they alighted, they intentionally separated. External schools were competitors, and even among the same school, competition existed. Jiang Fan silently followed behind, making no choice between either side. However, as the elite prodigies from outside schools cast challenging glances, the students from experimental number 1 high school regrouped, united against a common foe. Tang Li, we didn't determine a victor last time. This time, I want to hold back. Lu Yu, the top student from Fengqing number 1 high school, approached with a confrontational demeanor. Then you better not hold back, for you will suffer a crushing defeat. Tang Li retorted defiantly. Suddenly, Lu Yu's expression shifted as if he had seen something, his arrogance extinguished in an instant. In his eyes, there was a blend of regret, helplessness, and fury. The onlookers furrowed their brows, following Lu Yu's gaze to find him staring at Jiang Fan, who stood at the back. Due to recent news and the citywide live broadcast of the exam, most people in Jinghai City were familiar with Jiang Fan's name. Noticing the crowd's gaze fixated on him, Jiang Fan felt perplexed. What are you looking at? Is there something you need? Just then, another assessor appeared, Rong Wenwen's cousin, Rong Shishir. Rong Shishir was even holding a fluffy black cat. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, her eyes ignited with intensity. Jiang Fan, what is it, Instructor Rong? Who you inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. He is a friend of my cousin. Rong Shishir seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her enthusiasm. Quickly donning a disingenuous smile, she patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder and whispered, you must survive. I'm counting on you to save Xiaohei. As long as you're willing to rescue Xiaohei, any request, even cheating, you can ask for anything. Following this, she embraced Rong Wenwen, her icy demeanor softening into a warm smile. Upon seeing the black cat, Rong Wenwen chuckled helplessly and swiftly distanced herself, saying, cousin, let us get back to business. Hu Yu coughed nearby as a reminder. Though both were assessors, Rong Shishir was a 7th-tier martial artist, 1 level above Hu Yu. So many arrangements during the assessment would often require her directive. Glancing at the time, Rong Shishir announced, it is now 11:10 a.m. The cafeteria at the checkpoint has prepared the meals. After dining, the first assessment will officially commence at noon. But Instructor Rong, didn't the seed program start a week later? Someone finally asked, unable to contain their curiosity. It was the Chow brothers, who had previously conversed with Jiang Fan. Appearing ill-prepared. This is part of the plan, Rong Wenwen replied tersely, offering no further explanation before departing with the black cat. All right, you now have 48 minutes left. Make the most of this last hot meal, Hu Yu urged, summoning a soldier to guide the group toward the cafeteria. In truth, the outpost is not large, primarily consisting of single-story buildings, and one can easily spot the area where smoke is rising. Alas, the food is dreadful. How can there be hair in it? The meals served in the cafeteria quickly elicited dissatisfaction among the crowd, who complained about the taste and hygiene. However, Jiang Fan savored every bite, showing no signs of picky eating. In reality, the food at the outpost is more sumptuous than that found in school cafeterias, with a predominance of meat. The others, being from elite classes, were accustomed to better fare, often dining on special meals at school, making the transition to simpler food quite difficult. The only regret Jiang Fan had was that each person was allotted only 1 serving, and there were no extra vegetables. Hey, what did my cousin tell you? Suddenly, a plate of largely untouched food appeared before him. Hey, what did my cousin whisper to you? Rong Wenwen, seated across the table, repeated, assuming Jiang Fan hadn't heard. Firstly, I'm not called Hey. Secondly, what she told me is none of your concern, Jiang Fan replied, glancing at the noticeably larger chicken leg and pork chop on her plate, swallowing unconsciously. Clearly, she was receiving special treatment due to her association with an inspector. Rong Wenwen prodded her plate with a fork. I know without being told that she must have threatened you to keep your distance from me. This was indeed true. Jiang Fan nodded, not denying it. Rong Shishir had indeed issued such a threat the previous night. However, his relationship with the goddess Rong was distant at best, merely classmates. So any threats were entirely unnecessary. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Rong Wenwen furrowed her brow and stood up. This is my personal matter. She has no right to interfere. I'm going to confront her. Are you not going to eat? Such a waste. Jiang Fan remarked as he moved her plate in front of himself, unhesitatingly helping himself to a second serving. In less than 2 minutes, Rong Wenwen stormed back, her eyes wide with disbelief. I've only taken 2 bites. How can you have devoured so much? She looked up only to find Jiang Fan holding a chicken bone. the evidence unmistakable. Jiang Fan offered an awkward smile, wiping grease from his mouth. Shall I ask your cousin for another serving? Never mind, I'm trying to lose weight. Rong Wenwen produced an apple from seemingly nowhere and took a bite. It's as if it were consumed by a pig. Before long, the clock approached noon. With merely 3 minutes remaining, the sky was overcast and gray. At Fengqing No. 1 High School and Experimental No. 1 High School, a total of 60 candidates had gathered at the outpost. Hu distributed black wristbands to each of them, declaring, "This is a locator. Once the assessment begins, you cannot withdraw unless you perish. The locator helps us locate bodies. Before you put these on, you have one last opportunity to withdraw. Does anyone wish to forego?" Hu's piercing gaze swept over the candidates. In past assessments of the SEED program, there had been unexpected fatalities among prodigies, which was not uncommon news. Therefore, they had mentally prepared themselves before signing up. Now, in the face of reality, the most they could do was turn pale with fear. "Very well. Now Instructor Roan will explain," Hu announced, stepping aside once he confirmed that everyone had donned their locator wristbands. Rome Sure, still cradling a black cat, began. "This outpost is one of the closest to the front lines. The first task of the SEED program assessment is to traverse the battlefield on foot, reaching the No. 2 assessment base located at the recruit camp. The finest talents from various schools in Jinghai City will converge at the assessment base. The time limit for traversing the battlefield is 48 hours. No exceptions will be made. We will meet at the No. 2 assessment base at this time 2 days from now." With that, Rong Sure, clutching her black cat, departed in a jeep alongside Hu. The elite students selected from the 2 schools, momentarily stunned, rapidly grasped that the assessment had commenced. Lu Yu, towering among the crowd, waved his hand, according to the plan. "Form groups of 3 and depart immediately." As his words fell, the 30 students from Fengqing No. 1 High School grouped into 10 small teams. They adopted a strategy of dividing into smaller units to reach the assessment base as swiftly as possible. In contrast to Fengqing No. 1 High School's urgent approach, the Experimental No. 1 High School proceeded with more caution. Prior to arrival, their instructors had warned them against acting alone. Rong Wenwen opened the map loaded onto her locator wristband, analyzing. The No. 2 assessment base is not far from the outpost. 2 days is more than sufficient. The key issue lies in dealing with potential threats along the way. Dong Hui borrowed a pair of binoculars from the outpost, observing from a height, while stating, "This area is on the edge of the battlefield, separated from the actual battlefield by several defensive lines. However, the further we advance, the greater the danger. As we may encounter some stragglers, my advice is to stick together for safety." What does Goddess Rong think? With Dong Hui leading Class 1 and Rong Wenwen leading Class 2, if she agreed, nearly 30 students from the 2 classes could form a single unit. In battle, combat units typically comprised 5 to 10 martial artists. Even a unit of this size, composed entirely of aspiring martial artists, would be capable of handling most threats. Rong Wenwen had no objections and turned her gaze to the back of the group. "Jiang Fan, you are the weakest among us. You will accompany me for scouting and watch duty. Do you have any objections?" Jiang Fan shrugged and grinned, glad to be of service. Just then, a new task was triggered. The assessment for true disciples has begun. The host is about to enter an ancient perilous area, fraught with danger, accessible only to the extraordinary. Ding. Optional challenge tasks have been triggered. Challenge Task 1. Become the first inner disciple to pass through the perilous area. Task Reward. 50 system currency. 5 marrow cleansing pills. Challenge Task 2. Safeguard all fellow disciples through the perilous area. Task Reward. 200 system currency, 20 antidote pills. Surprisingly, a new type of challenge task had been triggered this time. According to the task description, it was clear that the higher the difficulty of the challenge, the greater the rewards. Compared to the first task, the second offered rewards that were 4 times greater. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan opted for the more difficult Challenge Task 2. As his thoughts shifted, Challenge Task 1 vanished from view. It appeared that the optional challenge tasks could only be chosen one at a time, with no room for regret. Nonetheless, being situated on the edge of the beast-infested battlefield, the danger level was certainly not as dire as the system had described. Jiang Fan felt confident in escorting the 29 individuals safely to the assessment base. Furthermore, the elite students ranked among the top 10 were not inferior to him in strength, fully capable of passing the first task independently. In truth, only about 10 individuals might genuinely require his assistance. Noticing Jiang Fan's sudden compliance, Rong Wenwen raised her chin. "It's good that you are self-aware. Sticking with us will ensure you aren't eliminated in the first round. Now, let us move." The team swiftly set out. Along the way, Dong Hui further divided the groups based on their rankings into a combat team led by Tang Li, a reconnaissance team led by Rong Wenwen, and a logistics team headed by himself. Dong Hui's experience on the battlefield was evidently shaped by specialized training. Jiang Fan learned from the surrounding voices of agreement that Dong Hui was the son of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, at the recruit camp, No.2 assessment base, over 100 teams from across Jinghai City, including experimental number 1 high school, appeared on a vast sand table projection. The Tiger Peak from the Tianji Martial Arts Academy, Rong Shishir from the Shushan Martial Arts Academy, and 2 examiners from the Shinkong and Alliance Martial Arts Academies were all present. In addition to the examiners from the 4 major martial arts academies, dozens of officials responsible for scoring and registration were also on site. Based on the results of the previous selection, they categorized the top 10, 20, and 30 students from each academy into 3 tiers. Tier A students were exceptional and warranted special attention. Tier B students showed potential and could possibly emerge as dark horses, while Tier C students needed only to ensure their survival during the assessments. Although they publicly declared that once the assessments commenced, only death could terminate participation. In the event that a contestant faced an insurmountable death threat, the SEED program's examination committee would still dispatch personnel for rescue. Historically, the number of candidates who have truly perished during assessments was very minimal. Neither the 4 major martial arts academies nor official organizations like the Martial Artists Association would allow the lives of potential martial artists to be trifled with. The mortality rate for any assessment base was capped at 5 individuals. With all 4 examiners assembled, the anticipation grew. The door to the observation room swung open, revealing a man in his 40s. Upon his entrance, everyone in the observation room straightened their posture. Even Rong Shishir felt a bit flustered and hurriedly placed her cat into its cage. President Luo, Tiger Peak saluted. The middle-aged man was Luoan, the vice president of the City Martial Artists Association, a mid-tier martial artist, and the chief examiner and primary responsible person for the SEED program's examination committee in Jinghai City. More importantly, he was quite young and had a promising future ahead, likely to break through to a higher level of cultivation and contribute to the addition of another high-tier martial artist to the Xian Nation. This year's assessment was particularly challenging, and the first evaluation was expected to eliminate all Tier C candidates. As for whom they favored, it was still too early to tell, as the candidates had only just begun their actions, and their performances were yet to be discerned. The examiner from the Shinkong Martial Arts Academy analyzed the situation, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest. Thus, they displayed no sympathy for the lagging weaker candidates. They even suggested, in a bid to conserve time and resources, that only the top 5 from each academy participate in the assessments, deeming the rest mere cannon fodder. I do have a few favorites, remarked the examiner from the Alliance Martial Arts Academy. Huijun from Diyuan Middle School, Liu from Fengqing No. 1 High School, Tang Li from Experimental No. 1 School, and Hong Ji from Pingqing No. 2 High School, all of whom have reached the standard of formal martial artists. They can be regarded as the strongest among all candidates. The examiner projected images of the favored students. The Alliance Martial Arts Academy, being the youngest of the institutions, was established through collaboration among various nations after the formation of the Blue Star Alliance. Unlike the other 3 academies, they placed greater emphasis on numerical data regarding the candidates. Currently, the Alliance Martial Arts Academy was heavily invested in a research initiative costing trillions aimed at quantifying the potential of martial artists. Upon the successful completion of this research, the entire Blue Star could focus its resources on targeted training for those with potential. After the 2 examiners concluded their remarks, they instinctively turned their gaze towards Rong Shishir of the Shushan Martial Arts Academy. Although Shushan did not possess any distinctive features in its educational approach, its reputation was far from negligible. Half of the high-tier martial artists in Blue Star were graduates from Shushan Martial Arts Academy. The number of top-tier martial artists produced by Shushan was nearly equivalent to the sum of all other martial arts academies combined. Before the emergence of the 3 major martial arts academies, Blue Star had only 2, Shushan and another. Noticing the attention directed towards her, Rong Shishir smiled lightly and said, I am particularly looking forward to Jiang Fan from Experimental No. 1 School. Recently, he has caused quite a stir in Jinghai City, though I am uncertain if he possesses the capability to surpass the talents from other academies. He is the candidate I am most concerned about in this SEED program. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's name, the expressions of the examiners morphed into furrowed brows, indicating to Rong Shishir that she had achieved her objective. To prevent Jiang Fan from meeting his demise during the assessment, and with no one tending to his injuries, she intended to attract some firepower, ideally leading other candidates to eliminate him during the evaluation. Should Jiang Fan, aware of his own limitations, still wish to proceed, she would then possess leverage over him. Jiang Fan, you say? Pondered President Luo of the Martial Artists Association. His performance against the beastly intruders, coupled with his ambitious declarations, has indeed inspired many warriors on the front lines. However, I have reviewed his profile, and he is significantly lacking in various aspects required to pass the seed program. It remains to be seen how far he can progress. Tiger Instructor, you come from experimental number 1 school. You must know a fair bit about Jiang Fan. What is your perspective? I prefer to await the assessment results, Tiger Peak replied, his throat dry, hesitant to speak. He had been publicly embarrassed by Jiang Fan on multiple occasions. Further engagement would be deemed impolite. Tiger Peak turned his attention to the sand table projection, where the location of experimental number 1 school was marked. The green dots representing the students had been in continuous motion for 5 to 6 hours and were nearing the first challenge, the toxic wilderness. A necessary passage to reach assessment base number 2. The creatures within the wilderness had been subjected to foreign contamination, posing extreme dangers to ordinary individuals, particularly due to the numerous toxins that lurked within. A single bite could incapacitate even a martial artist in an instant. As dusk fell, the experimental No. 1 team opted to pause for rest, recognizing the heightened dangers of traversing the wilderness at night. They planned to resume their march at dawn. I'm so hungry. Does anyone have energy bars, biscuits? Chocolate would do. One lamented, had I known I should have eaten more at the cafeteria at noon. Now I'm parched and exhausted. Whoa, I found half a biscuit left by Fengqing number 1. After a long day of travel, everyone was utterly drained, desperately in need of energy replenishment. However, with the contents of the seed program assessment shrouded in secrecy, they were unable to prepare in advance. Thus, they could only adapt to the challenges as they arose. Some, suffering from hunger, began appealing to the monitoring drones glowing red above for supplies. Wait, where did Fengqing number 1 get biscuits? Soon, someone noticed something amiss. If a few biscuits could be accounted for, the ground was littered with crumbs and wrappers. At that moment, Roan 11, the reconnaissance officer, returned with her team, carrying a jar of what resembled pill-like substances. The map from the positioning wristbands has updated resource points, where supplies had been pre-deployed. Her words invigorated everyone, and they hurriedly inquired about the food. However, Roan continued, but all the food has been taken by those ahead. There is nothing left. The only good news is there is a large jar of purification tablets left for us, so we can collect water from the nearby river. Currently, they were situated in a plain area where it would be easy to locate a water source along the wilderness. Upon hearing there was a river, one exclaimed, if there is a river, there must be fish. We can definitely catch some to eat. Chapter 81. The marvelous use of thunder law that night. The clouds finally dispersed, and the starlight, rarely seen in the city, cascaded down from above. Therefore, even without illumination, visibility remained remarkably clear. Coupled with the enhancements from their cultivation, they could easily spot schools of fish lingering in the shallow river. Some eager boys rolled up their pant legs and jumped into the water to catch fish by hand, while others fashioned makeshift spears from their combat knives. A few cleanliness-conscious girls squatted by the riverbank, giggling as they tidied themselves up. Don't you dare urinate upstream. Dong Hui scolded upon seeing someone unfastening their pants, and then he joined the fishing team. However, most in the elite class were either affluent or privileged, accustomed to being pampered in everyday life, now stranded in the wilderness. Even with an abundance of latent strength, one cannot catch even a single fish. Tang Li, however, resorted to a simple and brute method, hurling stones into the water, managing to stun a few small fish the size of his thumb. The onlookers initially rejoiced, their faces lighting up with excitement, only to be quickly overshadowed by a deeper disappointment. Those 2 tiny fish were hardly sufficient to be divided among 30 people. Some of the fishing enthusiasts had gathered leftover biscuit crumbs from Fengqing number 1 high school to bait the fish, and everything seemed to be going smoothly, except for the absence of a fishing rod. By the riverbank, Jiang Fan was adding chlorine dioxide purification tablets to a water bottle when he suddenly heard a thunderous growl from his stomach. Turning his head, he saw Roan Wenwen squatting behind him, her face pale as she clutched her abdomen, glaring at him with palpable resentment. After all, if it weren't for someone mistakenly consuming her lunch, she wouldn't be reduced to such hunger. The stronger one's abilities, the greater the need for energy replenishment, and consequently, the more susceptible one becomes to hunger. Having only eaten an apple for lunch, Roan Wenwen's current predicament was evident. Yet perhaps out of pride befitting a wealthy young lady, she refrained from demanding compensation for her lost meal from Jiang Fan, allowing her bitterness to intensify. Without sustenance, she feared she might lack the strength to walk the next day. Jiang Fan stood up, glancing at the crowd, his brow furrowed. He still intended to lead everyone to the assessment base. They could not falter at the first hurdle. Naturally, everyone yearned for food. But could anyone conjure it out of thin air? Seizing the opportunity, Roan Wenwen snapped a remark, though her sharp words lacked vigor due to her overwhelming hunger. Relying on the resources around them, there were indeed fish in the river, weren't there? Jiang Fan snapped his fingers, sparks of lightning flickering at his fingertips, momentarily captivating numerous gazes. His weapon could emit electricity, right? Exactly. If he electrified the river, wouldn't all the fish float to the surface? The Chow twins, who had been lying nearby, excitedly sat up. In fact, Jiang Fan had the very intention of unleashing the Five Thunder method upon the river to electrocute the fish. Although this was his first attempt, theoretically, it should succeed. Jiang Fan pulled out a black brick from his waistband and exclaimed, "Everyone, step back from the river. I'm about to generate electricity." Upon hearing this, the crowd scrambled up the bank, their expressions a mix of surprise and skepticism. Jiang Fan's ability to unleash thunder was no secret. After the elite Class S promotion examination, many had heard of it, even if they hadn't witnessed it firsthand. They just hadn't anticipated that he would employ it to catch fish. "We're counting on you, Jiang Fan." Tang Li approached, somewhat sheepishly. He was the strongest among them, yet also the one who felt hunger most acutely. Though he maintained a facade of composure, the rumbling of his stomach betrayed him. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Not a problem. Here comes the thunder." In an instant, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a bolt of lightning, half a meter thick, tore through the night, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Jiang Fan then hurled the brick into the water. Boom! A violent explosion ensued, and the river before them instantly evaporated, transforming into a cloud of white vapor. All present were left dumbfounded. Such a fierce strike, if it had struck a person, would surely have been fatal or left them gravely wounded. Initially, some had doubted Jiang Fan's ability to defeat an 8th-grade martial artist with lightning, suspecting it was an exaggeration. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, they could not help but feel a sense of belief. It appeared that the brick Jiang Fan had acquired from the school's armory significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Even if it wasn't a relic, it undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelons of modern weaponry. Soon, the river returned to normal, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. Large quantities of pristine white fish floated to the surface. The might of the thunder not only stunned the fish, but also cooked them instantly. After more than 10 minutes, a bonfire was lit, and the elite class's geniuses relished what they deemed the most delicious meal. Jiang Fan, having made a remarkable contribution, earned the privilege of choosing a female companion to dance with. Yet, amidst the eager gazes of many, Jiang Fan chose no one. The reason was simple. He simply did not know how to dance. "Jiang Fan, don't tell me you don't have a favorite? Even Goddess Rong hasn't declined." The Chow twins, now well-fed, teased him around the bonfire. "You wouldn't understand. A wise sage once said, women are like fine wine. They become more fragrant with age." Jiang Fan yawned contentedly, chuckling. Once everyone had filled their bellies and wrapped up the leftover fish and leaves, the boys formed one group and the girls another, gathering to lay out 2 large sleeping areas made of branches and grass, preparing to camp in the wild. Of course, for individuals remained behind to tend the bonfire and keep watch, rotating every hour. The advantage of having a large group became evident at this moment, allowing nearly everyone to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Before sleeping, Jiang Fan walked downstream to relieve himself. His sole assigned task was to ensure everyone's nourishment, exempting him from the night watch, allowing him to sleep soundly until dawn. However, as soon as he turned around, still fastening his belt, a graceful figure emerged from behind a tree. Rong Wen instinctively glanced at his hands, and in the dim light, her cheeks flushed, yet her tone remained cool. "We need to scout ahead to prevent any sudden encounters with monsters or other threats." Jiang Fan adjusted his pants, slightly irritated. "Wasn't he agreed that I only had to handle the food? Now that you see I'm capable, you want to push me further?" Rong Wen shook her head seriously. "You can unleash lightning. If we encounter danger, you can signal the others promptly. Therefore, this task is yours alone. Rest assured about safety. I will accompany you in the reconnaissance." Jiang Fan looked up, gazing into the depths of the forest, realizing Rong Wen spoke truthfully. Without prior reconnaissance, entering recklessly could scatter the entire team if danger arose. His objective was to ensure the safe passage of everyone from experiment number 1 to assessment base now 2 without exception. To swiftly upgrade his techniques to perfection, he was determined to claim the reward of 200 system currency from the challenge task. "Just the 2 of us? Shouldn't we bring along a couple more people?" Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Compared to monsters, his subconscious warned him that the woman before him was far more perilous. A boy must always protect himself when venturing out. Chapter 82. Senior Sister 13's Poison. "Do you doubt my abilities?" "Not at all. Let us go." Rong went and examined the artifact in her hand, the absolute immortal sword, and walked ahead. Seeing the absolute immortal sword, Jiang Fan curiously attempted to probe it with the system once more. Unfortunately, there was still no response. Lowering his gaze, he focused on the brick in his hand. Ju Xian sword, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, capable of slaying gods and mortals. When combined with the L11 Insword, Shi Insword, Ju 11 Insword, and Ju Xian Array map, it can set up the first killing array of the heavenly path, impervious to all but saints. It seemed that Rong Wenwen's absolute immortal sword was not as reliable as his Ju Xian sword. Jiang Fan followed behind, deep in thought. Since the system indicated the existence of the 4 Ju Xian swords, it stood to reason that the other 3 could also be found. It was merely uncertain in what forms they would manifest. Before long, they traversed a patch of wild grass and stepped into the jungle. The starlit sky was obscured by branches, plunging their surroundings into dimness, as though cloaked in dark mist. Wait. Suddenly, Rong Wenwen halted, drawing her sword. What's wrong? Jiang Fan, holding the brick, became alert. He had sensed any approaching danger, but that often signaled greater peril. Be cautious ahead, Rong Wenwen warned gravely. She then sliced through a stack of branches, laying them across a muddy patch, and gracefully leaped across, as if dancing lightly on the water. Phew, that was close. I almost soiled my clothes, Rong Wenwen sighed in relief. Seriously? Are you being for real? Jiang Fan was left speechless. The perceived danger in the other party's eyes stemmed from a fear of getting dirty. Is there truly not a single rational individual in the Rong family? Jiang Fan, inwardly scoffing, circumvented the muddy patch. His athletic shoes were not waterproof, and honestly, he too wished to avoid soiling them. My cousin instructed me to find a way to eliminate you midway. Why? Rong Wenwen suddenly interjected as they walked ahead. So, you intend to take action here? Jiang Fan retorted with a question of his own. He was taken aback by how far Rong Sure was willing to go to compel him to continue treating the black cat. However, he was not one to be easily manipulated. What gives you the right to act against me? Rong Wenwen raised an eyebrow. I am merely curious about where you have offended my cousin. Jiang Fan shrugged, disinterested in explaining. As the saying goes, one helps relatives, not reason. The two sisters were indeed family. Even if he was the one being bullied, Rong Wenwen would undoubtedly side with her cousin upon hearing the tale. Rong Wenwen did not press further, but after walking approximately 2 kilometers, she halted once the red lights of the monitoring drone were no longer visible in the sky. Stay put and don't move. You are not to turn back without my permission. I need to step aside for a moment. Jiang Fan noticed that she stood with her legs together, seemingly holding back the urge to relieve herself after an entire day. Unable to resist, he inquired. Can't you just handle it here? The map indicates that the jungle is rife with venomous creatures. If you're bitten, I won't be able to assist in time. As he spoke, he belatedly realized that Rong Wenwen had come out to scout the surroundings, but her true intent was likely to find a secluded spot to relieve herself. Do you think we girls are like boys? Dare to turn around, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Rong Wenwen threatened angrily before stealthily slipping into the trees behind her. The night was deep and silent, with the gentle trickle of a stream nearby. Jiang Fan, having mastered his skills, found his senses heightened. He could easily discern the direction in which Rong Wenwen had gone. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. Yet there was still no sign of her return. If those pursuing her knew that their goddess was merely attending to nature's call, many would likely be disillusioned. Jiang Fan could not help but entertain this dark humor. Just then, a sudden chime rang in his mind. During the assessment, a fellow sister encountered danger and was poisoned. Her life hanging by a thread. Side quest activated. Save the fellow sister. Quest reward. 100 system currency, 10 detoxification pills. Sister? When did I gain an additional sister? Jiang Fan pondered, somewhat bewildered by the system notification. Could it be Rong Wenwen? Has she been poisoned? Oh, just then, a battle cry echoed from not far behind. Hearing the sound, Jiang Fan disregarded Rong Wenwen's earlier threats and swiftly turned, sprinting up a small incline. Had she truly been bitten by a venomous creature? He glanced over to see trembling blades of grass glistening with dew. In a large puddle of urine lay a mangled, barely recognizable corpse of what appeared to be a venomous snake. Nearby, Rong Wenwen, gripping her belt tightly, had lost all color from her once rosy cheeks. Where were you bitten? Jiang Fan asked. The generous rewards for the side quest suggested that the snake's venom could be more potent than anticipated. This area was on the fringes of a battlefield, and due to the influence of foreign invaders, many creatures, while retaining their original forms, were no longer the species they once were. It was akin to having undergone nuclear radiation, resulting in mutations with extreme danger. Never mind. We can explore for another half hour before heading back, Rong Wenwen insisted, one hand clutching her trousers while brushing dirt off her short boots. Noticing Jiang Fan's fixation on the puddle, she angrily yanked him away and muttered under her breath, Pervert, are you not going to retrieve the snake? If you end up poisoned, it could be useful for crafting an antidote. Jiang Fan glanced at her lips, which had turned a deep shade of purple, a visible sign of impending poisoning. However, since Rong Wenwen insisted she was fine, he had no right to press for an examination. As the daughter of the Rong family, she undoubtedly possessed some means of self-preservation. I told you, I'm fine. Roan Wenwen's gaze was resolute as she pressed on. Yet, after just a few steps, she collapsed like a heap of mud, falling backward. Jiang Fan quickly found a small cave about 2 meters wide nearby and carried her inside. The unmistakable scent of blood wafted from her, allowing him to ascertain the location of her injury. No wonder she had been so adamant about not letting anyone see. It was evident she had been bitten by the snake when she had gone to relieve herself. Shouldn't we extract the venom, or at least suck it out? Jiang Fan positioned her on the ground, his brows knitted in concern. The school had indeed covered emergency treatment methods, but given the location of the bite, as an outsider and a male, he found it quite challenging to assist. Meanwhile, Roan Wenwen's vital signs were becoming increasingly erratic. The longer this dragged on, the more perilous her situation became. With urgency pressing upon him, Jiang Fan crouched down, extending his hands, purely with the intent to detoxify and save her. No, absolutely not. Roan Wenwen protested vehemently, brandishing her sword defensively, guarding her last shred of dignity. The snake venom had not entirely robbed her of strength. Her energy, though tumultuous, surged more vigorously than usual. If she were to fight back fiercely, Jiang Fan would be at risk of injury himself. Thus, he understood that force would not yield results. Calmly, Jiang Fan presented the facts. Miss Roan, you wouldn't want to be eliminated due to poisoning, would you? His words instantly quelled her anger. It was clear that, like him, she had a compelling reason to pass the seed program assessment. For that, she was willing to sacrifice her dignity and risk her life. Roan Wenwen still held her sword defensively before her, but as Jiang Fan reached out, her body trembled as if electrified. Fortunately, she merely offered a token resistance, allowing him to set the sword aside at her feet. And then what after extracting the toxin? Do you have any medicine? She pressed, biting her lip in anxiety. The nearest supply point lay only at the edge of the jungle, and there were no medicinal supplies within. This meant that should she succumb to poisoning, her only fate would be elimination. My sister is the captain of the security bureau. She taught me some medical techniques, so you can rest assured. Jiang Fan fabricated a reason, hoping to expel the poison and then heal her with his spiritual energy. The quest rewards did include newly available detoxification pills, but he first needed to save her to obtain them. Jiang Fan, you will take responsibility, won't you? As her last line of defense crumbled, Roan Wenwen firmly grasped him, her stubborn gaze filled with challenge. If it pertains to healing, I will certainly take full responsibility. Jiang Fan swallowed hard, resolved to act swiftly. Although he had been labeled a pervert countless times and had witnessed various scenarios, he had never encountered one quite like this, perhaps due to his assurance. Roan Wenwen closed her eyes, surrendering herself to his care for detoxification. In truth, aside from the urgency of saving her, it was difficult for Jiang Fan to entertain any other thoughts. After all, they had been trekking through the wilderness all day, and every individual, including the illustrious Roan, was drenched in sweat and the odor of fatigue. In terms of sacrifice, Jiang Fan's was no less significant than Roan Wenwen's. Meanwhile, at the observation room of the second assessment base, Roan Shishir observed the sand table, a smile gracing her lips as she watched her cousin take Jiang Fan away. Earlier, she had instructed her cousin to eliminate Jiang Fan. Now, in the stillness of the night, the indicators displaying their names gradually distanced themselves from the main group. Aside from seizing the opportunity to eliminate Jiang Fan, Roan Shishir could conceive of no other possibility. Soon enough, the green indicators displaying the names of 2 individuals overlapped. Has the battle begun? Within the dimly lit observation room, Roan Shishir scoffed disdainfully. Jiang Fan was still far from breaking through to become a martial artist, while his cousin was on the verge of a breakthrough, merely needing to awaken her source power. In a confrontation with his cousin, Jiang Fan could only expect to be defeated. Roan Shishir sat quietly beside the sand table, patiently awaiting the moment Jiang Fan's name turned red. A name turning red signified elimination. However, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 30 minutes passed. Roan Shishir waited for over half an hour, yet Jiang Fan's name remained unchanged. Similarly, her cousin's name did not change either. Once their names overlapped, they hadn't separated again. Even in close combat, it was impossible to remain so close for an extended period. What on earth were they up to? Roan Shishir furrowed her brows, immediately dispatching a monitoring drone to investigate the situation. Without drone footage, she could only make a rough assessment of the candidates' conditions based on their names. Yet now, she needed to see what was truly happening. Surely, Wenwen has Jiang Fan under control. Roan Shishir muttered to herself, unwavering in her belief in her cousin's strength. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, Jiang Fan had no chance of overcoming Roan Wenwen. Ding. Side quest to rescue fellow junior sister has been completed. Reward, 100 system currency. 10 detox pills. The detoxification process lasted nearly an hour. Only when Jiang Fan took the opportunity to channel spiritual energy into his wound did the system finally signal the completion of the task. At this point, although Roan Wunwin's breathing was hurried, it was evidently not due to snake venom. The energy within her body had stabilized, and she had fully recovered. The reason for her sweating profusely and feeling utterly drained lay solely in Jiang Fan's adept healing techniques, though his first rescue was of a cat this time. Saving a person proved to be just as effective. "I'll clean myself up and rest a bit before we head back," Jiang Fan said, retrieving a packet of tissue from her clothing to wipe the toxic blood from his face, discarding the remainder onto the now visibly irritated Roan Wunwin. Money is hard to earn, and excrement is hard to consume. Jiang Fan squatted at the cave entrance, looking up at the night sky. As the impulse to save waned, an unsettling sensation lingered within him, as if something had shattered, perhaps his integrity? Fortunately, his advancement was tangible. He now possessed 200 system currency. And once the challenge task was completed, it would amount to 400. Should he complete another side quest in the meantime, he could immediately upgrade the dragon elephant body refinement technique to perfection. Achieving perfection in foundational martial arts was a standard only attainable after officially entering the realm of martial artists. A normal person breaking through to become a martial artist generally required mastery. Subsequent training would focus on continually enhancing one's energy. If he could enter the realm of martial artists with a perfected dragon elephant body refinement technique, his combat power would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. "Jiang Fan, what is our relationship now?" After a long wait, a faint inquiry emerged from behind in the cave as the sound of clothing rustling filled the air. Although their actions were motivated by the need to detoxify and save a life, they had done everything but the final step. It was inconceivable to revert to their previous status as mere friends. "What relationship? Does Miss Roan wish to cling to me?" Jiang Fan frowned. Whether it was spiritual energy or integrity, he had sacrificed so much. Did Roan Wunwin intend to hold him accountable and settle the score? Though he had no intention of using this as leverage, he was far from a saint who would give without any desire for reciprocity. At the very least, they should settle the medical and nutritional expenses. "Hiss, are you a dog?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder as Roan Wunwin, fully dressed, ferociously bit down on his left shoulder, leaving a pair of distinct bite marks. "Now your entire body bears my mark. If you dare to utter a word of this evening's events, be prepared for the Roan family to come knocking." With that, Roan Wunwin dashed off with a light step, leaving Jiang Fan bewildered. How could he possibly let this slip out? He certainly did not wish to face social disgrace. Jiang Fan wiped the saliva off his right shoulder, feeling a wave of discomfort. The scratches from earlier were still fresh, and now a new wound marred his shoulder. If someone were to see him like this, he would be at a loss for how to explain. They had set out to save a life, yet he ended up injured himself? Jiang Fan tugged at his clothing, trying to cover the bite marks, and hurried after her. "Wait, your socks are still in my pocket." Upon returning to the campsite at the edge of the jungle, the campfire still flickered brightly. Nearby, Dong Hui, the twins from the Chow family, and a girl with a ponytail whose name he didn't know were gathered. Upon spotting Jiang Fan and Roan Wunwin, Dong Hui immediately rose with keen interest, asking, "Goddess Roan, how did it go?" "What the heck, Jiang Fan? Where have you two been?" The Chow twins looked up, their eyes wide in surprise, realizing that Jiang Fan had disappeared with their goddess for several hours. Moreover, the two of them appeared somewhat disheveled. If nothing had happened, who would believe it? Chapter 84. Encountering a minor beast-tide, everything is normal. But be cautious of venomous snakes or other poisonous creatures lurking in the grass. If bitten, there are no medical supplies here, and you will be eliminated. Roan Wunwin disregarded the twin brothers, calmly reporting the reconnaissance results while omitting any mention of her interaction with Jiang Fan. They regarded him as merely a signal flare, to be used only when real danger arose. Thus, Dong Hui did not probe further, marking numerous details on the map based on the reconnaissance findings. "Thank you both for your contributions. Take the opportunity to rest before dawn. I've prepared a separate bed for you." Dong Hui gestured toward a tree trunk about half a meter thick. What he called a bed was merely a pile of branches and grass strewn on the ground. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Dong Hui remarked, "Jiang Fan, why do you have a hair in your mouth?" "Hair?" Jiang Fan, puzzled, touched his lips and indeed plucked a strand of hair, curly and dark brown, thick and unmistakably not from his own head, which was jet black. However, before he could inspect it further, Roan Wunwin snatched it away and tossed it into the fire. With a sizzle, it was reduced to ashes. "Is there any water? I suddenly feel quite nauseous." Upon seeing Roan Wunwin's unusual expression, Jiang Fan immediately realized what it was. He instinctively covered his mouth, feeling as if his stomach was churning violently, as if he had been punched in the gut. Nearby, Roan Wunwin heard this and her face darkened, nearly capable of squeezing out ink. Now he realized it was nauseating. Why had he been so proactive during the detoxification? Though she understood Jiang Fan's intentions were purely to save her, the loss of her innocence had only resulted in this feeling of disgust. Anyone would feel disheartened upon hearing this, especially considering she had never even held a boy's hand before. At examination base number 2, within the assessment room, Rong Shishir watched as her cousin and Jiang Fan reunited with their classmates, once again puzzled. Neither had been eliminated. The only logical conclusion was that Jiang Fan had been subdued by his cousin. With Jiang Fan's negligible combat prowess, it was inconceivable for him to retaliate. Was he merely being kept around as cannon fodder? Holding her black cat, Rong Shishir believed she understood her cousin's intentions and couldn't help but smile. This outcome was not unacceptable. Perhaps it was the optimal choice. The subsequent challenges would be significantly more difficult, necessitating teamwork, the more allies by one side. The greater the chances of victory. As the weather turned cooler, the nights in the Jinghai region grew increasingly prolonged, especially given their proximity to the frontline battlefield. It was not until 7 in the morning that a hint of brightness broke through the foliage of the jungle. Jiang Fan awoke from his makeshift bed of grass to find Roan woman squatting beside him, leaning against the sword hilt, having endured the night. Perhaps it was the effect of absorbing spiritual energy. After an all-nighter, the individual displayed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they appeared invigorated. The fish and meat caught the previous night provided enough provisions for 30 people for an entire day. Consequently, the group wasted no time and, after a brief tidy-up, ventured into the toxic jungle. With prior preparations in place, any poisonous creatures encountered along the way were swiftly eliminated. The group navigated through the toxic jungle without incident for the entire morning. However, just a few hundred meters away from Experiment 1, on a nearby hill, 3 teams from Fengqing No. 1 High School lay in wait, their heads adorned with hats made of branches, concealed among the underbrush. Lu Yu, don't you think what we're doing is somewhat unethical? One companion hesitated to voice. Ethics? In battle, only victory and defeat matter. If you concern yourself with morality, it's no wonder your grades have only ever ranked in the top 10 over the past 3 years. Liu snorted disdainfully. This time, she had prepared a grand surprise for her competitors in Experiment 1. Indeed, with Lu Yu's prowess, there was no need for underhanded tactics. Yet, within the ranks of Experiment 1, there was one individual she must eliminate at all costs. Jiang Fan, the seed plan is not for insignificant figures like you. For your own safety, it would be wise for you to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Liu mused coldly as she gazed at the distant group. Jiang Fan could not die until he had completely healed her teacheress family. As for the others who might suffer collateral damage, they could only blame their proximity to Jiang Fan. The competition for the seed plan was fierce, and conflict between candidates was part of the assessment. At that moment, an eager underling emerged from the grass behind them. Report, boss. The trap is set and foolproof. We just need to wait for them to fall in. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Excellent. The forthcoming surprise will be quite a feast for them. Doesn't anyone find it oddly quiet? Jiang Fan, walking at the rear of the group, furrowed his brow. Even at night, the jungle was alive with the sounds of insects, birds, and distant howls of wild beasts. Yet now, during the day, it felt as if the entire jungle had been muted. Apart from the noise of their group, not a single sound could be heard. And the previously lurking poisonous creatures had vanished. Instinctively, a sense of crisis surged within Jiang Fan. If you're scared, stay close to me, but don't get too close. You're too filthy, Roan Wunwen remarked, clutching her inferior sword, keeping her distance, as if from a fly. The heiress of the Roan family seemed still miffed about last night's events. Who dirted me? Jiang Fan's mouth twitched as he rubbed the bite marks on his shoulder. His back bore the marks of a woman's claws, making him hesitant to move too freely for fear of exposing them. His position at the back of the group was also to avoid revealing his predicament. Wait, shouted Chao's twin at the front. The group immediately halted. Just as they pondered what the issue was, Chao's was said, "There are 2 pounds of fresh dung ahead." Upon hearing this, everyone froze and promptly drew their weapons. Entering a state of alert, 2 pounds of dung was clearly beyond the capacity of a human. Dong Hui stepped forward, using a branch to probe the excrement, uncovering some partially digested animal bones. This is the dung of low-level demon beasts. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. He frowned as he glanced at the 2 individuals at the back of the group. The previous night's reconnaissance report had made no mention of demon beasts in the area. Roan Wunwen shook her head. They might have just passed through from nearby. However, they are merely low-level demon beasts. Encountering them in the wild is quite normal. Low-level demon beasts lacked intelligence and only posed a threat to ordinary people. As elite students, they had slain countless low-level demon beasts in practice. No, it could be more than just a few. Xiaoyu stepped further ahead, standing on a rock and pointing at something not far off. The group approached, peering into the distance. In their line of sight lay a pack of low-level demon beasts resembling wolves, yet significantly larger than adult male lions, sprawled across the ground. Their numbers were dense, as if carpeting the entire jungle. For the 30 of them, this was akin to facing a beast tide. Even low-level demon beasts could not be approached recklessly. Chapter 85. I have an idea. In the observation room of assessment base number 2, the anomalies in the toxic jungle appeared on the sand table projection. The examiners from the 4 great martial academies, along with the chief examiner, vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Luoan, noted the actions of the Fengcheng No. 1 high school candidates, setting traps and plotting against fellow candidates. The examiner responsible for recording and scoring quickly recognized the situation. Rather than intervening, he displayed admiration. It is worth noting that candidates from different schools are also competitors. Other schools often resort to violence even before departure, striving to eliminate as many as possible in the first round. With each competitor eliminated, the chances of passing the assessment increase. The candidates from Fengcheng No. 1 high school chose to act only now, which demonstrated remarkable composure. However, their clandestine strategy of using low-level demon beasts to eliminate rivals certainly warranted high marks. The ability to silently gather thousands of mutated wild wolves indicates that Lu Yu is perhaps the most well-rounded candidate among this batch. An examiner from Shinkong Martial Academy exclaimed. The low-level demon beasts drawn by the traps set by Fengcheng No. 1 high school were, in fact, mutated wild wolves, similar to the mutated giant rats. These creatures were originally native to Blue Star, descendants of gray wolves, but had mutated into highly aggressive low-level demon beasts due to foreign erosion. Although mutated wild wolves are classified as low-level demon beasts, they are known to be social creatures, often gathering in large numbers. Quantitative advantages can lead to qualitative changes. In terms of sheer numbers, mutated wild wolves can pose a greater threat than many foreign demon beasts. Fortunately, their habitat remains fixed, and they rarely stray beyond the jungle, which is why they have been semi-cultivated by the Martial Arts Association for the training of new recruits. With formidable strength and exceptional talent, this candidate named Lu Yu is one we must recruit for our Alliance's Martial Academy. Another examiner praised. Are you trying to poach talent from Shinkong Martial Academy? Instructor Yi? One of the examiners responded with a smile, yet the tone was uncompromising. There's no need for you both to compete. Lu Yu likely already has a mentor. Stated Hu Yu of TNG Martial Academy, glancing at the woman beside him. You're not mistaken, are you, Instructor Rong? Rong Shishir nodded calmly. Lu Yu's father is an old acquaintance of the Rong family. Before the seed plan commenced, I accepted her as a disciple at her father's request. However, if she chooses to join another martial academy, I won't interfere. It will depend on the terms you can offer. This statement immediately extinguished the argument between the two examiners. As a member of Shushan Martial Academy, Rong Shishir's student would likely choose to enter Shushan Martial Academy. This is not merely a matter of the offers being made. To advance in the martial path, one must follow the same lineage. Meanwhile, President Luo's attention shifted from the 4 examiners, who were solely focused on the strong, to the gathering of mutated wild wolves. The scale of the mutated wild wolf aggregation is considerable. At least 6 groups of candidates nearby have been affected. This should eliminate a significant portion of the rated candidates. Rated candidates are those ranked within the top 3,020 across various schools. Their talents are not insignificant, but they undoubtedly rank at the bottom in the seed plan. I cannot speak for the other candidates, but it is certain that Experiment 1 will face dire consequences. And perhaps even the advanced candidates will be eliminated. Hu Yu's expression reflected a sense of regret. The advanced evaluation ranks the top 2,010 candidates across various schools, possessing the potential to compete for the seed program. The dark horse that once passed the assessment emerged from this very group of candidates. However, now, Experiment 1 is being targeted by Fengcheng No. 1 High School, with the path to the base occupied by thousands of mutated wild wolves. To arrive on time, they must confront the onslaught of these monstrous beasts. Undoubtedly, only the most exceptionally gifted individuals will be able to survive the beast tide unscathed. Rong Shishir absent-mindedly stroked the sickly black cat in her arms, disdainfully stating, "This is merely the first trial. If one cannot even overcome such a minor obstacle, it is better to be eliminated sooner rather than later, to avoid losing one's life in subsequent challenges." Rong Shishir understood that, given Jiang Fan's evaluation, there was no possibility of passing the seed program. Therefore, her sole focus was to ensure Jiang Fan's survival, so that he would willingly treat her little black cat. Yet, she could not protect Jiang Fan throughout the upcoming assessments. Thus, the best means of safeguarding him would be to have him eliminated. In the toxic jungle, confronted by thousands of mutated wild wolves blocking their path, the team in Experiment 1 was split into 2 factions. One faction, led by Tang Li, proposed a forceful breakthrough. which would undoubtedly result in some being eliminated. The other faction, led by Dong Hui, aimed to guarantee that more students could pass together, thus planning to wait for more candidates from other schools to arrive, to assemble and tackle the challenge collectively, distributing the risks among a larger group. However, the uncertainty of how many candidates remained and how long they would have to wait posed a dilemma. Traveling as a group already slowed their pace, and further delays could jeopardize their timely arrival at the assessment base. Rong Wenwen, on the other hand, had her own plan, intending to use her financial prowess to find classmates to act as bait to divert the lower-level beasts. However, those ranked in the top 30 of the elite class, aside from Jiang Fan, were mostly from affluent backgrounds. Even if they were not as wealthy as the Rong family, it was unlikely they would abandon their future for money. Jiang Fan, however, was itching to act. Yet, his goal was to ensure everyone reached the assessment base, so he had to refrain from taking action. Just as the group was suppressing their voices and engaged in heated debate, the Chow twins, who had gone nearby to scout, returned, their faces pale. One of them had a swollen mouth resembling a sausage, clearly having been poisoned. With no other routes available, any detour would lead them into the war zone. Xiao's was sighed. Noticing the confusion regarding his brother's condition, he explained with exasperation, "There is a patch of poisonous peppers nearby." And Xiao Yu insisted on collecting some as seasoning. As a result, he got too close to sniff and ended up like this. The encroachment of foreign forces causes not only animals to mutate, but also plants. They encountered wild peppers that had mutated into poisonous varieties. Jiang Fan glanced at the slumbering beast horde ahead, deep in thought. He possessed 10 antidote pills and was aware of the nearby patch of poisonous peppers. Combining the two felt like a potential opportunity. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I have a plan." Jiang Fan's voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Could it be that he was finally prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for the group? The crowd fell silent, taken aback. After all, Jiang Fan's electric abilities were quite dramatic. If he unleashed them upon the beast horde, he would undoubtedly attract the majority of their ire, buying time for others to escape. Yet, while munching on the fish Jiang Fan had electrified, the group understood this was a possibility but hesitated to voice it. A few reckless individuals attempted to urge Jiang Fan to volunteer for sacrifice, but they were swiftly deterred by Rong Wenwen's intimidating sword aura, who seemed resolute in her intent to protect him. "Jiang Fan, you can go without worry. We will remember you. Jiang Fan, I respect you as a man. I apologize for misjudging you in the past. Now, you are the hero of us all. I will carry on in your honor." The crowd stepped forward, forming a line to bid farewell to Jiang Fan, some shaking hands, others patting shoulders or embracing him. Tang Li and Dong Hui ceased their arguments, exchanging bewildered glances. They had not anticipated Jiang Fan would take the initiative to step forward. With Jiang Fan deliberately drawing the fire, the dilemma before them was easily resolved, albeit at the expense of his elimination. If luck ran out, he might even be swept into the beast tide, risking his life. Rong Wenwen, upon hearing this, grew frantic. She disregarded the strange looks from those around her and hastily approached Jiang Fan, pressing her sword against his chest, threatening, "You will come with me. As long as I am here, you will not die today." With her back to the crowd, her eyes burned with intensity, as if anyone daring to object would face her blade. "My cousin instructed me to ensure you do not perish along the way." After a moment, Rong Wenwen, belatedly realizing the surrounding silence, regained her composure and released Jiang Fan. Yet, the warning in her gaze toward the others had not diminished in the slightest. Many noted that while she threatened Jiang Fan with her sword, her other hand naturally cradled his waist, a gesture she seemed unaware of, perhaps an instinctual habit. It was worth noting that Rong Wenwen typically regarded boys with disdain, keeping her distance and avoiding any form of contact. Thus, this small action implied their relationship was not merely that of adversaries who only bickered. The crowd began to reevaluate the ordinary student who had fought his way up from the basic class. Perhaps he had been taken under wing. Jiang Fan, however, pushed the campus goddess away, furrowing his brows. "No, I haven't even said anything yet. Why has it escalated?" "You mean you are not volunteering for sacrifice?" Dong Hui inquired. "I have no intention of sacrificing myself." Jiang Fan waved his hand in exasperation, gesturing for the group to gather around. "Listen closely. I just happen to have 10 pills that can counteract the poisonous peppers. Now, I need 9 people to accompany me to collect some peppers." After which, he elaborated on his plan. At the back of the beast horde, a slope of earth lay where Lu Yu led a group of teammates, crouched among a tangle of weeds, eagerly waiting to witness the spectacle. After all, the beast horde obstructed the essential path to the base to arrive on time. They could only force their way through. At that point, regardless of the prowess of Experiment 1, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. This way, not only would Jiang Fan's elimination be accomplished, but it would also diminish the support for competitors like Tang Li, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. However, the current actions of Experiment 1 were somewhat perplexing. What were they doing? Liu squinted, attempting to discern their intentions, to avoid attracting the attention of the beast horde. They had distanced themselves, only able to catch glimpses of 30 figures moving back and forth. They were applying mud to themselves. Probably trying to mask their scent and stealthily pass through, remarked a teammate with keen eyesight. Naive, Liu scoffed, a smirk on her face. The mutated wild wolves had a keen sense of smell and could detect infrared sights invisible to the human eye. Trying to conceal their scent with mud was akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, seeing that the group was prepared, led Tangli, Dong Hui, and others, each carrying a bundle of supplies, into the area where the mutated wild wolves lay sleeping. Remember, once we crush the poisonous peppers, apply them to the beast's eggs. There's no need to treat each one. Just pick a lucky beast among every 2 or 3. We'll aim for speed. If each of us can coat 50 beasts, then 500 will go mad simultaneously, enough to dismantle the entire horde. The strategy of using poisonous peppers against the beasts was Jiang Fan's devised plan. Thanks to the antidote pills, they could conveniently harvest the poisonous peppers and crush them for collection. The objective, naturally, was to create a biochemical weapon to use against the mutated wild wolves. With just a whiff, one could render a moderately skilled martial artist's tongue as poisonous as a sausage. If directly applied to the eggs of a demon beast, the effect would undoubtedly be explosive. But what if there are no eggs? Xiao Yu raised his hand to inquire. After consuming Jiang Fan's detoxifying pill, his lips soon swelled down, allowing him to speak once more. The others, witnessing Xiao Yu's recovery, began to believe that Jiang Fan had fortuitously prepared a remedy to counteract the toxicity of the poisonous pepper. As long as they refrained from applying the poison to their eyes, awakening the demon beasts, any orifice would suffice. All right, let us move, Jiang Fan declared. Clutching a handful of poisonous peppers, the minor-level movement technique, Shenxing Bianhua, was activated. They swiftly maneuvered through the slumbering demon beasts, seizing the eggs as they went. The toxicity of the peppers acted rapidly. The 10 of them had to ensure they completed the task of obtaining 500 spicy eggs at the quickest pace possible. On the other side of the dirt slope, Liu noticed the 10 individuals stealthily infiltrating the beast horde, feeling perplexed. Was Tangli planning an escape? Yet why waste time weaving through the beasts? Abandoning the group to lead a few people to safety was not surprising for a top genius from Experiment 1. With such exceptional prowess, it would be more than sufficient to lead 1 or 2 stragglers away. However, their actions grew increasingly inscrutable. The vanguard of Experiment 1 raced ahead, crouching momentarily whenever they encountered a few exotic wild wolves, seemingly probing the demon beast's eggs. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of Experiment 1's team, reverberating through the entire forest and shaking the branches and underbrush. The beast horde was instantly roused, plunging into a frenzy, rampaging through the woods. The long silent forest seemed to come alive, while the Experiment 1 team navigated through the chaos. The mutated wild wolves, sensing the humans' bold passage, attempted to attack but were instead shoved aside by their frenzied kin. The beast, enraged and embarrassed, retaliated. In an instant, the entire horde descended into turmoil. Finally, the demon beasts were stirred. The cannon fodder of Experiment 1 awaited their inevitable engulfment by the tide of beasts. A hidden observer on the slope chuckled. Wait, the mutated wild wolves seem to be ignoring them? Liu squinted. Typically, the appearance of humans would provoke a collective assault from these low-level demon beasts. Yet, the mutated wild wolves appeared blind, attacking haphazardly while allowing the members of Experiment 1 to slip away. This was decidedly not the behavior of gregarious low-level beasts. Oh no, the mutated wild wolves have gone mad. A companion with sharper vision exclaimed, his eyes widening. Mad? What does that mean? Another asked, utterly bewildered. The beasts were already highly aggressive. How could they become even more so? Boom. At that moment, the ground of the slope began to tremble. Not far away, a pack of enraged beasts charged towards them. Liu Yu's face turned pale. Run. Chapter 87. Blood of the Witch Clan. In the midst of the chaotic collision of the mad mutated wild wolves, Jiang Fan and his group of 30 swiftly escaped the encirclement of the demon beasts, unharmed. While gregarious demon beasts can easily coalesce into a threatening tide, once dispersed, they are merely low-level creatures that pose no real threat. Behind them, the distant roars of the Wolf King could still be heard, seemingly attempting to summon its kin to rally against the hidden enemies. However, with over 500 demon beast eggs smeared with poisonous peppers, all were now frantically attacking indiscriminately. Their eyes ablaze with fury. The Wolf King's intimidation had lost its effect, leaving the other mutated wild wolves either defiant in retaliation or scattering in flight. The team from Experiment 1 ran at full speed for more than half an hour. Only when they realized no more mutated wild wolves were in pursuit did they finally stop to catch their breath. Jiang Fan, you actually managed to lead everyone to safety. Using the poisonous peppers on the demon beast eggs, what a dastardly yet brilliant strategy. The Chao twins plopped down beside Jiang Fan. Their eyes filled with admiration as they gave him a thumbs up. Their strength ranked merely in the 20s among the entire school. A position on the lower end of the seed program candidates. Had it not been for Jiang Fan's clever tactics, they might have been swallowed by the beast horde and perished at the first hurdle. Not only the Chao twins, but the rest of the team also cast grateful glances toward Jiang Fan. Having just escaped death, the emotional high of the moment was palpable. One girl, perhaps mistaking her feelings of gratitude for something more, impulsively leaned in to kiss Jiang Fan in her eagerness to express her thanks. I still have the poisonous pepper residue on me. If you were to get poisoned, I have no antidote for you. However, I can certainly leave you my contact information. For safety's sake, Jiang Fan recoiled his neck to evade her advance, then pulled out a notepad and a half-pencil from his pocket. Most of those present were affluent young women. Establishing a rapport with them could prove advantageous in the future. Several girls, upon seeing this, playfully snatched the notepad away, whispering amongst themselves, likely intending to secure more than just a phone number. The admiration in the boys' eyes swiftly morphed into envious resentment. They were in the throes of survival in the wild, cornered by food and demon beasts, while Jiang Fan appeared as if he were merely out for a leisurely adventure. It was only the monitoring drones overhead that kept them from suspecting that these formidable young women would drag Jiang Fan into the woods at that moment. After narrowly escaping, the excess adrenaline coursing through their bodies surged forth. You seem to welcome all advances, one girl, Roan Wenwen, remarked with a hint of sarcasm. She preferred to use her sword as a walking stick rather than lean against a tree, fearful of soiling her attire. Just seeing Roan Wenwen's stubborn demeanor triggered memories of the salty taste in Jiang Fan's mouth from the previous night, stirring his stomach. If it were to happen again, Jiang Fan would rather expend a few strands of spiritual energy than engage directly once more. Those who incessantly consumed the spicy flavor online surely had become too accustomed to watching pink subtitled animations. We have not yet fully exited the demon beast territory. Let us press on until we reach a water source before resting, Dong Hui announced after surveying the situation from a tree. He chuckled with a hint of malice. The area affected by the demon beasts is quite extensive. Other schools' teams are likely facing similar challenges. Upon hearing this, the group refrained from lingering any longer. After all, no one could ensure that they would not encounter other school geniuses who might suddenly attack. The most significant threats in the seed program often came from external candidates. Just as Jiang Fan stood up, preparing to follow behind, a system notification popped up. Detected an ancient fierce land experiencing a surge of beast tide. Descendants of the Witch clan are in peril. The Witch clan, known for their robust physiques and affinity with nature, possesses blood revered as a supreme treasure for physical cultivation. Ding. Side quest activated. Collect the blood of the Witch clan descendants. Quest reward, 100 system currency. Witch clan blood, self-collection. Not a rescue, but rather corpse looting? Jiang Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated triggering a side quest at this moment, and even more surprising was the appearance of the Witch clan descendants. According to legend, the Witch clan emerged from the essence of Pangu, possessing formidable physical prowess capable of devouring the heavens and earth. However, considering the system's peculiarities, it was possible that the so-called Witch clan was merely a reference to sorcerers. You all go ahead. I will scout the surroundings and catch up shortly, Jiang Fan informed Tang Li, Dong Hui, and the others as he moved to the flank of the group. Detaching from the group at this time was undoubtedly perilous. But considering Jiang Fan's multitude of tactics and his ability to swiftly release lightning to alert them of danger, the others did not dissuade him. Time was of the essence. Jiang Fan immediately changed direction and dashed back into the area of the beast rampage. I followed closely behind, not needing to wait for us. Seeing this, Roan Wenwen hesitated for a moment, then dropped a remark and, sword in hand, detached herself from the group. I had initially intended to join her in seeking out the beasts for some amusement. Tang Li, suppressing his martial fervor, felt a twinge of excitement. Rather than relying on intellect to navigate challenges, he yearned for the thrill of physical combat. With Roan Wenwen safeguarding Jiang Fan, there was no need for concern. Everyone should hasten their journey. Dong Hui raised an eyebrow, half smiling as he urged the others onward. He realized that Roan, the goddess, meant she would take this opportunity to accompany Jiang Fan for a solitary night in the wilderness. As the son of the deputy director of the security bureau, Dong Hui had been trained by his father since childhood, honing his keen observational skills, and had long noticed the 2 rows of bite marks on Jiang Fan's shoulder. Of course, he chose not to voice this observation. As long as it didn't interfere with the assessment, how they chose to play was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, in the observation room of Base 2, The four evaluators were rendered speechless, utterly astonished by Jiang Fan's audacious tactics. Crushing poisonous peppers and applying them to the beast's eggs. Was this a method devised by a human? The male examiners, upon viewing the footage from the monitoring drone, instinctively squeezed their legs together, deciding to maintain a safe distance from Jiang Fan when he arrived at the assessment base. Although his methods were distasteful, the results of his performance were sufficient to categorize him as a tiered candidate. Yu praised Jiang Fan sincerely. The initial stages of Experiment 1 were not difficult to traverse, but ensuring that all 30 participants passed safely was another matter entirely. This was a feat that, even for the examiners themselves, would prove challenging. Therefore, based solely on Jiang Fan's performance, he could easily be classified as a tiered candidate. Yu, hailing from the Tianji Martial Academy, noted that his senior, Tang Rou, Jiang Fan's instructor, also came from the same institution, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Even if he failed the seed program, Jiang Fan would likely enter the Tianji Martial Academy through the major examination. Yu had unconsciously begun to consider Jiang Fan one of his own. Just a clever trick, he remarked. But it will bear no fruit when the true test of strength arises. Rong Shi, cradling a cat, maintained a sour expression. The other evaluators nodded in agreement. The final hurdle at the assessment base was purely a test of strength. Without adequate power, passage was impossible. At that moment, one of the examiners noticed two individuals in Experiment 1 returning, expressing their surprise. Did these two drop something? Why are they heading back? One of them, a girl, was presumably the cousin of Instructor Rong. Chapter 88. The hidden manipulator Jiang Fan leapt directly onto a tree, utilizing the elastic force of the bent trunk to swiftly navigate through the jungle like Tarzan. The system triggered a side quest, indicating that the trapped shaman clan was nearby. He soon heard the sounds of battle from a nearby slope. Just as he was about to approach, Jiang Fan suddenly noticed a series of footprints left on the slope, as well as signs of someone crawling through the grass. Had someone lain in ambush here? Jiang Fan crouched down to examine the area carefully. Unfortunately, he was no Sherlock Holmes and could not deduce the identity of the intruder from the evidence. Yu from Fengcheng No. 1 had been here. He remembered the pungent scent of her deodorizing perfume. A familiar voice broke his thoughts. Jiang Fan looked up, nearly colliding with Rong Wenwen's head. Before he could inquire why she had followed him, he heard her coldly huff, "Don't think too much. I'm just afraid you'll die out here. You help me once, and I'll help you once. We'll be even." So, Yu is targeting us? Jiang Fan asked. He had already sensed that the appearance of the beast horde was rather peculiar. In broad daylight, a frenzied pack of beasts lay in wait on their path, as if anticipating their arrival. Even a fool could recognize something was amiss. Jiang Fan could not fathom what means could cause thousands of mutated wild wolves to gather together. Though uncertain of the method, he was certain that the orchestrator was from Fengcheng No. 1. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the mutated wild wolves to converge just as they passed. Rong Wenwen, wielding her subpar weapon, stated decisively, "This is your reason for turning back? To find the hidden manipulator and seek vengeance? Vengeance. Excellent suggestion. I shall pursue them at once," Jiang Fan declared, rising to his feet with the intention of completing the side quest to collect the shaman clan's blood before attempting to catch up with the Fengcheng No. 1 team. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not seek revenge for a grudge held overnight. Initially unaware of the hidden manipulator, Jiang Fan had no plans for revenge. However, now that he had discovered who was intentionally targeting them, he was determined to strike back fiercely. Otherwise, Fengcheng No. 1 might think them easy prey and set further traps along the way. What do you intend to do now? Prepare poisonous peppers? Rong Wenwen's frown deepened. If the tactical application of poisonous peppers against their adversaries were to be executed, Yu's group would likely be compelled to resort to lethal measures. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. It seems there are some external school geniuses trapped ahead. I'll go and introduce myself. With that, he leapt once more onto a branch. The poisonous forest was within the examination grounds, and aside from the candidates, no one else was present. Thus, the system's detection of the shaman clan likely referred to external candidates participating in the seed program. Sure enough, as Jiang Fan approached the vicinity of the battle, he spotted 5 candidates encircled by mutated wild wolves. To his surprise, these 5 possessed physiques that were markedly different from the norm, comparable to adult male lions, while the mutated wild wolves at their feet resembled kittens in size. Yet, despite their physical advantage, they were no match for the ever-growing horde of beasts. Under the assault of the mutated wild wolves, the 5 were quickly sustaining severe injuries, their strength waning dangerously. "They're from Fengcheng No. 2, Rong Wenwen remarked, appearing beside him. It is said they were born in an exotic land, leading to genetic mutations that resulted in their larger physiques and bone structures. Rong Wenwen continued, "These brawny individuals possess incredible stamina and are quite difficult to deal with. Do you plan to take the opportunity to ambush them and eliminate them early? Jiang Fan remained a stranger to them. His purpose in coming here was not merely to eliminate competitors. Rong Wenwen could conceive of no other possibility. Do I appear villainous? Jiang Fan replied, exasperated, as he drew the Zhaoxian sword from his system space, ready for action. I intend to assist them. You may do as you wish, Lady Rong. With the mutated wild wolves multiplying, he could not afford to wait until the 5 were defeated and devoured by the beast before collecting their blood. The best course of action was to assist while the 5 could still flee, gathering blood along the way. The situation was dire. They could not kill endlessly. They must abandon the assessment immediately, or they would lose their lives today. Damn it, we haven't even glimpsed the assessment base. The 5 from Pingqing no. 2 exclaimed in despair. Initially, they had been at a safe distance from the beast horde, but upon seeing the chaos among the beasts, they had approached, hoping to catch a few for a meal. Little did they know that their proximity would provoke the beasts, turning them into prime targets for concentrated attacks. By the time they realized the danger and attempted to flee, it was already too late. Just as despair engulfed the 5, a sudden rumble echoed through the day. A clap of thunder reverberated nearby, startling both the attacking beasts and the 5 from Pingqing No. 2. The sound was alarmingly close, right behind them. As the leader of Pingqing No. 2 turned back, he barely caught sight of a thunderous brick flying past his ear. Boom! The thunder struck the beast horde, instantly creating a scorched area amidst the chaos. The attacking mutated wild wolves, seemingly provoked, shifted their focus onto the 5. However, before the thunder had struck, another thunder erupted. The unstoppable horde of beasts was momentarily driven back by a few strikes of lightning, instilling a sense of retreat. The 5 individuals turned around to behold a young man, wielding a brick and enveloped in arcs of electricity. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips, and his demeanor was remarkably composed. Following him was a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to a celebrity. Are you here to rescue us, Examiner? The leader of Pingqing No. 2 High School rasped. The ferocity of such an attack could only be executed by a seasoned warrior. Despite his youthful appearance, he seemed akin to a student of their age. Stop dawdling, run. Jiang Fan urged without further explanation, leading the charge ahead. His technique, the 5 Thunder technique, while formidable, could not be sustained indefinitely. The recent strikes had merely served to momentarily deter the mutated wild wolves. Behind them, a vast throng of ferocious beasts was closing in. The 5 from Pingqing No. 2 exchanged glances and swiftly made their decision to follow Jiang Fan. Their massive forms pounded the ground, causing tremors beneath their feet. Approximately half an hour later, the howls of the mutant wild wolves began to fade away, and they finally escaped from peril, taking advantage of their respite. Jiang Fan tore a piece of cloth from his attire and began to unceremoniously wipe the blood from their bodies. Simultaneously, the system activated, discreetly collecting their blood. Thank you, hero, but we can handle these minor injuries ourselves, the leader, Zhang Kai, said somewhat sheepishly, scratching his head. Don't move, Jiang Fan commanded coldly. The others complied, sitting still as he tended to their wounds, a warmth beginning to manifest on their faces. Are you the examiner? Zhang Kai inquired curiously. No, Jiang Fan shook his head. Then are you a doctor sent by the assessment base? Another burly individual asked. Neither, Jiang Fan replied. Then what are you doing? Zhang Kai was left bewildered. I'm borrowing some of your blood. Consider it a form of compensation for aiding you, Jiang Fan explained. Chapter 89. A gentleman does not avenge a grudge overnight. Side quest. Collection of blood from the descendants of the Witch clan completed. Reward, 100 system currency. 1 drop of Witch clan blood. Having stealthily collected nearly half a kilogram of blood, Jiang Fan frowned at the system notification. A drop is a drop. As long as the side quest is completed, he decided, rising and ceasing to assist the hulking figures in cleaning their wounds. The 5 from Pingqing No. 2 suddenly appeared to grasp something, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Are you saying that you are neither an examiner nor a doctor? And you helped us escape solely to harvest our blood? Zhang Kai said solemnly. The others exchanged glances. Although they were uncertain of his intentions behind collecting their blood, it was clear that their blood contained nearly all biological information, which they could not afford to relinquish lightly. Had they known their blood was being targeted, they would have never allowed Jiang Fan to approach. Jiang Fan, your hand is injured? At that moment, Rong Wenwen returned from fetching water, noticing Jiang Fan's bloodied hands. With a clang, she drew her sword and turned toward the 5 from Pingqing No. 2, mistakenly believing they intended to harm him due to their menacing expressions. It's not mine, but we have no business here anymore. Let us go, Jiang Fan said, wiping his hands on a withered leaf and striding confidently in another direction. The 5 were tense but could only watch as Jiang Fan disappeared from sight. Boss, he stole our blood. Are we just going to let it go? One of them exclaimed. While it's true he rescued us, he could have waited for us to fall and still have taken our blood after driving off the beasts. Zhang Kai replied, his face darkening with resignation. They temporarily abandoned the pursuit, partly due to Jiang Fan's assistance and partly because they could not discern his true strength. Exhausted. They could not afford to engage someone who showed no signs of fatigue. In the forest, Roan Wenwen hurried to catch up, increasingly intrigued by Jiang Fan's figure. How foolish to risk life and return to save strangers without asking for anything in return. Does such a fool truly exist in this world? Yet. Recalling Jiang Fan's mediocre abilities, she scoffed. Being a hero is not something everyone can achieve. If you intend to waste energy helping our potential competitors, I will not accompany you. Didn't you follow on your own? Jiang Fan turned his head, puzzled. Don't flatter yourself. It's merely because you are too weak. My cousin instructed me to ensure you don't perish out here if I can't eliminate you. Roan Wenwen replied, her chin held high, exuding pride like a swan. Jiang Fan paid her no mind. As he passed by, he stumbled upon a patch of wild croton beans. Known for their efficacy in treating constipation, their effects were remarkable, especially under the influence of the alien incursion. Jiang Fan couldn't help but anticipate the reaction of those from Fengqing No. One high school when they consumed the wild croton beans disguised as darts. With plans to repay Fengqing No. 1's students in mind, Jiang Fan began collecting the beans, pounding them into powder with the brick. He intended to secretly add these beans to the food of Lu Yu and others. Earlier, Roan Wenwen had detected Lu Yu's lingering scent, indicating that those from Fengqing No. 1 were not far off. After collecting a full 10 kilograms of croton beans, Jiang Fan hastened toward the assessment base, confident in his direction. Along the way, he encountered the main force from Experimental No. 1. Noticing that none were missing, he did not linger and continued to pursue at full speed. Roan Wenwen, finding an excuse to scout ahead, followed closely behind. Finally, by 5 p.m., with less than a day's journey to the assessment base, the team from Fengqing No. 1 came into view. Lu Yu and her companions were not faring well. As the instigators of the beast horde, some bore injuries. What on earth happened? Why did the mutated wild wolves suddenly go berserk? Consider it luck for the Experimental No. 1 team. Otherwise, this wave of minor beasts would have surely overwhelmed them. Lu Yu and around 10 others squatted beneath a tree, reflecting on the situation. Regrettably, they had wasted their leader's precious resource and could not set another trap. They had managed to gather the beasts without drawing attention, thanks to a mysterious artifact brought by Lu Yu from the Warrior Association. It's no matter. This time they were fortunate. The assessment has just begun. There is no need to rush, Liu mused, curious about the cause of the beast frenzy, but showing no signs of disappointment. Turning to Feng Wei, she said, we will rest here for the night. Feng Wei, have you set up the perimeter? After blocking Jiang Fan's path at the Long City Martial Arts Hall, Feng Wei's district head father had been apprehended. Among those present, apart from Lu Yu, Feng Wei was the most eager to eliminate Jiang Fan. Lu Yu had brought Feng Wei along for convenience in targeting Jiang Fan. Ranked among the top 8 in Fengqing No. 1, Feng Wei was a considerable asset. Everything is set. Not even a mosquito will get through. Besides, with Experimental No. 1's numbers, they won't catch up with us so soon, Feng Wei assured confidently. Though they had failed to make the rival school suffer this time, Jiang Fan's low ranking among participants meant that even if he had traversed through the beast horde, he would have surely incurred significant fatigue, perhaps even injury. Thus, Feng Wei felt oddly optimistic compared to others. Lu Yu nodded. Then we shall make camp here. The students of Fengqing No. 1 High School swiftly mobilized, gathering branches and weeds from the vicinity to prepare a fire. The evaluation base had preemptively placed fire starters and other survival supplies at resource points, rendering the outdoor camping experience relatively unchallenging. Naturally, as resources were limited, to increase the difficulty for subsequent competitors, they chose to destroy everything remaining after adequately provisioning themselves. Not far from the Fengqing No. 1 team, Jiang Fan and Roan Wenwen concealed themselves in a tree, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. Their actions did not escape the watchful gaze of the monitoring drones. In the observation room of Evaluation Base No. 2, a group of examiners watched with curiosity as Jiang Fan and his companion approached the vicinity of the rival school's team. It was perplexing that they had saved a team of competitors and were now targeting the instigator of the gathered beast horde. Did Jiang Fan and his companion seek vengeance? Just the two of them? Rome Shershir's expression darkened, for one was a student she held in high regard, and the other was her close cousin. Logically, they should not have encountered each other so soon. The elimination of either would not sit well with her. Moreover, according to the evaluation base's arrangements, stronger candidates were to meet towards the end. Was this candidate named Jiang Fan planning to use his method of dealing with beasts against other contestants? The chief examiner, President Luo, displayed a keen interest. However, His anticipation was not rooted in Jiang Fan's desire for revenge, but rather in the performance of Fengqing No. 1. Unlike beasts, humans could not be approached so easily. In his view, regardless of Jiang Fan's schemes, they were destined to fail. As the autumn winds howled and stars twinkled like scattered gems, the members of Fengqing No. 1 gradually succumbed to slumber after a day of toil. Even the two on watch began to grow lax, stifling yawns. Time was of the essence. Jiang Fan employed his skill of transformation, moving like a phantom into the enemy camp. Lu Yu, being somewhat cautious, had gathered her food supplies close while sleeping. Yet, even if she had been awake, she might not have detected him, especially now that she was asleep. Among the food lay packaged compressed biscuits and energy bars, which were not easy to tamper with. Thus, Jiang Fan sprinkled a powder made from the seeds of the Ba Dou plant over the loose jerky. He then proceeded to open each water bottle, adding a dose into every one. While they might not consume the dry food, they would undoubtedly drink the water. The key lay in the water. What was that noise? The sentinel felt a chill breeze pass by and immediately opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. What a fuss! If Lu Yu woke up, there would be consequences. Another sentinel, roused from sleep, couldn't help but mutter a curse. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan successfully completed his task and prepared to return to the main group of Experiment 1. The aftermath of consuming the Ba Dou would not be pretty, so Jiang Fan had no intention of waiting until the following day to witness it. The deadline for arriving at the evaluation base was noon tomorrow. If all went well, he would encounter the members of Fengqing No. 1 directly by then. Tonight's night sky is truly beautiful, Jiang Fan remarked. Roan 1-1, beside him, echoed the sentiment. Feeling a sudden wave of nostalgia, she wrapped her arms around herself, shivering slightly from the chill. The temperature difference between day and night was stark, and as winter approached, the jungle grew colder. The exhalation of their breath formed visible clouds in the air. Isn't it a pity? Jiang Fan mused, glancing up with a hint of regret. We won't get to see the students of Fengqing No. 1 throwing javelins tonight. The effects of the Ba Dou would be like javelins being hurled. He could almost hear the cacophony of explosive sounds from the camp as Lu Yu and the others consumed their food the next morning. Roan Wenwen's expression soured. With such a lovely atmosphere, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of watching others suffer from diarrhea. No wonder she had pursued Su Shuyan for 5 or 6 years without success. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Let's not waste time running back. We'll wait for everyone up ahead." "It's fine. Consider it extra exercise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan quickened his pace. In the desolate mountains, a lone man and woman were traversing without any cameras nearby. This was indeed a precarious moment for a man, as the risk of being ambushed was high. Rongwen, noticing his hastened pace, wore a sly smile and casually remarked, "You haven't learned any weapon skills yet, have you? Since we have some time tonight, I can teach you a couple of sword techniques." "Free sword techniques?" Jiang Fan paused and chuckled. But on the other hand, he had accumulated 300 system currency. Learning any martial art cost 20 for entry, 50 for minor proficiency, 100 for major proficiency, and 500 for perfection. This meant that with the addition of any new martial art, he could immediately advance to mastery. Free sword techniques were an opportunity not to be missed, especially as they could complement his Zhejian sword. Rome went and evaded the monitoring drones and led Jiang Fan to a secluded riverside. The surroundings were serene, the only sound being the gentle flow of water, almost allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Having come this far, would she teach him or not? Jiang Fan shivered, sensing a peculiar apprehension. In reality, he only needed her to demonstrate once. He could rely on the system to record it and achieve mastery. However, Rong Wenwen seemed skeptical of his learning abilities and insisted on finding a quiet place for instruction. This was rather inconvenient for him. Jiang Fan found himself reminiscing about the rigorous training sessions under instructor Tang Ro back in Jinghai City. If it weren't for the urgent situation at the front lines and the sudden acceleration of the Seed Project, she would still be putting him through devilish drills at this very moment, likely teaching him how to wield various weapons, showcasing a plethora of sword and knife techniques for him to choose from. Sighing, he trailed behind her. Rong Wenwen found a spacious area covered in pebbles and announced, "What I plan to teach you is the Shushan sword technique from the Shushan Martial Academy. This technique enhances mental fortitude and requires a high level of tranquility for practice, hence the need for a disturbance-free environment." Jiang Fan settled on a stone, adopting the demeanor of an earnest student, silently listening. He only needed Rong Wenwen to demonstrate it once, and the system would record the Shushan sword technique. He would be able to leave immediately after. Yet, he also had to assess whether this technique was formidable enough to warrant the expenditure of system currency for learning. If it were merely a mundane sword technique, it would not be worth it. All right, first memorize the sword formula I just recited, word for word. Rong Wenwen suddenly assigned homework. Jiang Fan, who had been pretending to pay attention while dozing off, jolted awake, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth and blinking as he asked, "Teacher, what is a sword formula?" Roan Wenwen's expression darkened. Had he truly not absorbed a single word after she had earnestly spoken for over 10 minutes? Just as Roan Wenwen seemed ready to abandon the lesson, Jiang Fan promptly adopted a serious demeanor. "How about this, Teacher Roan? You demonstrate it first, and I can gauge whether I can manage to learn it." Jiang Fan employed flattery and persuasion, eagerly awaiting her demonstration. With a system in place, he was confident he could learn it with just a glance. However, Roan Wenwen appeared unfazed and coldly replied, "Are you the teacher, or am I? You should carve a wooden sword and start from the most fundamental sword-drawing stance." Jiang Fan then produced his Zuzhen sword from his pants. Roan Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the brick-like object in his hand. "Is that even a sword?" "I believe it is," Jiang Fan asserted earnestly. "This is the system-certified Zuzhen sword." "I don't care what you believe. I care about what I believe," Roan Wenwen retorted, handing him her sword. "Be careful with it. If you damage it, you won't be able to afford the cost." After some time, he began to teach the swordsmanship in a methodical manner. Ultimately, after over an hour of hands-on instruction, the system prompted a notification. Detected the complete divine skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Would you like to include it? 10,000 swords returning to the origin. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, once perfected, allows one to command countless swords, unleashing a barrage of attacks. To his astonishment, the Shushan sword technique turned out to be a complete divine skill. Jiang Fan was taken aback and immediately chose to include it. Ding! Successfully recorded the divine skill. 10,000 swords returning to the origin, not yet initiated. With 300 system currency at his disposal, achieving mastery in a brief moment was certainly within reach. Why the surprise? Before Jiang Fan could allocate his points, a pained cry erupted from behind him, belonging to Teacher Roan. Turning around, he saw her clutching her chest, her expression one of annoyance. It seemed she had inadvertently bumped into him with her shoulder. Jiang Fan clasped his fist in apology, smiling. "Thank you, Miss Roan, for your guidance. Let's call it a day for now and return to the team to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." As he spoke, a cool sensation brushed against his nose. It was raining. Chapter 91. The marvelous use of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. The rain intensified swiftly, pattering against the leaves. Perhaps due to his fortuitous aura as a celestial being, Jiang Fan was fortunate enough to find a cave along the riverbank, where he took refuge with Miss Roan. Inside the cave, Jiang Fan ignited a pile of wood with the 5 thunder method, and the flames gradually grew stronger. The damp and chilly environment soon became warm. Feeling the heat radiating from behind him, Jiang Fan squatted at the cave entrance, waiting for Miss Roan to change her clothes. Although they had crossed certain boundaries due to the detoxification process, they were still classmates and teammates, naturally needing to maintain a respectful distance. Before long, a dry voice came from behind him. Jiang Fan turned to see their rain-soaked clothes hanging by the fire to dry, emitting a mingled scent of sweat and moisture that quickly spread throughout the cave. Instinctively, Jiang Fan glanced at the noble lady, who had distanced herself by squatting on the other side of the fire. Despite both being martial artists, she appeared to have rarely seen the sun. Her skin pale as though she were a vampire slumbering for centuries. The area bitten by the snake seemed slightly swollen and red. However, since she was no longer in danger, Jiang Fan had no intention of using precious spiritual energy for healing. Roan Wenwen was a talented individual on the verge of breaking through as a martial artist, and her exceptional physique could certainly withstand the remaining symptoms. Perhaps due to the lingering drought, the rain outside continued to pour heavily, while an unusual silence enveloped the cave. It felt as though whoever spoke first would lose. "Where exactly is your brick weapon hidden?" Roan Wenwen broke the silence with a teasing laugh. While Jiang Fan observed her recovery from the poison, she scrutinized him in turn. That sizable black brick was clearly not hidden in her clothing or on her person, making its whereabouts a subject of intrigue, especially since Jiang Fan always retrieved it from his pants. Firstly, it's not called a brick. It's named the Zhuxian sword. As for where it's concealed, that remains a secret. Jiang Fan found himself unable to concoct a reasonable excuse and decided against explaining further. "A brick, named the Zhuxian sword? The name suits my Zhuxian sword quite well. Did you come up with that name yourself?" Roan Wenwen seemed to harbor some peculiar expectation, eager for him to acknowledge it. Jiang Fan shook his head decisively. "Of course, I did not name it. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure was born after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. I wouldn't dare to claim credit recklessly." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through outside, blowing rain into the cave and soaking Jiang Fan's back. The icy raindrops jolted him, and he quickly stood up. The cave was small, and the area near the entrance was clearly unsuitable for continued occupancy. "You can sit over here," But do not cross this line, Rongwen said, frowning slightly as she shifted a bit and positioned her sword in between them. A little rain would not cause illness, but it could be quite uncomfortable. Observing this, Jiang Fan casually moved closer. The chilling sensation emanating from the inferior Juxian sword prompted both of them to exchange glances. Hey, your sword is poking me. Can't you use your hands to move it away? Rongwen's tone remained harsh. With the owner's permission, Jiang Fan pulled the inferior Juxian sword from between them and tossed it to the ground. The moment they were once again in close proximity, an odd sensation washed over him, reminiscent of devouring a fresh bowl of tofu pudding from a street vendor. Am I standing too close? The faint fragrance of the other person's body heat sent chills down Jiang Fan's spine. After all, this was merely a shelter from the rain, devoid of any legitimate reason for such proximity. Were it not for Rongwen's kindness in helping him acquire a new and complete divine skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, he would never have allowed himself to be so near. To preserve the little purity he had left while walking a tightrope on a precipice, he focused on the new skill and took the opportunity to upgrade 10,000 swords returning to the origin to a minor success. Tomorrow noon marked the deadline for arriving at the assessment base, and surely greater challenges awaited them ahead. It was wise to enhance his strength and be prepared. With a thought, Jiang Fan activated the system. Deep Blue, upgrade. Ding. Consumed 20 system currency. Divine skill 10,000 swords returning to the origin upgraded successfully. Not yet initiated to initiated. Ding. Consumed 50 system currency. Divine skill 10,000 swords returning to the origin upgraded successfully, initiated to minor success. Having spent 70 system currency in one go to elevate 10,000 swords returning to the origin to minor success, he was left with over 200. Adding the 200 from completing challenge tasks, Jiang Fan planned to gather 500 before directly upgrading his cultivation technique. Upgrading the technique equated to enhancing foundational attributes. The higher the foundational attributes, the more potent the skills released would be. Jiang Fan opened his panel and noticed his level had also increased by 1. Host. Jiang Fan, single. Level. 4 to 5. Cultivation technique. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. Major success. Consumes 500 system currency to upgrade. Technique. 5 Thunder Method. Minor success. Divine skills. Divine Transformation of 100 changes. Major success. Consumes 500 system currency to upgrade. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Minor success. Consumes 100 system currency to upgrade. Fortune. Celestial Being System Currency. 230. Main quest. Pass the True Inheritance Disciple Assessment. Pending completion. Reward. 500 system currency. Technique. True Fire of the Three Mysteries. Challenge quest. Escort all companions safely through the dangerous territory. Pending completion. Task reward. 200 system currency. 20 detox pills. System space. Spiritual energy 52. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Justian sword. 1 Blood of the Witch clan. The change brought about by the increase in level was not particularly evident. However, as his body adapted to the new divine skill, Jiang Fan could distinctly sense a peculiar connection with the sword. It felt as though their spirits were linked. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly control any sword to attack. Unable to resist, Jiang Fan extended his hand, akin to Magneto, aiming at Rongwen's sword at his feet, attempting to exert remote control. Swish. In the blink of an eye, something appeared in his hand. Yet, the sword at his feet remained still. What he held in his grasp was a shirt belonging to his teammate. Is clothing considered a sword in the 10,000 swords returning to the origin? Jiang Fan furrowed his brows in confusion and tried again. Unfortunately, the sword on the ground remained motionless, and he instead found himself with a blue and white bowl. Feeling slightly guilty, he glanced sideways. Fortunately, Rongwen seemed to have fallen asleep, having leaned against his shoulder, her breathing now heavy, oblivious to this embarrassing scene. Jiang Fan looked at the shirt in his hand, contemplating placing it back on the wood rack beside the fire. However, he soon realized that he could not extricate himself from the situation. A careless move might awaken the nearby prospective warrior. Jiang Fan attempted to use a minor level of divine power to levitate his clothes back, but to his surprise, with a mere flick of his hand towards the wooden frame, the garments flew directly into his embrace. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan decided to drape the clothes over the other person, reasoning that they had already dried. Should the individual awaken, they would find no grounds for reproach. He moved with utmost caution, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Rongwen when he looked up. Chapter 92. The Final Barrier, a look of distaste. Akin to encountering a fly, crossed Rongwen's face upon realizing her clothes were dry. Without uttering a word, she swiftly donned her attire. The cave was narrow, with a bonfire crackling in the center, and Jiang Fan quietly observed the entire process, not wishing to expose his back in case of a sudden ambush. Noticing the gaze of another, Roan Wunwen pursed her lips, clenched her fist, and retorted, "Do you find it appealing?" Jiang Fan, taken aback, nodded honestly. After all, having been caught in the act, it seemed more prudent to be forthright. Roan Wunwen's ears flushed at his response, and she shyly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, falling silent. The night passed without further conversation. When dawn finally broke, the sky cleared. Jiang Fan and the others departed the cave and, following the predetermined route to the assessment base, encountered the group from Experiment 1. With less than 6 hours until the assessment concluded, they wasted no time and hurried towards the final destination. The last challenge lay before them at a sheer cliff known as the Skyward Edge. This location was easy to defend, yet challenging to breach. Scaling it would reveal the endpoint. Upon the arrival of the Experiment 1 team, a gathering of elite talents from various schools had already formed at the base of the Skyward Edge. Some physically adept contestants had begun their ascent, while others paused to rest and recalibrate, preparing for a continuous climb. A few stood by, observing, skeptical that this final hurdle would be so straightforward. Indeed, the prospect of climbing several hundred meters of the Skyward Edge posed little challenge to the elite students from various schools, merely a test of endurance. It seemed that the time for camaraderie had passed. A brief respite was in order, as everyone would rely on their own abilities. Dong Hui, exhaling in relief, declared the team disbanded. The endpoint loomed above, scaling it was all that was required. If any of them faltered at such a minimal challenge, they were unworthy of entering the elite class. Tang Li and several other boys, seeing others already climbing, eagerly sprang into action, hoping to be among the first to complete the challenge. Hey, isn't that the group from Fengsheng No. 1 High School? They weren't the fastest. So why are they just arriving now? The Chow twins remarked, noting the approaching team from behind. What astonished them further was that the group from Fengsheng No. 1 High School, comprising over 10 students, bore dark circles under their eyes, cracked lips, and an overall appearance of exhaustion, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Leading them was Lu Yu, whose eyes were bloodshot, scanning the crowd silently, as if searching for an adversary. Observing this, Roan Wunwen leaned in and whispered to Jiang Fan with a smile, "If Lu Yu discovers that you were the one who spiked their water and rations, I suspect it will make for an entertaining scene." Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly, replying that it's merely an act of retribution. Just then, Lu Yu's piercing gaze fell upon them. "What are you laughing at? Was it you who caused this trouble?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "What have I done? Why you?" Perhaps too shy to voice her thoughts, Lu Yu shifted her gaze and resumed scanning the others. Close beside her was a vaguely familiar young man, whose eyes were filled with undisguised resentment. Jiang Fan could not recall his name, but vaguely remembered he had a father who was a district chief. "Ah, Wunwen. Finally found you." A high-pitched voice, reminiscent of a lark, rang out as a girl around 5 meters tall from another school waved at them. "Yeah, you." Roan Wunwen joyfully approached her, ruffling the girl's hair. "If you keep doing that, you'll stop growing." The girl playfully stomped her foot, her expression one of satisfaction. Upon noticing Jiang Fan beside Roan Wunwen, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Are you the commoner Jiang Fan who recklessly challenged the inner demon of the beast in front of the entire city? Speak honestly. What is your relationship with my friend Wunwen?" Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, glancing at the young lady from the Roan family. The diminutive girl's tone was decidedly unfriendly, yet he had no acquaintance with her. Her inexplicable animosity left him puzzled. "This is my best friend, Xia Yao, from Dingyuan High School," Roan Wunwen introduced, then added. "As for Jiang Fan, there's no need for further introduction. He is my teammate." Roan Wunwen hesitated slightly, as if deliberating before categorizing their relationship. During the practical assessment, they had indeed been in the same team, and now, as part of the seed program assessment, they were working together again. So referring to him as a teammate was not inaccurate. Xia Yao circled Jiang Fan, disdain evident in her demeanor. "Your energy fluctuations haven't even reached the standard of a warrior. What audacity for such a weakling to partake in the seed program. Roan Wunwen, you must not allow yourself to be burdened by this weakling. Wait a moment, why do you carry the sin of my friend Wunwen?" Xia Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, her nose nearly touching Jiang Fan's. At this, Roan Wunwen's expression faltered, and she quickly pulled Xia Yao away. Her voice tinged with nervousness. "Yao Yao, are you joking? I would never go near a filthy commoner like him. Could it be my imagination?" Xia Yao scratched her head. "Enough. Let us focus on overcoming this last hurdle before we engage in idle chatter," Roan Wunwen insisted, firmly steering Xia Yao ahead. At that moment, nearly all teams had reached the Skyward Edge and were preparing to climb. I knew that secrets would eventually come to light. Jiang Fan tugged at the ill-fitting pants he wore, which were several sizes too small. Last night, Roan Wunwen had suspected he concealed some dimensional space within his clothes, hiding bricks, and had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to borrow a garment of his own. It was fortunate that Jiang Fan had long since ceased to care about his dignity. Otherwise, he would have found himself exposed amidst the crowd. Boom, boom. At that moment, someone tumbled down the edge of the skyward cliff. Something felt amiss. It seemed a weighty pressure emanated from the mountain, immobilizing anyone attempting to move. Indeed, it resembled the energy field of a martial artist, but was even more terrifying, inducing an instinctive urge to flee. Contestants returning from the skyward edge began to converse. Though they were potential rivals, overcoming the immediate challenge took precedence. Greetings to all contestants from Jinghai City. I am Luoan, the Vice President of the City Martial Association and the Chief Examiner for this seed program assessment. As the crowd pondered, a monitoring drone descended from above, projecting the Chief Examiner's image to introduce himself. Indeed, the pressure you experience at the skyward edge is very real. For we have placed a drop of royal beast blood at the mountain summit. To reach the peak, you must summon your utmost strength to confront the intimidation from the Beast King. The Beast King, the sovereign among beasts, represents the most formidable adversary facing Blue Star. And now, a drop of the Beast King's blood is stationed at the summit. Upon hearing Chairman Luo's announcement, the contestants at the base of the skyward edge erupted in a clamor. It was feared that at least half of them would falter before even reaching the threshold of the assessment base. Chapter 93. Humph, think you can escape? On the opposite side of the skyward edge lay the tightly guarded barracks of new recruits in the Jinghai battle zone. The assessment base for the seed program was situated here. Assessors from the 4 major martial institutes, along with Chief Examiner Luo, were now at the cliff's edge, personally welcoming the first geniuses to arrive at the destination. The pressure exerted by the Demon King is formidable. In previous years, this challenge was reserved for the final test. However, this year is markedly different. The circumstances have become increasingly dire, and the standards for true geniuses are rising accordingly. To efficiently eliminate unqualified candidates, it spares everyone unnecessary exertion. The examiners gazed toward the summit of ascension, engaged in conversation while awaiting the candidates to ascend. They were already well aware of the outcomes. To withstand the pressure from the Demon King and reach the summit, one requires not only formidable vitality, but also unwavering mental fortitude. Both are indispensable. Thus, not only first-tier candidates, but even second-tier candidates with any weaknesses might fail to pass. As for third-tier candidates, their demise was all but assured. Among the 3 male examiners, the only female examiner, Rong Shir, appeared anxious as she fixated on the finish line. Remarkably, she was not cradling her pet. Last night, the black cat's condition had deteriorated again, necessitating a visit to the infirmary for care. No matter what, she intended to take Jiang Fan with her today for the sake of treating Little Black. The silver lining was that Jiang Fan, as a third-tier candidate, ranked lowest among the participants, making his chances of reaching the summit of ascension exceedingly slim. It was entirely reasonable to expect delays or unforeseen incidents when Jiang Fan was eliminated and sent back to school from the battlefield. In her heart, Rong Shir had already prepared a strategy of kindness first, then force. This mere student, relying on a bit of ability, had compelled a 7th-tier warrior to bow her head in public, resulting in a loss of face. Such a grudge could not easily be forgotten. Of course, the events of last night also warranted thorough inquiry. The night before, Jiang Fan had briefly been with his cousin, and while their names overlapped in the sand table, it was understandable. However, on a rainy night, the two had again strayed from their group, and only at dawn did their overlapping name tags separate. The sand table projection could merely show locations, failing to reveal the precise circumstances, while the invigilating drones could not keep up in the torrential rain. For the sake of her cousin, she had to ensure Jiang Fan clarified everything. Someone has reached the top, said Hu Yu. The top students from various schools, Hong Ji from Pengqing No. 2 Middle School, Hu Jun from Dingyuan Middle School, Tang Li from Experimental No. 1 Middle School, and Liu from Fengqing No. 1 Middle School successively arrived at the finish line and were escorted to a location away from the Demon King's blood for rest. Even the most exceptional geniuses could not endure the pressure from the Demon King for long, even if it was merely a drop of his blood. Meanwhile, at the foot of the summit of ascension, some had successfully reached the top, while others fell heavily, their faces pale, no longer daring to attempt again. Those with weaker spirits, upon nearing the summit, even foamed at the mouth, showing signs of fainting, utterly unable to withstand the pressure from the Demon King. The time until the final deadline was dwindling. Rowan carefully observed and planned a clean climbing route, preparing to ascend. "I'll call my teammates," she said, glancing back to invite Jiang Fan to join. Jiang Fan, being weaker, would likely struggle to reach the finish line alone. After all, he was merely a third-tier candidate and would inevitably be eliminated sooner or later. Helping him this time would only lead to more difficulties in the future as the challenges escalated. "We are destined to inhabit different worlds." Her close friend, Xia Yao, abruptly pulled her back, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Fan behind them. Xiaoyao had caught a whiff of the man's sin on Ronwen. Let it go. 1-1. He is merely a waste who can't even meet the standards of a warrior. Keeping him alive is a waste of resources. Jiang Fan is my teammate. You shall not speak of him that way. Ronwen's expression darkened as she firmly shook off her friend and walked toward Jiang Fan. Her tone cold, yet her demeanor relaxed as she exchanged a few words with him. Xiaoyao stood frozen, her eyes dull and lifeless, as if bereft of any light. Woman has turned on me. For a filthy, wretched man? She glanced at the hand Ronwen had shaken off, murmuring to herself. How ungrateful. Jiang Fan dares to reject my goodwill. Hey, what's wrong, Yao Yao? Ronwen soon returned, noticing her friend's trance and feeling puzzled. Nothing, let us climb. Xiaoyao replied, regaining her composure and secretly sighing with relief. A mere third-tier candidate refusing the assistance of a second-tier genius, relying solely on his own strength, could not possibly ascend the summit of ascension. Since Jiang Fan was destined for elimination, she saw no need to waste her emotions on him. The sun gradually ascended to its zenith. The top 10 geniuses from various schools had already begun to scale the summit of ascension. The second-tier candidates, though climbing with some difficulty, were steadily advancing. However, the bottom-tier candidates mostly reached halfway before succumbing to fatigue or mental strain, having to pause along the way. Staff at the assessment base had even brought vehicles to the foot of the mountain to transport the eliminated candidates. Yet, after enduring to this point, many, even if lacking in strength, chose to attempt to climb again after a brief rest, seeing the entrance to the assessment base within reach. It seems our journey ends here. The remaining path shall be traversed by our class leader and the others. At the steep mid-slope, the Chao twins exchanged bright smiles, their tense expressions relaxing, clearly having decided to withdraw. Among the team from Experimental No. 1 Middle School, only half could withstand the pressure from the Demon King to reach the summit. The remaining 15 were scattered along the way. At this rate, completing the challenge seemed improbable. Jiang Fan trailed behind, stepping onto a protruding rock as he looked up at the fragmented group ahead. Opening the system interface, he noted, challenge task, ensure all teammates safely navigate the perilous area. Incomplete. Task reward, 200 system currency, 20 detoxification pills. At this moment, the task completion prompt had not appeared, indicating that merely reaching this point did not constitute passing through the perilous area. To complete the challenge, he must ensure that everyone from Experimental No. 1 Middle School reached the summit of Ascension and passed the Demon King's pressure test. With this in mind, Jiang Fan ceased to conceal his abilities. Like Spider-Man, he skillfully clambered to the forefront, grabbing hold of one of the Chao twins who were about to retreat. Oh, planning to escape? What about my perfected technique? Jiang Fan firmly grasped the other, grinning as he proclaimed, my mental strength is relatively high. This Demon King's pressure is nothing to me. I will help everyone ascend together. Chapter 94, not a single one can be abandoned before the Chao twins could react. Jiang Fan leaned against the cliff, anchoring himself with his body. He pulled both of them to his side. Brother Fan, father. Upon stabilizing themselves, the Chao twins' eyes turned red. Jiang Fan, who might not even reach the summit himself, willingly expended his energy to assist others. It was remarkable that they had only known each other for a mere 2 or 3 days, yet he was willing to go to such lengths. It must be acknowledged that even the top-tier candidates from various schools, like Tang Li, could only look after themselves when faced with the pressure from the king-level demon beast. At most, they would lend a hand to slightly weaker third-tier candidates. Meanwhile, those like the Chao twins, who ranked lowest, had been entirely abandoned. The moment Jiang Fan reached out to assist them, he seemed to radiate a dazzling light, blinding to the eyes. Don't just stand there. Keep climbing. If it comes to it, I'll carry you both up, Jiang Fan urged, continuing to maneuver along the cliff to assist other students from Experimental No. 1 Middle School. At the pinnacle of the summit of Ascension, all third-tier candidates had successfully arrived. Among the candidates of the first level, only a few managed to reach the finish line. Panting heavily, originally, there were over 100 schools and nearly 10,000 candidates, but after the initial screening, only a few hundred remained. Among these candidates, aside from 1 or 2 with slightly stronger spirit, who fought desperately to arrive, nearly all others were eliminated. After a long wait, not a single figure could be seen atop the cliff. Finally, the chief examiner, President Luo, glanced at the time and waved his hand, stating, it's about time to conclude. Let these students return to the base for a good rest. Given that they were already exhausted after the first challenge, it seemed that this year's seed plan would likely not see many truly successful candidates. The examiner from the Starry Sky Martial Academy remarked with indifference. But those who remain are the CR de la CR. This is the true purpose of the seed plan. Among the team that reached the finish line, Rong Shishir did not spot Jiang Fan. A shadow of gloom lifted from her face, and she thought, it should be over now. Under the oppressive presence of the Demon King, those candidates lacking sufficient strength would not have been able to reach the finish line even with an entire day. Next to her, Hu Yu smiled, albeit disappointed. I thought that fellow would continue to astonish us. The fellow he referred to was undoubtedly Jiang Fan, although everyone understood that. Based on Jiang Fan's level of strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to pass the Demon King's pressure assessment. But you still secretly hoped to see Jiang Fan standing at the summit. After all, he was a student mentored by a senior. On the other side, the remaining 15 members of Team 1 gazed up at the cliff top, their hopeful expressions gradually dimming. They had initially believed that Jiang Fan possessed numerous strategies to go further together. However, they did not anticipate the significant increase in difficulty for this year's seed plan. Even the first barrier posed a threat from the Demon King's aura. Those lacking in strength could only falter here. On their journey, Jiang Fan had resolved their food issues single-handedly, providing them with substantial assistance. Watching Jiang Fan get eliminated was undeniably disheartening. Tang Li remained silent, while Dong Wei sighed helplessly. Rong Wenwen, staring at the empty cliff top, angrily remarked, that ignorant fool. If he had only asked for my help, I would have assisted him. Was it so difficult to utter a single plea? The challenges ahead would only grow more arduous and perilous. For those with a weaker foundation, leaving early was not necessarily a bad thing. Dong Hui shook his head and departed with those who had passed the assessment. Although there was still half an hour left until the conclusion, the outcome was already determined. The examiners and chief examiner had turned to leave for the military jeeps awaiting them. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, what is that? Someone is climbing up." Two figures appeared atop the cliff as if they had been thrown there. Clearly unable to withstand the Demon King's pressure, they scrambled down towards the crowd. It was Chao Zhuo and Chao Yu. They had actually made it. Members of Team 1 quickly recognized the newcomers as the Chao twins, who ranked among the top 20 candidates in the school. President Luo, hearing the commotion, turned to glance back, his eyes revealing admiration. Impressive. I did not expect two dark horses among the level candidates. These two had withstood the Demon King's pressure solely through sheer willpower? Rong Shishi's heart skipped a beat, momentarily mistaking them for Jiang Fan. After all, according to the principal of Fengsheng High School, Jiang Fan was capable of creating miracles. However, Rong Shishi never believed in miracles. She only trusted in tangible strength. Before the time limit had arrived, these two were merely fortunate to have passed the first challenge. An examiner from the Alliance Martial Academy glanced at his watch and smiled nonchalantly. Just a level candidate, even if they reached the cliff top through extraordinary willpower. There's nothing noteworthy about it. However, before he could finish, gasps arose from the crowd once more. At the finish line, another candidate was thrown up. Indeed, thrown. This time, everyone clearly witnessed how the candidate reached the cliff's peak. Members of Team 1 widened their eyes in disbelief, for the last to arrive was still one of their own. Before they could inquire about the situation, the newcomer panted out, "There are more coming." What did that mean, more? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Rong Wenwen could not help but ask. In her view, these individuals were weaker than Jiang Fan. If those inferior to Jiang Fan could reach the finish line, there was no reason Jiang Fan could not. Candidates from various schools turned their gazes toward them. If the lowest-ranked level candidate from Team 1 could make it just in time, surely the candidates from their schools could too. After all, aside from the top few, the strength disparity among level candidates from different schools was not significant. Everyone, the third-level candidate to reach the finish line panted, "All of us from Team 1, Jiang Fan. He carried each of us up." This statement instantly silenced the crowd. Carrying everyone up? Regardless of the reason, was this truly something a single candidate could achieve? Even the strongest level candidates could only look out for themselves. As the crowd pondered, two more figures were thrown to the finish line. Once the two candidates stood up, they excitedly dashed toward Team 1. Clearly, they were still members of Team 1. The crowd was left speechless. To carry 5 individuals to the finish line was already stronger than many level candidates. The examiners, who were preparing to leave, stood frozen at the sight. Under the terrifying pressure of the king-level demon beast, there were candidates still able to carry others as they climbed. The examiners exchanged glances, bewildered. The blood of the Demon King could not be faked. Otherwise, not only Team 1 but also level candidates from other schools would have reached the summit. With a loud thud, the 6th-level candidate was thrown to the finish line while the 4th examiner was still in a daze. The 6th candidate had not yet steadied himself when the 7th and 8th appeared atop the cliff. Unsurprisingly, they were all level candidates from Team 1. "Go, Jiang Fan!" cheered 2 girls and a boy, leaning over the cliff edge and shouting excitedly below. Was Jiang Fan truly planning to carry every single person from his school up one by one? Nearby level candidates were left agape. Although they did not comprehend Jiang Fan's motives, the mere fact that he had the strength to carry more than one teammate to the summit was enough to astonish everyone. "Boss, if we fall behind, would you help us like Jiang Fan?" "You fool. I will kick your backside with my boots. Sigh. Jiang Fan doesn't seem like a bad person. He treats his teammates so well. If only he were one of us. Don't you think it's impressive how he throws people to the finish line? The 5 hefty individuals from Pingcheng Second High, who had been saved by Jiang Fan and had also stolen his blood, looked toward the cliff top, feeling ashamed. Anyone willing to endure the Demon King's pressure and carry all the lagging teammates to the summit must have a justifiable reason for stealing their blood. Even so, he would not give up. Jiang Fan, you madman. He stood beside the 3 examiners, his eyes filled with admiration. He had always believed that there was a reason Senior Tang Ro chose Jiang Fan. The strength Jiang Fan now displayed was no less than that of the level candidates. Perhaps Jiang Fan could go even further in the seed plan. The other 2 examiners and Chief Examiner Luo revealed unexpected yet appreciative expressions, regardless of Jiang Fan's strength. His unwillingness to abandon his teammates halfway through was commendable. After all, on the battlefield against demon beasts, no one could guarantee when they might become the one to hold others back. Having a comrade like Jiang Fan by one's side is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. However, Rong Shishir's complexion paled dramatically. The more exceptional Jiang Fan's performance became, the fewer opportunities she would have to exert control over him. Now that Jiang Fan had garnered the attention of President Luo, it was evident that she could no longer target him openly. Glancing at the time, Rong Shishir's dark eyes regained a glimmer of light as she exclaimed, "There are less than 5 minutes remaining until the final assessment deadline." At that moment, aside from Jiang Fan, 6 others in Experiment 1 lagged behind. If Jiang Fan chose to carry his teammates across the finish line, he risked being eliminated due to time constraints. The 9th, 10th, and 13th individuals, only Jiang Fan and 1 other participant, had yet to reach the summit. Time was also dwindling, with only 10 seconds remaining. Everyone held their breath, silently counting down. Rong Wenwen's fingers tightened around the hilt of her sword, turning pale. Beside her, her friend Xia Yao from Dingyuan High School joked, "Wenwen, why are you so anxious? He is just a dirty and smelly commoner. You're not actually developing feelings for him, are you?" Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from below the summit of the cliff. Accompanied by a trail of thick smoke, Jiang Fan emerged, carrying his teammate and standing on a wide sword, plummeting from the sky. In the clear, cloudless expanse, he traced a crooked parabolic arc. It was evident that Jiang Fan had harnessed the explosive force of the thunder to propel himself forward, enabling him to reach the finish line in time. The crowd was stunned. Is that even possible? Has he activated some cheat? Bang. Finally, with just 1 second left before the first assessment concluded, Jiang Fan, bearing his teammate, tumbled awkwardly onto the cliff summit. The wide sword he had picked up halfway down the mountain shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Beep. The challenge task of escorting all fellow disciples safely through the perilous ground has been completed. Task rewards: 200 system currency, 20 detox pills. The system notification popped up in his field of vision. At last, he had succeeded. Upon seeing the notification, Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy, and all his fatigue vanished. With 430 system currency accumulated, he was on the verge of completing the upgrade of his cultivation technique. With swift strides, Jiang Fan returned to his team, gently setting down the female classmate on his back and reporting to the examiner beside him. All 30 participants in Experiment 1 have arrived. The bystander examiner, responsible for recording scores, stood in stunned silence. There was no rule mandating that everyone had to arrive at once. Moreover, how could they suddenly become so zealous? Jiang Fan, are you foolish? Seeing this, Rong Wenwen sighed with relief but couldn't help frowning. Just as she was about to approach and check if he was injured, she witnessed the girl Jiang Fan had carried, a classmate whose name she could not even recall, suddenly take a fierce bite at Jiang Fan's cheek and proudly puff out her chest. "Fan Gu is amazing. I want to have his babies too." Under the leadership of the Chao twins, the team in Experiment 1 erupted into cheers, lifting Jiang Fan off his feet and tossing him into the air. Rong Shishir was pushed aside, feeling like an outsider, watching everyone celebrate Jiang Fan's victory. It's only the first round. What is there to be so jubilant about? Right, Wenwen? Xiaoyu scoffed. The seed plan had only just begun, and the subsequent trials would only grow more arduous. Even if they had managed to pass by a stroke of luck, it was impossible for them to continue being fortunate. Rong Wenwen merely nodded absently. Noticing several female classmates taking the opportunity to fawn over Jiang Fan, an inexplicable urge to draw her sword and strike them down swelling within her. In broad daylight. They were shameless. Moreover, Jiang Fan, what do you mean by your mixed signals? On the other side, Rong Shishir, witnessing the exuberance in Experiment 1, wore a similarly grim expression, forcing a smile. In the last second, Jiang Fan's foot had yet to touch the ground. According to the rules, he should not be considered to have passed the assessment. The other 3 examiners exchanged glances, pondering when Rong Shishir had become so meticulous. However, according to the rules, she was not entirely incorrect. They simply preferred not to engage in a dispute with a level candidate. Huyue, one of the examiners, spoke up. What do you mean by that? Jiang Fan was able to withstand the pressure of the Demon King and carry 14 teammates up. If that doesn't count as passing, then we might as well eliminate everyone. Rules are rules. They weren't established just today, Rong Shishir retorted, rolling her eyes in annoyance. This imposing figure, who had been so attentive to her in the morning, was now suddenly opposing her. Was he attempting to attract her attention? The other two examiners remained silent. They hardly paid attention to level candidates, let alone one who was merely a level candidate. Huyue was left speechless. Arguing with a woman was not his forte. At this moment, President Luo, serving as the chief examiner, interjected, Jiang Fan has performed excellently. He should provisionally be classified as a level candidate. Rules are set for the week. For those outstanding students, a little flexibility is acceptable. Rong, what is your perspective? Rong Shishir did not expect to be addressed directly. Momentarily taken aback and responding hoarsely, of course, we will follow President Luo's arrangements. Chapter 96. The Four Swords of Zhu Trap the Immortal Sword. At the second assessment base. In the conference room, President Luo arrived fashionably late. Upon entering, he noticed that the guests had already arrived and wore a smiling face. Apologies, Captain Jiang. I was delayed by an interesting candidate. Is this year's seed plan for Jing'ai City directly set in the front line? Jiang Xian inquired with great interest. This new recruits camp served as a supply point for executing secret missions. They had fortuitously passed by and encountered the seed plan assessment. Had it not been for the urgency of their task, she would have certainly lingered to observe the performances of the younger students in Experiment 1. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, President Luo transitioned directly to the main topic. Are all preparations in order? If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall certainly accommodate. As the chief examiner for the seed plan, President Luo was also the one calling the shots at the new recruits camp. Every action was dictated by him. Everything is nearly ready. I only need your assistance in mailing these letters to my family. Jiang Xian poured out a stack of letters from her tattered bag. President Luo understood that this was a final farewell, and he nodded solemnly, feeling a lump in his throat. By the way, where is Dr. Shijiali? President Luo glanced around. Just then, a foreigner with golden, wavy hair emerged from the direction of the restroom. She was the other teammate accompanying Jiang Xian, responsible for the team's medical needs, Dr. Shijiali. With a flush on her face, Shijiali smacked her lips, still savoring something, as she folded a yellowed photograph emitting a peculiar odor and tucked it into Jiang Xian's pocket. Sigh. When will I see the real person? Just looking at photos is simply unsatisfactory. Is Dr. Shijiali looking for someone? President Luo's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Jiang Xian clicked her tongue, slapping her teammate's hand away. Don't listen to her nonsense. Her mind is filled with rubbish. Unsurprisingly, the doctor was once again distracting herself with a photograph of her brother. Yet, after enduring life and death situations along the way, she indeed needed to unwind, which was why she chose to indulge her whims. However, if she dared to take it seriously, Jiang Xian would certainly object. Can't even fulfill my last wish before I die. Shijiali pouted, sighing dramatically. You've already said that 200 times. Jiang Xian retorted as the two continued their playful banter. Luo instructed his confidant to bring a metal briefcase to store all the letters left behind by Jiang Xian, and inquired, does Dr. Shijiali have anything that needs to be passed on to her family? No, I live alone, replied the blonde doctor with a shrug. Suddenly recalling something, she reached behind her back and produced a cup-sized incense holder, larger than a human head, which she folded and stuffed into the briefcase along with Jiang Xian's letters. For my yet-to-be-met card friend, from the Alliance Martial Arts Academy, a gift from Shijiali. The blonde doctor wrote a note with a signature pen. Jiang Xian's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, Shijiali, you're going too far. I call it honesty. The blonde doctor retorted lightly. Better than some people who secretly hide behind trees, listening as I use her younger brother's photo to amuse myself. At this moment, Luo, feeling a flush of embarrassment, realized that he would not be able to leave peacefully after overhearing such confidential matters, and coughed twice to interrupt. Sensing the previous conversation had taken a rather ominous turn, he added, if there's nothing else, I must attend to the incoming candidates. The first round of assessments had concluded. Those who did not pass were taken away by transport vehicles dispatched from the assessment base, while the remaining participants, organized in their original groups, proceeded towards the base under the guidance of the examiners. Most other schools had dwindled to only a handful of candidates, with some reduced to single digits. In stark contrast, Experimental number 1 boasted a full 30 participants, creating a formidable presence among the other teams. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire echoed from the direction of the assessment base. Upon hearing the noise, everyone halted and stood at attention. What is happening? Jiang Fan, pushed to the front of the line, felt confused. Could it be that monstrous beasts had invaded? This cannon fire was a farewell salute from the Blue Star Defense Army for the soldiers, signifying that this journey would be one of no return. Beside him, Dong Hui explained, his expression somber. His father had retired from the front lines, and every night, even the slightest sound would awaken him, making him believe he had returned to the battlefield. One way only. Jiang Fan gazed into the distance at the jeep that was gradually fading away, feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart. It was akin to returning home only to discover that his cherished collection of figurines had been given away to a relative as child. Continue onward. As the cannon fire ceased, the leading examiner urged them forward. The first assessment had concluded, and the next half-day was designated for rest, allowing them to move freely within a specified area. The examiner had yet to announce the content of the second assessment. After enjoying a warm meal, many flocked to the training rooms at the base, tirelessly honing their skills. Others, feeling that last-minute efforts were futile, took the opportunity to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Jiang Fan, aiming to gather the final 30-system currency, sought to elevate his martial arts to perfection and chose to wander about aimlessly. Beep. Exceptional innate spiritual treasure detected. Trap Immortal Sword. Trap Immortal Sword. An exceptional innate spiritual treasure, one of the 4 swords of Jiang. Its sword energy can erode the enemy's cultivation and magical power, rendering defenses useless. When combined with the Jiang sword, the Lu Xian sword, the Zhu Xian sword, and the Jiang formation map, it can set up the most formidable killing formation of the heavenly Dao, impervious to anyone below the saintly level. The mention of the Trap Immortal Sword startled Jiang Fan, causing him to step back 2 paces, approaching the recently passed alloy door. The doorframe bore a warning. Military restricted area, unauthorized entry strictly prohibited. On either side of the door stood 2 stern-faced soldiers, their vigilant gazes fixed unwaveringly on him since his arrival. Jiang Fan tentatively inquired, "What is this place?" "Military restricted area, unauthorized entry strictly prohibited," the guard replied sternly, showing no inclination for idle conversation. Jiang Fan had no choice but to circle around the metal door, pondering whether there might be a chance to glimpse inside. Given that the system had detected the Trap Immortal Sword within, it surely was not mistaken. If he could obtain all 4 swords of Jiang, he would be on the verge of completion, despite the absence of the Lu Xian sword. However, the clue for the Zhu Xian sword likely resided with the Rong family, especially since the one in Rong Wenwen's possession was known as the Zhu Xian sword. Jiang Fan had inquired about the origins of her counterfeit Zhu Xian sword, and according to her, it had been acquired by her grandfather in a foreign realm. Jiang Fan speculated that the Rong family might have stumbled upon the genuine article. He planned to sneak over to the Rong residence after the assessments concluded. For now, however, his priority was to devise a way to acquire the Trap Immortal Sword. After circling the area without finding any other entrances or windows apart from the alloy door, he made a mental note of the location, resolving to later seek an opportunity to inquire with the examiner. Chapter 97. Subsequent treatment time swiftly passed to evening. The setting sun painted the distant wasteland in shades of crimson. The assessment base, situated behind the new recruits camp, occupied a vast expanse, yet did not provide the candidates with separate rooms. Instead, they were assigned to large dormitories divided by gender, where they could simply lie down on the ground to rest. However, as the hour was still early, most candidates remained engaged in training, with only those of lesser ability forced to rest and recuperate. The training rooms at the assessment base were constructed to military standards, far superior in quality to those outside, capable of enhancing both vitality and mental acuity. Some even fantasized that if given the chance, they would linger in the training rooms for several days, even if it meant foregoing the subsequent assessments. Jiang Fan, however, had little interest in training. After finishing dinner, he contemplated how to acquire a map of the new recruits camp. Yet, considering the risk of being mistaken for a beast infiltrator, he refrained from taking action. "Hey you, come here." As Jiang Fan exited the base cafeteria, a 1.5-meter tall girl with an unfriendly expression called out from behind. He recognized her as Xia Yao, a talented student from Dingyuan High School and a friend of Rong Wenwen. "What is the matter?" "It's not me with the issue. Wenwen said she needs your help. Let us go," Xia Yao commanded, not bothering to ask if Jiang Fan was willing. Jiang Fan was indifferent to her attitude, but it seemed rather unreasonable to seek help empty-handed. "I never agreed to help, so don't bother me," Jiang Fan yawned, unconcerned, and turned to leave. "Wait. Woman said only you can help?" Xia Yao stomped her foot in frustration. Countless others were queuing up outside, eager to assist them, yet here Jiang Fan was, turning the tables and making them seek his favor? What a reversal of fortune! "If you dare refuse," Xia Yao intended to deliver a harsh threat. After all, Since Roan 11 had specified that only Jiang Fan could render assistance, they would even resort to force if necessary. However, upon hearing the earlier part of her sentence, Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Fine, lead the way. His sudden shift to a straightforward demeanor left Xia Yao taken aback. You don't even know what you're helping with, yet you agree so readily? Should I leave then? Jiang Fan frowned. If he didn't agree, she would threaten him. If he did, there would still be complications. It seemed they were deliberately seeking trouble. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan had a hunch regarding the reason for Roan 11's request for him. It was likely related to the snake bite incident. The affected area was rather private, and given Roan 11's personality, she would surely feel embarrassed to expose it to a doctor or nurse. Thus, seeking help inevitably led her to him, as he was the only one who had treated her personally, to prevent any recurrence of her condition or any potential aftereffects. Jiang Fan decided to accompany her and also seize the chance to gather intelligence about the assessment base. After all, with an examiner as her cousin, Roan 11 was bound to possess more information than he did. They traversed through the student activity area and arrived at the examiner's accommodation zone. This area, in stark contrast to their dormitory, featured luxurious single rooms. Occasionally, examiners passing by cast puzzled glances, likely mistaking Xia Yao's petite figure for that of a colleague's child. Following the short girl, Jiang Fan questioned, Didn't you say Wenwen was looking for me? Why bring me to the examiner's accommodation area? Is it her cousin who is seeking me? As one of the 4 examiners of the SEED program, there is no need for pretense if one wishes to cause trouble. Do you think everyone is as simple-minded as you country folk? I live here with Wenwen. This is her room, and I reside next door. Xia Yao scoffed disdainfully, approaching the door of Roan 11 and knocking twice. Once the lock's indicator turned green, she opened the door and warned, once inside, no peeking or touching. Maintain a distance of no less than 2 meters from Wenwen. Jiang Fan, uninterested in her admonitions, walked straight into the room. Inside, there was a bed, some everyday furniture like a refrigerator, and a separate bathroom, shower, kitchen, and so forth. Compared to hotels in the city, the space was not particularly large. However, despite its compactness, it was well equipped. In contrast to the large dormitory they stayed in, this felt like a palace. Where is she? Jiang Fan scanned the room and noticed a heap of clothes on the bed, among which lay his deep gray underwear, marred by 2 holes from a branch. It seemed that Roan 11 had finally changed out of her old clothes, having failed to find a hidden dimension to conceal them. You actually came. The glass door of the shower opened, revealing the hostess clad only in a silk nightgown. Her damp hair cascaded forward, and her alluring figure was fully on display. Having seen much in his life, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. Yet, beside him, Xia Yao was salivating. Despite being the type adored by the likes of Hawking, she displayed a rather foolish demeanor in front of her best friend. Jiang Fan began to understand the source of Xia Yao's animosity towards him. The petite girl seemed to be jealous of his closeness with Roan 11. Perhaps having just emerged from her bath, Roan 11's face was flushed. After a moment, noticing her friend lingering at the door without any intention of leaving, she smiled and said, Yao Yao, why don't you head back? I need to talk to Jiang Fan privately. No way. Just look at him. He seems untrustworthy. What if he has ulterior motives? Xia Yao clung to the doorframe, shaking her head like a rattle. Roan 11 chuckled. Are you saying I could be threatened by a level candidate? As a level candidate, her abilities and talents were leagues apart from those of a mere novice, not to mention the disparity with a lower-level candidate. Despite Jiang Fan's impressive performance in the last trial, it did not bridge the gap between them. Xia Yao understood Roan 11's point. But the crux of the matter was not merely about physical strength. When reasoning with her friend proved futile, she huffed, Fine, do as you please. I'm not the one who will suffer. With that, Xia Yao turned on her heel and left, returning to her own dormitory. Then, she quickly crouched down by the wall, attempting to eavesdrop on the happenings next door. However, the examiner's dormitories were designed for the privacy of martial artists. The walls were specially treated with soundproof materials. Even with Xia Yao's heightened senses, she could not hear a thing from the adjacent room. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Roan 11 pulled Jiang Fan's underwear from the pile of clothes on the bed and said expressionlessly, I washed it. Here you go. Is it even dry yet? Jiang Fan took it from her, sniffing it. The dark fabric bore clear water stains in the center. Unfortunately, he was reluctant to discard it. The change of clothes provided by the assessment base was all one-size-fits-all. They were wearable, but certainly not as comfortable as his own garments. Wait, is this a map of the recruit camp? Jiang Fan suddenly noticed a half-open map on the bedside table. His heart raced with excitement as he eagerly unfolded it. The assessment base, dining hall, training room, accommodation area. Why is this location not marked? Jiang Fan quickly pinpointed the location of the Xinjiang's trap. However, that section was conspicuously blank on the map. Indeed, it was a military stronghold. The tighter the security, the more Jiang Fan's anticipation grew. That area was the armory of the camp. A faint scent of shampoo mixed with body fragrance wafted toward him. He glanced to find Rongwen had unknowingly moved closer. As she spoke, a strap of her silk nightgown slipped off her shoulder, lazily dangling from her wrist. From his angle, the view was unimpeded. As the saying goes, what appears as a mountain from one angle may look like a peak from another. Yet, Rongwen seemed completely unconcerned. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with her pinky, gazing at him with pure eyes, "Why are you so curious about this? Do you wish to enter?" Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. If Rongwen were to guide him, he might indeed gain access through the back door. Absolutely not. Rongwen shook her head. That area is a military stronghold. Entry is only permitted with orders from superiors. So, we must sneak in then? Jiang Fan frowned. If he could gather the 4 swords of Zhanxian and set up the first killing formation of Tiandao, perhaps he could unleash the legendary power of ancient myths. No. Even if he could harness just a fraction of that power, it would likely suffice to sweep across the blue star. At that point, no matter how many beasts emerged, they would be vanquished. As he pondered this, Rongwen shifted the conversation, however. If your curiosity is not purely for the sake of it, but rather to acquire weapons from the armory, you needn't necessarily enter. After the first trial concludes, the rules for merit exchange will soon be announced. As long as you accumulate enough merit points, you can choose any weapon inside. Rongwen's words temporarily dispelled Jiang Fan's thoughts of a zero-cost acquisition. While dining in the cafeteria, he had overheard conversations about how past seed programs allowed participants to use merit points to exchange for treasures, various blood-enhancing potions, gene enhancers, source power awakening serums, and new weaponry that were unattainable in the outside world could be exchanged through merit points in the seed program, even if one failed the final assessment. The benefits obtained through merit points could still be taken away freely. This was why, despite the known dangers of the seed program, top talents from various schools still chose to participate without hesitation. Having obtained the desired clue about the Xianjian, Jiang Fan turned his gaze towards the heiress of the Rong family beside him. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was inching closer. The fine pores on Rongwen's face, the soft hairs along her hairline glistening with sweat, and the strap of her nightgown hanging loosely were all vividly reflected in his eyes. He could even feel the warmth of her breath brushing against him. "Could you please step aside? You're blocking my view of the map." Jiang Fan fully unfolded the map, intending to see how far the recruit camp was from the actual front line. After a moment, something suddenly struck him, and he turned to glance at Rongwen, who appeared somewhat annoyed. "By the way, weren't you looking for my help? Just say it directly." Since he had acquired the map of the recruit camp from Rongwen, he was willing to assist her as long as her request was reasonable. "I seem to have residual toxins. They weren't completely expelled," Rongwen said earnestly. Her face slightly flushed as if she had bitten into a chili pepper. Jiang Fan scrutinized his former teammate closely, furrowing his brows. "You seem stable. You don't exhibit symptoms of poisoning. Are you certain you aren't joking?" He recalled vividly how Rongwen had struggled to walk after being poisoned by a snake. No girl would jest about her purity. Rongwen clutched the hem of her dress, her face growing even warmer. In truth, she was uncertain whether any toxins remained in her body. Since that night, the area where she had been bitten often itched inexplicably, yet it did not appear inflamed. Whenever she closed her eyes, she envisioned Jiang Fan diligently expelling toxins and healing her. This had severely hindered her concentration during recent training sessions, leading to a significant decline in her performance. In order to avoid impacting the subsequent assessment, she had no choice but to summon Jiang Fan for another treatment. "I have already prepared everything in advance. The shower room contains disposable toothbrushes, so be sure to cleanse your mouth thoroughly. Your vitality is nearly that of a martial artist. Surely your wounds have begun to heal on their own?" Jiang Fan, however, was rather reluctant to go through this process once more. The salty and bitter taste lingered vividly in his memory. Moreover, he had reason to suspect that the young lady from the Rong family harbored ulterior motives. Beep. Detection of a senior sister developing inner demons, impeding cultivation, with a risk of falling into madness. Triggering side quest. Assist the senior sister in overcoming her inner demons. Quest reward. 100 system currency, 10 vitality pills. So it wasn't poisoning, but rather the emergence of inner demons? Is there truly such a thing as inner demons in this world? Just as Jiang Fan intended to leave the boudoir, he unexpectedly triggered a side quest, with the system's notification appearing in his field of vision. Concerning the upgrade of his martial arts, Jiang Fan had no choice but to pause. He noted that the system's description mentioned cooperation. This implied that by fulfilling Rongwen's peculiar demands, he would likely be able to assist her in overcoming her inner demons. For the sake of gaining strength, he resolved to endure. "Are you agreeing to help me?" Rongwen lifted her head, her eyes alight with surprise. Upon seeing Jiang Fan turn to leave, she contemplated striking him from behind to kidnap him. To her astonishment, Jiang Fan returned. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, "Let us resolve this promptly." After brushing his teeth, he stepped out of the shower room. Roan Wenwen was already sitting upright at the edge of the bed. Since she wore only a nightgown, which could be easily lifted for the treatment, it spared them from other cumbersome procedures. On the left side of her wound, there was a mole the size of a soybean. Jiang Fan squatted down, gently examining the area bitten by the poisonous snake, confirming that the wound had completely healed. With the absence of injury, detoxification was no longer relevant. Perhaps Roan Wenwen simply relished the process of tormenting him. He raised his head, frowning. "The wound is healed. Are you certain you still require me to detoxify as before?" The young lady of the Roan family pressed her lips tightly, resembling someone holding in a need to relieve herself, and gazed down at him, nodding slightly as she uttered a reluctant Seeing this, Jiang Fan ceased his hesitation. At that moment, there was a sudden click. The door to the room was unexpectedly opened from the outside. "Wenwen, why are you asleep so early?" Roan Shishir entered the room, removing her sun-protective windbreaker and hanging it on the back of the door. Upon noticing her cousin neatly tucked under the covers, she was somewhat astonished. It was barely past 7 in the evening, and nearly all the candidates were still in the training room engaged in their daily cultivation. In her memories, her cousin had never been one to waste time lying in bed. I haven't slept in the wild for 2 days." Roan Wenwen managed a dry laugh, fabricating a reasonably plausible excuse. Her hand pressed firmly against Jiang Fan's head beneath the covers. If her older cousin discovered what they were doing, she would likely draw her sword and slay him on the spot. "By the way, cousin, what brings you here?" Just as she finished speaking, Roan Shishir coldly huffed, "Jiang Fan." As Jiang Fan's name echoed in the room, both individuals, one on the bed, the other under the covers, shuddered, beads of cold sweat forming. With Roan Shishir's prowess as a 7th-grade martial artist, it would not be difficult for her to discover that her cousin was hiding someone beneath the covers. However, aside from combat, martial artists typically did not pry into the privacy of those around them. What if she truly uncovered something? If I say I am treating her cousin's injuries, would Roan Shishir believe me? Jiang Fan curled up beneath the covers, mentally preparing himself for a confrontation. After all, he had previously saved Roan Shishir's cat, and his miraculous healing skills were witnessed by her own eyes. It was quite normal for him to treat her cousin, wasn't it? No, he had initially harbored pure intentions. With both detoxification and inner demons involved, how did it now seem akin to being caught in an affair? Ready with his explanation, Jiang Fan prepared to unveil the covers and surprise Roan Shishir. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his head, and his thighs were gripped like a steel vice, nearly choking him. Outside the covers, Roan Shishir exclaimed indignantly, "It's all because of Jiang Fan. That little brat, relying on his abilities to heal my little black cat, dares to show me disdain." Roan Shishir briefly recounted the incident concerning her black cat being saved after being crushed, of course embellishing the details. Initially, Jiang Fan had acted out of kindness to revive the black cat, but through Roan Shishir's narration, it transformed into him taking advantage of the situation and coercing a dignified 7th-grade female martial artist. The implications suggested he was coveting her beauty. In the stifling heat of the covers, Jiang Fan wore a grim expression. Had he not feared being struck, he would have confronted her about the matter. Thankfully, it was merely a grumbling complaint and not a revelation of his presence hidden beneath the covers. "Wenwen, have you seen Jiang Fan?" Roan Shishir plopped down on the sofa, stating her purpose for coming. "That little brat has vanished, and my little black cat is still lying in the infirmary. I found your classmates, and they said Jiang Fan might be here." Once inside the base, positioning wristbands no longer displayed locations, so if one wished to find someone, they could only notify others or search in person. Roan Shishir's pet cat was a personal matter that could not be addressed in front of the chief examiner. Outside the covers, Roan Wenwen calmly shook her head. "I haven't seen him. We parted ways upon arriving at the base." Roan Shishir regarded this response with skepticism, her tone taking on an interrogative quality as she pressed, "By the way, I noticed you and that little brat left the group alone on the previous 2 nights. Did anything happen between you two?" Roan Wenwen had anticipated this topic would arise, so she remained composed, reciting her pre-rehearsed answer. "He can cook fish using electricity. I merely hired him as a chef. Did you perhaps misunderstand something? That fellow is both dirty and smelly. I would avoid him like a cockroach whenever we meet." "A chef? A cockroach? So this is how the young lady of the Roan family truly views me?" Jiang Fan, concealed beneath the covers, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and planned to impose a slight punishment. Using his thumb and index finger, he pinched the area around the wound. An involuntary sound escaped Roan Wenwen's lips, and she immediately covered her mouth. Yet Jiang Fan's punishment did not cease. "Wenwen, are you all right?" Upon hearing her cousin's sudden cry, Roan Shishir was left perplexed. "Your face is so hot. Do you have a fever?" No, cousin, I plan to turn off the lights and rest. Roan Wonwen strained to suppress her voice, mumbling her dismissal. Very well, I shall not disturb you. If you happen to see that little brat Jiang Fan, do remember to call him to me. No, I should adopt a more courteous approach, stating I have a request. After he treats my little black cat, I will see how to deal with him afterward. Finally, with a huff, Roan Shirshir exited the room. The tension in Roan Wonwen's body dissipated, and in an instant, she felt as if she were a steaming bun, the filling within threatening to burst. However, another figure appeared at the door, abruptly halting her state. Wowen, where is Jiang Fan? Why haven't I seen him come out? Seizing the opportunity while her cousin opened the door to leave, her friend Xiaya stealthily slipped into the room. Immediately, she began scanning the wardrobe, shower room, and refrigerator, leaving no potential hiding spot unchecked. That rascal has already left. Roan Wonwen gritted her teeth, trying her utmost to stifle any strange sounds. Thankfully, her cousin and Xia Yao were not very familiar, or else, if asked about Xia Yao and informed Jiang Fan had been there, her earlier fabrication would be easily exposed. Has he really left so soon? Xia Yao eyed her surroundings suspiciously, then sat down at the edge of the bed, clearly unwilling to depart. As she drew closer, the scent of Jiang Fan intensified. Yet he remained unseen. She bent down suddenly, peering under the bed. Still, there was no sign of him. However, Wenwen, do you not find yourself to be quite fragrant? Xiao sniffed, unexpectedly discovering that her dear friend exuded a peculiar warmth. The enveloping heat brushed against her nose, leaving her utterly captivated. Stop it, Yao. I have but a brief respite before tomorrow's assessment. Suddenly, Xiao was unceremoniously kicked off the bed. I want to disturb you. We can rest together. Xiao grumbled while rubbing her sore backside, inwardly lamenting Roan Wonwen's merciless kick, utterly devoid of tenderness. In truth, the kick had come from Jiang Fan, who had stealthily taken advantage from beneath the covers, demonstrating no regard for delicacy. Soon, the sound of a door clicking shut echoed in the now quiet room, leaving only the sound of Roan Wonwen's hurried breaths. Could this be the method to help her dispel her inner demons? Jiang Fan pondered. After a light reprimand, Roan Wenwen had offered only a token resistance. Now that outsiders had departed, she showed no intent of retaliation. Did this imply she wished to continue? Just as he was in deep thought, two arms suddenly pressed firmly against his head, causing his body to convulse violently, as if electrified. The martial artist's blood and energy surged with terrifying force, rendering Jiang Fan momentarily unable to break free without employing his techniques. The convulsions persisted for a full 10 minutes, and when Roan Wenwen finally released her grip, a notification from the system appeared. Ding. Side mission. Collaborate with your senior sister to overcome inner demons has been completed. Reward. 100 system currency, 10 energy pills. He had successfully conquered his inner demons. Jiang Fan threw off the covers, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Having hidden under the covers for less than an hour felt like an eternity of discomfort. Below him, the young lady from the Roan family was still trembling. Her eyes vacant, revealing only the whites, her body resembling a puddle of melted slime. Had he overdone it? Jiang Fan wiped his face, initially intending to scold her. But upon witnessing her state, he was taken aback and quickly pressed on her acupressure point for emergency aid. I'll take a break. There's money in the cabinet, I can get it myself. Roan Wonwen, half conscious, summoned her last ounce of strength to push him away, shielding her flushed face with her arm. Why did it seem as though he had become a mere tool for her gain? Jiang Fan frowned and opened the bedside drawer. Sure enough, he found a stack of prepared cash, approximately 10,000 Blue Star coins. A fair exchange for his labor, he felt justified in taking the money. Chapter 100, Completion, the Golden Body. After pocketing the cash, he glanced back at the half-conscious Roan Wonwen. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan, in a gesture of kindness, pulled down the nightgown to cover her slightly swollen abdomen. The moment his fingertips brushed her skin, Roan Wonwen regained her senses and looked over weakly, seeming to linger on the moment. Her watery gaze, reminiscent of a swamp, threatened to ensnare him. Jiang Fan shivered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, and hurriedly departed. Of course, before leaving, he made a quick stop in the shower to cleanse himself, especially rinsing the remnants of her essence from his face. After all, strutting out adorned with a woman's fragrance would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. At the assessment base, the training room area buzzed with nearly all the candidates, making it the most vibrant part of the base. In the center, a few candidates were sparring, with Tang Li and Dong Hui watching intently, observing the prowess of the exceptional talents from other schools. Jiang Fan found an empty corner of the training room, closed the door behind him, and sat cross-legged, focusing his thoughts on enhancing his techniques. With 530 system currency at his disposal, he had enough to elevate the dragon elephant body refinement technique to perfection. As for the martial arts technique, he was in no rush to perfect it just yet. The foundation of his skills was paramount. A robust technique would naturally yield stronger martial arts. Ding. Consumed 500 system currency, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique upgraded successfully, great completion. As he achieved perfection in the technique, his body swelled instantaneously. Under the force of this power, his muscles writhed like silver serpents. Suddenly, a shockwave of invisible energy surged through the training room, causing the lights to flicker ominously. What was happening? Was the base experiencing a power outage? They were near the front lines. Could there be instability in the power supply? Surely nothing was amiss outside, as there was no commotion to be heard. The anomaly caused by the perfected technique reverberated outside, affecting the entire training room area. Sensing something was amiss, many candidates paused their training and emerged, bewildered. This location was still some distance from the actual front lines, unless something significant had occurred. Such disturbances were not typical. In the assessment base's conference room, for evaluators and numerous examiners gathered to discuss subsequent assessment matters. As the lights dimmed, including the head of the council, President Luo, everyone looked up, their expressions revealing surprise. Such pure energy had even impacted the base's power system. Had a candidate achieved a breakthrough? This aura surpassed that of seasoned martial artists, indicative of remarkable martial talent. Who could it be from which school? Top-tier candidates were limited to 1 or 2 per institution. A quick check would reveal the source. While the candidates felt tense, the instructors in the conference room appeared significantly more relaxed. Being seasoned martial artists, they quickly deduced that the recent disturbance was not a power fluctuation or an attack from beasts, but rather an energy wave caused by someone achieving a breakthrough. Though uncommon, it was not unheard of. Exceptional martial artists often exhibited phenomena such as blood resonance and radiant energy from their dantian during a breakthrough. The assessment base was a gathering of top talents from various schools, and those who had witnessed such phenomena in the past knew that nearly every candidate who triggered such occurrences ultimately passed the seed program assessments, attracting offers laden with privileges from the 4 martial academies. My cousin is still asleep. It couldn't have been her. Ro Shershir's expression darkened, realizing this meant her cousin would face a formidable new rival. Should she inquire now? The energy emanated from the direction of the training room. Hu Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He too wished to discover the identity of this talent, perhaps even making a favorable impression. During the seed program recruitment, the 4 martial academies had no quotas, merely selecting candidates who passed the assessments. However, if a significantly exceptional talent emerged, the evaluators, representing their academies, could not simply stand by and watch as another institution snatched away a genius. Upon hearing Hu Yu's words, President Luo raised his hand, stating, "Training is most hindered by disturbance. If you all rush over now, it will surely cause unrest. Thus, it is better not to interrupt the candidates. True gold cannot be concealed. There will be ample opportunity to observe during the subsequent assessments." With the chief examiner's words echoing, the others had no choice but to curtail their thoughts, albeit temporarily. They would undoubtedly devise a plan to secure their target sooner rather than later. The evaluators from the 4 martial academies exchanged glances, words unspoken, but each harbored their own schemes. Meanwhile, within a corner training room of the assessment base, the unusual phenomena swiftly dissipated, and the swollen muscles returned to their normal state. Jiang Fan opened his panel. Host, Jiang Fan, Single, Realm, Level 5 and 7, Cultivation Method, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, Perfect, Art, 5 Thunder True Method, Minor Achievement, Divine Ability, Divine Movement Transformation, Major Achievement. Requires 500 system currency to upgrade, 10,000 swords return to origin, Minor Achievement. Requires 100 system currency to upgrade, Fortune, Human Immortal, System Currency, 30, Main Task, Pass the True Disciple Assessment, Pending, Reward, 500 system currency. Art, True Fire of Samadhi, System Space, Spiritual Energy 52, Vitality Pills 10, Detoxification Pills 20, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, Excalibur, Witch Clan Blood 1, upon reaching perfection. Is it not possible to continue upgrading? Jiang Fan noticed that the option to further upgrade the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique had vanished. As if sensing his confusion, the system promptly provided a notification. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, Saint-Level Cultivation Method, attaining perfection grants an indestructible body, impervious to all forms of attack. Ding. The Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique has reached perfection. Collect subsequent methods to continue upgrading. Immediately, the Cultivation Method section transformed, revealing the annotation for the indestructible body. Cultivation Method, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. Perfect, indestructible body. Perfect. So, does this mean I have genuinely mastered the immortal arts? Jiang Fan moved his body. discovering that aside from his enhanced strength, there seemed to be no significant changes. However, his skin felt noticeably tighter. Wait, have I also grown taller? Jiang Fan stood up and jumped in place, only to realize that his line of sight had dramatically elevated. It appeared that achieving perfection in the cultivation method had triggered a secondary physical development in a short span of time. As for the claims that the perfected dragon-elephant body refining technique rendered the body indestructible and impervious to all, he felt no immediate effects. And it was not feasible for him to test this by cutting himself. Chapter 101. Midnight Drills. What has transpired? Jiang Fan stepped out of the training room and observed the anxious expressions of his peers gathered in the hall, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did you not notice the lights flickering moments ago? It is rumored that something has occurred at the defense line. The Chao twins happened to be nearby and approached Jiang Fan, their faces etched with concern. Surely, the demon beasts cannot reach the recruit camp? Exactly. If the demon beast horde were to storm in here, we might as well await our demise. Such self-induced alarm. Upon hearing the Chao twins' remarks, several talented students from other schools could not help but retort. Indeed, not even the sound of cannon fire could be heard. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. He suddenly recalled that the lights had flickered precisely when he had just perfected the dragon-elephant body refining technique. Could it be that he had caused this disturbance? The system's assistance in cultivation, with a guaranteed 100 compatibility with martial arts, often resulted in extraordinary phenomena. While they conversed, all the students received an announcement on their positioning wristbands. They soon discovered that the wristbands not only tracked the deceased but also functioned as communication devices. Perhaps the communication feature was unlocked only upon arriving at the base. Upon opening the message, it detailed the accumulation and exchange rules for merit points as outlined by the assessment base. The announcement indicated that their performance in the upcoming assessment would determine the merit points they could earn. Merit points could be exchanged for treasures, and accumulated points would also serve as a reference for the seed program's results. However, Jiang Fan's focus was not on this. He immediately flipped to the list of exchangeable items. At the top of the list were ordinary cultivation potions, exchangeable for just 1 merit point per vial. Further down were advanced gene enhancers valued at 10 merit points. At the bottom lay the coveted source awakening agents, required for 1,000 merit points for redemption. The final barrier for martial artists is the awakening of source power within their bodies, and the necessary resource for this awakening is the source awakening agent. Previous candidates who had not passed the seed program assessment but still managed to break through as martial artists had accumulated 1,000 merit points to exchange for a vial of the source awakening agent. Most candidates aimed for this. Moreover, in addition to cultivation resources, weapons and equipment could also be redeemed with merit points. Jiang Fan then clicked on the weapons section of the list. Without any system prompts, he quickly identified his target. The Trap Immortal Sword, Relic, 50,000 merit points. The weapons section clearly indicated the existence of the Trap Immortal Sword at the very bottom. Moreover, like Roan Wunwun's Excalibur, it was classified as a relic. Its value was considerable. 50,000 merit points could be exchanged for a total of 50 Source Awakening agents, illustrating the formidable challenge of obtaining it. However, amidst a plethora of relics demanding at least 100,000 merit points for redemption, the price of the Trap Immortal Sword appeared remarkably accessible. Why has it been discounted by half? Jiang Fan frowned and clicked on the detailed introduction of the relic. Trap Immortal Sword. When source power is attached, it can unleash sword energy with corrosive effects, possessing formidable penetrative power. Yet it also inflicts irreversible damage upon the user's body. Martial Artist Association. This relic has severe flaws and is not recommended for martial artists. So, it is due to its negative effects. But as a cultivator, I should not be adversely affected. Jiang Fan mused, rubbing his chin. If it truly impacts me, I can simply discard it. After all, his ultimate goal was merely to gather the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram to establish an impenetrable sword array that only a saint could breach. He also needed to devise ways to acquire the subsequent powers of the indestructible body. Jiang Fan silently resolved, flipping to the martial arts section. Unfortunately, he found no clues regarding the mid or later stages of the indestructible body. This meant that he could not further enhance his cultivation method at present. Fortunately, he was currently impoverished, and even if he found the subsequent methods, he might not possess sufficient system currency for upgrades. Jiang Fan decided to temporarily set aside thoughts of the cultivation method. Time swiftly passed to midnight. To maintain optimal condition for the upcoming assessment, most candidates had already succumbed to sleep. In the boys' dormitory, the sound of snoring was deafening, nearly threatening to lift the roof. With the perfection of his cultivation method, Jiang Fan's senses had become significantly sharper, rendering him ill-equipped to adapt. In such a raucous environment, peaceful sleep was impossible. He ventured to the square outside the dormitory, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged on a bench, employing a slow cultivation method to acclimate to his sudden surge in power. Suddenly, the loudspeakers around the square blared with a short and urgent call to assemble, echoing throughout the assessment base. An examiner emerged from the darkness, forcefully kicking open the dormitory door, and sternly commanded, "Everyone, rise. Put on your training uniforms within 3 minutes and gather in the square." In an instant, without even the time to turn on the lights, the dormitories for both boys and girls erupted into chaos. The examiner blew his whistle while retreating to the square. Turning around, he nearly stumbled, startled to find a candidate standing beside him. "Wow, so soon. I have been outside." Jiang Fan raised his hands in explanation, not anticipating this sudden call to assemble. On the first night at the assessment base, they were not even afforded a moment of respite. In less than 2 minutes, in the chilly wind of the square's center, a force of approximately 500 to 600 individuals, akin to a fully organized battalion, swiftly assembled. The candidates lined up according to their respective schools. Thus, amidst groups of 10 or so, the experimental Class 1, comprising 30 individuals, stood out prominently. Should a team battle ensue, no school would be able to confront experimental Class 1 head-on. However, tonight's sudden gathering clearly did not indicate an intention for them to engage in brawls. Under the perplexed gazes of the crowd, Revolutions, clad in gray camouflage and wielding a teaching stick, stepped forward. "Tonight, we shall conduct surprise drills. The last candidate to finish running will be sent home tomorrow. Everyone, follow me and start running." After finishing his words, Instructor Roan leaped into the nearby off-road vehicle. The engine roared to life, and in an instant, the vehicle sped away, covering a distance of 50 meters. While some in the front of the group were still coming to terms with the situation, those behind quickly surged forward at a sprinting pace. The sudden drill caught them off guard, and although Instructor Roan had not elaborated on the details, one thing was clear: those who lagged behind would be eliminated. Was it merely a contest of speed? It seemed unlikely to be that simple. The Chow twins, alongside Jiang Fan, had previously encountered the mutated wild wolf, giving them an edge over the other candidates in terms of speed. Therefore, they remained unperturbed, chatting as they ran. "Be cautious. Unusual occurrences often signal danger," Jiang Fan advised, blending into the middle of the group, striving to avoid drawing attention from Revolutions. He had overheard her plotting against him in her cousin's room regarding the treatment of Hajimi. Before long, a vast swarm of drones emerged ahead, glowing ominously red. The drone swarm hovered in the air, forming an impenetrable net that descended upon them. The buzzing of the rotor blades swiftly enveloped the crowd. Just as everyone was trying to comprehend the situation, gunfire erupted. The drones aimed directly at the crowd, unleashing a barrage that knocked down many in an instant. Caught off guard by the attack, the once orderly formation immediately disbanded. What the hell? Not real bullets. It appeared that reaching the finish line unscathed required evading the drone's onslaught. Soon, it became apparent to the surrounding candidates that those who had been struck were unharmed, merely covered in a layer of red powder. Yet, the cries of those rolling on the ground indicated that even simulated bullets were no trivial matter to endure. In a frantic attempt to evade the relentless barrage, everyone displayed their unique skills. Some darted between the bullets with agility, while others accelerated to escape the attack zone. There were a few confident candidates who leaped into the air, attempting to knock down the low-flying drones. However, before they could land a blow, they were met with a hail of bullets that sent them crashing back to the ground. The most unfortunate among the candidates were the 5 towering figures from Pengcheng-no, 2 high school, whose massive frames rendered them easy targets for the drones. Their strategy involved standing in a line, taking turns to shield each other from the incoming fire as they pressed forward. On the other side, Jiang Fan sought to test the results of his perfected dragon-elephant body refinement technique by positioning himself beneath a drone, allowing it to strike him. Surprisingly, the bullets that had felled so many others merely felt like a tickle against his chest. With a slight adjustment of his internal energy, he could even deflect the attacks. It was noteworthy that even seasoned martial artists would hesitate to withstand real bullets with their bodies. According to the System's description, the completion of the dragon-elephant body refinement made him impervious, a remarkable achievement indeed. Up ahead, in the off-road vehicle, Revolutions surveyed the chaotic scene of people scrambling to avoid the attacks with predatory eyes. She quickly identified her target, Jiang Fan, whose agility appeared lacking. Within mere minutes of the assault commencing, he was already coated in the red dust. "Let us see how you evade this." Revolutions manipulated her smart wristband, directing the drones to concentrate their fire on Jiang Fan's location. Beside her, Hu grimaced, puzzled by the animosity Revolutions seemed to harbor against Jiang Fan. While a few coincidental friendly fire incidents could be excused, the relentless pursuit of Jiang Fan was hard to justify. Nevertheless, Hu had no compelling reason to intervene. He was more eager to locate the martial arts prodigy whose breakthrough had disrupted half the base's power supply. If he could recruit such a talent, he would have ample opportunity to flaunt his success before Senior Tangro upon returning to Jinghai City. "Who, instructor, have you found a suitable talent?" Rong Shishir inquired, her focus on controlling the drones not wavering. I haven't had a chance to even notice, Hu chuckled nervously, aware that Rong Shishir, with her 7th grade prowess, could easily overpower him, an 8th grade martial artist. Amidst the frenzied flight of the crowd, Jiang Fan employed his skillful dodging to evade wave after wave of attacks. Yet he increasingly sensed something amiss. Why were all the drones targeting only him? He glanced back towards the rear of the off-road vehicle, as if he could see Rong Shishir standing atop it, wearing a smug grin. Undoubtedly, he was being singled out once again. "So, you think it's amusing to bully me? Just wait until you're old and feeble, and you'll be the one begging for my help." Jiang Fan clenched his fists, planning to break through at full speed. Just then, the Pingqing No. 2 team, led by Zhang Kai and his 4 teammates, positioned themselves in front of Jiang Fan. Zhang Kai grinned. "Isn't this the ever-helpful Jiang Fan? It seems you've fallen behind in just one day, and you have the audacity to mock others?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, noticing that the 5 towering figures had been transformed into 5 pink giants, their faces contorted in comical expressions from the drone-s attacks. Just then, others began to converge. "Don't panic, Brother Fan. We're here to help. Indeed, we'll share the burden." The Chao twins, flanked by a group from Experimental No. 1, joined in. Even Tang Li and Dong Hui, who had been leading the pack, slowed their pace to gather with them. Tang Li, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "What a fierce assault. It's the perfect opportunity to test my newly learned skills." Dong Hui added with a smirk, "It seems our schoolmates are being targeted." Rong Wenwen suddenly appeared from nowhere, coldly remarking, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just happened to pass by. Not that I intend to help." Seeing the gathering of support, Zhang Kai's excitement grew, and he proposed, "With so many of us, let us form a wedge formation. I'll lead the charge to break through." In the off-road vehicle, watching Jiang Fan struggle, Rong Shishir couldn't help but smirk, reveling in her triumph. This was the consequence of not recognizing her superiority. However, as she noticed more and more people rallying to assist Jiang Fan, her smile quickly faded. The sight of her cousin joining the fray darkened her expression, akin to the ominous calm before a storm. "So, you choose to huddle together for warmth? Let us see how you withstand this." Rong Shishir cackled, commanding the drones to encircle the group. "Who you could no longer sit idly by. This isn't fair. Instructor Rong, concentrating all the drones on them leaves the other candidates with no chance to compete. Let me scatter this unruly mob." Rong Shishir showed no signs of relenting. As she issued her command, a swarming mass of drones descended upon the crowd, forming a black whirlwind in the air. The overwhelming offensive from the drones caused the other teams to halt, unsure whether to assist. "Should we help? It looks like experimental now. One is being punished for grouping together." While grouping was technically cheating, was such a harsh response necessary? Could this be part of the assessment? Suddenly, the drones pulled away, relieving some pressure, and the top candidates at the front quickly sensed something was off, glancing back. What was going on with Zhang Kai and his team? Had they abandoned the assessment? Noticing the beleaguered giants under siege, Hong Ji, the top scorer from Pingqing No. 2, spat in disdain, stripped off his shirt, and charged forward without hesitation. Was it possible to earn merit points by defending against the drones? Uncertain. But he hadn't heard anything of the sort. Surrounded by fellow examinees, upon witnessing Hong Ji rushing to assist, they exchanged glances and, after a brief hesitation, could not help but follow suit. Seeing the school's top prodigy take the initiative, the other candidates immediately turned around and also dashed towards the swarm of drones. Chapter 103, Friendship. Bonds. Furious at the interference, Instructor Rong erupted in a stream of curses, nearly losing her composure. Yet, rather than ceasing her actions, she intensified her assault. A multitude of individuals gathered, and even without the drones targeting, a random barrage would be sufficient to hit the mark. I refuse to believe they can withstand this. Tu Yu's face twitched. Isn't Instructor Rong's cousin still inside? The drone swarm's attack intensity had far exceeded the assessment's prescribed limits. If this continued, it could lead to fatalities. While Tu Yu could overlook Rong Shishir's targeting of a select few candidates, he could not ignore the fact that the majority of examinees were now trapped beneath the drones. Upon hearing her cousin mentioned, Rong Shishir seemed to regain some composure and remarked, "Even if one gets injured, it's her own doing. I won't go easy on her just because she's my cousin." Tu Yu's expression darkened. Her words made it seem as though she were entirely selfless. Just as he was about to intervene and halt Instructor Rong's violations, an explosion erupted within the drone swarm. A trapped candidate had managed to shoot down a drone. Boom. As a drone exploded in the low sky, the fighting spirit among the crowd ignited. This gave them a glimmer of hope to break free. The drone that had exploded was shattered by the brick-like weapon thrown high by Jiang Fan. In the haste of the drill's commencement, no one had the opportunity to prepare weapons. They had not anticipated the necessity to engage in combat at that moment. Therefore, Jiang Fan, who had hidden a brick in his waistband, became the sole candidate equipped with a weapon. As Jiang Fan extracted the brick from his waistband, many candidates from other schools stared in disbelief. Did you really hide a brick there? One candidate, struck by a bullet, retreated into the crowd, eyes wide with curiosity. Secret. Jiang Fan replied dismissively, glancing at the unfamiliar top talents from various schools around him. Strength in numbers. Soon, a plan to break through the drone encirclement formed in Jiang Fan's mind. However, before executing it, he required additional manpower. A moment later, behind the 5 burly candidates from Pingcheng No. 2 High School, the most formidable candidates in the base gathered. What a crazy idea. Can it truly work? After hearing Jiang Fan's plan, Tang Li rubbed his fists in anticipation. The battle armor says you might be a good person, so I'll trust you this once, declared Hongxi from Pingcheng No. 2. Fine, nodded Hu Jun, the top candidate from Dingyuan High School. Other top talents from external schools also expressed their willingness to give it a try. After all, they could not continue to passively endure attacks. A strong physique does not equate to an absence of pain. If the drones continued their concentrated fire, their team would likely crumble within 3 minutes. Before long, everything was prepared. The gathered crowd gradually parted, creating a pathway in the center. What were they planning? Rong Shishir, having instructed the driver to turn back, caught sight of an unusual scene as she neared the crowd. Due to the sudden formation change, many weaker candidates were directly knocked down, clutching their stomachs or limbs, rolling on the ground like shrimp. Nevertheless, they continued to shout out charges. As the fierce drone attacks seemed to fortify Jiang Fan's surrounding team, Rong Shishir felt a tremor of fear for the first time in her life. Could they really aspire to shoot down all the drones? Realizing her unexpected emotion, Rong Shishir scoffed, her anger flaring even more. Just a powerless civilian student. Why should others shield him from bullets? With this thought, nearly all the drones adjusted their aim towards the targets behind the crowd. Amidst a cloud of red dust, it was difficult to discern friend from foe. Yet, Jiang Fan's tenacious gaze stood out among the masses. With a single glance, Rong Shishir locked onto her target to effectively counter the drone's assault, unless Jiang Fan could fly. Beside her, Diyu shook his head. He had witnessed Jiang Fan unleash lightning before. However, no matter how powerful the lightning, it could only threaten ground targets. Otherwise, relying solely on a brick thrown back and forth would eventually lead to defeat. As he spoke, amidst the dark drone storm, flashes of lightning flickered. Numerous candidates, braving the hail of bullets, formed a straight line. A foolish endeavor, Rong Shishir derisively remarked, yet she stood upright, holding her breath, her unease growing. Opposite her, Jiang Fan cracked his neck and smiled. Get ready, it's time for a direct confrontation. The battle armor made a gesture in front, then surged forward. Noticing this, Jiang Fan accelerated to the front and, just as he was about to overtake, stepped onto the palm of the battle armor, propelling himself upward like a cannonball, diagonally into the air. The drones detected an approaching hostile target and unleashed their attacks. In midair, Jiang Fan had no footing and nowhere to evade. At that moment, the Chow brothers on either side abandoned their attempts to dodge, leaping high to shield him from the flank's assault. Go for it, Jiang Fan. Don't underestimate our bond. As the two fell to the ground, Jiang Fan's ascent slowed. Below him, Tang Li and another candidate used the same tactic to soar upward, forming a human ladder with their hands perfectly positioned. Give it a powerful blast, Tang Li shouted. Then, with a thud, as the two landed, Jiang Fan's speed and height surged once more. In the same direction, the top talents from Pingcheng No. 2 and Dingyuan High School also prepared to launch their attack. Hongxi declared, let the examiners witness our strength. Hu Jun added, this is where we part ways. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fan stepped onto their palms and executed his third sprint in midair. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height where he could nearly level with the drones, the mechanical blades roaring in his ears, the searing heat from the gun barrels surrounding him. Yet, this altitude was still insufficient. Thus, Jiang Fan threw the brick from his system space, establishing the only point of support and stepping onto it. As he gained height, he retracted the brick, tossed it again, and stepped upon it once more. Utilizing the system's ability to negate reaction forces, Jiang Fan adeptly alternated his foot placements, reaching the apex of the hail of bullets before the drones could respond. On the ground, Rong Shishir gazed upwards, her eyes glazed over, nearly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated Jiang Fan could ascend in such a manner. The laws of natural science seemed to mock her. Diyu was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his senses, urgently exclaiming, stop the attacks. Prevent Jiang Fan. There's no need to continue. However, in the night sky, Jiang Fan showed no hesitation, the brick returning to his hand, crackling with electricity as he channeled the 5 thunder method, gathering power in his palm. With a soft sigh, Jiang Fan remarked, "The wind tonight is quite raucous." Chapter 104, Achievement Points Reward Boom. Accompanied by a bolt of lightning from the sky, the drone swarm erupted in a series of explosions. The dark night sky was instantly ignited, blossoming into a dazzling display of fireworks. What a fierce strike! Jiang Fan had grown even stronger. As expected of Jiang Fan, I knew he could do it. His battle prowess rivaled their own. As the drone onslaught was thwarted, the crowd, relieved, sank to the ground, gazing up at the sky in awe. Brother Fan is amazing. We won. In an effort to execute the breakthrough plan, the Chow family twins, who had shielded others from bullets, joyfully raised their fists in triumph. Beside Rome 1-1, a classmate playfully poked her in the side, teasingly saying, "Hey, Miss Rome, didn't you claim that your ideal type is someone who would swoop down from the heavens to save everyone in times of peril? Doesn't Jiang Fan fit that description perfectly?" This time doesn't he count. The drone swarm was originally targeting him. The fiery glow from the explosion reflected on Rome 1-1's face, casting a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripe apple. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, having fallen from the air, was securely caught by a noticeably tall girl named Zhang Xuan, who was the sister of Zhang Kai. She was larger than Zhang Kai, yet her figure was proportionate, reminiscent of the urban legend of the 8-foot-tall woman. Jiang Fan, cradled in her arms, appeared as delicate as a Fiji cup. "Thank you. Please let me down," he said, swallowing hard as he wriggled free from her embrace. He was unhurt, merely uncomfortable from her tight hold. At that moment, the elite talents from the external schools turned their gazes towards him, shedding their previous disdain. However, their expressions soon turned serious as a rugged vehicle carrying 2 examiners halted before them. Before the vehicle even came to a complete stop, Instructor Rome leaped out, heading straight for Jiang Fan. He remained composed, awaiting to see what tricks this woman might have up her sleeve. "Jiang Fan, you did exceptionally well." Rome Shershur suddenly beamed at him, affectionately embracing him. Whether intentional or not, the softness that belonged solely to a mature woman instantly radiated through her touch. "Oh really? What was so commendable?" Jiang Fan crossed his arms, his demeanor cold, having overheard plans to set a trap for him in Rome Shershur's embrace. He was not easily swayed by her current display of affection. Besides, she had just orchestrated an assault with drones. Was it not shameless for her attitude to shift so smoothly? Enough. Everyone regroup. Your performance was commendable. Each of you receives an additional 100 merit points. And Jiang Fan gets an extra 100. Instructor Rome seemed unfazed by his attitude, waving her hand, which elicited cheers from the crowd. 100 merit points were enough to redeem a 10th of a Source Awakening agent. Suddenly, many felt their fatigue dissipate, eager for Rome Shershur to challenge them further. "Teacher, that's unfair. We were the ones who ran ahead. Why do the rewards go to those behind?" Lu Yu, who had sprinted far ahead, returned with a stormy expression, challenging the decision. The rivalry between Fengcheng No. 1 High School and Experimental No. 1 High School meant they were more than happy to see Experimental No. 1 in distress, and thus had taken the opportunity to outpace everyone from the external schools. Little did they know, Jiang Fan, who lagged behind, had gathered manpower to dismantle the drone swarm and now was receiving merit points as a reward. What did their arduous sprinting amount to? Of course, only Lu Yu, a student of Instructor Rome, would dare to question that. Others from Fengcheng No. 1 High School merely glared in resentment. The fastest team had been branded as cowards in the eyes of the crowd. You merely accomplished what any candidate in the seed program ought to do. What further rewards do you seek? Rome Shershur replied disdainfully, clearly displeased with her students. She then turned to Jiang Fan with a honeyed smile. Everyone gather around and listen to Jiang Fan share his study experiences. Good. At her words, the crowd erupted in applause. Nearly everyone present was eager to learn how to unleash a strike as formidable as Jiang Fan's. They were also curious about his unique ascent. Having witnessed him tossing bricks from his pants to gain height in the air, Jiang Fan had used multiple bricks, yet not a single one fell to the ground. It was unclear whether they had vanished or been taken by someone else. Without waiting for Jiang Fan's consent, Rome Shershur pulled him to the front, clearly intent on probing his capabilities. Jiang Fan, seeing through her intentions, decided to be candid. "I, Jiang Fan, have advanced from the ordinary class to the elite class and participated in the seed program, relying solely on 4 words: diligent study and rigorous practice. That is hardly groundbreaking. Who among the top talents has worked hard?" The crowd fell silent. Naturally, cultivating one's skills was a private matter, and they had not truly expected Jiang Fan to divulge his secrets. Moreover, tonight's collaboration was merely temporary. They remained competitors in the seed program. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's response, Rong Shishir's lips quivered in irritation. So, it's enough to merely shout about friendship and bonds, then soar to the skies, annihilating my drone swarms? However, she was premature in her frustration. Just as Jiang Fan finished speaking, someone from the crowd shouted, "Instructor Rong, I've heard that the girls from Shushan Martial Academy perform sword dances beautifully, like celestial beings descending to earth. How about you show us a dance?" "Sure." Jiang Fan clapped his hands, supporting Rong Shishir's agreement and vacating his spot to sit on the ground. To everyone's surprise, Rong Shishir readily accepted, igniting cheers and whistles from the onlookers. Yet, the situation was likely not so simple. Jiang Fan keenly noticed another examiner, Instructor Hu Yu, stealthily retreating to the back of the crowd. "Indeed, dancing is no problem, provided someone can evade my whip," Rong Shishir replied, her smile enigmatic. "To be fair, I will suppress my cultivation to match your level." With that, she cracked her whip and signaled the vehicle driver to bring her a wooden stick for challengers to use as a weapon. Evade. That seemed easy enough. A confident candidate stepped forward to challenge her, not even requesting a stick. However, with a crack of the whip, he fell straight to the ground before he could even introduce himself. The speed was astonishing, leaving many unable to see Rong Shishir's move. The only noticeable difference from a second ago was the whip turning slightly red, with bloodstains appearing. Wow, what a vicious whip. It drew blood. The candidates gasped, as if they too had felt the sting. Without even glancing at the previous challenger, Rong Shishir smiled. Next. Chapter 105. Consecutive defeats. Next to step up was Tang Li. His vitality had reached the standard of a martial artist, and in terms of strength, speed, and defense, he was impeccable, undoubtedly the top contender from experimental number 1 high school. In school assessments, the top 5 positions were fiercely contested, often changing, yet the first place remained consistently held by Tang Li. Tang Li from experimental no. 1 high school is here. With him challenging, we should have the privilege of witnessing Instructor Rong's dance tonight, commented several external school elites crouched in front. Given their usual preparations, they had gathered intelligence on opponents, particularly focusing on talents like Tang Li, making them quite familiar with him. With the previous challenger's failure serving as a lesson, Tang Li opted not to fight barehanded this time. He picked up the wooden stick and respectfully bowed to Rong Shishir, stating, "Instructor Rong, please." Evidently, Tang Li was harboring ulterior motives. He sought to challenge the examiner, rather than merely stepping forward to witness Rong Shishir dance. Nevertheless, Rong Instructor's demeanor towards him bore little distinction from that of the previous challenger. Without a countdown, the moment someone stepped forward, it was assumed that the challenge had commenced. The onlookers craned their necks, their attention rapt. With prior preparation, they finally managed to observe Rong Instructor's technique. As before, a sharp crack of the whip resonated. It was unclear what technique she employed, but the seemingly pliant rod in Rong Shishir's hand transformed into a weapon of steel, leaving traces in the air. The nearby candidates soon realized that the sound of the whip was not produced upon impact, but was rather a piercing noise preceding its descent. Tang Li's reflexes were swift. As he grasped the wooden stick, a shift in his breath revealed the activation of his dragon elephant body refinement technique. Now, seemingly aware of the futility of brute force, he erupted with astonishing speed, retreating abruptly. However, his mind processed the situation faster than his body could react, and the whip struck his calf, causing him to lose his balance and kneel on the ground. Tang Li was defeated. Yet, compared to the previous challenger, his loss was relatively dignified. At the very least, he did not collapse to the ground without understanding how he had faltered. After his defeat, Tang Li did not cry out in pain nor display any signs of disappointment. He clasped his fists, set down the wooden stick, and calmly returned to the ranks. Rong Shishir, representing the Shushan Martial Academy, was undoubtedly a genuine 7th-tier martial artist, surpassing them by 3 entire realms. Even when suppressing her strength, she was far beyond the candidate's capabilities. There was no shame in losing. "Is there anyone else who wishes to see me dance?" Rong Shishir queried, swiftly retracting her whip with a playful flick, a smirk gracing her features. Jiang Fan noticed that this woman, intentionally or not, frequently cast glances in his direction, seemingly eager to provoke him into stepping forward. Regrettably, he felt no inclination toward either her dance or her whip. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to test his mastery of the transformation of the divine movement at the great accomplishment level, combined with his youthful version of the golden body, to ascertain just how formidable he had become. Is that all? Rong Shishir surveyed the crowd. The candidates she met with her gaze instinctively recoiled, lowering their heads in trepidation. This was no jest. If Tang Li had already been defeated, those less capable than him would only be inviting further humiliation. If anyone were to step up, it should be the top-tier candidates. Rong instructor, may I? At that moment, a young girl seated beside Rong Wen eagerly raised her hand. It was Xia Yao from Dingyuan High School, known for her astonishing burst of speed, reportedly capable of reaching 25 meters per second, while exceeding the standard for martial artists. Among the candidates present, it was unlikely that anyone could match Xia Yao's velocity. However, could a girl really enjoy watching beautiful women? The crowd's curiosity piqued as they recognized the petite girl, a prodigy renowned for her extraordinary speed, reflexes, and agility. In an era where martial arts were universally practiced, individuals of Xia Yao's diminutive stature were a rarity, even more so than the towering figures from Pingcheng No. 2 High School. Thus, her words drew the attention of all. Adjectives such as adorable, kawaii, and so cute floated among the spectators, regardless of gender. Anyone confident and unafraid of pain was welcome to challenge. Rong Shishir, hands clasped behind her, gazed at Xia Yao, her expression softening significantly. Xia Yao was her cousin and childhood friend. Although their encounters had been infrequent, they were well acquainted. Privately, Xia Yao affectionately referred to her as Sister Shishir. I am a bit afraid of pain. Please, Rong instructor, be gentle. Xia Yao stepped forward, playfully sticking out her tongue. Behind her, Rong Wen clasped her hands together, casting a helpless look at her cousin, hoping she would go easy on Xia Yao. In my eyes, you are all candidates. I shall not treat any of you differently. Rong Shishir smiled, seemingly oblivious. She was still miffed about her cousin's assistance to Jiang Fan in obstructing the drone. Had it not been for her concern for Xia Yao's safety, she would have unleashed a far more formidable offensive. To Rong Shishir, her cousin's aid to Jiang Fan felt like an act of betrayal. Seemingly sensing the tension, Rong Wenwen's expression darkened, her lips pressed together in a complex expression. Hey, aside from cats, does your cousin have any other weaknesses? I mean physically. At that moment, a familiar, lewd voice crept up from behind her. It was Jiang Fan, having stealthily approached while Rong Shishir's attention was diverted. I do not go by He. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Rong Wenwen's mood soured immediately. Had he not appeared, her relationship with her cousin would not have become so strained. So, class leader Rong, could you divulge your cousin's combat data? Jiang Fan inquired, addressing Rong Wenwen, the class leader of Elite Class 2, making it a reasonable query. Why do you want to know? Do you wish to see my cousin dance? Rong Wenwen's irritation grew. Not at all. I suspect your cousin might target me. So I intend to prepare myself in advance. Jiang Fan replied, his gaze fixed ahead. In his perception, Xia Yao would likely be unable to evade Rong Shishir's whip. Once Xia Yao was defeated, no one would dare to challenge further. It seemed Rong instructor would soon have to call for volunteers to step forward. Even if I knew, I would never disclose my sister's weaknesses to an outsider. If you are called up, I suggest you concede immediately. Rong Wenwen's tone was cold. Her gratitude for Jiang Fan's assistance in dispelling the poison forgotten. Just then, in front of them, Xia Yao indeed fell, struck on her left arm by the whip. Though there was no blood, the blow had been considerably lighter. Yet, the beads of cold sweat clinging to her forehead indicated that the lash had been far from pleasant. Thank you, Rong instructor, for your guidance. Xia Yao bit her lip in frustration, scampering back to her friend, oblivious to Jiang Fan standing behind Rong Wenwen. With speed sufficient to evade, yet unable to dodge even a single strike, do you now understand where you faltered? Rong Shishir remarked coldly, surveying the crowd. Chapter 106. Playing dirty with the swiftest, Xia Yao, having been defeated in record time, Rong Shishir chose to pause rather than continue. She commenced sharing her insights with the gathered candidates. The combat experience of a 7th-tier martial artist was invaluable. The seated candidates craned their necks, attentively listening. Rong instructor first issued a stern reprimand, criticizing the candidates for their exclusive focus on physical metrics while neglecting practical combat attitudes. She then shared tips on how to agilely control one's limbs in response to attacks, leaving the audience in awe, their expressions filled with gratitude and respect. However, as she delved deeper into her teachings, Rong Shishir abruptly halted, a light laugh escaping her lips. Time is limited. Those interested are welcome to apply to our Shushan Martial Academy. What a cunning maneuver, seizing the opportunity to advertise Shushan Martial Academy. Nearby, who you couldn't help but twitch his lips at the remark, deliberately teaching half the lesson and withholding the rest. Anyone wishing to learn further would have no choice but to enroll in Shushan Martial Academy. Nonetheless, Tianji Martial Academy was no pushover. Who you cleared his throat, adding, Rong instructor's technique is known as 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds, also recorded in our Tianji Martial Academy's library. Upon hearing this, the candidates' expressions of confusion dissolved. After all, considering the distances from the 4 major martial academies, local climate, or other factors, not everyone aspired to join Shushan Martial Academy. Rong Shishir's smile faltered at his words. Who asked you? Were it not for the chief examiner's stipulation that at least 2 examiners must be present at each assessment, she would never have brought Hu along. Of course, attracting talented candidates to apply to Shushan Martial Academy was merely one of her objectives. She removed the whip from her waist, gave it a flourish, and declared, "No amount of words can compare to actual practice. Continuing with the previous wager, all one has to do is evade my whip. Yet is there anyone willing to take up the challenge?" The candidates fell silent, momentarily at a loss. To learn and then immediately sell? The truth is, they hadn't learned much at all. Hongji, will you participate? Don't count on me. My leg is injured. Wujun, battle armor. Isn't your martial art the one that is least afraid of being hit? That doesn't mean I'm immune to pain. A group of boys huddled together, encouraging one another. Faced with the alluring invitation from the female instructor, the male students exhibited a heightened enthusiasm. However, enthusiasm aside, when it came time to step forward, they all fell silent. Among the girls, aside from Xia Yao, no one else dared to challenge. After all, the whip in Instructor Rong's hand could leave an unsightly mark no matter where it landed. The fastest, Xia Yao, had already been defeated. If the others stepped up, they would meet the same fate, with only the location of the whip marks differing. As Instructor Rong delivered her lecture, a vivid red whip mark had already materialized on Xia Yao's fair skin, a shocking sight. If no one volunteers, I might have to call a few students up to demonstrate. Rong Shishir surveyed the crowd, a cunning smile playing on her lips. Jiang Fan had retreated to the back of the group, remaining silent. It was not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid provoking this madwoman. With a body as resilient as diamond and an agile technique that could transform, even if he couldn't dodge her whip, enduring a hit would not pose much of a problem. You have participated in the True Disciple assessment, receiving special attention from the Sect's steward along the way. Ding. Side quest triggered. Pass the stewardess test. Quest reward, 100 system currency, 10 pulse guarding pills. Just then, a notification popped up in Jiang Fan's field of vision. A dark expression crossed his face. Special attention? More like special targeting. Unsurprisingly, the steward referred to in the quest description was none other than Rong Shishir, representing the Shushan Martial Academy. Without needing to look up, Jiang Fan could already feel a distinctly directed gaze ahead. Jiang Fan, you shall demonstrate for everyone. If you can defeat my drone swarm in one fell swoop, I trust evading my whip will be a mere trifle. Rong Wan's genuine smile widened as she eagerly tugged at the whip, seemingly impatient. What if I were to hit the instructor instead? Jiang Fan stood up, smiling. His words immediately drew laughter from the crowd, who thought he was merely trying to lighten the mood. After all, even the top 2 candidates had failed to evade her, and here was Jiang Fan, claiming he could strike the instructor, a 7th-grade martial artist. Such an outrageous statement led them to believe he was joking. What was it to destroy a pile of scrap metal? To think he could consider himself a rival to Shishir? Jiang Fan was undeniably overconfident. Xia Yao blew on the whip mark on her arm, pouting. Jiang Fan's arrogance seemed to mock the painful bruise on her arm. Seeing Jiang Fan step up to challenge, Rongluan furrowed her brow in concern. Logically, her cousin still needed Jiang Fan to treat her cat. She shouldn't go too hard on him. Yet, the methods of a 7th-grade martial artist were numerous, capable of condensing source power to attack from afar. So it was possible she might resort to underhanded tactics against Jiang Fan. Rong Wanwen felt compelled to intervene, but her cousin seemed to anticipate her thoughts, shooting her a knowing glare that halted her in her tracks. Rong Shishir then turned her attention back to Jiang Fan, responding playfully. If you can hit me back, I'll grant you the chance to take me out for a meal. The prospect of treating her to dinner seemed like an immense honor. Rong Shishir stated this with such nonchalance that it was clear she genuinely believed it. With her looks, talent, and family background, she had ample grounds to feel superior. This is a punishment for me, Instructor Rong, Jiang Fan remarked, shaking his head dismissively. Instructor Rong's expression darkened. Then, when we return to the base, you can ride with me. How does that reward sound? That's barely acceptable, Jiang Fan shrugged, not overly concerned, treating it as mere decoration. He slowly stepped out of the crowd, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and gestured invitingly. Jiang Fan, can you make the instructor dance for everyone to see? It all depends on you. Go for it, Brother Fan. In the crowd, the Chow brothers were still egging him on. Just during that brief moment you were distracted. I could have hit you 20 times. Rong Shishir laughed easily, clearly underestimating Jiang Fan. Let us make one thing clear. I'll suppress my strength below that of a formal martial artist, so don't play dirty. Jiang Fan waved the wooden stick, reminding her. With his dragon elephant body refinement perfected, he was invincible below the level of a martial artist. Moreover, after 3 consecutive attempts, he had already discerned Rong Shishir's techniques. Evading the whip was not difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, without any warning, A sharp whip blade was launched from Rong Shirshir's hand, aimed directly at his face. Jiang Fan tilted his head slightly, listening to the whip slicing through the air past his ear, seeing him effortlessly evade. A flicker of surprise crossed Rong Shirshir's eyes. In an instant, she flicked her wrist, employing some unknown technique that caused the mist whip tail to coil back. Clearly, she couldn't afford to lose and had resorted to a second trick. Fortunately, Jiang Fan had been prepared. Chapter 107. The perverse 10,000 swords returning to the origin, having learned the Shushan sword technique from Rong Wenwen, which the system recognized as the divine ability of 10,000 swords returning to the origin, something seemed amiss. Controlling countless swords was out of reach. However, controlling undergarments was quite feasible. Jiang Fan initially thought that upgrading 10,000 swords returning to the origin to a minor completion was a waste of 70 system currency, considering that no one would use undergarments as weapons in battle. But after a moment's contemplation, he devised a perverse version of the technique. Though no one would wield undergarments as weapons, surely there were those who wore them, weren't there? Activating the perverse version of 10,000 swords returning to the origin, he could control clothing. The former would squeeze, while the latter would pinch. Anyone standing before him would inevitably suffer a hidden disadvantage. Just like now, the sound of the whip slicing through the air rang in his ears, the fierce assault causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end, triggering an instinctual alert. As he sensed Instructor Rong's whip approaching from behind, he knew that a hit would leave his face bloodied. At that moment, however, Jiang Fan closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the myriad garments around him. His consciousness seemed to open up, allowing him to perceive. Colorful bras floated in his mind. A purple lace one. When he reopened his eyes, Jiang Fan had unraveled Rong Shirshir's facade, guiding his spirit, and with his left palm poised, he unleashed the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Eek! In an instant, the entire crowd of onlookers emitted terrified and piercing screams. The instructor before him, though silent, appeared momentarily flustered, frozen in place. It seemed her mind was racing, unable to comprehend the repulsive sensation that had just occurred. There was an opening. Seizing the moment, Jiang Fan swiftly dodged the whip tail behind him and brought the wooden stick crashing down towards Rong Shirshir's head. Bang! The training wooden stick met Rong Shirshir's head with a resounding crack. However, as a 7th-grade martial artist, Rong Shirshir stood stunned, not even blinking at the blow. Yet, it seemed to have awakened her. The dazed expression in her eyes was instantly consumed by a blaze of fury. The unique green energy field of a 7th-grade martial artist erupted, illuminating the barren plain. Jiang Fan, are you causing trouble? I've won. Jiang Fan discarded the wooden stick, calmly surrendering, raising his hands above his head, knowing that she wouldn't dare to act violently in public. Instructor Rong, what's wrong? Tiger Yu, who had been silently observing by the off-road vehicle, noticed Rong Shirshir releasing her martial artist's pressure, exuding an aura that suggested she was ready to unleash fury, and quickly approached in confusion. He glanced at the surrounding candidates, equally puzzled. The female candidates huddled together, as if they had encountered an invisible predator, shielding their chests. What just happened? Did someone touch me? Good heavens, I felt it too. How utterly disgraceful. Who was the scoundrel behind this? Nearly half of the candidates stood up, their expressions a mix of terror, shame, and anger. Meanwhile, the petite and unassuming Xia Yao appeared as bewildered as the boys, utterly lost regarding the commotion. A predator? What predator? Why hasn't anyone touched us? Soon, Rong Shirshir noticed that she was not the only one who had been assaulted, prompting her to reiterate her earlier question. Her gaze piercing, are you the one behind this mischief? Rong Shirshir understood well that, given Jiang Fan's capabilities, it would be impossible for him to target her along with hundreds of other girls simultaneously. Yet, her instinct screamed that the true culprit was indeed the man before her. Unlike ordinary individuals, a warrior's intuition is incredibly sharp, often capable of saving lives in moments of peril. Thus, Rong Shirshir was convinced that even if Jiang Fan hadn't committed the act, he was still entangled in its web. What trickery is this? Is Instructor Rong trying to evade responsibility after losing? Jiang Fan shrugged, feigning innocence. After all, he had no intention of admitting guilt in front of the crowd, which would only incite their ire. Besides, his original aim was merely to control the purple lace before him. To his surprise, the overwhelming force of 10,000 swords returning to the origin affected the surrounding garments, threatening to slip from their owner's grasp. Had he not halted just in time, the next moment might have seen a colorful array of lingerie soaring through the air, a rather ludicrous spectacle. Did the candidates just suggest that an invisible hand simultaneously attacked all the girls' chests? Could it be that Instructor Rong also? After hearing the complaints from the surrounding girls, Hu Yu glanced at Jiang Fan, who had been caught in this predicament, and mused. Rome Shershir's expression twitched, and she silently cast a worried glance at her cousin. Given her cousin's nature, she would never tolerate such humiliation. To her surprise, however, her cousin merely revealed a look of astonishment, maintaining an unsettling calm, as if she had witnessed a similar trick somewhere before. Sensing something, Rome Shershir released Jiang Fan and signaled for silence among the candidates. At that moment, her aura as a 7th-tier warrior radiated, bringing clarity to the gazes of the top talents from various schools, rendering them quiet as fledgling chicks. Rome Shershir then calmly addressed them. The disturbance was merely a manifestation of my source energy field. Why the panic? If you cannot withstand such a minor influence, you might as well pack your bags and leave. Upon hearing Instructor Rong's words, the girls finally relaxed, their earlier confusion giving way to embarrassment as they bowed their heads, realizing they had misjudged her intentions. Instructor Rong was genuinely testing them, yet they had suspected her of being a lecherous predator. Upon returning, they would certainly seek an opportunity to apologize to her. Wait, why is Instructor Rong suddenly angry? Someone remarked quietly, unable to contain their curiosity. It's likely because she saw how poorly we performed. Another person sighed. The crowd soon accepted Instructor Rong's explanation. A 7th-tier warrior not only possesses precise control over the source energy field, but can also manipulate source energy externally, performing seemingly impossible feats like retrieving objects from afar or unleashing sword energy. Thus, creating a sense of pressure on the chest of hundreds of girls was not a daunting task for a 7th-tier warrior. Is that so? He scratched the back of his head, feeling utterly perplexed. When the girls screamed, he distinctly felt no source energy field. Being an 8th-tier warrior, his senses were sharper than those of the candidates. Exactly. Rome Shershir clenched her teeth, speaking in a low voice. Perhaps she didn't want to escalate the situation, and it was clear she intended to take the blame and swallow her pride. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, confident that there was no evidence tying him to the incident. So, Instructor Rong, can we move on now? I certainly did not resort to any underhanded tactics during the challenge. He patted the delicate hand that had gripped his collar like a vice. You've won. A flicker of disdain crossed Rome Shershir's eyes before she feigned graciousness, tossing Jiang Fan back into the crowd. Ding. Side quest. Pass the Sect Steward's test has been completed. Reward: 100 system currency, 10 pulse guard pills. As the system notification appeared, a group of boys encircled Jiang Fan, welcoming him like a hero, erupting in primal cheers. Jiang Fan had succeeded in his challenge. Next, it was time for Instructor Rong to honor her promise and showcase the sword dance from the Shushan Martial Academy. Chapter 108. Let the 7th-tier warrior dance. The headlights of the off-road vehicle illuminated the scene as Rome Shershir gracefully stepped into the bright yellow light. The raucous crowd, without prompting, instinctively fell silent, leaving only the sound of their breaths. This was a 7th-tier warrior performing for them. Who would dare believe it? Even the injured, whose eyes had been swollen from simulated bullets, forced themselves to squint, unwilling to miss the performance. With no sword in hand, Rome Shershir aligned her fingers, forming a blade, her graceful figure beginning to dance across the desolate plain. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the sword dance from the Shushan Martial Academy concluded amidst applause and screams. Rome Shershir declared the evening training over, instructing all candidates to jog back to the assessment base, except for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, unashamed, took a seat in the back of the off-road vehicle, claiming the spot designated for the assessors. Wait, I haven't even boarded yet. Who had just returned from a nearby restroom, was taken aback to see the off-road vehicle and waited for him, hastily pulling up his pants to catch up with the group. In the back seat of the vehicle, as Jiang Fan settled in, he immediately sensed a pair of eyes boring into him, as if they were ready to devour him. Jiang Fan paid no mind, yawning and reclining in his seat, propping his head with one hand while waving dismissively at the slow-moving line of candidates. At this pace, by the time they returned to the assessment base, it would likely be midnight. It seems someone is missing. Jiang Fan stretched his legs in his seat, noting that another assessor had been left behind. Oh well, it's inconsequential. If one wishes to evade my whip, they must possess substantial skill. Jiang Fan, your true abilities are very close to that of a formal warrior. Aren't they? Rome Shershir broke the silence. Jiang Fan merely dug at his ear, choosing not to respond. Observing this, Rome Shershir remained unfazed, smiling as she continued. You must be aware that breaking through as a warrior requires the aid of a source energy awakening agent. The more, the better. I can provide you with the awakening agent, as much as you desire. Rome Shershir sat opposite Jiang Fan, her long legs casually crossed, her tone enticing as if she were a seductive enchantress. It seemed that with just a nod from him, he could indulge in her offerings. However, Jiang Fan was acutely aware that this was merely a fade to lead him into a trap. In that moment, Rong Shirshir resembled a child trafficker, enticing a young one with a lollipop. Amidst the deep, powerful hum of the off-road vehicle's engine, Jiang Fan cast her a sidelong glance, feigning ignorance. What are the terms? Heal my little black. You must have the ability to heal him now, right? Joy flickered in Rong Shirshir's eyes, believing Jiang Fan was swayed by her words. The coldness hidden in her gaze nearly slipping free. Jiang Fan neither confirmed nor denied, opening his positioning bracelet to browse the merit exchange list. Arching an eyebrow, a bottle of Source Energy Awakening Agent costs merely 1,000 merit points. Do you truly think I would lack merit points? Jiang Fan's objective lay in the artifact section, where the fallen immortal sword was valued at 50,000 merit points. A 1,000 merit point item hardly caught his interest. Moreover, the awakening agent's function was supportive at best, merely enhancing the success rate of awakening, with limited efficacy. In an ideal scenario, even if a single vial could increase the success rate by 5, utilizing 100 vials would still yield a mere 5. Contrary to Rong Shirshir's assertion that more is always better, this woman, even in negotiations, seems intent on subtly ensnaring him. There is a distinct lack of sincerity in her words. So, what exactly would it take for you to relent? I have stated it clearly. You may propose any condition. As long as you can cure Xiaohe, I am willing to grant you anything. The inspector from the Shushan Martial Academy clenched his sleeves, his fists turning pale, reluctantly uttering the final words. Her eyes shimmered with a veil of tears, as though she had been grievously wronged and was on the verge of weeping. Any man witnessing this scene would likely soften and acquiesce to her demands. However, Jiang Fan remained as clear as a mirror, fully aware that once Hajimi was completely cured, his own value would dissipate, and he would be the one facing demise. I can provide you with information regarding the Source Energy Seeds. Seeing Jiang Fan remain silent, Rong Shirshir suddenly appeared to make a significant decision, her gaze earnest. Source Energy Seeds? What on earth are those? This was the first time Jiang Fan had encountered such terminology. He vaguely recalled Tang Rou mentioning that the greatest benefit of the seed project for candidates was not the Source Energy Awakening Agent, but something far superior. Noticing Jiang Fan's interest, Rong Shirshir couldn't help but smirk. Source Energy Seeds are the natural materials used to create Source Energy Awakening Agents. But their efficacy in enhancing a martial artist's breakthrough far surpasses that of artificial awakening agents by at least 100-fold. It is no exaggeration to say that martial artists awakened using Source Energy Seeds possess greater potential and combat strength than their peers at the same level. However, these seeds exist solely in the foreign realms. Your final assessment will involve entering the foreign world to collect Source Energy Seeds, thereby achieving your breakthroughs. So the seeds referred to in the seed project actually denote Source Energy Seeds? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan felt a stirring of desire. Such a remarkable treasure, with Rong Shirshir's intel, would undoubtedly enable him to gather more and with greater ease than others. Yet, the allure was tempered by the grave cost of agreeing to cure the black cat. He was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Words alone carry no weight. You ought to procure some Source Energy Seeds for me to examine first. With no intention of acquiescing, Jiang Fan decided to tease her. Unexpectedly, Rong Shirshir gave a mysterious smile and genuinely retrieved a jade box from her bosom. Upon opening it, an enchanting fragrance surged forth, tantalizing his senses. It seemed to be some form of plant or herb. However, before he could discern what it was, with a swift motion, Rong Shirshir reclaimed the jade box. Jiang Fan extended his hand. Show me. First, cure Xiaohe. The act of defying life and death requires a substantial cost, and I am not yet fully restored. Of course, if I had Source Energy Seeds, my recovery might be expedited. Jiang Fan reclined back, casually fabricating his words, indifferent to whether she believed him. Moments ago, he had sensed an aura emanating from the jade box that bore similarities to spiritual energy. However, the absence of a system prompt indicated that it likely did not belong to the category of spiritual energy. It could be some form of energy akin to spiritual energy, albeit with a purity that fell short compared to that within his system space. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Rong Shirshir's face twitched, revealing a look that questioned his credibility. Before the final assessment commences, you may ponder over the conditions I have proposed. As she spoke, the off-road vehicle came to a halt, revealing the ominous black alloy gates of the assessment base, reputed to withstand nuclear explosions. Jiang Fan rose to exit the vehicle, but Rong Shirshir swiftly placed her rounded thigh against the car door, blocking his exit. As an inspector, I must inquire about your impropriety. What have you done regarding our undergarments? Rong Shirshir demanded. Jiang Fan retorted, do you believe I possess the capability of a 7th-tier martial artist? Rong Shirshir fell silent, seemingly unable to formulate a rebuttal, yet her thigh remained firmly planted. Clearly, without a satisfactory explanation from Jiang Fan, he would not be allowed to leave the vehicle tonight. Chapter 109, The ultimate mastery of the 10,000 swords returning to one. In the backseat of the off-road vehicle, the two were locked in a stalemate. Soon, distant noises indicated that the other candidates were returning. If you suspect me, feel free to check the surveillance footage to see if I truly tampered with the undergarments of all the girls, Jiang Fan stated. Rong Shishir remained silent. She was well aware that given Jiang Fan's abilities, even if he could sneak into the girls' dormitory undetected, he would not dare to pull any tricks under her watchful gaze. However, when Jiang Fan had challenged her, the palpable pressure emanating from his shirt was unmistakably the grip of another's 5 fingers. Rong Wenwen's gaze unwittingly fell upon Jiang Fan's hands. Should he attack once more, it would become evident whether he was the perpetrator. Extend your hand. This is a command I issue as an inspector. Jiang Fan feigned indifference, spreading his hands. Little did he realize that in a moment of carelessness, Rong Shishir seized his right wrist and, as if intending to harm herself with it, pressed it against her heart. Jiang Fan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Thankfully, it was not an actual attempt at self-harm. The strike was merely a warning. Yet, the weight of her small hand left Jiang Fan feeling somewhat disoriented. Have I finally encountered a beauty stratagem? No, this is a test. Jiang Fan immediately snapped to attention, cold sweat breaking out. Fortunately, he had employed his left hand in his earlier endeavors. Otherwise, with the perception of a 7th-tier martial artist, the familiar pressure from that grip would require no further explanation and would have led to immediate capture. Are you two in the middle of something? Just then, the off-road vehicle door creaked open, revealing Rong Wenwen with wide eyes, as if her worldviews had shattered in that instant. Apologies for interrupting you two. In the next moment, Rong Wenwen's face turned icy, as she shut the door and turned to walk away. Wenwen, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Rong Shishir, as the elder cousin, panicked, releasing Jiang Fan and hastily exiting the vehicle to pursue her. No one is going to apologize for the indignity I suffered? Jiang Fan clenched his right hand, which still bore the lingering scent of roses from Rong Shishir's attire. He had to admit that, in terms of physique, the mature elder sister had a distinct advantage over her younger sibling, and it was indeed more lethal. The mastery of the 10,000 swords returning to one proved to be more effective than anticipated. Jiang Fan promptly leaped from the off-road vehicle, intending to upgrade his technique to its fullest potential before the others arrived, having just amassed 100 system credits. With a thought, the system materialized in his view. Beat. Consumed 100 system credits, 10,000 swords returning to one upgraded successfully from minor achievement to major achievement. Simultaneously, his realm advanced a level. Jiang Fan opened his status panel. Host, Jiang Fan, single, realm, level 7 to level 8, cultivation method, 6-foot gold body, complete, technique, 5 thunder righteous method, minor achievement, divine ability, divine movement transformation, major achievement. Requires 500 system credits for upgrade, 10,000 swords returning to one, major achievement. Requires 500 system credits for upgrade. Fate, human immortal, system credits, 30, main quest, pass the true disciple assessment, pending, rewards, 500 system credits. Technique, true fire of 3 mysteries, system space, spiritual energy 52, pulse protection pills 10, vitality pills 10, detoxification pills 20, supreme innate spiritual treasure, Zhanshin sword. Which clan blood essence 1? His realm was on the verge of breaking through to level 10. Jiang Fan had an instinctive feeling that once he surpassed level 10, he might encounter unexpected rewards. He noticed a pair of unfriendly gazes directed his way. It was Lu Yu from Fengqing No. 2 High School, inexplicably glaring at him. It was the perfect opportunity to test the recently enhanced 10,000 swords returning to one. Jiang Fan distinctly felt that after achieving mastery of the 10,000 swords returning to the Sect technique, he could manipulate his inner energy with greater precision. Pure cotton leopard print. With a mere thought, the color of the bra belonging to the person before him materialized in his mind. Almost instantaneously, he pressed his fingertips and thumbs together and forcefully pulled back. Lu Yu, not far away, let out a shrill scream. Terrified as she yanked her bra off and tossed it to the ground. What happened? Did Instructor Rong release the energy field again? A girl beside her, clutching her chest, anxiously inquired. No, it's the underwear. It seems to have come alive, moving on its own, Lu Yu murmured, uttering a fact that even she found hard to believe. However, as she was the only one in a frenzy, the other girls, drawn by her distress, merely assumed that Lu Yu was overly anxious and hallucinating. After all, Instructor Rong was not nearby. The true instigator, Jiang Fan, satisfied with the outcome, had already returned to the main group. In the dead of night, after the training had concluded and a cold shower taken, the group lay on the large communal bed, yet few could find sleep. After running dozens of kilometers, they were both exhausted and famished. The rumbling of empty stomachs reverberated through the walls. I'm so hungry. Doesn't he the base provide midnight snacks? I crave fried rice noodles. Should we check the cafeteria? But there's a curfew, and without orders from the instructors or evaluators, we cannot move freely at night. Yet, what can we do about our hunger? Weak voices echoed in the dark dormitory. The more vigorous the blood flow, the stronger the power, the quicker the energy consumption. Thus, the hungrier they became. Among them were the top talents from various schools, returning from the training exhausted and without replenishment. Their stomachs were nearly pressed against their backs. Particularly, a large individual capable of occupying 3 beds just lay down when he sat up again, clutching his stomach in discomfort. They were simply too hungry to keep their eyes closed. In the designated area of Experimental Unit 1, Tang Li and Dong Hui were also unable to sleep due to hunger. Their empty stomachs rumbled like drums, limbs feeling weak and flaccid. Gastronomic fantasies danced before their eyes. When would they satiate their hunger? Dong Hui couldn't help but exclaim, "Jiang Fan, you exerted the most effort. Aren't you the least bit hungry?" Tang Li cast a curious glance his way. After unleashing thunder to destroy the drone swarm and facing the instructor in a one-on-one challenge, Jiang Fan had collapsed from exhaustion. It was nothing short of miraculous. Well, I am indeed a bit hungry. Not mentioning it would have been better. But influenced by those around him, Jiang Fan felt his stomach grumble as well. Although his realm had just elevated a level, enhancing his strength, his stomach wouldn't magically produce food or a sense of fullness. He still needed to eat. "Shall we form a team to head to the cafeteria?" "Who isn't?" Jiang Fan stated directly. His voice was not loud, but as soon as he finished speaking, silence enveloped the area. Moments later, hands began to rise in agreement. "Me. Count me in. I'd rather be caught and beaten to death by the instructor than starve to death. Let us risk it." Almost instantaneously, a majority of the group, clad only in their undergarments, scrambled to their feet. Among them were the 4 large men from Pingcheng No. 2 High School, most of whom had endured drone bullets alongside Jiang Fan. Seeing everyone's eager eyes fixed on him, as if waiting for orders, Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. How did my suggestion turn me into the leader? However, he didn't dwell on it. It was merely a few hundred mouths. He waved his hand and said, "Keep it down, our target is the cafeteria. Let us go." Under Jiang Fan's leadership, the group crouched low, stealthily exiting the communal dormitory to evade the training guards. They swiftly circled around to the back of the cafeteria. As they approached, an enticing aroma wafted into their nostrils. It was the scent of braised pork and stewed pork knuckles. Chapter 110. The family snatches the feast in the assessment base, at the back of the cafeteria, beneath the blast-proof lights on either side. A row of stainless steel pots for cooking was set up, steaming with heat and fragrance, causing those hiding behind the wall to salivate. The freshly cooked dishes laid out in the courtyard seemed almost prepared specifically for them. However, beside the food, 5 individuals were already seated, munching away. 4 men and 1 woman, all clad in identical black-fitted uniforms, exuded an intimidating presence. They were martial artists, and formidable ones at that. The group immediately deduced their strength. Thus, even though the tantalizing food was mere steps away, no one dared to make a move. To eat or not to eat? That was the question. In the front of the group, several outside school talents clutched their starving bellies, exchanging glances of inquiry towards Jiang Fan, seeking his guidance. After all, it was Jiang Fan who had taken the lead. Yet, before Jiang Fan could issue further instructions, a bald man, exuding an aura of strength, set down his utensils and looked their way, smiling as he said, "Stop hiding. Come on out. I've heard that there are juniors training in the camp. So I had the cafeteria prepare extra food while passing by." Upon hearing this, some could no longer contain themselves, dashing forward towards the hot dishes. Just as they were about to get close, bang, bang, the 2 fastest individuals were instantly taken down by the opposing martial artists. Witnessing this, the advancing crowd halted, sensing the gravity of the situation. Clearly, the food was not so easily accessible. Amidst the puzzled gazes, the bald martial artist stood up, stretching his arms with a playful smile on his lips. "Apologies, but the food I prepared is not for the weak. If you wish to eat, you must first pass our test." With that, the 5 martial artists formed a line, their expressions relaxed, blocking the path of the hundreds of candidates. In the next moment, a grayish-white energy field was simultaneously released from them, weighing heavily on the chests of all the candidates. Undoubtedly, these 5 were all 8th-tier martial artists. Even though there were only 5 of them, their 8th-tier prowess could not stop us, a multitude. The advantage lies with us. Charge. Who would have thought that to have a midnight snack at the assessment base, one would first have to engage in battle? Facing the 5 8th-tier martial artists, the crowd, eager and unafraid, rolled up their sleeves, fully prepared for the challenge. As the first few individuals surged forward, Hongji from Pingcheng No. 2 High School cautioned, "Be careful. They are not ordinary martial artists. Look at the insignia on their uniforms. That's the emblem of the Divine Machine Camp. At this revelation, the crowd instantly froze. The Divine Machine Camp, a special operations unit comprised entirely of martial artists, had slain countless beast generals and earned illustrious accolades. They were the undisputed elite of the Blue Star Defense Forces. Almost all candidates present had grown up hearing stories of the Divine Machine Camp. Little did they expect to encounter them here at the assessment base. No wonder they dared to stand before hundreds despite being only 5. Recognizing the formidable background of the 5 martial artists, a complex expression emerged on the faces of the crowd, excitement mixed with helplessness. Meeting 1's idol should be a joyous occasion, yet now, all they desired was a mouthful of hot food. This meant either enduring hunger and returning to sleep or boldly charging forth to challenge the 5 martial artists from the Divine Machine Camp. As the candidates hesitated, suddenly, the blast-proof lights extinguished, plunging the area into temporary darkness. Almost simultaneously, a chorus of screams erupted from the crowd, like a signal to charge. The cries propelled the masses into a rush toward the food. It appeared that someone needed to give them a little push. By the electrical box, Jiang Fan grinned as he pulled the switch controlling the blast-proof lights. Just moments ago, he unleashed the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the Sect, manipulating the air to control the undergarments of a group, causing quite the commotion. This was the catalyst for their charge. Otherwise, they would have continued to dawdle until the food turned cold. Meanwhile, Tang Li and his companions, seizing the opportunity of the ensuing chaos, flanked the group and prepared to pilfer the food. This had been a plan devised in haste between Jiang Fan and them, with the ultimate goal of securing a late-night feast. Thus, whether they could truly defeat the warriors of the Divine Mechanism Camp was of little consequence. They merely needed to seize the food amidst the turmoil. Jiang Fan was tasked with inciting that very chaos. In the courtyard, 5 8th-rank warriors stood resolute against a horde reminiscent of zombies, creating a veritable vacuum around them. Any candidate who dared to approach would be sent sprawling. Fortunately, as one wave fell, another quickly surged forth. The candidates responsible for retrieving the food, including Tang Li, successfully approached from the flanks. However, it was not long before a bald warrior took notice of them. Exchanging glances with his teammate, he stepped forward, gesturing with his finger and tauntingly remarked, "You wish to sneak a trick under my watchful eye." Upon witnessing this, Tang Li and his companions wasted no time, unleashing their martial skills and techniques as they charged. If Jiang Fan can fell an 8th-rank warrior, so can we. They rallied. Indeed, perhaps having witnessed Jiang Fan's previous feats emboldened the prodigies of Experiment 1, driving them to fight with greater ferocity than others. However, it soon became apparent that Jiang Fan's ability to defeat an 8th-rank warrior did not guarantee their own success. Moreover, the warrior before them would not simply stand idle, serving as a target. With a series of dull thuds, the candidates from Experiment 1 were sent hurtling backward. The steam rising from the food began to dissipate, threatening to cool. Jiang Fan understood it was time for him to act. Employing the technique of Shenxing Bai Bian, he swiftly navigated through the chaotic crowd. As he neared the food, he leapt onto the shoulders of several individuals, vaulting over the heads of 4 warriors. Interesting. Just as Jiang Fan was about to land, a tall, lean warrior spotted him, leaping into the air to meet him at the same height. He then unleashed a sweeping kick, the immense force creating a sonic boom through the air. This strike was even more ferocious than the one he had received from Rong Shishir when she had targeted him deliberately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Fan did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He activated his dragon elephant body refinement technique. The already honed indestructible body radiated a golden aura. Is Binzhou glowing? The tall warrior was momentarily taken aback by the phenomenon, exclaiming in surprise, yet the force of his kick showed no signs of abating. In that instant of impact, Jiang Fan felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. His arms, which attempted to block the kick, went numb. Yet, he managed to withstand it. The blow from the 8th-rank warrior did not inflict any substantial harm. The indestructible body truly was extraordinary. Not only did the kick fail to diminish his fighting capability, but it fortuitously positioned him next to a basin of braised pork. Jiang Fan promptly scooped up the dish, exclaiming, "Folks, I've secured the food." Chapter 111. The melee immediately after Jiang Fan seized the food, the fighting came to a halt. All eyes turned towards him and the braised pork in his hands. The bald warrior, holding Tang Li aloft with one hand, waved dismissively. "I was just enjoying myself. Go on, eat up." Upon hearing this, the other 4 warriors finally cleared a path. The tall warrior patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder in astonishment, saying, "Man, you're quite resilient. You took my shadowless kick and came out unscathed. Just save me some sweet and sour pork." Jiang Fan urged as the others rushed to snatch the food. Fortunately, several cafeteria staff members emerged to maintain order, bringing forth more steaming dishes. Outside the courtyard, a group of female candidates, who had also intended to sneak food from the cafeteria, arrived late. Seeing the boys already feasting, they quickly joined in, grabbing trays and lining up. Why didn't you tell us there was food? No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. This is the food we snatched from the 8th rank warriors. And you dare complain? Where were you when we were getting beaten up? Upon hearing the boys, the later arriving girls realized many were simultaneously groaning in pain while shoveling food into their mouths, making it a rather painful yet delicious late-night snack. Meanwhile, a team from the Divine Mechanism camp washed their hands at a basin, tidied up, donned their jackets, and departed without a word. This year's SC program is brimming with talent. That kid just now could probably hold his own against a formal warrior. Do you not know? That kid is from Experiment 1. He has already taken down an 8th rank beast infiltrator. Really? I remember his name is Jiang Fan. Interesting. Our mission this time is also to support a companion named Jiang. The 5 warriors continued their casual conversation as they vanished from the courtyard. A chilling autumn breeze swept through the dark night sky, leaving no trace behind. In the examiner's dormitory area, Rome Schercher chased after her cousin, arriving at the room and venting her frustration. I wish I could eliminate Jiang Fan. How could I let him benefit? I was just trying to gather evidence of his misconduct. Why are you telling me this? You're the examiner. Whatever you say goes. Rome Wenwen burrowed under the covers, covering her head, attempting to erase the morally corrupt scene she had witnessed from her mind. She should have anticipated that her cousin would treat her pet cat as a beloved family member and might resort to using beauty tricks to save it. Moreover, it was not certain that her cousin would be the one to suffer. Suddenly, a brief silence enveloped the space outside the covers. Rome Schercher coldly remarked, Wenwen, you know that the one who has been lewdly playing tricks on all the girls is Jiang Fan, right? No need to rush to contradict me. If he were a stranger, you wouldn't have been so quiet. Feeling as though her heart skipped a beat, Rome Wenwen found herself momentarily breathless. During their time huddled in the cave for warmth, she had witnessed Jiang Fan seemingly perform magic, levitating undergarments. Thus, when her bra tightened, she immediately suspected the perpetrator. Little did she know that her body's instinctive reaction had inadvertently exposed her. Before her cousin could respond, Rome Schercher switched her tone to a mockingly playful one. Tomorrow's assessment involves a group melee. Under my guidance, Lu Yu from Fengqing No. 1 High School will be the first to eliminate Jiang Fan, allowing you to vent your frustrations. Unless, of course, you are willing to let Jiang Fan take advantage of you? Of course not. I still want to teach him a lesson. At those words, Rome Wenwen, in a fit of anger, threw back the velvet blanket. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she realized her mistake, her expression freezing in realization. By contradicting her cousin, had she not implicitly admitted that Jiang Fan had done something wrong? Oh no. I've fallen into my cousin's verbal trap. By the bedside, Rome Schercher wore a cunning smile of triumph, grasping her hand as she said, rest assured, Wenwen. Jiang Fan neither intends to help cure Xiaohei nor has he any qualms about taking advantage of you. I want to allow him to leave the melee unscathed. With that, Rome Schercher casually turned off the light and left the room. Rome Wenwen opened her mouth instinctively to stop her cousin, but the words caught in her throat, and she had to swallow them back. She could find no reasonable argument or excuse, forced to watch her cousin's silhouette disappear. The following morning, all candidates received notifications in their wristbands regarding the next assessment. Hundreds of candidates would be divided into 10 groups for a melee. The 10 champions of the ultimate victory shall assume the role of captains in the forthcoming team assessment, thereby earning additional merit points upon the successful completion of their tasks. Furthermore, during each skirmish, the top performers will be rewarded generously. The third place will receive an extra 1,000 merit points, the second, 2,000, and the first, a remarkable 5,000 merit points, which can be exchanged for a total of 5 awakening potions. Consequently, nearly all prodigies from various levels are setting their sights on the top 3 positions, striving to secure these coveted potions through the chaotic battle. Attaining an awakening potion guarantees them the ability to break through as warriors, even if they fail the final assessment. The groupings for the skirmishes are not entirely random. Candidates are divided based on their levels, ensuring that the strongest contenders do not end up in the same group. This implies that as level candidates, their chances of victory are significantly enhanced, increasing the likelihood of emerging as the ultimate champion. The battleground is set in the training arena, where the sun hangs high in the midday sky. Below, the level candidates are visibly anxious, hastily forming alliances. Their strategy is to first exhaust the higher level candidates. If they are eliminated, they can still downgrade and participate in the seed program, whereas for them, elimination means a true loss of opportunity. Indeed, they must not allow the upper-tier candidates to pick them off one by one. They will first defend against the elite, and later, each will rely on their own abilities. For the level candidates, this skirmish is merely a rewarding challenge, while for the lower-tier candidates, it is a life-and-death battle that will determine their fate. Each group will proportionally eliminate the first candidates to fall, and it seems they can accompany Fan go only this far. Upon returning to the first experimental unit, the instructors will hardly believe that they managed to last until the second day at the assessment base. In the audience stands, the brothers Chao Zhuo and Chao Yu approached Jiang Fan to bid farewell. They were expected to be eliminated on the very day they arrived at the assessment base. Unable to withstand the pressure of the Demon King's blood, it was Jiang Fan who heroically carried them, the weaker ones, to the summit of Tianya Cliff. Although they may leave now without enough merit points to exchange for awakening potions, the 100 merit points earned from last night's training can still be traded for many valuable items. Compared to those eliminated on the first day, they have fared remarkably well. In the first experimental unit, a dozen candidates who have resigned themselves to failing the assessment come forward to thank Jiang Fan. Some have even packed their belongings in advance. Jiang Fan nods at each of them, aware that once the skirmish begins, he can no longer assist all his classmates, so he refrains from offering empty encouragement. This time, they must truly rely on their own skills. At the far left window of the cafeteria, the lady serving the food allows for extra servings if addressed as beauty. This is a piece of intel I recently gathered about the external candidates, though it is now of no use to me, so I gift it to you. Be cautious of Jun from Dinyuan Middle School. Do not turn your back on him while bathing. Remember to eat when hungry and sleep when tired. Perhaps sensing the lack of time for farewells after the skirmish, they selflessly share useful information before the grouping results are announced. Soon, the candidates receive their group assignment results on their wristbands. Those with matching numbers will compete in the same match. The 30 candidates in the first experimental unit have been completely dispersed, with a maximum of 4 individuals grouped together. Jiang Fan's wristband reveals that he is assigned to the 10th match, the last to compete. Unexpectedly, he discovers that the eldest daughter of the Rong family is also in the 10th match, indicating that they are destined to be rivals in the quest for first place. Rong class leader, it appears that only one of us can stand victorious at the end. Jiang Fan smiles as he gazes ahead. During the elite class examination, he managed to last 2 minutes against Rong Wanwen. Now, he wonders how many moves she can withstand from him. In the front row of the audience, Rong's young lady stands firmly, wielding a counterfeit sword, seemingly indifferent and silent. It appears she is still miffed about witnessing him touch her cousin the previous night. However, it is evident to anyone that Jiang Fan is the true victim in this scenario. A non-warrior and a 7th-tier powerhouse share a vehicle. It is clear who is truly in control. The other 2 stars of the first experimental unit, Tang Li and Dong Hui, are set to compete in the first and second matches, respectively. They are fortunate to avoid a showdown for first place. Moments later, the first skirmish is about to commence. With a preliminary alert sounding, the candidates for the first skirmish swiftly gather their weapons and head to the arena below. As the top talent of the first experimental unit, Tang Li's mere appearance causes the unfamiliar prodigies from other schools to instinctively sidle away, clearly intending to concentrate their forces against him. This only fuels Tang Li's ardor for battle. Instead of faltering, his fighting spirit surges even higher. As the countdown to battle begins, the expansive training arena, equivalent to 4 football fields, transforms like a 3D screen, quickly simulating a wetland jungle environment. The candidates on and off the stage widen their eyes in disbelief. For this is their first encounter with a training ground capable of realistically simulating combat environments. Those unaware might mistake it for a virtual fighting arena in the martial arts network of Blue Star. Spectators in the stands can even feel the cool, damp mist emanating from the arena below, faintly hearing the sounds of insects and birds. The wetland jungle, created in just 2 to 3 minutes, is almost indistinguishable from reality. One could hardly discern the illusion. This skirmish will take place across a total of 50 environments, including wetland jungles, Arctic snowfields, barren deserts, toxic marshes, and primordial forests, randomly simulating each. Defeat, voluntary withdrawal, or sustaining fatal injuries will lead to elimination from the arena until only one candidate remains. The challenge is about to commence. All candidates must prepare. Overhead drones broadcast the voice of the examiners. The true evaluators and judges do not attend the event in person but observe from the observation room, where a projection allows them to clearly see each candidate's performance in the arena. For examiners, along with Chief Examiner President Luo, are present. I heard that the soldiers from the Divine Machine Camp passed through here last night. Nothing occurred, I hope? No. The candidates merely endured a beating to secure their late-night snacks. That's good. The examiners from the Starry Sky Martial Academy and the Alliance Martial Academy engage in casual conversation. They had slept soundly through the night, only to awaken to news of the Divine Machine Camp's visit by day. However, they did not pay it much mind. The assessment base is located within the area of the Blue Star Defense Force's new recruit camp. Beyond that lies the true battlefield. Thus, it is inevitable that operational units will pass through. In truth, the candidates were not severely beaten. Jiang Fan from the 1st Experimental Unit swiftly secured food from the Divine Machine camp. I was a bit disheartened, Hu remarks. I was in the cafeteria eating a late-night snack, observing the whole situation, but no one noticed me. Jiang Fan? Isn't he supposed to be the top talent among level candidates? How could so many level prodigies heed his words? Instructor Liu from the Starry Sky Martial Academy immediately voices his skepticism. What top prodigy would willingly follow someone deemed inferior to themselves? Much transpired last night. Just check the assessment records, and you'll understand. Hu refrains from elaborating further. Words alone cannot convey the truth as vividly as witnessing it oneself. Dozens of exceptional talents united with Jiang Fan to obliterate a swarm of drones. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. It is essential to recognize that the candidates are, after all, rivals. One must admit that Jiang Fan's individual prowess is remarkable. However, after this assessment, he is unlikely to be seen again. On the opposite side of the sand table, Rong Shishir cradled a black cat and smiled enigmatically. Although Jiang Fan had ascended to the rank of a higher candidate, should he fall among the first to be defeated in the melee, he would be mercilessly eliminated from the seed program. Moreover, this morning, his cousin had already pledged to join forces with Liu Yu to target Jiang Fan. Under her arrangement, the two would coincidentally engage in the same battle as Jiang Fan. With the combined strength of these two top talents, Rong Shishir doubted Jiang Fan could withstand their onslaught. Once Jiang Fan faltered, she would seize the opportunity to compel him to heal her beloved black cat willingly. In reality, even if her cousin were to refrain from interference, Liu Yu alone would suffice to eliminate Jiang Fan. Liu Yu and Tang Li were of the same caliber as top talents, based on past performance. Jiang Fan could endure no more than 2 minutes against Tang Li. When confronted in a direct clash, Jiang Fan would surely falter against Liu Yu's strikes. Naturally, to prevent Jiang Fan from resorting to any unscrupulous tactics as he did the previous night, Rong Shishir had already advised her students and cousin to don form-fitting attire. With the absence of undergarments to hinder him, it was time to see what tricks Jiang Fan could still employ. Suddenly recalling something, Rong Shishir remarked. Considering the presence of numerous electronic devices in the arena, candidates should be prohibited from employing electric attack techniques to avoid damaging the simulation environment. What do you all think? After a moment, the chief examiner, President Luo, nodded in agreement. Rong Instructor S. foresight is commendable. Since the first round has yet to commence, let us notify everyone promptly. What is this? A ban on electric attacks? Whose technique generates electricity? Wait, Jiang Fan's weapon can summon lightning. In that case, has Jiang Fan's advantage vanished? Last night, he annihilated the drone swarm with that very move. How splendid. I'm grouped with Jiang Fan. I feared he would unleash a bolt of lightning, leaving no one standing. The sudden introduction of this new rule captivated the attention of all candidates, igniting a flurry of discussions. Nearly 90% expressed regret, having witnessed Jiang Fan's thunderous technique. After all, it was his most renowned and formidable move. The remaining 10%, assigned to the same group as Jiang Fan for the melee, felt a wave of relief upon realizing he had lost his edge. In their eyes, the lightning strike Jiang Fan unleashed would likely deter even seasoned warriors from confronting it directly. In the front row of the audience, Rong Wen pursed her lips upon hearing the newly imposed rule. There was no doubt that this was her cousin's scheme to undermine Jiang Fan. If things were allowed to unfold as they were, it was not merely possible, but inevitable that Jiang Fan would be eliminated. Jiang Fan's only chance of overcoming this hurdle lay in submitting to her before the 10th melee commenced, thereby healing her cat. I ask you, is it truly so difficult for you to heal my cousin's pet cat? Rong Wen approached Jiang Fan, her tone measured as she gazed at the arena below. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow at her sudden overture, reviving the dead, defying fate. What do you think? Furthermore, I have already snatched the black cat from the clutches of death. It is one thing for her to lack gratitude, but to consistently trip me up, where is the justice in that? Only Rong Shishir, a 7th-tier warrior, could likely dispatch him with a single slap. Otherwise, Jiang Fan would seek revenge, venting his frustrations. Is there truly no room for compromise? Should you be eliminated in this melee, you will have to leave the seed program. Rong Wen turned her head to look at him, her eyes revealing an unusual emotion, perhaps concern? Concern that her addiction might flare up, leaving her without anyone to detoxify her wounds? Aren't we on the same team? Once the melee begins, we can first unite against others, then determine our fates. As long as we are not among the first to fall, we can consider it a success. Jiang Fan shrugged. We cannot utilize the 5 Thunder technique. He also possesses the ability to transform swiftly. The 10,000 swords returned to one technique, and the perfected body of the golden body of 6 feet. A formidable physique impervious to all. Surely, he need not fear Rong Shirshi's machinations? Unless she were to personally enter the fray, the prospect of his elimination during the assessment seems utterly improbable. Upon hearing this, Rong Wenwen bit her lip, her expression torn. Her fingers gripping the hilt of her sword, turning pale as she spoke in a low voice. I have already pledged my allegiance to my cousin. I cannot betray her for an outsider, even if she is in the wrong. She emphasized the term outsider heavily. After all, publicly, there was no discernible relationship between them. While they might be classmates, once outside school, they were no different from strangers. It is only natural to assist kin over reason. Then we shall be adversaries. Once the melee begins, should we cross paths, I will show no mercy. Jiang Fan smiled nonchalantly. He had merely mentioned it in passing. He did not truly require the assistance of the esteemed Miss Rong. Rong Wenwen was surprisingly candid. If she were to feign cooperation only to betray him in the arena, it would indeed be an unexpected ambush. With this in mind, Jiang Fan joked, Your cousin wouldn't have you feign cooperation only to attack me from behind, would she? Rong Wenwen hesitated briefly before nodding. Truly devious. Jiang Fan's lips twitched, and he felt an increased wariness towards this venomous woman, Rong Shirshir. As they conversed, the combat in the arena had already commenced. As anticipated, the external school talents immediately launched an assault on Tang Li, unleashing a barrage of weaponry infused with various effects like raindrops. Yet, Tang Li unexpectedly altered his usual reckless fighting style, slipping into the wetland thicket, choosing to evade confrontation and dismantle his opponents one by one. Few could withstand the full force of Tang Li's blade. Even the external school talents rated at the same tier dared not meet him head-on, retreating while engaging him, awaiting their allies to encircle him. Is this the caliber of top talents? They are on an entirely different level compared to ordinary candidates. Haven't you heard the saying? The gap between tiered candidates is greater than that between humans and dogs. It seems that in the face of absolute power, tactics reliant on sheer numbers are destined to fail. In the audience, the candidates were astonished by Tang Li's combat prowess. This was their first time experiencing the stark disparity between top talents and ordinary ones so directly. Soon enough, the first batch of candidates eliminated from the arena emerged. Among them, aside from a few straggling tiered candidates, almost all were top-tier candidates. In their respective schools, they ranked among the top 20. Admired and envied as martial arts prodigies. Yet, upon entering the seed program, they fell like cannon fodder, their defeats inconspicuous. With the announcement of the eliminations by the examiners, the remaining candidates in the arena no longer hesitated and began to choose their opponents nearby. The melee had truly commenced. Vitality, practical combat, and the ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances were all impeccable. This individual is precisely the talent our Alliance Martial Academy requires. The candidate whose breakthrough in cultivation previously disrupted the stability of the base S electrical grid must be Tang Li. His strength is indeed extraordinary. In the observation room, the assessors from the 4 major martial academies expressed their admiration for Tang Li's performance. Talents like Tang Li, endowed with both exceptional strength and potential, are destined to become mid-tier martial artists at the very least, with the possibility of advancing to high tier not being out of reach. The examiners from the Alliance Martial Arts Academy have quietly resolved, regardless of the final outcome of the seed plan, to extend an olive branch to Tang Li on behalf of the Academy. Given Tang Li's current performance, even participating in the grand examination would allow him to be selected by any of the 4 major martial arts academies. Before long, the first chaotic battle concluded. True to expectations, Tang Li stood as the last remaining candidate on the martial arts stage, earning a remarkable reward of 5,000 merit points, along with the qualification to lead in the subsequent team assessment. The second and third places were claimed by 2 prodigies from Pengcheng No, 2 High School and Dingyuan High School. In the final moments of the melee, the 2 had initially intended to collaborate and eliminate Tang Li. However, in their direct confrontation, they were unable to withstand even a single move, resulting in their unfortunate defeat. In the second round, the top genius representing experimental number 1 high school was Dong Hui. He was to compete alongside Hong Ji and Zhang Kai, both top talents from Pengcheng number 2 high school. Go for it, give it your all. Tang Li encouraged Dong Hui as he returned from his match. We can only aim for 1 spot and hope to secure 3. Dong Hui replied with a bitter smile. With 3 top talents gathered in one match, and the other 2 being from the same school, his battle would undoubtedly be challenging. Chapter 114, Beast Mastery, a new technique. The second chaotic battle commenced. The randomly simulated battlefield resembled a desolate desert, mirroring the environment surrounding the assessment base. The atmosphere was barren and bleak. infused with a sense of impending doom. In this familiar setting, the candidates quickly adopted their battle stances. Similar to the previous match, they conserved their energy to avoid being among the first eliminated. Subsequently, they either fought solo or formed alliances to showcase their strengths. After all, aside from the top 3, candidates ranked lower could still earn merit points based on their performance. As the melee began, Hong Ji and Zhang Kai from the same school teamed up, ruthlessly eliminating any candidates that appeared before them. Regardless of their rank or talent, no one could withstand even a breath against the two. When Donghui noticed that they had not immediately targeted him, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to swiftly dispatch the overly ambitious candidates approaching him. As time progressed in the martial arts arena, an increasing number of participants were eliminated. Eventually, Donghui and the two top talents could not avoid confronting one another. Zhang Kai, holding the fourth-place candidate, turned to Donghui with a serious expression. I heard that Jiang Fan's strength is considered subpar even within your school. If you rank among the top 3 in your grade, does that not make you stronger than him? Having experienced Jiang Fan's prowess firsthand when surrounded by mutated wild wolves in the toxic jungle, Zhang Kai had felt the intensity of Jiang Fan's attacks, which could easily rank among the city's formidable martial artists. Yet, Jiang Fan was not even among the top tier at experimental number 1 high school. Coupled with Tang Li's outstanding performance in the first round, it was difficult not to instill fear regarding the candidates from experimental number 1. Jiang Fan. During the elite class promotion exam, he barely lasted 2 minutes against me. I wonder how long the two of you can hold out against him. Donghui casually slung the longing spear over his shoulder, exuding an aura of invincibility. Internally, however, he felt a mix of amusement and despair. What he stated was factual, but that had occurred over half a month ago. He himself was uncertain of Jiang Fan's current capabilities. The only certainty was that Jiang Fan had grown frighteningly strong, even inducing a sense of threat in him. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from leveraging the information gap to intimidate the two top talents from the external school. Once a martial artist feels fear, their momentum diminishes by threefold. Dong Hui's verbal tactics indeed had an effect. Upon hearing his words, both Zhang Kai and Hong Ji paused slightly, fully alert as if facing a grave adversary. Shortly thereafter, with the combined strength of the two top talents from Pingsheng No. 2 High School, Dong Hui's figure soon vanished from the martial arts arena, exiting in disappointment. On the stage, Zhang Kai and Hong Ji exchanged glances. Their second joint attack yet to land. Is this it for the top 3 from experimental number 1? They had expected a worthy opponent but were surprised to find that the actual strength of their adversary was merely on par with their usual levels. However, their confusion lasted but a moment. In the next second, they were embroiled in combat, sparks flying, fiercely entangled. With the common opponent eliminated, it was time to determine the first and second place. Look, this is the result of 2 top-tier candidates teaming up. No one in the entire martial arts arena can rival them. In the front row of the audience, Roan women watched the martial arts stage below, still attempting to persuade. Even so, do you intend to persist against your cousin? Moreover, you are barred from using your strongest lightning strike technique. Whether defeating the 8th grade beast infiltrators, dispelling the gathered mutated wild wolves, or dismantling drone swarms. Roan Winnan had witnessed Jiang Fan's journey by his side, fully aware that his success hinged on the unique lightning strike technique he executed with that peculiar brick. Now, with his strongest move forbidden, she wondered what Jiang Fan could possibly rely on to endure the melee. It seemed unlikely that he would last long enough to intervene before being eliminated by the external school candidates. Are you so certain I will lose? Jiang Fan retorted with a question. It's not about losing. It's about being eliminated. Opposing your cousin only leads to that outcome. Roan won when corrected, her brows furrowing. At this point, you should be worried about being eliminated and forced out of the seed plan, rather than thinking of winning. Winning what? Do you still aspire to compete for first place with her? As they spoke, the second chaotic battle had concluded, revealing Hong Ji as the ultimate victor. Originally the top student of Pingsheng No. 2 High School, it was expected that he would defeat his schoolmate, Zhang Kai. While Zhang Kai possessed a naturally robust physique, making him well-suited for our Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy, Hong Ji, though not as strong, expertly combined agility and swordsmanship to compensate for his shortcomings, emerging victorious, a born warrior. Dong Hui's strength was commendable, ranking just below Tang Li from the same school, making him a contender for first place. Unfortunately, he was besieged by the 2 top talents. In the observation room, several examiners provided evaluations of the top 3 from the chaotic battle. Among them, the most regrettable was Dong Hui. It was not that Dong Hui was weak. Rather, the combined might of the 2 top candidates was too formidable for any individual candidate to withstand. This was precisely why, during the division of the chaotic battle, they endeavored to separate the top talents from each school. Naturally, this was a challenge, as with only 10 chaotic battles. It was inevitable that top talents from the same school would sometimes be grouped together. In such cases, external candidates could only consider themselves unfortunate. Jiang Fan. Let's see how you escape my grasp this time. On the other side of the battle projection, Rong Shishir fondled her cat affectionately while secretly reveling in her thoughts. She could hardly fathom how Jiang Fan could evade elimination alongside the formidable duo of her cousin and Lu Yu. Rong Shishir envisioned a scene where, after being ousted from the seed plan, Jiang Fan would kneel in tears, desperately clutching her leg and repeatedly apologizing as his resolve crumbled. As time passed, the earlier matches concluded sequentially. The chaotic battle gradually approached its 8th round. After one more match, the final 10th battle would commence. Just then, Jiang Fan, silently observing from the audience, received a notification from the system. Detected that the peaks are holding an internal competition for disciples. Your strength has advanced, and you have long been without opponents, necessitating a battle to validate your progress. Ding. Triggered side quest. Secure first place in the internal disciple competition. Quest reward, 200 system currency. The technique, Beast Mastery. Upon seeing the system notification, Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This time, there was even a technique reward. With a mere thought, a detailed introduction of the new technique appeared before him. Beast Mastery, contract, deter, refine all beasts of the world. The description was simple. As its name implied, it was a technique for controlling beasts. The effectiveness and quantity of control depend on one's own cultivation level. Beastly creatures are still beasts. Mastering the art of beast taming would render one invincible amongst the horde of demonic beasts, would it not? Jiang Fan gazed at the introduction to the technique, lost in contemplation. Given that the last technique, 10,000 swords returned to the sect, was not merely about controlling swords but rather managing undergarments, he couldn't help but wonder whether the beast in beast taming referred to animals or something else entirely. Chapter 115. The final chaos. The specific efficacy of the beast taming technique could only be discerned after acquiring it. Thus, Jiang Fan chose not to dwell on it for the moment, but resolutely set his sights on claiming first place in the chaos. While the reward of 5,000 merit points was secondary, the primary goal was to become the captain of the subsequent team operations, as completing team assessment tasks would yield additional merit rewards. That was the crux of the matter. Therefore, accumulating 50,000 merit points swiftly to exchange for the immortal sword and secure the captaincy was imperative. On the training ground, the 8th bout of chaos was drawing to a close. The chief genius from Dingyuan High School, Huijun, a man of few words yet formidable in strength, wielded his battle axe with devastating efficiency, charging into the encircled candidates as if entering an uninhabited realm. In the face of absolute power, numerical superiority held no sway. Soon enough, Huijun emerged victorious, becoming the 8th candidate to qualify for captaincy. As the 9th battle commenced, Jiang Fan and his companions for the final 10th battle began to leave the spectator stands and head towards the preparation area. Predictably, at the entrance of the passage, Jiang Fan encountered a large group from Fengqing No. 1 High School. Since he had rejected Rong Shishir's proposal in the off-road vehicle the previous night, the madwoman had seemingly abandoned all pretense and was now using her examiner status to gather all his opponents in one place. Rong Wenwen, if you wish to avoid elimination from the seed program, Jiang Fan, this is your last chance. I'm sorry, but my knees are too stiff to bend. Jiang Fan pulled a brick from his pants and weighed it in his hand. The students from Fengqing No. 1 immediately paled, stepping back in unison. The last time Jiang Fan had brandished a black brick, the ensuing lightning had swiftly annihilated a swarm of drones. If he were to unleash that technique on them, aside from a select few advanced candidates, none would likely remain standing. Why the panic? The use of electric attacks is prohibited on the training ground. If Jiang Fan dares to break the rules, he will be eliminated without our intervention. Liu cast a glance at her shrinking teammates behind her, feeling a surge of anger. They had every advantage of time, place, and manpower, yet before even stepping into the arena, they were intimidated by an enemy's mere gesture, which was a disgrace to Fengqing No. 1 High School. Miss Rong, let us not forget what you promised the instructor. Noticing Rong Wenwen and Jiang Fan standing closely together, Lu Yu frowned and felt compelled to interject. Given Rong Wenwen's status and lineage, she would naturally not regard a commoner like Jiang Fan as a threat. However, driven by a woman's intuition, she sensed an unusual connection between the two. Perhaps it was something about their legs? As a top genius who had once defeated Tang Li, Lu Yu's powers of observation were exceptionally keen. Discreetly, she glanced at the pampered daughter of the Rong family before recalling something from her memory. Suddenly, she realized that whenever Jiang Fan was nearby, Rong Wenwen would instinctively draw her legs together, a subconscious action that even Rong Wenwen herself might be unaware of. However, as long as she did not interfere, her mere presence would suffice to eliminate Jiang Fan the moment the chaos began. Rongwen displayed no reaction to her cousin's warning. She stood coldly with her sword in hand, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Liu snorted disdainfully and shot another contemptuous glance at Jiang Fan before leading her team forward. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ninth bout concluded, with Rongwen's close friend, Xia Yao, claiming victory. Xia Yao, reputed to be the fastest among all candidates, utilized her petite frame to navigate the simulated jungle, leaving her opponents defenseless. The candidates encircling Xia Yao barely had time to react before she was outside the arena. As soon as the battle ended, Xia Yao rushed to the preparation area, grabbing Rongwen's hand to share her excitement. Upon noticing Jiang Fan in the distance, her expression immediately soured. Wenwen, there's a saying, the more handsome the man, the more unreliable he is. Don't let someone like him fool you into bringing a liability to the arena that could hinder your performance. The advanced candidates from other schools were not entirely inept. Xia Yao acknowledged Jiang Fan's capabilities to some extent. However, with his most powerful technique rendered unusable, he was nothing more than a liability to Rongwen, who was vying for first place. Don't worry, Yao Yao, I am well aware. Rongwen nodded, seemingly taking her friend's advice to heart. Finally, it was time for the 10th bout. This time, the simulated environment of the training ground was a frigid, northern snowfield. As far as the eye could see, everything was a blanket of white, with no place to conceal oneself. The candidates participating in the chaos stood out like black dots on a blank sheet of paper. As soon as Jiang Fan took the stage, he was immediately met with the predatory gazes of over a dozen pairs of eyes, clearly intent on eliminating him at the earliest opportunity. Under Lu Yu's direction, the group subtly formed a surrounding circle, while Rongwen quietly positioned herself behind, cutting off Jiang Fan's escape route and creating a pincer movement. In the audience, Tang Li and Dong Hui, who had already finished their battles, immediately sensed something amiss and furrowed their brows. It was not surprising that Lu Yu and her team from Fengqing No. 1 High School were deliberately targeting their experimental high school. After all, the two schools had never been on good terms. However, it was astonishing that Rongwen had also allied with Fengqing No. 1 to encircle Jiang Fan. Regardless of their shared school, Jiang Fan had saved Rongwen's life from a foreign venomous lizard during their practical training. Jiang Fan was in grave danger. Tang Li observed the scene below, his expression grave. Lu Yu is trained in the same martial arts as us, the dragon-elephant body refining technique, and her progress is not inferior to mine. She reached the level of a formal warrior over a year ago. Even I cannot guarantee 100% victory against her. Having previously battled Lu Yu, Tang Li understood better than anyone the remarkable talent of the martial arts instructor's daughter. In fact, if she were not exceptionally gifted, she would not have been chosen early on by the examiner as a student. Could this be at the behest of Rongwen's cousin? Dong Hui pondered aloud. Given Rongwen's personality, it was unlikely she would willingly collaborate with a genius from another school, let alone someone from Fengqing No. 1. Likewise, Li would not be inclined to partner with a talent from their experimental high school. The only person capable of uniting them would be one of the 4 examiners. Instructor Rong Shishir, a 7th-grade warrior from Shushan Martial Institute targeting a non-warrior candidate seemed unfathomable. Was it possible that something had transpired between the two in the off-road vehicle last night? Dong Hui furrowed his brow, arriving at this singular conclusion. As they were speaking, clang, the countdown for the simulated extreme northern snowfield training ground reached its end, signaling the commencement of the chaos. Chapter 116. Betrayal on the battlefield. With the chaos underway, the simulated snowflakes in the sky seemed to freeze in that instant. Around them, the only sounds were the pounding hearts of the spectators. Swoosh! Before Jiang Fan, a flash of sword light sliced through a flurry of snowflakes. Without any pre-battle declaration, the chief genius of Fengqing No. 1 High School unleashed his full power from the very start. Like Rongwen, Lu Yu wields a sword, yet hers is broader and longer than an ordinary blade, evidently tailored to maximize the user's strength. What? Is she so peculiar as to forego undergarments? Jiang Fan, clutching a brick, instinctively aimed to unleash his technique. 10,000 swords returning to the Sect to gain control over his opponent. To his astonishment, Lu Yu's attire concealed an empty space beneath. Could it be that last night's teasing left her too intimidated to dress properly? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Last night, he had merely tested his upgraded technique on Lu Yu. In his moment of confusion, Lu Yu's sword tip was already less than half a meter away, poised to eliminate him in an instant. Just then, a sharp sound of a sword rang out behind him. Rongwen had intervened. However, the piercing sword light merely grazed Jiang Fan's ear, intercepting Lu Yu's lethal strike. The two blades clashed and quickly separated. Rongwen, you? Lu Yu's face darkened. Clouds of fury gathering. The very scenario she dreaded had come to pass. With Rongwen's interference, Jiang Fan could not be swiftly eliminated. You assist a stranger yet neglect your own sister. Lu Yu seethed. My actions require no explanation to anyone. Rongwen stepped forward, facing Lu Yu directly. Without looking back, she declared, Jiang Fan, I will hold Lu Yu off. The rest is up to you. Lu Yu's prowess was not inferior to Tang Li's. Rongwen had no confidence in defeating her. She could only strive to delay her. To block me, you'll have to see if you possess the capability, Lu Yu retorted. Her irritation transforming into laughter, her blood boiling as she launched another fierce attack. But this time, her target was no longer Jiang Fan. Feng Wei, rally the others. As Lu Yu attacked, she decisively commanded. With Rongwen obstructing her, she too was inadvertently hindering Rongwen. Without the aid of top-tier talents, how could Jiang Fan alone withstand the onslaught from the elite students of Feng City No. 1 High School? Jiang Fan, let us see how you escape now. Feng Wei gestured, and a dozen others surged forward, coordinating an assault on Jiang Fan. Among them, the weakest was of a high tier, and collectively, they were confident in defeating any top-tier candidate, especially one who had been stripped of their strongest moves. Escape? The ones who should run are you. Jiang Fan grinned, no longer concealing his prowess. Utilizing his perfected agility technique, he deftly evaded the assault with a slide, and with a swift strike of his brick, he dispatched one of the rival candidates in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Rong Shishir witnessed her cousin's betrayal. A whirlwind of confusion, frustration, and anger surged within her, manifesting as blood that she spat forth. The cat in her arms, startled, leapt onto the sand table, arching its back. Its fur standing on end, ears pinned back against its head. The other three examiners were equally taken aback. This was a 7th-tier martial artist. A step further would elevate them to the mid-tier class. What could have occurred to cause a 7th-tier warrior to appear gravely injured and spitting blood? Instructor Rong, are you unwell? Chairman Luo inquired, noticing the disarray in Rong Shishir's energy. Apologies, an old ailment has resurfaced, but it is nothing serious. Rong Shishir fumbled for a bottle of calming pills, trembling as she poured half into her mouth. Here, have some water, Chairman Luo instructed, somewhat speechless. His gaze followed Rong Shishir's to the combat arena, where two candidates were locked in fierce battle. Both were top-tier talents with close ties to Rong Shishir. Aren't those Instructor Rong's sister and student? I didn't expect them to clash so soon. I thought Rongwen and Lu Yu would first join forces to eliminate the other candidates before competing for the top spot. It seems Instructor Rong's student is proving superior. The other three examiners observed the battle unfolding, pondering whether Rong Shishir's bloodshed stemmed from the sight of her cousin and student in conflict. However, they merely speculated and did not inquire further. Instructor Rong had an eccentric demeanor, often seen with a cat that exuded an aura of death, making her colleagues wary and questioning her mental state. Thus, it was not entirely surprising that something trivial could provoke such a reaction. Shouldn't Instructor Rong take a break? Chairman Luo casually suggested, recognizing the potential implications if something were to happen to a 7th-tier warrior from Shushan Martial Academy. No, I must witness the outcome of this chaos. Rong Shishir insisted. Simultaneously, in the combat arena mimicking the frigid northern snowfields, Jiang Fan, leveraging his agility and the formidable brick, swiftly eliminated a significant portion of his attackers. Feng Wei's expression visibly shifted to one of panic. Though he had been rallying others to charge, he remained at the back and thus had not yet been eliminated. However, that was merely a temporary reprieve. Once Jiang Fan dealt with Lu Yu's support, Feng Wei would be next. Jiang Fan's progress was smooth, while Rongwen, facing Lu Yu directly, began to falter, succumbing to fatigue. Rongwen lacked the advantage in strength and faced an overwhelmingly powerful foe in Lu Yu, whose relentless attacks grew increasingly ferocious, leaving marks on her sword. It was merely a matter of time before Rongwen would fall. Fortunately, the first batch of eliminated candidates had already appeared. Defeating Jiang Fan now would be pointless. He could still participate in the seed program. Lu Yu, stand down. Your plan with your cousin has failed. Rongwen retreated while fighting. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I would have eliminated Jiang Fan long ago. Lu Yu ground her teeth in frustration, yet her assault did not wane. In fact, it intensified. Now, Lu Yu fought not for victory, but merely to vent her anger. With a final, desperate swing, a sharp crack echoed. Lu Yu's sword shattered into fragments. Rongwen, too, was not unscathed. Her relic weapon vibrated ominously, emitting a mournful wail as it neared collapse. The strength of the relic had held firm. Otherwise, it would have shattered under Lu Yu's relentless onslaught. Even so, Rongwen did not retreat an inch, standing resolute with her sword, her determined expression paling. Just as she braced for Lu Yu's decisive strike, she noticed Lu Yu's expression shift, her vengeful gaze redirected behind her. Jiang Fan. Chapter 117. Behold, This is professionalism. Why are you shouting so loudly? Jiang Fan rubbed his ear. You. Liu instinctively turned to question her ally. Glancing around, she realized that only the three of them remained in the arena. Rong Wenwen was equally taken aback, not anticipating that the chaos would conclude so swiftly. According to the duration of the previous 9 battles, they should still be in the thick of the tumult. Where did everyone go? Rong Wenwen looked at Jiang Fan, confusion evident in her eyes. I only dealt with those who surrounded me, Jiang Fan replied, weighing the brick in his hand, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Having dispatched Lu Yu's lackeys, he had intended to eliminate a few more rival prodigies for entertainment, but as soon as he was free to act, the others had vanished. It seemed they had chosen to withdraw, intimidated by the ferocity of the fight. Jiang Fan, step behind me. You are no match for Lu Yu. The 10th chaotic battle was not yet over, but Rong Wenwen quickly regained her focus, redirecting her attention to the fight at hand. She gripped her sword with her right hand while steadying her trembling left hand. Stepping forward with resolve, she intended to muster the last of her strength for a decisive blow against Lu Yu, gambling on the possibility of a one-for-one exchange. Regardless of the outcome, she knew that Jiang Fan would ultimately reap the rewards, claiming the top 2 spots. She could always recover her losses elsewhere. Unfortunately, after just a few steps, Rong Wenwen faltered due to exhaustion and injuries, stumbling fortuitously into Jiang Fan's embrace. As she lifted her gaze, all she could see beneath the swirling snowflakes was his chiseled jawline, accentuated by the faint beginnings of adolescent stubble. Suddenly realizing her undignified state in such a public setting, Rong Wenwen bit her lip, preparing to stubbornly push him away. Yet, Jiang Fan preempted her, pulling her up with a scowl. Class leader Rong, you aren't wearing anything underneath? The softness that had previously enveloped his fingers was more than evident. Jiang Fan had initially planned to use his technique, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, to assert control over Rong Wenwen during the competition for 1st and 2nd places. However, of the 3 present, he was the only one clad in undergarments. Wait a moment. Does that mean I can control my own shorts? An epiphany struck Jiang Fan as he pondered this. Meanwhile, Lu Yu discarded the remnants of her broken sword hilt, licking her cracked lips as she taunted, Jiang Fan, are you merely going to hide behind a woman? Don't fall for her provocations. If we team up, you can hold her back from the side, and perhaps we won't suffer too badly, Rong Wenwen urged as she saw Jiang Fan preparing to engage. Lose. That word does not exist in my vocabulary, Jiang Fan retorted, twisting his neck and firmly pulling Rong Wenwen behind him. I can handle Lu Yu on my own. Rong Wenwen gazed at the man before her, taking a deep breath, and chose to remain silent. Regardless of whether Jiang Fan won or lost, he would not be eliminated from the assessment base. Thus, she resolved to let him face the consequences alone. Was Jiang Fan truly planning to challenge Lu Yu one-on-one? He must be out of his mind. No wonder he struggles to attract women. Given the lack of winning prospects, it would be better to sacrifice himself and stand in front as a means to garner some favor from the goddess. This is what it means to be professional. Observing the imminent confrontation, the other candidates in the audience couldn't help but exclaim in awe. One was a dark horse rising through the ranks, with potential as vast as the abyss, while the other was a top-tier candidate from a prestigious school, a hexagonal warrior whose prowess ranked among the best in the city's high schools. Although everyone anticipated Jiang Fan's fate, this clash had become the most anticipated battle thus far. Overestimating oneself. In the observation room, Rong Shishir, recovering from her earlier ordeal, wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze hardening as she watched the projection. It was merely another failure. She had all the time and energy to engage Jiang Fan in a war of attrition. She was eager to see how long this insignificant, powerless commoner, not even a warrior, could keep up with her. To easily defeat the dozen opponents surrounding him was not something a mere candidate should be able to accomplish. Right? His movements appeared to be Shenxing by Bian, yet they seemed more agile and nimble than she remembered. The experimental high school in Longqing was indeed a hidden gem. Tiger instructor, did you come from that side? Did you already know Jiang Fan was so concealed? The other assessors expressed interest in the only male participant on the training ground. Compared to Rong Shishir, their evaluations were more balanced. After all, prior to arriving at the assessment base, their only knowledge of Jiang Fan stemmed from the sensational news circulating in Jinghai City regarding his remarkable feats. In light of this, could the rumors of him defeating an 8th grade monster infiltrator be true? Instructor Liu from the Starry Sky Martial Academy turned to Tiger Yu, continuing to inquire. The Starry Sky Martial Academy's premise is survival of the fittest, favoring the selection of the most elite students. Now that Jiang Fan had revealed his exceptional talent, he could not afford to overlook him. Tiger Yu's mouth moved, unsure of how to respond. He observed Jiang Fan's talent, akin to a sponge saturated with water, seemingly ordinary until squeezed, revealing an endless potential. Gathering his thoughts, Tiger Yu attempted to articulate his insights as objectively as possible. I have witnessed it firsthand. However, his victory over the 8th grade warrior was largely due to that monster infiltrator underestimating him, willingly standing as a target. Moreover, it was Jiang Fan's peculiar weapon that could unleash lightning. Unfortunately, the training ground prohibits the release of electricity. Otherwise, Jiang Fan might have showcased an even more impressive performance. As he spoke, Tiger Yu cast a glance at the woman who had proposed the ban on electricity, who feigned concern about potential damage to the training ground, all while showing no remorse when her drone swarm was obliterated in an attempt to corner Jiang Fan the previous night. Not long after, the highly anticipated male and female contenders began to move in the live projection. You from Experimental High School also practiced the dragon elephant body forging technique today. Let me show you what true martial arts look like. Liu grinned menacingly, tearing open her jacket with a swift motion. Beneath her camouflage vest lay muscles thicker than Jiang Fan's thighs, resembling a formidable Barbie doll. Neither of them wielded weapons. Liu Yu clearly intended to confront Jiang Fan head-on, relying on sheer strength to overpower him. As the dragon elephant body forging technique activated, a faint golden glow emanated from Liu Yu's skin. This phenomenon only manifested when the compatibility of one's body with the dragon elephant body forging technique exceeded 80. The appearance of this anomaly sent gasps echoing through the audience. Isn't this just a battle effect? Coincidentally, I have one too, Jiang Fan grinned. Just then, a blinding golden light erupted from his groin, shooting skyward. With a 100 compatibility rate, the perfected dragon elephant body forging technique was unleashed. Chapter 118, claiming first place is Jiang Fan's groin glowing? Oh, my eyes. Damn. It's even larger than mine. The dazzling beam of light elicited astonished reactions from the men and women in the audience. In fact, this was not Jiang Fan's first display of his technique at the assessment base. He had used it once before while vying for food in front of the Divine Machine Camp team late at night. However, few had noticed at that time. In front of the gathered crowd, revealing the perfected dragon elephant body forging technique was a first since arriving at the base. A mere spectacle, Liu Yu discreetly glanced at Jiang Fan's groin and huffed disdainfully. In an instant, she stomped down, cracking the ground beneath her, charging at him like a ferocious beast. Her fist flying toward him. The wind from her punch sliced through the snowy air, its force palpable from a distance. Jiang Fan, be careful. Roan Wenwen couldn't help but shout. This punch clearly exceeded the bounds of a normal match. If it landed on any candidate, even if they survived, they would likely be incapacitated and unable to continue the assessment. Liu was not merely aiming to defeat Jiang Fan, she sought to take his life. As the punch descended, Jiang Fan sprang into action. With a straightforward strike, his fist collided head-on with Liu Yu's iron-like fist. Roan Wenwen braced herself, almost able to foresee the gruesome outcome of Jiang Fan's arm being torn apart by the impact. The next moment, boom, the two fists met, and the shockwave generated from their collision caused the simulated snowflakes above to melt away. Beneath their feet, the snow erupted like a meteorite crashing down, sending plumes of snow cascading outward for dozens of meters. Yet, as the snow settled, the anticipated scene of blood and gore failed to materialize. In the midst of the melting snow, Jiang Fan and Liu Yu appeared evenly matched, their fists suspended in midair, neither yielding an inch. Are you really practicing the dragon elephant body forging technique? After a moment of astonishment, Liu Yu swallowed hard, incredulity etched on her face. She had already mastered the technique to the standard of a formal warrior, and even against a true warrior, she believed she could hold her own. According to reason, Jiang Fan, a non-martial artist, should not have been able to withstand the attack head-on. Among all the candidates present, no one could have withstood it directly, yet defying logic. Such an occurrence unfolded before our eyes. Do you have any objections? Jiang Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm his somewhat dizzy mind. Although he had successfully received Liu Yu's punch, he had been nearly struck in the face by the opponent's chest due to her lack of binding attire, resulting in a sharp pain. Had he not mastered the indestructible body, he might have suffered a concussion from the unexpected blow. To think of using her chest as a projectile. Well, since everyone seems so extraordinary, I shall no longer pretend to be reserved. Jiang Fan's face twitched as he leaped to create distance between himself and Liu Yu. Standing atop a snow pile, he discreetly tore the elastic band of his undergarment with one hand hidden behind his back, prepared to unleash his newly devised technique. As if struck by a revelation, Liu Yu, who had received Jiang Fan's affirming response, stood in shock for a moment before exclaiming hysterically, "Impossible. My dragon elephant body refinement technique cannot be inferior to yours. Perhaps it's because I practiced the public version, while yours is the private one." Jiang Fan smirked. Although both techniques bore the same name, he practiced the celestial variant while she trained in martial arts. Could they truly be compared? Regardless of the superiority of her martial arts, I doubt you can withstand my next move. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as her fists became engulfed in a visible aura of energy, signifying her intent to unleash a formidable martial technique. However, Jiang Fan was more concerned about Lu Yu's chest, should it come flying again. It would be quite impolite to catch or block it in front of an audience. Moreover, Lu Yu's father, the master of the Longqing martial arts school, had once called him brother. He could not take liberties with his daughter. Nevertheless, it was imperative to teach her a lesson. Jiang Fan flexed his arms, adopting a defensive stance. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu charged once more. This time, her attack was silent, devoid of any sound, yet the oppressive force of her punch intensified, instinctively causing the hairs on one's body to stand on end. Was Jiang Fan about to unleash his technique? Given the circumstances, even a violation of rules would be acceptable. Something significant was about to unfold. The candidates surrounding the martial arts arena looked on with eager anticipation. With Jiang Fan's current performance, he was undoubtedly among the elite contestants. In this clash of titans, Lu Yu unleashed a move stronger than her usual strikes. If Jiang Fan wished to block it head-on, he would likely have to resort to his equally impressive thunder strike. Just a minor infraction. Even if he were to be judged as the loser, he would still claim third place. In the gaze of all, a shadow shot forth from Jiang Fan's hand, meeting Lu Yu head-on. As it became clear, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. They had expected a grand move, only to witness a pair of gray undergarments soaring through the air. As the undergarments flew forth, Lu Yu seemed unable to comprehend this unconventional attack. Soon after, the animated undergarment ensnared her head, obscuring her vision. What is this abomination? Though not particularly harmful, the humiliation of the strike shattered Lu Yu's offensive momentum. She was compelled to retract her punch, her hands flailing in a futile attempt to free herself. After all, the undergarment was more than a mere headpiece. It pressed against her mouth and nose, restricting her breath. At that moment, Jiang Fan seized the opportunity. A seemingly ordinary brick was flung from his trousers, landing squarely on Lu Yu's head with a resounding thud. Lu Yu's head tilted as her body collapsed forward, face first into the snow, her rear protruding, utterly motionless. What a perfect opportunity! Observing this, Rongwen drew her sword, intent on delivering several stabs to the fallen opponent. However, there was another loud thud as the brick struck Rongwen from behind. Stumbling, she turned around. Her eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury, her voice trembling as she said, "Jiang Fan, you? You don't think that just because Lu Yu lost, we can forego the competition, do you?" Jiang Fan shrugged. Then, he wrapped an arm around Rongwen, gently lowering her to the ground. Achieving second place is commendable, but you are not as strong as Lu Yu. I mean in terms of capability. Jiang Fan reassured her, rising as the ultimate victor of the 10th chaotic battle. Ding. Side quest to claim first place in the Inner Sect Disciples competition completed. Reward: 200 system currency, Beast Control Technique. The Beast Control Technique is in my grasp. Upon seeing the system notification appear before him, Jiang Fan felt his breath quicken. If the Beast Control Technique could indeed command demonic beasts, he could hardly fathom how invincible he would become in the demonic beast battlefield. Moreover, the technique reward was readily available without the need for upgrades or points. Jiang Fan could hardly contain his excitement as he prepared to randomly select a fortunate demonic beast to test it out. Yet just as he was about to enter the next round, Lu Yu emerged from the snow pile, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she were ready to devour him whole. "Jiang Fan, I want you dead." Chapter 119. Kneeling and apologizing. As soon as the chaotic battle concluded, Jiang Fan immediately ceased his technique, allowing Lu Yu to seize the opportunity to tear his precious undergarment. Her murderous gaze pierced through the 2 holes in the fabric. Jiang Fan, with a furrowed brow, mused, "Could you not first remove my underwear from my face before speaking? You look rather disturbing like this." Jiang Fan's words only fueled the flames of Lu Yu's rage, causing veins to pulse on her forehead, while visible steam emanated from her nostrils. As the simulated environment of the martial arts arena dissipated, the surrounding candidates watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress their whispers, interspersed with laughter. They witnessed Lu Yu's attempt to target Jiang Fan only to be outplayed in such a humiliating manner. As fellow candidates, they found it hard to sympathize with her, especially since Jiang Fan had led them to destroy the drone swarm, earning everyone except for the students of Fengqing No. 1 High School 100 merit points, while also allowing a 7th-grade martial artist to showcase their skills. In just one night, Jiang Fan had garnered the recognition of nearly all the candidates. Naturally, they rallied behind him. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The sharp laughter surrounded Lu Yu from all sides, turning her eyes bloodshot with rage. Boom. In the aftermath of the chaotic battle, Lu Yu suddenly launched an attack, her fist aimed directly at Jiang Fan. In response, Jiang Fan merely placed his hands in his pockets, showing no intention to defend or retaliate. He knew someone would surely intervene before him. Indeed, as her fist Akin to a sandbag, approached within half a meter of his head, it seemed to freeze in midair. The examiner from Shushan Martial Academy, Instructor Rong Shishir, had arrived. Rong Shishir released an aura of pressure, subduing Lu Yu's lethal strike. Then, with a sharp slap, she struck Lu Yu across the face. Shameful waste. Go back and reflect on your actions. As the sound of the slap echoed, the air fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that the usually aloof and ethereal female instructor would strike her student so harshly. Yet, Lu Yu had indeed brought this upon herself. The battle had ended, and she still dared to make a move. Yes, teacher. Lu Yu bit her lip until it bled, her nails digging into her flesh. After a moment, she finally bowed her head. Jiang Fan noticed a flicker of barely concealed resentment in her eyes, yet it was clear it was not directed at him. As Lu Yu had directly confronted him, adhering to the principle of remaining uninvolved, Jiang Fan courteously maintained his silence, pretending not to see. Hey, Lu Yu, wait a moment. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Fan called out from behind. The chief prodigy of Finching No. 1 High School halted, turned around, and displayed an expression of profound humiliation. You've already won. What more do you want? Do you want me to kneel and apologize to you? After all, during their time at the launching martial arts school, Jiang Fan had indeed compelled Rong Shishir to apologize publicly. This time, it was only fair that her student faced a similar fate. In a fit of desperation, Liu declared that she would kneel. Upon witnessing this, Rong Shishir did not intervene, merely scoffing and turning her face away, evidently disillusioned with her student. Sensing her teacher's attitude, Lu Yu felt a chill in her heart. As if plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, her knees buckled, surrendering to gravity. Once a martial artist kneels, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rise again. Just as her knees were about to touch the ground, a pair of firm, steel-like hands caught her. Lu Yu looked up, her pupils trembling in disbelief, only to find her adversary, Jiang Fan, supporting her. Under the midday sun, Jiang Fan wore a benign smile, his back to the light, making him appear almost radiant. Why are you doing this? She thought, astonished that, in her moment of despair, the one she had consistently targeted, Jiang Fan, was the one showing her respect. Lu Yu's lips quivered, her eyes, akin to embers, gradually clouded with tears. Jiang Fan, with a serious expression, earnestly stated, that pair of shorts is quite expensive, branded. Remember to compensate me later. At such a moment, his primary concern was his shorts. Lu Yu, taken aback by his words, paused, yet resolutely nodded, I will compensate you. She removed the tattered cloth from her head, gripping it tightly, lost in thought as she made her way to the exit of the training field. In stark contrast to the grand entrance with a dozen companions, the last remaining student from Finching No. 1 High School appeared rather desolate. As for the others, they had already been eliminated during the assault on Jiang Fan. Until Lu Yu's figure vanished at the exit, Instructor Rong did not cast a glance back. With the conclusion of 10 rounds of chaotic battles, the next phase would be the team assessment. Prior to commencing the team assessment, it was essential to form teams. The 10 individuals standing on the training field would serve as captains of 10 small squads, permitted to choose their teammates. There remained half a day for preparation before the team assessment began. After announcing the time for the team assessment, Rong Shishir dismissed the gathered candidates. Subsequently, she called her cousin aside with a tone tinged with reproach, clearly intending to question her about betraying her by aiding Jiang Fan. However, Rong Wenwen chose to ignore her. Hastily following Jiang Fan and grasping his right hand from behind, without uttering a word, it was as though everything was implied. The meaning was unmistakable. Observing this scene, Rong Shishir's outstretched hand hung in midair, her expression frozen, unable to articulate her thoughts. Your cousin is calling you. Why are you here? Jiang Fan furrowed his brows at the sudden softness in his hand. This young lady Rong had taken the initiative to approach him. Could it be she had awakened some system that would grant her half of his cultivation upon marriage? After all, he had just revealed his prowess as a top-tier candidate by defeating Finching No. 1's chief prodigy. My cousin has gone mad. I have no intention of assisting her further, Rong Wenwen stated coldly, as if discussing an outsider, completely disregarding the onlookers at the training field's exit. Indeed. She seems quite deranged, Jiang Fan concurred, nodding in agreement. But on another note, why are you holding my hand? He mused silently, attempting to withdraw his hand discreetly to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings that might tarnish his reputation. To his surprise, she tightened her grip, showing no intention of letting go. Don't think too much. I'm merely walking with you to sever my cousin's aspirations, Rong Wenwen explained with a serious demeanor. Jiang Fan glanced back, noting that Instructor Rong's figure had vanished, confirming she had not pursued them. The effectiveness of young Lady Rong's escape plan was evident. Now that she has departed, let go. I am off to the cafeteria to satisfy my hunger. Let us eat together, Rong Wenwen suddenly suggested. Noticing Jiang Fan's reluctance, she added, It's on me. Chapter 120, The chief examiner's attention. Meanwhile, the three evaluators in the observation room, along with a multitude of examiners, were still assessing the results of the chaotic battles. Candidates who performed poorly and were quickly defeated would naturally be eliminated from the seed program. Consequently, the candidates of lower tiers faced complete obliteration. Even the mid-tier candidates suffered significant losses. Originally, nearly 10,000 candidates from various high schools across the city had arrived at the base on foot. And after this chaotic battle, only a mere 500 remained. The 10 victorious team leaders, with a maximum of 10 members each, left the remaining 400 to form their own teams. Given that Jiang Fan had decisively defeated Lu Yu from Finching No. 1 High School, it seemed improbable that he would continue to be evaluated under the previous tier rating system. One examiner raised a question regarding the assessment criteria. The distinction between tiers, though minimal in wording, held substantial significance for the candidates' results. During the upcoming team assessment, the options available to higher-tier candidates far surpassed those of lower-tier candidates. Similarly, the merit points awarded differed by a factor of 10 or even 100. Typically, once a candidate's tier is established, it is exceedingly challenging to alter. An upward leap from mid-tier to upper tier is virtually unheard of. However, the current circumstances were anything but ordinary. Jiang Fan's performance had seen him ascend from mid-tier to upper tier, marking him as the most remarkable dark horse they had encountered in nearly a decade. It was clear that continuing with the previous tier evaluation would be inappropriate. Let us reclassify him into the upper-tier candidate category, the chief examiner, President Luo, declared decisively, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fan's combat footage with palpable admiration. Although his tactics were somewhat underhanded, grabbing shorts and tossing them, victory is victory. Moreover, in a life-or-death scenario, the beast would not care for the chivalrous demeanor of a martial artist. This candidate? President Luo magnified the projection for a closer inspection. He had not paid much attention before, but now, the more he looked at Jiang Fan's face, the more familiar it appeared, especially his brows and eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Xian, who had previously undertaken a covert mission. Connecting this with their shared surname suggested a high probability of familial ties. Does Jiang Fan have an elder sister? President Luo inquired. Hearing this, the two evaluators turned their attention to Hu Yu, who had come from experimental No. 1 and should possess greater insight into the prodigies from that institution. I believe there is one working at the Public Security Bureau, Hu Yu replied uncertainly. During his time at experimental No. 1, he had heard many students mention that Jiang Fan had once caused quite a stir at the Public Security Bureau just to see his sister on a business trip. The tales had been vividly recounted, but Hu Yu found it hard to believe that a group of students could overpower the Public Security Bureau. The only truth in those stories was likely that Jiang Fan indeed had a sister. Hu Yu cast a puzzled glance at President Luo, unsure why he was suddenly interested in this matter. However, he observed President Luo utilizing his authority as the chief examiner to pull up Jiang Fan's complete profile, seemingly in search of something. Shortly thereafter, President Luo's expression darkened, a storm brewing on his brow. What is wrong, President Luo? Instructor Yi from the Alliance Martial Academy inquired. Puzzled, he observed Jiang Fan's outstanding performance and had already planned to extend an invitation for enrollment after the event. However, the expression on President Luo's face made him hesitate. Could it be that Jiang Fan had committed an offense? Initially, Jiang Fan was merely a level candidate, not worthy of particular attention, so he had not paid much heed to him before. His understanding of Jiang Fan was limited to the past 2 days at the assessment base. Had Jiang Fan gotten into trouble again? The corner of Hu Yu's mouth twitched. His senior sister's disciple truly could not remain composed for even a single day. It wasn't Jiang Fan who was in trouble. Rather, one of the examiners was about to face complications. President Luo exhaled a heavy breath and slammed the table. Call Rong Shishir to my office. Do it now. President Luo, are you looking for me? The moment the words fell, Rong Shishir appeared at the door of the observation room, cradling a black cat. Her expression was evidently not pleasant, as she had just witnessed the disheartening defeat of a student she had high hopes for. Moreover, the one who had defeated her student, Jiang Fan, had also taken away her beautiful cousin. At that moment, murderous thoughts likely crossed Rong Shishir's mind. Is there something you can't discuss here? Rong Shishir frowned, clearly reluctant to be alone in the office with her male superior. President Luo snorted coldly. Listen well, Instructor Rong. I do not care about any personal grievances you hold against Jiang Fan. From now on, cease all such actions immediately, and I will pretend nothing has occurred. During assessments, projection records are always retained for ease of score tallying. Anyone with functioning eyesight could easily discern that Rong Shishir had been targeting Jiang Fan. The arrangements made to deliberately trouble him were almost overt. Previously, it was overlooked because Jiang Fan, as a level candidate, would inevitably be eliminated, and President Luo chose to turn a blind eye. Even after Jiang Fan was promoted to a level candidate, President Luo would only remind her not to go too far. But now, upon learning that Jiang Fan was the younger brother of Jiang Xin, President Luo could no longer remain calm. Isn't this a personal matter between me and Jiang Fan? It has nothing to do with you, President Luo, Rong Shishir replied coldly. The atmosphere in the observation room seemed to plummet with her words, sending chills down the spine. What deep-seated hatred could Rong Shishir possibly harbor against a mere candidate to war in offending a mid-level warrior? The three examiners watching from the side exchanged glances, each revealing their mutual confusion. The other examiners also paused their work, gazing with curiosity. If you insist on being obstinate, I will have no choice but to contact the Shushan Martial Academy and have another examiner sent over, President Luo calmly threatened, suppressing the urge to yell. It was not that he was afraid to shout. Rather, Jiang Fan's sister was currently on a secret mission, and certain matters could not be easily disclosed. Nevertheless, President Luo would not allow anyone to bully the family of a frontline warrior under his watch, especially considering the perilous nature of Jiang Fan's sister's mission. I understand your instructions, President Luo. After a brief silence, Rong Shishir replied with a gloomy face, as if finally conceding. She then turned and exited the observation room, stifling her anger as she strode towards the examination area. Meanwhile, in the base cafeteria, as Jiang Fan and Rong Woman appeared simultaneously, they immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Envious and jealous glances were directed their way. Oh my gosh, I'm dying. Fighting on the field and dating off it. How enviable. Why isn't it me standing next to Jiang Fan? His aura is so radiant. Jiang Fan had always enjoyed dining, especially when treated by kind souls. However, upon entering the base cafeteria, he felt like a spectacle being scrutinized, which bewildered him. Some ill-intentioned gazes brazenly swept towards his waist, as if they were poised to devour him. On the other hand, Rong Wenwen was accustomed to being in the spotlight and maintained her composure. The modest cafeteria was elevated to the ambience of a high-end restaurant by her elegant dining etiquette. However, Jiang Fan had little concern for such niceties. He ordered a large quantity of nutritious meals made from precious ingredients, indulging himself. In fact, meals at the base cafeteria were mostly free. Only beast meat and warrior nutritional meals required additional payment. Of course, this payment was not made in actual currency, as money in the front line was nearly worthless. The only currency recognized at the assessment base was merit points. Merit points could not only be exchanged for cultivation resources but could also be used to enhance one's dining experience, provided one was willing to spend. As Jiang Fan ate, he opened his panel to assess the gains from this battle. Host, Jiang Fan, Single, Realm, Level 8, Cultivation Method, ZH Ingli Golden Body, Perfected. Techniques, 5 Thunder Righteous Method, Minor Completion. Beast Taming Technique, Beginner. Divine Powers, Shifting 100 Changes, Great Completion, costs 500 system currency to upgrade. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, Great Completion. Costs 500 system currency to upgrade. Fortune, Human Immortal, System Currency, 230, Main Quest. Pass the True Disciple Assessment, pending, rewards system currency 500. Technique, True Fire of 3 Mysteries. System Space, Spiritual Energy 52, Pulse Protection Pills 10, Vitality Pills 10, Detox Pills 20, Exquisite Innate Spiritual Treasure, Juxian Sword, Witch Clan Essence Blood 1. Indeed, obtaining the beast taming technique immediately placed him at the beginner level. There was no indication of how to enhance it. Likely akin to the 5 Thunder Righteous Method, which could only be improved when accumulating fortune. He was uncertain how formidable the beginner-level beast taming technique could be. But he planned to find a beast to test it out when he had the opportunity. The assessment base was situated in a frontline area, surely not lacking in beasts for practice. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring? Jiang Fan inquired, noticing Rong Wenwen sitting directly across from him, who had just pushed her hair behind her ear and seemed a bit uncomfortable. Her earlobes turned slightly red as she apparently misinterpreted the situation, and her tone softened. Jiang Fan, unable to clarify that he was merely examining the system panel, swiftly redirected the conversation for the upcoming team assessment. Would you like to join my team? It's a guaranteed win. As the team leader, Jiang Fan needed to recruit team members for the assessment. Typically, to facilitate coordination, a team would not exceed 10 members. Thus, everyone would instinctively invite stronger candidates as teammates. For instance, Tang Li and his companions rushed off to seize their desired candidates immediately after the mixed battle concluded, neglecting their lunch. Among the 500 candidates who passed the mixed battle, fewer than 50 were top-tier candidates, including the eventual winner. However, there were a total of 10 individuals qualified to be team leaders, meaning that on average, each of the 10 teams would have about 4 top-tier fighters. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's invitation, Roan Wenwen's eyes lit up with delight, but soon dimmed again. She pouted slightly. You only just thought to invite me? I've already accepted someone else's invitation in advance. As she spoke, a petite figure sat down next to Roan Wenwen. Sorry, but I got to her first. We've been childhood sweethearts, and no one can separate me from Wenwen, Xia Yao said with a boastful tone, clearly proud of her prior invitation to Roan Wenwen. Right, Wenwen? Xia Yao leaned in closer, but Roan Wenwen instinctively recoiled, rejecting her with, We're eating, stop it. Upon witnessing this, Xia Yao's smile instantly stiffened. Since the arrival of Jiang Fan, the distance between her and her close friend has grown increasingly distant. Now, she is even unwilling to allow any contact. It is puzzling that when they left the training ground, she had actively held the man's hand. The memory of that day when Roan Wenwen called Jiang Fan into her bedroom, leaving her to eavesdrop from the adjacent room, only deepens Xia Yao's melancholy. With this thought in mind, she glared at Jiang Fan and said curtly, Go ahead and take your time eating. By the time the formidable candidates are all taken away, you'll be left with a motley crew. Let us see how you complete the team task. A motley crew? At least those are the top talents ranked within the top 30 of their respective schools. They could not possibly be that lacking, could they? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Inviting Roan Wenwen was merely a casual suggestion. If it failed, it was of no consequence since he was already superior. As for teammates, he could simply gather a few to fill the ranks. Just as he pondered whom to invite, a notification suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Ding. Detected imminent exploration of the ancient perilous land, triggering side quest, form an alliance. Quest rewards, 100 system currency, 10 cleansing pills. Note, the host carries the fortune of humanity. When gathering allies for battle, a fortune enhancement effect can be obtained, significantly boosting combat power. The more allies, the greater the enhancement, up to the host's limit. Attack enhancement, each additional person increases by 1. Defense enhancement, each additional person increases by 1. Life enhancement, each additional person increases by 1. Resistance enhancement. The newly triggered side quest left Jiang Fan momentarily stunned. He did not expect that his celestial level fortune would have a team enhancement effect. Since the benefits increased with more members, he could summon all 400 individuals to form an alliance. A comprehensive enhancement effect of 400 would surely dominate in the team assessment, wouldn't it? By the way, was there no limit to the number of participants in the team assessment? Jiang Fan hastily finished his meal and curiously inquired. Are you planning to recruit a bunch of cannon fodder, relying on numerical superiority? Xia Yao chuckled. Teams are generally composed of elites, usually no more than 10 members. To avoid being dragged down by teammates, some teams even plan to recruit only 5 or 6 members. In team assessments, having more members does not necessarily equate to an advantage. For instance, in some beast hunting tasks, candidates lacking strength would simply be sending themselves to their doom. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Roan Wenwen also set her chopsticks down and frowned. This time the team assessment may lead us to the front lines. Bringing a group of weaker teammates to the battlefield is no different than courting death. Jiang Fan, you aren't seriously considering gathering a bunch of cannon fodder, are you? Xia Yao pouted. Wenwen, why are you worrying about him? If he dies, he dies. That's just self-inflicted. Is he a cannon fodder? It is too early to say. Jiang Fan neither confirmed nor denied but chose to remain silent. As the saying goes, secrecy breeds success. Once he has assembled his alliance and swept through the team assessment, all would become clear. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Jiang Fan gathered his dishes and stood up, intending to head to the base hall to issue recruitment information. Aside from the 10 squad leaders, other candidates wishing to form teams would also be their seeking partners. After all, the 10 leaders could take a maximum of 90 people, leaving the remaining 400 to fend for themselves. However, Jiang Fan had arrived, and his choice was simple. He wanted them all. After lunch, the base hall was bustling, resembling a miniature job fair. Some candidates, believing themselves to possess considerable strength, set up signs outlining their advantages and the types of teammates they sought to fill their team's gaps. Those skilled in attack often teamed up with those proficient in defense, while speedsters sought out like-minded individuals to fully leverage their advantages on the battlefield. The most sought-after candidates were undoubtedly those who had studied emergency medical care and first aid. Though their strength was not exceptional, they were still more popular than the majority of candidates. Some had already been recruited into elite teams led by figures like Tang Li and Hong Ji. Brother, you are here to find a team too, right? You look impressive and dashing. Why not join our squad? We have a healer. As soon as Jiang Fan stepped into the base hall, he was seized by a pair of rough hands. The speaker was a tall, thin young man with dark skin, resembling someone who had just escaped from a mine. Behind him stood a group of candidates whose strength was visibly lacking. Some even leaned on crutches, limping due to injuries sustained in battle. What can you lot of injured and weak individuals do? Jiang Fan inquired with curiosity. Forming a team with a bunch of wounded seemed like a deliberate attempt to find cannon fodder. The tall young man scoffed. What do you mean by weak? The assessment base ISNT without doctors to treat us. By tomorrow morning at the latest, we'll be healed. Sustaining injuries during assessments is normal. There are specialized medical personnel and equipment available for treatment at all times. However, Jiang Fan was not inquiring about that. He was referring to their strength. Being injured in battle only indicated one thing. They lacked capability. Candidates saw those who were hurt and tended to avoid them or simply ignore them. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. As long as they could contribute to enhancing the team, Jiang Fan would gladly accept them. I'm sorry, but I intend to form my own team. Jiang Fan waved his hand and walked toward the examiner responsible for filling out team information. Forming a team is a matter for the top-tier geniuses. We small fry can only huddle together for warmth. The tall young man swiftly blocked Jiang Fan's path again, asserting, 9 out of 10 elite teams are already full. The last one, I don't know where it went, but it's likely found its teammates too. Do you think you can just say you want to form a team without having any real strength? No one will pay you any mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. It seemed this person did not recognize him, which explained his confidence in trying to recruit him. He likely missed the final performance due to injuries sustained during the night exercises and the assessment, hence not recognizing him. Seeing that Jiang Fan was unfazed, the tall young man seemed to pull out his trump card and called out to someone behind him, Xiao Na, come persuade this brother to join us. The girl, who was examining a companion's wound, looked up and immediately gasped, covering her suddenly flushed cheeks in excitement. What's wrong? The tall young man asked, scratching his head in confusion. The girl's exclamation drew the attention of many. In an instant, they recognized the figure who had appeared at the entrance of the hall, one of the 10 elite team leaders, Jiang Fan. What was he doing here? Did he really need teammates? Jiang Fan's stature was far more appealing than that of other leaders. Securing him would guarantee success. Oh my gosh. The captain of the elite team is here to recruit. The gaze of the entire base hall converged upon Jiang Fan, realizing the commotion around him. Even the tall young man, no matter how dense, understood what was happening. In the next moment, he made a jaw-dropping move. He discarded the sign he was holding and knelt, clinging to Jiang Fan's leg. Boss, can I join your team? I can do anything. Bro, have some dignity. Get up. The girl, referred to as Xiao Na, quickly tugged at the tall young man in embarrassment. However, the tall young man refused to let go. Pulling her forward as well, this is my sister, Xiao Na. She's your fan. She drools over your pictures. Boss, please take her in too. This one. Xiao Ming from Keiching No. 1 High School. My sister and I are the top talents in our school. All right, Xiao Ming, please stand up and speak, Jiang Fan replied, somewhat exasperated. It was the first time he encountered someone even more unscrupulous than himself. So, do you agree to let me join the team? Xiao Ming raised his head, his face brimming with anticipation. Of course, get up, Jiang Fan nodded. He welcomed anyone willing to join his ranks. Seizing the moment when all eyes in the hall were upon him, Jiang Fan intended to step forward and announce his plan to form an alliance of 400 members. However, he suddenly found his footing faltering. Xiao Ming's sister unexpectedly leaped forward, clutching his left leg as if passing a baton. I can do anything too. Can I join the team? Fearing she might be kicked aside, the girl clung tightly to Jiang Fan's thigh. Truly siblings, Jiang Fan smirked. Please get up. So you agreed? Xiao Na's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. Just as Jiang Fan was about to nod, he noticed that everyone around him, men and women alike, was eyeing his legs, eager to seize the opportunity. It seemed they mistakenly believed that simply pleading while holding on to his leg would grant them entry into the elite team. Jiang Fan's prowess was well known, and it appeared that dignity and pride mattered little compared to the chance to join his elite squad. After a brief pause, Jiang Fan simply dragged the girl along and made his way to the center of the crowd. The gathered individuals instinctively parted to create a path, falling silent as they awaited his next move. I have come to announce something. Jiang Fan stood atop a table and declared slowly. Anyone willing to follow my commands and participate in the team assessment may join my ranks. There is no limit to the number, the more, the better. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. Even the nearby examiners displayed expressions of surprise. Unlimited numbers? What could Jiang Fan possibly intend to achieve by assembling such a vast team? No, what could he accomplish? In team assessments, numbers do not guarantee an advantage, and exceeding 10 members could become a burden. Chapter 123. The Lightning Brigade. Despite the bewildered expressions on many faces, their bodies were honest, eagerly raising hands to sign up. Jiang Fan welcomed all and instructed the first two to join, Xiao Ming and Xiao Na, to assist the examiners in tallying the new members. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of the hall, Lu Yu sat alone on a bench, her towering height of 1. 8 meters, making her appear particularly fragile. Having deliberately targeted Jiang Fan, the well-regarded commoner, and feeling frustrated after the melee, she was in a precarious situation. Despite her exceptional abilities, no team was willing to invite her. Even the few remaining classmates from Fengqing No. 1 High School were reluctant to heed Lu Yu's commands, opting instead to apologize and join Jiang Fan's faction. Moreover, due to her ineffectiveness, she had been abandoned by Rong Shi. Lu Yu now found herself nearly friendless. The once prominent genius stood in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the hall, with not a single soul approaching to chastise her. Staring at the team registration card bearing only her name, she contemplated before tearing it into pieces. Is it just a team assessment? I don't need any teammates. Lu Yu threw the scraps to the ground. After waiting for over half an hour, even the weakest teams preferred to band together rather than invite her, the top-tier genius. Realizing that waiting any longer would be futile, she decided to approach the examiners to register a team of her own. Suddenly, a steady and familiar hand reached out to her. It was Jiang Fan. The very commoner she had targeted, her rival, was extending a helping hand without holding a grudge. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu felt as if her heart had been struck by a hammer. Her stony heart shattered, and tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. Jiang Fan's hand hovered in the air, somewhat perplexed. Why are you crying? I just wanted you to compensate for my pants. He hadn't even finished his thought before she began to weep. You still owe me. Considering that the base had no place to purchase pants. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before opting for a different form of compensation. With a bright smile and squinting eyes, he proposed. Would you like to join me in slaying beasts? I could use a strong frontliner. Yes, I'm willing. Lu Yu, seizing this last lifeline, quickly wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. Jiang Fan had actually invited that calamity? How magnanimous. Most of those who had mingled with Lu Yu had been eliminated from the seed plan, although Lu Yu was an exceptional talent from Fengqing No. 1 High School. Her character was lacking. No matter, she would not withstand our leader's 2 strikes. Witnessing Jiang Fan invite his former adversary into his ranks elevated his stature in the eyes of the crowd, who now regarded him with greater respect. After all, not everyone possesses the grace to set aside grievances and forgive past enmities. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. In this moment, although they still held some disdain for Lu Yu, they understood they were aligned with the right person. Amidst the bustle, a total of 415 team members were assembled, including Jiang Fan himself. Almost all candidates who had not been invited by the other 9 elite teams were recruited by Jiang Fan. In the face of the examiner's astonishment, the team information was registered, and a system notification promptly appeared. Ding! Side quest to form an alliance has been completed. Quest reward: 100 system currency, 10 cleansing elixirs. Alliance size: 415 members. Combat operations will receive a luck enhancement effect, not exceeding host limits. Attack increase: 415. Defense increase: 415. Life increase: 415. Resistance increase: 415. A staggering 4-fold enhancement. Jiang Fan could hardly contain his eagerness to test the might of this assembled force. However, before taking action, he needed to reorganize the team. With 415 members, the small team management approach was clearly inadequate. With no outsiders present in the base hall, Jiang Fan began to restructure the team on the spot. Following military organization, he arranged them into squads of 10, platoons of 30, and companies of 100, effectively forming a battalion. Furthermore, Jiang Fan categorized the candidates according to their strengths, designating roles for melee fighters, ranged spellcasters, archers, support healers, and stealthy assassins. Drawing from his experience in competitive gaming from his previous life, Jiang Fan skillfully assigned roles to the over 400 teammates. Boss, let us name our team. We can't just call ourselves the 10th squad forever. Our scale is considerable now, Xiaoming suggested eagerly. As one of the weaker candidates, his position in the team was that of a communications officer, responsible for relaying commands. Let us call ourselves the Lightning Brigade, Jiang Fan blurted out. The impromptu team he had assembled was all about speed and precision, crushing opponents with overwhelming force. The name Lightning Brigade was perfectly fitting. The boss's signature attack is lightning. It suits us perfectly. Xiaoming flattered, clearly missing Jiang Fan's true intent. Jiang Fan chose not to elaborate. With half a day remaining before the team assessment, he led the group to the outdoor training ground to begin drills. The training methods were simple and traditional, standing at attention, marching in formation, and maintaining military posture. Although Jiang Fan lacked experience in leading troops in battle, he was well acquainted with military training. This straightforward and effective method of team drilling was currently the best approach. With the augmentation from all 415 members, their strength would be more than sufficient to steamroll through the team assessment. Now, The most crucial aspect lies in adhering to orders and maintaining discipline. Once discipline is instilled, everything else falls into place. 2.5 hours later, the synchronized footsteps and chants resounded throughout the assessment base. Nearby, the training grounds, where 9 elite teams were also honing their skills, were stirred. They rushed to the observation platform to glimpse the source of this remarkable display. What unit is this? How did they end up practicing at our assessment base? Are they blind? Have they ever seen soldiers with dyed hair? Those are clearly candidates. Is Jiang Fan selecting teammates through standing and formation? Or are all 400 of them members of his team? The leaders of several elite squads stood there, utterly baffled, unable to comprehend Jiang Fan's intentions. Moreover, did the other candidates truly plan to rely solely on Jiang Fan's coattails without forming their own teams? A squad can consist of a maximum of 10 members, and there aren't enough slots for them to compete over. It would be wiser for them to recognize reality sooner and form teams that suit their own strengths. While team assessments certainly pose high-level challenges that only top candidates can complete, simpler tasks, such as hunting lower-level beasts, also exist. Before being completely eliminated, candidates should accumulate merit points by completing easier tasks to exchange for awakening agents. Did Jiang Fan really gather all the cannon fodder? The captain of the 9th squad, Xia Yao, turned her gaze towards the spectacle. She then chuckled softly and remarked to her companion, Wen, you guessed correctly. Jiang Fan truly does not follow conventional methods, managing to recruit over 400 members in one go. How is he capable of that? Unlike her friend's frivolous mockery, Wen's distant gaze was noticeably serious. Chapter 124, Nightmarish Difficulty. Time swiftly passed into the evening. The team formation was nearing completion, and soon, the team tasks would be announced, marking the true commencement of the assessment. In the base's hall, compared to the 9 elite squads of merely 10 members each, Jiang Fan's formidable assembly of over 400 stood out remarkably. On the second floor of the base hall, upon observing the team formation results and glancing at the gathering below, several examiners were momentarily speechless. Although the team assessment did not impose strict limits on the number of participants, Jiang Fan's immediate recruitment of over 400 individuals seemed rather dismissive of the assessment's significance. Such a large group operating together would undoubtedly become a liability, and they might easily find themselves in peril. Furthermore, the other candidates genuinely accepted Jiang Fan's invitation to team up, risking their lives alongside him, appearing wholeheartedly loyal. Were they collectively hypnotized by Jiang Fan? Foolish. Nearby, Rong Shishir wore a cold smile. Initially, she had contemplated approaching Jiang Fan for a serious discussion. However, after witnessing his reckless decision to include all candidates in his team during the day, she lost interest in engaging him further. Rong Shishir understood that this time she need not intervene. Jiang Fan was bound to fail. After all, the team assessment faced true adversaries, relentless enemies. Suddenly, Rong Shishir noticed one of her students standing in Jiang Fan's formation, raising her brows in surprise. Yue did not come to seek forgiveness. Instead, she seized the opportunity to gain Jiang Fan's trust. Rong Shishir mused inwardly. Logically, Jiang Fan did not seem foolish enough to recruit his enemies into his ranks, especially since Liu Yue had targeted him multiple times under her guidance, each time with the intent to eliminate him. If Liu Yue truly had gained Jiang Fan's trust, it would indeed elevate her opinion of her. Nevertheless, that would be the extent of it. Regardless of Liu Yue's ulterior motives, Jiang Fan was destined to learn a lesson steeped in blood and tears. Jiang Fan had displayed potential as a top-tier genius, and elimination was certainly not out of the question. However, this did not imply that he would navigate the team assessment without encountering peril. In her mind, Rong Shishir had already devised her next move. When Jiang Fan's ragtag team faced a devastating setback and life and death crises arose, she would arrive at the scene, confident that Jiang Fan would seek her help. At that point, she could impose her conditions. On the first floor of the hall, as the central screen illuminated, the available team tasks and their detailed descriptions became visible. They were categorized by difficulty into 5 levels: 1-star simple, 2-star ordinary, 3-star difficult, 4-star dangerous, and 5-star nightmarish. Correspondingly, the merit point rewards for completing team tasks also spanned 5 levels. The higher the difficulty, the more substantial the merit point rewards. Completing a 3-star difficult task yielded merit points nearly 10-fold that of a 2-star ordinary task and 100-fold that of a 1-star task. Consequently, when the announcement flashed on the screen, all eyes gravitated toward the more challenging tasks. Leaders of elite squads, such as Tang Li and Hong Ji, brimming with confidence in their abilities, directed their focus toward the 4-star dangerous tasks. As the name suggests, dangerous tasks entail a high likelihood of encountering life-threatening situations during execution. The content primarily revolves around dealings with beasts, and not just any low-level creatures. Situated in a frontline zone, The assessment items primarily involve cunning beast soldiers and even beast generals. For the first team task, teams like Xia Yao's, which consisted predominantly of females, or all-female elite squads, approached the situation with caution. They opted for the relatively safer 3-star difficult tasks. After the captains of the 9 elite squads made their selections, some departed immediately, while others cast curious glances towards the 10th squad, intrigued by how Jiang Fan would manage the tasks with his large contingent. Jiang Fan, go for it. While I cannot fathom your plans, I know you are not the type to easily succumb to despair, Tang Li encouraged as he left with his team, giving Jiang Fan a reassuring pat on the arm. Gathering so many volunteers into your squad is quite an accomplishment. Dong Hui smiled. As soon as the chaotic battle concluded, he joined Tang Li's team, which consisted of only 5 members. The other 3 were top-tier talents from outside schools who had crossed paths with Jiang Fan. They nodded, acknowledging him. Meanwhile, the towering figures from Pingcheng No. 2 High School, led by Hongji in his battle armor, formed the second most conspicuous team in the hall. They wasted no time either, taking on a 4-star dangerous mission before promptly exiting the hall to prepare. Boss, how should we proceed? Upon witnessing the completion of selections by the 9 elite squads, Xiao Ming and his teammates exchanged puzzled looks. With their numbers, they were clearly ill-suited for relatively dangerous team tasks. Thus, they could only select a series of simple or ordinary missions, relying on quantity to accumulate merit points. While they would undoubtedly fall short compared to the elite squads, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Before being recruited by Jiang Fan, their group had primarily held the mindset of earning whatever they could. Silence. I am contemplating. Jiang Fan raised a hand, and the 400 individuals promptly quieted down. After an afternoon of military training, they had made significant progress. Jiang Fan was now in search of a suitable task for team combat. The benefits of collective effort, bolstered by fortune, would surely be maximized when everyone participated together. Unfortunately, the tasks listed on the screen, whether difficult or dangerous, such as eliminating beasts infiltrating their defenses, were mostly suited for smaller squads. With so many people, not only would mobility be hindered, but they could also inadvertently alert the enemy. Was the only option to select a nightmarish difficulty task? Jiang Fan activated the wristband issued by the assessment base, where more detailed task information awaited him. The 5-star nightmarish difficulty required confronting at least 30 beast soldiers, with potential encounters with beast generals. It was akin to engaging directly on the front lines against the beasts. Generally speaking, individuals emerging from the boot camp would typically begin by tackling smaller combat objectives. Certainly, these tasks are not merely assessments arranged by the base, but rather selections from the operational objectives of the combat teams in the war zone. They are relatively straightforward missions, suitable for aspiring warriors. Thus, behind the nightmare difficulty tasks, the execution progress will be additionally noted to prevent clashes with the frontline defense forces. If a task appears grayed out or the execution progress exceeds 50%, it indicates that the defense forces have already engaged, rendering the assistance of these aspiring warriors unnecessary. Jiang Fan immediately flipped to the front of the nightmare difficulty tasks and began to scroll through them one by one. Before long, a team task titled Eliminate the Beast Horde caught Jiang Fan's attention. Task name: Eliminate the Beast Horde. Task type: Team task difficulty. 5 stars. Merit point reward: 20. 000. Location coordinates. Task description: After drone reconnaissance, traces of demon soldiers were found in an abandoned village on the edge of the defense line. With a preliminary count of 32, led by no demon generals. With no demon generals among the 32 minor minions, it was an ideal opportunity for the Lightning Brigade to hone their skills. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan selected and submitted the task. The examiner in charge of registration opened the task for Team 10, and his pupils instantly constricted in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Oh, Jiang Fan's team has also made their selection? On the second floor of the hall, Rong Shishir noticed the team below heading towards the exit, prompting her to check her wristband. Nightmare difficulty? Is Jiang Fan truly seeking his own demise? In Rong Shishir's anticipation, she believed that Jiang Fan would lead a large contingent of over 400 individuals and would at most opt for a 3-star difficulty team task. This way, even if they encountered danger, she could conveniently negotiate terms when offering assistance. To her astonishment, Jiang Fan ultimately chose a 5-star task that even other elite teams dared not undertake. What difference does this have from courting death? Instantly, cold sweat dampened Rong Shishir's back. If Jiang Fan wished to throw his life away, she was indifferent. However, the prerequisite was to first heal her little black. Did this rascal truly believe that he was the only one capable of healing her little black, thus ensuring her protection of him? A cold smirk crossed Rong Shishir's heart. As a 7th-grade warrior, she possessed numerous methods at her disposal. Even if she had to intervene to save Jiang Fan's life, the battlefield was perilous. It was entirely normal to lose a limb or two. Nightmare difficulty task? Was Jiang Fan truly reckless? Beside her, Hu Yu also witnessed the outcome, his eyes widening in disbelief, questioning whether he was seeing things. A team of over 400 individuals had chosen a 5-star task? Did Jiang Fan perhaps think that the greater the number, the stronger the power? Should they halt him? This was too reckless regarding human lives. The other 2 examiners were equally astonished. The candidates participating in the seed program were all top talents from schools ranked within the top 20 or even top 10. Despite their constant emphasis on the risks of death involved in the seed program, they could not simply stand by and allow a talent to perish if they truly encountered a life-threatening crisis. As they spoke, the examiners turned to the main examiner, President Luo, who would ultimately make the decision regarding whether to halt the team task. President Luo's brow was clouded, clearly unwilling to watch Jiang Fan lead a group of talents to their doom, even if they were the least promising among them. Teaching is a matter of experience. One can only learn once. Secretly dispatching 2 warriors to protect this team would allow them to act on their own for the time being. Once they suffered a setback, they would know how to choose wisely. After a brief moment, President Luo made a decisive decision. Rong Wenwen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. An opportunity to assist Jiang Fan had just arrived. Without hesitation, she promptly volunteered, saying, President Luo, among the examiners and assessors present, I possess the strongest strength. Allow me to protect them. Moreover, my student Lu Yu is also in Jiang Fan's team. Rong Shishir's words were flawlessly articulated, leaving no room for criticism. It was understandable for a teacher to protect a student. However, the issue lay in the fact that Rong Shishir held a personal grievance against the captain of Team 10. Given Rong Shishir's temperament, one could hardly guarantee that she would not seize the opportunity to challenge Jiang Fan. I assure you that personal matters will not affect my work. In a bid to avoid rejection, Rong Shishir fervently guaranteed. President Luo cast a suspicious glance at her. Considering that a contingent of over 400 required strong warriors for protection, Rong Shishir's 7th grade strength was undoubtedly the optimal choice. He nodded and instructed, Instructor Hu. Accompany Instructor Rong. Should any insurmountable issues arise, contact the base promptly. The last remark was directed at Rong Shishir, implying a warning that if she continued to exploit her position for personal gain, the assessment base would undoubtedly hold her accountable. To facilitate their movement, Jiang Fan had previously exchanged merit points for 10 military trucks. As he exited the base hall, the vehicles were conveniently awaiting him in the outdoor square. Before boarding, Jiang Fan did not conceal the task's nature, but rather briefly introduced the mission. The objective for tonight was to encircle and eliminate the beasts lurking in the abandoned village. Is anyone afraid? Those with timid hearts may withdraw now. Once aboard, there will be no opportunity for regret. In front of one of the military trucks, Jiang Fan made his final appeal, scanning each volunteer candidate. We train to become warriors to slay beasts, do we not? Precisely, it is to battle these creatures. If we were afraid, we would not be here. Indeed, let us take them down. To Jiang Fan's surprise, none of the 400 members of the Lightning Brigade chose to withdraw. Of course, it was also possible that Jiang Fan had not mentioned the task's difficulty, leading everyone to mistakenly believe it was merely a challenging elimination task. Jiang Fan refrained from mentioning it for his own reasons. The only way to determine their capability was to attempt it. Otherwise, upon hearing nightmare difficulty, the morale would plummet before they even reached the battlefield. Jiang Fan was confident that through a genuine battle, he would demonstrate that the so-called nightmare difficulty tasks were not insurmountable. With a comprehensive enhancement for the 415-member team, they would be able to traverse confidently in the rear positions of the defense line. All right, let us board. We depart immediately. Jiang Fan waved his hand and climbed aboard the foremost military truck. Each truck could accommodate 50 individuals, and Jiang Fan had spent 1,000 merit points to acquire 10 of them. As the trucks started and were about to leave, Rong Wenwen suddenly broke away from her elite squad of friends, sword in hand, and ran over. Jiang Fan, is there something you need? No. Then why did you call me? Driver, step on the gas. After slaying the beasts, I will treat everyone to supper. Jiang Fan shouted, and a cheer erupted from the convoy behind him. Under the night sky, the convoy swiftly departed. Rong Wenwen stood in place, momentarily dazed. For some reason, she felt an increasing distance from Jiang Fan, not merely in a physical sense. Wenwen, if you truly worry about Jiang Fan, you can go with him now. It is not too late. I will not stop you. Xia Yu finally spoke after a long silence, noticing her friend's anxious demeanor. After all, if Rong Wenwen remained distracted during the mission, it would benefit no one. Rather than that, it would be better to let go. Sooner or later, Jiang Fan's large team would inevitably crumble in the face of setbacks. By the way, let me see what task Jiang Fan selected. He even exchanged for 10 military trucks. Xia Yao opened her wristband. The captains of elite squads could mutually view the choices of other teams. Ugh, it's just a 5-star nightmare task, right? Jiang Fan has lost his mind. Xiaoyao gasped, hastily rushing forward and grabbing her friend's arm, laughing nervously. No, Wenwen, don't follow Jiang Fan. I was just joking. In truth, Wenwen had never intended to abandon her teammates. She merely stood there in a daze, not pursuing further. Suddenly, she was gripped tightly by Xiaoyao, as if it was understood that she would forsake her current companions for Jiang Fan. Wenwen, feeling a mixture of indignation and embarrassment, retorted, "Who said I would go with Jiang Fan? I am not anyone to him. Enough of these nonsensical discussions. I shall ignore you." All right. Let us not mention that scoundrel Jiang Fan, Xiaoyao replied repeatedly, her mind racing with concern about her friend's inquiries regarding the team task Jiang Fan had chosen. If Wenwen were to discover that Jiang Fan had opted for a 5-star nightmare difficulty task, leading a group to certain doom, she would likely rush to her cousin to find a way to halt the assessment, or perhaps even rush to assist Jiang Fan. However, the very next moment, Wenwen inquired curiously, "By the way, what task did Jiang Fan actually choose? Why is he in such a hurry?" Xiaoyao's heart sank, and she feigned a smile, saying, "Did you not hear him just now? It's a task to encircle and eliminate the beast." He yelled so loudly that everyone outside heard him. "Oh, let us not worry about him. Let us discuss our own task instead." Chapter 126. Blitzkrieg. The desolate plain reflected a faint red glow under the night sky. Suddenly, pairs of blinding headlights pierced through the darkness, racing towards them. It was the appearance of the Lightning Brigade's convoy, approaching their destination. The mages and archers prepared for long-range fire support, while the warriors readied themselves to charge, and the assassins flanked from behind, ensuring no beast escaped. Inside the first military truck, Jiang Fan sat in the passenger seat, comparing the map while issuing commands via the radio. He had previously instructed each team to memorize the task's map and devised a straightforward yet effective combat strategy. The battle against the beasts was a test of strength. Those who possessed greater power would survive. Thus, strategies and schemes held little value on the battlefield against these creatures. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Jiang Fan had made some arrangements. "Boss, are we there yet?" After driving for over half an hour and seeing the distance from the assessment base increasing, Xiaoming could not help but feel anxious. Logically, even when executing a team task, they shouldn't stray too far from the assessment base, as this area, after all, was part of the frontline battlefield, albeit on the periphery. Arrived. "Stop immediately. Everyone prepare for battle." Jiang Fan squinted through the car window, spotting their destination in the distance. It was a dark, abandoned village on the edge of the defense line, void of any light. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as if the air were about to solidify. At that moment, in a courtyard marred with dirt and collapsed buildings, over 30 beast soldiers were gathered, ensnared in slumber, their snores reverberating like thunder, causing the door frames to tremble. They appeared entirely unguarded, with not a single beast on watch. In truth, their keen ears and noses acted as advanced warning systems, sensing every sound in their vicinity. These beasts were known as the exotic blood wolves, among the most common and bloodthirsty types of beast soldiers on the front line. With heightened senses and robust, agile limbs, they seemed to embody the bestial and human traits. If one overlooked the fur-covered beast heads on their necks and clad them in armor or clothing, they could easily be mistaken for towering human warriors. The strength of the exotic blood wolves was comparable to that of formal warriors, making them formidable adversaries. When a sudden thunderclap erupted, all 32 exotic blood wolves snapped awake, their crimson eyes reflecting confusion and an innate fear of thunder. As the thunder roared, the sky began to brighten. A web-like lightning bolt descended, followed by a rain of fiery arrows igniting the heavens. The exotic blood wolves reacted with remarkable speed. Roused from slumber, they instinctively sought refuge from the onslaught. Boom! The lightning struck down with ferocity. Despite their swift reactions, some of the unfortunate beasts were ensnared by the arcs of electricity and fell stiffly to the ground. The lightning possessed paralyzing effects, equally affecting the beast soldiers. Moreover, Jiang Fan's lightning was no ordinary kind, but rather the potent Five Thunder technique, specifically designed to counter malevolent forces. Even those fortunate enough to evade the brunt of the strike found their agility diminished by mere grazing. Charge. Attack. Upon receiving the signal, the Lightning Brigade, already lying in wait, surged towards the courtyard. Lu Yu, a prodigious talent, darted ahead, outpacing her companions by several meters, plunging straight into the midst of the exotic blood wolves. In that instant, the effects of the 415 all-encompassing team enhancement activated. Everyone felt a surge of vitality, akin to being infused with adrenaline, as their charge accelerated dramatically. Liu targeted the largest and most threatening exotic blood wolf. However, she was aware that she lacked the confidence to completely vanquish it. from a previous skirmish. She had assessed that this beast's strength was on par with a human 9th-grade warrior. Her strategy was to exhaust the creature's stamina, relying on her teammates for a grinding battle. How I wish I possessed Jiang Fan's strength. Holding her trembling great sword, Lu Yu felt a surge of envy and helplessness. If only she were a tad stronger. Even if it were merely in strength to match Jiang Fan's level, she could easily dispatch this exotic blood wolf alone. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful force surging within her. Engaging once more with the same exotic blood wolf, her body not only held its ground, but began to overpower the beast. Her strength, speed, reflexes, and vitality had all surged to nearly the level of a formal warrior. Could it be that I have experienced a breakthrough in the heat of battle? Liu gripped her great sword, her breath quickening with excitement. The next moment, as another exotic blood wolf lunged towards her, she reacted swiftly, swinging her sword to sever it in two. Meanwhile, her fellow combatants soon caught up, engaging in close-quarters combat. To her left were over 30 exotic blood wolves, and to her right was the motley crew of the Lightning Brigade, armed with various weapons. There wasn't a single formal warrior among them. Logically, facing such a multitude of exotic blood wolves, even a team composed solely of warriors would have to retreat. A direct charge would yield no benefits and could place them in peril. However, the collision between the two waves, one of beasts and one of human quasi-warriors, was catastrophic. The enormous bodies of the exotic blood wolves were akin to being caught in a meat grinder, limbs and heads flying amidst a gruesome display. The village ignited by the rain of arrows was soon engulfed in a stench of blood. From the vantage point on the battlefield, Jiang Fan held a brick, silently observing below, ready to intervene at a moment's notice should the unexpected occur. Fortunately, each member of this lightning brigade was on the cusp of breaking through, their strength nearing that of formal warriors. Coupled with the quadruple enhancement of the all-encompassing boost, they swiftly consumed the small team of exotic blood wolves that had infiltrated the defense line. The team tasked with flanking and ambushing the beasts didn't even get the chance to engage. Did we win? These beasts are far too weak. I could fell them with a single blow. They hardly seem like low-level creatures. What is going on? During the battle, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through her. Was this the power of bonds? The effortless victory left everyone with expressions of disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, this was a team task of 5-star nightmare difficulty, and they had mistakenly believed that the creatures they were battling were mere low-level beasts. However, the size and appearance of those lying on the ground unmistakably indicated that they were authentic foreign blood wolves, formidable adversaries on the frontline battlefield. Enough of the dawdling. Clear the battlefield and carry the beast corpses back. We shall feast on barbecued delicacies tonight, Jiang Fan declared as he traversed through the flames, stepping upon the blood-soaked earthen path while waving his hand. Captain, I have successfully captured a beast alive, Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully, hurrying towards him, a foreign blood wolf bound tightly following her. Jiang Fan had not forgotten his intention to test his newly acquired beast-taming technique. Thus he had previously instructed them to leave him a living specimen. Chapter 127, All Dead. The foreign blood wolf lay immobilized, its limbs bound. Only its gaping maw still able to emit thunderous roars. Should we silence its mouth? Liu suggested, picking up a severed limb from the ground. Among the onlookers, she was the only one daring enough to approach the living beast with nonchalance. Hold on, let me discern the situation, Jiang Fan responded, shaking his head. As he placed his hand on the wolf's forehead, it appeared to sense an overwhelming threat. The once belligerent creature ceased its roaring, tucking its tail and becoming as docile as a kitten. Yet, the moment Jiang Fan withdrew his hand, it began to huff and puff again. He pressed his hand back down, initiating the beast-taming technique. In an instant, it felt as though his consciousness penetrated the body of the foreign blood wolf, revealing a walnut-sized orb of light suspended within the darkness of its skull. Emotions of rage, frenzy, and hunger emanated from the orb. The beast-taming technique seemed to facilitate communication with the creature. However, the wolf's intelligence was far too rudimentary, having not evolved the capacity for speech. Jiang Fan could only perceive its primal instincts from the orb. As he attempted to connect with it, greeting it, the orb of consciousness exploded like a water-filled balloon, dissipating into nothingness. Hey, why has this beast gone still? Did it faint from fright? Captain, you're amazing. Although the others were oblivious to Jiang Fan's actions, they couldn't help but admire his prowess at that moment. The murmurs of astonishment around him snapped Jiang Fan back to reality. Upon ceasing the beast-taming technique and reopening his eyes, he found the foreign blood wolf utterly motionless. It had not perished, its chest still rising and falling steadily. Yet it resembled a vegetative state, unresponsive to any attempts to rouse it. Could it be that my greeting inadvertently shattered its consciousness? Jiang Fan mused, furrowing his brow. The wolf's awareness seemed excessively fragile. Even attempting to utilize the beast taming technique had proven beyond its capacity to endure. Through his recent trials, Jiang Fan had gleaned the essence of the beast taming technique. It involved forging a connection with the beast through consciousness to exert control. However, if the beast's awareness was too feeble, it would suffer a collapse, much like this foreign blood wolf, succumbing to a vegetative state. "Boss, everything is packed up." At that moment, Xiaoming, the communications officer, hurried over to report. They had loaded the deceased beasts onto military trucks, filling 2 large vehicles to capacity. Fortunately, each truck could accommodate up to 50 individuals, and with 8 remaining trucks, there was ample space for over 400 to be seated. Jiang Fan rose and surveyed the area, inquiring, "What are the casualty reports?" "Report, Captain, no personnel injuries, just a few who ran too fast and twisted their ankles." Xiaona, Xiaoming's sister, replied excitedly. As one of the few candidates with professional medical training and hospital internship experience, Jiang Fan had appointed her as the head nurse. "Everything is in order. The abandoned village holds no further exploratory value," Jiang Fan asserted, gesturing grandly. "Let us return." Not long after Jiang Fan's lightning-fast team departed, 2 jeeps approached the abandoned village. The first jeep carried the inspectors Rongshi and Huyu. To prevent the candidates from realizing they had martial artists providing protection, they opted for an alternate route. "What a strong smell of blood. Have we arrived too late?" As the jeep reached the village entrance, Huyu could no longer contain himself and leaped from the vehicle, hastening towards the billowing smoke. A 5-star nightmare difficulty team task could entail any extreme scenario. Why is there no sound of battle? Rongshi elegantly disembarked, unleashing her 7th-rank martial artist's energy field to assess the surroundings, only to find her brow furrowed in concern. If all 400 candidates had perished, it would not only reflect poorly on the inspectors, but would also result in accountability for the head examiner, President Luo. The thought sent a chill through Rongshi, who had previously been calm and composed. In a blink, she activated her unique green energy, characteristic of 7th-rank martial artists, propelling herself to the area where the flames still flickered. Is this all the blood of beasts? Where are Jiang Fan and the others? Why is there no trace of the creatures? Rongshi's pupils constricted. The battlefield's remnants had not yet faded. The muddy ground was stained a dark crimson, and the surrounding walls had crumbled, leaving no intact structures. Just surveying the scene conjured images of a fierce battle. Yet, perplexingly, only the blood of beasts was present. Where were the corpses? If the intelligence was accurate, there should have been 32 foreign blood wolves gathered here. Even a squad of martial artists would find them challenging to confront. Jiang Fan and his team must have. Huyu, emerging from his shock, turned pale. Beyond the student's defeat, he could conceive no other possibility. The absence of corpses suggested that the beasts had likely abducted them. Some more intelligent beasts have a penchant for fresh prey. No, that cannot be. Jiang Fan and Lu Yu are formidable. They would not be so easily captured. Rongshi asserted, soon noticing tire tracks nearby. Yet, there were no military trucks in sight. Jiang Fan's team had arrived in trucks. It made no sense for the beasts to abduct individuals while also driving off with the vehicles. As Rongshi crouched to inspect the direction of the tire tracks, Huyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, proactively contacted the examination base. Military trucks, along with the candidates, were equipped with tracking devices, enabling the base to easily pinpoint any candidate's location. They could have checked via their wristbands. However, the distance from the examination base was too far, and proximity to the front line caused poor signal reception, necessitating direct contact with the base for inquiries. What? They've returned? How many have perished? All of them? Ah, that is just splendid. Huyu exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy in his voice, leaving Rongshi utterly bewildered. All dead? That is splendid? You must be a spy sent by the beasts. Commander Hu, what is the response from the base? What is happening? Rongshi brushed off the dust as she stood, fixing her sharp gaze upon him. No worries. They're all dead, but it's because the beasts have been dealt with. Huyu exhaled a sigh of relief, speaking excitedly, albeit incoherently. Jiang Fan's team had completed the 5-star team task, exterminating all the foreign blood wolves gathered here, and were now en route back to the base. The nightmare difficulty team task was completed so swiftly? Rongshi asked, her brow furrowing skeptically. When they had arrived, several elite teams were still in preparation. In Jiang Fan's team, not only did they opt for the most challenging task, but they also completed it with remarkable speed. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Rongshi shook her head, striving to calm her tumultuous thoughts. Seeing is believing. Instructor Rong, let's head back to the base and see for ourselves. If we hurry, we might catch up with Jiang Fan's team, who you suggested. All right, let's return then. Rongshi nodded, her expression a blend of emotions. Chapter 128. Do not underestimate the power of bonds at the new recruit camp. Assessment base number 2. The return of over 400 individuals soon filled the once quiet and cold base with lively chatter. 2 large trucks delivered several tons of beast meat at the cafeteria entrance, leaving the chefs astounded. Even President Luo and 2 other examiners were drawn from their observation rooms, casting curious glances at the bustling crowd. On the projection sand table, they observed Jiang Fan's convoy returning shortly after reaching their destination, initially believing they had brought back a load of injured personnel. However, upon contacting them, they were utterly astonished to learn that Jiang Fan's team had completed the 5-star mission of exterminating the beasts. It should be noted that the fastest of the other 9 elite teams had only just reached the halfway point of their journey and had not even gone directly to the task location. Yet here were Jiang Fan and his team of over 400, having already returned after fulfilling their team mission. President Luo, Jiang Fan's team has captured a blood wolf from another realm alive. They are inquiring if we need it. If not, they plan to use it for soup. One examiner approached with a peculiar expression. They actually captured one alive. The 2 nearby examiners were equally astonished. Capturing a beast alive is 100 times more challenging than simply slaying one, especially given that these aspiring martial artists faced beasts that had crossed over from the frontline battlefield, posing dangers far beyond those of ordinary beasts. How did Jiang Fan's team manage such a feat? Could it be that they were all concealing their true capabilities until the team assessment? Instructor Liu from the Starry Sky Martial Academy murmured in disbelief. He prided himself on his keen eye. If he could misjudge Jiang Fan, could he truly err regarding over 400 candidates? If that were the case, his position as an examiner would indeed be in jeopardy. Enough of this fuss. They are all geniuses from various schools in Jinghai City. Who doesn't have a few hidden cards up their sleeves? President Luo observed calmly, as he suddenly remembered something. He called back the examiner who was about to leave, informed Jiang Fan that any future captured beasts can be exchanged for merit points at the base. If they manage to capture a sentient beast capable of speech, we shall grant them full second-class merit. Sentient beasts are exceedingly rare on the frontline battlefield. Such intelligent beasts often serve as commanders within the beast army. While their strength may not be formidable, their wisdom is unparalleled. The ability to evolve language signifies an exceptional level of intelligence. Should they be fortunate enough to capture one, it could yield critical intelligence impacting the war's outcome. Of course, President Luo did not genuinely expect a group of students to infiltrate the beast army and capture a commander. He merely suggested it. In case Jiang Fan's team happened to encounter one, it would be best to leave it alive. The value of such a creature, while living, is immeasurable. With the cost of a blood wolf from another realm, the cafeteria soon became a hive of activity, preparing meals and late-night snacks for the Lightning team. During this time, Jiang Fan arrived at the base hall to submit their completed 5-star mission. The reward for exterminating the beast was 20,000 merit points. As the team leader, he would directly receive 30%, which amounted to 6,000 merit points. In the base's armory, the points required to exchange for the immortal sword were 50,000. This means that by completing 8 more missions of the same type, he could finally obtain it. Upon hearing that someone was submitting a task, an examiner who had been napping, still clad in pajamas and a coat, hurried over. Are you joking? You completed the task in less than 5 hours after accepting it? The pajama-clad examiner wore a disgruntled expression. As he entered the base hall and spotted Jiang Fan, he momentarily froze. Didn't you receive a 5-star team mission? Have you come to cancel it out of regret? But as soon as he uttered this, he realized something was amiss. He had distinctly heard about submitting a task, not abandoning it. Quite the contrary, they had succeeded. Jiang Fan shrugged, not bothering with pleasantries as he opened his task interface to display the certification from the chief examiner. Upon returning to the assessment base, they had confirmed their results after multiple communications and viewing the beast carcasses. With the results certified, the need for verification during task submission was eliminated. Gulping, the pajama-clad examiner stared at Jiang Fan's task interface in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it not sufficient? Did he need to show photographs of the beast carcasses as evidence? Jiang Fan, noticing the examiner's immobility, inquired in confusion. After completing the team task, they indeed needed to document the scene to provide evidence of their accomplishments to the examiners. However, Jiang Fan had delegated these tasks to others. As the leader, he could not manage every detail personally. That's enough. The certification suffices. I will register you immediately. The pajama-clad examiner snapped back to reality and promptly began operating at the front desk. The 5-star Nightmare difficulty team mission, originating from genuine combat objectives on the frontline battlefield, required timely updates upon completion. While the pajama-clad examiner registered the task, Jiang Fan settled onto a nearby sofa to select their next team mission. Once again, he sought a task of Nightmare difficulty. Scanning through the options, he found, without exception, missions centered around exterminating beasts or similar substantial combat objectives. After flipping through He discovered a task that presented a slightly higher challenge but remained manageable for them. Task name: recapture the outpost occupied by beasts. Task type: team mission difficulty, 5 stars. Merit point reward, 30,000. Location coordinates. Task description: a concealed outpost near the western front line has been discovered by beasts, and personnel have evacuated in advance. However, important documents remain within. Please contact the front line immediately after recapturing the outpost. Jiang Fan continued to scroll down. He noted that this task indicated execution progress, showing that the frontline defense force had dispatched a team. However, it was merely a dispatch. The completion timeline remained uncertain, and they might not have even set out yet. With 50 beasts present, lacking any formidable beast generals, it was ideally suited for the lightning team's overwhelming force. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Fan clicked to confirm the acceptance of the task. Following that, he utilized merit points to exchange for 2 military trucks specifically for transporting the beasts. While he registered and selected the team task, several examiners, intrigued by the news, could not resist coming to the cafeteria to inquire about the details of the battle. They were all curious about how a group of aspiring martial artists managed to eliminate over 30 blood wolves from another realm without sustaining any injuries. How did you do it? Well, we just went in and chopped them down. How else would we do it? Do not underestimate the power of bonds. The task difficulty was not high, so what was there to question? After all, they simply pushed through directly. Under the examiner's inquiries, members of the lightning team offered various responses. Suddenly, one examiner detected a discrepancy and frowned. Nightmare difficulty is already the highest level in team missions. You actually find it insufficiently challenging? Huh? The siblings Xiaoming and Xiaona, who had been engrossed in their roasted meat, immediately turned their heads toward the examiner. Xiaoming asked in a daze, "Examiner, what do you mean by nightmare difficulty? What is this nightmare difficulty?" Chapter 129, A Lightning-Fast Slap in the Face. You are purging the otherworldly blood wolves. A 5-star nightmare-level team task, and you are completely unaware. The examiner inquired, puzzled. However, there was no need for a response. The expressions of the surrounding candidates spoke volumes. I can't take it anymore. I suddenly feel nauseous. So we narrowly escaped from the gates of hell. A 5-star task. I remember that even the elite team's highest difficulty is only 4 stars, right? Yet we completed it with such ease. It was as simple as eating or drinking. Indeed. Aside from the sheer number of monsters, the battles posed no substantial difficulty whatsoever. Upon learning the truth from the examiner, the members of the lightning squad exhibited a myriad of expressions. Those with weaker constitutions dashed toward the trash can, their recently consumed barbecued meat threatening to make an unwelcome reappearance. Meanwhile, many others wore faces of disbelief. A nightmare difficulty team task turned out to be so simple? If they were to attempt it a few more times, would they need to fear failing due to poor performance? They could soar to success. The only question remained, was the successful completion of this task merely a stroke of luck, or was a 5-star team task truly at this level? With this thought, everyone scanned their surroundings in search of Jiang Fan's figure. As the leader of the lightning squad and captain of the 10th elite team, Jiang Fan surely knew the true nature of the task by now. Buzzing. At that moment, all the candidates received notifications on their wristbands regarding the results and merit points from the team task. Results: 1 5-star team task. Evaluation: excellent. As expected, the displayed task level was 5 stars, and the evaluation was the highest, excellent. This achievement was enough to overshadow the other 9 elite teams. However, the disheartening aspect was that the reward for this 5-star task, totaling 20,000 merit points, would be reduced by 30% automatically deducted for Jiang Fan as the captain, leaving only a mere 30-some merit points to be distributed among the 414 members. This paltry amount could only be exchanged for basic resources like health potions. What they truly needed, the Source Awakening Agent, an essential item for breaking through as martial artists, required a staggering 1,000 merit points. If this were the standard for calculations, they would need to complete over 35-star tasks to accumulate that amount. It would take ages to achieve. The team assessment had a strict time limit of just 1 week. Historically, the top elite teams managed to complete 2 4-star dangerous tasks within a week, which was already considered impressive. There is no need to worry about merit points. Jiang Fan reassured everyone as he returned from the base hall, having overheard their concerns. He stepped forward and explained the exchange rate for monster corpses. According to the standards set by the assessment base, each monster corpse was worth 100 merit points. To redeem a bottle of Source Awakening Agent, they would only need to slay 10 monsters to gather sufficient points. Jiang Fan's words ignited a surge of enthusiasm among the group. They could easily overwhelm the monster stronghold and collect 10 beast heads without breaking a sweat. For a moment, everyone even forgot to question Jiang Fan about the hidden difficulty of the task. But even if they hadn't asked, Jiang Fan would have voluntarily provided the information, as he had just accepted another 5-star nightmare difficulty team task, and there would be more to come. Concealing it indefinitely was impossible, with one victory as evidence. The reality was laid bare, inspiring confidence among the group. Jiang Fan stood among them, raising his hand to silence the clamor in the bustling cafeteria, swiftly restoring calm. They had all experienced firsthand that these invaders from another realm were not invincible. The victories they had achieved were not mere coincidences, but the result of their collective efforts. During the remaining time of our team assessment, I will continue to lead everyone in purging the monsters and drive out every last one of these otherworldly invaders. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the two examiners, Rong Shishir and Hu Yu, who had been tasked with covertly protecting the group, finally caught up. Seeing the nearly mountain-like pile of otherworldly bloodwolves, they needed no further inquiries to know that Jiang Fan's team had indeed completed a 5-star task. Hu Yu crouched down to carefully inspect the pile of deceased monsters, expressing his astonishment. These fatal wounds were definitely inflicted by a martial artist. The injuries are deep and chaotic. It seems they didn't employ any martial skills, as if they were simply hacked to death. The monsters capable of reaching the front lines boasted robust defenses, with thick hides that could withstand artillery fire. The bloodwolves before him had broken bones, indicating that the attackers possessed extraordinary strength, qualifying them as top-tier talents. The troubling aspect was that not just one, but nearly all of the bloodwolves bore such wounds. Could it be that Jiang Fan's team harbored at least 40 or 50 top-tier talents? Hu Yu could think of no other reasonable explanation. Beside him, Rong Shishir also found it hard to believe. As if searching for evidence of Jiang Fan's cheating, she meticulously examined the corpses of the bloodwolves, not hesitating to get her hands dirty. However, after a lengthy inspection, she could not uncover a single flaw. It must have been luck. They must have stumbled upon a group of monsters that had just crossed the front line and were utterly exhausted, allowing Jiang Fan's team to take advantage. Rong Shishir's expression turned sour as she comforted herself. The 5-star team tasks were updated in real time. It was possible that the detection of a monster horde occurred just a second before being logged as part of the assessment, allowing the martial artists at the base to respond. Thus, her explanation held some merit. The more Rong Shishir pondered, the more convinced she became that luck was indeed at play. That's right, this time it was undoubtedly luck. I don't believe he would dare to choose a 5-star task again. However, no sooner had her thoughts settled than Jiang Fan's voice rang out from the cafeteria. I will continue to lead everyone in purging the monsters and drive out every last one of these otherworldly invaders. Rong Shishir's expression froze, taken aback by the rapid turn of events, especially as the jubilant cheers erupted from the cafeteria shortly after, rendering her speechless. Hu Yu, on the other hand, looked up excitedly. Are they really taking on another 5-star task? Perfect. This time I can go along and witness firsthand how they eradicate the monsters without incurring any casualties. As night fell like ink, while the assessment base was abuzz with excitement, the 9th Elite Team, led by Xia Yao, raced across the desolate plain in a jeep, heading swiftly toward their mission destination. For their first team task, they prudently opted for a 3-star difficulty mission, which entailed assisting a squad from the frontline defense forces in battle. They were not true martial artists. On the battlefield, they would primarily be responsible for logistics, reconnaissance, and similar tasks, not engaging in direct combat with the otherworldly invaders. Of course, Xia Yao and her team's objective for this first task was merely to familiarize themselves with the battlefield, so they could select a more challenging mission next time. Before long, a camp illuminated by a bonfire appeared on the horizon. We should be the first team to arrive at the mission site. Seeing their destination, Xia Yao poked her head out of the car window, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Not necessarily. I saw Jiang Fan and his team get into the vehicle as soon as they accepted their task. I have no idea what mission they chose, but they seemed even more rushed than us, a female team member scoffed. After all, they were to assist a real defense force squad in battle. Could Jiang Fan's task be more urgent? Hearing this, Xia Yao chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. As the team leader, she had noticed Jiang Fan selecting a nightmare difficulty task from the very beginning. Chapter 130. The Guard Camp Warrior Squad, accompanied by a group of expendable soldiers, they set out to eradicate the beast stronghold. The outcome is all too predictable. Perhaps, by now, Jiang Fan and his companions have already met their demise. However, considering the ambiguous relationship between her close friend and Jiang Fan, Xia Yao decided to feign ignorance and refrain from disclosing this matter until the completion of the mission. As the captain of an elite squad, she was preoccupied and had neither the time nor the justification to keep tabs on Jiang Fan. Hey, you there, stop the vehicle. Did you come from the know? To assessment base? Please show your identification. Before long, the jeep was halted, and a soldier clad in a gray combat uniform illuminated the interior with a flashlight, momentarily blinding the students within. Naturally, they understood the necessity. On the battlefield, anything could transpire, and rigorous inspections were prudent. Ninth Elite Squad, Xia Yao. Are you from the guard camp? Xia Yao retrieved the identification she had prepared in advance. The soldier scanned the document with a device, which promptly displayed the details of the elite squad members. After verifying each one, he waved them through. The guard camp is a frontline defense unit composed entirely of warriors, each member being at least a ninth-grade martial artist, selected and trained rigorously, boasting physical prowess and combat abilities far superior to ordinary warriors. As soon as the jeep entered the camp, the members of the 9th Elite Squad felt several formidable presences of vital energy. Is this an attempt to intimidate us? Roan 1-1, who had been silent, furrowed her delicate brows and could not help but speak up. They probably think we're students and fear we might cause trouble. Xia Yao shrugged nonchalantly, unconcerned. The presence of such powerful warriors was, after all, advantageous for their mission. Shortly thereafter, the jeep came to a halt once more. A youth, not much older than they were, accompanied by a man and a woman, welcomed the elite squad. I am Zhao Zixiang, captain of the guard camp's Black Iron Squad, a 9th-grade martial artist. You may call me Captain Zhao. Modesty does not suit you, Captain. You are on the verge of breaking through to the 8th grade. A female team member beside him chuckled, dissipating the somber atmosphere of the camp. This is our vice captain, Li Hong. Should you require any assistance, feel free to approach her. Captain Zhao introduced. After a brief introduction, Captain Zhao led the 10 members from the assessment base into a tent that served as a conference room, outlining their forthcoming tasks. Tomorrow at dawn, we will head to the western defense line to reclaim an outpost occupied by the beasts. There are over 50 alien blood wolves gathered there, posing minimal threat. As for your role, Captain Zhao activated a map projection on the conference table, glancing at the young ladies in front of him, chuckling. During the battle, you may find a safe spot nearby to quietly observe and learn from the warriors' combat. This close-range observation will be of great benefit to you. Are we merely to watch and do nothing? Roan 1-1's frown deepened at this suggestion. Surely, we cannot send a group of young ladies into battle. Captain Zhao scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why such a relaxed arrangement seemed to displease the girls. What of it? I am also a girl, and I have slain my fair share of beasts. Vice Captain Li Hong shot him a glance, attempting to smooth things over. Following this, she magnified the map of the outpost and addressed the elite squad. You will guard this exit near the outpost to prevent any stray alien blood wolves from escaping. So, do you ladies feel confident in holding your ground? The 9th Elite Squad, comprised mainly of top-tier prodigies, possessed strength nearly on par with official warriors, making the task of dealing with a lone alien blood wolf trivial. Even if fortune were to frown upon them, and they encountered two at once, they were more than capable of managing. The vice captain's suggestion was quite reasonable. Xia Yao, Rongwanen, and the others exchanged glances to confirm their agreement before accepting Li Hong's arrangement. Once everything was settled, the squad of aspiring warriors from the assessment base was escorted to their accommodations. The hour had advanced into the deep of night. Captain Zhao activated the military communicator, preparing to confirm their mission, only to pause in astonishment. Is there an error in the intel? Why is there another team from the No. 2 assessment base coming to assist us? No, they are here to compete for the mission. The military communicator displayed a squad that had accepted the same operational task of reclaiming the outpost. The marking behind the squad indicated it was from the No. 2 assessment base. He was aware that some straightforward combat tasks would be assigned to the assessment base for evaluation. However, simple was a term reserved for true warriors. For the aspiring martial artists who had yet to break through, recklessly venturing forth would merely lead to their demise. Upon hearing the captain's confusion, Vice Captain Li Hong smiled. It seems there was a registration error at the assessment base. I have verified the information of the aspiring warrior squad. The task they accepted is to assist and collaborate with us in the battle. A group of inexperienced aspiring warriors taking the lead in eradicating beasts. The following morning, the guard camp warrior squad arrived punctually at the mission site and swiftly commenced their operation to eradicate the beasts and reclaim the outpost. The outpost, occupied by beasts, was perched on a hillside, surrounded by desolation for miles. The intelligence of the alien blood wolves was limited, rendering them incapable of employing complex strategies. Their survival hinged on the strong prevailing and the weak perishing. Thus, upon arrival at the site, Captain Zhao brandished his weapon and charged forward with his team. Meanwhile, the aspiring warriors from the assessment base, under Xia Yao's leadership, took their positions at the foot of the mountain outside the outpost. It seems we have been underestimated. But who cares, as long as we can complete the mission. The breakfast at the camp is dreadful. Does anyone have any bread? A team task rated at 3 stars in difficulty seemed overly simplistic. Next time, they would opt for a more challenging and perilous task. Tang Li's squad had chosen a 4-star team task for their first attempt. She wondered how their progress was faring. The members of the 9th Elite Squad, out of sheer boredom, began to chat while stationed at the base of the mountain. The guard camp was a frontline defense unit tasked with safeguarding cities and eradicating beasts. With the guard camp warriors deployed, there was no need for them to fret. Yet, should the warriors fail, their concerns would be of no consequence. Aside from the group, Roan Wunwen remained aloof, her expression serious as she gazed towards the outpost. From their vantage point, they could discern the situation at the outpost. At that moment, thick smoke billowed from the direction of the outpost, accompanied by the roars of alien blood wolves and the sounds of explosions echoing in the distance. Clearly, the guard camp warrior squad had already engaged the alien blood wolves. Roan Wunwen glanced at the time on her wristband. According to Vice Captain Li Hong, the more than 50 alien blood wolves, barring any unforeseen delays, should be entirely eradicated within 3 minutes at the fastest, or 10 minutes at the slowest. The possible delay stemmed from the need to preserve some crucial documents within the outpost, leading to a more cautious approach during combat. Otherwise, before engaging, they would typically bombard the beast's gathering point with concentrated artillery fire. While such bombardments might not inflict significant harm on the highly perceptive beasts, they would effectively disrupt their actions. Wunwen, why the long face? Are you worried those warriors won't be able to handle it? Xia Yao approached her friend, playfully poking her side, only to be evaded. Roan Wunwen glanced at the time once more, then back at the outpost, her expression grave. It's already been 11 minutes. Chapter 131, Sister in Peril. What's the fuss about 10 minutes? During a battle, who keeps track of time? A delay of a minute or two is quite normal. Xia Yu casually glanced towards the direction of the outpost. The sounds of combat had noticeably diminished, indicating that the garrison's martial team had nearly accomplished their objective of reclaiming the outpost. Consequently, their collaborative mission could also be deemed satisfactorily completed. Did you forget what Captain Li instructed us beforehand? If the battle doesn't conclude within 10 minutes, we should not hesitate to retreat immediately. It's already been 12 minutes. Roan Wunwen looked at the time on her wristband, concern etched in her expression. As they spoke, more than a minute passed. Yet, the sounds of battle soon fell silent. The garrison's martial team, tasked with purging the beasts from the outpost, had yet to emerge. At that moment, even Xia Yao, usually unfazed, sensed that something was amiss. It was eerily quiet, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Run! Her body reacted before her mind could catch up. She shouted, pulling her 8 teammates in front of her and sprinting towards the jeep. Suddenly, as if on cue, foreign blood wolves erupted from the ground, surrounding them from all directions. The jeep nearby was violently overturned, rolling twice and a half on the ground. Moments later, with a resounding boom, black smoke billowed from the jeep's fuel tank. On the bright side, they finally had a chance to demonstrate the prowess of the 9th Elite team. However, the grim news was that escape seemed impossible. Encountering such an unexpected situation for the first time, Xia Yao, with her petite stature of 1.50 m, froze momentarily, as if ensnared by a spell. The other teammates shared her distress, glancing towards their leader. Everyone, gather around me. We must break through. In the critical moment, Roan Wunwen stepped up, drawing her sword and issuing a command. Having frequently adventured alongside Jiang Fan, she was well acquainted with chaos. Among all the candidates present, she possessed the most battlefield experience. Previously, she and Jiang Fan had faced a horde of beasts in the toxic jungle, a situation far more daunting than the current encounter with the foreign blood wolves. Upon hearing Roan Wunwen's call, the members of the 9th Elite team felt a surge of confidence and quickly assembled, brandishing their weapons and adopting combat stances. The foreign blood wolves were weaker than 9th-grade martial artists, and as top-tier talents, they were nearly at the threshold of 9th-grade prowess, merely awaiting the awakening of their source power. In theory, they could manage one-on-one encounters. But the problem lay in the overwhelming number of wolves surrounding them. At least 20 could be seen at a glance. As one teammate managed to deflect a wolf's claw with her sword, another blood wolf seized the opportunity to lunge at her throat. In an instant, hot blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering several members. It was Roan Wunwen's timely intervention that saved the day, wielding an ancient artifact. She pierced the wolf that had aimed for her teammate's neck. Don't waste time. Move quickly, Roan Wunwen urged after repelling the beast. She had noticed that the foreign blood wolves seemed to have deliberately left a gap ahead. But there was no time to ponder, with a chance to escape before them. They could not afford to miss it. Which direction should we flee? A burly teammate turned, anxiously asking. There's an outpost 10 kilometers away. We'll reach it. Report the situation immediately. Finally, Xia Yao regained her composure. Hearing her teammate's voice, she made a decisive command without hesitation. But what if we expose the outpost to the enemy? The stout teammate hesitated. Before their arrival, they had studied the map and were aware of the outpost's location. 10 kilometers was not a daunting distance for top-tier candidates on foot, but the risk was that they might reveal the previously concealed outpost. The consequences were unpredictable. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Survival comes first. If we can eliminate the pursuing beast in time, there may still be a chance to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, along the same path the 9th Elite Team was fleeing, Jiang Fan's Lightning Squad, comprising over 400 members, was barreling toward their mission destination in military trucks. Am I really unwell? How could I be sick and not know it? Inside the first truck, Jiang Fan lay his head on the nurse captain's lap, perplexed. He had perfected his formidable physique, a body impervious to all attacks. Yet, the moment he boarded the vehicle that morning, the nurse captain had declared him ill and insisted on tending to him during their journey. Your shoulder muscles are too tense. You may not notice the effect immediately, but over time, it can obstruct your meridians and disrupt your vital energy circulation. By then, it will be far more challenging to treat. Nurse Captain Xiao Na explained, massaging Jiang Fan's shoulders. Her hands, however, occasionally strayed into his shirt. All right, turn over. I'll massage your back now. After about 10 minutes. Xiao Na clapped her hands in satisfaction, as if coaxing a child for a vaccination. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Jiang Fan opened his eyes, frowning. The bumpy ride in his head was pressed against her thigh. If he flipped again, wouldn't that lead to an unintended kiss? Due to the detoxification process, Jiang Fan had developed a slight psychological barrier thanks to Rong Wenwen, and he was reluctant to risk his integrity again, blocked from seeing her expression by 2 towering peaks. Jiang Fan couldn't discern whether Xiao Na was genuinely trying to treat him or using it as a pretext for ulterior motives. Do you treat all patients this way? Jiang Fan casually inquired. Of course not. A lap pillow is a privilege, understand? It's a privilege reserved for the leader. Upon hearing this, Xiao Na appeared somewhat irked, and her massage pressure increased significantly, nearly leaving Jiang Fan breathless. Just then, the system notification popped up in his vision. Ding. Danger detected for fellow sister. Triggering side mission. Rescue sister. Mission reward. 100 system currency, 10 vitality pills. A fellow sister in danger? Could it be Rong Wenwen? Jiang Fan jolted upright from the nurse captain's lap. The system had only recognized Rong Wenwen as a fellow sister, indicating that she was likely the one in peril. Captain, what's wrong? Xiao Na tugged at his pants, her face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, the driver, shot a teasing glance and whistled, clearly having sensed the nurse captain's less than pure intentions. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. Jiang Fan picked up the radio and commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. Be ready to engage at any moment. What's happening? We're still half an hour away from the mission site. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's order, Lu Yu immediately dropped her playful demeanor, her expression turning serious. Realizing there could be an emergency, Nurse Captain Xiao Na sheepishly released Jiang Fan's pants, covering her nose with both hands and taking a deep breath. There are enemies nearby. Jiang Fan donned his clothes and returned to the passenger seat, his gaze piercing through the bulletproof glass as he calmly surveyed the road ahead. The system had indicated that the incident was not far off. Sure enough, moments later, at the edge of his vision, a disheveled group appeared, hastily fleeing. Behind them, over 24 blood wolves trailed leisurely, seemingly toying with the humans. Isn't that Rong Wenwen and the 9th Elite Team? Lu Yu, with her keen eyesight, immediately recognized the figures in the distance. Chapter 132. Fending off pursuers. How did the 9th Elite Squad end up here? Did they also take on the task of reclaiming the outpost? Lu Yu, gripping the steering wheel, pondered in confusion. As far as she knew, apart from Jiang Fan's Lightning Brigade, which unexpectedly opted for the 5-star nightmarish difficulty task, the other 9 squads had chosen a lower challenge, with Tang Li selecting the most formidable among them, a mere 4-star team task. A mere 10 individuals, no matter how talented, could not possibly exterminate over 50 alien blood wolves or reclaim the outpost. Were they seeking a death wish by accepting a 5-star team task? Or had they lost their senses? Spread out. In 30 seconds, mages and archers prepare to cover fire for rescue. Jiang Fan commanded. Knowing full well that Xia Yao had chosen a 3-star team task, the reason for their presence, being pursued by a horde of alien blood wolves, would have to wait until they were safe. As his orders were given, clouds of dust billowed across the desolate plain. 12 military trucks swiftly formed a line, converging from both flanks to encircle the enemy. It was the frontline troops. What a relief, we're saved. Surely, reinforcements from the front have arrived. The members of the 9th Elite Squad, exhausted and desperate, felt a surge of joy upon seeing the military trucks approach. They hadn't even reached the next outpost to call for help before encountering the frontline forces. Calculating 50 personnel per truck, a full company of warriors was now within reach. What beast could withstand their might on the barren expanse? In that instant, the members of the 9th Elite Squad abandoned their usual poise, brandishing their weapons and rushing toward the approaching convoy. Why do those trucks look familiar? Is that Jiang Fan's team? Roan 11, who had just repelled the closest blood wolf with her sword, turned around with a mix of joy and confusion. She recalled that last night, outside the base hall, Jiang Fan's team had been in identical military trucks. The only difference was that she had seen only 10 trucks before, while now there were 12. No, it couldn't be they. A group of aspiring warriors wouldn't dare venture into such a perilous area. Roan 11 shook her head, dismissing the implausible thought. Xiaoyao, who was trailing behind her, couldn't help but laugh in irritation as her friend brought up that man once more. At a time like this, you're still thinking about Jiang Fan? Do you believe he's a deity? He wouldn't dare take a bunch of rookies into battle. If that were Jiang Fan's team ahead, I would gladly call him father. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the front convoy unleashed a barrage of artillery, striking precisely behind Xiaoyao and the others, creating a wall of fire that separated the crowd from the beasts. The pursuing 20 or so blood wolves, sensing the threat, halted their chase, howling in protest before fleeing with their tails tucked between their legs. Captain, should we pursue? Came Xiao Ming's eager voice over the intercom. Deploy a small drone to follow up. Stop the vehicles. Let us inquire about their situation first, Jiang Fan ordered, bringing everything to a halt. Something must have occurred ahead to leave an elite squad in such a desperate state. Clang, clang, clang. The 12 military trucks screeched to a stop, forming a semicircle around the 10 girls running towards them. The members of the 9th Elite Squad instinctively halted 50 meters away, waiting for the troops to verify their identities. Xiaoyao instinctively shrank back into the crowd. As the captain of the 9th Elite Squad, she had led her team into danger, nearly costing them their lives. She felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. Wenwen, let me handle this, Roan Wenwen said, gently pulling her friend behind her as she stepped forward. Raising her voice, we are from the No. 2 assessment base, here to assist the garrison in reclaiming the outpost. Where are the garrison personnel? Why are only you here? Before she could finish, a voice from the truck's loudspeaker demanded answers. Roan Wenwen clenched her fists, her nails turning white, and continued, there was an incident. The garrison's warrior squad didn't team make it out. We are currently unaware of the specifics. So you went to assist with the mission. And when you saw the garrison in danger, you didn't even look back, just ran away like cowards. The loudspeaker's tone grew harsher. Upon hearing this, the members of the 9th Elite Squad turned pale, their faces ashen. The label of coward was a lifelong disgrace. Some, filled with indignation, opened their mouths to retort, but found no words. Even if they had followed the warriors' orders to flee upon encountering danger, their actions were no different from those of cowards. The thought that the warrior squad they had laughed and joked with just the night before was likely torn to shreds by beasts deepened their anguish. A few members, unable to bear the weight of guilt, sank to the ground, quietly sobbing. In that moment, Roan Wenwen was at a loss for words, left only with silence. The loudspeaker, however, showed no signs of mercy, continuing its harsh reprimand, crying, what good does that do? Can tears bring the dead back to life? You all, enough. The mission is urgent. Let us not waste time on idle chatter. At that moment, a familiar yet nonchalant voice cut through the air from the loudspeaker. Roan Wenwen looked up in disbelief, her heart skipping a beat. Click! The door of the foremost truck swung open, and Jiang Fan jumped out, stretching lazily. Jiang Fan, is that really you? Xiaoyao exclaimed, peeking out from behind the crowd, her eyes wide with astonishment. The other members of the 9th Elite Squad were equally shocked, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Fan had actually brought a troop of over 400 into the battlefield. Was it coincidence? Or mere chance? As they pondered this, Roan Wenwen cast aside her weapon, rushing toward Jiang Fan as if they were long-lost lovers. Just as she was a mere half-step away, she halted. A gust of autumn wind rustling past, scattering dandelion seeds over her shoulder, her silk ribbon soaring into the air, causing her dark hair to cascade around her. She hurriedly gathered her hair, her eyes fixed on Jiang Fan, her exhausted, pale cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, as if anticipating something. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's attention was drawn to a notification that appeared in his field of vision. Beep. Side quest. Rescue senior sister completed. Reward. 100 system currency, 10 spirit pills. With a thought, he checked his accumulated system currency. System currency, 430, realizing he was nearing a total of 500. He opened the system panel to review his progress. The preliminary version of the golden body technique had reached its peak, but he had yet to acquire the subsequent upgrades. The Thunder Law and Beast Control techniques could not be upgraded merely with system currency. As it stood, he could only enhance the fully developed Transmuting Shadows and 10,000 Swords Return to Origin techniques. The latter was most effective against humans and had limited applicability in the beast-infested battlefield. Thus, Jiang Fan resolved to accumulate enough system currency for a total of 500 before upgrading transmuting shadows to perfection. Chapter 133. Retribution once upgraded to perfection. One is bound to reap unexpected rewards. Just as the foundational technique of the 6-foot golden body, the dragon elephant refinement, upon achieving completion, undergoes a transformation, endowing the practitioner with an indestructible physique, impervious to all forms of attack. Jiang Fan, what brings you here? Are you also here to assist with the mission? Rongwenwen, feeling somewhat shy under their gaze, could not help but break the peculiar atmosphere. Did you come from the frontline troops? Where are the soldiers? Have the person in charge come forward. We have crucial enemy intelligence to report. Xia Yao hastily caught up from behind, initially feeling quite guilty. Her confidence surged upon seeing Jiang Fan. In terms of combat prowess, Jiang Fan's team paled in comparison to her elite 9th squad. Anyone else in her situation would certainly flee. What person in charge? Our captain is the one in charge, so show some respect. At that moment, Xiaoming jumped out of the vehicle and, upon hearing Xia Yao's tone, shouted back angrily. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of all members of the 9th Elite Squad darkened. It was Xiaoming who had earlier berated them over the loudspeaker for being deserters. Well, if you have something to say, just speak to me. We are here to exterminate the demon beasts and complete the task of reclaiming the outpost, Jiang Fan asserted, shifting his focus from the system panel and nodding. By the way, have Xiao Na quickly tend to the injured. Isn't there a truck available? Get them on board. Most members of the 9th Elite Squad were injured. Although they were not missing limbs, being pursued by the foreign blood wolves had taken a toll on them. Following the orders, soon, the head nurse, Xiao Na, sporting a white nurse's cap, led the 8 disheveled top-tier candidates to the rear of a truck. As if guided by a woman's intuition, a brief exchange of glances occurred between Xiao Na and Rongwenwen, akin to a standoff, neither willing to yield. The former's gaze bore a mix of pride and provocation, while the latter was filled with intense vigilance. An inexplicable sense of crisis arose within Rongwenwen, as though something precious was about to be snatched away from her. While she was lost in thought, her friend Xia Yu began to mock her coldly. Jiang Fan, are you joking? Exterminating demon beasts? What can you possibly do with your small number of people? You should hurry and contact the front line or the assessment base. If military intelligence is delayed, the consequences will be on you. Xia Yu firmly believed that Jiang Fan's team had merely stumbled upon this place, perhaps even lost. In her eyes, Jiang Fan's troop of over 400 quasi-warriors would only serve as a meal for the demon beast army if they entered the battlefield. Captain, this shorty is infuriating. We even saved her squad. Xiaoming rolled up his sleeves, aggrieved. Hearing this, Xia Yao raised a finger in anger. You dare call me shorty again? Yet, in the next moment, she fell silent, as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished her fiery spirit. Xiaoming activated his wristband, showcasing their 5-star team task completion from the previous night. The truth spoke for itself. Assessment results could not be faked. Nor was there a need to do so. A nightmare difficulty? You completed a 5-star task of nightmare difficulty? Xia Yao gulped, her eyes widening as she attempted to find a flaw within the evidence. What are you saying, Yao Yao? Assessment results can't be faked. Rongwenwen tugged at Xia Yao, frowning. Although she too was astonished by the results, she maintained her composure unlike her friend. Moreover, she had witnessed Jiang Fan's miracles firsthand on multiple occasions. Standing before the two women, Jiang Fan spread his hands and smiled. So, do you believe us now? Rongwenwen nodded, her voice tinged with urgency. I don't know if it's still timely, but if you are indeed going to exterminate the demon beasts, please take me along. I want to return and rescue the people from the garrison camp. Xia Yao also regained her composure. Unable to meet Jiang Fan's gaze, she muttered, count me in. I want to see how you plan to exterminate the foreign blood wolves. Of course, get in the truck. We can discuss as we travel. Jiang Fan welcomed the addition of 2 new allies. He led them into the truck and approached the small projection sand table behind the seats to begin sharing intelligence. Having previously interacted with the garrison's warrior squad and just escaped from the outpost, Xia Yao and her companions possessed far more detailed information. Deliberately leaving gaps to avoid attacking you? In the military truck, after some communication, Jiang Fan was somewhat astonished. According to Rongwenwen's description, the foreign blood wolves surrounded but did not annihilate, intentionally allowing them to escape. This action was clearly a strategy to catch larger prey, aiming to locate the concealed outpost of the frontline defense forces. Behind this, a wise demon beast was highly likely to exist. No, it must exist. Otherwise, with the walnut-sized intelligence of the foreign blood wolves, it would be impossible to devise such a complex conspiracy. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan immediately reported the 9th Elite Squad's encounter using the truck's communicator, awaiting a response from the assessment base. Before long, Xiaoming, holding the communicator, said, Boss, The assessment base has replied, stating they have dispatched a 7th grade warrior and an 8th grade warrior. As for whether to continue the mission, they leave the decision to us. Given the unexpected circumstances, we can abandon the mission without affecting our assessment results. Boss, what are your thoughts? As he spoke, Xiao Ming's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Displaying no fear. Since we have come this far, we must continue the mission, Jiang Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. With the assessment base sending warriors for support, it was all the more reason to proceed. Moreover, it was evident that the 7th grade warrior dispatched from the assessment base would undoubtedly be Rong Shi. With her cousin in his vehicle, as an older cousin, she could not possibly remain idle. You really dare to proceed? Xia Yao poured water into her mouth, feeling parched. With her cousin coming to provide support, even if a general-level demon beast appeared, they could still engage in battle. Rong would similarly deduce the identity of the 7th grade warrior sent by the assessment base, and her previously anxious expression settled considerably. A general-level demon beast? The garrison's warriors squad was completely annihilated. Might they have encountered a demon general? Jiang Fan pondered as he gazed at the projection on the sand table. To obliterate an entire fully armed warrior squad, merely relying on over 50 foreign blood wolves' combat prowess would not suffice. Additionally, the foreign blood wolves displayed remarkable organization while pursuing the 9th elite squad. Thus, the emergence of a demon general possessing both intelligence and formidable power was certainly plausible. It should be improbable for a general-level demon beast to appear, right? If a demon general were to appear behind the defensive line, it would constitute a significant military blunder. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's speculation, Xia Yao finally set her water bottle down and countered. A demon general, by definition, is a leader among demon beasts, typically commanding an army of them, easily capable of influencing the dynamics of a battlefield. They are the most dangerous demon beasts aside from demon kings. The only scenario that could lead them to encounter a general-level demon beast behind the defensive line would be if the front line had collapsed or was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 134. The dismal condition of the warrior squad. No, it's impossible. How could a general-level demon beast be encountered within the defensive line? Xia Yao shook her head, dismissing the unrealistic speculation. Unlike Rong Wenwen's confidence in her cousin, Xia Yao believed that even if the 7th grade warrior was close to reaching the 6th grade, they still did not belong to the mid-tier. The gap between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Should they encounter a demon general, even Rong Wenwen's cousin would only have the option to flee. Of course, she will definitely bring her friend along, and the three of them will run together. With this thought, Xia Yao's tightly furrowed brows relaxed somewhat. Better to be cautious than reckless. Upon arriving at the destination, they should refrain from immediate confrontation and first ascertain the internal situation. Jiang Fan issued commands in an orderly manner. He did not intend to launch an attack until they clarified how the garrison team's martial artists had disappeared. As they approached the occupied outpost, with less than 10 minutes left in their journey, new developments arose. Xiao Ming exclaimed, "Report, boss. The drone has spotted a group of wounded not far ahead. Judging by their attire, they seem to be from the garrison team. The martial artists actually managed to escape." Hearing this news invigorated everyone in the vehicle. Xia Yao and Rong Wenwen felt a weight lift from their hearts, alleviating some guilt and remorse. However, Jiang Fan thought that since the martial artists could escape, it signified that the occupied outpost, despite its dangers, was not an insurmountable challenge. With the information from the martial artists, they would understand the situation inside the outpost. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile, ordering the convoy to tend to the wounded. Rong Wenwen, Xia Yao, you two get out and see if those are the original members. Considering their previous encounter with a beast that could disguise itself as a human, Jiang Fan cautiously added, "Be careful. Hey, I'm also the team leader. We're equals here. Don't give me orders." Xia Yao pouted, slightly disgruntled, yet still jumped out of the vehicle. Rong Wenwen lagged behind momentarily, suddenly asking Jiang Fan, "Who is Xiao Na? Are we about to engage in battle? Why are you concerned with this?" Jiang Fan was at a loss for words. Before he could retort, Xiao Ming chimed in, "Xiao Na is my sister. Why do you care? What's wrong? Do you want to fight? I'll warn you. My sister is the boss now. If you dare to cause trouble, I guarantee you won't have a good time." Upon hearing this, Rong Wenwen pursed her lips, said nothing, and jumped out of the vehicle to catch up with Xia Yao. "You rascal, why does that sound so strange? What do you mean, my person? Aren't you afraid of causing misunderstandings?" Jiang Fan playfully tapped Xiao Ming on the head. Xiao Ming shrank his head in response, grinning mischievously. What misunderstanding could there be? When the time comes, I'll call you boss, and you'll call me brother. We'll each have our own roles. Having only known each other for a day, did he already want to take advantage of him? Jiang Fan's lips twitched in annoyance, choosing to ignore his subordinate's banter as he stepped out of the vehicle and spotted the martial artist team ahead. No, it could hardly be called a team anymore. Only 5 martial artists remained. Among them, 3 had lost their ability to move and were being carried on stretchers. A man and a woman were left. The man had a severed arm, the bandage wrapped around it soaked in blood, while the woman fared somewhat better, though her vital energy was severely disrupted. And her lips were purple, clearly affected by poison. In fact, all 5 martial artists exhibited varying degrees of poisoning. Exotic poison lizard? Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Fan's mind instantly recalled the foes he had previously dealt with. Indeed, it is the exotic poison lizard. We were ambushed, the others could not escape. The one-armed martial artist sighed deeply. He then looked up at Jiang Fan and introduced himself, Zhao Zhixiang, captain of the Black Iron team from the garrison. You are the captain of this team, Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan nodded and directly inquired, what is the specific situation inside? How many exotic poison lizards are there? Did you see clearly? I suspect there is also a sentient beast commanding the exotic blood wolves. Wait a moment. The female martial artist interrupted Jiang Fan's inquiry. Frowning, she said, you students, why are you asking these questions? You're here to assist in combat, right? Whereas your martial artist team? I haven't seen them. This question felt all too familiar. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Why did every person he encountered doubt their intentions to exterminate the beasts? He patiently replied, there is no other martial artist team, it is just us. What do you mean by just you? The female martial artist's expression darkened, seemingly believing Jiang Fan was joking. Li Jia, he is indeed here to exterminate the beasts and reclaim the outpost, Xia Yao interjected, seizing the opportunity to explain before Jiang Fan could boast. They have already successfully completed one extermination mission, eliminating over 30 exotic blood wolves. Xia Yao clearly did not want to give Jiang Fan the chance to gloat. Rong Wenwen chimed in with supportive words. The vice captain of the martial artist team, Li Hong, was momentarily speechless, astonished. A quasi-martial artist executing the tasks of a martial artist team? Was she going insane? Or was the world mad? If quasi-martial artists possessed strength comparable to that of martial artists, humanity would have long since expelled the invading beasts from Blue Star. As Li Hong regarded Jiang Fan again, her gaze held a newfound seriousness. She now noticed that this young man exuded an intense vitality, akin to a flame in the darkness, remarkably prominent. Despite being merely a quasi-martial artist, his actual combat power was likely no weaker than that of a formal martial artist. Not only the exotic blood wolves, but also the exotic poison lizards. The one-armed martial artist declined the offer to rebandage his wound and turned to Jiang Fan, detailing the reasons for their devastating defeat. It turned out that the beasts occupying the outpost included over 50 exotic blood wolves and more than 10 exotic poison lizards. While the exotic poison lizards were relatively weak, akin to some lower-tier beasts, they could threaten ordinary people. However, the poisonous mist emitted by the exotic poison lizards was exceedingly troublesome, capable of incapacitating a formal martial artist in an instant. The martial artist team from the garrison had been caught off guard by the hidden presence of a group of exotic poison lizards within the outpost, overwhelmed by the poisonous mist. Their vital energy was suppressed, rendering them incapable of utilizing their full strength, and they could scarcely stand. As the martial artists were besieged by the exotic blood wolves and exotic poison lizards, the outcome was predictable. Ultimately, it was the captain of the martial artist team who, at the cost of his arm, halted the onslaught of the beasts and rescued 4 teammates. When the garrison's martial artist team arrived, there had been a total of 30 individuals. After finishing his account, the captain of the martial artist team appeared to age several decades in an instant, his eyes dimming. To combat the exotic poison lizards, special anti-poison equipment was necessary. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the martial artist, entering would be tantamount to throwing their lives away. To avoid unexpected circumstances, you should return quickly before dawn, the one-armed martial artist advised, shaking his head. However, Jiang Fan felt no fear. He discerned another layer of meaning in the words. He slowly replied, so, Captain Zhao, what you mean is that as long as we can defend against the poisonous mist from the exotic poison lizards, we can take them down. If they could withstand the poisonous mist, the threat posed by the exotic poison lizards would be akin to that of lower-tier beasts, easily manageable. Do you mean to say you have protective gear prepared? The one-armed martial artist's eyes regained some spark, seemingly intent on rushing into the outpost to avenge his fallen comrades. No, Jiang Fan admitted, but I have other methods to resist the poisonous mist. The method, of course, was the enhancement provided by his abilities. The comprehensive team boost of 415 included resistance enhancements. With his resistance at its peak, he could grant protection to everyone in the Lightning Squad, allowing them not only to withstand the poisonous mist, but to treat the toxic emissions of the exotic poison lizards as mere water. Chapter 135, The Sole Commander, you have a way to resist the poisonous mist? What is it? The captain of the martial artist team lifted his head, his expression filled with confusion. Not just him, But the vice captain and everyone surrounding the truck displayed similar expressions of astonishment. After all, the poisonous mist from the exotic poison lizards had always posed a significant threat to martial artists of lower cultivation. Despite the Blue Star Defense Army's unwavering commitment to research across various front lines, their efforts to counteract the corrosive effects of the foreign toxic lizard's miasma on martial artists' vitality have yielded little progress over the decades. Presently, the most straightforward means of defense is to don protective gear, creating a physical barrier against the toxins. Alternatively, the might of mid-tier or even high-tier martial artists can be employed to forcefully vanquish the threat. If anyone else were to claim they had a method to resist the toxic miasma, they would surely be met with derision. However, now that Jiang Fan, who has repeatedly turned the impossible into the possible, has spoken, the credibility of his assertion rises dramatically, though perhaps only from zero to the likelihood of an ordinary person winning the lottery. Only Roan Wenwen, standing silently beside them, did not display any surprise in her gaze. Previously, during practical training at school, she had witnessed Jiang Fan's unique constitution, which rendered him entirely unaffected by the toxic miasma. Was he truly planning to venture alone into the occupied outpost to confront the foreign toxic lizards? Yet, the danger was compounded by the presence of over 50 foreign blood wolves, each as formidable as a ninth-tier martial artist. For Jiang Fan, a mere aspiring martial artist, to enter such a situation would be tantamount to courting death. Roan Wenwen furrowed her elegant brows, her lips pressed together as she said, "Even if you possess a means to resist the miasma, entering is still suicidal. My cousin will arrive shortly. Let her handle it." Roan sure. On the brink of breaking into mid-tier as a 7th-tier martial artist, would find it manageable to deal with a horde of foreign toxic lizards, and even if danger arose, she could escape in time. Who said I was seeking death? Just watch from the sidelines, Jiang Fan replied, not offering further explanation. He summoned Xiaoming to relay orders for the lightning team to prepare for an assault to eradicate the beast at the outpost. By the way, take this. It can counteract the poison. Suddenly recalling that he had 20 detoxification pills in his system space, he handed one to each of the 2 martial artists. They still possessed some combat capability, though their vitality had been eroded by the miasma. Vice Captain Li Hong hesitated, examining the pill in her hand, resembling a sheep dung pellet, and dared not consume it. In contrast, the one-armed martial artist swallowed his without a second thought. Almost instantly, the pill took effect. His previously purplish lips regained their healthy hue at a visible pace, and even his previously lethargic aura surged back to vitality. What kind of medicine is this? It's incredible. Do you have more? The captain of the martial artist team brightened, eyeing Jiang Fan's pockets as if they contained treasure. Just moments ago, Jiang Fan had casually pulled the pill from his trousers. Indeed. Kid, quickly produce all the antidotes you have. We'll trade them for other supplies. The vice captain, seeing the results, eagerly consumed her half of the pill, but carefully wrapped the other half in a cloth strip, seemingly intending to take it back for further study. There are none left, not a single one. Such a potent antidote cannot be so readily shared, Jiang Fan scoffed, while secretly slipping another pill into Roan Wenwen's hand. Miss Roan, having risked herself to assist him in completing numerous side quests, deserved some recognition in return. Jiang Fan, you? Roan Wenwen was taken aback upon sensing the item in her hand, her gaze shifting to Jiang Fan in a daze. 500 meters away from the outpost, at a concealed mountainside, the lightning team quickly assembled. Fresh from completing a nightmarish team task, their morale soared, and they were filled with unyielding confidence. As Xiaoming put it, at Jiang Fan's command, even something distasteful would be worth a taste. Thus, when informed they would face both the foreign blood wolves and the foreign toxic lizards, despite some trepidation, they firmly believed in Jiang Fan's ability to lead them to victory. However, before setting out, Jiang Fan brought over a large barrel of drinking water and offered each member of Lu Yu's charge a sip. "I've mixed the antidote in here. The miasma from the foreign toxic lizards won't harm you. I'll hold the line. You just charge ahead." The barrel contained no actual antidote. The comprehensive enhancement of 415 would suffice to resist the toxins. He framed his words to foster genuine belief among them that they could withstand the miasma. Didn't he just say there was no antidote? The vice captain of the martial artist team rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Let me and Li Hong lead the way. We are more familiar with the location of the foreign toxic lizards." The one-armed martial artist team captain stepped forward, eager to assist. Jiang Fan did not refuse and allowed the 2 martial artists to join Liu Yu's charge. He checked his system. The overall team enhancement remained at 415. Clearly indicating that the newly added members were not part of his team. "Hey, give me an antidote. I want to be the first to charge." The leader of the 9th elite team, Xia Yao, approached with outstretched hand, evidently certain that Jiang Fan had more antidotes hidden away. Her guess was not unfounded. Jiang Fan indeed had 17 more detoxification pills. But why should he share them with her? Jiang Fan swatted her pristine white hand away, saying, "Against 10 foreign toxic lizards. We have sufficient personnel. If you truly wish to help, you can join everyone else in the hunt." Yet, Xia Yao persisted, extending her hand with an unwavering resolve not to abandon her quest for an antidote. Yao, Jiang Fan is right. The threat of the foreign blood wolves is equally significant, Roan Wenwen interjected. Hearing her friend advise her to heed an outsider, Xia Yao's expression darkened. Planting her hands on her hips and stomping her feet in her lace-trimmed black boots, she pushed Jiang Fan away in frustration and stormed off. Seeing this, Xiaoming leaned in with a smirk, inquiring, "Boss, what about that girl? Should we send someone after her?" "Let her be. Let's commence our operation," Jiang Fan commanded, turning his attention to another figure who was staring at him intently. "And what about me?" Roan Wenwen blinked, awaiting his instruction. "The nurse's station still requires assistance, Roan Wenwen. Please help Xiao Na tend to the injured." Jiang Fan pondered, noting the influx of casualties and the shortage of medical personnel among the Lightning team. Moreover, his team operated with synergy, and introducing a new member could disrupt their coordination. "Xiao Na, I'll remember that name." Roan Wenwen replied coldly before taking her leave to fulfill her task. At last, all arrangements were in place. Meanwhile, at the mountainside, Liu led the charge team, guided by the martial artist team captain, swiftly approaching the rear of the outpost. Chapter 136. Advanced Beast Soldiers. Upon returning to the outpost for the second time, the martial artist team captain maneuvered effortlessly, leading the group to conceal themselves behind the outpost. The group comprised 2 martial artists and 50 aspiring martial artists from the Lightning team, their bodies pressed against the earthen slope, nerves taut as they awaited the signal to engage. The strategy remained consistent with their previous approach, a blitzkrieg aimed at swiftly dismantling the enemy without affording them a moment to prepare. Thus, to catch the beasts off guard, they would launch simultaneous assaults from both the front and rear. Liu's charge team would encircle from behind to eliminate the foreign toxic lizards, while the main force of the Lightning team would attack from the front to draw their fire. With a thunderous roar, the darkened sky suddenly erupted with a clap of thunder. Lightning branched out like a spider's web, illuminating the sky above the outpost. On the ground, a pack of foreign blood wolves trembled in fright. Ordinarily, such a jolt of lightning would send them scattering in panic, but within the outpost, something far more terrifying than the lightning seemed to loom, keeping the foreign blood wolves rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Crack, crack. Raindrops, as large as soybeans, fell relentlessly from above, quickly intensifying into a torrential downpour. The heavens darkened ominously as if night had descended. Streams of rain cascaded from the dense fur of the foreign blood wolves, yet they remained steadfast, not budging an inch. However, in the next moment, this regimented pack of beasts, standing like an army in the open, was compelled to retreat. Beneath the oppressive cloud cover, a lightning bolt, 2 meters wide, suddenly surged forth in silence, piercing through the curtain of rain and striking the watchtower. Boom. Only after the lightning struck did a deafening thunderclap echo across the sky. The foreign blood wolves reacted with astonishing speed, sensing the impending strike and immediately darting in all directions. Regrettably, rainwater conducts electricity. Crackling sounds erupted as arcs of electricity ensnared them. Despite their swift movements, they succumbed to the electric shock, a burnt scent permeating the rain-soaked air. Receiving the signal to commence the assault, the lightning brigade surged forth from the watchtower like wraiths. Attack boost, 415, defense boost, 415, life boost, 415, resistance boost, 415. At the instant battle commenced, team enhancements activated. The quasi-warriors, already on the brink of breakthrough, now exuded an aura rivaling that of seasoned warriors. In a heartbeat, the ranks of quasi-warriors collided with the pack of foreign blood wolves in front of the watchtower. Behind them, Liu led the charge, swiftly dispatching the foreign poison lizards, unaffected by the toxic mist. With the poison fog no longer a hindrance, the tide of battle overwhelmingly favored them. Amidst the ruins of a collapsed watchtower nearby, Jiang Fan withdrew his Zhujian sword brick, steam still rising from the damp surface that had just conducted the lightning. He had not anticipated such a timely rain. At the first crack of thunder, Jiang Fan nearly mistook it for a fellow practitioner's arrival, only to realize it was merely the prelude to the downpour. The second thunderclap signaled the activation of his Wulei Zhengfa, a battle signal. Fortunately, his technique was familiar to the others, averting any misinterpretation of the combat signal. Remarkably, they were indeed unaffected by the poison fog. How extraordinary! Though the team appeared formidable, what was the cost? I refuse to believe there were no repercussions. Behind Jiang Fan, the voices of Hu Yu and Rong Shi echoed. The 2 assessors, who had been observing from the shadows, could no longer contain themselves and approached, gazing intently at the battlefield below. Their appearance did not surprise Jiang Fan. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Aren't you two going to assist?" According to intelligence from the warrior squad, a beast commander was likely hiding within the watchtower. "With your prowess, do you still require our assistance?" Rong Shishir replied coolly, showing no intention of intervening. Her gaze remained fixed on her students within the watchtower. Hu Yu candidly remarked, "Rest assured, Jiang Fan, should we encounter an insurmountable beast, both Rong and I will certainly lend a hand. The assessment base and the front lines have already briefed us." They had originally come to witness Jiang Fan lead a contingent of over 400 quasi-warriors in exterminating the beasts and completing the arduous 5-star nightmare mission. Unexpectedly, they received news midway that the garrison camp's warrior squad had encountered misfortune, leading to total annihilation. Moreover, the elite squad from the assessment base, assisting the warrior squad, also faced peril. What astonished them further was that Jiang Fan, leading an imposing throng, not only rescued the 9th Elite Squad but boldly ventured into danger even upon learning of the warrior squad's defeat. Before their arrival, Hu Yu intended to admonish Jiang Fan for underestimating the situation and disregarding his comrades' lives. Yet now, witnessing the imminent victory of the team below, he found himself unable to utter a single reproach. The evidence was clear. Jiang Fan's Lightning Brigade possessed the capability to eradicate the beasts and reclaim the watchtower. "Our orders are to protect and rescue the injured, not to serve as someone's lackeys while they boost their assessment scores," Rong Shishir remarked, her expression darkening as Hu Yu divulged everything in one breath. After all, she still hoped Jiang Fan would seek her assistance. As the strongest warrior present, Rong Shishir was confident in her ability to control the entire battlefield below. Just then, an unexpected disturbance erupted within the watchtower. Lu Yu, resembling a reaper as she harvested the lives of the beasts, was suddenly flung away by a tremendous force, crashing through 2 walls. Rong Shishir gasped at first, but upon sensing that Lu Yu was unharmed, a smirk crept onto her lips. "You're fortunate. You've encountered a high-ranking beast soldier. Among the foreign beasts, a high-ranking soldier is akin to a leader of a small clan. Its power far exceeds that of an ordinary 9th-tier warrior, making it insurmountable for you quasi-warriors. Well then, Jiang Fan, if you sincerely wish for my assistance." Just as Rong Shishir was about to make her point, she realized that Jiang Fan, who had been by her side moments ago, had vanished without a trace. "That rascal Jiang Fan has fled in fright?" Rong Shishir turned instinctively toward the direction he had come from. He hasn't fled in fear. He has seized the brick and charged upwards." Hu Yu pointed toward the watchtower, his gaze now tinged with admiration for Jiang Fan. Not every quasi-warrior possesses the courage to challenge those above their rank. Yet, admiration aside, he could not stand idly by and watch Jiang Fan march to his demise. A high-ranking beast soldier would pose a challenge even for a 9th-tier warrior, let alone a mere quasi-warrior. Chapter 137. A different era. The torrential rain poured down, mingling with mud within the ruins of the collapsed courtyard. A colossal, nearly 3-meter-tall upright lizard had repeatedly thwarted Lu Yu and 2 warriors from the squad. Wherever it went, it was invincible, forcing the Lightning Brigade to retreat several meters in avoidance. This massive lizard appeared to be an evolved version of the foreign poison lizard. Not only could it spew perilous toxic mist from its mouth, but its strength and speed were also formidable, rivaling the warriors of the garrison camp. The bone blades that sprouted from its arms were exceptionally tough, capable of shattering even combat blades. "Damn it, if I weren't injured, I could take on 10 of these high-ranking beast soldiers." The squad leader, rising from the rubble, clutched his severed arm, seething with frustration. The loss of an arm severely diminished his fighting capability. "Let us retreat, Captain." The vice-captain, Li Hong, struggled to rise behind him. She had not suffered any loss of strength due to her injuries, but facing a high-ranking beast soldier alone was beyond her means. Typically, when encountering such a foe, their squad would coordinate 2 to 3 warriors to subdue it, or only a captain on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier could confront it alone. "Let us retreat, Captain. We can't defeat it," Li Hong urged anxiously again. The high-ranking beast soldier had been redirected, presenting them a chance to escape safely. "What do you mean, Li Hong? If we flee, we allow the beast to rampage unchallenged?" Zhao, the captain, shouted angrily, raising his battle blade with his remaining arm, prepared to charge into battle once more against the high-ranking beast soldier. However, someone was swifter, colliding with the high-ranking beast soldier before him. It was Jiang Fan, wielding the brick. The Zhujian sword brick met the beast soldier's bone blade with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves that rippled through the downpour. The torrential downpour from the heavens seemed to abruptly clear, yet in the very next instant, the rain came crashing down once more, thoroughly drenching Jiang Fan's garments. With a nonchalant tug, he ripped open his upper attire, revealing the sculpted ridges of his abdominal muscles beneath. perhaps due to cultivating the 6-foot golden body technique. His skin faintly radiated a golden sheen. What a formidable demonic beast! Jiang Fan exhaled sharply, feeling his arms tremble from the reverberations. Had it not been for mastering the initial stages of the 6-foot golden body, attaining an indestructible physique, that single impact might have obliterated half his torso. Yet this was hardly his first time engaging in combat against superior foes. His gaze locked onto the 3-meter-tall lizard man before him. Electrical currents crackling in his palms as he prepared to unleash his most devastating technique. Boss is about to unleash his ultimate move. Everyone, scatter immediately. The Lightning Squad members swiftly evacuated the battlefield upon witnessing this development. The skirmish had reached its final stages, with only a few stray interdimensional blood wolves attempting to flee. Thus, the central outpost rapidly cleared around Jiang Fan and the elite demon soldier. The advanced demon soldier, having withstood Jiang Fan's initial strike, displayed an almost human-like glint of amusement in its vertical pupils. Facing Jiang Fan directly, it scraped its bone blades together, producing sparks as if challenging its opponent to attack. Jiang Fan, beware its bone blades. The martial squad leader warned weakly, struggling to rise and assist despite his depleted stamina. Enough talk, we must retreat now. Vice Captain Li Hong finally seized the opportunity to forcibly drag his commander away. Though unaware what terrifying technique could silence the entire group, the area had clearly become untenable. As the words faded, a piercing thunderclap erupted overhead. Jiang Fan had struck, employing the same 5-thunder orthodoxy technique that had vanquished the 8th-grade demonic infiltrator. Yet now at level 8 cultivation with his dragon elephant body tempering perfected and transformed into the precursor of the 6-foot golden body sage cultivation method. Though still technically a quasi-martial artist by conventional standards, his true power had ascended beyond recognition. Boom. In an instant, man and beast collided once more. The thunderous might of Jiang Fan's full-powered strike generated a colossal mushroom cloud over the outpost, sending unprepared examinees flying into nearby trees. Lu Yu, weathering the shockwave from a distance, watched with awe. During the previous melee assessment, she had arrogantly believed Jiang Fan's lightning techniques posed no threat. Now she realized her grievous miscalculation. This single thunderstrike could reduce any examinee to ashes. Meanwhile, Hu Yu and other examinees scrambled for cover behind walls. This is supposed to be an attack from a quasi-martial artist? Hu Yu cursed against the barrier, recalling how he'd casually blocked the technique's residual power during the first high school exam. The only composed observer was 7th-grade cultivator Rong Shishir, who calmly watched through sunglasses behind an emerald energy shield. She hadn't entered the battlefield without reason. Behind her stood medical personnel, including Rong Wenwen and head nurse Xiaona. Don't misunderstand, cousin. I haven't forgiven you yet. Protecting you is simply orders from headquarters, Rong Shishir remarked impassively. I wasn't planning to apologize anyway, Rong Wenwen retorted, unrepentant about aiding Jiang Fan. Just watch how Jiang Fan will be begging for my intervention, Rong Shishir smirked as the smoke cleared, revealing the elite demon soldier, still standing despite half its chest armor being blown away, the cracked earth beneath its feet filling with rainwater. Jiang Fan's heart sank. The demon's resilience exceeded expectations. The 5-thunder orthodoxy was his strongest technique. Was he reduced to attrition warfare? Then inspiration struck, beast taming art. Chapter 138 Release Announcement. Happy Labor Day. Rest early tonight. Official release tomorrow at noon. Seeking subscriptions. Chapter 139 The Fury of a Common Man. Victory? Not yet. That beast still stands. Such defense surpasses ordinary soldier-grade demons. Chapter 140 Metamorphosis. Shrinking the earth to an inch. The elite demon soldier redirected its assault toward Rong Shishir, manipulated by Jiang Fan's beast-taming art. Chapter 141 Sect Crisis. Seeking subscriptions calling him Jiang Fan so casually. What exactly is your relationship? Rong Shishir pointed accusingly at her cousin. Chapter 142 Rushing to the front lines. Orders, boss? Xiao Ming darted forward nervously, shrinking back under Rong's intimidating presence. Chapter 143 The Wonders of Beast Taming. Any response from command? Jiang Fan moved to the rear compartment, examining the system's challenge mission. Chapter 144 Grave Developments. Suddenly, the interdimensional blood wolves had exploded like a melon as Jiang Fan bled from all orifices, a horrifying spectacle impossible to ignore. Chapter 145 Divine Mechanism Battalion Warriors. Drone footage confirmed it. The distinctive black uniforms of the Divine Mechanism Squad. One member severely injured. Chapter 146 Arduous Mission. The frontline garrison had become scorched earth. With demon attacks temporarily lulled, the entire camp stood in eerie. Chapter 147 Heaven Sent Reinforcement. As night fell, the war-torn wasteland grew brighter with flames. Wave after wave of interdimensional blood wolves. Chapter 148, A One-Man Army. 5 Thunder Orthodoxy cleared wide areas. Beast taming disrupted enemy formations. Shrinking the earth enabled unpredictable maneuvers. Chapter 149, Love knows no priority. So fair. Such beauty. The golden-haired, blue-eyed figure in the makeshift surgical tent left even Shao. Chapter 150, I want it all. His face seems familiar. A divine mechanism member gulped black beer, struggling to place the memory. Chapter 151, Perfection. Myriad swords return to origin. Not allowed, Commander Du? It's not that. Ah, forget it. Captain Jiang may proceed as he wishes. Chapter 152. Sleepless night, isn't it? Where are my dowries? Sure Jelly's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the desolate warehouse. Chapter 153. The girl among the beasts. The night was pitch black. And the battlefield lay in eerie silence. Beneath her feet, there was a viscous sensation akin to porridge. The air was tinged with the scent of blood. Remnants of the recent conflict still lingering. Chapter 154. A union of man and pants. Big brother, you will surely rescue Shan Shan, won't you? The girl, seemingly evoking painful memories, clung tightly to Jiang Fan. Chapter 155. A visit. Just as they were engaged in conversation, 2 formidable high-level demon soldiers charged towards Jiang Fan, closing the distance to under 100 meters. The girl appeared unfazed by the approaching reinforcements. Chapter 156. Unexpected fatherhood? At the command post, the arrival of Roan Wunwen caught everyone off guard. Are you suggesting Jiang Fan wants us to cooperate? Chapter 157. A clever trap. You truly are remarkable. Entering the demon army alone and returning with a girl. Upon discovering Jiang Fan lying on the ground, Roan Wunwen turned. Chapter 158. The 1,000 mechanisms box within the ranks of the demon army. The most primal law of survival reigned. The weak perish while the strong thrive. The demon generals and high-level soldiers were more akin to rulers than leaders. Chapter 159. Despicable bipedal beasts. Someone claimed that the district defense line would be captured within 3 hours. But it seemed they might have to wait for 3 months, or even 3 years. Any delay could jeopardize the general strategy. Chapter 160. The colossal beasts. A tempest of thunder and blood divided the battlefield. The remnants of the hurricane dissipated only after penetrating deep into the demon army. Chapter 161. The lightning brigade within the defensive positions. The battle was swiftly nearing its conclusion. The demon army, having fallen into preset traps, faced annihilation. Chapter 162. Returning to matrimony. Is that Shi Jili's beloved? Have you two already wed? Just as Xiao Na returned, she caught a glimpse of a crumpled photograph. Chapter 163. The Last Wish. Apologies, another interruption, but I distinctly saw that aspiring warrior flee in terror at the sight of my demon soldier. Ling Shan pondered. Is it possible that? Chapter 164. No problem. I am the strongest, I implore you. Captain, let me borrow it for one night. I do not wish to leave this world with regrets. Noticing Jiang Fan's silence, Xiao Na earnestly pleaded again. Chapter 165. One man holds the fortress. On the 3rd day at the district defense line, Jiang Fan and the lightning brigade arrived. Everyone was still queuing for breakfast when the demon beasts. Chapter 166. A green-hatted man. Heroic lives are often short. Thus, Shi Jili harbored a deep-seated disdain for those who aspired to heroism or reveled in it. Chapter 167. The heavens and the earth. The battlefield was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Despite being able to replenish energy quickly with spirit pills, Jiang Fan found himself relentlessly slaying demons. Chapter 168. The golden giant. With a single kick, he effortlessly dispatched an inconspicuous foe. On the battlefield, several exotic demon apes beat their chests defiantly before the defensive positions. Chapter 169. Worthless? Heroes. Had we known, we should have informed Principal Son of Experimental Class 1 from the outset. Hu's fingers turned white from gripping tightly, his face filled with frustration. Chapter 170. Has everyone gone mad? How strange. Why is it still warm? Shi Jili pressed her lips together, reminiscing about a taste that had haunted her dreams for countless nights, her sorrow overwhelming. Chapter 171. Indeed, they have all gone mad. Roan Shi privately acknowledged that Jiang Fan possessed certain skills. As a yet-to-be-broken aspiring warrior, Jiang Fan moved like a monkey under her command. Chapter 172. Enhanced luck. Upgraded techniques. Roan Shi remained steadfast in her judgment until reinforcements arrived, and the war fortifications entered the defense camp, where the commander recorded battle accounts. Chapter 173. This is also part of the treatment. Dr. Shi Jili spoke earnestly, her gaze serious. Had she not revealed her bare backside, her words about healing would have seemed much more credible. Chapter 174. The Freedom Medal, Supreme Honor. Participating in the SEED program not only granted early admission to the 4 major martial academies, but also involved awakening one's source power to break through. Chapter 175. The sister's disappearance. During these 3 days of slumber, Jiang Fan had not eaten. He had hoped to revive his dull appetite with a spicy beast head. But unexpectedly, Shao. Chapter 176. Encountering a royal beast. All right. I, Jiang Fan, vow that upon learning my sister's whereabouts, I will not act foolishly or rashly. You may speak now. Upon hearing Dr. Shurjeli, he. Chapter 177. The award ceremony. President Luo had clearly come specifically for this. He handed a metallic briefcase to Jiang Fan, then patted him on the shoulder in commendation. Chapter 178. The celestial sword in hand. The award ceremony in the hall continued. Dressed in a military uniform with red and black hues adorned with golden accents, and his moonlight-like silvery hair. Chapter 179. Jiang Fan, are you serious? Roan Wenwen raised her head suspiciously from behind. At this moment, thinking of wanting to eat an orange seemed a normal person's desire. Chapter 180. Journey to the Beast World. Shao Na wiped her blurry eyes and hurriedly opened the note. The first page was addressed to her, containing contact information for Jiang Fan's mentor. Chapter 181. Welcome to the new world. The so-called territory of the demon beast was, in fact, homes that had once belonged to humans, now occupied by the demon creatures. As the truck entered the town. Chapter 182. Source stones. Unexpected gains. Big golden tooth. Just you wait. The truck driver cursed angrily as he fled, dragging a wounded leg in another direction, having. Chapter 183. Merely an aspiring warrior in the Blackwater town, at a tavern near the upper district, Fei Guo. I'm not lying, that kid is of unknown origin. He just. Chapter 184. A cappuccino, please. In an instant, the bustling tavern seemed to hit pause, falling into a profound silence. What just happened? Fei Ge subordinates. Chapter 185. The girl standing on the colossal beast at the edge of the upper district's town square. Voices erupted in excitement. Word had it that the Demon Clan's leader would personally come today to select. Chapter 186. The beast taming technique in action to prevent the famished beast from pouncing on the audience. A cylindrical metallic cage, approximately 20 meters in diameter, was set up in the center of the square. Chapter 187. Displaying unique skills. As Jiang Fan, the aspiring warrior, made his entrance, the other 7 challengers were momentarily stunned, nearly believing their eyes were deceiving them. Chapter 188. Terrifying. The aura of the Demon King. Bang. The massive head of a high-level demon soldier crashed down heavily, the loud sound echoing throughout the square, causing countless onlookers to tremble. Chapter 189. The self-awareness of a dog. The low-tier range includes levels 7, 8, and 9. Beyond that lies the intermediate tier, corresponding to the strength of general-level demon beasts. Chapter 190. Astonishing. The Nine Turns profound technique. Just when Yujun thought he could bully Jiang Fan and continued to hurl insults, Jiang Fan casually raised his hand and grasped the opponent's neck, leaving Yujun. Chapter 191. Remarkable. The sacred law of the Demon Clan. As a newcomer, Jiang Fan naturally could not foresee the various rules and regulations within the manor. The conversation led to the stooped elder quickly advising Ling Shan, who was languishing in a wrought-tin chair, her pupils finally regaining some focus. In the hunting grounds behind the mountain, beneath the bright, vibrant bonfire, besides the werewolf demon general, the cat girl high priestess, and Ling Shan, there were others present. It was evident that in this hunting game, the frenzied foreign blood wolves were the hunters. The moment they caught a whiff of human scent, the chained beast stirred restlessly. Jiang Fan's unorthodox behavior of igniting a fire by the river soon attracted the attention of the demon general. As prey, he should have seized the opportunity to flee or find shelter. Twice in succession, he effortlessly dealt with the attacking hunters without revealing his hand, and astonishingly, he was merely a quasi-entity. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds by the river bonfire, after Jiang Fan effortlessly dispersed the encroaching foreign blood wolves using his beast control technique, he resumed his seat. The golden body law could condense the power of heaven and earth to enhance oneself, possessing immense might and verifiable achievements. This could be considered Jiang Fan's strongest card at present. Although his means were not entirely above reproach, he successfully survived to the end, emerging victorious in the hunting game. Thus, Yujun felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance. In the dead of night at Heishui Town, within Fige Tavern, when Jiang Fan entered for the second time, the patrons engaged in drinking and conversation paused, instinctively taking a step back, their greedy gazes suddenly cleared. In a place rife with rogues, murder was commonplace. Lending money in Heishui Town meant one should not expect repayment. In a dark alley under the night sky, a once tall warrior, now a eunuch, swung his robust arms, producing a clang as if wielding a retractable blade. Jiang Fan possessed the maps of the defense lines and concealed outposts in the Jinghai war zone, and he could draw them for you. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. At the entrance of the demon leader's estate, the grand white palace-style gates stood tall. Once again in Heishui town, efforts to recruit talents were made with considerable fanfare, almost explicitly prompting the high priestess to divulge secrets. It was apparent that Ling Shan, despite being a demon king, faced challenges. "Don't disturb me, let me be. For the sake of the demon king's blood, I shall endure." Ling Shan gritted her teeth, forcing a laugh before opening the water. Ling Shan's personal maid had prepared a lunch in the castle's parlor, featuring an aroma of meat that Jiang Fan had never encountered before, typical of the demon clan's cuisine. The werewolf did not provide an explanation, but took him to the hot springs located behind the estate, also summoning two distinctly female demon beasts. The more the demon high priestess exhibited tenderness, the more unease Jiang Fan felt, sensing his own demise approaching. Could it be that you all? With no time to continue searching, Jiang Fan obediently returned to his seat, resting his hands on his knees, remaining motionless as he awaited the high priestess to finish her business. Isn't it just right? The scent of worn underwear intensified with rising temperatures. As a person with peculiar inclinations, one might expect otherwise. Did she bully you? The spirit-nurturing elixir could enhance one's consciousness. With a stronger consciousness, the defense against consciousness-related attacks would naturally improve. I do not comprehend your words. Jiang Fan covered himself with a blanket, his face reddening as he feigned anger. The more he acted this way, the more. The phenomenon of the sacred law breaking through was initially believed to be attributed to that genius. It seemed a misunderstanding had occurred. Once it was confirmed that it was not Ling Shan, the high priestess ceased her inquiries. Choosing betrayal equated to death. Choosing loyalty required drinking this poison, paying for Ling Shan's incompetence, or facing death. This was almost a foregone conclusion. Seeing the crowd quiet down, the scarred warrior of the 5th rank slowly spoke. The association has spared no effort to rescue you, and has also worked tirelessly to reverse the dire situation. Since the accumulation of toxins had led to disfigurement, this was the first time in a decade that Nanya revealed her true visage before outsiders. What's wrong? Do you dislike it? Nanya pursed her lips, using her sleeve to wipe the drool lingering on Jiang Fan's face. It was not that she disliked it. No, the scarred assassin can leave, but you must stay. The half-human, half-beast warrior from the association extended a finger, gesturing dismissively. This familiar aura and the power of the sacred law from the great gathering of 10,000 demons cannot be mistaken. Nanya's eyes glimmered, her eyelids fluttering. Since that day in the tavern at Heishui town, when Jiang Fan used metal-embedded underwear to strangle a warrior from a distance, he experienced an epiphany. A wave of troubles had yet to settle when a soft chuckle suddenly echoed from his shoulder. "Sister, we are fleeing for our lives, and you can still laugh." Jiang Fan's expression darkened. "I am truly foolish, indeed." Jiang Fan, incredulous, pulled off the golden silk mask from his sister's face, confirming he had not been mistaken, noticing the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, in the upper city's western side, within the castle, Ling Shan stood by the window, gazing far towards the blazing lights atop the highest point of the upper city. "I, a genius of the demon clan?" Jiang Fan was led into a hidden dungeon beneath the lake's surface, where he encountered the figure of the security bureau's bear team once more. No wonder they had been uncertain how much time had passed. As his consciousness gradually returned, Jiang Fan felt a chill enveloping him, seemingly bound to a large goose-down bed. In a dim, cramped room, only a single flickering incandescent bulb hung low from the ceiling, glaring painfully into one's eyes. When Jiang Fan, what does it matter? What does it matter? Ling Shan murmured, momentarily lost in thought until the door to the interrogation room creaked open. "Let us go. Ah Fan, what are you waiting for?" Seeing Jiang Fan remain motionless in the room, Ling Shan urged him. Jiang Fan shook his head. Jiang Fan was illiterate, to be precise, unfamiliar with the script of the demon clan. He had been taught some basics during his time in Experiment 1. Chapter 233, Enigmatic Sorcery originally. Jiang Fan could only serve as an assistant or sustenance, accompanying Ling Shan into the sacred realm. Yet now, he has undergone a transformation, becoming a figure of significance. Chapter 234. The secret chamber in the wake of the assassination attempt last night. The residence of the high priest lay in ruins, uninhabitable henceforth. Jiang Fan sought the aid of a servant. Chapter 235. The reluctance to conceal a beggar's past driven to desperation. Jiang Fan found himself cornered, his back slick with cold sweat, nearly pressed against the wall. However, the high priest wore a smile that conveyed an unyielding resolve. Chapter 236. Cultivating the mystical arts of the demon clan in the secret chamber. Once the high priest had departed and after a meticulous inspection to ensure no hidden surveillance was present, Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon an item of interest. Chapter 237. The secret instruction with a soft, barbed tongue brushing against his cheek. the moment the other party approached his lips, intending to advance further. Jiang Fan jolted back in surprise. Chapter 238. The Grand Technique of the Celestial Finger. With a sharp crack, Nanya raised her wooden sword and struck Jiang Fan's head 3 times, targeting the same spot each time. Chapter 239. The Upset of Power Dynamics. It is a secret art for sealing spaces. Jiang Fan's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized the technique employed by the High Priest. Who could have imagined that the Alliance and Chapter 240. 5 points, shattering the firmament. The gaze of the Demon Clan's High Priest was sincere, emotions not feigned. The warmth of breath brushing against his face felt genuine, rather than an act. Chapter 241. Reunion with an inmate as perhaps the first human in the annals of Blue Star history to master the sorcery of the Demon Clan. Jiang Fan found himself deep in contemplation. The mystical arts of the Demon Clan contrasted sharply with those of martial artists. Chapter 242. Gaining trust perhaps to conserve energy. The dungeon remained unlit, with only a faint glow emanating from the exhaust fan. Nonetheless, for an 8th-tier martial artist. Chapter 243. The quest for his sister's whereabouts, could it be? Suddenly struck by a thought, Captain Xiong paused. Rubbing his chin in deep contemplation, you were captured by the Demon Clan. Chapter 244. The long-tailed creature. Captain Xiong stared at Jiang Fan in disbelief. His words about being seen with the Demon Clan's High Priest were not limited to that day when he witnessed the two in a clandestine encounter. Chapter 245. You hear my defense. Wow. So he is that brilliant elder brother. So imposing. As Nanya finished her statement, those in the bath listened intently. Chapter 246. A world apart indeed. Shan, I did not deceive you. Jiang Fan wiped his fingers dry, preparing to showcase his abilities. Chapter 247. All kneel. Among the gathered spectators were Ling Shan's siblings. However, in the Demon Clan, where strength reigned supreme, familial ties failed to sway Ling Shan.